In the NBA, Wang Yi, who wandered for 2 years, found himself on the last day of attendee contract with the Lakers, unexpectedly bestowed with an extraordinary three-point shooting experience card, thus commencing a legendary journey of a supernova. Curry. His three-point shooting stands unparalleled in history. Irving. His ball handling is more dazzling than mine. James. His chase-down block reminds me of my younger self. Leonard. To be honest, I cannot defend against him. What is most remarkable about him is that every boast he has made has come to fruition. 1. A three-point experience card at the outset. Los Angeles, Staples Center. Wang Yi donned the Lakers' #1 jersey, seated at the far end of the bench-on area, humorously dubbed the Waterboys territory. He was scarcely even a Waterboy, as the team had only signed him to attendee contract. Once this game concludes, he would have to pack his belongings and depart. However, he was resolute not to yield. Even with the slightest chance, he would clutch it fiercely. His gaze was fixed intently on the court, occasionally darting towards the head coach. The game between the Lakers and the Warriors had progressed to the final 8 minutes of the fourth quarter. The Lakers trailed the Warriors by 30 points, 80-110. Much like many previous games, the Lakers' offense resembled a state of constipation. Their three-point shooting was a dismal 3 for 18, a painful sight to behold. In stark contrast, the Warriors' star player, Curry, had activated his celestial mode, sinking 11 out of 15 three-point attempts. He alone outperformed the entire Lakers team in three-pointers. With hope of a comeback dwindling, the Lakers head coach had withdrawn James and Davis along with other key players. James was engrossed in nibbling on his fingernails, a habitual gesture when he was in a foul mood. Though Davis' eyes were on the game, his focus was clearly elsewhere, lost in thought. Amidst such a dire atmosphere, Wang Yi felt his nerves tightening. For the past 2 years, he had wandered through various teams. Ultimately, he signed a 10-day contract with the Lakers. Now, it was the final day of that contract. For a player of his caliber, the opportunity to play typically arose only during garbage time. He needed to seize this rare chance to deliver a standout performance, securing a second 10-day contract for himself. At last, with 5 minutes remaining, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 35 points. The head coach shook his head in resignation, his gaze sweeping across the bench. It finally settled on Wang Yi. Throughout these 10 days, this young Eastern player, though possessing average talent, had not seen any game time with the Lakers. Yet his diligent training and humble demeanor had earned the head coach's favor. As it was the final night of his 10-day contract, it was time to afford him an opportunity to showcase his abilities. Though the Lakers would certainly not offer him a second 10-day contract, providing him an opportunity to showcase his talents might attract the attention of other teams, potentially leading to another position for him. However, the probability of this occurring is nearly negligible. With this in mind, the head coach beckoned to Wang Yi. "Wang, it is your time to shine." Half of Wang Yi's attention was focused on the coach. Upon hearing the call, a surge of adrenaline coursed through him. He sprang to his feet, having not played for 3 months. At long last, he found himself once again on the court, standing in the very arena where he had pursued his dreams for over 20 years. At that moment, as his feet touched the floor of the Staples Center, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The host has gained the opportunity to participate with the Lakers. The sign-in system has been activated. Would you like to sign in immediately? Wang was momentarily taken aback. However, as the game was underway, he had no time to ponder further. Instinctively, he replied in his mind, "Sign in. Sign in successful. Sign in reward. 1 super three-point experience card." The mechanical voice resonated in his mind once more, causing Wang Yi to pause again. Just as he was about to delve deeper into this phenomenon, the referee on the sidelines gestured for him to hurry. He could only jog onto the court. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the 10-cent NBA live broadcast room, the two commentators, upon seeing Wang Yi on screen, casually remarked, "Our player Wang Yi has taken the court. Let's see how he performs." Their comment was brief, for Wang Yi had already traversed 8 teams in his 2 years in the NBA. Due to the lack of opportunities granted by coaches, he had yet to establish his worth on any team. Thus, even the commentators held little faith in him. The live chat was rife with disparaging remarks. "Seeing this guy as soon as I enter the stream is bad luck. Does anyone remember when he got faked out last time? What a disgrace. He's embarrassed himself internationally. He should just come home sooner." When Wang Yi first entered the NBA, he was met with high expectations, and domestic fans lauded him. However, following a wrist injury during training that hindered his performance, coupled with the inherent biases many NBA coaches held against Eastern players, he gradually became a fringe player. Many fans began to hurl insults, wishing to see him fall from grace. Of course, there were those who understood him, but they were far outnumbered by his detractors. At this moment, at the Staples Center, the Lakers prepared to inbound the ball. Wang Yi, designated as a shooting guard, positioned himself in the Lakers' half-court after the play, surrounded by teammates who were also unlikely to see playtime except during garbage time. They could see this moment. Having finally secured an opportunity to shine, everyone is eager to make a memorable impression. No one wishes to engage in mere teamwork. In the initial 2 rounds, each of the 4 players took a shot, yet none succeeded in scoring. Instead, the gap widened further, reaching a daunting 35 points. At last, in the 3rd round, during a Lakers offensive, the ball found its way into Wang Yi's hands at the 3-point arc. Upon receiving the ball, he instantly appeared invigorated, as though infused with vitality and energy born from his profound love for basketball. Noticing the defender laxly positioned against him, he acted without hesitation, leaping into action. His shooting form was impeccable, adorned with a graceful lean. The basketball soared through the air, tracing an elegant arc swish it found nothing but net. A splendid 3-pointer, albeit one that garnered little attention amidst the overwhelming point deficit. With a gap exceeding 30 points, this solitary 3-pointer was but a drop in the ocean. In the stands, a third of the audience had already departed, while the remaining spectators largely busied themselves with idle chatter or their phones. Across the ocean, in the 10-cent live broadcast room, 2 commentators engaged in a discussion about team rankings, entirely oblivious to Wang Yi's stunning 3-pointer from China. The barrage of comments in the chat, however, was rife with sarcasm. "Oh look, he actually made a 3-pointer. Must have been a stroke of luck." Luck? If he manages 2 more, he'll eat my words. Meanwhile, the game pressed on. Following a missed shot by the Warriors, the Lakers seized the opportunity to attack once more. After a miscommunication between 2 Lakers players, they narrowly avoided a turnover to the Warriors. Fortuitously, the ball, through a stroke of luck, found its way back to Wang Yi at the top of the 3-point arc. Without a moment's hesitation, he took the shot. This evening marked his final chance to showcase his talent if he did not give it his all. He feared that once the night concluded, he would be left without a chance to play in the NBA again. Not only would his aspirations be dashed, but life itself would become exceedingly challenging, though it was already fraught with difficulties. Swish, the 3-pointer soared through the dome once more, finding its mark. Another exquisite shot. The score stood at 86 to 115, bringing the deficit down to 29 points. Yet, this momentous 3-pointer still failed to stir any excitement among the audience. Only the Lakers' head coach clapped fervently, offering encouragement to Wang Yi. At this juncture, LeBron James ceased biting his nails and joined in the applause, encouraging his teammate. As the team leader, it was only natural for him to be the first to uplift a teammate, showcasing commendable performance. Following this, the Warriors faltered in their offense, paving the way for a Lakers fast break. Wang Yi sprinted with fervor towards the front court, positioning himself in the corner, while the Lakers' point guard aimed for a layup, only to find the Warriors' defense closing in swiftly. The center of the Warriors has already obstructed his path to the basket. The Lakers' point guard instinctively passed the ball to Wang Yi. The fundamental principle for a point guard is to pass to the player who is hot. Wang Yi, without hesitation, rose to take the shot. The ball struck the rim with a dull thud. Wang Yi's heart sank momentarily. Fortunately, it bounced up and hit the backboard, ricocheting around the rim before finally settling into the net. The score was now 89 to 115, with the Lakers narrowing the gap to 26 points. A smattering of applause erupted from the audience, surprised by Wang Yi's consecutive 3-pointers within less than a minute. However, that was the extent of their excitement. In the 10-cent NBA live stream, the comment section was abuzz with fans stirring the pot. Another 2 3-pointers made. Where's that so-called dogshit brother? Show yourself. Yet, the dogshit brother had long since vanished. The Warriors' head coach immediately called for a timeout. Although this player from Huaxia had scored 9 consecutive points, it seemed merely a drop in the bucket. Nevertheless, for precautionary measures, he felt it necessary to discuss the defense against this Huaxia player. Gathering his players, he pointed to the most capable defender among the substitutes, a player with an explosive afro, and instructed, "You will primarily guard that Lakers number 1. Allow him to drive, but do not let him take a 3-pointer. Understood?" The afro-headed player glanced disdainfully at the distant Eastern player and nodded. "Don't worry, coach. We'll make him cry for his mother as he crawls back to the East." On the Lakers' side, their head coach succinctly outlined a strategy for his players. Help Wong with screens. Wong, take the 3-pointer whenever you have the chance, be decisive. He was encouraging Wang Yi. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi felt a warmth in his heart. This was the first time since joining the NBA that a head coach had proactively devised a tactic for him. Although it was merely a simple screening strategy, it ignited a sense of excitement within him. He nodded emphatically, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Yes. However, after agreeing, a hint of unease crept into his mind. His right wrist had not fully healed. The last three-pointer had already brought a sharp pain to his wrist, nearly causing the shot to bounce out. If he attempted another three-pointer, not only would the injury worsen, but failing to make the shot would severely hinder his chances of securing future employment. Moreover, the Warriors would undoubtedly intensify their defense against his three-point attempts. In this predicament, how could he manage to shoot three-pointers while injured? Furrowing his brow, he pondered how to navigate this challenging situation. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. The Super Divine Three-Point Experience card. The new book Crisis of the Python, reviving 1 billion times, has been released. We kindly invite you to explore it. Wang Yi pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled the Super Three-Point Experience card he had previously acquired. Due to time constraints, he had not had the opportunity to thoroughly examine it after receiving it. The 3 successful three-pointers he had just made were purely the result of diligent practice and a stroke of luck, rather than the utilization of the experience card. Given his current injury and the imminent defensive strategy of his opponents, it would be prudent to experiment with the experience card. With this thought in mind, he mentally uttered, "Activate Super Three-Point Experience card." The cold, mechanical voice reverberated in his mind once again. Using the three-point experience card, your three-point shooting accuracy will reach 80, valid for 5 minutes. A sudden thrill coursed through Wang Yi's heart, and he clenched his right fist tightly. This Super Three-Point Experience card had come at just the right moment. At that moment, the team leader, LeBron James, approached and clasped Wang Yi's hand firmly, delivering a hearty slap and playfully tapping Wang Yi's forehead. He then mimicked taking Wang Yi's temperature with an electronic thermometer, jokingly remarking, "Your hands are so warm you're not coming down with a fever, are you?" This playful gesture elicited laughter from the previously despondent players surrounding them. LeBron then patted Wang Yi on the shoulder, saying, "Hey, brother, I admire your three-pointer. However, I look forward to witnessing even more." Wang Yi nodded, standing tall, and confidently replied, "You will." Meanwhile, in the 10-cent live stream, 2 commentators were summarizing the game's final moments. Let's review the scoring for the Lakers. LeBron with 23 points, AD with 28 points, and Wang Yi with 9 points. At this juncture, one commentator paused slightly. "Has our player Wang Yi already scored 9 points?" The other commentator responded, "He just made 2, or perhaps 3 three-pointers." Indeed, 3 three-pointers. A perfect 3 for 3, quite an impressive shooting percentage. 9 points marks Wang Yi's highest single game score since entering the NBA. We'll see if he attempts another three-pointer. However, he has an injured wrist, and his last three-pointer was not executed smoothly. Perhaps he will refrain from shooting threes, given the strain it places on his wrist. As they spoke, the game resumed. The Warriors executed a passing play and scored 2 points, extending their lead to 28 points. The Lakers returned to offense, but the Warriors' explosive-haired player was tightly guarding Wang Yi. The coach had instructed him to keep a close watch on this Eastern player. Aiming to make him weep, he muttered incessantly, spewing a torrent of trash talk. "You fragile little thing from the East. Can you even throw a three-pointer? Give a rest. Rest assured, I will stick to you like gum, until you weep and wail like a woman." Wang Yi paid no heed to his taunts. He preferred to let his performance speak for him. Following the coach's tactical instructions, he maneuvered around a screen and received the ball at the arc once more. The explosive-haired opponent had closed in behind him. Wang Yi had but a fleeting moment to make his shot. Without a hint of hesitation, he halted abruptly, leaped into the air, raised his arm, flicked his wrist, released the ball, all in one fluid motion. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, as smooth as silk, despite the intensifying pain in his wrist. His shooting form remained unblemished. Swish! The basketball soared past the fingertips of the explosive-haired defender. Under the spotlight, it traced an orange arc. Swish! At the heart of the hoop, a white wave erupted. It nestled perfectly into the net. Wang Yi withdrew his right hand, casting a glance at the explosive-haired rival. He clenched his fist tightly. A hint of an enigmatic smile graced his lips. That shot, enhanced by the experience of a divine three-pointer, felt sublime. The moment he released it, he knew it was destined to score. Is this the sensation of a three-point expert? Wang Yi couldn't help but glance at Curry on the Warriors bench. At that moment, Curry too seemed to glance back at Wang Yi, almost unconsciously. Seeing this, the explosive-haired player, trailing Wang Yi, continued his barrage of taunts. Your opponent is me. Don't get it twisted. From here on, I will defend you to the point of existential doubt. I'll make you crawl back to your country in tears. Wang Yi, without turning, replete a rare occurrence. He'll shoot until you silence yourself. He spoke, and the explosive-haired player only grew emboldened. Following Wang Yi, he incessantly chattered away. After that retort, Wang Yi fell silent, treating the taunts as mere barking in the distance. At this moment, thanks to Wang Yi's 4 three-pointers, the deficit had narrowed to 25 points. From 35 to 25 points, it felt like an instant. On the sidelines, the Lakers players were rising to their feet. Even if they were to lose tonight, Wang Yi's 4 three-pointers in just a minute and a half were nothing short of spectacular. In the next possession, the Warriors failed to score. As the Lakers began their attack, Wang Yi called for the ball as he crossed half-court. His performance had captivated the Lakers' point guard, and the ball naturally found its way to his hands. The explosive-haired defender was already on him. Wang Yi, using a teammate screen, dribbled forward a step. The explosive-haired player was momentarily obstructed, creating a slight gap. At this point, Wang Yi was still 2 meters from the three-point line that if he continued to dribble, the afro-headed player would soon catch up. He had no time for further contemplation. Sudden stop. Raise the ball. Wrist flick. Release. Swish. A three-pointer successfully landed. Point difference, 22 points. The crowd erupted. 1/3 of the audience cheered spontaneously. Although less than 3 minutes remained and the deficit was still over 20 points, a comeback seemed unlikely. Yet, this Eastern man's consecutive 5 three-pointers reignited their passion. This player is formidable. He's the Curry of the Lakers. How come I've never seen him before? What's his name? He's a 10-day contract player for the Lakers, but I don't know his name either. Upon a successful shot, Wang Yi felt an adrenaline rush. His confidence surged dramatically. In that moment, he perceived the hoop as vast as the ocean. No matter how he threw, the ball would obediently plunge into the net. On the Warriors' bench, Kai's eyes twinkled. As a historic three-point shooter and the pioneer of the small ball era, he felt his competitive spirit ignite upon witnessing another player hit 5 consecutive three-pointers. He longed for the opportunity to challenge this individual on the court. However, when he glanced at the coach subtly shook his head. They were assured of victory. There was no need for Curry to take the court again. In the next possession, the Warriors missed another three-pointer, and it was the Lakers' turn to attack. After crossing half-court, Wang Yi called for the ball once more. This time, the afro-headed player had learned his lesson, positioning himself 2 meters from the three-point line before Wang Yi could receive the pass. He denied Wang Yi any chance to shoot. Wang Yi dribbled, glancing at his right hand. Noticing Wang Yi's hesitation, the afro-headed player grew emboldened. Clapping his hands, he exaggeratedly taunted Wang Yi. Come on, if you're brave enough, make another one. He'll bet 100 you can't make that shot. Such trash talk was a psychological tactic. Shooting, especially from long range, is a test of mental fortitude. Even the slightest change in mindset could distort one's form. With a distorted form, making the shot becomes impossible. Wang Yi, spurred by the challenge, gritted his teeth and continued to dribble. Yet, instead of advancing, he retreated 3 steps. His feet landed precisely on the half-court line. The afro-headed player, seeing this, flashed a wide grin and laughed heartily. Half-court? A logo three-pointer? Do you think you're Stephen Curry? Ha ha, Eastern fellow. I think you're still half asleep. At that moment, the white commentator was momentarily stunned. Oh my, what does this Eastern player intend to do? Another commentator jested. A logo three-pointer, perhaps? Could a player from Huaxia truly make a shot for the logo? After sinking 5 consecutive three-pointers, he seems to have inflated his ego, perhaps considering himself the next Curry. The commentary from the 2 announcers carried a hint of jest. Yet, before their words could fully dissipate, Wang Yi had already released the ball with a swift flick of his wrist. From the center circle, he had to exert considerable force to propel the shot. Nevertheless, the sensation upon release was exquisite. This shot was destined to succeed. As the ball soared through the air, he had already turned away, his back to the hoop, raising his right hand high and extending 3 fingers. He signaled a 3-point gesture. The basketball traced an elongated arc in the air. Only a second after Wang Yi's gesture, it descended like a cannonball, crashing into the net. Boom! A logo three-pointer. In a breathtaking display of skill, Wang Yi astonished the world with a remarkable three-pointer from the logo. After releasing the shot, he turned away, his back to the basket, and raised his right hand, signaling 3 fingers. This was no mere swish. It was a powerful strike, akin to a cannonball, slicing through the half-court with incredible speed. Bam! It thundered into the hoop, reverberating throughout the Staples Center. The arena erupted in a cacophony of cheers. Oh my God. A logo three-pointer. Goodness gracious, what have I just witnessed? He celebrated even before the ball found its mark. How utterly cool. The decibel level surged dramatically within the venue, for a logo three-pointer possesses an unparalleled visual impact. Wang Yi's audacious act of turning to celebrate before the ball had even gone through the net was a feat that even Curry had never attempted. Not only was the audience electrified, but even the commentators, who had earlier been jesting, were now exclaiming in disbelief. Oh my heavens, what have we just seen? A logo three-pointer. It's incredible. He truly accomplished it. He is the Lakers and Oppos, Stephen Curry. Do you not find his pose, turning his back to the basket while raising three fingers, exceedingly cool? Many commentators in the NBA often shift their opinions with the wind. Just moments ago, they were mocking Wang Yi, and now they sing his praises with unabashed enthusiasm. The arena and Oppos' large screen lingered on Wang Yi for an extended moment before shifting to Curry on the sidelines. Warriors coach Kerr shook his head in resignation, casting a glance at Curry. It seems this is the sensation one experiences when the opposing team has a player like Curry. Though Curry remained still, his eyes burned with intensity. Meanwhile, the Lakers bench erupted, with several players vigorously waving their towels. The starters leaped in celebration, clapping hands in joyous recognition of this extraordinary shot. Anthony Davis stood up, his prominent brows furrowing in disbelief, while his large eyes mirrored the incredulity of the moment. LeBron James swiftly rose, arms raised high, fingers signaling 3 points, his face adorned with exaggerated expressions, repeatedly exclaiming, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." Across the ocean. In the Tencent NBA broadcast room, the two commentators were equally exhilarated, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Within a span of 2 minutes, 6 three-pointers had been made, including the stunning logo three-pointer. My heavens. It was astounding, absolutely phenomenal. 18 points. Wang Yi had scored an astonishing 18 points in just 2 minutes, a feat beyond imagination. Due to the game being in garbage time, most viewers had already departed the live stream. At this moment, the remaining audience members began to flood the screen with comments. 666666666. Incredible 666. Could it be that ego is about to rise? After sinking a three-pointer from the logo, he celebrated prematurely without even glancing at the hoop. I wish I had such a dashing boyfriend. Naturally, there were also critics. He played in the NBA for 2 years and scored less than 100 points in total, just because he got lucky today and made a few three-pointers. He is being hailed as a hero. He should just come back and not embarrass us. If he has the ability, let us see him make a few more shots. One must remain humble. Turning to celebrate after making a three-pointer is rather ostentatious and disrespectful. If he can hit 8 three-pointers, I'll do a handstand and eat dung on live stream. Someone immediately retorted, you should first eat the dog feces you owe from earlier. On the court. After Wang Yi made that three-pointer, his confidence surged to an all-time high. The deficit had narrowed to 19 points. He gritted his teeth, clenching his right fist tightly. Despite the pain, he felt exhilarated. This was the battle he yearned for. His body trembled with excitement, and his blood felt like it was on fire. After releasing the shot, he promptly turned to celebrate. Many players have done this before, LeBron James, Stephen Curry, but Wang Yi was the first to make a logo three and then immediately turned to celebrate. He usually embraced humility, but basketball is inherently a flamboyant sport. On the court, one should showcase their full capabilities and express their personality boldly. If one cannot be flamboyant while playing, then what is the point of playing at all? Be humble in life, but play with flair. The player with the wild hairstyle watched in disbelief as the ball swished through the net and bounced on the floor. His eyes widened in shock, leaving him momentarily speechless. Wang Yi glanced at him and calmly remarked, "Don't forget the $100. Only then did the wild-haired player snap back to reality, cursing, "Damn. You've really got on my nerves, Eastern fellow." But Wang Yi had already turned away, heading back to defend. In the next possession, the Warriors and Oppos' attack was thwarted. The Lakers and Oppos' point guard dribbled past half court and directly passed the ball to Wang Yi, who set a screen to facilitate a three-point attempt. At this point, Wang Yi was feeling a bit overzealous. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need," signaling the point guard to clear the way. The point guard shrugged and created space. Facing the wild-haired player, Wang Yi contemplated a playful beckoning gesture. However, such a move could be seen as provocative and might incur a technical foul. Wang Yi was too afraid of a technical foul, but it came with a hefty fine of $25,000. For someone like him, who had only signed a 10-day contract, that was a substantial sum. He suppressed the impulse to curl his fingers and spoke in a rather unrefined American English, "Come on." At that moment, the man with the wild hair was visibly agitated. He strode towards Wang Yi, spreading his legs in a stance that suggested he was prepared to defend to the death. A mysterious smile curled at the corners of Wang Yi's mouth. Suddenly, he stepped to the right with his right foot. The wild-haired man quickly followed suit. However, Wang Yi had already retracted his foot, simultaneously leaping into the air. The wild-haired man realized he had been tricked, muttering an expletive under his breath, and hurriedly attempted to block. There was only a fleeting moment of opportunity, yet Wang Yi had already released a three-point shot. On the sidelines, all the Lakers players stood up, and the audience fixated their gaze on the basketball. Swish. The ball swished through the net as the wild-haired man collided with Wang Yi, knocking him to the ground. Beep. The ball went in, and the whistle blew. The wild-haired man was called for a defensive foul. The crowd erupted once again with excitement. 7 three-pointers, my goodness. In just 2.5 minutes, he scored 21 points. The explosive scoring was simply outrageous. This Oriental player is extraordinary. How could someone so talented only be signed on a 10-day contract? The Lakers must secure him with a guaranteed deal, lest they regret losing him to another team. The two commentators at the scene were shouting in unison, "Wow, this is undoubtedly one of the most astonishing performances I have ever witnessed. Simply miraculous." In contrast to these two commentators, the audience across the ocean in China was far more expressive, their emotions rich and varied. What the hell? Get lost. Screw you. At that moment, Wang Yi looked at the wild-haired man, thinking to himself, you can't do anything even while I shoot over you. This feeling is exhilarating. The wild-haired man's expression had darkened to a deep scowl. He no longer spewed trash talk, remaining utterly silent. The player he was supposed to guard had scored over a dozen points in just over 2 minutes, particularly highlighted by that last shot, a long-range three-pointer that underscored his failure to defend. The insult was acutely felt, and he could no longer muster the audacity to continue his taunts. How laughable it was that he had previously claimed he would make this guy cry and roll back to the east. Yet here he was, the one left feeling as if he could cry without tears. After Wang Yi made the additional free throw, the scoreboard read, Lakers 97, opponents 112. They had narrowed the deficit to just 15 points. From 35 to 15, it seemed like merely an instant. In 2.5 minutes, trailing by 15 points, the likelihood of a comeback appeared almost non-existent. Yet, under Wang Yi and Appo's sensational display, who would dare to be so certain? If Wang Yi were to sink 2 more three-pointers, the margin would dwindle to a single digit. The Warriors' head coach promptly called for a timeout, visibly irked. He exclaimed, "Double team him. I want a double team." The Warriors players were momentarily taken aback, wondering if they had misheard. To impose a double team on a player who had only signed a 10-day contract, someone whose name they scarcely knew, seemed excessively generous. Yet, no one dared to question the coach and Appo's orders. The moment he received the ball, they were to double team him, ensuring he passed it to someone else. He must not be allowed another three-point attempt. Upon resuming play, the Warriors executed the double team on Wang Yi. The commentators couldn't help but chuckle. Did you see that? Look at that. Another commentator laughed heartily. The Warriors are actually deploying a double team strategy against him. What an honor. The audience joined in the laughter. However, Wang Yi found little to amuse him. With a wrist injury, dribbling caused him pain. Faced with the double team, he had no choice but to pass the ball quickly, hoping his open teammates would seize the opportunity. Unfortunately, his teammates' 2 three-point attempts both clanged off the rim. Nonetheless, Wang Yi continued to tirelessly navigate around screens, seeking openings. In the final 2.5 minutes, he capitalized on 2 opportunities, nailing 2 three-pointers. Each successful shot sent waves of excitement through the crowd. Ultimately, when the final buzzer sounded, the score settled at 111 to 118, marking a narrow 7-point defeat for the Lakers. Yet, the audience exhibited no signs of disappointment. They shouted Wang Yi's jersey number instead of his name. 1, 1, 1. Despite the loss, they appeared even more jubilant than if they had won. Team leader LeBron James rushed over, embracing Wang Yi fervently. He whispered in his ear, "Brother, you truly did it. 28 points in 5 minutes. Thank you for allowing me to witness such a magnificent performance." Anthony Davis also approached, exchanging high-fives with Wang Yi. For the Lakers, the loss felt more like a victory. Conversely, the Warriors, despite their win, wore grim expressions, each face shadowed by concern, particularly the head coach, who was drenched in cold sweat. Leading by 30 points with 5 minutes to go, they had nearly squandered the game. Had they truly lost, he would have been forever condemned to the annals of disgrace. In accordance with tradition, after the game, the main players from both teams exchanged handshakes. The Warrior star, Stephen Curry, first embraced James and Davis, sharing a few words before making his way toward Wang Yi. A flicker of combat spirit flashed in his eyes as he addressed Wang Yi. "Your three-pointer is quite formidable." Wang Yi replied, "Your three-pointer is equally impressive." A signature, boyish grin spread across Curry's face, despite his beard. The charm of his smile remained endearing, truly deserving of the title the adorable one. He continued, I hope we can face off on the court. Wang Yi's eyes mirrored the same fierce determination. I feel the same. If given the chance, who wouldn't he wish to challenge the strongest in their field? After bidding farewell to the Warriors, Wang Yi intended to head towards the player tunnel. Just then, LeBron placed a hand on Wang Yi and Oppo's shoulder. Wait a moment, Wong. Confused, Wang Yi asked, is there something up? LeBron gestured towards a beautiful female reporter approaching them. An ESPN reporter wishes to conduct a post-game interview with you. Me? Wang Yi was taken aback. Typically, post-game interviews are reserved for the standout players of the victorious team. Given that the Lakers had lost, it seemed illogical for a Lakers player to be interviewed. Even if a Lakers player were to be interviewed, it would likely be LeBron or Anthony Davis, not him. LeBron chuckled heartily, revealing a bright smile. There's no need to be surprised. Perhaps this game marks the beginning of your good fortune. Many have labeled LeBron as hypocritical, claiming he revels in theatrics and is a false saint. Nonetheless, as the leader of his team, he has proven to be quite exceptional. Wang Yi nodded once more. Thank you. The blonde reporter had now reached Wang Yi, with a cameraman following closely, the lens directed at him. This sensation was not unfamiliar to Wang Yi. When he first joined the NBA, domestic media had lavished him with praise. Every outing was met with a throng of reporters eager to interview him. However, after facing a series of injuries and being sidelined by his team, domestic media seemed eager to diminish his stature. As for NBA reporters, he had never been approached by them. The beautiful reporter greeted him with a radiant smile. Hi, Wong. I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name. Clearly, she was jesting. Wang Yi responded graciously, you pronounced it correctly, though the accent could use some work. The reporter appeared slightly surprised. She had previously interviewed several Eastern players, such as Yo and E. Their common trait was a slight shyness at first, but Wang Yi exuded confidence. Such individuals make for an easier interview. She then inquired, your performance tonight was truly remarkable. Could you elaborate on the reasons behind it? Wang Yi organized his thoughts and responded, this is what I deserve. I trained diligently every day, unwavering for over a decade. I left my homeland, arriving here alone. All these efforts have been for this moment. He was devoid of pretense and did not insincerely thank anyone. He expressed gratitude solely to himself for persevering through even the most arduous times. The beautiful reporter then inquired, earlier, when Stephen Curry greeted you with a handshake, what did he say? Would you mind sharing? Wang Yi smiled mysteriously and jested, that is a secret between men. The exchange between players is a matter of privacy. He would certainly not disclose his conversation with Curry without the latter's consent. Firstly, it was a matter of respect for Curry. Secondly, as a player of Curry and Oppo's prominence, any topic involving him garnered immense attention. Given that he was merely on a short-term contract, a misstep in words could unleash a torrent of public scrutiny. Although he had already endured harsh criticism from domestic media and fans, which had fortified his resilience, it was still prudent to avoid unnecessary trouble. The beautiful reporter concluded, thank you, Wong. We look forward to your next game. Wang Yi offered a wry smile, uncertain whether his performance would secure him another short contract with the Lakers. After all, the team and Oppo's guard line was already quite crowded, and adding him might render the roster unwieldy. Upon returning to the locker room through the players and Oppo's tunnel, he was met with congratulations from his teammates. However, Wang Yi felt a sense of urgency and said, I'm sorry, everyone, but I have something important to attend to. He quickly made his way to the bathing area, took a brief rinse, changed his clothes, and prepared to leave. Just then, LeBron James and Anthony Davis intercepted him. Wong, come with us to the press conference. I believe the reporters will have many questions for you. Typically, only players who performed exceptionally well are invited to join the team's stars at the post-game press conference. Yet, Wang Yi shook his head, I'm sorry. I'm in a bit of a hurry. With that, he hastily exited the locker room. James was taken aback. It was uncommon for players to decline attending press conferences, as it was an opportunity to showcase themselves. However, since Wong mentioned he had pressing matters, he did not press the issue further. Meanwhile, back in the domestic 10-cent NBA broadcast room, two commentators were summarizing Wang Yi's recent performance. All I can say is astounding, simply remarkable. 9 3-pointers in 5 minutes, accounting for the team's final 28 points. He nearly single-handedly led the team to a comeback. It is truly impressive. We anticipate even greater displays from Wang Yi. Simultaneously, amidst the barrage of 666 comments, someone remarked, where are the critics now? Didn't Oppo's they say that if Wang Yi could make 8 3-pointers, he would live stream himself doing a handstand while eating excrement? You hold the critics in too high regard. They only emerge to flaunt their claws when the players underperform. When the players excel, they retreat into their shells. Come on, critics, show yourselves. Yet, no critic dared to reveal themselves. Meanwhile, Wang Yi had arrived at the entrance of the visiting team's locker room, blocking the way. He had a matter of considerable importance to address. Soon, news of Wang Yi and Appo's blockade reached the Lakers and Appo's locker room, causing an immediate shift in the expressions of the players. Blocking the visiting team and Appo's locker room was a serious matter, potentially leading to league sanctions and, in severe cases, a multi-game suspension. However, as a member of the Lakers, Wang Yi's teammates could not stand idly by. As a team, they were united. When trouble arose, they faced it together. Guard Alex Caruso was the first to stride down the long corridor towards the visiting locker room. The head coach, upon witnessing this, felt a pang of anxiety. He urged everyone, absolutely do not engage, while instructing a nearby staff member, quickly, find a way to call LeBron back. LeBron James, as the team and Appo's leader, possessed the ability to command respect and maintain order among the players. Many headstrong players, under his guidance, not only refrained from causing trouble, but also delivered impressive performances. The staff member hurriedly sprinted towards the press conference venue at the Staples Center. At the entrance of the visiting team's locker room, Wang Yi stood resolutely. He quietly listened to the commotion within. One Warriors player jested, "Hey, buddy. Your defense was stellar today. You allowed 9 3-pointers to be sunk over you." Another player chimed in, mocking, "Dude. Didn't and Appo's you say you would make him cry and crawl back? Why do I see you crawling back in tears instead?" A third player laughed heartily. "Although that guy and Appo's logo 3-pointer is infuriating, I must admit, it was undeniably impressive. You should feel honored to be a mere backdrop." Warriors head coach Steve Kerr did not intervene to stop the teasing of the Afro. Such banter among teammates was commonplace, often viewed as lighthearted jesting, akin to the playful ribbing between close friends, serving as a form of motivation. However, on this day, such encouragement failed to yield results. The Afro and Appo's, sat unusually subdued, head bowed, silently changing his shoes. Observing this, Coach Kerr furrowed his brow slightly. As a seasoned head coach, he possesses a keen sensitivity to the psychological fluctuations of his players. The player with the explosive hairstyle had evidently suffered a significant blow. It is only natural. Anyone who endures a barrage of criticism would experience a heavy impact. Contemplating this, the coach signaled with his gaze, effectively halting the ongoing mockery. Taunting a fiercely competitive individual could galvanize him to strive for improvement. However, given that the explosive-haired player had already endured a considerable setback, his spirits were somewhat dampened. To continue ridiculing him at this juncture would only exacerbate his plight. He approached the player, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and said, "It's all right. How many in the league have had countless 3-pointers rained upon them by Steven? Yet they continue to thrive. Some players are simply unstoppable. You can only hope to contain them." As he spoke, he glanced at Stephen Curry, who exemplified such a player. Curry added his own words of comfort. "Brother, you was on fire that day, so believe me, this isn't on you. You've done everything within your power. In the next game, let us keep pushing forward." This prompted the explosive-haired player to lift his head, nodding slightly at both the coach and Curry, murmuring a heartfelt thank you. His mood appeared to have improved marginally, but that was the extent of it. Following such a heavy blow, an immediate recovery was implausible. It would take time. After changing his clothes, the explosive-haired player stood up, somewhat dazed, and made his way toward the locker room exit. As he opened the door, he nearly collided with someone standing in the doorway. The person was none other than Wang Yi. The explosive-haired player paused, taken aback, while the other Warriors players also froze upon seeing Wang Yi blocking the exit. They quickly recalled previous instances of confrontations at the visiting team's locker room door, each laced with tension. It was likely that the explosive-haired player had crossed the line with his trash talk, and now this Eastern player had come seeking retribution. They rushed forward, eager to support their teammate. However, upon realizing that only Wang Yi stood there, they were taken aback. Who would dare confront the visiting team's locker room alone? Was this person out of his mind? Stephen Curry pushed through the crowd, reached the entrance, and addressed Wang Yi. "Hey, buddy, is there something you need?" Wang Yi waved his hand dismissively, replying, "This is a private matter between him and me. It does not concern anyone else." He gestured toward the explosive-haired player. Coach Kerr, observing Wang Yi and Appo's calm demeanor and even a hint of a smile, sensed that he was not there to instigate trouble. He then sighed with relief, signaling to the explosive-haired player. Since it was a personal matter between them, he could resolve it on his own. The explosive-haired player, though puzzled and with a serious expression, furrowed his brow and declared, "You may have made a few 3-pointers against me this time, but next time, I will certainly lock you down." His tone was resolute. However, Coach Kerr subtly shook his head. At this moment, the explosive-haired player's tone grew increasingly assertive, indicating his growing insecurity. He could only rely on a forceful demeanor to maintain appearances. It seemed that the blow he received had surpassed his expectations. Upon hearing the explosive-haired player's seemingly grandiose words, Wang Yi could not help but smile. "Well, I'm not here to discuss basketball," he said. The explosive-haired player was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Aside from basketball, I can and oppose. Think of anything else we could talk about?" Wang Yi gestured as if counting money. "Earlier on the court, you wagered $100. I made that three-pointer, so that $100 belongs to me." The other members of the Warriors were momentarily stunned but soon burst into laughter. It turned out this tension was merely over $100. It is worth noting that anyone who can make it in the NBA typically earns at least several $100,000 annually. Players of Stephen Curry's caliber earn as much as $40 million a year. Thus, to them, Wang Yi's insistence over a mere $100 seemed akin to children squabbling over a few dollars. The explosive-haired player was somewhat speechless and remarked, "Is it really worth it over $100? Wang Yi nodded earnestly. "It is. You wouldn't and oppose back out of a bet, would you?" While it may not be significant to others, for him, a player signed to a mere 10-day contract, it was of utmost importance. Before the short contract, he had been without a game for over 2 months. The expenses of daily living, training, and rent during that time had drained his previous earnings entirely. He even lacked the funds to rent a place to stay, resorting to sleeping in the garage of teammate Caruso. Now, this 10-day contract offered him a mere $8,000. If no team signed him after today, that $8,000 would need to last him a considerable time. Thus, for him, even a dollar held significant value, let alone 100. The explosive-haired player, also on the fringes of the roster with a modest salary, found $100 to be a bit painful as well. He had mentioned it casually on the court, not anticipating that this Eastern player would take him seriously. He shook his head, saying, "I don't have cash on me. I and oppose. I'll owe you and pay you back next time." Wang Yi shrugged. "If you don't have it, you can borrow from your teammates, Steven, Thompson, Green. They're all wealthy." At this point, Green shot Wang Yi a glare, stating, "I didn't bring any money either." He then glared at the explosive-haired player, adding, "This mess is your doing. Don and oppose. Drag me into it." With that, he turned and resumed changing his clothes. Green had always been known for his fiery temper and was unwilling to waste time fussing over a mere $100. "Then what does the afro-headed one wish to say?" Coach Kerr remarked, "I have $100 here. Let me lend it to you." As he produced a $100 bill and handed it to the afro-headed player. The latter was initially reluctant to pass it to Wang Yi. However, since the coach had already extended it, he had no choice but to accept it with a stiff demeanor, promptly shoving it into Wang Yi and oppose's hands. Wang Yi received the $100 with a smile and a nod, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Just as he turned to leave, a throng of Lakers players rushed over. Upon noticing Wang Yi holding the $100 and appearing quite pleased, they were momentarily taken aback. As Wang Yi spun around to depart, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed as the Lakers approached. They had initially assumed he was confronting the afro-headed player at the Warriors' locker room entrance. Consequently, they rushed over, intent on preventing any escalation of the situation, while also concerned that Wang Yi might be outnumbered and bullied by the Warriors. This was particularly true for their leader, LeBron James. As a teammate sought to reclaim dignity, he felt compelled to lend support. He could not allow his fellow player to be mistreated. Yet he also wished to contain the situation. An escalation would be detrimental, not only to the team but to Wang Yi as well. However, upon witnessing Wang Yi, unharmed and waving the $100 with a satisfied grin as he approached, everyone was momentarily stunned. "Wang, are you all right? What happened?" LeBron inquired, scrutinizing Wang Yi closely while glancing towards the players at the Warriors' locker room entrance, who appeared to be unthreatening. With a sigh of relief, he asked, "Wang, what is going on?" Feeling a warmth in his heart at the sight of so many teammates rushing to him, Wang Yi shook his head. "It's nothing. I simply won a bet by accident." The others, upon hearing this, collectively exhaled in relief. LeBron then remarked, "Wang, in the future, make sure to keep us informed about such matters. Otherwise, if you win money and we misunderstand the situation and confront others, it would be quite unjust for us." The players erupted into laughter, as LeBron had a knack for lightening the mood with his jokes. This contributed to the harmonious relationships among the Lakers, with his humor acting as a bonding agent. Upon returning to the locker room entrance, a staff member awaited them. Noticing the cheerful demeanor of the players, he felt a wave of relief. He then addressed Wang Yi. "Wang, General Manager Pelinka is looking for you." Wang Yi felt a stir of anticipation within. His 10-day short contract was nearing its end. Should the Lakers decide against re-signing a player, they would directly inform their agent. It is only when contemplating a renewal that the general manager might reach out to provide advance notice. Upon hearing this, LeBron James felt elated for Wang Yi, exclaiming, "Wang, I mentioned that perhaps tonight marks the beginning of your good fortune. Wang Yi nodded in appreciation, responding, "Thank you." Shortly thereafter, he entered the office of General Manager Rob Pelinka. Pelinka, a reserved middle-aged man, often observed the team's games from a distance in silence, leaving many to ponder his thoughts. At this moment, seated behind his desk, he remained silent as Wang Yi entered until Wang Yi initiated the conversation. "General Manager, did you call for me?" Pelinka finally spoke. "Wang, your performance tonight has surprised everyone. As you know, with Schroeder still sidelined due to injury, our backcourt lacks a scoring player. Would you be willing to sign another 10-day contract with us?" Pelinka's eloquence was evident. He did not assert that the team wished to sign him, but rather inquired if he would be inclined to do so. Although the meanings are similar, the former elevates the team's status while the latter conveys greater respect for the player. Wang Yi had anticipated that his recent performance would indeed impress the Lakers management, leading to the opportunity for another 10-day contract. However, hearing the general manager articulate it brought him joy. "Thank you, General Manager. I believe I have no reason to decline." Securing another 10-day contract was already a significant achievement for Wang Yi. As for a guaranteed contract, the Lakers were unlikely to offer one at this time, especially with Schroeder expected to return in about a week, making the backcourt quite crowded. A guaranteed contract would only be feasible if he delivered exceptionally dazzling performances during this second 10-day period. Contemplating this, Wang Yi recalled the signing system and clenched his fists in determination. Pelinka continued, "This second 10-day contract is valued at $20,000. I hope this meets your expectations." Wang Yi nodded in response. "Thank you. I am very satisfied." The amount for a 10-day contract can vary significantly based on a player and oppos's previous performance, ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands of dollars. His previous contract was merely $8,000, so this increase to $20,000 would alleviate some financial strain. Upon exiting the manager and oppos's office, he found point guard Alex Caruso waiting for him. As Wang Yi was staying at Caruso's residence, Caruso typically awaited him after each home game. "So, how did it go? Did you secure a guaranteed contract?" Caruso inquired. Wang Yi shook his head, replying, "Just a short contract." Caruso gently patted Wang Yi on the shoulder and reassured him. "Do not worry. As long as you can maintain tonight and oppos's performance, I am confident it will lead to a guaranteed contract." Wang Yi nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. They then climbed into Caruso and oppos's pickup truck and exited the parking lot. As they passed by the main entrance of the Staples Center, they beheld 7 statues illuminated under the night sky. Jerry West, Elgin Baylor, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Shaquille O'Neal, Elgin Baylor, and Kobe Bryant. Each name resonated powerfully. Upon seeing Kobe and oppos's bronze statue, Wang Yi silently whispered, "Boss." Upon returning to Caruso and oppos's home and having a modest dinner, Wang Yi retreated to the makeshift bed in the garage. The house was already somewhat cramped for Caruso and oppos's family, and with Wang Yi and oppos's arrival, he had to temporarily reside in the garage. Lying on a simple bed, he began to contemplate the sign-in system in detail. "System, please introduce yourself," he requested. The system and oppos's voice soon echoed, mechanical and cold. This system is known as the Legendary Superstar System, designed to assist the host in becoming a legendary superstar. Before each game, the host can sign in to receive rewards in the form of various temporary skill experience cards. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi felt a twinge of disappointment rather than excitement. Experience cards, after all, were merely external aids. If the system were to cease existing one day, would he not revert to mediocrity? Even with such an aid, he did not wish to be a mere dependent on external enhancements. He inquired, "Is there a possibility to transform these experience cards into inherent skills?" The system responded once more. This system also encompasses a training module. By completing training tasks issued by the system, the host can enhance their abilities. Wang Yi and oppos's heart lifted at this revelation. The system had now issued a task. Make 1,000 3-point shots. Task reward. 3-point shooting percentage increased to 45. Training 1,000 3-pointers. That night, tasked with the training, Wang Yi scarcely slept. Completing the task would elevate his 3-point shooting percentage to 45, a mark of a top-tier sharpshooter. Even the great Stephen Curry has a career 3-point shooting percentage below 45. Throughout NBA history, only Golden State Warriors coach Steve Kerr has surpassed a career percentage of 45. What does the Lakers currently lack? A reliable 3-point shooter. While players like Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Kyle Kuzma, Dennis Schroeder, and Talon Horton-Tucker can make 3-point attempts, their accuracy leaves much to be desired. In the era of basketball, the absence of a reliable outside shot renders the game a relentless struggle. One can only imagine the allure of enhancing one's 3-point shooting percentage to 45. Such an achievement would undoubtedly render one a coveted asset on the Lakers roster. Consequently, Transforming this second short-term contract into a guaranteed one would become a mere formality. At 4 o'clock in the morning, while the world was still shrouded in darkness, Wang Yi quietly departed from Caruso's garage, making his way to the Lakers training facility. He had scarcely slept the previous night, consumed by an eagerness to reach the gym. However, the late hour forced him to suppress his excitement. As he trudged along the empty streets, he found himself unable to hail a single taxi. It was wintertime. And while Los Angeles boasts a Mediterranean climate that avoids harsh cold, the temperature at this early hour hovered around 8 or 9 degrees Celsius. Wang Yi tightened his collar and glanced up at the dimly lit streetlights ahead, recalling the famous phrase, "Have you ever seen Los Angeles at 4 in the morning?" Although later clarified that Kobe occasionally rose at this hour to train, the sentiment encapsulated the relentless dedication that characterized his illustrious career. This mantra had been a source of inspiration for Wang Yi over the past 2 decades, propelling him forward. He began to jog, treating it as a warm-up. After half an hour, upon reaching the training facility, steam rose from his head. He knocked on the door of the security office, rousing the dozing guard. "Hello. I'm here to train," he announced. The guard rubbed his sleepy eyes and squinted for a moment before recognizing the newly signed 10-day contract player. He glanced outside at the pitch-black sky and then at the time on his computer. Astonished, he inquired, "So early?" Wang Yi nodded, responding, "I couldn't sleep. So I decided to come and train." "Do all Easterners work this hard?" the guard asked with a chuckle as he opened the door for him. Wang Yi nodded in acknowledgement without elaborating further. As the guard watched Wang Yi's departing figure, he reminded him, "The air conditioning hasn't been turned on yet. You'll have to wait until 8. The team mandated that on non-game days, training commenced at 10 in the morning. However, LeBron typically arrived by 8. Thus the air conditioning was activated at that hour. Wang Yi shook his head, not turning back. "It's all right." The Lakers and Oppos training facility, known as the UCLA Health Training Center, boasts a gymnasium, 2 hydrotherapy rooms, 10 ice baths, a weight room, and numerous offices among its extensive amenities. Upon entering the gymnasium, he flicked on the lights. And the first sight that greeted him was the 10 gleaming Larry O and Oppos Bryant trophies displayed prominently on the opposite wall. These trophies serve as a testament to the Lakers' illustrious history. Inspired by the presence of these championship accolades, Wang Yi felt invigorated in his training. He silently vowed to himself, "One day, I shall personally hoist a Larry O'Brien trophy." Subsequently, he no longer wasted time and set up the shooting machine. The task assigned by the system was to make 1,000 three-pointers. Considering the inevitable decline in physical stamina, he estimated that he would need to attempt approximately 3,500 shots. Without delay, he activated the shooting machine and swiftly positioned himself at the apex of the three-point arc, taking a deep breath. He heard a faint hum as the machine propelled a basketball towards him. Catching it effortlessly, he leaped, raised his arm, flicked his wrist, and released the ball. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. Simultaneously, a statistic appeared in his mind. Task completion, 1,000. Time remaining, 11 hours, 59 minutes. From the moment he took his first three-pointer, the training commenced with a countdown of 12 hours, a straightforward endeavor. Barely a second after his release, the machine sent forth another basketball. He caught it and shot again. Swish. Another three-pointer successful. He continued this rhythm, making 10 consecutive shots, with 7 finding the net. It was quite normal for a player in Oppo's shooting percentage in practice to exceed that of a game. Even the formidable Dwight Howard, during his time with the Lakers, had a free throw percentage of merely over 60 in games, yet exceeded 90 in practice. He pressed on, launching more three-pointers. However, upon hitting his 20th shot, a dull ache began to throb in his right wrist. He furrowed his brow in discomfort. Making 1,000 three-pointers was not inherently challenging. The difficulty lay in the injury to his wrist. Should he practice frequently, the strain on his wrist would only worsen. Unlike players with guaranteed contracts who could afford to rest when injured, he was a short contract player, compelled to fight for his security, even in the face of injury. He had to grit his teeth and persevere. Resolute, he continued to practice his three-pointers. Half an hour later, the pain in his wrist intensified. He glanced at the task completion status. Task completion, 103,1000. Time remaining, 11 hours, 26 minutes. He had completed merely 1/10 of the task. Frowning deeply, he shook his head. Continuing was no longer feasible. Having already attempted over 150 shots, the pain in his wrist was becoming unbearable. If he persisted, he might jeopardize his ability to play in the next game, though his chances of playing as a short contract player were slim. He needed to be prepared to step onto the court at any moment. Yet, if he stopped now, this opportunity to enhance his three-point shooting percentage would be squandered. A notion he could not abide. It is evident that what the Lakers currently lack the most is a consistent three-point shooter. If one can swiftly elevate their three-point shooting percentage to 45, there exists a substantial opportunity to secure a place within the rotation. At this moment, Wang Yi finds himself at a crossroads. Yet, neither of the two options before him seems particularly promising. He glances at the countdown in his mind. The crimson numbers pulsating coldly. The system shows no mercy. It will not pause the countdown simply due to his injury. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yi conjures a rather unconventional solution, shooting with his left hand. Having practiced left-handed shooting for a period, it is not entirely foreign to him, though his proficiency pales in comparison to his right hand. Just then, another basketball hurtles towards him. He catches it with both hands, cradling the ball with his left while steadying it with his right. He leaps and releases, thud. Without a doubt, it is another miss from beyond the arc. However, the pain in his right wrist has lessened slightly. The second shot, thud. Another miss. The third shot, thud. Yet again a miss. Nevertheless, Wang Yi remains undeterred, a steely resolve evident in his eyes. At this juncture, retreat is not an option. He must forge ahead with unwavering determination. Swish. At last, on his fifth attempt, he successfully sinks a three-pointer. By the 10th shot with his left hand, he nets his second three-pointer. A shooting percentage of 20% with his left hand means the number of attempts required to complete his task will significantly increase. Yet, he has no alternatives. Thud, 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 swish, thud. The sound of missed shots reverberates throughout the empty gymnasium, occasionally interrupted by the satisfying swish of a successful three-pointer. His training attire is drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration rolling down his forehead as he gasps for breath. However, he cannot afford to pause, for the incessant countdown in his mind resembles a ticking clock of life itself. Task completion, 45 three-point shooting percentage. Gradually, the sky outside brightens. Wang Yi is utterly exhausted, his breath coming in ragged gasps, yet he presses on. The relentless countdown echoes in his mind as if it were a life or death ultimatum. Time eludes him as he loses track of how long he has been practicing. He glances at the progress of his task. Task progress, 3:00:10:00. Time remaining, 9 hours 55 minutes. Thankfully, at this rate, he should be able to accomplish his goal. He halts briefly to catch his breath, just as the door to the training facility swings open. A tall, robust figure strides in. It is none other than LeBron James. He was taken aback upon seeing Wang Yi. In the past, Wang Yi would train at 8 o'clock, just like him. However, judging by his current appearance, it was evident that he had been training for quite some time. Wang, up so early today? Are you unable to sleep because you and Appos were missing your girlfriend? James said with a chuckle, glancing at Wang Yi's right hand. Wang Yi shrugged, looking at his own right hand, and replied, "My girlfriend is nearly worn out." James gave Wang Yi a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive. You managed to wear out your girlfriend in a single night?" Wang Yi let out a bitter smile, shaking his head, and chose not to respond further. He had little time to waste. He then turned back to practice his three-point shots. However, James astutely noticed something unusual about Wang Yi. He knew Wang Yi was a right-handed player. Why was he suddenly training with his left hand? "Buddy, is your right hand injured?" James inquired, recalling that after Wang Yi and Appos' three-point shots last night, he seemed to unconsciously clench his right fist with a peculiar expression. At the time, James had assumed it was merely Wang Yi and Appos' unique celebratory gesture. Now, it appeared that the situation was more complicated than he had thought. Wang Yi felt exposed, his heart sinking. He turned to James and said, "Please don't tell anyone. I really need this job." If the others on the team learned that his injury hadn't fully healed, they would undoubtedly prevent him from playing. That would ruin his chances of securing a guaranteed contract. James furrowed his brow, contemplating, and finally said, "Don't worry, I won't say a word. But you must take responsibility for your own body." Wang Yi nodded, "I know my limits." Seeing Wang Yi's determination, James ceased his persuasion and remarked, "After training today, come over to my house. I and Appos, I'll have my personal physician take a look at you." Wang Yi felt a warmth in his heart. It was rare for a team leader to show such concern for a marginal player. He nodded and added, "LeBron, could you speak to the coach and let him know I want to participate in the other drills today? I need to focus on my three-point shooting, as the team currently lacks a stable three-point threat." James considered this for a moment before nodding. "You can focus on your three-point shooting. I'll talk to the coach." Disrupting the coach and Appos' training schedule was something Wang Yi couldn't and Appos' yet achieve, but a superstar like James, with absolute authority, could. Nevertheless, James generally refrained from abusing such power. Today, however, for Wang Yi and Appos' sake, he made an exception. Of course, James had his own considerations. His playing style necessitated a reliable three-point shooter on the perimeter. Wang Yi continued practicing his three-point shots with his left hand. Although his stamina gradually waned, His proficiency with his left hand improved, allowing him to achieve a three-point shooting percentage of 40%. By 10 o'clock, the other players had arrived, most of them just waking up. Upon witnessing Wang Yi and James drenched in sweat, it seemed they had grown accustomed to the intensity of their training. Without exchanging many words, they adhered to the coach's regimen and commenced their practice for the day. Due to James' prior engagement with head coach Vogel, Wang Yi opted to train separately, practicing his three-point shots in a secluded corner. As the clock struck 10, the morning session concluded and the players departed the gym for lunch. In Wang Yi's mind, he glanced at the task progress. Task progress, 6:02:10:00. Remaining time, 6 hours 49 minutes. Despite the current shooting percentage, he felt confident that, with over 6 hours remaining, making 400 three-pointers was not an insurmountable challenge. However, he understood that fatigue would inevitably affect his accuracy, thus he needed to make the most of his time. Watching the other players leave, he chose to remain behind and continue his training. Before departing, the coach cast a lingering glance at Wang Yi, offering no further words. Noticing Wang Yi's determination to stay, James advised, "Wang, I truly admire your professionalism, but training must be approached step by step. We must also ensure proper nutrition, hence, you should join us for lunch." Wang shook his head, replying, "I'm not hungry today. You all go ahead." James, sensing his friend's resolve, refrained from pressing further, though a hint of concern lingered in his mind. He understood the necessity of balance in training. Yet he also recognized Wang Yi's eagerness to seize this opportunity for a guaranteed contract. Ultimately, he chose to express his support with a simple, "Good luck." Wang Yi took a few deep breaths, murmuring, "Thank you." Once the players had departed, he allowed himself a brief respite of 10 minutes, sipping water before recommencing his shooting drills. At 2 o'clock, the players returned to continue their training, while Wang Yi remained focused on his three-point shots. As the day's practice concluded at 4, the other players exited, yet Wang Yi persisted in his shooting. Caruso, having practiced an additional half hour, approached Wang Yi, stating, "Wang, it's time to head back. I'll wait for you." Wang Yi checked his task progress in his mind, realizing he was just 11 shots away from completion. Though exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, an exhilarating fervor surged within, his eyes ablaze with determination. "I'll be right there," he exclaimed, launching another three-pointer with his left hand. James also lingered, continuing his own practice. Observing Wang Yi's fervent dedication, he turned to Caruso and remarked, "Did you provoke him last night?" Caruso shrugged, brushing back his thinning hair with a hand, replying, "I thought it was you who stirred him up this morning." Wang Yi felt utterly drained, his three-point shooting percentage plummeting back to a mere 20%. After attempting 11 shots, he had expended nearly 60 efforts. At long last, in a pivotal moment, the basketball struck the rim thrice before gracefully rolling into the net. In his mind, those crimson figures transformed into emerald green, freezing in place. Task progress, 1000. Remaining time, 21 minutes and 35 seconds. Subsequently, these two lines of text vanished. Simultaneously, a mechanical and frigid voice echoed within his mind. Task completed. Reward, three-point shooting percentage increased to 45. With a sigh of relief, Wang Yi collapsed onto the ground, adopting a supine position. He gasped for air, feeling the weight of exhaustion as he realized that he was too fatigued to even move his fingers. His arms tingled, and his knees had long succumbed to numbness. At that moment, LeBron James and Alex Caruso remained silent, exchanging glances but saying nothing. After 5 long minutes of heavy breathing, a faint smile gradually emerged on Wang Yi's lips as he slowly spoke. "Do you believe in me? You can completely trust me for tomorrow's game against the Clippers." LeBron and Caruso exchanged looks, recalling Wang Yi's earlier training session where he had managed a mere 20% shooting percentage. They were perplexed by his unwavering confidence. On the day of the city derby, Lakers versus Clippers, that afternoon, Wang Yi visited LeBron's luxurious mansion in Los Angeles. LeBron's personal physician, Dr. Karen Jobert, conducted a thorough examination on Wang Yi. He was meticulous and attentive, taking over half an hour for the assessment. Finally, he informed Wang Yi, "Based on my diagnosis, you have acute traumatic synovitis in your wrist, possibly accompanied by fluid accumulation. My recommendation is to rest and undergo treatment for at least 10 days. Refrain from putting any weight on your right hand. Otherwise, your condition may deteriorate significantly, potentially jeopardizing your career." Wang Yi, hearing this, managed a wry smile. "If I rest, my career will only come to an end sooner." LeBron understood Wang Yi's predicament and, after a moment of contemplation, inquired, "Wang, are you able to shoot with just your left hand on the court?" Wang Yi nodded affirmatively. "Certainly. The system's reward has raised my three-point shooting percentage to 45. Regardless of which hand I use, I can achieve that." LeBron turned to Dr. Jobert and said, "Karen, he can shoot using only his left hand during the game. When he is not playing, he'll come to my house daily for treatment. Is that feasible? Dr. Jobert, a person of high principles, visibly agitated, shook his head emphatically. That is not acceptable. I must prioritize my patient's well-being. If he is injured, he should rest and receive proper treatment, rather than risking his career by playing hurt. James glanced at Wang Yi and said to Dr. Karen, could you come here for a moment? The two then stepped out onto the balcony, engaging in a conversation whose content remains unknown. After approximately 10 minutes, they returned to the living room. Doctor, Karen examined Wang Yi's wrist once more and eventually nodded. You may compete, but you must come for treatment immediately after each game. Furthermore, it is advisable to refrain from practicing shooting or dribbling exercises that exert pressure on your wrist. Wang Yi nodded appreciatively. Thank you, doctor. Subsequently, Dr. Karen administered treatment to Wang Yi, who felt a significant alleviation in the discomfort of his wrist. That evening, Wang Yi stayed at James and Oppo's residence, which boasted an abundance of guest rooms, 5 in total. The following day marked the day of the match, and the system did not issue any training tasks. The team only had a morning practice session. Adhering to Dr. Karen's instructions, Wang Yi abstained from ball-related training, opting instead for some simple physical conditioning exercises. At 8 o'clock that evening, the game between the Lakers and the Clippers was about to commence. Players from both teams engaged in pregame warm-ups. On the Clippers side, their guard, the tenacious Patrick Beverley, eagerly approached the coach. Coach, let me guard LeBron. Without a moment and Oppo's hesitation, Coach Tyronn Lue nodded. LeBron is yours. Beverly's eyes lit up with excitement, akin to a hound spotting its prey. Despite his relatively short stature, Beverly possessed an unyielding spirit. Once on the court, he attacked the opposing team and Oppo's key players with the ferocity of a hunting dog. Even the formidable Kevin Durant had once fallen victim to his relentless defense, resulting in both being ejected from the game. Thus, Beverly was typically assigned to guard the opponent's star player. Of course, the Clippers had another stalwart defender in the form of the tenacious Kawhi Leonard. However, as the team and Oppo's core player, Leonard needed to conserve his energy. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Lue would refrain from deploying him against the opposing team and Oppo's star. Moreover, in his view, LeBron, now in the twilight of his career, no longer warranted Leonard and Oppo's relentless defense. Soon, the match commenced. Wang Yi remained at the far end of the bench, closely monitoring the unfolding events on the court while also keeping a portion of his attention on Coach Vogel, anxious not to miss any signal indicating his entry into the game. With both teams evenly matched, the competition was bound to be fierce. In such circumstances, the head coach would be unlikely to take the risk of putting Wang Yi on the court. Nonetheless, as a professional player, he understood the necessity of being perpetually prepared. This embodies the professional attitude expected of an athlete. As the game unfolded, both teams exchanged plays. The Lakers, capitalizing on their substantial advantage in the paint, focused their attacks on the interior. The Clippers demonstrated their formidable prowess in three-point shooting, capitalizing on their strengths by attempting numerous three-pointers. Simultaneously, in the Tencent NBA Live broadcast, the esteemed sports commentator Sue Kuhn provided insights alongside host Wang Ming and the functional female anchor Mena, an ardent admirer of LeBron James, who typically takes the helm during Lakers games. Wang Ming initiated the discussion by posing a question regarding the previous match, where our player Wang Yi astonishingly scored 9 three-pointers and amassed 28 points within the final 5 minutes, a remarkable feat indeed. He inquired of Sue Kuhn whether Wang Yi would take the court in this game. Sue Kuhn, perusing the statistics with a smile, acknowledged the brilliance of Wang Yi and Oppo's last performance, which had indeed captivated all. The Lakers had extended a 10-day contract to him, clearly recognizing his three-point shooting ability. However, given the closely matched competition, the likelihood of his participation seemed minimal. Wang Ming concurred with Sue Kuhn and Oppo's astute analysis but expressed eagerness to witness another explosive performance from Wang Yi. The live chat was abuzz with fans echoing similar sentiments, anticipation for his appearance. One viewer remarked that since Yao Ming's retirement, they had lost interest in the NBA. But witnessing a Chinese player score 28 points in 5 minutes left them astounded. Of course, the number of critics far surpassed the fans, dismissing Wang Yi and Oppo's achievements as merely statistical, contending that without a victory, even 100 points would amount to nothing more than hollow numbers. They argued that his previous success was simply a product of luck during garbage time, and if defended, it remained to be seen whether he could replicate such brilliance. At that moment, Wang Yi on the court remained oblivious to these sentiments, and even if aware, he would likely remain unfazed. Over the past 2 years, he had endured a barrage of criticism and disparagement from domestic naysayers, fortifying his mental resilience to a level immune to verbal assaults. On the court, The tenacious Patrick Beverley relentlessly guarded James, hurling a stream of trash talk while employing aggressive tactics. As James has aged, his playing style has shifted towards conserving energy, resulting in a more passive offensive approach in the first half, primarily orchestrating plays from the perimeter. Fortunately for the Lakers, their three-point shooting was commendable, achieving 5 successful shots out of 11 attempts in the first half, leaving them trailing by a mere 2 points at halftime. However, the tide turned dramatically in the third quarter. James initially intended to penetrate the defense and distribute the ball, yet the Lakers and Oppos' three-point shooting once again faltered, missing 3 consecutive attempts. Conversely, the Clippers capitalized by sinking 4 consecutive three-pointers, swiftly extending their lead to 14 points. Coach Vogel promptly called for a timeout, emphasizing the critical need to bolster their defense against the Clippers' three-point threats. However, it is futile to solely emphasize defense. The Lakers must also be proficient in their offense. Yet, the reality paints a different picture. Upon returning from the timeout, the Clippers sank 2 additional three-pointers. Meanwhile, the Lakers struggled with their own accuracy from beyond the arc. This prompted the Clippers to adopt a compact zone defense. James found himself unable to penetrate, leaving the Lakers to seek opportunities from the perimeter. Yet, often, the more one presses, the more elusive success becomes. With 6 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the Lakers found themselves trailing by a staggering 20 points. Though Vogel is astute, even he found himself at a loss. The entire world recognizes that the most effective way to dismantle a zone defense is through three-point shooting. However, failing to convert makes the situation quite disheartening. The atmosphere within the Lakers squad began to grow heavy with despair. At that moment, Caruso recalled the words spoken by Wang Yi the previous day. "You can fully trust me." With this thought in mind, he leaned in and whispered to James. A spark ignited in James's eyes as he turned to look at Wang Yi. A three-pointer from Wang Yi, as the Lakers trailed by 20 points. The commentators in the Tencent NBA Live broadcast began to brainstorm strategies for the team. Wang Ming initiated the conversation, saying, "Sue, the Lakers are down by 20 points. Look at Mena. She is almost in tears. For the sake of making the game more thrilling and preventing Mena from crying, could you offer some suggestions for the Lakers?" Mena chuckled. "I'm not crying. It's just sand in my eyes." To which Wang Ming replied with a laugh, "Where would there be sand in the broadcast room?" Although they jested, it was evident that Mena was indeed a bit anxious. Sukun, still chuckling, remarked, "The Lakers' current predicament lies in their inability to make three-pointers. The whole world knows that against a zone defense, one must hit their threes, and the Lakers are no exception. As we've seen in these past few minutes, Caruso has made 2, Kuzma 1, and both Tucker and Davis, along with James, have each attempted 1. Collectively, they've shot 6 times, making only 1. Such a shooting percentage would have led to dire consequences for any other team. It is only due to the Lakers' commendable defensive efficiency that they are still only down by 20 points. Thus, their primary issue remains the need to improve their three-point shooting. In this era of small ball, failing to shoot well from beyond the arc makes it challenging against any opponent. Wang Ming nodded in agreement, suggesting, "Sue, you make a valid point. If Coach Vogel were to take a bolder step and utilize Wang Yi, might it not yield better results?" Sukun replied, "That depends on Vogel. Let us hope he does not wait until garbage time to bring Wang Yi into the game, as he did last time. He has already tried everyone else with no success. You witnessed Wang Yi and Oppos' explosive performance in the previous game. Why not experiment while the game is still within reach?" The barrage of comments from fans echoed the sentiment. Bring on Brother E. Bring on Brother E. Yet, some skeptics chimed in. If the starters and second unit cannot resolve the issue, how can a fringe player make a difference? You are being overly naive. I've said before, you should just go back and not embarrass us. This is the rhythm of being glued to the bench. It's impressive. Meanwhile, on site, the Lakers called for another timeout. With the three-point shots failing to find their mark, both Caruso and James recalled Wang Yi and Oppos' enigmatic confidence from practice yesterday, along with his assurance, "You can completely trust me." Ultimately, James approached Coach Vogel and suggested, "Coach, what if we?" Vogel nodded in agreement. "Let us give him a chance." Vogel is, in fact, known for being a bold coach. He had already considered bringing Wang Yi onto the court, but upon seeing James conversing with Wang Yi, he refrained from proposing it himself, waiting instead for James to make the suggestion. As the leader of the team, James's endorsement would foster greater respect from the players, benefiting team unity. Furthermore, Vogel understood that this approach would endear James to him as well. Interacting with superstars like James is crucial for a team and Oppos' success, particularly regarding their compliance with the coach and Oppos' directives. This underscores Vogel and Oppos' undoubtedly high emotional intelligence. He waved his hand and called out, "Wong." Wang Yi was already prepared to enter the game. He sprang up like a coiled spring and jogged over to the coach. Vogel said, LeBron suggested you come in. We hope you won't disappoint us. Wang Yi's heart ignited with enthusiasm. He nodded firmly, assuring, don't worry. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in his mind. Opportunity to enter the game acquired. You may check in once. Only by being granted playing time could he check in. Wang Yi silently murmured, check in. Check in successful. Check in reward. Basic death grip experience card. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi and Appo's spirits soared. With a 3-point shooting percentage of 45, utilizing the death grip experience card would elevate him to the status of an elite 3D player in this game. This was precisely what the Lakers needed. With this thought, he proactively spoke up, Coach, once I'm in, please allow me to guard Leonard. It was Leonard and Appo's consecutive drives that forced the Lakers to tighten their defense, creating numerous 3-point opportunities for the Clippers. If someone could contain Leonard and Appo's penetration, the Clippers and Appo's chances from beyond the arc would significantly diminish. Head coach Vogel was somewhat surprised, as he understood Wang Yi and Appo's physical attributes were average, and his lateral quickness was not particularly swift, rendering his defense fairly mediocre. Yet here he was, volunteering to defend the robotic Leonard? Wang Yi and Appo's gaze was resolute as he stated, Coach, let me try for 2 possessions, if I can, and Appo's hold him, feel free to substitute me. His underlying message was that the players who had already attempted to guard Leonard had all failed. Given this, it was better for him to take a shot. However, he refrained from expressing this sentiment directly, allowing the coach to discern it himself. Vogel contemplated for a moment and grasped Wang Yi's intent, nodding in agreement, all right. I'll give you 3 possessions. Wang Yi's fist clenched tightly, his eyes fixated on Leonard across the court, akin to a wolf eyeing a mechanical lamb. As the timeout concluded, Wang Yi stepped onto the court alongside his Lakers teammates. The commentators remarked, oh, the Eastern player who scored 9 3-pointers in 5 minutes last game is now on the court. Let us see if he can replicate his magic today. It was the Lakers' home game, and the Staples Center crowd erupted in cheers, albeit not overwhelmingly so. The team found itself at a considerable deficit. And for a marginal player who had only joined the squad a mere 10 days prior, many were still unfamiliar with him. In the Tencent NBA live broadcast room, the critics erupted as Wang Yi took the court. Ah, he really is on the floor. Has he come to embarrass himself again? Let us hope there won't be any more instances of him getting faked out. We simply cannot afford such humiliation. At that moment, the Lakers initiated an offensive play. As the ball reached the front court, LeBron James held possession at the top of the arc. The Clippers maintained their zone defense, inviting him to shoot the 3-pointer. LeBron scanned his teammates before his gaze settled on Wang Yi. Wang, he called out, passing the ball to him. Wang Yi received the pass without a moment's hesitation. He bent his knees, lifted the ball, leaped, and with a flick of his left wrist, released the shot. The basketball soared through the air, tracing an arc reminiscent of a rainbow. It swished through the net. The crisp sound of the ball brushing against the net resonated through the arena's speakers. The Lakers' DJ immediately announced in an exuberant tone, 3 points, from Wang Yi. Listening to this elongated and somewhat off-key introduction, Wang Yi gently closed his eyes, savoring the moment. LeBron approached him, offering a high five. Enjoy it to the fullest, brother. Caruso joined them, saying, what you said yesterday was true. Meanwhile, Clippers head coach Tyronn Lue observed Wang Yi's 3-pointer with indifference, dismissing it as merely another 3 points. In a breathtaking moment, Wang Yi executed his first 3-pointer upon entering the game. The head coach of the Clippers remained unfazed, as did all the players on the team. They were undoubtedly aware of their opponent's capabilities, having noted that Wang Yi had made 9 3-pointers in just 5 minutes during the previous match. However, such extraordinary performances are nothing short of a rare stroke of luck, akin to Tracy McGrady's legendary 13 points in 35 seconds. It was unlikely that Wang Yi would replicate such brilliance in consecutive games, which is why no specific defensive strategies were employed. As the Clippers initiated their offense, Wang Yi found himself matched against their star player, Leonard. With Leonard's height and wingspan, it seemed nearly impossible for Wang Yi to effectively defend him. In his mind, he activated the Death Grip Experience card. The system promptly responded, using basic Death Grip Experience card, single-player defense success rate 70, limited to 10 minutes. In that instant, Wang Yi felt a slight surge in his foot speed and lateral quickness. At that moment, the tenacious Beverly dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to Leonard. Wang Yi swiftly positioned himself, spreading his legs to stand directly in front of Leonard. The commentators were taken aback. What? This Eastern player is tasked with defending Leonard? Surely, this must be a mistake. He is a half-head shorter and significantly lighter than Leonard. Defending him could lead to disaster. The sentiment echoed in the Tencent NBA live chat, where many spectators expressed their disbelief. Is he really going to guard the robot? This is masochism. He just got lucky with 1 3-pointer, and now he thinks he can stop Leonard? With that height, Leonard can easily disregard him. He could either shoot over him or bulldoze through. In the arena, Leonard opted not to take a jump shot, as it was not his preferred scoring method. Instead, he favored a mid-range jumper following a half-step drive. As Leonard swiftly brought the ball down with his right hand, intending to drive from the right, Wang Yi, having anticipated his movement based on the subtle shift of Leonard's shoulder, quickly shifted his feet to obstruct Leonard's path. Seeing his drive thwarted, Leonard pivoted on his left foot, intending to break through from the left. However, just as he turned and the ball touched the ground, a hand stealthily emerged, intercepting the basketball midair. Leonard's dribble faltered, and Wang Yi seized the opportunity to make a clean steal. In the same breath, a figure sprinted toward the front court. Wang Yi looked up to find it was James. With a powerful flick of his left hand, he sent the ball soaring down the court. James caught it, took one dribble, and leaped in a magnificent three-step motion. With a resounding thud, he executed a signature, thunderous axe-like dunk. In an instant, the arena erupted. The cameras captured LeBron James, replaying his thunderous dunk time and again. Yet, few noticed the crucial steal and assist orchestrated by Wang Yi prior to this magnificent moment. However, James would not forget. He returned to the backcourt and exchanged a high-five with Wang Yi, exuberantly exclaiming, "Brother, splendid job." Leonard glanced back at Wang Yi. Though it seemed merely a fleeting look, devoid of genuine ire, as a superstar, he too harbored a competitive spirit. "If you thwart my play, I shall retaliate." Beverly was acutely aware of this dynamic. After advancing past the half-court line, he sought to pass the ball to Leonard. Wang Yi, however, was not oblivious to this intent. He employed a proactive defensive maneuver, denying Leonard any opportunity for a catch. Unable to pass to Leonard, Beverly was compelled to redirect the ball to the opposite side, where George awaited. Facing Davis's defense, George attempted a forceful drive but failed to score. Turning back, the Lakers mounted an offensive. The Clippers continued to employ his own defense. Wang Yi actively positioned himself at the left corner beyond the three-point line. Playing alongside James, many aspects became remarkably straightforward. As a three-point shooter, one needed only to stand beyond the arc. The ball would naturally find its way to one's hands. Indeed, James feigned a drive, collapsing the opposing defense before passing the ball to Wang Yi in the corner. At that moment, George lunged toward him. As a seasoned defender, George had spent 2 decades honing his skills, accumulating a wealth of experience from being on the receiving end of last-second shots by the likes of James, Lillard, Wade, Booker, and Butler, individuals whose game-winning shots could circle the globe 5 times if combined. This was also a testament to George and Oppo's exceptional defensive prowess, often tasked with guarding his opponent and Oppo's final attempt. Yet, facing the approaching George, Wang Yi exhibited no hesitation. With resolute determination, he released his shot. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. Just moments ago trailing by 20 points, they had swiftly closed the gap to just 12 within a minute. The crowd erupted in jubilation. The Clippers and Oppo's coach immediately called for a timeout. In the Tencent NBA live broadcast, Wang Yi exclaimed in delight. 2 three-pointers in under a minute. Could he be on the verge of recreating last game's miracle? Sukun responded with a level-headed analysis, stating, "Such miracles occur once in a lifetime. It's a stroke of luck that's hard to replicate." However, if Wang Yi can maintain a consistently high three-point shooting percentage, it would indeed be a boon for the Lakers. During the timeout, the Clippers coach pointed at Wang Yi from a distance, instructing the tenacious Beverly, "Mad Dog. When you return to the court, ensure you keep him in check." In M Country and Oppo's culture, the term dog does not carry a derogatory connotation. It symbolizes loyalty. The moniker Mad Dog is not derogatory. Rather, it signifies Beverly's almost frenzied fighting spirit and unwavering loyalty to his team. He approaches each game with an insatiable hunger. Thus, he embraces this nickname with pride. "Rest assured, coach, I shall bite him to the core." When the game resumes, Leonard is met with relentless pressure from Wang Yi. This time, their coach has devised a strategy. Leonard, utilizing a screen, finally receives the ball. However, no sooner has he caught it than a spectral hand has already swatted it away. Thud, the basketball hits the ground. Leonard promptly dives for the loose ball. But Wang Yi has already leapt forward with agility. Meanwhile, Davis has surged ahead toward the front court. With a swift motion of his left hand, Wang Yi sends the basketball soaring towards Davis. Davis catches it and delivers another thunderous dunk, causing an uproar among the spectators. The commentators exclaim in delight. "AD and Oppo's dunk is magnificent. I adore this slam." Yet, we cannot overlook Wong and Oppo's defensive prowess. He has successfully thwarted Leonard and Oppo's attempts for 3 consecutive possessions. It is indeed rare in this league to see someone consistently outmaneuver Leonard. Clearly, we have underestimated Wong's defensive capabilities. Exceptional three-point shooting, outstanding defense, He is the quintessential 3D player, precisely what the Lakers require at this juncture, with LeBron and AD present. The roles of the supporting players become remarkably straightforward: defense and three-point shooting. These are precisely the attributes that Wang Yi possesses. He is a perfect complement to the Lakers' two core players. It may be time for the Lakers to consider offering him a guaranteed contract. The true 3D player? Wang Yi heard the voice of the commentator echoing in the arena. A 3D player? A subtle, enigmatic smile graced his lips. His ambitions extend far beyond this. With a system in place, his aspirations could know no bounds. To enter the rotation, to become a key player, a star, an all-star, a superstar, a legendary figure. Perhaps even to reach the heights of LeBron James, or to follow in the footsteps of the divine. This encapsulates his ambition. However, such lofty goals must be approached with diligence, achieved step by step. At present, what the Lakers most urgently require is a quality 3D player. Thus, he shall temporarily assume the role of a 3D player. At the very least, he must establish a firm footing within the Lakers and secure a guaranteed contract. At this moment, the deficit has been reduced to 10 points. The Lakers are on the offensive. After bringing the ball up court, James once again feigned a drive, compressing the opposing defense. He simultaneously searched for Wang Yi. Yet, this time, the Clippers were prepared. They employed a four-man zone defense to guard the paint, leaving Beverly to closely shadow Wang Yi. Beverly clung to Wang Yi, applying physical pressure while hurling taunts. "You just hit 2 threes. Do you think you're impressive? That was merely because I was defending you. Go ahead, try again now." "Oh, I'm sorry. With me around, you want to even receive the ball." Wang Yi was well aware of Beverly and Apos' capabilities. He would engage in constant physical confrontations while incessantly chattering, seeking to provoke your ire. Once you took the bait, he would have succeeded. Therefore, Wang Yi chose not to let anger consume him. Moreover, he would not allow Beverly to entangle him indefinitely. He proactively navigated around Davis's screen. A quality 3D player cannot merely wait outside the three-point line for the ball. One must learn to move around screens to create open shots, allowing the ball to find its way into one and Apos' hands. Indeed, Wang Yi emerged with space. James's pass arrived promptly. Wang Yi caught the ball beyond the arc. However, Beverly, being smaller in stature, swiftly maneuvered past Davis and Apos' screen, lunging directly towards Wang Yi. Of course, at this moment, he could not block Wang Yi. Yet, as he lunged, his right hand came crashing toward Wang Yi's face. A flicker of tension gripped Wang Yi's heart. Although he managed to release the shot, his mental state was unsettled, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. As for Beverly, his hand withdrew sharply just 2 inches from Wang Yi's face, avoiding any physical contact. Wang Yi furrowed his brow. Beverly was known for his rough style of play, and instinctively, Wang Yi had believed that Beverly intended to strike his face. Striking him across the face might be tolerable. But should he resort to an eye poke or a groin kick like Green, it would be quite unbearable. It appears that one and Apos' resolve remains somewhat tenuous. Nevertheless, one learns from adversity. Wang Yi cannot possibly stumble into the same drainage ditch twice. Meanwhile, within the Tencent NBA Live broadcast room, the commentators remarked, "Indeed, the magic has waned." Quite so. This is precisely the shooting percentage one would expect from a typical player. Indeed, if every shot were to find its mark, it would be rather frightening. In the barrage of comments, the critics rejoiced at Wang Yi and Apos' missed attempt, exclaiming, "At last, his true colors are revealed. His luck must surely be running out." His previous successes were merely a result of the opposition and Apos' lack of intensity. Observe how, once Beverly applied physical pressure, he faltered instantly. His physicality leaves much to be desired, like a rabid dog that reveals its fangs but collapses before it can bite. He ought to return quickly, for he has brought disgrace upon the face of the Huaxia people. At that moment on the court, following his missed shot, Wang Yi displayed no signs of discouragement. A 45 shooting percentage does not imply that every shot will succeed. Turning back, he faced Leonard's advance once more. This time, Leonard utilized the screen set by their center, Zubac, and finally eluded Wang Yi and Apos' defense, scoring a mid-range shot. The score gap widened to 12 points. Wang Yi prepared to inbound the ball. Upon receiving it, James quipped, "Wang, are you bold enough to shoot again?" A confident smile graced Wang Yi's face. "As long as you dare to pass." James pondered the source of Wang Yi's confidence. His performance tonight was evidently not as explosive as in the previous game, yet he remained remarkably self-assured. Could it be a result of yesterday and Apos' training? As James contemplated, he dribbled into the front court. Wang Yi had already maneuvered around Davis's screen, positioning himself at the left side, beyond the three-point arc. At that moment, he faced away from the basket. Beverly, relentless as a rabid dog, surged through the defense, pursuing him unceasingly. James had released the ball. Wang Yi received it, and without turning, leaped into the air. In mid-flight, he spun around, arching his upper body backward. His right foot extended slightly forward to maintain balance, while his left arm rose. With a flick of the wrist, he released the ball. This shot did not follow the graceful arc typically expected. Instead, it traveled in a flat trajectory, its speed reminiscent of a high-velocity projectile. Thud! It thundered into the hoop. At that moment, Beverly had anticipated that Wang Yi would at least turn before jumping to shoot, never expecting him to leap while still facing away from the basket, executing the spin in midair. He scarcely had time to block when a resounding thud echoed behind him. The voice of the on-site DJ rang out, 3 points. From Wang Yi. Upon hearing this unfamiliar and peculiar Eastern name, Beverly clenched his fist and muttered under his breath, "Damn it." He then continued to hurl taunts at Wang Yi, asserting, "Consider yourself fortunate. But next time, luck won't be on your side." Wang Yi responded with a confident smile, completely disregarding Beverly's insults. Yet, Beverly felt a flicker of irritation within him. He had defended against numerous stars. Typically, when he unleashed a barrage of trash talk and provoked them with gestures, they would become incensed, often escalating their actions. This would invariably benefit the Clippers. However, this Eastern player was different. Despite Beverly and Oppo's relentless taunting, Wang Yi remained unfazed, wearing a smirk that suggested disdain. It felt akin to a mischievous child persistently testing an adult's limits, only for the adult to respond with a mild smile, perceiving him merely as a child in jest. It must be said, Beverly possessed not only tenacity and defense but also an impressive capacity for imagination. Turning back, he dribbled past half-court, seeking out Leonard. This time, the Eastern player did not stick closely to Leonard but maintained a step's distance, occasionally glancing at Paul George, seemingly preventing a pass to him. Beverly felt reassured and passed the ball to Leonard. Just then, Wang Yi sprang forth like a leopard, intercepting the ball mid-air. It turned out that his earlier gaze towards Paul George was merely a deception to mislead the offensive players, making Beverly believe he was distracted by George while he had been attentively monitoring Leonard all along. Wang Yi seized the ball and swiftly propelled it forward with his left hand while a shadow trailed closely behind him. The death grip of fate ensnares once more as Wang Yi seizes the ball, swiftly maneuvering it with his left hand as he dashes toward the front court. Behind him, a relentless shadow pursues, none other than the tenacious Patrick Beverly, who trails like a rabid dog, unyielding in his pursuit. With an injury to his right hand, Wang Yi is compelled to rely solely on his left, causing his pace to falter slightly. Upon crossing half-court, Beverly has caught up, incessantly reaching out to disrupt Wang Yi's dribble while hurling taunts. "You won't take even a single point from me." Wang Yi glances sideways, noticing that Caruso has also joined the fray. This scenario presents an ideal opportunity for a 2-on-1 play. However, under the pressure of defense, he finds it challenging to pass the ball with one hand. Resolutely, he decides against passing. As he approaches the three-point line, he suddenly halts, gathers the ball, leaps, and with a deft flick of his wrist, he releases the shot. Beverly, caught off guard, is left 5 meters behind. Wang Yi's arm rises, his motion fluid and elegant, and the ball leaves his fingertips, spinning gracefully through the air. Swish. It sinks into the net without touching the rim, narrowing the deficit to 6 points. The nearly 20,000 spectators erupt in a cacophony of cheers, a tidal wave of sound surging toward the court. Wang Yi, invigorated by the roaring crowd, turns to face Beverly, who wears a furrowed brow. The sight of this Eastern player appears unfamiliar to him. Though he has competed against players of Asian descent before, they have typically been characterized by their lack of speed and verticality, their style rather subdued. He has often dismissed such players as trivial opponents. Yet today, this Eastern player exhibits an unexpected ferocity, though not one for excessive chatter on the court. Wang Yi's explosive gameplay, each three-pointer striking like a dagger at the heart of the defense, has caught Beverly off guard. Nevertheless, this does not dishearten Beverly. Having faced multiple setbacks in the NBA, including being waived by teams and playing in Europe's lesser leagues, he has encountered raucous crowds where fans would hurl insults and projectiles, bottles of water, beer, and even frozen tuna, onto the field. In such tumultuous situations, Beverly has never faltered. To him, this minor setback is inconsequential. At this moment, Clippers head coach Tyronn Lue swiftly calls for a timeout. A mere 2 minutes have elapsed since the last stoppage, and the point gap has shrunk from 12 to 6. With the Lakers playing at home, should they continue to close the gap, their momentum would swell, making it increasingly difficult for the opposing team to regain control. As all the Clippers players gathered, head coach Tyronn Lue pointed distantly at Wang Yi and instructed Leonard, "You will guard him." Upon hearing this, Beverly felt a pang of disappointment. The Eastern player had ignited his competitive spirit, and he had been eager to engage playfully with that number one. However, the coach's lack of faith in his defensive abilities was evident. Reflecting on it, It was understandable, as under his defense, that individual had already sunk 2 3-pointers and secured 2 steals. Within those 2 minutes, he had been thoroughly outplayed. If he were the head coach, he too would have substituted in a different defender. Leonard cast a glance at Wang Yi from afar, remaining silent but nodding slightly. He was known for his few words. Standing just over 2 meters tall, Leonard possessed an astonishing wingspan of 21 meters, complemented by hands that resembled an unusual shape. When he defended against his opponents, he became a veritable nightmare for them. With the ball in play, his long arms and hands could easily snatch it away. Hence, his defense was aptly dubbed the death grip. Many prolific offensive players in the league have faltered before Leonard, including the formidable LeBron James, who had often found himself vexed by Leonard's defensive prowess. Therefore, whenever an opponent exhibited significant offensive firepower, Leonard was typically assigned to guard them. On the Lakers side, head coach Vogel addressed his players about the forthcoming strategies. We've hit a few 3-pointers, but that does not signify our shooting has found its rhythm. In truth, only Wang Yi has been successful from beyond the arc. Consequently, they will continue to employ a 4-man zone defense. Moreover, they will maintain a dedicated defender on Wang. So, Wang, you must keep moving. Wang Yi nodded in agreement. I will maneuver around screens to find open space. At that moment, Korver interjected, remember, you don't have to rely solely on teammates for screens. You can also navigate through their 4-man zone to shake off your pursuer. Wang Yi's eyes brightened at this revelation, essentially allowing the Clippers players to screen for him. Vogel smiled and affirmed, this will create confusion in their defense. Once their defense is disarrayed, opportunities will arise for us. Wang Yi returned the smile. Understood, coach. James patted Wang Yi on the shoulder. Brother, whether we can turn the score around rests on you. Davis also gave Wang Yi an encouraging pat on the back. I hope you can lead us to victory. Meanwhile, Tucker, who had been substituted for Wang Yi, felt a sense of melancholy. If Wang Yi continued to excel, he might very well usurp Tucker's place in the rotation. Yet, he recognized the harsh reality of competitive sports. Perform well, and you bask in adoration. Falter, and no one will stand by you. Soon, the timeout concluded. As the Clippers initiated their offense, Wang Yi resumed his relentless pursuit of Leonard, applying the death grip once more. At this moment, Paul George of the Clippers stepped up, successfully sinking a 2-pointer, narrowing the gap to 8 points. It was now the Lakers' turn to attack. Predictably, the Clippers employed a 4-man zone defense, while Leonard relentlessly shadowed Wang Yi, preventing him from receiving the ball. The commentator onside astutely noted this development. Oh, look, Leonard has begun to guard Wang, he remarked. For a 10-day contract player to be the primary focus of Leonard's defense is indeed a mark of honor. It remains uncertain if he can still make those 3-point shots under Leonard's formidable defense. It is a considerable challenge, as Leonard is taller and stronger than Beverly. Continuing to shoot over Leonard will prove to be quite difficult. Across the ocean, in the Tencent NBA live broadcast room, Wang Ming expressed his surprise at this scene. Having Leonard primarily defend Wang Yi is both an honor and a test for him. Suku nodded in agreement, stating, indeed. If he can maintain a high level of performance while being guarded by Leonard, it will significantly bolster his confidence. However, Leonard's relentless defense is not to be taken lightly. In the barrage of comments, many naysayers, who had previously been intimidated by Wang Yi's performance, began to resurface. It was merely that Beverly was too short. Now, with Leonard taking the lead in defense, it seems this young man is in for a tough time. Leonard's relentless grip is no joke. If he manages to sink 2 3-pointers over Leonard, I will eat my words live on air. That particular commentator has resurfaced once again. In the Staples Center, the fierce competition persists as the game unfolds. Like a relentless automaton, Leonard fixates on Wang Yi, denying him any opportunity to receive the ball. His long arms and large hands wave before Wang Yi like a small tree being brandished, rendering it nearly impossible for Wang Yi to catch the ball. This exemplifies the terror of the death grip defense. However, with a swift turn, Wang Yi darts towards the paint, closely followed by Leonard, who remains glued to him. As Wang Yi enters the Clippers and Oppo's zone defense, he skillfully maneuvers around their power forward and swiftly positions himself at the left corner beyond the 3-point line. Leonard, towering over Wang Yi, struggles to navigate around his teammates with the same agility. At that moment, his teammates cannot create space, for doing so would disrupt their defensive formation. Seeing Wang Yi reaching the 3-point line, Leonard urgently pushes aside his teammate and pursues Wang Yi. At this juncture, Wang Yi finds an opening. He receives a pass from Caruso and raises his arm to shoot. Leonard, still 3 meters away, leaps high like a great bird, determined to block Wang Yi's shot. His height, vertical leap, and wingspan are undoubtedly elite, allowing him to overshadow Wang Yi even from a distance. Yet, Wang Yi is not to be underestimated. He merely feigns a shot. As Leonard soars over him, Wang Yi calmly releases a three-pointer. Swish. The ball finds the net, narrowing the gap to 5 points. The crowd erupts in a thunderous cheer, and the big screen captures the moment of Wang Yi's triumphant shot. The DJ's exuberant announcement reverberates throughout the arena. 3 points from Wang Yi. Turning back, the Clippers initiate their offense, but Wang Yi remains tenaciously glued to Leonard. Upon receiving the ball, Leonard attempts to create space with a sidestep dribble, leaning into Wang Yi to take a contested mid-range jumper. However, bolstered by his experience in the death grip defense, Wang Yi reacts with remarkable speed. As Leonard begins to elevate the ball, Wang Yi swiftly advances, executing a powerful block that sends Leonard's attempt crashing to the floor. Caruso, quick on the uptake, seizes the ball and propels it forward. Wang Yi hastens to the front court, heading towards the corner beyond the three-point line, while Paul George catches up. Caruso assesses the situation and, unable to drive for a layup, spots Wang Yi poised at the left corner. As the ball was swiftly thrown over, Wang Yi prepared to leap upon receiving it. Beverly had also returned to the fray, still feigning a shot. Beverly was immediately caught off guard, soaring past him. Simultaneously, Leonard was closing in as well. Once again, Wang Yi executed a feint. Leonard was also deceived. At that moment, if Wang Yi were to shoot, Beverly, recovering in time, would inevitably block the attempt. Therefore, he dribbled to the right, taking a significant step to evade Beverly's outstretched fingers. He leapt, flicked his wrist, and released the ball. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. The deficit was now a mere 2 points. The brilliance of this shot was evident from the exuberant cheers of the audience. Magnificent. Truly exhilarating. He had outmaneuvered Leonard, then deftly bypassed both Beverly and Leonard to sink a three-pointer. This seamless blend of offense and defense exemplifies the type of 3D player the Lakers desperately need. I now find myself questioning who truly embodies the essence of relentless pursuit, Leonard or Wong. The large screen at the venue replayed Wang Yi and Apos' entire transition from defense to offense time and again. The commentator expressed continuous astonishment. Wong. He is undoubtedly the Lakers' greatest acquisition this year. This play by Wong, a perfect amalgamation of offense and defense, was indeed a visual delight. I fail to comprehend how such talent could have previously been overlooked. One commentator spoke candidly, because he is of Eastern descent. He has not received the favor of certain coaches. Naturally, the commentators did not dwell extensively on this matter. They merely hinted at it. Meanwhile, in the Tencent NBA live broadcast room, the two commentators shared a sense of elation. Wang Ming remarked today, Wang Yi's three-pointer may not have been as explosive as the last game, but his demonstration of integrated offense and defense truly showcased his value. Sukun nodded in agreement. Indeed, if my memory serves me correctly, since he began to primarily defend Leonard, the latter has yet to score. Observe his defense. He remains closely matched with his opponent, denying them the opportunity to receive the ball. Although he may lack Leonard's height and wingspan, his tenacity is certainly deserving of the title relentless pursuit. Wang Ming turned to Mena and said, Sister Na, you must be pleased now, right? Mena beamed, responding, Wang Yi and Apos' performance is indeed astonishing. I hope he can soon secure a position in the Lakers and Apos' rotation. As the host, Wang Ming posed a question. Teacher Su, do you believe Wang Yi can enter the rotation? Su Kun replied, if Wang Yi continues to maintain such a high standard, he will undoubtedly be an exceptional 3D player. This is precisely the type of player the Lakers require, and entering the rotation should pose no problem. If he can perform in the next game while sustaining this level of play, securing a guaranteed contract will be a certainty. On the barrage, a fan spoke up. Didn't someone just say that Leonard would dominate Wang Yi? Where are they now? Indeed, where have the critics gone? Step forward. Come out and show yourselves. And what about Brother Xiang? Wasn't it said that Wang Yi could sink 2 3-pointers over Leonard, and then he would live stream eating crow? I'm still waiting. The critics have quietly silenced themselves. Such is the nature of detractors. When you falter, they mercilessly attack you. Yet, when you shine, they retract into their shells. Of course, there are some critics who, unable to critique your skills, will shift their angle of attack. The game isn't over yet. The victor remains uncertain. At this point, who knows how it will unfold? If he were truly exceptional, he wouldn't have wandered the NBA for 2 years. To celebrate 1 or 2 good plays is utterly foolish. At the Staples Center, Wang Yi once again found himself defending Leonard. This time Leonard, with the assistance of his teammates, finally executed an alley-oop dunk, extending the lead to 4 points. Wang Yi and Apos' vertical leap was unremarkable, and he stood a full 10 centimeters shorter than Leonard, making this play impossible to defend. Turning back, the Lakers launched their offense. Wang Yi made his way into the Clippers and Apos' paint once more, weaving around the 4 defenders in a flurry of movement. While Leonard was exceptional at guarding the ball handler, he rarely defended against constant off-ball movement. After all, if you don't have the ball, what's the point of running aimlessly? Ultimately, the Clippers' interior defense was left in disarray by Wang Yi's maneuvering. He then swiftly dashed to the perimeter. Leonard, having learned from his previous mistake, pursued him with vigor. However, Wang Yi deftly navigated around James's body. James delivered a handoff pass to Wang Yi, who caught the ball beyond the three-point line and immediately took the shot. As Leonard stumbled over James, colliding with Wang Yi's side, Wang Yi, brimming with confidence, released the ball with remarkable speed, not fully completing his motion before the shot was taken. The referee's whistle sounded. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. The referee signaled. Foul on Leonard. The three-pointer counts. And Wang Yi will have an additional free throw. In a tense moment, with Leonard closely pursuing him, Wang Yi managed to sink a three-pointer and simultaneously drew a foul from Leonard, earning an additional free throw which he also converted. The score was now tied at 86-86. Remarkably, the team had surged from a 20-point deficit to equality in a mere half-quarter, a rate of comeback that could only be described as terrifying. This remarkable turnaround was largely attributed to Wang Yi and Oppo's relentless defense against the opposing team and Oppo's key player. His steals and successive three-pointers had opened up the game for the Lakers, sending the decibel levels in the arena soaring to a fever pitch, with nearly 20,000 spectators roaring in approval. At that moment, the Lakers and Oppo's momentum reached its zenith. Wang Yi glanced at Leonard, who, as always, wore an impassive expression. There was no trace of anxiety, no sign of frustration from being thwarted, nor any hint of disappointment from conceding several three-pointers. He resembled an emotionless automaton, exhibiting only mechanical defense and flawlessly precise shooting. On the sidelines, Clippers coach Tyronn Lue, witnessing the swift erasure of the 20-point gap, felt a pang of urgency within. However, he refrained from calling another timeout, having already expended 2 in a brief span of 5 minutes. To conserve his timeouts for the critical moments of the fourth quarter, he could only call out to Leonard and George, who both turned to face their coach. Yet, Lue offered no further instructions, merely gazing intently at them. Conveying his unspoken message, they needed to devise a solution together. This was characteristic of Lue's coaching philosophy. During his tenure with the Cavaliers, he often sought solutions from LeBron for internal matters and from James for external ones. There have been instances when, in the fourth quarter, LeBron was so fatigued he was nearly on the verge of collapse, prompting Lue to call 2 timeouts, not to strategize, but simply to allow LeBron a moment to recuperate. Such unconventional tactics were uniquely his. Now, faced with Wang Yi and Oppo's unexpected defense and three-pointers, Lue found himself at a loss and turned to his 2 core players. However, while both were capable of individual brilliance, they seemed somewhat lacking in devising strategies under pressure. Reluctantly, Lue shifted his focus to Rondo, having navigated the league for many years. Rondo was a seasoned veteran, rich in experience and possessing high basketball IQ. His previous guidance to Cousins during a defensive lapse was a testament to his acumen. Thus, it was not an exaggeration to regard Rondo as a coach on the court. Seizing the opportunity during a dead ball, Lue addressed Rondo, saying, "Our chances of winning today rest entirely upon you." Rondo accepted the challenge with a nod, stepping back onto the court ready to contribute. In the ensuing minutes, thanks to Rondo and Oppo's orchestrations, the Clippers and Oppo's offense began to flourish. On the Lakers and Oppo's side, Wang Yi and Oppo's three-pointer disrupted the opposing team and Oppo's zone defense, rendering them incapable of containing the Lakers. The score oscillated between the two teams, and as the third quarter concluded, the margin was a mere 2 points. During the intermission, nearly every Lakers player approached Wang Yi to exchange high fives, stirring a sense of excitement within him. After 2 years of wandering in the NBA, he had never experienced such camaraderie. The players had previously ignored him, let alone celebrated his achievements. Yet now, merely 2 games into the season, every teammate sought to acknowledge him. Such a transformation evoked profound reflections within him. At that moment, LeBron approached with a tablet, mysteriously tapping Wang Yi on the shoulder and inquiring, "Can you guess your current stats?" Wang Yi shook his head, admitting, "I can't guess." His focus had been entirely on the game, concentrated on executing each play rather than tallying his points or three-pointers. LeBron handed the tablet to Wang Yi, who gazed at the statistical summary. 19 points. In just 8 minutes, he had amassed 19 points, shooting 6 of 9 from beyond the arc and making 1 of 1 from the free throw line. His stats read 19 points, 2 steals, 2 assists, and 1 block, with a staggering plus-minus of 20. This demonstrated Wang Yi and Oppo's remarkable efficiency during this brief span. Though 19 points in a single quarter might not seem excessive compared to the league and Oppo's superstars, his plus-minus was indeed formidable, His presence on the court had propelled the team to a 20-point lead. As he absorbed the impressive figures, he felt a tinge of disbelief. How many times had he dreamed of such a stellar performance? Yet reality had often dealt him harsh blows. Today, however, he had finally achieved the performance he had long yearned for. Still, this was merely the beginning. His ambition soared far beyond this accomplishment. At that moment, Wang Yi and Apos' gaze shifted towards the Clippers and Apos' bench, fixating on Leonard. Having heard of the death grip before, he now truly understood its terrifying efficacy. His dominance over Leonard in the third quarter stemmed not from any deficiency in Leonard's defense, but rather from his own strategic advantage. Leonard's defense exerts immense pressure on the ball handler, and Wang Yi had cleverly played off the ball. Were he to engage in a one-on-one confrontation with Leonard, his current capabilities would likely result in a dismal performance. He yearned for the day when the death grip would no longer be an enhancement granted by the system, but rather an innate ability of his own. Only then could he maintain the death grip for an extended duration, rather than a mere 10 minutes of a trial card. The fourth quarter commenced swiftly. The Lakers allowed James to rest, and Wang Yi did not take the court either. Although he had just played for 8 minutes, the exertion on his stamina was immense. On defense, he had to engage in a relentless struggle against the mechanical Leonard. On offense, he was required to ceaselessly maneuver around screens to launch three-pointers. Even the most resilient could not withstand such depletion. Hence, the coach opted not to send him back onto the floor. Moreover, Coach Vogel had his own considerations. Thus far, through these 2 games, Wang Yi had demonstrated that he is a high-quality 3 and D player, ideally suited to partner with James. Therefore, he planned to deploy Wang Yi alongside James when the latter returned to the game. In the absence of James, Davis was left to support a group of substitutes. However, the Clippers, under the guidance of Coach Lue, executed their offense with remarkable fluidity. Meanwhile, the Lakers bench continued to embody their traditional ineptitude. Ultimately, with 8 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the Clippers gradually extended their lead to 9 points. At that moment, a critical incident unfolded. After a block, Davis suddenly grasped his hip, limping noticeably. The tension in the arena escalated instantly, and a profound silence enveloped the crowd. The team physician hurried to assist Davis in mobilizing his left leg. Moments later, he assisted Davis to the locker room. Shortly thereafter, news emerged from the locker room. Davis would not return to the game. James's expression grew grave as he approached Vogel, his tone imbued with a sense of determination. "Coach, I must play." According to the typical rotation, this should have been his time to rest. However, he could not afford to remain sidelined any longer. Though it was merely a regular season game, the rivalry between the 2 teams was fierce, as they were local adversaries. Furthermore, the Clippers represented the Lakers' most formidable hypothetical opponent in the Western Conference playoffs. Therefore, securing victory in this game was imperative. In a moment of crisis, with Davis injured, James requested to take the court. Coach Vogel deliberated briefly before conceding. "You may proceed." His gaze then shifted to Wang Yi. "Wang, it is your time to shine." In this match, Wang Yi and Apos' three-point shooting proved to be the most accurate. With James back on the court, it was essential to pair him with Wang Yi. Simultaneously, Vogel addressed Drummond, "Be vigilant in protecting the boards, particularly the offensive rebounds." Drummond nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the urgency to showcase his abilities. Since joining the Lakers, he had often been lackluster, only occasionally displaying his true prowess. Initially, he and James seemed incompatible. James' style required spacing among the 5 players, while Drummond lacked a mid-range or long-range shot to create that space. However, this game was different. Wang Yi's long-range shooting could be relied upon. Should the opponents collapse into the paint, Wang Yi could punish them with his shooting. Conversely, if they were to chase him out, it would provide James with the room to penetrate. Soon, the trio was substituted onto the court, now comprising the Lakers' quintet: James, Drummond, Caruso, Pope, and Wang Yi. With the exception of Drummond's slower mobility, this lineup possessed almost no defensive weaknesses. When Wang Yi exited the court, his death grip experience was paused, but upon re-entering, the countdown resumed. He had 2 minutes left of this intense experience. The Lakers initiated their offense, with Wang Yi continuously moving to find opportunities. His defender was now Paul George, a top-tier defender. Although often mocked as a mere background player, this only underscored his defensive prowess, enabling him to guard the opposition's most critical players at pivotal moments. Drummond's imposing stature allowed for high-quality screens. Wang Yi maneuvered around his screen, temporarily shedding George's defense. With his exceptional court vision, James spotted Wang Yi breaking free and immediately delivered the ball. Wang Yi, positioned at a 45-degree angle on the left, made no adjustments and launched a shot. Bang swish. A banked three-pointer found its mark, narrowing the deficit to 6 points. The game continued. Meanwhile, Wang Yi persisted in applying pressure on Leonard, while James remained tenaciously focused on Paul George. Despite his age, which limited his ability to maintain constant pressure, James exhibited a formidable defensive intensity during crucial sequences. Caruso engaged in a tussle with Rondo, who, after driving to the basket, sought to distribute the ball. Noticing George tightly marked and Leonard entangled, Rondo was forced to pass to Beverly on the opposite side. Beverly attempted to shoot but hesitated, intimidated by Pope's looming presence. The only option was to dribble and pass back to Rondo. Rondo once again orchestrated the offense. However, upon noticing that his teammates were tightly guarded, he was compelled to attempt a desperate three-pointer as the shot clock dwindled. Thud! The three-pointer clanked off the rim. The Lakers continued their offensive push. James secured the rebound and swiftly passed it to KCP, who was on the fast break. KCP executed a powerful dunk, narrowing the deficit to 4 points. In the subsequent minute, the Lakers displayed an intense defensive effort, leaving the Clippers scoreless. Furthermore, the Lakers executed 2 fast break opportunities, complemented by James and Apos' free throws and a three-pointer from Wang Yi, successfully leveling the score. The Clippers were immediately compelled to call a timeout. The atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch once again. As James exited the court, he exchanged a vigorous high-five with Wang Yi. Wang Yi and Apos' left hand stung from the impact. It is worth noting that James possesses muscles even in his palms. This forceful slap was more than Wang Yi and Apos' slight frame could bear. He grimaced and muttered, "LeBron, are you trying to injure my left hand too?" James erupted in laughter, replying, "Don and Apos, worry, if you get hurt, there and Apos, always Karen." In the 10-cent NBA live broadcast room, as the score was equalized, Mena once again radiated with joy. Wang Ming grinned and asked, "Sister Na, are you happy now?" Mena placed her hand on her chest and said, "I was terrified when Davis got injured. I feared the Lakers would and Apos withstand the pressure. Thankfully, it seems they have held up well." Wang Ming nodded and remarked, "Injuries are the greatest adversary for athletes. I hope Davis is not seriously hurt. Now, let Apos return to the game." The Lakers managed to score 9 points in just 2 minutes. How did they manage to level the score without Davis? Let's hear from Su Lauscher for an analysis. Su Kun adjusted his glasses and stated, "In the past 2 minutes, the intensity of the Lakers' defense has been formidable, preventing the Clippers from scoring a single point." James activated his clutch mode early on, while Caruso and KCP heightened their defensive efforts. Although Drummond may be slower in mobility, his presence in the paint is undeniably imposing. What surprised me the most was Wang Yi. His defense reached an elite level. While it may seem to some that Wang Yi contributed little defensively during those 2 minutes, no steals, no blocks, and no rebounds, pay attention to Leonard, whom he primarily guarded. He did not manage a single successful offensive play in that span. Additionally, look at his plus-minus rating, 29. This indicates that when he was on the floor, the Lakers outscored their opponents by 29 points, the highest on the team. Given the circumstances, I believe that even if the Lakers ultimately lose, it would still be worthwhile, as they have unearthed a valuable 3D player in Wang Yi, which is precisely what the Lakers need at this moment. Of course, this hinges on Wang Yi's ability to maintain consistent performance. On the barrage, the critics have largely vanished, particularly the notorious Xiang Guo, who has long since faded into obscurity. Of course, some naysayers always manage to pinpoint the most peculiar flaws. A left-handed shot? How awkward it appears. Yet they persist in their relentless criticism. If they possess the talent, let them win this match first. It is merely data manipulation. The NBA is a realm that celebrates individuality, and yet he retains such an unremarkable hairstyle. Truly, it is dreadfully mundane. At the Staples Center, on the Los Angeles Lakers bench, Wang Yi took a sip of the unpalatable Gatorade. While his teammates were brimming with enthusiasm, his expression grew increasingly grave. The duration of the death entanglement experience card had expired. Henceforth, his defense would revert to its previous, ordinary standard. At this level, could he possibly contain Leonard? Clearly, he could not. Nevertheless, in this match, he was determined to prove himself. He aimed to seize this rare opportunity to secure ample playing time for himself. Therefore, he must, by all means, defend against Leonard. Moreover, he did not wish to be perceived as a mere dependent on the system. Even in the absence of the system henceforth, he would strive with all his might to deliver a performance that would astonish everyone. Head coach Vogel astutely sensed a shift in Wang Yi and Apos' mentality. He inquired, "Wang, is there an issue?" Wang Yi shook his head, his voice soft yet resolutely firm. "No. Who should take the final shot?" As the timeout concluded and the Clippers resumed their offense, Wang Yi continued to closely guard Leonard. Without the benefit of a death grip experience card, Wang Yi was compelled to exert even greater effort in his defense. While offense often relies on innate talent, defense is predominantly a matter of will. Even with modest natural ability, One can deliver formidable defensive performance through sheer determination, much like the relentless Beverly. At this moment, Wang Yi resolved to defend with all his might. When Leonard sought to receive the ball, Wang Yi persistently maneuvered in front of him, disrupting his reception. He engaged in continuous physical contests, which, despite the physical toll on himself, significantly drained Leonard and Oppo's stamina. Once Leonard had possession, Wang Yi relentlessly obstructed his passing, making both receiving and dribbling exceedingly uncomfortable for him. Such discomfort would inevitably disrupt Leonard and Oppo's rhythm, leading to a decline in shooting accuracy. Indeed, in the ensuing minutes, Leonard managed only one successful mid-range shot out of 4 attempts and failed to score on his solitary 3-point attempt. Meanwhile, George was held to just one successful shot out of 3 under James's defense. On the Lakers' side, Wang Yi, having expended considerable energy, found his shooting less precise than before. Nevertheless, during this critical period, he achieved a commendable 3-point shooting rate of 2 out of 4. As a result of this back-and-forth exchange, the Lakers had secured a 5-point lead. However, the Clippers and Oppo's sharpshooters began to find their rhythm, landing consecutive 3-pointers, including a successful shot from Rondo. Ultimately, the suspense of the game lingered until the final 28 seconds, with the score standing at 115-117 in favor of the Clippers. The Lakers had possession of the ball. At this moment, whether in the arena, in front of televisions, or behind computer and mobile screens, viewers experienced heightened heart rates and clammy palms. Almost all spectators stood in anticipation, with many female viewers clasping their hands over their hearts, silently praying. The large screen in the venue repeatedly focused on James and Wang Yi. The ensuing possession was of paramount importance. As the leader and strategist of the team, it was only natural for James to initiate the attack. Yet, given Wang Yi's remarkable 3-point shooting, an impressive 8 out of 12, and trusting him with the ball did not seem unreasonable. How should they decide? In the Tencent NBA Live broadcast room, Mena nervously clasped her hands. Wang Ming exclaimed, "What an entertaining game." To which Sukun concurred, "Indeed. It is." Wang Ming posed another question. The significance of the Lakers' next possession is undeniable. If they score and defend effectively, they will triumph in this city derby and advance in the standings. Should they face the Clippers in the playoffs, they would gain a psychological advantage. Who does Teacher Su believe will take the final shot? Sukun smiled as he remarked, "The visual language of the scene has already provided the answer. James is undoubtedly the primary choice, and if Wang Yi has the opportunity, he would also be an excellent option. However, there is one point to consider. Wang Yi has previously only played during garbage time. He has never participated in such a fiercely contested match, nor has he taken such a crucial shot. Whether he can withstand the psychological pressure and make the basket remains a question." Wang Ming wholeheartedly agreed. Filled with anticipation, let us await the outcome. Meanwhile, the online commentary was rife with cynicism. "Come on, relying on him for the pivotal shot? James is going to pass the blame again. Everyone, brace yourselves for the fallout. Can Wang shoulder this burden? With that slight physique of his?" The atmosphere on site was tense. Even the cheerleading performance during the timeout failed to capture anyone's attention. Some players from the Lakers began to feel the pressure, particularly a few seated on the bench, who clasped their hands tightly and silently prayed. Caruso repeatedly wiped the sweat from his brow, while Drummond gulped down water. In contrast, James appeared relatively unfazed. He had weathered far greater storms and found this match to be less daunting. Notably, one individual remained calm, Wang Yi. Not only was he unperturbed, but his eyes sparkled with fervor. His blood surged with excitement. Although he had exerted considerable energy earlier, the adrenaline coursing through him rendered fatigue irrelevant. He was thrilled, exhilarated. To be part of such a battle, his sole emotion was one of elation. This was his innate disposition. Since elementary school, he had participated in various competitions: jump rope, table tennis, calligraphy, English, mathematics, and sports meets. Most competitors would be anxious, often rushing to the restroom in their nerves. Yet, Wang Yi was different. The more intense the competition, the more exhilarated he became. He relished competition. He craved it. This trait was ingrained in him from birth. Coach Vogel observed Wang Yi's excitement with surprise. Rarely had he encountered a player who thrived on the intensity of high-pressure situations. Such players often excelled at critical moments. He couldn't help but inquire, "Wang, how do you feel about taking this shot?" Many players paused, taken aback. Wang Yi had performed exceptionally well throughout the game. Yet, could a player on a 10-day contract truly handle such a crucial shot? It is well understood that the psychological pressure intensifies during pivotal moments. Under such strain, would his 3-point shooting remain steady? Most believe that for a player on a temporary contract, this was an unlikely feat. Do not mention short-term contract players. Even many of the primary players on various teams hesitate to take decisive shots in critical moments. Thus, such responsibilities must fall upon the team's star player. It was, therefore, unexpected for the coach to pose such a question to Wang Yi. However, upon hearing this inquiry, Wang Yi did not pause for even a moment. Without hesitation, he replied, "I think it's excellent." The others were taken aback. How could a player on a 10-day contract possess such confidence? Did he feel no pressure whatsoever? Naturally, Wang Yi could not articulate that he thrived in crucial moments. He simply stated, "I am merely a player on a 10-day contract. If I make the shot, people will call me cool, and accolades will follow. If I miss, everyone will blame the one who passed me the ball." Questioning why such a pivotal shot was entrusted to a player on a 10-day contract. Thus, the pressure lies with you, not with me. His words rendered the group momentarily speechless, followed by a ripple of laughter that lightened the atmosphere. In such a tense moment, Wang Yi's remarks undoubtedly alleviated the collective anxiety, allowing everyone to breathe a little easier. However, LeBron then said, "Wong, don't move around too much. Just position yourself at the left corner beyond the three-point line. I will drive into the paint. The Clippers will assume that I won't pass to you in such a critical situation, so they will likely congest the paint. At that moment, I will pass the ball to you." Wang Yi nodded excitedly, understood. In a crucial moment, many assert that LeBron James tends to evade responsibility. Yet they consciously overlook his unparalleled record for game-winning shots in playoff history. He simply embodies a different type of player compared to Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant. Jordan and Kobe are more singularly focused on their scoring, taking the final shot without hesitation. In contrast, LeBron exhibits a more comprehensive approach. When faced with the final shot, he's inclined to pass the ball to the teammate with the most advantageous opportunity at that moment. Naturally, should that opportunity present itself to him, he would not hesitate to seize it. At this juncture, recognizing Wang Yi and Oppos' impressive shooting form, LeBron resolved to entrust this pivotal shot to him. Wang Yi stood tall and poised, his gaze aflame with determination. "Good," he uttered, a single word that encapsulated his fervor for the battle ahead. Upon returning to the court, the Lakers initiated the play. LeBron, possessing the ball, advanced past half-court. The Lakers trailed by a mere 2 points, allowing them the option of a two-pointer or a three-pointer. Wang Yi, adhering to LeBron and Oppos' directive, remained stationed in the corner, refraining from moving. Observing this, the Clippers and Oppos' head coach felt a slight sense of relief. Indeed, Vogel would not place such a critical shot in the hands of a player on a 10-day contract. Moreover, that player might crumble under such immense psychological pressure and hesitate to take the shot, thus remaining stationary. With this thought, he called out to Paul George, who was guarding Wang Yi, "Be vigilant in protecting the paint. Focus on the interior." LeBron struggled with his three-point shooting this game. Given Tyronn Lue and Oppos' understanding of LeBron, it was certain he would drive hard to the basket. George nodded, recalling previous instances where he had fallen victim to LeBron's decisive shots. This time, he vowed not to allow LeBron to make a critical play. At that moment, LeBron faced off against the formidable Kawhi Leonard. After a swift change of direction, he evaded Leonard by a half-step, using his body to create space as he barreled toward the basket. Although two defenders awaited him inside, George remained uneasy and rushed to assist. As George lunged toward LeBron, the latter delivered a precise pass that soared over George's shoulder, aimed directly at Wang Yi. Realizing the impending danger, George swiftly turned and lunged towards Wang Yi, but it was too late. Wang Yi caught the ball and shot without a moment and Oppos' hesitation. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, descending toward the hoop. All eyes were riveted on the vibrant orange sphere. Tension gripped the hearts of both the Clippers players and their fans, as Wang Yi's three-point shooting had proven to be exceptionally formidable. In this moment of truth, their hearts raced, caught in the throes of anticipation. Before the gaze of nearly 20,000 spectators, the basketball finally descended towards the hoop. A resounding clang reverberated through the arena as the ball met the rim, bouncing high into the air. A collective sigh of disappointment echoed from the audience. The players of the Clippers, their coach, and their fans all exhaled in relief. It seemed that the Lakers and Oppos' #1 player ultimately faltered under pressure. At such a pivotal moment, he failed to convert what might have been the most crucial shot of the game. Lakers fans, witnessing this, began to express their frustration. Why was the ball passed to him? The commentator, speaking with rapid fervor, exclaimed, "Oh no, why pass it to him?" It is undeniable that Wong had performed admirably throughout the game. However, he had never experienced even a second of critical moments in his career, making him ill-equipped to bear such immense psychological pressure. This was a lamentable decision by James. One wonders if he would come to regret it. In the 10-cent NBA live stream, the commentators also expressed their disappointment. Wang Meng lamented, "Wang Yi's three-pointer misses, what a pity." Su Kun shook his head. Had that shot succeeded, it would have affirmed him as a player with a big heart. It is crucial for his future guaranteed contract. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments seemed to fall silent. After that shot ricocheted off the rim, the game was far from over. In this suffocatingly tense moment, even the critics lacked the spirit to deride Wang Yi. As the ball soared upwards, for Clippers players crowded the paint, intent on securing the rebound. The Lakers players, aside from James, were all positioned beyond the three-point line, unable to contest for the rebound in time. Soon, the rebound was snatched by Rondo of the Clippers, who intended to dribble the ball downcourt. Yet, before he could set it down, a pair of hands surged from the side, seizing the basketball with force. Wresting it from Rondo and Oppo's grasp. The assailant was none other than Caruso, the one and only king of Los Angeles. Suddenly, the tide shifted. The four Clippers players converged upon Caruso, who found himself encircled like a dumpling. With a quick glance towards Wang Yi, stationed at the left corner, Caruso had no time to ponder. He leapt decisively towards the baseline, creating an opportunity to pass. While airborne, he hurled the ball towards Wang Yi. As the crowd witnessed Caruso passing to Wang Yi once more, an internal roar of "Eno, eno, eno, eno" filled their hearts. The commentator, speaking at breakneck speed, announced, "Caruso steals the ball. Passes to Wong. Wong just missed a shot. This time he surely won and Oppo's. Shoot again, who will he pass to?" LeBron found himself open on the perimeter, ready to receive a pass. With ample time remaining on the shot clock, he sought to orchestrate a new offensive play. However, Wang Yi seemed oblivious to this. With such a glaring opportunity before him, would he squander it by not taking the shot? And as for psychological pressure, that was a mere jest. For someone so eager to compete, the concept of psychological pressure was utterly foreign. At this moment, Paul George had once again closed in defensively. Yet Wang Yi, upon receiving the ball, exhibited not even a hint of hesitation. His eyes were filled with determination. He bent his knees, rose on his toes, leaped into the air, lifted his arm, exerted force, and flicked his wrist. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, like a graceful dance. Paul George lunged forward with remarkable speed, but given the distance, he could only watch helplessly as the basketball soared past his fingertips. The collective heart of the audience surged once more, and even the commentators could be heard exclaiming in disbelief. No. The ball glided through the air, and silence enveloped the Staples Center. Every breath was held, every gaze fixated on the ascending sphere. In a fleeting moment, swish, the delightful sound of the basketball kissing the net echoed, accompanied by a cascade of white from the rim and Oppo's center. A three-pointer made. Suddenly, the Staples Center erupted in an earth-shattering cheer. The commentator and Oppo's incessant transformed instantaneously into a resounding yes. No, yes. In the Staples Center, a near-miraculous moment unfolded as cheers erupted like a tsunami, surging forth with fervor. It was as if a volcano had erupted, threatening to lift the very dome of the arena. Yes, Wong. How incredible. Oh my goodness, thank heavens. The DJ and Oppo's elongated vocalization soared higher than ever. A three-pointer, executed by Wang Yi from across the vast ocean. In the 10-cent NBA studio, Mina exhaled deeply, unable to suppress her clenched fists. As a female broadcaster, she was entitled to her favored team and could openly express her support during the live broadcast. Yet, when her team made a pivotal shot, she had to restrain her exuberance, stifling her excitement with great effort. Wang Ming raised his fist in joyous surprise, exclaiming, "Amazing! Absolutely astonishing!" Su Kun, unable to contain his excitement, adjusted his glasses and remarked, "My heavens, he truly dared to shoot in such a crucial moment." After missing his previous attempt, he took the second shot without a hint of hesitation. A player with a colossal heart. On the screen, those who had initially intended to criticize Wang Yi for his earlier miss were rendered speechless, transformed into a chorus of silence. The commentary section was inundated with praises and accolades. However, on the court, the five players of the Lakers had no time for celebration. The Clippers, having exhausted their timeouts, were left with none. The Lakers had to swiftly return to defense. The final offensive play for the Clippers was entrusted to Leonard. Once again, it was Wang Yi on defense, closely marking Leonard. On the sidelines, Coach Vogel signaled to Wang Yi, "You may commit a tactical foul." Wang Yi nodded in acknowledgement. As the clock ticked down to the last 13 seconds and Leonard prepared to make his move, Wang Yi reached out, grabbing the edge of Leonard and Oppo's jersey. Since the Lakers had not yet accrued 14 fouls, this foul did not warrant free throws. The ball was passed out again, and George received it. Wang Yi remained tightly glued to Leonard, denying him any opportunity to receive the ball. George attempted to pass to Leonard several times, but seeing the unfavorable conditions for Leonard and Oppo's reception and recalling Wang Yi and Oppo's previous successful steals, he abandoned the idea of continuing the pass. Facing James' defense from beyond the arc, he took a desperate shot. With a resounding thud, the basketball struck the back of the rim. The red light on the scoreboard illuminated. Beep. The game concluded. 118 to 117. The Lakers triumphed by a mere point. The crowd erupted once more in a cacophony of cheers. The Lakers players raised their arms in triumphant exultation. Caruso was the first to rush over, excitedly embracing Wang Yi and exclaiming, "Wong, we did it. Thanks to your crucial three-pointer." LeBron and others soon approached. "Wong, this is your moment," LeBron encouraged, imparting his wisdom as a seasoned player. Tucker, Marc Gasol, Harrell, and others high-fived Wang Yi, praising Wong. "You are a player with a big heart. You shot without hesitation even after missing just moments before. Impressive. Brother, you truly have it." The Lakers gathered together, reveling in this hard-earned victory. After a brief moment, the emotions of the Lakers players began to settle. Players from the Clippers came over to embrace their Lakers counterparts. Leonard first hugged LeBron and then moved to Wang Yi. He spoke little, merely stating, "You are a worthy opponent." Wang Yi responded succinctly, "You are too." After Leonard finished speaking, he swiftly headed towards the players' and Oppo's tunnel. Yet, during their embrace, Wang Yi sensed the fierce competitive spirit radiating from Leonard. All superstars share this trait. The stronger the opponent, the more intense their competitive drive becomes. After embracing LeBron, Paul George approached Wang Yi for a hug as well. "After today, I will remember your name. I look forward to our next encounter," he said. Wang Yi nodded, replying, "Yes, I am looking forward to it too." Once they departed, the beautiful journalist, Ellie Clifton, who had been waiting at the sidelines, hurried over. Previously a traveling reporter for Cleveland, she followed LeBron to the Lakers, proving herself a devoted fan. However, this time, she sought out Wang Yi instead of LeBron for a post-game interview. If the previous game's interview had caught Wang Yi by surprise, this one felt entirely deserved. Having made the most crucial three-pointer, who else could they interview? "Hi Wong. Congratulations on the Lakers and Oppo's victory and on making that pivotal three-pointer. How does it feel to have made that shot?" the journalist asked, her voice melodious. Wang Yi smiled and replied, "It feels fantastic. This is the shot I have always dreamed of making." The journalist continued with her second question, "After missing your last shot, what motivated you to take that final shot? How did you withstand such immense psychological pressure?" Wang Yi responded, "I practice my three-pointers every day for this moment. Whether it's a pass from LeBron or Caruso, I will always take the shot without reservation." Finally, the journalist inquired, "What are your plans for your professional career moving forward?" Wang Yi smiled and said, "Firstly, it is, of course, to sign a guarantee contract." The beautiful journalist responded, "Given your performance tonight, I believe Pelinka is already prepared to offer you such a contract." And then, Wang Yi continued, "Then, I must deliver an exceptional performance to secure a substantial contract. Naturally, the ultimate goal is the championship. I believe this is the aspiration of every player." In truth, Wang Yi left unspoken desires beyond the championship. He yearned to become a star, a superstar, a legendary figure. The beautiful journalist remarked, "Thank you, Wong. I wish for you to replicate tonight's performance every day." Wang Yi nodded politely, "Thank you." As he was about to exit, another staff member called him back, apologetically stating, "I'm sorry, Wong, but you cannot leave just yet. There is another interview." Typically, players are exhausted post-game, eager to return for a soak and rest. For ordinary players, the post-game interview is a form of honor, yet for many prominent athletes, it can be quite bothersome. Having already participated in one interview, Wang Yi was now scheduled for a second. The staff member felt apologetic. This illustrates Wang Yi and Oppo's elevated status in the eyes of the public. In an attempt to ease Wang Yi and Oppo's potential reluctance, the staff member added, "It and Oppo's a journalist from your country." Wang Yi nodded, "All right, let her come over." The beautiful journalist, Zhou Ling and Oppo's was thrilled to meet a compatriot in a foreign land, and Wang Yi welcomed the encounter. The staff member, seeing Wang Yi and Oppo's agreement, quickly nodded, "Great. I will bring her over right away." Soon, a beautiful journalist accompanied by a cameraman approached. Wang Yi turned to observe her. The journalist, with flowing long hair and clad in a fitted white dress, showcased her stunning figure. Wang Yi recognized her immediately, Zhou Ling and Oppo's, and he had been interviewed by her when he first entered the NBA. Fans of the NBA in Huaxia would certainly be familiar with her, as she frequently conducted post-game interviews with various players. However, her standing in the NBA was clearly not on par with the high-profile reporters from TNT or ESPN, which is why her post-game interviews typically featured role players rather than stars. "Wang Yi, and Oppo's, it's good to see you again," she greeted warmly. Their previous encounters made this moment feel even more familiar, and hearing Mandarin amidst the NBA felt comforting to Wang Yi, who smiled in return, "Good to see you again." Zhou Ling and amp, oppos, and continued, "Congratulations on your outstanding performance tonight and for making that crucial shot." Wang Yi nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." Zhou Ling and amp, oppos, and continued, "Tonight, you played for merely 15 minutes, achieving an impressive record of 9 three-pointers out of 13 attempts, totaling 28 points, 2 steals, 2 assists, and 1 block. Given such an outstanding performance, how do you feel within?" Wang Yi appeared to ponder, as if organizing his thoughts. Zhou Lingyan did not rush him. She was aware that every NBA player undergoes training for interviews, learning what to say and what to refrain from saying. After a brief moment, Wang Yi seemed to have gathered his thoughts and responded, "Great." Zhou Ling and amp, oppos, and was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. After such preparation, he reduced it to a single word? The cameraman also stifled a chuckle, causing the camera to tremble slightly. After regaining her composure, Zhou Ling and oppos, and asked, "What inspired such an exceptional performance?" This time, Wang Yi answered without hesitation, "To be able to have this interview with you after the game." Zhou Lingyan's smile blossomed anew. "You certainly have a sense of humor." Next, she posed her final question. "There are many fans in the country who support you. Do you have any words for them?" Wang Yi nodded. "To my supportive fans, I promise not to disappoint you. As for the critics, feel free to voice your opinions, if I pay you any mind. Consider it my defeat." Zhou Lingyan was slightly taken aback. Wang Yi appeared rather mild-mannered. She hadn't anticipated such a direct statement. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Over the past 2 years, as he struggled to perform, many domestic fans had gradually lost interest in him, which was understandable. While the critics relentlessly criticized his gameplay, he accepted it. Yet, some critics resorted to personal attacks, even targeting Wang Yi's family. It was implausible to think he harbored no resentment. Now, having showcased such a remarkable performance, it was indeed a moment of vindication. His words served as a response to the long-standing criticisms. With this realization, Zhou Lingyan smiled. "Wang Yi, thank you for this interview. I look forward to your continued brilliance in the next game." Wang Yi nodded. "I look forward to seeing you again." They bid farewell, and Wang Yi proceeded towards the players and oppos tunnel. However, upon entering the tunnel, he paused slightly, noticing LeBron James waiting at the entrance. Typically, when a role player has a particularly stellar performance, both LeBron and Anthony Davis would wait for him at the tunnel and oppos' entrance as they made their way to the locker room. Given Wang Yi and oppos' exceptional display tonight, including a near-game winning shot, he certainly deserves such recognition. James patted Wang Yi on the shoulder and said, "Brother, come with me to the press conference later. You won't be waiting outside their locker room for money again, will you?" Wang Yi laughed heartily. "Of course not." After returning to the locker room, he took a shower. Wang Yi accompanied James to the post-game press conference, marking Wang Yi and amp, oppos' inaugural appearance at such an event. He answered each question posed by the reporters with precision, occasionally interjecting a joke that elicited laughter from the audience. Meanwhile, in the merchandise area of the Staples Center, a 10-year-old blonde boy rushed in, clutching $10. He approached the clerk and said, "I want a Lakers #1 jersey." The clerk shook his head. "Sorry, we don't have the #1 jersey." The boy, puzzled, replied, "How can that be? #1 is the player who made the game-winning shot tonight, Wong. I want his jersey." The clerk shook his head again, smiling gently. "I'm truly sorry, but he is currently on a short-term contract. We do not sell jerseys of players on short-term contracts. Players on 10-day contracts have non-guaranteed deals. He might be released immediately after this game. Even if he ISN and amp, oppos, he can only play for the team for 10 days. After that, he might end up with another team or none at all. Hence, we cannot sell their jerseys." The boy, feeling anxious, asked, "What should I do then? I really want Wong's jersey." The clerk shrugged and said, "I'm sorry. If you have a phone, you can leave your number, and we will notify you as soon as his jersey is available." Just then, the boy's parents entered the store. After understanding the situation, they left their contact information and took the boy away. Before leaving, the boy kept reminding the clerk, "Please let me know immediately if his jersey comes in. I really want it." Meanwhile, some fans were tweeting, incredulous that there were no Wong jerseys available. They expressed their frustration, wondering why the Lakers had not offered him a guaranteed contract yet. Pelinka, get to work. However, Pelinka did not take immediate action, and Wang Yi remained unconcerned. Through these 2 games, he had already established his value. A quality 3D player is exceedingly sought after in the NBA. Even if the Lakers did not provide him with a guaranteed contract, he was confident that other teams would be eager to offer him one. Moreover, the Lakers were in dire need of quality 3D players, and he trusted that Pelinka would not remain indifferent. That evening, Wang Yi returned home with Caruso, once again sleeping in the garage. Who could have imagined that the player delivering such a remarkable performance tonight was residing in a teammate and oppos' garage. Nevertheless, Wang Yi was aware that he would soon vacate this garage. He unlocked his phone and donned his headphones. Within them, the resonant tones of Guodi Gang's comic dialogues filled the air. Since entering the NBA during countless nights of disappointment, it was only through listening to Guodi Gang and Oppo's humor that he found solace to sleep. Although tonight was not a night of failure. Indulging in Guodi Gang and Oppo's performances had undeniably become his nightly ritual. Exhausted, Wang Yi succumbed to slumber before the system issued its tasks. Mindful of the previous night's ordeal where the tasks had deprived him of rest. Thus, he retired early, intending to review everything in the morning. Meanwhile, at a private clinic in Los Angeles, Dr. Karen reflected on the Lakers and Oppo's game, her emotions tumultuous. While others expressed astonishment at Wang Yi and Oppo's display, her feelings could only be encapsulated by the word shock. She was acutely aware of Wang Yi and Oppo's wrist injury, a chronic ailment that had worsened over the years due to relentless training. Although he had resorted to shooting with his left hand, the right wrist still bore the strain, particularly in the high-intensity milieu of the NBA. In such circumstances, this Eastern player astonishingly scored 28 points in a mere span of minutes, even sinking a pivotal three-pointer that sealed the game. Such a feat demanded not only extraordinary basketball prowess, but also unyielding willpower, both unfathomable and incredible. Consequently, she resolved silently to expedite Wang Yi's treatment. She could not allow such a resilient individual to see his career jeopardized by injury. If her previous motivations had been out of respect for LeBron James, now it was out of genuine appreciation for talent. Across the vast ocean in Huaxia, Wang Yi and Oppo's game-winning shot ignited an online frenzy. Media outlets covering the NBA were ablaze with his name. Tencent and Oppo's NBA section proclaimed, "Surprise! Wang Yi scores 28 points in 15 minutes, our player's first near-game winner in the NBA. He rectified the regrets of Big Heel. Apologies to LeBron and Davis tonight. I am the star." On the Hoopu Basketball Forum, titles read, "Apologies, Emperor LeBron, a new king is set to ascend. Wang Yi, I can shoulder the burden LeBron cast aside. Palenka, what are you waiting for?" Undeniably, many of these reports and posts were embellished. However, that is the nature of domestic media. When one falters, they can swiftly bury you in the mire. When you perform exceptionally well, they can elevate you to the heavens. As a player from China in the NBA, one must be prepared for both the exhilaration of being exalted and the harsh reality of being trampled into the mud. Renowned basketball commentator Wang Yi succinctly expressed his sentiments on Weibo with just 2 words, refreshing. These words embody a clear and profound meaning. For domestic fans, since the retirement of the great Yao Ming, they have long awaited the emergence of another Chinese player capable of making a significant mark in the NBA. Although Wang Yi made his way into the NBA, he spent his initial years wandering between teams, only occasionally finding himself on the court during garbage time, resulting in little opportunity to showcase his talents. However, in today and Oppo's match, Wang Yi not only scored an impressive 28 points but also delivered a near game-winning shot, effectively sealing the victory. This performance allowed Chinese fans to finally exhale the pent-up frustration they had endured for over a decade. The news of Wang Yi and Oppo's clutch shot surged to the 8th spot on Weibo and Oppo's trending topics. Even those who were not particularly interested in basketball felt compelled to search for news about a Chinese player shining in the NBA. Simultaneously, highlights of Wang Yi and Oppo's 28-point performance began circulating across various short video platforms, with views, likes, and comments rapidly increasing. Xiao, a creator specializing in NBA short videos, typically struggled to gain traction due to the high competition in this niche. After watching the Lakers and Oppo's game, he followed his usual routine of compiling highlights of the standout player, which today, without a doubt, was Wang Yi. He edited together all of Wang Yi and Oppo's 28 points while prominently displaying the score between the Lakers and Clippers, 115 to 117. Then came the voiceover, "I was born for this moment." Following that was the original English footage of Wang Yi receiving a pass from Caruso and making that decisive shot. The sequence then transitioned to a Chinese commentary, culminating in a complete showcase of Wang Yi and Oppo's performance, which included 28 points, 2 steals, 2 assists, and 1 block. After finishing the editing, he took a deep breath and uploaded the video to Douyin. After completing this task, he finally had time to eat a few bites of his meal. He planned to drive for Didi in the afternoon to contribute to household expenses. Hastily frying yesterday and Oppo's leftovers and rice together. Once he had eaten simply and sipped some water, he prepared to head out for his Didi shift. As he settled into the car, he instinctively checked his phone. To his astonishment, he found that his video, uploaded just half an hour prior, had garnered 134 likes and 332 comments. He wondered if he was mistaken, for typically, even the hottest videos featuring top NBA stars would take at least 3 days to reach such numbers. In merely half an hour, he reached this data, leaving him incredulous. After scrutinizing it closely, he confirmed he had not misread. He contemplated that Wang Yi and Oppos' exceptional performance today, coupled with the historic near-buzzer beater by a Chinese player in the NBA, undoubtedly contributed to the surge in video likes. With these two advantageous factors, it was entirely reasonable for the likes to accumulate rapidly. Suppressing his elation, he exited Douyin and opened Didi to begin accepting orders. This afternoon, the influx of orders was considerable. After completing several, he felt a compelling urge to check the data on his phone. However, another order quickly appeared, compelling him to continue working. This pursuit lasted for 2 hours. After that duration, he could no longer restrain himself. He parked his vehicle at a space near the park entrance, turned off Didi, and swiftly opened Douyin. Soon, 2 figures captured his attention: likes 13,000 comments 4,033. An overwhelming joy surged within him. Typically, the videos he produced took a week to barely surpass 20,000 likes. Yet today, this particular one amassed over 10,000 likes in just 2.5 hours. Moreover, the comment ratio was unusually high. On average, he received merely a handful of likes for each comment, with a ratio of about 10-1. However, today, it reached an astonishing 3-1. This was truly remarkable. Unable to resist, he began to peruse the comments. Wong is amazing. Incredible. 666, 6666. Wow, what a near buzzer beater. Finally, a Chinese player has made a clutch shot in the NBA. It's a celebration for all. Reading these comments, Xiaoka's heart quivered with hope. He realized he had indeed latched onto the right star in Ego. He anticipated Ego delivering even more thrilling performances. As long as Ego and Oppos' games were captivating enough, his videos would attract a substantial audience. With a growing audience, monetary rewards would naturally follow, alleviating his financial burdens considerably. In China, there are not only short video creators like Xiaoka but also numerous freelance basketball commentators who began to analyze Wang Yi's performance today. Among the most notable is Su Jingyu from Yushua Sports. Su, with an unassuming appearance and a strong northeastern accent, has garnered significant attention, even making occasional connections with Tencent's NBA broadcast. At this moment, Su glanced at his phone and remarked, a netizen inquired whether Wang Yi can deliver. Whether he can indeed perform hinges on his stability. Based on the last 2 games, he somewhat resembles the former sensation, Lin's sanity. Initially, Lin was only able to play during garbage time, but suddenly, he exploded into fame overnight. However, why did that success wane later? When one begins to gain widespread acclaim, rivals inevitably embark on a study of one and Oppos' strengths and strategies. The opponent, endowed with limited physical gifts and lacking formidable prowess, finds themselves unable to maintain their prior fervor as scrutiny intensifies. Wang Yi bears a striking resemblance to this scenario. Following 2 remarkable games, he has begun to capture attention. Currently, his physical attributes appear rather ordinary, and his skill level does not ascend to the pinnacle of excellence. However, one notable aspect is his lack of ball dominance. His playing style is emblematic of a quintessential 3D player. What is the Lakers' most pressing need at this moment? A 3D player. Therefore, it is entirely plausible that Wang Yi secures a guaranteed contract with the Lakers, affording him ample playing time. Yet, to expect him to perform at an all-star caliber seems quite challenging at this juncture, unless, of course, he achieves a level of consistent, extraordinary 3D performance reminiscent of Klay Thompson. But how likely is that? I find it highly uncertain. Just 2 hours after the release of his latest video, it garnered an overwhelming number of comments, exceeding 10,000. Most hailed Wang Yi and Oppos' prowess, though there were detractors as well. However, due to his impressive performance, the critics appeared significantly fewer than before. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yi remained oblivious to this discourse. At 5:30 the following morning, he awoke, having concluded the previous night's match and attended a press conference until midnight. Unlike the last occasion when he woke at 4 in the morning, he was not inclined to repeat that. Upon awakening, the system promptly presented him with tasks. Select a training task. Training task 1. Make 10,000 3-pointers. Task reward. Increase 3-point shooting percentage to 50. Training task 2. Execute 1,000 lateral slides. Task reward. Enhance lateral movement speed by 20. Upon reviewing these tasks, Wang Yi's initial instinct was to opt for task 1. A 3-point shooting percentage of 50 would be nothing short of astonishing. It is worth noting that even the legendary sharpshooter, Steve Kerr, boasts a career three-point percentage of just over 45. Achieving a 50 rate would indeed be extraordinary. However, upon seeing the daunting figure of 10,000 three-pointers, his brow furrowed. Although shooting three-pointers with his left hand would exert less strain on his right wrist, it would not be without consequence. Engaging in 10,000 three-point attempts could potentially exacerbate his wrist injury. Rather than risk further injury, he contemplated the merits of practicing lateral slides. With his natural talent being average, his lateral movement speed currently ranks at a median level. A 20 enhancement could elevate him to the upper echelons of the league. Such an improvement would significantly bolster the quality of his defense. It appears the system is resolutely intent on molding him into a 3D player. It stands to reason that in the quest for rapid development, the most effective strategies revolve around defense and three-point shooting. Upon contemplating this, Wang Yi mused in his mind, I shall undertake the second task. The system and amp, Oppo's, mechanical and frigid voice echoed. Task acquisition successful. After accepting the task, Wang Yi could no longer contain his enthusiasm and proceeded to the training facility. He engaged in a half-hour jog at the UCLA Rehabilitation Training Center. Although the security guard was roused from slumber by the commotion, he offered no complaints. Instead, he greeted Wang Yi with warmth. Wong, so early. I witnessed your near buzzer beater last night. It was simply spectacular. When will you grant me an autograph? This guard was a devoted Lakers fan. Having spent the majority of his life working at the Lakers and amp, Oppo's, arena and training facilities, Wang Yi replied, any time works for me. The guard nodded enthusiastically. Fantastic. I'll come find you shortly. By the way, your dedication is truly commendable. I've only seen one person as industrious as you. Do you know who it is? Kobe Bryant. Wang Yi answered without hesitation. Among NBA circles, Kobe was renowned for his relentless work ethic. The guard nodded, chuckling. Exactly. Keep it up, brother. I hope to see a second Black Mamba in the near future. Wang Yi merely smiled, choosing not to respond. While being compared to the second Black Mamba would indeed be an honor, he aspired to be the first Wang Yi uniquely his own. Upon entering the training facility, he removed his outerwear and assumed his stance. He commenced lateral movements to the left, swiftly gliding 5 steps, and then rapidly shifting to the right for another 5. In his mind, a countdown materialized. Task completion, 1,000, time remaining, 2 hours 59 minutes 58 seconds. It appeared that the system had allotted 3 hours for this task. Completing approximately 1,000 lateral movements within 3 hours posed little challenge for a professional athlete. However, Wang Yi soon realized something amiss. When he executed the lateral movements at a slightly reduced pace, the system did not register an increase in completion percentage. Each lateral shift demanded his utmost effort, allowing no room for complacency. Thus, the difficulty of the task escalated significantly. Consider the exertion required to perform each lateral movement with maximum effort. The toll on his stamina was immense. After executing 50 consecutive lateral shifts, Wang Yi found himself gasping for breath yet dared not relent. He continued with another 50 lateral movements, his legs beginning to tremble. His knees ached, and his ankles felt weary under the strain of such high-intensity movement. He paused briefly to catch his breath, resting for 2 minutes before resuming his lateral shifts. After 1 hour, he had completed 600 lateral movements. It seemed that the task was indeed within his reach. However, Wang Yi understood that the true test had only just begun. His stamina waned, and the speed of his lateral movements diminished. Each respite grew longer. After 2 hours, he had completed approximately 900 lateral slides. He collapsed onto a nearby chair, gasping for breath, his chest heaving as if he were a bellows. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and he felt as though he were on the verge of exhaustion. The tasks imposed by the system relentlessly tormented him. At that moment, the gymnasium doors swung open with a whoosh, and 2 figures emerged briskly, James and the security guard. Observing Wang Yi and Amp, Oppo's, fatigue, James remarked, Wong, while it is essential to train diligently, do not overexert yourself. Remember to rest for a full 8 hours each night. Wang Yi, lacking energy, offered a faint response. The security guard, holding 2 bottles of water and a hamburger, addressed Wang Yi. Wong, I assume you haven't had breakfast yet. This is for you. At this point, Wang Yi, too weary to extend his hand for the food, nodded in gratitude. The security guard placed the water and hamburger on the adjacent chair. After resting for about 10 minutes, Wang Yi devoured the hamburger and drank half a bottle of water. He took another 5-minute break. Glancing at the clock, 42 minutes and 12 seconds remained. He dared not rest any longer. Rising to his feet, he resumed practicing his lateral slides. Noticing this, James inquired, Wong, aren't and Amp, Oppo's, are you going to practice 3-pointers today? Wang Yi had no time to respond, simply shaking his head and then nodding in affirmation. If he did not practice now, he would have to wait until the afternoon. The security guard pointed at Wang Yi and said to James, LeBron, He is working harder than you. James feigned a look of embarrassment and joked, "Indeed, I must step up my game. Otherwise, these young ones will surpass me." With that, he commenced his warm-up. In the gymnasium, only Wang Yi and James remained. James practiced free throws, an enduring challenge throughout his career that he had yet to conquer. Thus, whenever he found spare moments, he would devote himself to honing his free throw skills. Meanwhile, Wang Yi continued his breathless lateral slide practice. Occasionally, when James observed Wang Yi and Oppos as shortcomings, he would offer guidance. "Wang, extend your arms and focus straight ahead. Lower your center of gravity a bit more during your slides and widen your stance. It will enhance your defensive coverage." Wang Yi absorbed each piece of advice. At that moment, team manager Palinka arrived. He said nothing, simply standing with his arms crossed, quietly observing Wang Yi and Oppos as training, his gaze profound and contemplative. Uncertain of his thoughts, half an hour later, as Wang Yi completed another lateral shuffle, a notification echoed in his mind. Task completion, 1000. Task complete. Reward, lateral speed increased by 20. Upon hearing this, a wave of relief washed over him, causing him to feel utterly drained, as if he had been deflated. He collapsed onto the court floor, gasping for breath as his chest heaved violently. Exhausted to the point where even his fingers felt too heavy to move, he couldn't and Oppos team muster the strength to lift his eyelids. James glanced at Wang Yi but chose not to disturb his repose. Even Palinka, the general manager on the sidelines, refrained from interrupting his rest. Wang Yi remained sprawled on the floor for over 10 minutes before finally sitting up. As he shifted toward the bench, his legs felt alien to him, and his gait appeared quite peculiar. Observing this, James jested, "Oh my, Wang, have you ever seen Donald Duck? Is your walking style the inspiration behind it?" Wang Yi offered a wry smile, replying, "I dare say even the original Donald Duck would feel ashamed in my presence." He settled onto the bench and rested for another half hour. It was only then that Palinka finally spoke up. "Wang, there and Oppos, as something I would like to discuss with you. Please come with me." Wang Yi, sensing what the matter might be, promptly stood up. However, upon rising, he realized his legs were nearly incapable of supporting him. Steadying himself against the chair, he took a moment to regain his composure before he could walk with any semblance of normalcy. Following Palinka, he arrived at the general manager and Oppos' office. Palinka gestured toward the sofa and instructed Wang Yi to sit, pouring him a glass of water before beginning the conversation. Typically, general managers are shrewd individuals, adept at speaking plainly with those they encounter. Yet Palinka was an exception. He preferred a forthright approach. Once Wang Yi had finished his water, Palinka got straight to the point. "Wang, I will not be offering you a guaranteed contract at this time." Wang Yi was taken aback. Given his impressive performance, he was surprised that Palinka would withhold a guaranteed contract. Furthermore, the 3D attributes he had showcased were precisely what the Lakers desperately needed. Logically, Palinka should have been inclined to extend a guaranteed contract to him. Wang Yi remained silent, waiting for Palinka to elaborate. Palinka continued, "Your performance has garnered the team's recognition, qualifying you for a guaranteed contract worth over $2 million. However, I believe your capabilities extend beyond this. Therefore, I will not be offering you a guaranteed contract at this time. With the current salary cap, we still have the capacity to allocate over $5 million. However, to secure the $5 million, you must demonstrate corresponding performance. Therefore, I wish to observe a few more games. If you can exhibit the performance we anticipate before this 10-day short contract concludes, I will grant you a guaranteed contract exceeding $5 million. Wang Yi let out a sigh of relief, realizing that Palinka's intentions were to simply observe him for a few more games. Assessing whether he could attain the coveted $5 million salary, Wang Yi nodded, acknowledging his understanding. Palinka continued, "Of course. Even if you ultimately do not secure that $5 million guaranteed contract, I will still offer you a guaranteed contract, albeit for $2 million. Just based on your near buzzer beater last night, you were worth at $2 million. Wang Yi smiled and replied, "Thank you." To be honest, Palinka is quite a decent person. By 10 o'clock, the other players began to arrive in succession. A brief tactical training session took place in the morning, during which Wang Yi also participated. At noon, he joined the other players for lunch. Upon their return, a security guard approached with a Lakers jersey and a marker. Wang Yi smiled and signed it for him. The security guard appeared delighted, saying, "Wang, you must work hard. Once you become a superstar, I'll sell this jersey online, and it will fetch a good price." Wang Yi was momentarily speechless. The security guard chuckled, "I'm just kidding. How could I sell a Lakers jersey?" After about 20 minutes, the other players returned, awaiting the coach to organize the afternoon training activities. However, after waiting for over 10 minutes, Coach Vogel had still not returned. The players began to speculate amongst themselves, questioning the delay. Has he eaten something bad? One joked, "I just saw his wife. Perhaps she yes. The players erupted in laughter. Yet at that moment, Wang Yi felt a sense of discomfort. He instinctively turned around and noticed Schroeder, previously the team's starting point guard, staring intently at him, recently returning from injury. Schroeder and Oppo's gaze was unwavering and penetrating. Wang Yi furrowed his brow slightly, deducing the source of Schroeder and Oppo's discontent. The team now had an abundance of players in the backcourt. An individual and Oppo's outstanding performance would inevitably encroach upon the playing time of others. Given his current success, Wang Yi realized it could adversely affect Schroeder's minutes. With Schroeder's arrogant demeanor, it was only natural for him to harbor resentment, if not for the natural leadership of LeBron James. Wang Yi suspected that Schroeder would have already begun to target him in various ways. Having come to a realization, Wang Yi merely smiled indifferently, choosing not to engage further. His aspirations, after all, were aimed at the championship, seeking to ascend to the status of a star, an all-star, a superstar, and ultimately, a legendary figure. A mere rookie held no significance in his eyes. At that moment, Coach Vogel finally returned, his expression far from favorable. He clapped his hands, signaling for silence among the players. He began to speak. AD has just undergone an MRI, and the results indicate a grade 1 groin strain. He may be sidelined for 1 to 2 weeks. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere shifted, faces tightening in concern. AD, as the team's primary scorer, would be a substantial loss for an extended period, especially with the team currently positioned 7th in the Western Conference, closely pursued by the Grizzlies. Furthermore, they were trailing the 6th-place Trailblazers by a margin of 3-5 wins. If AD were to be absent during this critical time, the Lakers and Oppo's performance could falter, potentially leading them into the play-in tournament, a scenario far from favorable for the franchise. Yet, Wang Yi clenched his fists in quiet determination. No one wished for AD and Oppo's injury, and neither did he. However, objectively speaking, it presented a unique opportunity for him. With AD injured, the minutes he would have played would be redistributed among other players, as would the opportunities to score. Naturally, Wang Yi stood to benefit from this. Yet, this also implied a greater responsibility. All those who would gain from AD's absence would need to shoulder the burden of his scoring. Currently, AD averaged 25.8 points per game, and the benefiting players collectively had to achieve this score to prevent a decline in the team's performance. Coach Vogel offered a few words of encouragement before concluding. This afternoon's training session will feature a scrimmage. The players perked up at the mention of this. For the other training exercises, be it shooting drills, tactical training, or strength conditioning, often felt monotonous. Only the intra-squad scrimmage held any intrigue. Vogel announced, LeBron, Harrell, Caruso, Pope, Wong. You will form one team. Drummond, Schroeder, Tucker, Gasol, Morris, you will be the other team. Vogel and Oppo's decision in forming these teams was deliberate. With AD absent, it was essential to experiment with various lineups. Harrell's ability to capitalize on opportunities surpassed Drummond's, and he possessed a modicum of mid-range proficiency, capable of creating space for James drives. Caruso and Pope were both formidable defenders, complemented by Wang Yi, a quintessential 3 and D player. This lineup, despite Harrell and Oppo's slight defensive shortcomings and height disadvantage, represented one of the most theoretically effective configurations the Lakers could currently deploy. After being assigned to a different team from James, Xiaohei and Oppo's gaze fixated once more on Wang Yi. Wang Yi feigned ignorance, choosing not to acknowledge the stare. Xiaohei glanced at James and then approached with an air of provocation, lifting his chin as he addressed Wang Yi. Hey, Oriental. Do you dare to match up against me? Faced with such a challenge, Wang Yi could hardly back down. With a cold smirk, he replied, what is there to fear? This retort only fueled the simmering anger within Xiaohei. As a player vying for a lucrative contract, he found Wang Yi's typically mild demeanor to be a sign of weakness. He had anticipated that his provocation would go unanswered, yet to his surprise, Wang Yi accepted the challenge. When had a mere short-term contract player become so brazen before him? With this in mind, Xiaohei resolved to show no mercy. A 3D player, you say? I will demonstrate just how vulnerable your defense truly is. With a menacing remark, he stepped back. Wang Yi chose not to respond, preferring to let his performance speak for itself rather than engage in empty banter. Today's intra-squad scrimmage consisted of 2 halves, each 10 minutes long, totaling just 20 minutes. After the jump ball, Schroeder seized the ball and advanced past half-court. Gasol intended to set a screen for him, but Schroeder waved him off with his left hand, then pointed at Wang Yi, signaling him to come over. Wang Yi, showing no hesitation, strode forward confidently, spreading his legs to assume a defensive stance. If someone sought to challenge him, he would gladly oblige. Coach Vogel noticed Schroeder's fiery determination but refrained from intervening. At times, it is essential to unleash pent-up energy. Suppressing it may lead to an explosive culmination that poses true problems. Moreover, Certain player disputes, such as those concerning ball control or playing time, can often be resolved through competition. Only when one possesses sufficient strength will others acquiesce. Furthermore, Vogel was keen to observe whether Wang Yi's defensive efficiency varied against different attackers. Meanwhile, the other players largely withdrew, leaving the battleground to the two competitors. Confidence and a hint of arrogance adorned Schroeder's face, as he was supremely self-assured in his ability to break through defenses. His speed and maneuvering was exceptional within the league. He had yet to encounter anyone capable of thwarting his advances, except for the elite defenders. His ability to penetrate was his prized skill. After dribbling 3 times, he suddenly accelerated, attempting to break through from the right. He regarded Wang Yi with disdain, deeming him unworthy of complex footwork or maneuvers. In his mind, a simple burst of speed would leave this Oriental utterly bewildered. Yet, just as he took a step to the right, Wang Yi had already shifted laterally, positioning himself squarely in his path. In a moment of distraction, he collided directly with Wang Yi. As a result of this collision, the ball slipped from his grasp and soared away. On the other side, Caruso, swift and astute, seized the opportunity, darting towards the front court and executing a flawless dunk. The coach on the sidelines, witnessing this, was instantly invigorated. As a coach, he keenly sensed that Wang Yi's defense seemed to have undergone a transformation. However, to discern the exact nature of this change, he would need to observe a few more plays. In the subsequent round, the player, known as Little Black, continued to handle the ball while Wang Yi maintained his defensive stance. Though it was merely a scrimmage, the atmosphere was charged with intensity. Having faced defeat previously, Little Black decided to incorporate a change of direction this time. His maneuvering lacked the pronounced rhythm characteristic of players like Harden and Durant. Instead, his changes were relatively straightforward. While dribbling to the left, he suddenly executed a rapid shift, transferring the ball to his right hand, relying principally on his speed to break through. However, speed alone was insufficient against Wang Yi, who had enhanced his lateral movement by 20%. This was no trivial matter. Once more, he sidestepped, effectively blocking Little Black and Oppo's offensive trajectory. Unable to penetrate, Little Black pivoted on his left foot, pressing his back against Wang Yi, intent on using him as a pivot to spin around. With his back against Wang Yi, he restricted Wang Yi and Oppo's movement, making it easier to evade him. Indeed, Wang Yi found himself partially outmaneuvered. Yet, as Little Black drew the ball back with his right hand, preparing to turn to Wang Yi's side, Wang Yi made a sudden lateral move, creating distance between them. He then moved again, once more obstructing Little Black's path. Seeing no way to advance, Little Black retreated 5 steps to midfield, widening the gap. He then surged back towards Wang Yi, and as he approached Wang Yi's left side, he unexpectedly executed a crossover dribble, once again attempting to break to the right. His speed was already remarkable, and combined with his lower stature and minimal change of direction, this maneuver appeared even swifter. In such scenarios, few could effectively defend against him. Yet, Wang Yi once again sidestepped, preemptively positioning himself to defend. With a resounding thud, Little Black collided with Wang Yi once more. This time, due to his excessive speed, Wang Yi was propelled backward, and Little Black fell directly atop him. For a fleeting moment, their positions mirrored a dramatic scene from a melodramatic romance, strikingly intimate. Laughter erupted among the surrounding players. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Mixing business with pleasure. You two have gone too far. The nearby Vogel's eyes gleamed subtly as he blew the whistle and signaled for an offensive foul. Offensive foul. With that, Schroeder was called for an offensive foul, allowing James's team to continue their offense. James intends to set up for Wang Yi. When conflicts arise among players, resolving them on the training ground is the most effective approach. Wang Yi continues to weave through the players, maneuvering around screens. Schroeder, having been thwarted by Wang Yi twice in succession, is increasingly irate. At this moment, he relentlessly pursues Wang Yi, shouting, "You think you can score over me? Not a chance." Wang Yi skillfully navigates around 3 screens, creating a 2-step distance from Schroeder, sprinting out to the right beyond the 3-point arc. James and Oppo's pass arrives just in time. Wang Yi catches the ball and swiftly pivots. Swish. The 3-pointer sinks. Schroeder mutters under his breath, "Damn." Turning back, Schroeder launches another offensive. The others maintain their distance, offering Schroeder and Wang Yi an opportunity for a one-on-one duel. This time, Schroeder incorporates an array of technical maneuvers, performing a series of dribbles under his legs coupled with deceptive shoulder fakes. In a split second, he accelerates to the right, raising his left hand, poised to shoot. It appears he is about to execute a sudden jump shot. Wang Yi steps forward, preparing to defend. However, Schroeder does not take the shot. Instead, he performs a praying gesture, then ducks low, swiftly gliding past Wang Yi. His small stature and quickness, combined with the deceptive move, can baffle even the most elite defenders. Yet, Wang Yi's remarkable lateral quickness comes into play once more. As Schroeder dashes by, Wang Yi adeptly shifts his body and takes 2 swift lateral steps, staying closely aligned with Schroeder. Schroeder fails to completely bypass Wang Yi, forcing him to lunge forward. In that motion, he creates a slight distance with his upper body, attempting a one-handed scoop shot while off balance. But Wang Yi, with an impressive 20 increase in lateral speed, responds swiftly. He leans to the side, moves laterally with rapidity, leaps, and swings his right arm in a circular motion, bam. A volleyball-style spike sends the ball soaring out of bounds. In that moment, silence envelopes the gymnasium. The only sound reverberating is the rhythmic bounce of the basketball against the hardwood floor. Thud, thud, thud. All his teammates gaze at Wang Yi in disbelief. Their astonishment is not merely at the spectacular block, but at Wang Yi's extraordinary lateral speed. He was able to match Schroeder's explosive drive and even keep pace as Schroeder attempted his scoop shot. It's utterly preposterous. Wang, how did you do that? Are you some kind of monster? Oh my goodness, I've been playing with a monster all along. The head coach, too, appears thoroughly astonished. He has served as head coach for many years, transitioning from the Eastern Conference's Pacers to the current Western Conference's Lakers. He has encountered all manner of players. Yet he has never encountered anyone quite like Wang Yi. The speed of his lateral movement is astonishing. LeBron James appears contemplative. Throughout the morning, Wang Yi has been practicing his lateral movement, likely having done so thousands of times. Could this be his specialty? If so, it is indeed a remarkable gift. After all, having played in the league for 19 years, he has yet to witness anyone with lateral speed that surpasses Wang Yi and Oppos. At this moment, Wang Yi looks down from above, gazing at Schroeder, who lies on the ground, and shakes his head slightly in apparent disappointment, as if to say, "Is this all you've got?" On the surface, he exudes the humility and kindness characteristic of an Easterner, always friendly toward his teammates. However, he is not without his temper. He does not tolerate those who continually provoke him. From Wang Yi and Oppos' disdainful gaze, Schroeder feels a surge of indignation. Fuck. A mere 10-day contract player dares to look down on me. Just wait. Next, Schroeder challenges Wang Yi once more. Yet again, Wang Yi establishes an impenetrable defensive barrier with his formidable lateral speed. No matter how fast Schroeder is, he cannot breach Wang Yi and Oppos' defense, which only fuels his frustration. Coach Vogel, witnessing Wang Yi and Oppos' defense, cannot help but be impressed. Wang Yi and Oppos' defensive prowess has indeed evolved. Compared to the previous night and Oppos' game, his lateral movement has significantly improved. A guard like Schroeder, known for his speed, finds himself unable to penetrate Wang Yi's defense. When it is James's team's turn to attack, Schroeder slams his hands against the floor, displaying his determination. Realizing he cannot penetrate, he resolves to stifle this Eastern player. However, while ideals may be lofty, reality is often brutally harsh. As he attempts to chase Wang Yi, the latter skillfully navigates through screens, consistently finding opportunities to score. Schroeder, not particularly known for his defensive skills, finds himself gasping for breath, unable to even touch Wang Yi. Instead, he is repeatedly scored upon by Wang Yi's three-pointers. He mutters expletives under his breath, though he is not audacious enough to openly curse Wang Yi. Rather, he is expressing his frustration, unable to score and failing to defend. The outcome seems predetermined. Nonetheless, he is unwilling to concede defeat to this Eastern player. He must make one last stand. So, during James and Oppos' team and Oppos' offensive play, he leans close to Wang Yi and whispers, "If you have the guts, don't use screens. Let us face off one-on-one." Wang Yi, upon hearing this, can only shake his head in resignation. He initially wished to refrain from humiliating Xiaohei in such a manner. However, since the latter sought out this torment, he could not be held accountable. With this thought, Wang Yi ceased to maneuver for screens and instead stood beyond the three-point line, extending his hand for the ball. SC Charter, resolutely pressing against Wang Yi and Oppos' back, was well aware of Wang Yi and Oppos' lack of ball handling prowess from his previous 2 games. Thus, by effectively obstructing Wang Yi and Oppos' position, he believed he could stifle his scoring potential. Upon seeing Wang Yi call for the ball, James naturally had no reason to deny him. Wang Yi turned slightly, receiving the ball, and then gradually pivoted to face SC Charter, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, he executed a quick jump shot swish, a flawless basket. SC Charter felt a sinking sensation at the sound from behind him, while his teammates erupted in cheers for Wang Yi. "Beautiful. Great shot. Wang, you truly are exceptional." All these voices cascaded upon SC Charter like an overwhelming mountain. His movements began to appear increasingly labored. In the ensuing possession, Wang Yi once again received the ball, facing SC Charter. The latter clung to a faint glimmer of hope, flailing his arms in an attempt to prevent Wang Yi from shooting. Yet, Wang Yi barely acknowledged him this time. He jumped and shot swish. Another three-pointer, standing at 1. 92 meters. Wang Yi had a 5-centimeter height advantage over the 187-meter SCA charter, as long as he avoided being stripped of the ball. All that remained was to shoot, again. In practice, his three-point shooting percentage soared even higher than in games. Thus, relying solely on his jump shot, he could easily outscore him. With his height, Wang Yi executed 5 jump shots over SCA charter, sinking 4 of them. An astounding 80% shooting accuracy from beyond the arc left his teammates wide-eyed in disbelief. Coach Vogel felt a surge of excitement he could scarcely contain. This truly was a second Curry. If he could maintain such form, the Lakers' upcoming matches would become significantly easier. In another possession, SC Charter was still engaged in a futile struggle. He realized that one-on-one defense was ineffective against Wang Yi. His three-point shooting was simply extraordinary. Consequently, he adjusted his defensive strategy, preventing Wang Yi from receiving the ball. He incessantly tangled with Wang Yi, applying close pressure, determined not to allow him an easy opportunity to shoot. Faced with such an opponent, Wang Yi found himself at a loss for words. If it was meant to be a one-on-one duel, why deny him the chance to even receive the ball? Was there no shame? Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on SCA Charter's antics. With a sudden burst of speed, he dashed forward 3 steps, arriving near the center circle. He extended his hand, requesting the ball from Caruso, who promptly passed it to Wang Yi. At that moment, Schroeder had also closed in, his legs spread wide, firmly obstructing Wang Yi and Apos' path to the basket. His expression was grave, his gaze intense. He was determined not to grant Wang Yi any opportunity to break through. He doubted that Wang Yi could execute a jump shot from the center circle. Under such circumstances, given Wang Yi and Apos' physicality, it was impossible to employ a standard shooting posture for a three-pointer. He could only resort to a push shot, leveraging the strength of his arms to propel the ball forward. Thus, as long as Schroeder maintained his position in front of Wang Yi, denying him space to release the shot, he would be unable to score. And indeed, that was the case. Wang Yi lacked the extraordinary core strength of LeBron James and could not utilize a conventional shooting form from the midcourt. Yet, this challenge did not deter Wang Yi. He dribbled aggressively, stepping back with a sudden motion, fully entering the center circle. Seizing the moment before Schroeder could approach, he released the ball with haste, pushing it forward. A sense of dread washed over Schroeder as he turned around swiftly. The basketball arced gracefully through the air. Swish. A three-pointer. Instantly, cheers erupted from his teammates. "Oh, my God, are you wearing jersey number 1? They exclaimed. A logo three-pointer. Several teammates rushed over to high-five Wang Yi. LeBron laughed heartily, saying, "Come on, Wong. Confess, did you steal Steven's shooting skills?" Meanwhile, Schroeder leaned on his knees, panting heavily. It was not fatigue that plagued him. He still had the energy to run and jump. Instead, he felt defeated. He had defended up to the midcourt, yet the opponent still managed to score a logo three-pointer over him. What more could he do? Nothing he did could prevent this player from making those outrageous shots. What was left for him? At that moment, LeBron approached and patted Schroeder on the shoulder in a gesture of consolation. As the leader of the team, he could not focus solely on one individual. He needed to ensure equitable treatment, at least on the surface. Schroeder offered no response. He wearily rose and walked toward the sidelines. The head coach observed this scene, deep in thought. Since Schroeder could not secure a win, he had nothing to say. It was time to consider increasing Wang Yi's playing time in the upcoming games. Additionally, they needed to devise some strategies for Wang Yi. To neglect such a talented three-point shooter would be a waste of potential. Ultimately, this intra-squad scrimmage concluded with a resounding victory for LeBron and Apos' team, thanks to Wang Yi and Apos' unanswerable three-point shots. Later in the afternoon, Wang Yi accompanied LeBron to his home, where Dr. Collin provided him with treatment. This occasion diverges from the previous one. Dr. Karen arrived equipped with an array of professional tools and assisted Wang Yi in crafting a comprehensive rehabilitation plan. This plan would enable him to minimize the frequent use of his right hand while facilitating a swift recovery of his wrist. Wang Yi expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Dr. Karen." Typically, a private physician of such caliber, dedicated to creating specialized training regimens and various treatments for an athlete, would command exorbitant fees. Given Wang Yi and Apos' current short-term contract salary, he could scarcely afford such services. However, Dr. Karen generously offered his treatment completely free of charge, revealing his status as a Lakers fan, wishing to contribute to the team. Yet, Wang Yi remained unaware that Dr. Karen was motivated by a desire to see an exceptional player, particularly one from the Lakers, unburdened by injury. The following day marked another game day. The system still had not assigned any tasks. In the morning, he participated in a light training session with the team. The afternoon was reserved for rest. By 9 in the evening, the match was about to commence. Their opponents for this game were the Phoenix Suns, who had eliminated the Lakers the previous year. making them the first reigning champions to exit in the first round, a disgraceful record. Thus, the entire Lakers team was fueled by a desire for vengeance, especially their star player. LeBron James, who had faced considerable ridicule since last year's exit from the playoffs, from NBA legends to countless online commentators. Although this was merely a regular season game, LeBron was determined not to taste defeat. Even before the game began, fans were already engaged in lively discussions in the Tencent NBA live stream from Huaxia. Would Wang Yi and Oppo's three-point shooting prowess explode once more? It seemed quite possible. They hoped for his success, as Huaxia had not produced a formidable player in quite some time. Of course, there were also many detractors. Explode? After 3 consecutive stellar performances, do you really think he is invincible? Some remarked. I've heard if Davis doesn't play, the Suns' defense will be significantly eased, allowing their focus to shift to other players. If he manages to shine under such circumstances, it would be quite extraordinary. Indeed. His prior 2 explosive games resembled those of the past Lin Shihao, where other teams were yet unfamiliar with him. Now, having performed well for 2 consecutive games, the Suns would undoubtedly have conducted their research. If he could continue to excel, the Suns' front office might as well disband. If he shines again, I'll eat my hat live, someone retorted promptly. Leave it, you scammer seeking free meals, came the immediate response. In this Tencent NBA live stream, the host was Fan. With the commentary provided by the well-known basketball analyst and media personality, Wang Yi, the female host remained Maina. Fan initiated the conversation, asking, Mr. Yang, with the game yet to commence, could you predict the flow of this match? Wang Yi jestingly remarked, are you just waiting to see me get slapped in the face? However, predictions can never be entirely accurate. If I get it right, then I am formidable. If not, what can you do to me? His words elicited hearty laughter from Fan. Wang Yi continued, in this match, with Davis sidelined and Paul battling through injury, history eerily repeats itself. As for the game and Oppo's trajectory, the Suns have Paul and Booker, while the Lakers rely solely on James, which is certainly insufficient. Other players must step up for the game to be competitive. Otherwise, it will be reminiscent of last year's Game 5 and Game 6, where the first quarter was a wash. Fan posed another question, who do you believe can rise to the occasion? Without a moment and Oppo's hesitation, Wang Yi replied. The Lakers' three-point shooting has been a significant issue since last season, continuing into this one. KCP has been inconsistent, while Caruso and Kuzma may occasionally contribute a few. However, relying on their three-point shots as a standard weapon is still lacking. Schroeder and Oppo's three-point shooting is also unreliable. Thus, the potential to stand out hinges on whether Schroeder can penetrate effectively, and secondly, on Wang Yi. Yet, it's also challenging for Wang Yi. After 2 explosive performances, the Suns will undoubtedly devise targeted defensive strategies against him. The likelihood of him having another breakout game is slim. Fan chuckled, what if? And I mean what if? Wang Yi truly excels again? Wang Yi responded, if he does indeed perform exceptionally, it would indicate that he managed to maintain a high level of play despite the opposing team's targeted defense. He could very well earn a spot in the team's rotation, becoming a reliable scoring option off the bench. Fan retorted, could he not become a starting player? Wang Yi shook his head with a smile, in the short term. That seems improbable. As a bench player, he faces the opponents and Oppo's second stringers, which allows him the chance to deliver high-quality performances. Conversely, if he were thrust into a starting role against the opponent's primary players, he might struggle to replicate that explosive output. Consider it, a player who hasn't competed much over the past 2 years suddenly placed into a starting position. Are his physical, mental, and competitive conditions adequately prepared? All of these remain uncertainties. At 9:30 in the evening, the match commenced. This was the final game of the Lakers' 5-game homestand. Fans had eagerly filled the stands, and today, the legendary actor Jack Nicholson was in attendance. Having starred in films such as The Shining and One Flew Over the Cuckoo and Oppo's Nest, he has won an Academy Award for Best Actor and is renowned as one of the Lakers and Oppo's most devoted supporters. He is known to attend the vast majority of the Lakers games throughout the season. Now, he once again occupied his long-standing VIP seat in row 124. In this setting, one can observe the match from a close distance while expressing dissatisfaction towards the referee, thereby exerting pressure on him. At that moment, his gaze fell upon Wang Yi. Adorned in the number 1 jersey, he had been a devoted follower of the Lakers for over 50 years, witnessing the team's rise and fall throughout this half-century. This season, due to James and Oppo's advancing age, his average points had dwindled to a mere 21. Additionally, Davis frequently suffered injuries, resulting in the Lakers and Oppo's less than stellar ranking. It seemed the team was once again facing a period of decline. However, Following the past 2 games, he felt a flicker of hope. A hope brought forth by this Eastern player. The Lakers and Oppos struggles this season could be attributed primarily to injuries in James and Oppos' decline. But their dismal three-point shooting percentage was also a significant factor. Should the Lakers resolve their issues beyond the arc, their performance could still be promising. This Eastern player might just emerge as a pivotal figure in enhancing the Lakers and Oppos' three-point game. Of course, these were merely the internal musings of Jack Nicholson. Whether this Eastern player could shoulder such responsibility remained to be seen after a few more games. As the game commenced, the Lakers' starting lineup included James, Schroeder, Drummond, Caldwell-Pope, and Caruso, while the Suns made no notable changes to their starting 5. Right from the outset, James passed the ball to Schroeder, allowing him to initiate the attack. If Schroeder could find his rhythm, the defensive pressure on James would significantly alleviate. Schroeder penetrated the defense and scored 2 points. Following that, James hit a three-pointer, establishing a 5-0 lead, suggesting a smooth start to the day. However, the dynamics of the game shifted dramatically thereafter. The Suns' Booker nailed 2 consecutive three-pointers, and Paul added a mid-range jumper. Simultaneously, the Suns, much like last year's first-round matchup, employed a zone defense. To counter this zone, one must either excel in three-point shooting or launch fast breaks. The Lakers failed to execute fast breaks on 2 occasions, and regarding three-point shooting, several players continued their previous poor form, ice cold. Aside from James's initial three-pointer, the rest of the starters missed 3 consecutive shots from beyond the arc, nearly causing the rim to tilt. Meanwhile, Booker from the Suns exploded in the first quarter, sinking 4 three-pointers in a mere 5 minutes, going 4 for 4. Within 4 minutes, the score had reached 5-14, creating a 9-point deficit. The Lakers promptly called for a timeout. In the 10-cent NBA live broadcast, Mena was visibly anxious, pacing in agitation. When the camera was not on her, she frowned repeatedly, silently exclaiming, "What is this performance?" Kofan shook his head in disbelief, lamenting, "History has an uncanny way of repeating itself. Are we about to witness a replay of the first quarter from last year's Game 6? Wang Yi shook his head repeatedly. Last year in Game 6, during the first quarter, Devin Booker hit 6 three-pointers in 6 attempts, scoring a staggering 22 points. Today, after just 4 minutes, he has already made 4 out of 4 three-pointers, accumulating 12 points. He is single-handedly overpowering the entire Lakers team. The scoring prowess displayed is nothing short of extraordinary. Observing the trajectory of the game, it is evident that it may unfold in a manner reminiscent of last year." Kofan remarked. "Now it remains to be seen how Vogel will adapt. Will he bring Wang Yi into play?" Wang Yi pondered for a moment and shook his head. "Not so soon. Wang Yi should be able to enter the rotation today, but he won't be on the court just yet." Indeed, as he predicted, the Lakers returned from the timeout without bringing Wang Yi onto the floor. Coach Vogel opted for KCP to defend against Booker, while other players were instructed to assist in double-teaming him. However, the Lakers' offensive woes remained unresolved. The Suns continued to employ a zone defense, compelling the Lakers to attempt three-pointers, which they executed with evident trepidation. James, left with no choice, resorted to driving to the basket. Yet, with the opponents collapsing into the paint, his efficiency in penetrating diminished significantly. Age has caught up with him. He can no longer soar through defenders with the same ease as before, executing emphatic dunks regardless of the opposition. Nowadays, upon driving to the rim, he often finds himself settling for difficult layups or turnaround jumpers. Although he managed to score twice, Booker from the Suns was on fire. Even with KCP's pursuit and additional defensive support, he relentlessly sank 2 audacious three-pointers. From beyond the arc, he was a perfect 6 for 6, complemented by a driving layup, totaling 20 points. He truly seemed poised to replicate his performance from last year's Game 6. Halfway through the quarter, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 15 points. Vogel promptly called another timeout. Falling behind by 20 would make a comeback exceedingly challenging. As the Lakers players exited the court, their expressions were grave, particularly James. Memories of last year's Game 6 flooded back to him. His memory surpasses that of ordinary individuals, offering him numerous advantages, such as recalling every opposing tactic and understanding the meaning behind each of their gestures. Yet, this gift also brings him anguish as he struggles to forget past painful moments. These memories replay in his mind, each detail seemingly transporting him back in time. When the Lakers fell behind by 15 points merely 6 minutes into the game, and the second timeout was called, the atmosphere in Staples Center shifted dramatically. The audience, once exuberant, now bore somber expressions, all reminded of last year's Game 6. When Booker also went 6 for 6 from three-point range, leading to a swift downturn for the Lakers, they were reluctant to witness a similar scene unfold once more. As a traditional powerhouse, the Lakers have clinched the championship title 17 times, yet their fans are notoriously discerning. They do not offer encouragement when the team falters. Instead, they resort to criticism. Vogel, too, remains at a loss, as the performance is utterly abysmal. I have invested a substantial sum merely to witness this ragtag assembly of children playing pretend? How absurd. Nonetheless, there exists a faction of rational fans. Currently, the only salvation for the Lakers lies in their ability to shoot three-pointers. However, these so-called marksmen are shooting worse than Shaquille O'Neal's, Neil and Apos' grandmother. At this juncture, thoughts turn to Wang Yi, who has excelled with impressive three-point shooting in consecutive games. If they do not deploy Wang Yi now, when will they? Bring Wang on. This sentiment ignited a fervor among the crowd. Bring Wang on. Bring Wang on. Many in attendance joined in the chant. At that moment, Vogel's gaze shifted towards Wang Yi. Initially, he had intended to let Wang Yi play a few minutes towards the end of the second quarter. After all, it was unreasonable to immediately integrate someone into the rotation based solely on two commendable performances. It required a gradual approach. However, with the situation spiraling out of control before the rotation even took the floor, he had no choice but to summon Wang Yi earlier than planned. Wang, you're in. Substitute for Schroeder. Schroeder nodded silently and took a seat on the bench. Vogel and Apos' decision to replace Schroeder with Wang Yi was deliberate. Schroeder and Apos' height proved a disadvantage, as Booker could easily score over him. Introducing Wang Yi with his defensive prowess was expected to mitigate Booker's impact while also providing much-needed support in three-point shooting. As Wang Yi stepped onto the court, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Sign-in available. He silently affirmed. Sign in. Sign-in successful. Sign-in reward. 1 basic block experience card. Wang Yi did not scrutinize the details or utilize it immediately, for the Lakers were on the offensive, and a block was unnecessary at that moment. Upon entering the game, Wang Yi found himself matched against Devin Booker, and his heart surged with excitement. His gaze sparkled with anticipation. Booker, who had once scored 70 points in a single game and had back-to-back 50-point outings, possessed an extraordinary scoring ability. Facing such an opponent only fueled Wang Yi's competitive spirit. Their eyes met, and Wang Yi discerned a glimmer of challenge in Booker's gaze. Clearly, Booker was aware of Wang Yi's recent performances. On the first play, the Suns maintained a zone defense. Although they recognized Wang Yi's three-point capability, they were reluctant to mark him closely, given that he had only demonstrated his skill in 2 games. Instead, let us assess Wang Yi and Apos' shooting touch. Thus, positioned beyond the three-point arc, Wang Yi effortlessly received a pass from LeBron James. Without a hint of hesitation, he released the ball with his left hand. Swish. The ball sailed through the air and found its mark. The deficit diminished to 12 points, and the crowd erupted in cheers once more. Observing this, Devin Booker seized the ball, compelled to respond as a superstar, especially since his three-point shooting was currently on fire. Wang Yi could easily anticipate his intentions. In his mind, he uttered, "Activate the blocking experience card." Soon, the system's cold mechanical voice resonated. Using the basic blocking experience card, blocking success rate 50, valid for 10 minutes. At that moment, Devin Booker faced Wang Yi without any attempt to evade him. Towering over Wang Yi, he felt no need to dodge. Instead, he opted for a direct pull-up three-pointer. As a former three-point contest champion, he possessed a measure of confidence. The commentary, naturally biased towards the Lakers, expressed dismay at Booker and Apos' decision to shoot. Oh no, Devin Booker is going for a pull-up. Yet, before he could finish, Wang Yi had already leaped into action. His left fingertips grazed the basketball, altering its trajectory, sending it spiraling downwards after traveling a mere 2 meters. The commentator and Apos' tone abruptly shifted. Block. Wang Yi and Apos' block. He has thwarted Booker. This is incredible. Meanwhile, Caruso retrieved the ball and initiated a fast break. Kuzma had already surged ahead for the counterattack, executing a smooth dunk. The gap shrank to 10 points, igniting a wave of excitement among the fans. Devin Booker cast a glance at Wang Yi, his competitive spirit ignited. After Paul dribbled past half-court, he understood Booker and Apos' sentiments. Having just been blocked by this unknown player from the Lakers, he was eager to reclaim his pride. As a seasoned veteran, Paul recognized the significance of allowing Booker to redeem himself. He passed the ball to Booker and gestured for others to clear the space. Now, it was a one-on-one between Devin Booker and Wang Yi. This time, he refrained from a direct pull-up and instead dribbled suddenly to the right, seemingly intent on using his speed to bypass Wang Yi. Wang Yi instinctively took a step back. At that precise moment, Booker executed a retreat, moving beyond the three-point line, then raised his hand to take a shot. However, Wang Yi dashed towards him with astonishing speed. Just as Booker lifted the ball, before he could release it, Wang Yi swooped in, encompassing both the player and the ball in a sweeping motion. A Wade-esque block. The commentary fell into stunned silence. Wang Yi had blocked again. How could he be so swift? This was simply unbelievable. Devin Booker appeared somewhat bewildered. Logically, his previous feint followed by a step back should have successfully deceived his opponent. How could he have reacted so swiftly? In truth, Wang Yi's retreat was, in itself, a defensive feint. He understood that Devin Booker, having just been thwarted once, might be compelled to attempt a three-pointer in his presence again. Thus, as he stepped back, his upper body leaned forward, preparing to spring into action. As Booker executed his step back, Wang Yi was already in close pursuit, giving the impression of remarkable speed. This also involved an element of risk. Had Booker genuinely broken through, he could have easily bypassed Wang Yi. Nevertheless, Wang Yi and Oppos' gamble paid off. Following his block, he dribbled swiftly down the court, with Paul trailing closely behind. Initially, Wang Yi intended to lay up himself, but considering his injury to the right hand, executing a one-handed layup with the left was less than ideal. Thus, upon crossing the three-point line, he made a behind-the-back pass to the advancing Pop. Pop seized the ball and leaped high. Boom. He executed a resounding dunk. The deficit narrowed to just 8 points, and the crowd erupted in an even louder cheer. Simultaneously, the DJ elongated his announcement, exuberantly proclaiming, "Pop's dunk, assisted by Wang Yi, 29, locking down Devin Booker." The DJ was no fool. He recognized that the success of that play hinged largely on Wang Yi's contributions. Wang had not only blocked the scorching hot Booker, but had also secured possession, leading to Pop and Oppos' dunk. Consequently, when announcing Wang Yi and Oppos' name, the DJ and Oppos' voice soared, drawn out for emphasis. The atmosphere surged with renewed fervor. Amidst the cheers, the spectators buzzed with conversation. "I told you, it was high time to bring Wang onto the court. He has consecutively blocked the Sun's strongest scoring threat. How cool is that? Wang doesn't and Oppos' resemble a short contract player at all. He feels like a star player." Meanwhile, Suns head coach Monty Williams remained vigilant. After witnessing a 7-0 run by the Lakers, he promptly called for a timeout. During the break, he observed Booker closely. With a water bottle in hand, Booker drank, yet his eyes betrayed a fierce determination. Having been denied twice by the Eastern player, he felt indignant. How dare this unknown challenger encroach upon his domain? Coach Williams understood that Booker, being young, was susceptible to emotional swings. If he were to suppress him too harshly, it could lead to complications. Thus, it was essential for Booker to reclaim his rhythm, albeit with a strategic approach rather than sheer force. He immediately patted Booker on the back and said, "Devin, you must retaliate and give that young man from the East a proper lesson." Booker tightened the cap of his water bottle, his tone resolute as he replied, "I understand." Coach Williams nodded. "However, you must refrain from attempting three-pointers. That lad possesses formidable shot-blocking skills and appears to have considerable experience in defending against three-point attempts. Therefore, you need to alter your strategy. You must drive past him, break through his defenses. Do you comprehend?" For the young Devin, altering his approach was akin to conceding. 2 years prior, he would have never acquiesced. However, after last year and Oppos' playoffs, he had matured significantly. As long as he could emerge victorious in the end, the convolutions of the journey mattered little. He nodded, understood. Nearby, Paul listened with a sense of satisfaction. For the Suns to achieve greater heights, their star player Booker must evolve. At present, it was evident that he was indeed developing rapidly. Upon returning to the court, the game resumed. Paul dribbled past half court, still passing to Booker. The others spread out for one-on-one plays. Facing Wang Yi and Oppos' defense, Booker dribbled slowly, alternating between his left and right hands. After 4 dribbles, he suddenly altered his rhythm. Raising both hands as if to shoot, Wang Yi instinctively stepped forward, preparing to block. But this was merely a feint. In the next moment, Booker lowered his center of gravity, intending to drive from the left. However, as he made his move, Wang Yi swiftly shifted laterally. He collided forcefully with Wang Yi's chest. Quick to respond, Booker, unable to penetrate from the left, dribbled behind his back with his left hand and swiftly transitioned to the right, aiming to break through from that side. Yet, after just one step, he encountered a resounding thud as he crashed into Wang Yi's chest once again. Unable to penetrate, Booker retreated a few steps. After creating some distance, he attempted to accelerate past Wang Yi once more. Yet, Wang Yi's lateral speed was astonishingly quick, consistently positioning himself perfectly to thwart Booker's advances. After several unsuccessful attempts, Booker was ultimately forced to retreat beyond the three-point line. This time, Wang Yi was indeed momentarily shaken off, yet even so, he did not allow Booker an easy shot. He lunged forward, striving to contest Booker and Oppos' release without making contact with any part of his body. Perhaps due to a sense of urgency or apprehension of Wang Yi and Oppos' blocking prowess, Booker's shot struck the back rim. It was collected by Drummond. The commentator exclaimed with excitement, "Did you see that? Witness Wong's defense? Absolutely impenetrable, airtight. His lateral movement is extraordinarily rapid. Devin Booker simply cannot break through. Without a doubt, he is the fastest lateral mover I have ever seen. To put it dramatically, he is among the elite in the current league." Despite Wang Yi and Apos' formidable defense, the Lakers and Apos' offense faltered this time. Following another offensive attempt by the Suns, Booker once again failed to breach Wang Yi and Apos' defenses, ultimately attempting a challenging three-pointer that missed its mark. During a fast break by the Lakers, Wang Yi managed to sink a three-pointer, narrowing the gap to a mere 5 points. As the Suns resumed their offense, Paul discerned Booker's growing impatience. He recognized that the situation could not persist. It was imperative to restore Booker and Apos' composure. Moreover, the team had been scoreless for a considerable duration, necessitating his intervention to secure points. This reflects Paul and Apos' seasoned experience as a veteran. When the team and Apos' offense flows seamlessly, he acts as the orchestrator, delivering opportunities to his teammates. When the offense stagnates, he steps up to tackle the challenge himself. On this occasion, he refrained from passing the ball to Booker and instead signaled him to remain calm with a gesture of his right hand, pressing downwards as if to convey tranquility. Booker held a deep respect for Paul. Although he felt disgruntled by Wang Yi and Apos' continuous containment, he acknowledged the need to regain his composure. Thus, he opted not to demand the ball but instead set a screen for Paul. At this moment, the Lakers had substituted Drummond for Harrell, significantly enhancing their agility. Consequently, their defensive strategy shifted to switching on screens. After the switch, Wang Yi found himself defending Paul. Having observed Wang Yi's previous defense against Booker, Paul had already gleaned insights into Wang Yi and Apos' defensive tendencies, his propensity to jump. Confronted by such a player, Paul possessed a myriad of strategies to outmaneuver him. As he faced Wang Yi's defense, Paul abruptly pivoted to his right. Wang Yi instinctively followed, positioning himself to counter. However, Paul only completed half of his turn before swiftly lowering his body and penetrating leftward past Wang Yi. Wang Yi quickly shifted to his left, but at that moment, Paul had already established half a step toward the basket. As Wang Yi moved to intercept, Paul gathered the ball, poised to leap for a shot, intending to fake Wang Yi and then shoot. Yet, this time, the jumping Wang Yi refrained from leaving the ground. Confident that he could easily deceive Wang Yi, Paul released his shot with assurance. His mid-range shooting felt as effortless as a layup. However, it was only as he took his shot that Wang Yi finally leaped. Alarmed, Paul instinctively leaned back after launching the ball. Yet, Wang Yi's fingertips grazed the basketball, causing it to travel 2 meters before descending limply. As if it had completed its journey, Paul furrowed his brow, perplexed. This player, so prone to jumping in defense, why did he not leap this time? Little did he know that Wang Yi's inclination to jump was not genuine. Over the past 2 years, despite his limited playtime, Wang Yi had devoted nearly all his hours, aside from training and rest, to studying game footage. Analyzing the movements and habits of NBA players reveals a profound understanding of the technical maneuvers, tendencies, and even temperaments of each key player and rotational member across the 30 teams. To exaggerate slightly, it could be said that even the teammates of these players may not possess the level of insight that Wang Yi has regarding them. Thus, his penchant for leaping is not merely for the sake of it, but rather a strategic response when defending against players like Devin Booker. He recognizes that Chris Paul, being shorter in stature, typically exhibits a pattern of hesitation, often faking before executing a jump shot if he has not created sufficient space. Consequently, Wang Yi refrains from jumping during Paul's initial feint, only to leap in contest during Paul's subsequent takeoff. Such seemingly simple actions are, in fact, the culmination of years of dedicated training and perseverance. In a remarkable display, Wang Yi successfully blocked Paul's shot, but the ball fortuitously landed in the hands of their center, DeAndre Ayton. Upon receiving the ball, Ayton swiftly turned to shoot. Positioned closest, Wang Yi leapt once more before Ayton could release the ball, emphatically swatting it away. The basketball soared toward Jay Crowder of the Suns, who, perceiving an unguarded basket, prepared for a dunk. Yet, with astonishing speed, Wang Yi maneuvered laterally to confront Crowder head-on, subsequently soaring into the air with arms raised high, executing a volleyball-style block. Crowder's dunk met the force of Wang Yi's hands, resulting in the ball dropping to LeBron James, who immediately launched a signature long pass to Kyle Kuzma. Already on the fast break, Kuzma delivered a magnificent one-handed slam, igniting the arena in an eruption akin to a volcanic explosion as the cheers reverberated throughout Staples Center. At that moment, Wang Yi had executed 3 consecutive blocks, unleashing a primal roar skyward, seemingly venting the pent-up emotions of the past 2 years. He then raised his right hand, extending his index finger skyward and shaking it 3 times. The commentators erupted in excitement. Oh my God, consecutive blocks. What am I witnessing? The mountains of Africa. No, the mountains of Asia. Wong. He is the insurmountable Everest. Within the Tencent NBA livestream, the barrage of comments filled the screen with praises. Celebrating Wang Yi's prowess. Brother Yi is incredible. Great love for Brother Yi. A true man, a steadfast warrior. Look, among the 5 players on the court for the Suns, 4 have been treated to hot pot by Brother Yi. This is Brother Yi. In the live stream, commentators Ku Fan and Yang Yi couldn't help but express their admiration, noting that Wang Yi's defensive skills seemed to have ascended to yet another level compared to the previous game, having blocked Booker twice, Paul once, Ayton once, and Crowder once. In just 5 minutes of play, he managed to deliver 5 blocks. Standing at a mere 192 meters, his shot-blocking prowess is truly exceptional. While many are captivated by his ability to block shots, I find my attention drawn to his defensive maneuvers against Booker during those plays. His lateral quickness rendered Booker virtually incapable of penetrating. This heightens my anticipation for the remainder of the match. At this juncture, the broadcast shifted to the referees, who signaled a technical foul. Kafan expressed his surprise, exclaiming, "What is this? They've assessed a technical foul on Wang Yi?" Yang Yi echoed his astonishment. What happened? The camera was following Harrell on the fast break, and we missed the incident. Soon after, the replay emerged, revealing Wong is shaking his finger after executing 3 consecutive blocks. Kofan realized, he shook his finger. After those 3 blocks, Yang Yi shook his head in disbelief, shaking a finger? Only Uncle Moo has the privilege to do that in the NBA. Wang Yi and Appo's second short contract amounts to $20,000. And this technical foul incurs a hefty fine of $25,000. It seems rather unjustifiable. Kofan remarked, I believe LeBron will cover his fine. Meanwhile, the previously silent critics resurfaced in the commentary, asserting, no respect. One's character is reflected in their sportsmanship. Such poor sportsmanship surely indicates a flawed character. They derided his gesture after 3 blocks, scoffing. On site, though Wang Yi received a technical foul, he felt no remorse. The NBA is inherently a stage for self-expression. If one cannot celebrate after blocking 3 shots, then when is the appropriate time? As for the possibility of facing repercussions later, he remained unfazed. Has anyone in the NBA not faced scrutiny? Following Wang Yi's technical foul, the Suns were awarded free throws. After Paul converted, they resumed their offensive play. This time, Wang Yi delivered another emphatic block, sending the ball soaring into the stands, igniting the crowd once more. The block experience card theoretically elevates Wang Yi and Appo's blocking probability to 50%, but his familiarity with the players and Appo's techniques and habits enhances that likelihood considerably. Turning back to the game, Wang Yi then sank a 3-pointer. Furthermore, due to Booker's overzealousness, he committed a foul, resulting in a 3-1 opportunity. Wang Yi's free throw shooting proved reliable, allowing him to equalize the score. As the first quarter concluded, Yang Yi commented, the Lakers are indeed a remarkable team. Having trailed by 15 points just half a quarter ago, they managed to erase the deficit in the same span. Kofan nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Lakers have finally broken free from the cycle of last year's Game 6 defeat. Everything began to shift with the entrance of Wang Yi. To be frank, throughout these 3 matches, Wang Yi has consistently astonished us. Yang Yi continued, in the first match, his 3-pointers descended like divine interventions. In the second, alongside his 3-point prowess, he unleashed a relentless grip. In this third match, he exhibited his exceptional shot-blocking skills. It is as if he possesses an arsenal, unveiling a different weapon in each game, leaving opponents utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, the head coach of the Suns, Williams, was rallying his players while strategizing. We must slow down the tempo. Let us play at a deliberate pace, denying them any opportunities for fast breaks. He was acutely aware that the Lakers boasted formidable defense, typically necessitating a faster pace to contend with them. However, the swift pace had led to numerous errors, making it easier for the Lakers to capitalize on fast breaks. Thus, he had no choice but to lower the tempo, hoping to find a breakthrough through Paul's orchestration. It was akin to 2 vials of poison placed before him. Having chosen the first, he had succumbed to its lethal effects. Now, reborn, he was aware that the second vial was also toxic. Yet he approached it with a mindset of trial and error. After delivering his instructions, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Wang Yi at the far end of the Lakers bench. The Suns had been in a favorable position until this individual took the court, altering everything. To secure victory, this issue must be resolved. With that thought, he turned to glance at Crowder, only to shake his head slightly moments later. Let an Appo's see how it goes first. If it proves ineffective, I can utilize Crowder in the third quarter. As the second quarter began, the Lakers and Appo's starters were largely resting, with only Schroeder and a cadre of substitutes on the floor. Perhaps inspired by Wang Yi and Apos' consecutive blocks, the substitutes played with extraordinary vigor. Morris and Gasol made three-pointers in succession. Even Drummond managed to sink a three-pointer. Coupled with Schroeder and Apos' three successful drives, the Lakers began to pull away. In contrast, the Suns appeared demoralized, possibly shaken by Wang Yi and Apos' three consecutive blocks. Not only were they struggling to make outside shots, but they even missed dunks. With 3 minutes remaining in the half, the Lakers had already established a 12-point lead. At that moment, Wang Yi re-entered the game, promptly blocking 2 shots and sinking 2 three-pointers. By halftime, the Lakers had extended their lead to 20 points. During the intermission, the commentary was filled with excitement. The match had initially seemed poised to mirror last year's Game 6, yet Wang Yi's entrance had completely altered the trajectory. The Lakers now led by 20 points. Wang Yi had not merely shifted the momentum, he had entirely overturned the course of the game. Let us anticipate the second half and observe whether Wang can further enhance his performance. On the sidelines, in the prestigious front-row VIP seat, numbered 124, the illustrious actor Jack Nicholson, concealed behind his crimson-tinted glasses, revealed an expression brimming with gratification. Thus far, this Eastern player has continuously astonished the Lakers. Perhaps the hope for the Lakers and Apos' resurgence rests upon him. Meanwhile, within the visitors' and Apos' locker room, the mood among the Suns players was notably somber. Having trailed by 20 points before, they had endured this predicament not just once. Logically, they should not be so disheartened. Yet, today's match was unlike any other. From the moment the Lakers' #1 player took to the court, they found themselves inexorably spiraling into despair, with scarcely a glimmer of opportunity to close the gap. Their offense faltered, and their defense crumbled. How could they possibly compete? Even the team star, Devin Booker, hung his head low, shrouded in a towel, silent and despondent. Observing this, Chris Paul clapped his hands vigorously. Have we given up? Are we to be branded as soft? Everyone, lift your spirits. He recalled how they had triumphed over the reigning champions last year. We transformed the title holders into failures. Do we now cower before these same losers? Paul is undoubtedly among the most competitive and tenacious players in the NBA. His impassioned words slowly rekindled the players' and Apos' spirits. However, trailing by a full 20 points, mere encouragement would not suffice. Thus, head coach Williams cast a glance towards Crowder, saying, "Crowder, in the third quarter, ensure that Eastern player is contained." His directive was not merely to defend, but to incessantly provoke and incite the opponent, possibly resorting to some unsportsmanlike conduct. During his tenure with the Heat, Crowder had not shied away from causing discomfort for the rival players. Such antagonistic figures may be disliked by fans and loathed by players. Yet every successful team necessitates such a character. Just as Bruce Bowen of the Spurs, Draymond Green of the Warriors, Zaza Pachulia, Bogut, and Crowder during the Heat's Big Three era embodied this role. Understanding his mission, Crowder signaled an okay gesture to his teammates, assuring them, "Leave that Eastern player to me. You need not worry." Upon the commencement of the third quarter, the starting lineup from the first quarter remained intact. However, Schroeder appeared somewhat distracted. After merely 3 minutes, 2 turnovers prompted the coach to substitute him out. Wang Yi re-entered the game, now truly part of the rotation. On the bench, Tucker wore a look of disappointment. Originally, the rotation was intended for him to take the court. However, due to Wang Yi and Apos' outstanding performance, his playing time has been significantly reduced. Such is the ruthless nature of competitive sports. Those who excel take the stage, while those who falter face elimination. All he can do is train diligently, seizing any opportunity to showcase his abilities when it arises, rather than languishing on the bench like a lamenting soul. In contrast, Schroeder seems somewhat distracted, his gaze wandering off the court. It is unclear what occupies his thoughts. After Wang Yi's entry, although his three-point shooting was not as explosive as in the previous 2 games, he maintained a respectable 45% shooting percentage, outperforming most. This compelled the Suns to alter their defensive strategy. They could no longer rely on his own defense and were forced to extend their coverage. Consequently, this created openings for the Lakers. James surged through the defense 3 times in a row, and Caruso followed suit, effectively diversifying their attack. Conversely, the Suns found themselves thwarted by Wang Yi's defensive prowess as he blocked them twice. Meanwhile, Booker struggled to find his rhythm, and his attempts to penetrate were effectively halted by Wang Yi. The shooting touch of the others also seemed to have cooled. Although Paul managed to sink a couple of mid-range shots, he ultimately found himself overwhelmed by the Lakers' relentless onslaught. The score began to balloon towards a 30-point deficit. At this juncture, as the Lakers pressed forward, Wang Yi, as usual, maneuvered through screens to receive the ball beyond the arc. In that moment, Crowder, seizing the referee's focus on the ball handler, discreetly grasped Wang Yi's arm and yanked it sharply. Startled, Wang Yi fell to the ground heavily. Fortunately, he had the presence of mind to fall with the force, as Crowder's strength could have dislocated his right arm otherwise. Crowder stumbled a couple of steps due to the pull and then fell as well, incessantly complaining to the referee, "He fouled me. He brought me down. His actions are too dirty." Ironically, the aggressor was playing the victim. However, with everyone's attention diverted to the perimeter, the officials failed to witness the incident. The baseline referee gestured for play to continue. Wang Yi, rising to his feet and shaking off the fall, resumed his movement. Meanwhile, as Crowder pursued him, he resorted to subtle tactics, including a discreet waist grab, reminiscent of the infamous Rome Mama, occasionally twisting Wang Yi's waist. Wang Yi, having studied Crowder, recognized that such maneuvers were not typical for him. In the entire NBA, the most frequent user of waist grabs is Paul, whose shorter stature often compels him to employ such covert tactics. These actions can inflict pain and instill caution in the opponent, and in the heat of competition, they often evade the referee and oppos's notice. Now, it appeared Crowder had adopted this strategy, prompting a quiet smirk from Wang Yi. ISN and oppos's, it merely a matter of grasping the waist? Who cannot accomplish such a feat? Thus, when Claude pursued too closely, or during their entangled struggle, he discreetly reached out and seized Claude's waist. "Damn it," Claude muttered under his breath. After a further 2 minutes of entanglement, Wang Yi's waist bore an array of bruises in various hues. Claude, too, was not unscathed. As a man of African descent, the injuries on his skin were less conspicuous, yet he harbored numerous bruises beneath the surface. This was Wang Yi and oppos's strategy against a sneaky opponent, returning their own tactics upon them. Let us not speak of the violation of sportsmanship or court ethics. Such covert maneuvers by Claude were difficult for the referee to detect, rendering any complaints futile. In such a scenario, should Wang Yi merely endure the relentless pursuit without retaliating? At that moment, as Claude closed in once more, Wang Yi seized the opportunity amid their struggle to clutch Claude's waist once again. Capitalizing on Claude and oppos's moment of pain, Wang Yi swiftly darted beyond the three-point line. Upon receiving the pass, he executed a three-point shot. Claude, clutching his waist, cursed vehemently within his mind. "Damn, damn, damn." He then chased after Wang Yi, declaring, "Oriental, you'll pay for this." The exchange of waist grips between Wang Yi and Claude was subtle. So much so that the other 8 players on the court remained oblivious to their actions, let alone the referee. Claude was seething with rage. His initial intent was to provoke the Oriental player by grasping his waist, aiming to elicit a reaction that could lead to a second technical foul for Wang Yi, resulting in his ejection. However, the Oriental not only remained unfazed but retaliated, causing Claude acute discomfort. To add insult to injury, Wang Yi had successfully scored consecutive three-pointers over him, intensifying Claude's ire. He focused on the retreating Wang Yi, formulating a scheme in his mind. Originally intending to impart a lesson, to deter Wang Yi, Claude now felt justified in his actions. As the Lakers initiated another offensive, Wang Yi maneuvered around a screen to receive the ball at the arc, preparing for a jump shot. Although Claude was clearly unable to block the shot, he lunged at Wang Yi, his right hand raised high, ostensibly to contest the shot, yet it was aimed directly at Wang Yi's face, delivering a forceful slap. The impact was not limited to just Wang Yi's face. Claude and oppos's excessive force caused him to send Wang Yi plummeting from the air towards the ground. At last, Claude felt a sense of satisfaction as his pent-up frustration was released. However, before he could revel in his triumph, a sharp pain surged through him from below. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though the entire world had vanished. Or rather, within his realm, everything else had dissipated. The only sensation that remained was pain. Pain that pierced to the very marrow. Pain that echoed through his heart. It became evident that Wang Yi was acutely aware of Claude and oppos's malevolent tendencies. He understood that when Claude found himself unable to defend, he would inevitably escalate his aggression, potentially resorting to foul play. Thus, Wang Yi was prepared for such a maneuver. As Claude attempted to bring him down, Wang Yi leaned backward towards the ground. Yet, seizing the opportune moment, his right foot aimed a kick at Claude and oppos's groin. Was this action unsportsmanlike? Indubitably. However, others had already transgressed the boundaries of fair play. Should he then maintain decorum and a smiling demeanor, embodying the role of a gentleman? Moreover, for players of this ilk, the referee would merely expel him from the game and impose a fine. Yet, the next time, Claude would undoubtedly repeat his actions. Sometimes, a single such act could irrevocably shatter a player's career. Should one still extend courtesy to such individuals? It was merely a matter of reciprocating in kind. At that moment, Claude, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, clutched his lower body and collapsed onto the court, writhing in agony. Wang Yi, having anticipated the situation, appeared to fall heavily, but his left hand instinctively cushioned his descent, resulting in only minor discomfort. Nevertheless, he refrained from rising immediately. After all, Claude had initiated the foul. To stand up now would only elicit more sympathy for the referee's perspective. Why not play the role of a wounded actor instead? With this thought, Wang Yi grasped his waist with his right hand, gritting his teeth, while his left hand pounded the floor in feigned distress. His teammates rushed over, inquiring about his condition. But Wang Yi remained unresponsive, as if the agony rendered him speechless. Many spectators along the sidelines fell silent. Observing this, Dudley prepared to enter the court to defend Wang Yi, as that was his role with the Lakers. However, an assistant coach firmly restrained him. At this juncture, any outside interference would result in a technical foul. Caruso, too, contemplated stepping in for Wang Yi, but upon witnessing Claude writhing in pain on the floor, he felt perplexed. Was this man merely pretending? After all, he was the one who had brought Wang Yi crashing down. Why was he in pain? At that moment, the large screen displayed a replay, revealing to the audience how Claude had charged directly at Wang Yi and Apos' face, igniting a wave of outrage among the crowd. Damn it. He's a thug. How can a thug even take the court? He ought to be incarcerated. His actions were clearly aggressive. He should be ejected from the game. However, when the crowd witnessed Wang Yi and Apos' descent, during which his right foot inadvertently struck Claude and Apos' groin, a collective gasp erupted, particularly among the seasoned male spectators who winced in sympathy for Claude. Yet, soon after, the audience began to cheer, exclaiming their approval. Well done. If I were Wong, I would have done the same. Claude deserves this. At that moment, teammates from both sides rushed over to inquire about the injured player. One teammate asked, Wong, where does it hurt? Wang Yi seemed to alleviate some of his discomfort. Holding his waist, he replied, it feels like my back, but I can't be sure. It hurts everywhere. After a few more questions, the teammate finally asked, can you stand up? Stealing a glance at Claude, who had been helped by his teammates to sit on the bench, Wong said, help me up. I think I can still manage. Thus, he was assisted to his feet. Under the guidance of the team physician, Wang Yi gradually began to move his body, and gradually, the intensity of his pain seemed to diminish. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, the referee repeatedly reviewed the footage. It was evident that Claude had committed a malicious foul, as he had charged directly at Wong and Apos' face. The referee was now scrutinizing whether Wang Yi and Apos' kick towards Claude was intentional or accidental. This time, the referee did not deliberate for long. He swiftly made his decision. Signaling to the technical table, Claude receives a level 1 flagrant foul, with 1 technical foul recorded. Wong was fouled on a 3-point attempt, resulting in 3 free throws. In addition to the technical foul free throw, totaling 4 free throws. Furthermore, possession will be awarded to the Lakers for free throws and 1 shot. Upon hearing such a ruling, members of the Suns team and their coaching staff raised their hands in disbelief. How could this be? How is this possible? Our player is injured, and that kick was clearly intentional. Especially Paul, who appeared ready to confront the referee, pursued him with complaints. Pointing at Wang Yi, he exclaimed, did you not see that move? It was malicious. Players like him should not remain on the court. However, the referee not only dismissed their grievances, but issued a warning, stating that further complaints would result in a technical foul for the entire team. In the replay room, the renowned NBA referee, Javi, elucidated from the motion. It is clear that Wang Yi was performing a fadeaway shot. As he leaned back, 1 foot naturally extended forward, when Claude lunged at him, sending Wong to the ground. Wong's extended right foot was elevated slightly more, merely a reflex to maintain his balance. Thus, although he inadvertently harmed Claude, there was no subjective intent. Moreover, it was Claude who had invaded Wong and Apos' space. While Wong extended his leg, he remained within his own vertical cylinder. Therefore, we maintain that Wong did not commit a foul. Wang Yi sat on the bench for a moment, while his teammates suggested he return to the locker room for a brief examination. However, Wang Yi merely shrugged and replied, thank you, but there and Apos' no need. I feel much better. I and Apos am in great shape. The team doctor remarked. You were in such pain just a moment ago, and now you feel fantastic? The surrounding teammates understood the unspoken truth, particularly James, who had once feigned injury himself and was well aware of the intricacies involved. A knowing smile graced his face as he patted Wang Yi and Apos' shoulder, saying, brother, well done. In competitive sports, the philosophy is results-oriented. As long as one does not cross the line, one may do anything in pursuit of victory. Everyone knows that Miller and Apos' game-winning shot against Jordan involved a foul. But could that alter the outcome? At that moment, the other teammates breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that no one was injured. Once Wang Yi had collected himself, he approached the free throw line, executing 4 free throws with an impressive success rate of 88. All 4 shots went smoothly through the net. Subsequently, the Lakers continued their play. Wang Yi navigated around a screen to receive the ball. A reinvigorated Crowder chased after him. Wang Yi, holding the ball with both hands, gazed into Crowder and Oppo's eyes, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Crowder, perceiving Wang Yi and Oppo's intent gaze and smile, felt an unsettling chill creep up from his lower body, reminiscent of the sharp pain he had just experienced. Although he attempted to contest Wang Yi's shot, his effort was markedly less aggressive, almost symbolic in nature. Wang Yi faced no pressure. Swish. The basketball sailed over Crowder's head and swished through the hoop. With his 4 successful free throws and this three-pointer, Wang Yi amassed 7 points in one possession, extending the gap to 33 points. The Suns had no choice but to call for another timeout. With only 2 minutes left in the third quarter, despite Paul clapping his hands and rallying the Suns players, urging Booker, "Devin, you must step up. You will become the sole leader of this team in the future, so you must rise to the occasion." The momentum had clearly shifted against the Suns, especially for Crowder. Upon returning to the court, he lacked the previously fierce defensive tenacity. His defense appeared hesitant, particularly when guarding Wang Yi, as he no longer dared to close the distance. Seemingly haunted by the psychological shadow of that earlier blow, the Suns' prospects had dimmed. In this match, the Lakers secured a smooth victory. James recorded a stat line of 23 points, 11 rebounds, and 9 assists, yet again teetering on the edge of a triple-double, proving himself to be the cornerstone of the team. Regardless of whether the team wins or loses, the Lakers must rely on these statistics. In this game, the greatest contributor was undoubtedly Wang Yi. Coming off the bench for 26 minutes, he achieved a remarkable double-double, scoring 28 points and blocking 10 shots. His shooting was exceptional. With 7 out of 10 three-point attempts, a perfect 5 for 5 from the free throw line, and 1 for 1 on 2-pointers. His efficiency was nothing short of terrifying, particularly his accuracy beyond the arc, as he continues to prove himself as a dependable three-point shooter. After the game, Paul did not approach the Lakers players to shake hands, but instead turned away and strode towards the players and Oppo's tunnel, failing even to bid farewell to his close friend LeBron. This reaction is understandable. He is a fiercely competitive player. With a staggering 30-point defeat, he naturally lacked the spirit for pleasantries. A loss by 30 points clearly indicates that on this day he was outmatched. Yet, to feign goodwill and congratulate his opponent? That was beyond his capacity. In the post-game interview, Wang Yi remained the focus. He skillfully answered reporters' questions with unwavering composure. Upon returning to the locker room, Wang Yi intended to take a shower when LeBron called him over, saying, "Wong, come try this." Wang Yi inquired, "What is it?" LeBron replied, "You'll find out when you get there," and then led Wang Yi through a door at the back of the locker room. The other players looked on with a hint of envy as Wang Yi followed LeBron into the adjoining room, which housed an enormous cylindrical unit. Shrouded in mist and exuding an icy chill, Wang Yi realized it was a cryotherapy chamber. LeBron nodded with a smile and encouraged him to give it a try. This cryotherapy chamber, commonly referred to as a liquid nitrogen bath, helps athletes alleviate fatigue and maintain muscle strength after intense workouts. The low temperature within can also reduce various bodily inflammations and deter viruses from affecting the athletes. However, the exorbitant costs, amounting to millions of dollars annually, have prevented widespread adoption among NBA players. Only superstars like LeBron possess their own cryotherapy chambers. At that moment, Wang Yi stepped into the cryotherapy chamber. The temperature gauge beside him displayed a continuously dropping number, and he felt a chilling sensation permeate his body. Nonetheless, this would not harm him. While liquid nitrogen can reach temperatures as low as -196 degrees Celsius, the chamber's nitrogen is professionally processed and does not directly contact the athlete's skin. After 2 minutes in the chamber, Wang Yi emerged feeling utterly invigorated, as if the intense 20 minutes of competition had never transpired. Wang Yi emerged from the icy chamber and indulged in another bath. While he soaked, James remarked, "Wong, we are to attend the press conference shortly." Wang Yi did not decline, simply responding, "Understood." Few players would forego the opportunity to participate in a post-game press conference. Meanwhile, at the press conference venue, the Phoenix Suns post-game briefing was already underway. The Suns were represented by Paul, Booker, and Crowder. After addressing a few routine inquiries, a reporter directed a question at Crowder. "Crowder, during the game, you and the Lakers' Wong both fell to the floor. You struck his face, and he kicked your groin, resulting in the referee issuing you a flagrant foul. What do you have to say about that?" Crowder shook his head and replied, "Undoubtedly, I was going for the ball and inadvertently hit his face." His action, however, was clearly intentional. It was exceedingly dirty, and he ought to have been ejected. Having regained his composure, he began to speak more candidly. The reporter pressed on, "However, from the footage, it appears that the ball was well above your head at that moment. Your instinctive reaction was not to reach for the ball, but rather to strike towards his face. Many are suggesting that your actions were deliberate. What do you have to say in your defense? Crowder, growing agitated, glared at the reporter. You are not me. How can you presume to know what I was thinking at that moment? That Eastern player was clearly intentional. Why Don and Amp? Oppose. Do you ask him? The reporter shook his head. By your logic, you are not him. So how can you assert that his actions were intentional? At a loss for words, Crowder huffed dismissively. I refuse to answer your question. With that, he rose and stormed out, leaving the press conference midway, a gesture deemed disrespectful to journalists in the NBA, which could incur a fine. Yet Crowder seemed unconcerned. Shortly after their departure, the Lakers and Oppose, James and Wang Yi entered the venue. A flurry of camera clicks erupted as the reporters captured the moment. Although Wang Yi had participated in press conferences before, the sheer volume of cameras was unprecedented for him. This exemplified the exposure that Lakers players received. As a storied franchise situated in the vibrant city of Los Angeles, they attracted significantly more attention than teams from smaller cities. Thus, as long as one performs well, visibility is assured. Once seated, the reporters began to pose their questions. A reporter inquired of James, LeBron, tonight Wong once again delivered an efficient performance. It appears he possesses the potential to become a significant ally by your side. What are your thoughts on this? James glanced at Wang Yi beside him and smiled as he replied, he is indeed a commendable teammate. Having him on the court alleviates my pressures. I eagerly anticipate his next performance. The reporter continued to pose several questions to James, predominantly concerning Wang Yi. After being asked a fifth question related to Wong, James jested. I feel somewhat superfluous here. Would it not be more straightforward to ask him directly? He is right here. The reporters were, in fact, quite astute. Although Wang Yi had performed admirably in 3 games, his notoriety was minimal, and none of those performances surpassed 30 points, hardly worthy of grand acclaim. Thus, reporting solely on Wang Yi would yield little in terms of engaging content. They needed to first interview James to garner his appraisal of Wong. Allowing for headlines brimming with intrigue, James and Oppose, best ally, LeBron also praises him, LBJ and Oppose's endorsement. This strategy significantly heightened the appeal of the topic, capturing the readers and Oppose's interest. Eventually, the reporters had nearly exhausted their inquiries directed at James, and one began to question Wang Yi. Wong, you scored 28 points and recorded 10 blocks tonight. As a guard, what is your secret to achieving such a remarkable number of blocks? Wang Yi smiled and replied, the secret is to eat less, the lighter the weight. The higher I can jump, making it easier to block shots. This comment was, of course, a jest, eliciting laughter from the audience. Next, another portly reporter adjusted his glasses, a glint of mischief in his eye, and asked, Wong, with 3 consecutive games nearing 30 points, your performance is emblematic of contemporary Chinese players. What are your thoughts on this? Wang Yi responded, I'm merely sitting back and observing. The reporters were momentarily taken aback before erupting in laughter once more. Wang Yi continued, it is inaccurate to claim I represent Chinese players. I am Chinese, and I cherish my homeland deeply, yet I am simply myself. I cannot be so presumptuous as to say I can represent anyone in any manner. Likewise, I do not believe anyone can represent me in any way. We must not impose our will upon others. The stout reporter, slightly disheartened, nodded and said, thank you for your response, before taking his seat. In truth, this reporter was attempting to trap Wang Yi. Their nation espouses ideals of independence and freedom, at least on the surface. He had just cast a bait. Should Wang Yi dare to assert that he represents Huaxia, he could exploit this to craft a narrative, speaking ill of this Eastern nation as lacking freedom and steeped in tyranny. Yet, surprisingly, Wang Yi did not take the bait. At that moment, a female journalist, who had remained largely silent, raised her hand. She was a blonde, and even in her professional attire, her splendid figure was evident. Her smile was disarming, akin to a gentle spring breeze, suggesting a friendly demeanor. She spoke. Wong, the NBA is currently the pinnacle of basketball leagues globally, and you are the sole representative from Huaxia in the NBA. My question is, with 1 billion people in Huaxia, can you truly not find even 5 who can play basketball? At her utterance, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. A hush fell over the crowd. This query was markedly different from the previous one posed by the rotund journalist, who had set a trap for Wang Yi. In contrast, the striking female journalist had directly posed a piercing question, clearly unfriendly in tone. Nevertheless, many reporters felt a thrill of excitement, eager to witness Wang Yi and Oppose's potential embarrassment. LeBron James furrowed his brow and glanced at Wang Yi, subtly shaking his head. He sensed the simmering anger within Wang Yi. Such a question would provoke irritation in anyone. However, Wang Yi had to exercise restraint. A rash reaction would undoubtedly lead to extensive media sensationalism, severely hampering his future prospects. Thus, James silently urged Wang Yi to remain composed. Would Wang Yi remain composed? Certainly not. If the matter were personal, he might have been able to endure. But when it pertained to his nation, he could not tolerate even a fraction of disrespect. His gaze burned with intensity as he fixed his eyes on the beautiful journalist and inquired, "May I ask which country you represent?" The journalist, still beaming with a smile that felt like a warm breeze, replied, "I am from the United States." Wang Yi, with poise, responded, "In your nation of 300 million. Cannot even one individual be found who can play table tennis?" At this declaration, silence enveloped the room. The smile vanished from the journalist's face, and the majority of reporters present, being American themselves, felt as though they had been stabbed at the heart. Wang Yi and Appos' penetrating gaze remained fixed on the journalist, awaiting her response. After a moment of silence, she found herself at a loss for words. Admittedly, the level of basketball domestically does not rival that of the NBA, and there are indeed numerous issues within the domestic system. However, if ill-intentioned individuals sought to deride Huaxia based on this, Wang Yi could not abide it. It is akin to graduates of various schools criticizing their alma mater. They may express their grievances, but should outsiders dare to speak ill of it, they would surely defend their institution fiercely. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room was thick with silence. Wang Yi paused for a moment and remarked, "Each individual possesses unique talents, and every nation excels in its own sports. Your country has reached the pinnacle of basketball, while ours reigns supreme in table tennis. We should not mock others for their shortcomings nor deride other nations for their lack of proficiency in our favorite sports. If one does so, it reflects a deficiency in personal character and quality." With these few sentences, Wang Yi adeptly shifted the focus from a national perspective to a personal one, showcasing his remarkable eloquence. The female journalist, publicly chastised for her lack of decorum, found herself at a loss for words, acutely aware of the prying eyes around her, each gaze piercing like a needle. After a brief moment, a journalist suddenly began to applaud, prompting half of the audience to join in. The sound of clapping resonated throughout the room. Wang Yi's words had elicited widespread approval. Yet, a few American journalists remained unconvinced, eager to contest his assertions. "I have come to conquer the NBA," Wang Yi and Appos' retort to the female journalist had garnered applause, but some American reporters, particularly a sharply dressed man seated beside her, were undeterred. Observing the woman bow her head in shame, he seemed intent on defending her. He raised his hand and inquired, "Wang, it is said that your countrymen believe everything about your nation is exceptional." Wang Yi sensed the hostility in the man and Appos' question but remained unfazed. He countered, "Shuden and Appos' TV? It demonstrates their love for their country." The journalist, sensing an opportunity to ensnare Wang Yi, smirked and asked, "If your country is so exemplary, why do you not play in the CBA but instead aspire to join the NBA?" This question was undeniably intended to belittle Wang Yi. The room fell silent once again, the tension palpable. For any other player, such a provocation might have led to an abrupt exit, while the previously chastened female journalist lifted her head, realizing that had she thought of this question earlier, she might not have felt so humiliated. LeBron James cast a worried glance at Wang Yi, yet observed no trace of anger on his face. Instead, it radiated a sense of boldness, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Then, Wang Yi uttered a statement that even LeBron had not dared to articulate. He fixed his gaze on the suited journalist, briefly glanced at the female reporter, and finally surveyed the entire assembly of 50 journalists. With unwavering conviction, he declared, "I have come to conquer the NBA." At this proclamation, the room fell into a profound silence. Such audacious claims seemed almost laughable. A short-term contract player, having performed commendably in 3 games, boldly proclaims his intent to conquer the NBA? Even the likes of LeBron, Kobe, and the basketball deity Michael Jordan have never uttered such audacious claims. Yet, not a single soul in attendance dared to laugh. Silence enveloped the room. This was largely due to Wang Yi and Appos' unwavering gaze, his expression resolute, and his words delivered with unyielding conviction. It was evident that he was not jesting. He had come to the NBA with a definitive purpose. Upon concluding his statement, Wang Yi scanned the assembly of reporters once more. Under the weight of his stare, none could meet his gaze. They instinctively lowered their heads. He then declared, "Since there are no further questions, this press conference is hereby adjourned." With that, he rose and strode confidently out of the venue. LeBron, regaining his composure, glanced at the reporters as if he wished to say something, but ultimately, only his lips moved without sound. He too stood and departed. As he entered the corridor, LeBron called out to Wang Yi, "Wang." Turning back, Wang Yi inquired, "What is it?" LeBron felt compelled to warn Wang Yi of the impending repercussions of his words. To convey how much turmoil his statement would stir within the NBA community, the disdain it would elicit from veterans, the backlash it would invite from fans, and the resentment it would provoke among players. However, he merely patted Wang Yi on the back and said, "Wang, now that your words have been spoken, you must substantiate them with action." Wang Yi nodded solemnly, acknowledging the weight of his words. The following morning, the NBA was in an uproar. Celtics legend Paul Pierce tweeted, "This man from Huaxia is spouting nonsense." Bulls great Scottie Pippen added, "Not even the divine has uttered such statements. He is utterly presumptuous. He is nothing but a pile of excrement." Suns icon Charles Barkley remarked, "Does he truly believe he can conquer the NBA? If he manages to score 30 points in a game, I would dare to kiss a donkey and amp Oppos, rear." Prominent North American journalist Stephen A. Smith, known as the American Yang Yi, commented on his show, "This young man clearly has yet to grasp the essence of the NBA. Yet, we need not be too harsh on him. Who would expect anything from a 3-year-old child with an unfiltered mouth?" The fans, however, were far less forgiving, taking to the internet to vent their outrage. "This arrogant fool. What an uncouth individual." Even the Lakers and Oppos supporters could not hold back their derision. Soaring high after just 3 good games? Conquering the NBA? How has he languished in the league for 2 years? Meanwhile, Wang Yi's statements reverberated across the ocean. Several commentators from Tencent NBA took to Weibo, expressing that such remarks were indeed ill-advised. Having such aspirations is commendable, yet it should not be publicly declared, especially in light of having played only 3 commendable games over the past 2 years. Such statements could impose immense pressure from public opinion, detrimental to his development. Wang Yi is still quite young, and he may indeed pay the price for his youth. His fans also share the sentiment that he ought not to have uttered those words. Observing his press conference, he had previously articulated himself rather well, managing to put that female reporter in her place, which certainly earned him some admiration. However, his subsequent remarks were excessively audacious. Is this truly advisable? I harbor a distaste for hubris and have consequently disengaged my support. Our culture values subtlety, emphasizing action over words. It is preferable to accomplish more while speaking less. Wang Yi has entirely contravened this principle. Critics have emerged in droves, exclaiming in disbelief that he has voiced sentiments that even deities would refrain from expressing. I can only watch as he utters such statements and ponder how he will navigate his future in the NBA. With these declarations, he will undoubtedly face scrutiny in every ensuing game. There is certainly drama on the horizon. At this moment, it feels as though the entire world stands opposed to Wang Yi. Reclining on a bed in the garage, he peruses these comments, taunts, and insults, merely chuckling to himself. After 2 years of wandering in the NBA, his psychological resilience has been significantly honed. Such remarks, jibes, and vitriol do not faze him in the slightest. His initial comments were indeed somewhat impulsive. Given the multitude of journalists present, half of whom harbored ill intentions towards him simply for being of Chinese descent, his impulsive verbal retort to them was not entirely unwarranted. Moreover, Wang Yi and Oppos' statements do not stem from arrogance, but rather from 3 factual underpinnings. Firstly, he possesses a system that can facilitate his rapid enhancement. Secondly, he is more industrious than 99% of NBA players, having meticulously studied the technical attributes, habitual actions, and temperaments of nearly every player capable of competing. Thirdly, every ambitious NBA player harbors, to some extent, the notion of conquering the league. Did Kobe not? Did LeBron not? Did a young Chris Paul not? They all did. However, they merely kept such thoughts to themselves, understanding the repercussions that could arise from vocalizing them. Wang Yi merely articulated what others dared not say. After scrolling through his phone for a few minutes, he locked the screen, intending to head to the training facility. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. Wang Yi glanced at the screen, momentarily taken aback, before pressing the answer button. The display revealed a single word, Dad. Wang Yi and Oppos' father was once a player himself and is now a physical education teacher at a school. It was precisely because he witnessed his father playing basketball from a young age that Wang Yi was inspired to ultimately become a professional player. However, his father never supported his passion for the sport. Even when Wang Yi initially entered the NBA and domestic media was extolling his virtues, his father remained unsupportive. Wang Yi could not comprehend the reason behind this lack of encouragement. Why did his father refuse to support him in pursuing his dreams? Consequently, their relationship became quite strained. Since their last conversation, during which his father firmly insisted he return home and a brief argument ensued, 6 months had passed without any communication. Even when Wang Yi attempted to speak with his mother, his father interrupted and ended her call. Now, upon noticing a call from his father, Wang Yi anticipated that he was being urged to return home amidst the ridicule and criticism from the world. Initially reluctant to answer, he hesitated before finally pressing the accept button. He promptly stated, "Dad, if you were calling to persuade me to come back, you may as well hang up." His father fell silent for a moment before responding, I watched your interview. It's easy to boast, but the challenge lies in turning those claims into reality. Wang Yi was somewhat taken aback. After a moment of reflection, he replied, Dad, but was interrupted by his father's question. Can you endure it? Wang Yi nodded solemnly, affirming, I have managed to withstand it these past 2 years. His father replied, That's good. Speak with your mother. Throughout his upbringing, communication between father and son had always been brief and to the point. Yet this time, his father's words provided Wang Yi with significant psychological comfort. He had thought that after expressing his feelings, he would face the world alone. Unexpectedly, his father, who had always opposed his basketball aspirations, now offered his support. Subsequently, Wang Yi engaged in a lengthy conversation with his mother. Their dialogue was rich and varied, ranging from inquiries about his romantic life to discussions about his breakfast. They spoke for a full half-hour before concluding the call. As Wang Yi made his way to the training facility, he kept reflecting on his father's words. Turning every boast into reality is what truly defines greatness. He had made grand claims, and the derision from fans and players alike was overwhelming. Yet, when the day came that he realized those ambitions, how extraordinary would that achievement be? This thought ignited a renewed sense of determination within him. Just as expressed in Soldier Assault, one must first set an apparently unattainable goal and then fervently pursue it. He had become quite familiar with the security guard, who, upon seeing Wang Yi, expressed confusion, saying, Wang, the next game is an away match. We need to fly to Washington at noon. The team did not train in the morning, so why did you come here instead of resting at home? Wang Yi replied, I couldn't and sleep, so I came early. I can rest on the plane anyway. The security guard nodded and opened the door for him, adding, Wang, your words last night may bring you considerable trouble. Are you prepared for that? Wang Yi gestured an OK sign and said, just watch. He then entered the training facility to review the tasks presented by the system. Task 1. Block training 1,000 times. Task reward. Block probability 20. Task 2. First step breakthrough training 1,000 times. Task reward. First step speed increase 10. Upon seeing these 2 tasks, Wang Yi pondered for a moment and stated, I choose task 1. Currently, what the team needed most was his defense and 3-point shooting. As for the breakthrough, with LeBron attracting defenders, there was no need for him to focus on that. Moreover, if his 3-point shooting was on point, opponents would not dare to leave him open, necessitating constant pressure on him, making breakthroughs considerably easier. Block training was not merely about jumping and reaching out. It required 2 elastic bands to be tied around his waist, with the other end secured to the floor. He then leaped with all his might, performing the blocking motion. Wang Yi prepared himself and jumped as high as he could. Due to the resistance of the elastic bands, his jump height was at least 15 centimeters lower than in a normal state. Upon landing, the task progress in his mind had already changed. Task progress, 1,000. Time remaining, 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds, in a normal state. He could easily jump once a second. However, as time passed and his stamina waned, it would become increasingly challenging. Thus, Wang Yi did not dare to slacken his efforts. He jumped again swiftly, and upon landing, immediately squatted down for a 3rd jump. Just like every previous attempt, as his energy depleted, he began to gasp for breath. His jump speed slowed, and his jump height diminished. When his jump height fell below 30 centimeters, the system would deem that attempt invalid. He could only rest for 2 minutes before continuing his jumps. Outside, the security guard observed this scene and thought to himself, what a remarkable player. It's a pity he has such a big mouth. While Wang Yi diligently trained to improve himself, across the ocean, he had already become a topic of heated discussion. Trending at 5th place, Wang Yi and Oppo's arrogance brings shame to our great nation. Clicking on the trending topic revealed a stream of comments, half expressing skepticism and the other half filled with vitriol. He has completely discarded the humble virtues of our ancestors. I said it before. His move to the NBA would bring us disgrace. Fool. The Sports News Today announced a new video update. Su Jingyu took a sip of water and remarked, what is Wang Yi doing over there? After 2 years in the NBA, he has made much of a name for himself. He has only played 3 good games, and already he is acting high and mighty. He should reflect on how he has spent the last 2 years. He can't even secure a regular spot in the rotation, and yet he talks about conquering the NBA. If he truly has the capability, he should focus on overcoming the Wizards in the next game first, or better yet, take on Rui Hachimura. If he lacks the skill, he ought not to speak so irresponsibly, as it reflects poorly on him and the entire Chinese basketball fan base. Meanwhile, Xiaoke compiled a highlight reel of Wang Yi's 28 points and 10 blocks and uploaded it to Douyin. However, this time, the number of likes on the video scarcely increased, while the comments surged dramatically. Upon opening the comments, it was almost entirely filled with criticism of Wang Yi. What a disgrace. No matter how well he plays, his character is abysmal. He is just a source of embarrassment for our country. Such a person deserves to be banned. Xiaoke hesitated to revisit the comments section, inwardly lamenting, Ego, how did you get yourself into such a predicament? You can eat recklessly, but you must choose your words wisely. Aspiring to conquer the NBA is admirable, but it should not be proclaimed publicly. At 8:48 a.m. at the UCLA Training Center, Wang Yi completed his final jump and block training session. A cold, mechanical notification echoed in his mind. Task completed. Task reward, block probability 20. With a sigh, Wang Yi collapsed onto the floor, his chest rising and falling like a bellows, utterly exhausted to the point of not even wanting to blink. Yet, the thought of a 20 block probability brought a flicker of a smile to his face. While May 20th seemed low, consider this. If a player shoots 10 times in front of you, can you manage to block 2 of those attempts? Offensive players employ feints, movements, retreats, and fadeaways. So managing to block even 1 out of 10 attempts is quite commendable. Typically, an NBA player records only 2 to 4 blocks per game. Thus, a 20 block probability is indeed quite high. Moreover, given Wang Yi and Oppo's understanding of each player and Oppo's technical capabilities and playing habits, he could potentially elevate that probability to 30. If an opponent shoots 10 times in front of him, blocking 3 of those attempts would be extraordinary. At noon, after lunch, the players began boarding the flight to Washington. On the plane, a small number of players scarcely interacted with Wang Yi. They had initially held biases against Wang Yi due to his Eastern heritage. With his recent statements, their prejudices against him have only deepened. However, Wang Yi remains unfazed. After enduring scorn for the past 2 years, he is resolute. If he aims to win over the entire NBA, he must first gain the trust of his teammates. Clenching his fist discreetly, he focused on the task at hand. During the flight, LeBron listened to music, while some teammates indulged in video games, others read newspapers, and a few perused books. Wang Yi, on the other hand, immersed himself in reviewing recent game footage of the Wizards. Fans witness merely the performances on the court. Yet the journey to becoming an exceptional player entails far more than what is visible to the spectators. Although Wang Yi is well acquainted with each player's technical attributes, he still takes the time to analyze the opponent's videos before the game, seeking to discern any newly developed techniques or tactical approaches from the rival team. At 6:30 in the evening, the team arrived at a hotel near the Washington Arena. After nearly 6 hours of flying and another half hour by car, the players were fatigued. Consequently, the coach opted not to schedule any training, allowing the players some free time. The Wizards' home arena, known as the Verizon Center, is situated within the bustling Chinatown district. Since joining the NBA, Wang Yi had been so engrossed in training that he had scarcely visited Chinatown. This opportunity to explore was timely, particularly as it offered a chance to hear familiar tongues in a foreign land where English was the norm. The sounds of Mandarin upon entering Chinatown filled him with warmth. Within the vibrant neighborhood, some Chinese fans recognized Wang Yi and approached him for photographs. Unlike the disdain sometimes expressed by domestic fans, these individuals seemed to cherish the bond forged by shared experiences in a distant land. Wang Yi spent over an hour wandering through Chinatown, purchasing 2 sets of traditional attire. Wearing the garments made him feel a closer connection to his homeland and loved ones. The following afternoon, just 2 hours before the game, both teams attended a pre-match press conference. During the event, a reporter posed a question to Westbrook regarding the Eastern player from the Lakers who claimed he was there to conquer the NBA. Westbrook contemplated briefly, then replied, "He has articulated what I once wished to express but never dared. I await the outcome." The room fell silent, as all present were taken aback by Westbrook's seemingly supportive stance towards that Eastern player. A flicker of realization crossed the reporter's mind, ultimately leading him to think of Rui Hachimura, illuminating the moment. The second question was posed. "Mr. Hachimura, what are your thoughts on the remarks made by that Eastern individual?" Hachimura erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Arrogant, egotistical, and utterly dismissive. I shall impart a lesson on him, akin to that of the NBA veterans. I will teach him how to respect his seniors and how to honor the fans." This statement not only belittled Wang Yi, but also elevated Hachimura to a moral high ground. It must be said, his eloquence was indeed remarkable. The reporter, seizing the opportunity, probed further. "When you say you will teach him a lesson, do you mean to dominate him on the court?" Westbrook cast a sidelong glance at Hachimura, subtly warning him that he was treading on dangerous ground. Hachimura was well aware of the pitfall, but remained undeterred. With his chin held high, he addressed the assembly of journalists. "Indeed, I shall dominate him, both offensively and defensively. I will ensure he learns his lesson and comes to respect his predecessors." Upon hearing this, the reporters were instantly invigorated. "Mr. Hachimura, could you elaborate on how you plan to dominate him on both ends? His comments have already incited public outrage. If you could teach him a lesson, we would all be grateful." Mr. Hakamura, we eagerly anticipate your lesson for him. In the visiting team and Oppo's locker room. The Lakers players and coaches instinctively turned their gaze towards Wang Yi, who was still engrossed in analyzing the Wizards game footage on his tablet, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. In truth, he was fully aware of the situation, yet feigned indifference, having already resolved to see who would outshine whom that night. To protect Wang Yi, the coach had refrained from allowing him to participate in the pre-game press conference. Soon, it was time for warm-ups. As LeBron James approached the player tunnel, he asked Wang Yi, "Brother, are you ready?" Wang Yi nodded emphatically. As he traversed the player tunnel, he gazed upon the vast arena, capable of accommodating over 20,000 spectators, silently vowing, "Let my conquest of the NBA commence within this very arena." During warm-ups, Wang Yi noticed a handful of fans in the stands holding up signs that read, "Wang Yi, go for it. Support free go." These fans were of Chinese descent, warming Wang Yi and Oppo's heart slightly. However, such supporters were but a minority. The majority of fans were eager to witness Wang Yi and Oppo's missteps that evening. Before long, the warm-up concluded, and the game commenced. Wang Yi was not in the starting lineup, while Hakamura had secured a starting position for the Wizards. As Hakamura took the court, he passed by Wang Yi, his gaze radiating provocation. In Wang Yi's eyes, the spirit of competition ignited. 5 minutes into the game, the Lakers' inside players were consistently finding success. In the realm of the Wizards, although their shooting from beyond the arc was less than stellar, Hakamura exhibited a commendable touch, successfully netting 2 mid-range shots along with a thunderous dunk. With just over 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the score stood at 27-26, with the Lakers holding a slender 1-point lead. At this juncture, Coach Vogel opted to substitute James, directing Wang Yi to take the court. Upon glancing at the scoreboard, Wang Yi felt a surge of satisfaction. It was the first time he entered the game while the Lakers were ahead. This moment brought Wang Yi a sense of comfort. For not only were the Lakers not trailing, but they also enjoyed a 1-point advantage. As he stepped onto the hardwood, a system notification echoed in his mind. "Sign in available." "Sign in," Wang Yi declared. "Sign in successful. Sign in reward. Unstoppable mid-range experience card, beginner." After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Yi decided against utilizing this experience card immediately. Given his current proficiency in three-point shooting and defense, he was more than capable of embodying a quality 3D player. The wisdom of employing one and Oppo's best resources at the most opportune moment prevailed. He resolved to save the card for when the Lakers found themselves in a tight spot, ensuring its maximum effectiveness. At this moment, while James took a breather, the Wizards star Beal also stepped off the court, leaving Westbrook and Hakamura still on the floor. As Wang Yi passed by, Hakamura uttered something in Japanese, which Wang Yi could not comprehend, prompting him to retort in Mandarin, "Could you speak in a language I understand?" Naturally, Hakamura did not grasp his words either, and, locking eyes with Wang Yi, menacingly proclaimed in English, "Prepare yourself for the storm's fury." Wang Yi, hearing this, merely shook his head with a light chuckle, thinking to himself that this kid must have watched too many action-packed anime. With the Lakers now in possession of the ball, Caruso dribbled past half-court. Wang Yi continued to weave around screens, seeking an opportunity, and finally received the ball at the top of the arc. Without a hint of hesitation, he launched a three-pointer. Clang! His first attempt struck the iron. Turning back, Hakamura caught Westbrook and Oppo's pass and executed a powerful dunk, landing with a roar that showcased the veins in his neck. In the subsequent possession, Wang Yi once more maneuvered to create space and took another three-point shot. Clang! Again. The ball rebounded off the rim. Wang Yi shook his hand in frustration, recognizing that today was not his day for shooting. Despite boasting a 45 three-point shooting percentage, even the best sharpshooters experience off days. Much like Curry, who often exhibits an impressive shooting percentage, he too has moments where he might shoot 2 of 10 or 3 of 15, occasionally falling short of his usual brilliance. Wang Yi had long studied shooters like Curry, understanding the ebbs and flows of their performances. He understood that when the touch is frigid, the most crucial aspect for a shooter is to maintain a resolute release. Even if the first 100 attempts fail, as long as there is an opportunity, the 101st shot must be taken with unwavering conviction. A shooter who hesitates is already defeated. Turning back, the Wizards commenced their offense. Hakamura, with his back to Wang Yi, executed a post-up, leveraging his height advantage. He effortlessly scored with a hook shot. Turning to face Wang Yi, Hakamura raised his arms, showcasing his muscles. Meanwhile, DJ elongated his tone, proclaiming loudly, 2 points from Hakamura. Observing this, Wang Yi silently scoffed. His own touch was lacking, yet his opponent displayed such arrogance. Under normal circumstances, he might have devised alternative strategies to avoid a direct confrontation. However, against Hakamura, he would never shy away. It was imperative to confront him head-on. As the first quarter concluded, Wang Yi remained cold, having missed all 3 of his attempts. Following LeBron and Apos' exit, the team lacked a facilitator for their offense, resulting in a disjointed attack from the Lakers. Conversely, Hachimura was in excellent form, hitting all 4 of his shots and accumulating 8 points in the first quarter. The Lakers found themselves trailing by 5 points. The comments in the Tencent NBA livestream were rife with disdain. Trash Lakers. Trash Wang Yi. Act tough and get schooled. How humiliating. To be schooled by a rookie, and Apos. Utterly disgraceful. Wang Yi, go to hell. Commentator Duan Ran remarked, "Oh dear, Wang Yi is struggling today. Let's see if he can devise another method to aid his team." To which Zhu Fengyu replied, "Every shooter experiences slumps. The key is to remain focused and not force shots. However, when a good opportunity arises, one must shoot decisively. If 3-point shooting is off, he can also contribute through defense, passing, or rebounding." During the intermission, Lakers and Apos, Coach Vogel turned to Wang Yi and inquired, "How are you feeling?" Wang Yi nodded, "No problem." Vogel, noticing the confidence in Wang Yi and Apos' eyes, felt a sense of relief. His biggest concern was that Wang Yi might lose confidence after a few missed 3-pointers. It appeared his worries were unfounded. He advised Wang Yi, "You and Apos, start the second quarter, continuing your usual style. When a 3-point opportunity presents itself, shoot decisively. Additionally, bolster your defensive efforts." Such an arrangement clearly indicated Vogel's endorsement of Wang Yi's inclusion in the rotation. For a player who had long been sidelined, this was undoubtedly a source of joy. However, at this moment, Wang Yi unexpectedly shook his head and said, "Coach, please allow me to match Rui Hachimura and Apos' playing time." Vogel glanced at Hachimura in the distance and advised, "Wong, his comments at the press conference were indeed excessive. However, we must prioritize the overall strategy of this game. Moreover, he is a power forward, and you are a guard. Even if you both play simultaneously, it won't align." Wang Yi, however, replied earnestly, "Coach, please trust me. You will be rewarded. If I am unable to outplay him, you may substitute me at any time." Vogel pondered for a moment. Hachimura's position on the Wizards had become increasingly significant. If he found his rhythm, it would necessitate bolstering the defense against him, thereby facilitating Westbrook and Beal's drives. Thus, the primary objective was to contain him. Given Wang Yi and Apos' unwavering determination, it was possible he had a strategy up his sleeve. Vogel, known for his progressive coaching style, recalled how Rondo frequently utilized a tactical board to illustrate strategies during their championship season in 2020. Consequently, he decided to let Wang Yi take a shot at it. As the second quarter began, neither Wang Yi nor Hachimura had taken the court. When the 4th minute of the second quarter arrived, Hachimura entered the game, and Wang Yi donned his gear once more. The Lakers were still trailing by 5 points. Wang Yi maneuvered around a screen, finding an open position, and decisively launched a 3-pointer. Swish. It was his first successful 3-pointer of the match. Finally, the 3-point shot had opened. Hachimura's expression darkened slightly upon witnessing this. Vogel clenched his fist in silent triumph. The Lakers needed to establish their 3-point game. LeBron was no longer the airborne force he once was. He could not shoulder the burden single-handedly during the team and Apos' challenging moments as he had in the past. Thus, the Lakers and Apos' 3-point shooting served as a barometer for the team and Apos' performance. As Wang Yi retreated on defense, he pounded his chest in self-encouragement. With the 3-pointer falling, the game became much more manageable. He had previously contemplated resorting to that elusive mid-range shot experience card if the 3-pointer did not materialize. Wang Yi and Apos' successful 3-pointer not only relieved the coach and Apos' anxiety, but also eased the tension among all the players on the team. Turning back, the Wizards initiated their offense. Rather than matching up against the opposing guard, Wang Yi pursued Hachimura. Observing this, the Wizards and Apos' backup point guard, once Hachimura settled into position, promptly passed the ball to him. Standing at 206 centimeters tall, Hachimura had a significant height advantage over Wang Yi, who stood at 192 centimeters, creating an opportunity for a size mismatch. The Tencent NBA commentator, Duan Ran, expressed his confusion. "What does this mean? Is Wang Yi actively defending Hachimura?" Zhu Fengyu remarked, "Well, Wang Yi and Apos' mentality is understandable. I felt the same way when I was playing. Facing players from certain countries ignites a fire within me. However, one must assess the actual circumstances and avoid reckless actions. Hachimura possesses solid fundamentals and commendable back-to-the-basket skills. Wang Yi defending against a player of Hachimura's stature may not be the wisest choice." At the Verizon Center, the throngs of 20,000 spectators erupted as they witnessed Wang Yi matched up against Hachimura. In unison, they chanted, "Overwhelm him! Overwhelm him! Overwhelm him!" The commentators echoed the sentiment, stating, "This fellow is exceedingly arrogant, claiming he has come to conquer the NBA. Hakamura must impart a lesson." Another commentator nodded in agreement, adding, "Those who boast tend to meet a dismal fate. Hakamura must dismantle him," making it clear how insignificant and humble he truly is. Hakamura shared this sentiment. Spotting Wang Yi defending him, a hint of disdain curled upon his lips as he remarked, "Little one, it and amp, oppos, as time for class, pay attention," without any feigned movements. He rose effortlessly for a mid-range jumper against Wang Yi, who stood 14 centimeters shorter. Wang Yi had meticulously studied Hakamura, familiarizing himself with his habitual motions. Before Hakamura's jump shot, he habitually cast a quick glance at the basket, a subtle gesture, barely perceptible, as it required no movement of his head. Merely a flick of his eyes. Few noticed this characteristic, but Wang Yi. Through countless hours of reviewing footage and player data, even scrutinizing Hakamura and Amp, Oppos, early NCAA games and training tapes, had discerned this unintentional habit. Even Hakamura himself was unaware of it. As Hakamura prepared for his jump shot, Wang Yi astutely recognized the telltale sign. He leaped, extending his left hand for a block. Just as Hakamura was lifting the ball for his shot, a sharp crack echoed through the arena as he cleanly swatted both the player and the ball from the air. With no physical contact whatsoever, Hakamura fell heavily to the ground. Nearby, a Wizards backup guard rushed to retrieve the ball, but Wang Yi executed a swift diving motion. Cradling the ball in his arms before rolling it toward the front court, Harrell sprinted forward, seized the ball, and executed a powerful two-handed dunk. The audience was momentarily stunned, their attention rapidly shifting from Harrell to Hakamura and Wang Yi. The audacity of this Eastern player to block a shot from someone a good 10 centimeters taller was almost beyond belief. The two commentators on site were somewhat incredulous. What on earth is happening with Hakamura? Perhaps it is an accident. We believe in Hakamura and Oppos' prowess. This is undoubtedly an unforeseen incident. Well, a single misstep does not signify much. Surely, Hakamura will soon overpower this Eastern player. At that moment, the score had been equalized. Hakamura rose from the ground, feeling a bit dazed. How could this guy block him? It seems impossible. Turning around, the Wizards launched another attack. Wang Yi continued to defend Hakamura closely. This time, Hakamura did not take a direct shot against Wang Yi. Instead, he received the ball, turned around, and faced Wang Yi with his back. Then, he used his body to push against Wang Yi. Naturally, Wang Yi could not withstand Hakamura and Oppos' strength. The weight difference was too significant. With a single nudge, Wang Yi staggered back a step. After 3 such pushes, Hakamura found himself near the hoop. At this point, he was in his customary attacking position and could easily turn and shoot. However, facing this person from Huaxia, he was determined not only to score but to execute a powerful dunk. Thus, he leaned towards Wang Yi once more. Yet this time, as he exerted himself, he could not maintain contact with Wang Yi. He suddenly felt a void behind him, lost his balance, and fell directly to the ground. The ball slipped from his grasp and rolled aside. It turned out that Wang Yi, recognizing he could not withstand Hakamura and Oppos' physicality, had pulled back a chair. At this moment, the Lakers counterattacked and scored again. The spectators were astounded, all staring at Wang Yi. The commentators, too, appeared somewhat subdued. This, Hakamura and Oppos' condition seems to be less than optimal. Does he bear an injury? Turning back, the Wizards initiated another offensive. The Wizards and Oppos' point guard, noticing Hakamura had failed to score twice in succession, had no intention of passing to him this time. However, Hakamura, with Wang Yi behind him, resolutely demanded the ball. The Wizards and Oppos' backup point guard, feeling helpless, had no choice but to pass to Hakamura again. This time, the fans no longer shouted to overpower him but instead fixed their gaze intently on Hakamura. After receiving the ball, Hakamura refrained from dribbling further inside. With his back to Wang Yi, he dribbled once, then spun around to take a jump shot. However, Wang Yi reacted with remarkable speed. As Hakamura completed his turn and was about to gather the ball, Wang Yi suddenly circled to his side and forcefully swiped at the ball. With a resounding smack, the ball was knocked away, striking Hakamura and Oppos' foot and quickly rolling out of bounds. The referee signaled for a sideline ball for the Lakers. The audience erupted in astonished gasps. The defense of this player. He has successfully defended against Rui Hakamura for 3 consecutive rounds. The commentators on site are momentarily bewildered. This Eastern player seems to possess greater strength than we initially anticipated, particularly in his defensive skills. I sincerely hope that Hakamura does not lose heart or become disheartened by these 3 plays. In the face of this Eastern competitor, he ought to assertively elevate and strike, denying him any opportunity to touch the ball. As the next round unfolds, the Wizards fail to pass the ball to Hakamura, and instead, it is Beal who takes the shot. Beal's three-pointer clangs off the rim. Hakamura seizes the rebound, aiming for a dunk, which prompts an immediate eruption of excitement from the crowd. However, before he can leap, Wang Yi suddenly swoops in from the opposite direction, his fingertips grazing the basketball. His dunk is thwarted. Yet, Hakamura leaps high again, capturing the rebound. He then attempts another shot. Once more, Wang Yi anticipates and leaps early, his fingertips altering the trajectory of the ball, which bounces back once again. Hakamura secures the rebound once more and, having evaded two Lakers defenders, prepares to shoot again. However, just as he raises the ball, a deafening sound resonates throughout the arena. The basketball is swatted far out of bounds. Hakamura turns in astonishment, meeting Wang Yi and Appo's gaze, which is laced with mockery, as if to say, "Come on, try to score on me." In just 2 minutes, Wang Yi has stymied Hakamura's 5 offensive attempts, blocking him 4 times. On this final occasion, he managed to reject him 3 times in succession. The audience erupts in cheers each time Hakamura touches the ball, yet gasped in dismay when Wang Yi blocks him. Oh, no. The commentators are equally astonished, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, how did he accomplish that?" It is simply unbelievable that he has blocked Hakamura, who stands half a head taller than him, 3 times in a row. I hope Hakamura can muster his spirit and not allow these blocks to dampen his competitive spirit. Unbeknownst to them, the commentators and Appo's tone has shifted. Initially, they were certain that Hakamura would dominate Wang Yi, then remarked on Hakamura's poor performance today, and now they express hope that he remains unaffected by Wang Yi's multiple blocks. In the Tencent NBA live stream comments, viewers who had previously criticized Wang Yi have begun to change their tune following these 3 consecutive blocks. 1/3 of the audience now praises him. 3 blocks against Hakamura, that's impressive. Incredible, my brother E, fierce and silent. Just based on these 3 blocks. I'm a fan now. Whenever a Chinese athlete faces an athlete from this country, they should give their all. Brother E, your ability to contain that individual has earned my forgiveness for your previous arrogance. Of course, there remain many who still harbor disdain for Wang Yi. Critics will always find something to criticize. However, even the most relentless critics have softened their tone somewhat in this moment. The performance displayed in these few plays is commendable. It suffices to remain humble. Focus on playing rather than talking. If this momentum continues, a promising future awaits. In the arena, the atmosphere grew somewhat somber due to Wang Yi's 3 blocks. Conversely, the previously subdued Chinese fans began to exhibit excitement. Go, brother E. We will always support you. Their enthusiasm stood in stark contrast to the surrounding Wizards fans. Hakamura, observing the confident visage of Wang Yi, silently vowed, "I will surpass you." At this juncture, due to a dead ball, the Lakers substituted in LeBron James. Vogel watched intently as James and Wang Yi took the court, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The combination of Wang Yi and James might indeed hold promise. As the second quarter drew to a close, Westbrook also entered the game. Following the inbounds pass, Westbrook chose not to distribute the ball to Hakamura, although Hakamura could use some encouragement. After 5 consecutive failed attempts, 4 of which were blocked, his coach had already shown him sufficient leniency by not benching him. Did he truly wish to dominate the offense again? Westbrook drove towards the basket but found it well guarded upon arrival. He promptly passed the ball to Beal in the left corner. After a series of passes, the ball found its way back to Hakamura, positioned near the free throw line and facing Wang Yi, who was a good 10 inches shorter. Hakamura seemed poised to take a jump shot. However, the memory of Wang Yi's previous blocks loomed large in his mind, instilling a sense of hesitation. Opting instead to trust in his solid footwork and post technique, he turned his back to Wang Yi, executing 2 precise steps before pivoting for the jump shot. This time, Wang Yi was unable to block Hakamura's attempt. Watching the ball soar past Wang Yi's fingertips towards the hoop, Hakamura exhaled in relief. Yet, at that moment, crack. The basketball was once again forcefully swatted away. A towering figure had leaped in from Hakamura's side. It was none other than LeBron James, who had come over for the help defense. Wang Yi and James exchanged a high five, sharing a knowing smile. At this point, Hakamura felt utterly dejected. I've only taken a handful of shots in this game, and you've blocked me 5 times. Is this really necessary? It feels so unfair. Westbrook patted Hakamura on the shoulder in a gesture of consolation before proceeding to inbound the ball. At this moment, as the ball traversed through several rotations and found its way into the hands of Rui Hakamura, he hesitated to shoot. The previous few attempts had left him with a profound psychological scar. He was plagued by the notion that the instant he released the ball, a figure would swoop in and swat it away with force. Consequently, he instinctively glanced to the side. This moment of uncertainty allowed Wang Yi to close the distance between them. The commentators on the sidelines exclaimed, "Excellent, Hakamura faces off against the Lakers #1 again. This is a prime opportunity to regain his confidence. Take him on. Hakamura, overpower him. Shoot." It seemed that Hakamura heard their encouragement. as his gaze fixed intently on Wang Yi, and he mentally urged himself, "Here we go." With a feint, he maneuvered past Wang Yi, now just a meter away from the hoop, poised to dunk. Yet, he instinctively glanced back once more. To his relief, he had indeed outmaneuvered Wang Yi, and he prepared to soar. However, as he turned, Harrell had already positioned himself beneath the basket, arms raised high, obstructing the path between Hakamura and the rim. Momentarily stunned, Hakamura lifted the ball, faking a couple of times. He successfully evaded Harrell, but Wang Yi had already recovered defensively. Upon seeing Wang Yi, Hakamura felt an unsettling anxiety wash over him. Ultimately, from a mere meter away from the basket, and faced with an opponent significantly shorter than him, he made a perplexing decision that left everyone baffled. He passed the ball away. On the perimeter, Westbrook, sensing the clock winding down, had no choice but to hurriedly attempt a three-pointer. Thud, he missed. The Lakers seized the opportunity and swiftly initiated a fast break. This time, Wang Yi capitalized on the moment. Charging down the court, after receiving the ball, he executed a left-handed layup, adding 2 more points. The atmosphere among the fans grew increasingly somber. The two commentators were left bewildered. What has happened to Hakamura? He hesitates to shoot at an open basket. He could dunk but chooses not to. What is going on with him? In the Tencent NBA live broadcast, Duan Ran expressed his astonishment. What is going on with Hakamura? He won't shoot even at an open basket, and he clearly could have dunked. Zhu Fangyu, a former professional player, responded with a knowing smile, hesitation. He is playing with hesitation. The reason for this is quite simple. His confidence has been shattered. Out of his previous 5 attempts, 4 were blocked by Wang Yi and 1 by LeBron James. He must have developed a psychological barrier. With each shot, he fears that someone will come flying in to block him. It ain't oppos, as akin to the old adage about being bitten by a snake and then fearing ropes for a decade. Therefore, for a professional athlete, self-confidence is paramount, yet establishing it is a formidable challenge. It is through years of relentless training and accumulated performances that confidence is forged. However, it can be shattered in an instant. In a pivotal moment, one might hesitate to take a shot. Zhu Fangyu paused and continued. The most illustrative example of a shattered confidence is the mailman Karl Malone's infamous weekend mailman doesn't he work. In the 1998 NBA Finals Game 1, which coincidentally fell on a Sunday, Malone, nicknamed the mailman, scored repeatedly in the closing moments. With just 5 seconds remaining, the score was tied at 82. Malone was awarded 2 free throws. If he succeeded, he could very well seal the game. Yet, as he prepared to shoot, his opponent Scottie Pippen whispered in his ear, "The mailman doesn't he work on weekends," causing a shift in Malone and Oppos' psyche. He missed both free throws, ultimately succumbing to a last-second shot by Michael Jordan, and thereby lost the championship. It was that game that irrevocably undermined his confidence. From then on, during critical moments, his free throws faltered as Pippen's taunt echoed in his mind. Currently, Rui Hakamura seems to be on a similar trajectory. In the ensuing 2 minutes leading to halftime, Hakamura failed to score again, despite having 2 opportunities. Each time, he appeared hesitant. In the NBA, opportunities are fleeting. Such hesitation led him to squander his chances, resulting in him passing the ball instead. His indecision disrupted the flow of the Wizards' offense, rendering it as ineffective as constipation. Consequently, by halftime, the Lakers held an 11-point lead. Wang Yi struggled in the first half, making only 2 of 5 shots for a mere 5 points. During the intermission, the atmosphere in the Lakers' locker room remained relatively lighthearted. LeBron James gave Wong a playful pat on the back, saying, "Wong, you did well. Let's keep it going in the second half." Caruso, while removing his shoes, remarked that Hakamura was quite cocky at the pregame press conference. I reckon Wong gave him a fitting reply. The other players nodded in agreement, congratulating Wang Yi. As he adjusted the tape on his ankle, Wong, with a semblance of jest, declared, "This is merely the beginning." Though it appeared lighthearted, deep down, he meant every word. To instill doubt in his adversaries? That was merely insufficient. He aspired to drive them to despair. He wished to render them too intimidated to act brazenly in his presence. He recalled a certain rotund individual who once uttered the sage advice, "Just don't let them live." Meanwhile, in the opposing locker room, the atmosphere was rather somber. Hakamura sat silently, head bowed, absorbed in his thoughts. Bill continuously clapped his hands, rallying the team with fervor. They are not formidable. LeBron is no longer the king he once was. Age has caught up with him. Aside from him, the Lakers boast no notable players. If we can contain LeBron and force him to pass the ball, we have already secured half the victory. Westbrook cautioned, their number 1 player is performing well. We must remain vigilant. Bill shook his head, asserting he has merely played 3 commendable games. In this match, his 3-point shooting has lost its sharpness. I observed he only scored 5 points in the first half. Even if he scores another 10 in the second half, as long as the other players are subdued, we can easily triumph over the Lakers. Westbrook seemed poised to say more, but ultimately refrained. Instead, he turned to Hachimura, placing a hand on his shoulder, and encouraged. Unleash your vigor in the second half. Channel the energy from when you scored 30 points. Remember, he is merely a pitiable short contract player, while you are a star who has achieved 30 points. In your presence, he is but a wretched worm. Do you understand? Hachimura instinctively nodded. The previously dim light in his eyes appeared to brighten slightly. As the third quarter commenced, the Wizards entrusted their first offensive play to Hachimura once more. This time, through a pick and roll, Hachimura found himself in an open position. He hesitated no longer, elevating the basketball, ready to shoot. But at that moment, Wang Yi suddenly maneuvered around the Wizards player who was setting the screen, lunging towards Hachimura. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Hachimura. Shadows of doubt loomed in his mind. In his panic, he refrained from shooting and sought out an outside player. However, to his dismay, none of the perimeter players were in a position to receive the ball. His momentary hesitation led to his descent. Wang Yi seized the opportunity, swinging his left hand in a wide arc. Smack. A resounding block, striking down upon Hachimura. The audience erupted in unison. The commentators gasped, "Oh, no, he has once again denied Hachimura." As the home commentator for the Wizards, I loathe his blocks. Yet from an objective standpoint, I must concede his remarkable blocking ability. Official records indicate he stands at merely 6 feet 2, yet possesses such extraordinary blocking prowess, which is indeed rare. It reminded me of Dwayne Wade. I flipped through the statistics from his previous game. Astonishingly, my goodness, he recorded 10 blocks in that match. Incredible! On the court, the flicker of hope in Hachimura's eyes dimmed once more. Coach Brooks of the Wizards furrowed his brow at this sight. It was only the first play, yet the slight courage Hachimura had mustered was swiftly extinguished. This cannot continue. The outcome of this match may be inconsequential, yet it is imperative that the players do not lose their confidence. While he still retains a glimmer of faith, it is essential to help him reconstruct that confidence during this very game. With this thought in mind, he seized the opportunity during a dead ball to substitute Rui Hachimura. As Hachimura returned to the bench, his head hung low and his gaze vacant. Coach Brooks extended a bottle of mineral water towards him. Hachimura numbly accepted the water, mechanically twisted off the cap, and sipped without enthusiasm. Coach Brooks inquired, "Hachimura, have you forgotten what you proclaimed before the game? You vowed to dominate him, to teach him a lesson on behalf of your predecessors. Have you truly let those words slip from your memory?" Hachimura's eyes flickered slightly. Coach Brooks continued, "Consider this. Those words have been spoken. If you fail to act upon them and instead allow him to overwhelm you, how utterly shameful would that be? How will your country, your people, your family, and friends perceive you?" Hachimura's gaze began to spark with life. The grip of his right hand around the mineral water bottle tightened. The bottle emitted a faint creaking sound in his grasp. Observing the effect of his words, Coach Brooks recognized that Hachimura was stirred. However, he refrained from sending him back onto the court just yet. He understood that Hachimura was now brimming with pent-up fury, yet he also knew that mere anger would lead to further mistakes in Hachimura's current state. Thus, it was crucial to allow him to first regain his composure. Coach Brooks then offered Hachimura a towel. His tone softened considerably. "I will not have you on the court in the third quarter. Take this time to reflect. In the fourth quarter, I shall grant you one final opportunity. If you seize it, you will experience growth. If not, I shall not utilize you again. Not even for a single minute. Do you understand?" Hachimura nodded earnestly. "I understand, Coach." As the head coach of the Wizards, Brooks would never truly confine Hachimura to the bench indefinitely. Hachimura has shown remarkable progress this season, with his average points per game rising from 13 to 17. Even the most foolish of coaches would not permanently bench such a scoring asset. His words were intended to instill pressure and motivation, urging Hachimura to rally himself swiftly. During the remainder of the third quarter, Hachimura indeed remained off the court. The Wizards, despite lacking a consistent third scoring option, not only maintained but swiftly erased the point deficit. This turn of events was largely due to Russell Westbrook's sudden explosion on the court. In a mere 5 minutes, he surged forth, scoring 15 points with a combination of inside drives and outside shots. The DJ and Oppos, as piercing tones resonated throughout the arena time and again. 3 points from Russell Westbrook, 2 points from Russell Westbrook, dunk, 2 points from Russell Westbrook. Westbrook and Oppos, as performance ignited the crowd, comprising over 22,000 spectators, who erupted into a fervent chant, "Brody, Brody, Brody." Brody is one of Westbrook and Oppos' several monikers in the United States, and it is his personal favorite. Not only did Westbrook score, but he also delivered 4 assists, enabling the Wizards to take the lead at 93-85 by the end of the third quarter. The barrage of compliments for Westbrook flooded the comments section of Tencent and Oppo's NBA livestream. King West, King West, King West. Westbrook, incredible. My darling. Westbrook is on fire. Honey, come witness the divine. During the intermission, the mood among the Lakers players dipped slightly. Although they endure an annual grueling schedule of 82 games, experiencing numerous comebacks and defeats, the shift from a 10-point lead to an 8-point deficit inevitably cast a shadow of silence over them. Wang Yi had only played the final 2 minutes during Westbrook and Oppo's explosive 5-minute spree, witnessing firsthand the eruption of such a player. Some athletes, once they ignite, become nearly impossible to contain. At that moment, Coach Vogel admonished the Lakers players, "We cannot allow Westbrook to continue this frenzy. We must implement a double team. Force him to pass the ball. Do you understand?" The players nodded in agreement, with LeBron naturally in accord. While LeBron possesses formidable one-on-one defensive skills, his age and the responsibility of orchestrating the team necessitate that he conserve energy and refrain from engaging Westbrook too early in isolation. Yet, despite the coach and Oppo's strategic arrangements, he harbored reservations. Should they double-team Westbrook and he passes the ball, the Lakers would face a numerical disadvantage. If the ball finds its way to someone as proficient as Beal, he too might explode offensively. The possibility of someone successfully guarding Westbrook one-on-one would be vastly preferable. But now transformed into a force of nature, who could possibly contain him? Caruso? No. KCP? Equally insufficient. As Vogel pondered these dilemmas, his gaze fell upon Wang Yi. Recalling his astonishing lateral quickness and the moment he had effectively contained Schroeder. Both Westbrook and Schroeder are players renowned for their blistering speed on drives. Perhaps at that moment, Wang Yi's gaze met that of the head coach. His eyes brimmed with excitement and eagerness. Coach Vogel felt a stirring within him. Wang Yi was anticipating the clash. He was looking forward to the duel with Westbrook. Many players feel exhilarated when facing stronger opponents. But Wang Yi and Oppo's fervor and keen anticipation for battle was a sight he had never encountered before. The yearning for combat overflowed from his eyes. "Wang, you will guard Westbrook in the fourth quarter," Coach Vogel commanded. Instantly, Wang Yi felt a surge of pre-battle excitement coursing through him. "All right, leave it to me." In truth, Coach Vogel's assessment was astute. Wang Yi had always relished competition from a young age, whether it was playing with marbles or participating in city-organized basketball tournaments. His greatest delight lay in challenging those who were stronger than him, as it ignited an intense thrill within him. He seemed to be born for battle. And in these confrontations, he would employ every means to secure victory. His competitive spirit rivaled that of Jordan, Kobe, and Paul. As the fourth quarter began, it was typically the time for James to rest. However, trailing by 8 points today, Coach Vogel had no choice but to keep James on the court. On the Wizards and Oppo's side, Westbrook remained on the floor while Beal took a temporary respite. The Wizards initiated their offense. Westbrook dribbled past half-court. Wang Yi proactively approached Westbrook, spreading his legs and extending his arms. The commentators, observing this, jested, "What is happening here? The Lakers' number one wants to guard Westbrook one-on-one? Has Vogel lost his mind?" At this moment, to not double-team and instead send a physically ordinary Eastern player to defend Westbrook? Does he not realize the explosive athleticism of Westbrook? Indeed, Westbrook and Oppo's physical prowess had diminished since his major injury, yet it was still far beyond what this Eastern player could compare to. Vogel would pay a price, and the Lakers would bear the consequences. As for this Eastern player, it seemed he might pay with his very life. Ha ha ha. Both commentators erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, Westbrook had begun his assault. Having watched the previous game where Wang Yi successfully contained Booker, he had meticulously studied Wang Yi and Oppo's defense. Thus, he was not dismissive of Wang Yi and Oppo's capabilities. He advanced with deliberate dribbles, his eyes locked onto Wang Yi. At a certain moment, his legs crossed, his signature scissor step. After the crossover, he powerfully pushed off with his right foot, launching himself forward like a released arrow. Only someone with Westbrook's exceptional explosiveness could execute the scissor step with such precision. Faced with such a fierce drive, relying solely on an increased 20 lateral speed would not suffice. Anticipation was also crucial. However, Wang Yi had also studied Westbrook extensively, considering him one of his many hypothetical adversaries, having analyzed his movements dozens, if not hundreds, of times. The moment Westbrook initiated his signature scissor step, Wang Yi, having observed Westbrook and Oppo's habitual glance to the right, anticipated his intent to drive in that direction. Thus, as Westbrook began his advance, Wang Yi had already sidestepped to the right. Westbrook and Oppo's scissor step was indeed formidable. However, it bore a flaw. Should an unexpected event arise, he would be unable to adapt swiftly. Consequently, as Wang Yi positioned himself to obstruct Westbrook and Oppo's path, the latter was unable to halt his momentum, crashing directly into him. The impact resounded with a dull thud, sending Wang Yi sprawling, while Westbrook fell to the ground as well. The referee's whistle pierced the air urgently. From the perspective of the unfolding scene, Westbrook launched into his move with remarkable speed, simultaneously matched by Wang Yi. Both players found themselves on the ground moments later, the referee and Oppo's whistle sounding sharply once more. He gestured towards his waist, declaring, "Number 1 of the Lakers, blocking foul." A slight frown creased Wang Yi's brow. He and Westbrook had indeed initiated their movements simultaneously. Although Wang Yi had marginally arrived at his defensive position earlier due to a 20 increase in lateral movement, the rapid sequence of events made it difficult for the referee to discern the truth. Even upon review, the rules favored the offensive player in situations of near simultaneous contact. It appeared that alternative strategies would be necessary. LeBron James and Alex Caruso approached to assist Wang Yi in standing. Leaning closer, James advised, "If you cannot contain his drive, there is no need to commit a foul, allow him to enter. I will provide support." Understanding the implication, Wang Yi recalled the previous playoff encounter when Westbrook, then with the Rockets, faced off against the Lakers. In that series, Westbrook had been on the receiving end of several blocks from James. As the Wizards prepared to inbound the ball, Westbrook once again initiated an offensive play. This time, Wang Yi maintained a two-step distance, adopting a strategy of allowing shots while focusing on guarding against drives. Westbrook's shooting had always been somewhat erratic. Thus, Wang Yi decided to let him attempt a couple of shots to assess his accuracy. Observing Wang Yi and Oppo's retreat, Westbrook wasted no time and, from beyond the three-point line, launched a shot. The ball clanged against the rim and fell away. Turning back, the Lakers transitioned to offense, with James assisting Caruso, who successfully sank a three-pointer. The Wizards continued their attack. Wang Yi persisted with his strategy of allowing shots while guarding against drives. After Westbrook and Oppo's previous miss, he opted against another attempt from distance and instead dribbled directly toward Wang Yi. At this juncture, Wang Yi had retreated to the free throw line position, while Westbrook pressed forward. Wang Yi could retreat no further. When Westbrook was merely a meter away, he executed another scissor step, launching into action. Wang Yi keenly observed that Westbrook had switched the ball to his right hand just before his acceleration, often prior to a breakthrough, after dribbling with his right hand. Westbrook's scissor step maneuver does not necessarily lead directly to the basket. Instead, midway through his advance, he often takes a step back to the left for a jump shot. Indeed, as Westbrook executed his scissor step, he suddenly gathered the ball and retreated a step to the left. What followed was his signature zombie jump shot, characterized by an impressive height. Under normal circumstances, blocking it would be nearly impossible. However, Wang Yi, having anticipated Westbrook and Oppo's movements, leapt just before Westbrook took off. As Westbrook lifted the ball, Wang Yi unleashed a powerful block, securing the ball with authority. The commentators erupted in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my God, he blocked Russell. Oh dear." The Lakers seized the opportunity for a fast break. Wang Yi scored 2 points, and Vogel on the sidelines was visibly impressed. A successful defense. In this league, few can thwart Westbrook's drives, but Wang Yi managed to do so. Turning back, the Wizards initiated another offensive. This time, Westbrook did not employ the scissor step but called Beal over to execute a pick and roll. Both players, endowed with formidable individual skills, posed a significant threat when combining their efforts. Conventionally, the Lakers and Oppo's defensive strategy would entail switching on all screens. Wang Yi was prepared to switch onto Beal. However, he noticed that Westbrook, after utilizing Beal and Oppo's screen, did not even glance at him. Through extensive analysis of countless game tapes, Wang Yi discerned that Westbrook intended to drive directly to the basket rather than pass to Beal. Thus, he chose not to switch, abandoning Beal and instead pursuing Westbrook towards the hoop. At this moment, LeBron had also rotated over to provide help defense. Westbrook, having previously experienced the ferocity of LeBron's blocks, feigned a layup from the right side. Yet, midair, he executed a deft maneuver to evade LeBron's attempt. The ball transitioned to his left hand for a low-angle layup, and as the ball soared towards the backboard, Westbrook felt a sense of relief. As long as he evaded LeBron's block, he was confident the shot was nearly guaranteed. However, just then, a purple figure darted past him from the side. With a resounding clap, a hand struck the basketball, sending it crashing against the backboard and ricocheting away. The entire arena, filled with over 20,000 fans, erupted in astonishment. Westbrook caught sight of the purple figure and Oppo's back, emblazoned with a prominent number 1. That Eastern player. A glimmer of disbelief crossed his face. He was aware of the blocking prowess of this Chinese athlete, but never had he imagined it could be to such an extraordinary extent. How many times had he been blocked in this game? 7? Or perhaps 8? Little did he know that Wang Yi's ability to block him stemmed from his understanding that he would inevitably attempt a left-handed layup when facing James. Beyond Wang Yi's 20 blocking probability, there existed a relentless analysis and study of various athletes that he undertook day after day. The Lakers swiftly counterattacked, adding another 2 points to their score. As Westbrook passed by Wang Yi, he remarked, "Hey, brother, that was quite the play. But I assure you, I possess more skills than that, so you better be cautious." This could hardly be deemed trash talk. Westbrook had always held a fondness for the Chinese and their culture, having donned traditional Tang suits at press conferences on multiple occasions. Thus, witnessing Wang Yi's block inspired genuine admiration in him. Wang Yi nodded confidently and replied, "I too have more tricks up my sleeve, so bring it on." This was not mere banter. It felt more like playful jests exchanged between friends engaged in a friendly competition on the court. Consequently, Westbrook attempted to drive past Wang Yi twice in quick succession. However, the more he tried to penetrate, the more perplexed he became. It seemed that no matter how he approached, this Chinese athlete possessed an uncanny foresight into his next move, always ready with an appropriate defensive strategy. It was as if he wielded a supernatural ability to predict the future. This was utterly absurd. The mystique of this ancient Eastern nation was palpable. Could their players be equally enigmatic? At that moment, the Wizards' head coach, noticing the difficulties Westbrook faced in his drives, seized the opportunity during a dead ball to substitute Rui Hachimura into the game. Before Hachimura stepped onto the court, the coach embraced him and whispered, "Remember, this is your final chance." Hachimura nodded earnestly, his gaze shifting towards Wang Yi, a mixture of anger and determination flickering in his eyes. Westbrook had matured. He no longer exhibited the reckless bravado of his earlier days. Acknowledging the formidable defense of this Chinese player, he decided to pass the ball more frequently and focus on assisting his teammates. On the next play, he feigned yet another drive towards Wang Yi, compressing the Lakers and Oppo's defense as he approached the basket. He then passed the ball to the unguarded Hachimura, positioned at a 45-degree angle on the left side. Hachimura had less than a second to seize the opportunity. This time, he hesitated not at all. Upon receiving the pass, he rose and shot with unwavering resolve in his eyes. Swish! The basketball sailed cleanly through the net. As it landed, he clenched his fist tightly and unleashed a roar that seemed to have been stifled for too long. The flickering flame within him, which had nearly extinguished, was reignited once more. After celebrating with a fist pump, he cast a glance towards Wang Yi, recognizing that to restore his confidence, he must conquer this Chinese adversary. Wang Yi observed the scene, shaking his head slightly. It appeared that someone was eager to stir up trouble. In a crucial moment, he demanded the ball. And with a deft shot, Rui Hachimura reignited the flickering flame within him. His gaze flickered towards Wang Yi, imbued with a hint of provocation. Wang Yi shook his head slightly, sensing that someone was eager to stir up trouble. However, his primary focus was on defending against Westbrook. So he chose to bide his time. When the opportune moment arose, he would strike decisively, ensuring that this individual would think twice before flaunting his prowess in his presence. As the game progressed through several exchanges, Westbrook attempted a couple of shots under Wang Yi's vigilant defense. Perhaps the initial burst of energy had waned, as both attempts lacked conviction. Furthermore, with Wang Yi effectively thwarting his drives, even when Westbrook penetrated the paint, he was met with the formidable presence of James and Drummond, ready to contest his shots. Consequently, Westbrook was compelled to pass the ball. In contrast, Hachimura flourished, netting 2 mid-range jumpers, a thunderous dunk, and 2 hook shots in the paint. His offensive prowess invigorated him, transforming him into a defensive dynamo. He thwarted Drummond's second chance attempt, disrupted James's drive to the basket, and forced Caruso into a shot clock violation. This surge of success revitalized him, and he exuded an infectious energy, celebrating each achievement with triumphant fist pumps and resounding roars that electrified the audience. The Wizards and Oppo's head coach, observing from the sidelines, exhaled in relief. Hachimura had finally come alive. Yet, he remained unaware that by the game and Oppo's conclusion, Hachimura would experience a resurgence only to falter once again. Now, as Hachimura cast another glance at Wang Yi, the provocation in his eyes had intensified, bordering on arrogance. Wang Yi, checking the game clock, subtly shook his head. The moment was not yet ripe. Under Hachimura's impressive display, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 13 points. Fortunately, James took charge, sinking 2 three-pointers, completing a 3-point play, and hitting a mid-range jumper, preventing the Lakers from falling too far behind. As the final 5 minutes approached, the deficit had shrunk to a mere 4 points. In the last 5 minutes, a margin within 5 points was deemed critical, and indeed, this was the pivotal moment of the game. The cameras panned to LeBron James, and his teammates looked to him for leadership. At 38 years of age, his stamina was waning. Typically, he would seize control in the final 5 minutes. But given the Lakers and Oppo's significant deficit, he had to exert himself earlier. In the preceding moments, he had scored 11 points and provided 3 assists, now gasping for breath. He wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel and eagerly gulped down the water handed to him by the coach. The Adam's apple continuously undulated, eliciting a sense of concern from the coach. At 38 years of age, this veteran cannot afford to exert himself to such an extent. Moreover, even if he were to return to the court, given his current physical condition, could he endure for the final 5 minutes? To entertain a hypothetical scenario, even if today he were to drag his weary body to make several pivotal plays and secure a victory, would it truly be worthwhile? After all, this is merely a regular season game. The dwindling fuel in James's tank should be reserved for the playoffs, or even the finals. If his body is subjected to such depletion during the regular season, it is simply not a prudent decision. Contemplating this, the coach and Oppo's lips moved slightly, wishing to convey to James that while winning the game is indeed commendable, it is not necessary to exert oneself to the brink of exhaustion if victory is unattainable. However, as the head coach, he must also consider the sentiments of the other players. They too have labored diligently throughout the game. How would they perceive such a statement? Would they think that the coach has given up when they have not? At this moment, Vogel found himself in a predicament. Among the players, some veterans grasped Vogel and Oppo's intentions, while younger players like Kuzma and Caruso remained oblivious. To them, with 5 minutes remaining and only a 4-point deficit, there was still ample time to contest the game. In that instant, the veteran players turned their gazes towards the head coach, awaiting his judgment. Yet, it was clear to all that regardless of the choice the head coach ultimately made, it would inflict some degree of harm upon the Lakers. Opting to secure the victory would tax James's physical condition, while a strategic concession could dampen the enthusiasm of the younger players. Wang Yi, also a young player, could not fully comprehend the extent of physical decline that accompanies aging. Consequently, he remained unaware of the coach and Oppo's and veterans and Oppo's perspectives. Nevertheless, he sensed that the coach was grappling with a dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, he approached Coach Vogel and stated, "Coach, if there are any difficulties, give me the ball." Upon uttering these words, the Lakers and Oppo's players were momentarily taken aback. "Give me the ball." This declaration carried an air of bravado. Yet it rested on 2 prerequisites. First, one must possess the requisite skill. Second, one must have the standing to make such a claim. In times past, when Kobe was present, only he held the authority to utter such words, his prowess and qualifications beyond reproach. Currently, even LeBron James has never made such a statement. His qualifications are adequate, his ability sufficient. However, he is the quintessential team player, making what he deems the best choice at critical junctures, be it shooting or passing. Now, Wang Yi, a mere 10-day contract player, audaciously proclaimed such a sentiment at this pivotal moment, which to them seemed utterly implausible. Yet, one must recall Wang Yi's earlier boast. He had come to conquer the NBA. At this moment, it is not surprising that Wang Yi is able to utter such words. However, while anyone can boast, transforming those boasts into reality is a far more formidable challenge. Head coach Vogel gazed at Wang Yi, who stood tall and straight, resembling a spear piercing the heavens. Young, confident, full of vigor. Most notably, his eyes radiated an intense desire for battle. This fervor for combat was something Vogel had previously observed in the young Jordan and the legendary Kobe. Now, he witnessed it once again in Wang Yi. In that instant, he comprehended that this young man's fighting spirit was no less than that of Jordan and Kobe. A stir of emotion welled up within Vogel. He turned to look at James, who was also observing Wang Yi. From Wang Yi, he seemed to catch a glimpse of the shadow of his former big brother, Kobe. After a brief moment, James nodded at Vogel, signaling, "Let him try." Vogel responded affirmatively. "Wong, I'll give you 2 rounds to prove yourself." He decided to allow Wang Yi to take the first 2 rounds, and if necessary, he would then let James step in, thus giving James a valuable respite. For James at this juncture, every second of rest was immensely precious. Upon receiving the coach and Oppo's approval, Wang Yi clenched his fists, his blood surging with fervor. "Do you think you can compete with me?" In the Tencent NBA live broadcast room, Duan Ran inquired of Zhu Fangyu. "Zhu, we find ourselves at a critical juncture, with the Lakers trailing by 4 points. What do you think they should do next?" Zhu Fangyu pondered briefly before responding, "If the Lakers wish to secure victory, it's simple. Give the ball to James. After all, the other players lack the ability to perform under pressure in crucial moments. However, this places a significant physical toll on James. Is it worth it?" Duan Ran wholeheartedly agreed, remarking, "Indeed, James cannot afford to expend too much energy during the regular season. But what if the ball were entrusted to Wang Yi? His performance in the previous 3 games has been remarkable." "Ha." Zhu Fangyu laughed heartily, shaking his head in disbelief. Clearly, he found Duan Ran's suggestion somewhat absurd. Wang Yi's earlier performances had indeed been commendable, earning him ample playing time in this game, even throughout the entire fourth quarter. Yet, he had yet to prove his capability in clutch moments. Furthermore, his experience was insufficient for the team to rely on him for crucial plays. Thus, in these final 5 minutes, if he were fortunate enough to receive a pass from a teammate and score 2 or 3 baskets, it would already be quite commendable. To become a pivotal player in critical moments is something that is earned through years of exceptional performance. It is not merely because you have played 3 commendable games that the team entrusts you with the crucial plays. Upon returning from the timeout, the Lakers have possession of the ball. LeBron James skillfully dribbles into the front court. Although Wang Yi had previously expressed his desire for the ball, he is a shooting guard and his right wrist injury has yet to fully heal. Therefore, it is essential for James to advance the ball to the front court before handing it over to him. Unlike his younger days, James no longer possesses the same explosive drive. Opposing teams have ceased to employ double-teaming strategies against him. However, following James's recent formidable performance, 2 defenders from the Wizards approach to initiate a double team. A seasoned veteran, James anticipates the impending pressure and swiftly releases the ball, passing it to Wang Yi stationed at the left 45-degree angle. Given that Wang Yi's three-point shooting has been somewhat inconsistent today, Westbrook does not closely guard him. He seizes a fleeting opportunity to shoot a three-pointer. Without a moment's hesitation, he elevates for the shot. His prior three-point practice not only enhanced his shooting percentage, but also significantly quickened his release time. Capitalizing on this moment, he has already launched a shot. Westbrook is unable to contest it in time. The arc of the ball is remarkably flat. Thud, like a cannonball. It blasts through the hoop. The net erupts in a white blaze, swirling within the rim. Swish. The deficit narrows to a single point. As Hachimura passes by Wang Yi, he remarks, "Then let us commence the final showdown." With that, he swiftly dashes toward the front court. At this moment, however, Wang Yi casually retorts from behind, "Do you truly deserve it?" This single remark ignites a fierce anger within Hachimura. He turns back, glaring fiercely, "I will make you aware of my worth." The Wizards continue their offensive. Westbrook dribbles, feigning an attack before passing to Beal. Beal executes a pick-and-roll with Hachimura, driving in for 2 steps before returning the ball to the now fiery Hachimura. Having just hit several consecutive shots, his confidence is soaring. Despite the towering presence of Drummond defending him, he performs a simple spin move and leaps to take the shot. Just then, a purple figure suddenly swoops in from behind. Crack! A sharp sound echoes as he is emphatically blocked. All he sees is the large numeral 1 emblazoned on the back of that purple figure. Cursing under his breath, Hachimura shoots a venomous glare at the player wearing number 1 before hastily retreating to defend. However, as he turns, the Lakers launch a fast break. Wang Yi sprints desperately toward the front court. His starting position is slightly behind Hachimura's, yet his speed surpasses that of his opponent. As Caruso dashed to the front court, the ball was perfectly passed back to him. Wang Yi sees the opportunity, preparing to launch a trailing three-pointer. However, Rui Hachimura had already closed in behind him, roaring, "Zinai," as he reached out to block Wang Yi's shot. Anticipating Hachimura's approach, Wang Yi deftly pulled the ball back. Once Hachimura flew past him from the side, he calmly released a three-point shot. Its trajectory remained impeccably flat. Thud. Like a cannonball, it crashed into the hoop. The Lakers surged ahead by 2 points. Wang Yi clenched his left fist tightly. The three-pointer was back. With that resurgence, there was no longer a need to employ that elusive mid-range experience card. The Wizards and Oppo's head coach, exhibiting caution, promptly called a timeout, gathering his players around him. He pointed at Lakers and Oppo's number 1 and bellowed, "Beal, stick to him. Do not allow him another three-pointer." Understood? Beal nodded affirmatively. The coach continued, "Hachimura, do not lose faith. Whenever there's a chance, keep shooting." Hachimura nodded in agreement. "Yes, coach." On the Lakers side, players and coaches alike exchanged high-fives with Wang Yi. Initially, they had harbored doubts when he requested the ball. However, after consecutive three-pointers and a block, the score had flipped in an instant. Most importantly, the fervor and confidence radiating from him stirred a palpable excitement. Even the battle-hardened LeBron felt a flicker of exhilaration within him. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly and mutter, "Youth is truly splendid." In the Tencent NBA Live broadcast room, Duan turned to Zhu Fangyu, asking, "So, what do you think now, Mr. Zhu?" Understanding Duan implication, Zhu Fangyu chuckled again, half-jokingly responding, "Well, I earlier mentioned that if Wang Yi could score 2 or 3 crucial points at this moment, it would be quite impressive. And indeed, as I predicted, he has scored 2. However, as we approach the decisive moments, his touches will diminish, and the Wizards will be less likely to grant him three-point opportunities. Thus, these 2 points may well be his limit." The brief 20-second timeout passed swiftly. Upon resuming, the Wizards continued their offense. This time, Westbrook and Beal executed a pick-and-roll, effectively shielding Wang Yi. Westbrook then unleashed a zombie jumper, sinking a two-pointer that leveled the score. Turning back, the Lakers aimed to find Wang Yi once more. Yet this time, Beal clung tightly to Wang Yi. Attempting to navigate around the screen, Wang Yi found himself continually shadowed by the Wizards, who maintained tight defensive switches. After several attempts to reposition, Wang Yi finally found an opportunity to receive the ball. However, just as he secured it, Westbrook and Beal lunged simultaneously, denying him any chance for another three-pointer. Wang Yi, having resolved to forego three-point attempts, skillfully maneuvered the ball with his left hand, effortlessly evading the two defenders who were pressing him fiercely. Observing this, the stalwart Hakamura surged forward to intercept, bellowing, "Not on my watch." Undeterred by Hakamura's advance, Wang Yi calmly contemplated his next move, to activate the unanswerable mid-range experience card. As he approached the free-throw line, with Hakamura barreling towards him, he mentally welcomed the challenge. He then activated the card he had preserved since the game's onset. Basic unanswerable mid-range experience card. Upon use, mid-range shooting accuracy is elevated to 100, duration, 5 minutes. In an instant, Wang Yi executed a sudden stop and released the ball. The basketball soared over Hakamura's outstretched fingers, arcing gracefully towards the hoop. Unlike the previous two explosive three-point attempts, this mid-range shot emanated from Wang Yi and Appos' fingertips with an exquisite finesse. The ball fell through the net with a delicate lightness, almost ethereal. Hakamura cursed under his breath, "Kuso." Yet, none of the onlookers paid much heed to Wang Yi's mid-range shot. To them, his greatest threat lay in his three-point shooting. A mere mid-range basket was hardly noteworthy. Turning their attention back to the game, the Wizards, propelled by Westbrook's ferocious drive, added another 2 points to their tally. As the Lakers initiated their next offensive play, Wang Yi navigated around a screen, with Beal hot on his heels. Arriving once more at the three-point line, he received the ball. With Beal closing in, Wang Yi deftly dribbled past him, advancing to the free-throw line yet again. Hakamura, ever vigilant, charged at him once more. Wang Yi, undeterred, rose for the shot. The basketball floated effortlessly into the net, mirroring the previous shot in technique, position, and execution. As the play resumed, Beal managed to score for the Wizards. During the Lakers and Appos' next possession, James held the ball at the top of the arc. In the midst of weaving around a screen, Wang Yi suddenly darted towards the baseline. Beal, caught off guard, allowed Wang Yi a fleeting moment of space. James, the type of player who seizes every opportunity to deliver the ball, capitalized on Wang Yi's brief opening. With impeccable timing, he passed the ball to Wang Yi, who was stationed at a right-side 45-degree angle. Given Wang Yi's recent success with two mid-range shots, Hakamura was now acutely aware of his presence. Anticipating a potential jump shot upon receiving the ball, Hakamura positioned himself to block. However, Wang Yi executed a stunning maneuver. Instead of landing, he caught the ball in midair and immediately assumed a shooting stance. With a flick of his wrist, he released the shot. Although Rui Hakamura charged in with considerably greater speed than before, Wang Yi's shot was even swifter. The basketball soared over Hakamura's head, gracefully arcing through the air before delicately nestling into the net. Oh my goodness! How on earth did he accomplish that? An alley-oop from mid-range. Remarkably precise. Even the Wizards fans couldn't contain their astonishment, erupting in exclamations. The commentators at the scene were equally taken aback. Oh my, this Eastern player just executed an alley-oop from mid-range. Reluctantly, they had to concede that, thus far, this was the most spectacular basket of the evening. Players from the Lakers rushed over to high-five Wang Yi, both to offer their congratulations and to bask in his shooting prowess. LeBron James playfully patted Wang Yi on the backside, exclaiming, "Brother, your hands are pure magic." Hakamura's gaze was laden with complexity. He had vowed to teach this Chinese player a lesson. Yet tonight, he had been outperformed not only multiple times but, at this critical moment, Wang Yi had successfully landed 3 mid-range shots over him. This latest one was outrageous, a mid-range alley-oop. How could he possibly respond to this individual? Turning back, the Wizards initiated their offense. This time, the ball found its way into Hakamura's hands. He executed a left spin, followed by a right spin. Advancing towards the basket, he prepared for a hook shot, but just as he began his motion, a resounding slap echoed. His shot was emphatically blocked. Turning around, he found it was none other than that Eastern player. The momentum that the coach had instilled in him was already wavering, and now, Wang Yi's block had diminished it by half. Why did this Chinese player insist on thwarting him? It felt as though every time he attempted to shoot, he would be met with a rejection. Infuriating. Utterly infuriating. Hakamura glanced at the coach, whose expression was somewhat grim. He recalled the coach's earlier admonition. If he failed to seize this opportunity, no further chances would arise. With renewed determination, he clenched his fists tightly and directed a more intense gaze towards Wang Yi. At that moment, Caruso had already advanced the ball to the front court. Wang Yi began to navigate around a screen, poised to receive the pass. Hakamura swiftly dashed to the front court. After completing 2 circles, Wang Yi finally received the ball. Positioned at the mid-range on the left baseline, he rose up, ready to shoot. Hakamura had just returned when he saw Wang Yi preparing to take another mid-range shot. He roared, "Zinai," and lunged towards Wang Yi. At that instant, Wang Yi was airborne, and Hakamura collided forcefully with him. At the moment Wang Yi lost his balance, he deftly flicked his wrist, executing a delicate shot. He then tumbled out of bounds, fortuitously landing in the embrace of a beautiful spectator. It was only then that the basketball gracefully descended into the net. Meanwhile, Hakamura also fell to the ground, sliding more than 3 meters along the floor. His head colliding with the camera lens of a nearby broadcasting device, causing him to grimace in pain. Seeing that even a foul could not thwart this Chinese player from scoring, he struck the floor in frustration. The whistle from the sidelines sounded sharply. The referee hurried over, followed closely by Caruso, Kuzma, and LeBron, who swiftly surrounded Hakamura, vociferously exclaiming, "Is this basketball? You're assaulting someone. How disgraceful. Individuals like you should not be on the court." The referee intervened promptly to prevent the situation from escalating further, while security personnel rushed in to block several players attempting to approach. Wang Yi rose from the arms of the lady, gently patting her head and offering an apologetic smile. The woman, a fan of the Wizards, found herself unexpectedly thinking, "This Eastern gentleman is rather handsome." On the sidelines, the referee reviewed the footage and ultimately rendered a decision, Lakers number 1, 2+1. Hakamura received a level 1 flagrant foul, resulting in an additional free throw for the Lakers. Wang Yi successfully made the free throw. The Wizards head coach called for a timeout. Having discerned that Hakamura was on the verge of losing his composure, a pause was necessary to allow him to regain his calm. Wang Yi had already scored 6 consecutive shots, including 2 3-pointers and 4 mid-range shots, showcasing a terrifying scoring efficiency that suggested he would never miss. "Hakamura, you must remain composed. This is merely a game. Today, he is in fine form, and it is unnecessary for you to resort to a flagrant foul," the coach advised. "If you wish to face him again, there will be ample opportunities in the future. For now, focus on your strengths, positioning, rebounding, and second-chance opportunities. There is no need to engage in a battle of wills, understood?" Hakamura mechanically nodded. Yet, inexplicably, the words Wang Yi had previously uttered echoed in his mind. "Do you deserve it?" During the timeout, in the Tencent NBA live broadcast room, Duanran turned to Zhu Fengyu and smiled. "Zhu, what do you say now? Earlier, you mentioned that if Wang Yi could score 2 or 3 crucial baskets in this final stretch, it would be commendable. Yet now, he has made 2 3-pointers and 4 2-pointers, hitting all 6 attempts." Zhu Fengyu laughed heartily once again, attempting to mask his embarrassment. "Haha. This. I can only say that Wang Yi has surpassed my expectations. The coach trusts him, and so does James. In 6 consecutive plays, they entrusted him with the ball. It seems I was rather hasty in my judgment. However, I believe that not only I, but all basketball fans across the globe did not anticipate Wang Yi and Oppo's explosive performance at such a crucial moment." Duanran also chuckled and responded, "Indeed, it was unexpected. So, Mr. Zhu, dare to make a bold prediction? What kind of performance do you think Wang Yi will display in the remaining 2 minutes?" Zhu Fengyu replied, "Now that Wang Yi is in peak form, I believe the Wizards will intensify their defense against him, possibly even applying double teams. Thus, I fear that his performance in these final moments may not be as dazzling as before." Duanran remarked, "Mr. Zhu, one should not speak too definitively." Zhu Fengyu pondered for a moment and cautiously amended his statement. "Well, all right, I shall revise it. Wang Yi may not deliver a performance as stunning as before. Does that suffice?" Meanwhile, Lakers head coach Vogel placed an arm around Wang Yi's waist and said, "Wang, the Wizards will focus their defense on you, and they may even resort to double teaming. If they do, you must immediately pass the ball to an open teammate, understood?" Naturally, Wang Yi could not heed the coach's advice. With a perfect field goal percentage, how could he pass the ball? Yet, he could not directly express this to the coach. After a slight pause, he inquired, "Coach, do you believe in me?" Of course. As a coach, Vogel could never openly admit to a player that he lacked faith. Wang Yi asserted, "Then give me the ball, and I will deliver you a victory." Upon hearing this, all his teammates looked at Wang Yi in astonishment. What fueled such confidence? The tides of the game had shifted dramatically. No one could guarantee 100% victory over the opponent. Even the mightiest teams could falter against weaker ones. How could Wang Yi exude such certainty? With a look of surprise, James scrutinized Wang Yi from head to toe. This young man exuded a confidence that even surpassed his own in his youth. The coach, equally astonished, turned his gaze towards James, who subtly nodded in response. He did not genuinely believe Wang Yi's words, but rather thought it worth a try. Having aged, James often felt his limitations. With injury-prone teammates, the Lakers needed to cultivate a reliable scoring option. If Wang Yi could indeed evolve into a consistent scorer, the Lakers' path to victory would become significantly easier. The coach and Oppos' thoughts mirrored those of James. He addressed the Lakers players, stating, "Let us pass the ball to King. Perhaps we are about to witness a remarkable scoring display." The players exchanged astonished glances with the coach. He was indeed audacious, daring to place his faith in Wang Yi. Upon returning from the timeout, the Wizards initiated their offense. Westbrook assisted Beal, who successfully scored. Turning back, James dribbled past half-court. Wang Yi continued to navigate around screens. Yet this time, he was not pursued by a single defender. As he maneuvered around a Wizards player, if one defender fell behind, another would swiftly take their place. Thus, relying solely on evading the Wizards' defenders was insufficient. He also had to circumvent his teammates' screens. This pursuit lasted a full 18 seconds before he finally created an opportunity. Receiving the ball at the left 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line, he feigned a shot. Westbrook and Beal lunged at him almost simultaneously. However, akin to before, Wang Yi and Oppos' movement was merely a decoy. He stepped inside the three-point line, opting not to shoot directly. Instead, he executed a fake pass towards Caruso in the left corner, deftly evading another defender. At this moment, only Hachimura remained in the paint. Facing Hachimura, Wang Yi did not attempt a shot immediately. Instead, with a subtle motion, imperceptible to the referee yet visible to Hachimura, he beckoned him closer, as if to say, "Come here." The Wizards and Oppos' head coach had previously instructed Hachimura to avoid matching up with Wang Yi, yet now he found himself alone against him. Hachimura had no choice but to rush at Wang Yi, attempting to contest the shot. He leapt swiftly and high, confident that under normal circumstances, he would have undoubtedly blocked the shot. However, as Wang Yi leapt, he did so with a backward lean. The basketball glided just past Hachimura and Oppos' fingertips. What does it mean for something to be beyond reach? This was it. Hachimura watched in despair as the ball sailed over him. Swish. Once again, he was haunted by that infuriating sound from behind. The commentators were in awe, and the audience echoed their astonishment. Wang Yi's recent performance was nothing short of visually stunning. Yet for Hachimura, it felt like mockery, a cruel irony. Since the Lakers trailed by 4 points with 5 minutes remaining, Wang Yi had made all 7 of his attempts. Was this man even human? He seemed beyond human. His accuracy was simply astonishing. Even the home crowd of the Wizards could not help but marvel at Wang Yi and Oppos' terrifying shooting percentage. Subsequently, the Wizards capitalized on Westbrook and Oppos' penetration, scoring another 2 points. Turning back, Wang Yi remained elusive. This time, the Wizards intensified their defense against him. Whenever he found an opportunity to receive the ball, 2 players from the Wizards would immediately converge upon him. Yet, Wang Yi exhibited no fear. After receiving the ball in the right corner, he executed a feint to evade 2 defenders. Still, he refrained from shooting, opting instead to take a dribble closer to Rie Hachimura. He then released a graceful floater, which swished through the net effortlessly. Hachimura began to realize that this player preferred to shoot in front of him rather than others. Was he being humiliated? The troubling fact was that despite Wang Yi and Oppos' apparent humiliation, Hachimura was powerless to retaliate. Offensively, he struggled to obtain the ball, even when he did. Wang Yi was relentless in blocking his attempts. Defensively, Wang Yi targeted him with precision, and Hachimura found himself unable to guard against Wang Yi's mid-range shots. In Hachimura's eyes, Wang Yi's shooting resembled that of a machine, utterly absurd. As the relentless onslaught continued, Hachimura felt his fury dissipating, replaced instead by an overwhelming sense of despair. He even harbored the delusion that Wang Yi was invincible. The Wizards' head coach felt a heavy weight in his heart. Hachimura was on the brink of collapse. Wang Yi, a player who had enjoyed a comfortable existence, displayed fierce determination on defense. Whenever he saw Hachimura with the ball, he would throw himself into blocking the shot, even abandoning his own defensive assignments to do so. Scoring was permissible for others, but Hachimura's shots were off limits. Conversely, when the Lakers mounted their offense, Wang Yi consistently targeted Hachimura. He always maneuvered to shoot right in front of him. If there was an open shot, he would forego it. He was intent on shooting over Hachimura. It was all a game to him. Under such relentless pressure, Hachimura crumbled once more. Each time Wang Yi acquired the ball, the home crowd of Wizards fans held their breath in anticipation. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Yi's shots seemed destined to never miss. Not only were the opponents astonished, but his teammates were equally taken aback. The commentators were left in awe, as were the fans in attendance. Even those watching from home were captivated. In the 10-cent NBA live broadcast, the sentiment in the comments shifted dramatically. Could it be that Ego one team missed a shot? Since those 2 3-pointers, he had made an astounding 10 consecutive shots. Unbelievable. Was he about to single-handedly dismantle the entire Wizards team? Have you noticed how nearly every one of his shots was taken over Hakamura? Much love for Ego. Ego is incredible. 666, my darling. Thanks to Wang Yi's extraordinary performance, the fans seem to have momentarily forgotten his previous bravado. Duran once again cast a mischievous smile towards Zhu Fangyu, inquiring, Mr. Zhu, what can be said now? Zhu Fangyu sighed bitterly, what more is there to say? Wang Yi and Apos, prowess has arrived. He dismantles all opposition, be it man or deity. The Wizards simply cannot contain him. Just as he spoke, Wang Yi seized the ball once more on the screen. Here we go again. Let us see if he can score once more. Oh heavens! What a remarkable display. Astonishing. Truly astonishing. It defies all reason. Faced with 3 defenders from the Wizards, including Rui Hakamura, he still managed to score. Utterly unreasonable. As the final whistle blew, the score settled at 128-120 in favor of the Lakers. In the last 5 minutes, Wang Yi achieved an impeccable record of 12 shots made from 12 attempts, including 2 out of 2 from 3-point range and 10 out of 10 from 2-point range, along with a single successful free throw. In that brief span, he amassed an astounding 27 points, culminating in a total of 32 points and 10 blocks throughout the game. He single-handedly toppled the Wizards. At the sound of the final whistle, Rui Hakamura lowered his head in defeat. He refrained from shaking hands or embracing any Lakers players, nor did he acknowledge the fans at the sidelines. He walked briskly towards the player tunnel, head bowed in silence. After exchanging pleasantries with the Lakers and Apos, coach, the Wizards head coach swiftly followed him into the tunnel. Hakamura continued to walk quietly, lost in thought. The coach's heart sank to the depths. Losing a game is not frightful, but the true terror lies in a player losing confidence. At this moment, Hakamura had indeed lost his confidence, a condition that might require an extensive period to mend, perhaps even a lifetime. On the court, Wizards players approached their Lakers counterparts to offer their respects. After embracing Wang Yi, Westbrook jestingly remarked, "What's your name?" Previously, Wang Yi had been relatively obscure in the NBA, so Westbrook's unfamiliarity with him was understandable. Wang Yi replied, "I am called." Yet before he could finish, Westbrook interjected, Wang Yi. I know. Wang Yi was slightly taken aback, but soon grasped the reason. Westbrook had always shown a friendly disposition towards Chinese culture. Even during his time with the Rockets, amidst the tumult of the Mogu incident, he often donned traditional Chinese attire at press conferences. Thus, it was reasonable for Westbrook to take a greater interest in an Eastern player. Westbrook continued, "You mentioned that you came to conquer the NBA. Was that truly your intention?" Wang Yi nodded emphatically, responding with unwavering certainty, "Indeed." Westbrook nodded and remarked, "If you aspire to conquer the NBA, merely replicating tonight's performance will not suffice. You must deliver an array of astonishing and exceptional games. One by one, you must win over every superstar in the league, then each of the legends, and ultimately, all the fans. Throughout this journey, you will encounter various insults, mockery, and even malicious attacks. You must be mentally prepared for it." Wang Yi nodded in response, "Thank you. I will." Westbrook then gave Wang Yi a hearty pat on the back before bidding him farewell. At that moment, Wang Yi surveyed the arena. The fans of the Wizards had largely dispersed. The once crowded venue now appeared significantly emptier. However, on the left side of the stands, there remained a group of 20 to 30 Chinese fans, all clad in vibrant red. They continued to wave signs in support of Wang Yi, hoping he could see them. A warmth filled Wang Yi's heart. In a foreign land, nothing could evoke stronger emotions than the support of one's compatriots. He raised his right hand in a wave. The fans erupted in excitement, cheering, "Go Ego! We love you, Ego!" At that moment, a staff member approached Wang Yi and said, "Wang, the beautiful TNT reporter, Kristen Ledlow, is coming over for an interview. Please be ready." Wang Yi lifted his head and glanced at the sidelines, noticing a few reporters, predominantly women. Among them, the TNT reporter stood out as the most beautiful and distinguished. TNT, a subsidiary of Time Warner, specializes in sports programming and is one of the 2 most renowned sports networks in the United States. Typically, after every game, TNT and ESPN select their interview subjects first, leaving other networks to interview role players. Amidst these reporters, Wang Yi recognized a familiar face, Zhou Ling and Apos, and, compared to the others, she was less renowned. Her gaze was intently assessing the players from both teams, akin to a wolf surveying its prey, though her focus lingered more on the role players. She understood that, given her status in the NBA, she could only hope to interview lesser-known players. Despite their shared heritage, it would be challenging for her to secure an interview with Wang Yi, especially since he was the standout performer of the night, and the prominent reporters were already preoccupied. At that moment, she inadvertently caught sight of Wang Yi, instantly breaking into a sweet smile and waving at him from a distance. Yet, her attention quickly returned to scrutinizing other role players. Wang Yi turned to the nearby staff member and inquired, "Is it possible for her to interview me?" The staff member displayed a demeanor of sincere apology, stating, "I am sorry, but this is a directive from above. I lack the authority to alter it." Wang Yi furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "Then after the TNT reporter has completed her interview, let her come to interview me." The staff member appeared somewhat taken aback and remarked, "Typically, only one reporter is assigned to interview a player. Are you truly certain you wish for her to come? Multiple reporters can conduct interviews, provided the player consents." Wang Yi nodded affirmatively, and the staff member responded, "Very well, I shall invite her at once." Wang Yi observed the attractive TNT reporter approaching and glanced at Wang Lingen. He felt he was not yet prominent enough to command respect. His words lacked weight. However, he believed that one day he would dictate who could interview him. At that time, all entities like TNT and ESPN could take a back seat. For now, the Huaxia journalist would interview him first. During the sideline interview, the TNT reporter posed 3 questions to Wang Yi. The first question was, "Wang, prior to this match, you boldly proclaimed your intention to conquer the NBA, which incited discontent among nearly everyone. Charles Barkley even stated that you would never score 30 points again. If you did, he would kiss a donkey's behind. Today, however, you achieved 32 points. What are your thoughts on this?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yi glanced at the attractive reporter. She appeared quite beautiful, yet her intentions seemed less than pure. As a Huaxia individual striving to establish himself in the predominantly Western NBA, he found it challenging enough without the reporters attempting to undermine him. Everyone was aware that he had proven Barkley wrong. In a normal context, if someone had treated him poorly, there would be no need for him to extend courtesy in return. Many NBA stars often employed such a tactic. However, since Wang Yi had previously declared his intent to conquer the NBA, which had drawn ire from many, he was wary of making any untimely remarks that could be exaggerated by the reporters, further tarnishing his reputation among fans. His assertion of coming to conquer the NBA was genuine, and while he had stirred up trouble, there was no need to invite further complications. Facing the female reporter, Wang Yi displayed a subtle, characteristically Eastern smile and stated, "I believe in Charles." The reporter was momentarily taken aback, having anticipated a lengthy tirade from him, which she could then sensationalize. Instead, Wang Yi's response was brief yet amicable, devoid of any fault. Upon deeper reflection, the situation is not as it seems. Barkley had once declared that if Wang Yi were to score over 30 points, he would kiss a donkey and Oppos' rear end. To which Wang Yi confidently replied that he believed in him. Was he not thereby compelling Barkley to fulfill his humorous promise? This clearly presents a narrative ripe with implications. However, the essence of Wang Yi's statement carries ambiguity. Regardless of the narrative's depth, Wang Yi ultimately clarified, asserting, "What I meant was that I believe in Charles. There is no other implication, and it is the journalists who distort my meaning." Contemplating this, the beautiful reporter and Oppos' perception of Wang Yi deepened further. This young man from Huaxia is indeed remarkable. Thus, she posed another incisive question. "Before, Rue Hakamura stated he intended to teach you a lesson. Yet he only managed to score 15 points with 5 rebounds, while you achieved 32 points with 10 blocks, including 20 points against him and 6 blocks directed at him. What do you have to say about such an opponent?" To this inquiry, Wang Yi responded with an elevated demeanor. "Is he really my opponent?" The beautiful reporter, perplexed, countered, "Is he not?" Wang Yi smiled, his words laced with a hint of disdain, as he resolutely negated, "I have never considered him a rival." This statement, too, is fraught with ambiguity. One could interpret it as Wang Yi not viewing the other as an adversary, but rather as a friend, or conversely, as Wang Yi having never regarded him with any seriousness. To put it plainly, he is unworthy. At that moment, Wang Yi and Oppos' expression and demeanor, coupled with his words, would lead any individual from Huaxia to discern the latter interpretation. However, the NBA has explicit regulations prohibiting insults and provocations towards opponents during interviews. Hakamura and Oppos' pregame declaration certainly bore an undertone of provocation. Wang Yi had recently received word that the league would subsequently investigate the matter. Should the claims prove true, Hakamura could face fines, or even suspension in severe cases. Thus, Wang Yi opted for this ambiguous phrasing in his response. The reporter, observing that Wang Yi was not easily ensnared, subtly shook her head. The third question was posed with brevity, leading to a hasty conclusion. It was at this juncture that Zhou Lingen arrived briskly with a camera in tow. She appeared somewhat exhilarated as she addressed Wang Yi. "Thank you for allowing me to interview you. I was quite taken aback when the staff notified me." Wang Yi shook his head, responding, "Currently, our standing in the NBA remains too low. Upon hearing this, both Zhou Lingyan and the cameraman's expressions dimmed. No one felt the sentiment more acutely than they did. Discrimination against Chinese individuals is already prevalent in the West, and within the league, this feeling is even more pronounced. Domestic journalists are often relegated to the least favorable positions during sideline reports, and in post-game interviews, they are typically limited to speaking with role players, making it challenging to engage with prominent stars. It is well acknowledged that the current situation is unlikely to change in the near future. Therefore, the only recourse for them is to endure. At this moment, Wang Yi raised his head, his face adorned with a confident and spirited smile. However, I believe that one day, our journalists will be able to interview whomever they wish, wherever they desire. And that day will not be far off. Zhou Lingyan, taken aback by Wang Yi's fervor, gazed at him in surprise, unable to comprehend the source of his confidence. Nevertheless, she found herself inspired by his passion and nodded in agreement. Indeed, I believe so too. The cameraman, unable to contain himself, also nodded vigorously. I believe it. Of course. Wang Yi and Oppos, S remarks were made in private. After the initial excitement, Zhou Ling and Oppos, and signaled to the cameraman to turn on the camera. She then addressed Wang Yi. Let us begin. Subsequently, the footage captured was transmitted back to the Tencent NBA live broadcast room. The two commentators within the studio were engaged in a discussion about the recent match when the scene shifted to Wang Yi's perspective. Their eyes lit up with surprise. They had assumed that Zhou Ling and Oppos and would not be able to interview Wang Yi, yet here she was, successful in her endeavor. In the footage, Zhou Ling and Oppos posed the first question. Wang Yi, you scored a remarkable double-double with 32 points and 10 blocks in this game. What is the secret behind such an outstanding performance? With a smile gracing his face, Wang Yi found her words much more pleasant than those of foreign journalists, who often sought to trap him. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, it might be because the opposing team has a player who is, well, let me correct myself, a player who is living quite well, which perhaps fueled my passion on the court. Upon hearing this, the Tencent NBA live chat exploded with excitement. A player living quite well, 666666666. Egu is truly adept at humor. Much love for Egu. I'm now a fan. Decided, from now on, I'll follow you, Egu. Just for this statement, I forgive your previous bravado. At that moment, even the critics dared not show their faces, for who would risk it in such a situation? Zhou Lingyan too was on the verge of laughter. However, as a professional journalist, she could only maintain a composed smile. No matter how amusing it was, she could not laugh aloud. She suppressed her mirth and proceeded to ask the second question. Earlier, you mentioned that you came to conquer the NBA. What does that mean? She then reiterated the question in English, her intent unmistakable. She wished for Wang Yi to elucidate his previous statements, which had offended a multitude. At this moment, a well-crafted explanation could have altered public perception. Perhaps he could assert that his intent was to conquer the hearts of NBA fans, or that his notion of conquest was merely to gain recognition, and that his words had been misinterpreted. She was extending him a lifeline. Wang Yi understood her implication, yet he refrained from providing an explanation, simply stating, it is to be taken literally. Zhou Lingyan was momentarily taken aback, shaking her head in silent disapproval. It seemed that Wang Yi was resolute in his stance. While having ideals is commendable in the current context, the remarks of a player with a 10-day contract were decidedly untimely. Nevertheless, Zhou Lingyan found herself harboring a newfound admiration for Wang, who dared to voice his genuine thoughts, risking the ire of many. She had contemplated such a scenario herself, but lacked the courage to act upon it. Few possessed the audacity to do so. Contemplating this, her gaze towards Wang Yi was imbued with a peculiar brilliance. Subsequently, she posed a third question. After the interview concluded, she inquired, are you free? Perhaps we could share a meal as a token of gratitude. Wang Yi shook his head, replying, I must return to shower and then fly to Portland tonight. I fear I lack the time. Zhou Ling and Oppos, and felt a twinge of regret and responded, perhaps next time. Wang Yi nodded in agreement, next time. Meanwhile, in Huaxia, in a certain city's secondary school, it was precisely noon. Wang Yi's father, Wang Jianhua, was heading towards the staff cafeteria in good spirits. His previous reluctance regarding his son's pursuit of basketball stemmed from a profound understanding of the complexities involved in the sport. Having once played professional basketball himself, he was acutely aware of its challenges. When his son joined the NBA, the entire school erupted in excitement, yet he alone wore a frown, fully cognizant that basketball heavily relies on talent. With Wang Yi and Oppos' abilities, he would likely be relegated to the bench, leading to disappointment and mockery from both media and fans alike. Ultimately, all this burden would rest on Wang Yi's shoulders. The ensuing 2 years unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. with even some teachers at the school, though silent outwardly, beginning to gossip behind his back. However, in recent days, Wang Yi had delivered 3 commendable performances, prompting a shift in the attitudes of those around him. Yet, his earlier boastful declaration had once again cooled their enthusiasm. Nevertheless, today's victory over the Wizards and a well-performing opponent brought a sense of collective relief. On the way to the cafeteria, students continuously greeted him. "Hello, Teacher Wang." "Teacher, Ego is truly remarkable. Teacher Wang, could you possibly help me get EG's autograph? I am his devoted fan." Upon arriving at the cafeteria and serving himself a meal, several physical education teachers beckoned him. "Old Wang, come here, take a seat." Old Wang appeared quite jovial today. The wrinkles on his face seemed to have multiplied. Naturally, witnessing his son and Apos' commendable performance brought immense joy to a father. One of the physical education teachers inquired, "Old Wang, with your son playing so well, his guaranteed contract this season must be substantial, right? If I were you, I would have resigned and embraced a life of leisure." Wang Jianhua shook his head, responding, "NBA contracts are burdened with excessive taxation. What's left after deductions is hardly significant. Moreover, his earnings belong to him alone. They have no bearing on my circumstances." Wang Jianhua expressed these sentiments sincerely. He never entertained the notion of depending on his son for financial support. His monthly salary of over 7,000 was sufficient to sustain himself and his wife comfortably. At that moment, the head of the physical education department approached with a plate in hand. Upon seeing Wang Jianhua, he remarked, "Old Wang, I would like to discuss something with you." Wang Jianhua inquired, "What is it?" The department head continued, "During the NBA off-season, could we invite Wang Yi to our school to train the team members?" Wang Jianhua immediately shook his head in refusal, stating, "He is unlikely to return during the off-season. He will probably remain there to train." In truth, Wang Jianhua felt a slight aversion to this request. When Wang Yi was struggling, these officials had not regarded him favorably. Now that his son had played a few commendable matches, they were seeking his favor. Such is the fickleness of human nature. Wang Jianhua had become quite discerning of this reality. He did not harbor resentment towards these individuals. However, since it appeared that Wang Yi might succeed, it was imperative for him to train diligently during the off-season to enhance his skills, rather than squander time on trivial social obligations. Even if Wang Yi were to return for a few days during the off-season, he deserved ample time to rest, rather than engage in a myriad of inconsequential activities. The surrounding physical education teachers observed Wang Jianhua and Apos' straightforward rejection of the department head and Apos' request and discreetly shook their heads. While they recognized Wang Jianhua and Apos' capabilities, they felt he was overly candid and lacked the necessary social finesse. Consequently, after years in service, he had yet to ascend to the position of department head, let alone a leadership role. The department head, having been publicly slighted by Wang Jianhua, slightly retracted his smile and remarked, "Wang Yi's training is indeed crucial. He is representing our country, and this minor matter should not burden him." His words carried an undercurrent of displeasure. The other physical education teachers merely shook their heads in response. Wang Jianhua, of course, discerned the underlying message in his superior and Apos' words. However, he was rather disinclined to invest effort into navigating the intricacies of social dynamics. As long as his son could truly excel in the sport, everything else was of little consequence. On the bus heading to the airport, Wang Yi received a call from his agent. The agency he had signed with was the newly established CN agency, owned by a Chinese expatriate. Yet, this proprietor evidently underestimated the significance of connections within the NBA. Consequently, the CN agency faced considerable challenges, representing almost exclusively players who struggled to make their mark in the league. Wang Yi's agent, Luo Lin, also of Chinese descent, was a novice in the field. Without connections or substantial financial backing, it was likely that only the most desperate players would affiliate themselves with such an agency and agent. The athletes under her management were predominantly on short-term contracts. At this moment, Luo Lin called. "Wang Yi, Palinka just contacted me and said that through these 4 games, you have proven yourself. He intends to convert your contract into a guaranteed one, a 5 million guaranteed contract." There was a hint of suppressed excitement in Luo Lin's voice. Earning a 4 commission on that sum would net her 200,000. How could she not feel exhilarated? Luo Lin continued, "However, your performance has exceeded expectations. Do you wish to wait for offers from other teams? I believe that other franchises with salary cap space would undoubtedly present higher bids." "I haven't heard of him." Wang Yi and Apos' agent, Luo Lin, inquired, "Although the contract from the Lakers is quite good, given your recent performances, other teams will likely extend you better offers. I just received word that the Clippers are interested in you, and they currently have 8 million in salary cap space. What do you think? Should we wait a little longer?" Wang Yi shook his head and replied, "No need to wait. In fact, he had reflected on his career trajectory over the past few days. First, the Lakers currently lacked 3-and-D players. Although Wang Yi did not consider himself merely a 3-and-D player, he harbored greater ambitions. Yet his present attributes aligned with those of a quality 3-and-D player. Thus, he would secure more playing time here. With more playing time comes greater opportunity. Second, LeBron James. Having played nearly 20 seasons in the league, possessed invaluable experience from which Wang Yi could learn immensely. Third, with LeBron now 38 years old and nearing retirement. By the time Wang Yi absorbed the knowledge he sought, LeBron would likely be stepping away from the game. If he performed well enough, the Lakers would ultimately become his team alongside Anthony Davis. This environment offered ample exposure, and one must understand that substantial exposure equates to considerable financial rewards. Who would shy away from wealth? After considering various factors, Wang Yi ultimately decided to remain with the Lakers. On the other end of the line, Rowling had also weighed numerous considerations and conducted thorough data analysis, concluding that staying with the Lakers was indeed the best choice for Wang Yi at this moment. Upon hearing Wang Yi's response, she felt relieved from further elaboration. Wang, I will bring the contract with the Lakers operations team to Portland tomorrow morning for us to sign in person, she said. Wang Yi nodded in agreement. After hanging up, he leaned back against the bus seat, finally relieved of the burden of a frugal existence. He had grown weary of a life dictated by meticulous budgeting. With this newfound wealth, he could afford to hire a personal trainer, a nutritionist, and a private doctor. He could purchase a vehicle for transportation. However, acquiring a home would remain a consideration for another time. $5 million may seem substantial to an average person. Yet one must remember that NBA players face nearly a 40% income tax. In California, an additional state tax of about 13% is applied, along with a 4% fee for agents. Ultimately, only around $2 million would remain. The expenses for hiring personal trainers, nutritionists, and doctors would also accumulate significantly. Thus, purchasing a home was not feasible at this moment. He planned to rent an apartment near the training facility upon returning to Los Angeles. With hard work this season to elevate his market value, he aimed to secure a contract worth $10 million or more next season before considering the purchase of a home or car. LeBron noticed Wang Yi and Oppo's sigh of relief and inferred the situation. Congratulations, Wang. This season, we can fight side by side until the very end. Wang Yi offered a weary smile and replied, I look forward to battling alongside you. LeBron chuckled, until the day of retirement? Throughout this season, LeBron frequently mentioned retirement. Wang Yi could see that he was fatigued. Given the Lakers and Oppo's performance this season and their roster structure, the hope for a championship seemed bleak. For someone like LeBron, who had played nearly 20 seasons, the absence of championship aspirations diminished his motivation. The only driving force for him to continue was the pursuit of becoming the all-time leading scorer. Achieving this prestigious honor would undoubtedly elevate his historical standing. Another reason sustaining him was the desire to compete alongside his son, Bronny, who would be entering the NBA draft next season. The prospect of standing together with his son at the pinnacle of basketball would undoubtedly be one of the most exquisite moments for LeBron as a father. If it were an ordinary person, they might emotionally respond to LeBron, brother, I will stand by you until the day of your retirement. However, Wang Yi did not share the same sentiment. He merely shrugged and remarked, I shall do my utmost. Life is replete with uncertainties, and no one can predict what tomorrow holds. Some players engage in warm-ups prior to the commencement of a match, only to be informed moments later that they have been traded. Many individuals make promises they are unable to fulfill, ultimately becoming the subject of ridicule. Even someone as formidable as LeBron James, upon joining the Heat, once proclaimed, I will bring championships to the South Coast. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 7. Ultimately, he fell short of that ambition, did he not? Wang Yi is a man of his word. Once he makes a promise, he sees it through. Thus, when faced with the unpredictable nature of tomorrow, he refrains from making hasty commitments. James was somewhat taken aback by Wang Yi and Oppo's response. After a moment of contemplation, he could surmise a fraction of Wang Yi and Oppo's reasoning. He reminisced about the grand declarations he had made upon joining the Heat and couldn't help but chuckle at his own folly, saying, let us, for this foreseeable season, be comrades and brothers. This time, Wang Yi displayed no hesitation, nodding in agreement, of course, my brother. The following morning at 5 o'clock, Wang Yi sought out a training facility in Portland and commenced his training. Despite the absence of a game that day, he received a new set of tasks from the system. Task 1, 2,000 mid-range shots training. Task reward, increased mid-range shooting percentage to 70. Task 2, 1,000 weighted vertical jumps training. Task reward, increased jump height to 100 centimeters, without a moment and Oppo's thought. He opted for the second task. His current role was that of a 3D player, primarily responsible for three-point shooting and defense. Thus, his current three-point shooting percentage of 45 sufficed for the time being. In a few days, his wrist would be fully healed, and then he could tackle shooting tasks without delay. He secured 2 resistance bands in the training facility, fastening one into his waist and the other to the floor, and began to jump with all his might. After just 20 minutes of relentless vertical leaps, he was drenched in sweat, his legs feeling heavy. After another 40 minutes, his legs grew weak. He staggered to a nearby bench, and with a soft collapse, he sat down. After resting for more than 10 minutes and catching his breath, he rose once more to continue his training. Was training arduous? Undoubtedly. Was training exhausting? Obviously. Yet, witnessing someone as gifted as James exerting such effort, how could he, with far lesser talent, not strive tirelessly? Meanwhile, in Huaxia, Rain Sports had released another update. Su Jingyu scrolled through her phone, coming across several comments from netizens. You said Ego Wooden and Amp, Oppos, T deliver impressive performances, and what do you say now? Did that leave a mark? With 32 points and 10 blocks, the impact was indeed resounding. Do you concede? Su Jingyu slightly shook her head, took a sip of water, set the teacup aside, and with her hands resting on the table, inhaled deeply. She remarked, regarding the notion of being smacked in the face, who among us has not experienced this at least a few times in life? Has LeBron never faced such an occurrence? Has Kobe never been met with it? Even the formidable Jordan has encountered it. It is only natural for a person to face such moments of humility. Su Jingyu continued. Let us discuss Wang Yi. His recent performances have been undeniably remarkable. However, in my analysis, this represents the pinnacle of his potential. His ceiling is that of a commendable 3 and D player. Why, you may ask? Analyzing these recent games, his defensive capabilities are commendable. Yet, on the offensive end, does he possess the ability to drive? No. Does he have the skill to pass? No. In essence, he lacks the capacity to create opportunities proactively. If you were to allow him to control the ball, how would he perform? He would be lost, unable to execute, particularly in light of his recent performances. Other teams will undoubtedly take notice. When they ramp up the intensity and physicality against him, given his slight physique, a decline in shooting efficiency is inevitable. Therefore, to summarize, Wang Yi currently stands as merely an adequate 3 and D player. This shall be his limit. I will leave my statement here. For those who doubt, let us await the next game. She had conveniently overlooked a crucial fact. Wang Yi's avoidance of dribbling and ball-handling breakthroughs primarily serves to protect his wrist. Meanwhile, on TNT Sports Channel, there exists a basketball program titled Open Court, hosted by Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley. This duo is quite the comedic pair. Not only do they provide professional insights into players and games, but they also engage in playful antics, making them quite beloved among fans. At the onset of Today and Oppo's program, a highlight reel of Wang Yi's performance against the Wizards was played on the big screen, with each score accompanied by a tally, 3 points, 6 points, 8 points, until Wang Yi's final score of 32 points was reached. At that moment, O'Neal made his appearance on screen and immediately dropped a bombshell. Hey, Jazz, I hear you and Oppos, a man of your word. I am the biggest fan of keeping promises. Years ago, when Barkley was affectionately known as the Jazz, he was well aware of O and Oppos, Neil and Oppos' intentions and eyed him suspiciously, saying, and Oppos, what mischief are you up to this time? And Oppos, oh, and Oppos, Neil spread his hands and replied, and Oppos, what else could there be between us but mischief? Back when Yao was in the NBA, you know. He was my friend. You wagered that he wouldn't and Oppos, T score 19 points in that game. And if he did, you and Oppos, D kissed your partner and Oppos' backside. The result was quite a face slap. And Amp, Oppos, at that moment, why did you choose to kiss the donkey and Amp, Oppos' rear instead of his? Although Barkley felt somewhat embarrassed, he was no stranger to grand occasions. He straightened his posture and replied, who told him he wouldn't show his backside in front of the camera. There was no other option but to substitute with a donkey. It is not my fault. Oh, and Oppos, Neil nodded in understanding and, with a mischievous grin, remarked, in the previous game between the Lakers and the Wizards, you declared that Wong would never score 30 points again. And what happened? Barkley, displaying a brave demeanor, held his head high, exuding an air of defiance. Isn't it merely a matter of kissing the donkey's rear once more? Bring the donkey forth? O'Neal, filled with admiration, patted Barkley on the shoulder, saying, I have a fondness for those who keep their promises. Oh, Charles, I adore you. He gestured to the staff nearby. And soon an animal was led forward. Barkley, having steeled himself for the ordeal, widened his eyes upon seeing the creature. Shaq, are you trying to set me up? O'Neal nodded. Isn't that obvious? What day do I not contemplate your demise? So, what will it be? Will you kiss it or not? Barkley shook his head vigorously. I specified kissing the donkey and Oppos' rear, not the pig and Oppos. S. Besides, at least clean it up a bit. It and Oppos. S still muddy. Hurry and take it away, lest it soil the studio. O'Neill, with an air of nonchalance, countered, last time, a donkey's rear sufficed for a human's. Why not a pig's rear for a donkey's this time? Barkley was momentarily at a loss for words and pointed at O'Neill. O'Neill, from this day forth, I sever all ties with you. O'Neill shrugged. Did we ever have a bond? Barkley, speechless, could only mutter a threat. Next time I catch you off guard, I won't let you escape. O'Neill laughed heartily. Rest assured, I won't give you that chance. With no further arguments left to make, Barkley reluctantly approached the sizable pig, which stood at an impressive height of about 6 feet. Barkley turned to the staff member holding the leash. You better keep a firm grip on it. Then he shook his head, suddenly bent down, and planted a kiss upon the pig and Oppos' muddy rear. Ah-ha-ha. Oh, and Oppos. Neil was practically in stitches. Tears of laughter welling in his eyes as he pounded the table with his fists, shaking his head in disbelief. Oh, I absolutely adore this job. Ah-ha-ha. Barkley kissing the pig and Oppos' rear was undoubtedly a sensational spectacle, resulting in Today and Oppos' ratings soaring to unprecedented heights. After the show concluded, both Barkley and Oppos' Neil beamed with joy upon discovering the record-breaking viewership. Meanwhile, on the internet in the United States, there are individuals who have begun to stir controversy. An Eastern individual boldly claims he shall conquer the NBA. Such audacity, and yet TNT continues to promote him? Surely, they must have received illicit funds. This arrogant Eastern figure. And the shameless TNT. As the saying goes, trolls are without borders. Keyboard warriors across the globe are all alike. Executives at TNT Sports have summoned and Oppos, Neil and Barkley. Their tone far from pleasant. How did you two conceive this program? How could you associate with this Eastern individual? Cease all further exploration of this Eastern figure. Do you understand? You have already stirred public outrage. And Oppos, Neil, however, remains unfazed, shrugging as he remarks, I can see this Eastern individual is no simpleton. We must extract as much material from him as possible. The executive, confronted directly, feels a surge of frustration but dares not offend and Oppos, Neil. This program was specifically tailored for O'Neill and Barkley, and they have transformed it into TNT's flagship show. If he were to leave in a fit of anger, it would spell significant loss for TNT. Would the boss not take issue with that? Thus, the executive softens his tone, at the very least. Do not associate with that Eastern individual for the time being, until the storm passes. And Oppos, Neil, not oblivious to the situation, eases his tone as well. I will continue to send people to gather material about him. However, I promise you, this material will not be aired within a month. The executive sighs in resignation, as long as you are aware. 3 hours later, in Portland, near the training facility adjacent to the hotel where the Lakers are staying, Wang Yi exerts himself to complete his final vertical jump. A message resonates in his mind. Task complete. Reward. Jump height reaches 100 centimeters. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi feels an immense sense of relief. His legs weaken, and he collapses to the ground. He gasps for breath, his clothing thoroughly drenched. His vision blurs slightly. After a grueling session of 1,000 weighted vertical jumps, fatigue begins to set in, revealing that stamina remains a concern. He hopes that the system will provide tasks focused on stamina training in the future. Wang Yi, having completed his training, achieves a vertical jump of 100 centimeters. For an athlete, a vertical leap of 100 centimeters is quite impressive. It is worth noting that even in his youth, LeBron James and Oppos' vertical leap peaked at around 110 centimeters. The renowned Vince Carter, WFO, also reached approximately 110 centimeters. Certainly, this marks the inaugural release of the training regimen focused on jumping. It is conceivable that future jump training tasks may also be unveiled, potentially enhancing Wang Yi and Oppos' vertical leap once again. After completing his jump training, James arrived, followed closely by the remaining members of the Lakers. They observed Wang Yi, drenched in sweat and utterly fatigued, sprawled on the court floor. Caruso jested, Wong, did you spend the night on the court? Head coach Vogel remarked, Wong, while diligence is commendable, training must be balanced. Overtraining can lead to excessive strain on your body. Tomorrow, we face the Trailblazers. We are only 3 wins apart from them. This match is imperative for us. He continued, the Trailblazers once had an all-star player, a training enthusiast known as Roy. I trust you are familiar with his narrative. Wang Yi nodded, I am aware. Roy was an all-star guard for the Trailblazers, utterly devoted to training, often practicing until the early hours of the morning, despite the team and Oppos' coaches and Oppos' attempts to intervene. Ultimately, the team manager had to impose a rule. He must vacate the training facility by 11 at night and refrain from entering before 5 in the morning. The toll of his rigorous training led to numerous severe injuries throughout his career, hastening its premature conclusion. Of course, There may have been factors related to the team and Oppo's medical staff, but it is undeniable that Roy and Oppo's excessive physical exertion during training played a significant role. Wang Yi comprehended the coach and Oppo's goodwill. Subsequently, they engaged in 2 hours of training. Amidst the session, the coach observed Wang Yi diligently executing defensive maneuvers while jotting down strategies on the tactical board. Wang Yi and Oppo's three-point shooting had evolved into a formidable threat for opponents, necessitating the design of several three-point strategies tailored for him. By the conclusion of the morning training, Vogel had devised at least 5 effective three-point tactics and discussed their viability with assistant coach Kidd. Vogel excelled in defense, while the Lakers and Oppo's current shortcoming lay in offense, making Kidd's insights invaluable during the offensive strategy development. Following the morning session, after having lunch, Wang Yi met with Roland and personnel from the Lakers operations department to finalize a guaranteed contract lasting until the end of the season. Finally, Wang Yi felt a sense of reassurance. According to the contract, following the match against the Trailblazers, he would receive 20% of his salary upon arriving at the next away game, alleviating the need for his current frugal lifestyle. As time passed, the afternoon of the following day arrived, marking the pregame press conference for the Lakers versus the Trailblazers, once again entering the phase of bold declarations. As the journalist commenced the interview, he posed a question to the Trailblazers star, Damian Lillard, regarding the Eastern Kings' proclamation of his intention to conquer the NBA. Lillard merely shook his head in response, stating, "No." The journalist, taken aback, observed that the other reporters also subtly shook their heads. In their attempts to elicit engaging material from Lillard, they consistently found themselves at an impasse. Despite Lillard and Oppo's fierce demeanor on the court, exhibiting an unwavering tenacity in critical moments, he remained a rather introverted and unassuming individual in his personal life. This disposition may well be rooted in his upbringing amidst the poverty of Oakland. The journalist posed several more inquiries, but upon realizing the futility, redirected his questions to another Blazers guard, C.J. McCollum. "CJ, do you have anything to say to the king?" McCollum, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, queried, "Who?" When pressed further, he asked, "Who is the king?" The journalist, keenly attuned to the situation, sensed an opportunity and became animated, elaborating, "He is the Lakers and Oppo's #1 player, who has recently been scoring over 20 points per game. And in the last match, he tallied 32 points and 10 blocks. McCollum shook his head, as if hearing a tale entirely disconnected from his reality, replying, "I'm sorry, I don't know him." This statement only heightened the excitement among the journalists, as it provided ample fodder for their narratives. Next, they interviewed Carmelo Anthony, who was met with the same persistent inquiry. Clearly, the reporters were relentless in their pursuit of this topic. "What do you think of that Chinese player?" Anthony glanced at McCollum, shrugged, and remarked, "I don't know him either." Following this, the Lakers held their press conference. Beyond questioning LeBron James, the reporters directed their inquiries toward Wang Yi. "Wong, I assume you've seen the pregame interviews with the Blazers. CJ and Carmelo both claimed not to know you." Wang Yi interjected, "They will come to know me." His irritation with the journalist and Oppo's incessant provocations was palpable, contrasting the more amicable nature of the Chinese reporters. The journalists, upon hearing Wang Yi's retort, felt a surge of delight. With CJ's declaration of ignorance and Wang Yi's assertion that they will know, they were assured of substantial material for their coverage of the upcoming game. As the press conference concluded and with half an hour remaining before the game commenced, reporters swiftly began disseminating their articles. Notably, the ever-critical Stephen A. Smith, a prominent figure in American sports commentary, analyzed the situation with professional acumen. The Trailblazers are in fine form, boasting a 5-game winning streak. CJ and Damian have recently been in fine form, particularly Damian, who delivered an explosive performance in the last game, scoring over 50 points. Moreover, Anthony has also been impressive, consistently achieving over 20 points in 3 consecutive games. Although the Lakers have secured 3 consecutive victories, numerous issues have come to light. LeBron has aged, and his consistent output of over 20 points per game has become a challenge. Besides him, there is no reliable secondary scoring option on the Lakers. What? You mentioned that arrogant Eastern player? Indeed, he has showcased some commendable performances recently. But that is merely due to the fact that opponents are not yet fully familiar with him and do not pay him due attention. Once he garners their focus, his efficiency will undoubtedly decline. Furthermore, in this match, he will face Damian Lillard. This player from Huaxia claims he is here to conquer the NBA. Let him witness the wildness of the NBA and the ferocity of Damian. Therefore, I believe the Trailblazers will undoubtedly dominate the Lakers in this game. At precisely 9:00 and Oppo's clock, the match commenced. As usual, Wang Yi sat on the bench, surveying the Moda Center, filled with nearly 20,000 spectators. The fervor of the crowd ignited once more. As the game began, Wang Yi remained on the sidelines. Despite his recent stellar performances, should Wang Yi start, it would necessitate removing Scharder from the lineup. Scharder is an emotional player, and such a change might trigger a series of repercussions. Thus, Coach Vogel has refrained from making Wang Yi a starter until he has firmly established his position within the team. Soon, C.J. McCollum, one of the Trailblazers' dynamic duo, began to make his mark. He consistently utilized screens to create opportunities for mid-range jump shots. Given the sluggish footwork of the Lakers and Oppos, DeAndre Jordan, McCollum was able to score with ease over him. Conversely, when the Lakers attacked, the Trailblazers' defense appeared lackluster, allowing the Lakers to score repeatedly. The Trailblazers were not known for their defensive prowess last year, and under the new coach this season, their defense has not improved significantly. Faced with such a team, the Lakers, guided by LeBron, executed their offense smoothly. Kuzma, Pope, and Scharder all made successful layups, while DeAndre Jordan completed 2 alley-oops. Scharder's performance today was commendable, as he racked up 10 points in just half a quarter, showcasing his ability to shoot from the perimeter and drive to the basket. Lillard, on the other hand, had yet to make an impact, attempting only 3 shots in the first quarter and scoring just 2 points. By the end of the first quarter, the Lakers had established an 8-point lead. It was at this moment that Wang Yi finally entered the game. As his feet touched the floor of the Moda Center, the familiar mechanical prompt echoed in his mind. Please check in. Wang Yi thought to himself, check in. Wang Yi did not immediately utilize the beginner's rebound experience card he had acquired, drawing from his previous experience. He recognized that a valuable tool should be employed at the most opportune moment. The rebound experience card was best used during critical moments for pivotal rebounds. At this juncture, the players on the court for the Lakers included Wang Yi, Caruso, Kuzma, Drummond, and Gasol, forming a temporary twin tower setup. Although Gasol and Oppos' abilities had significantly diminished from his peak, his high-post playmaking skills remained commendable. Given the Lakers and Oppos' current scarcity of proficient passers, his high-post playmaking was essential. As Wang Yi stepped onto the court, a countdown flashed in his mind, 1 minute and 15 seconds. He was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the timer. However, he quickly deduced its significance. It was the countdown for the unanswerable mid-range experience card he had used in the previous game. He had activated it with just under 4 minutes remaining. He had assumed that the experience would conclude with the end of the match, yet it unexpectedly carried over into this game. Realizing this, Wang Yi resolved to make the most of the remaining time. With this thought, he approached Gasol, wrapping his arm around his waist. Gasol understood the cue. Lowering his head to listen closely, Wang Yi instructed, if I find an opportunity in the mid-range, pass me the ball immediately, without hesitation. Gasol recalled Wang Yi and Oppos' unanswerable mid-range shot from the last game, and gently patted his head, saying, rest assured. In the first possession, the Lakers held the ball. After dribbling past half court, Caruso handed the ball to Gasol at the top of the arc. This lineup lacked strong ball handlers. Typically, Scharder would have been a pivotal ball handler in this scenario. However, the head coach had been experimenting with various lineup combinations recently. This configuration primarily aimed to allow Gasol to orchestrate the play from the high post, while the others continuously moved to create opportunities for cuts to the basket or open three-point shots. Drummond positioned himself in the paint, awaiting his chance. Caruso and Kuzma circulated the ball on the perimeter, hoping to generate three-point opportunities. Wang Yi continued to weave through the court, navigating around screens. Due to the Trailblazers and Oppos' lackluster defense, he effortlessly found an opening on the left side at a 45-degree angle. Gasol and Oppos' pass arrived just in time. Wang Yi caught the ball and, with minimal defensive pressure, executed a quick stop and jump. Nurkic, the Blazers and Oppos' center, rushed into contest, but the basketball had already slipped through his fingertips, gracefully swishing through the net without even producing the customary sound of netting. As they retreated on defense, Gasol and Wang Yi exchanged high fives. Gasol, with a hint of admiration, remarked, your touch is truly exquisite. Wang Yi shook his head slightly and replied, it's a skill developed through practice. Xiao Jia, perplexed, inquired, but you don't have a girlfriend. How could you have developed it? Wang Yi paused for a moment, then quickly regained his composure and chuckled, you little LSP. Xiao Jia, unfamiliar with the Chinese abbreviation LSP, was genuinely confused. Turning back to the game, the Trailblazers were on the offensive. At this time, Lillard had temporarily exited the court for a breather, leaving CJ and 3 other starters, along with a substitute, on the floor. Initially, Caruso was assigned to guard CJ, but Wang Yi patted Caruso on the shoulder and said, I and Oppos' LL take him. Caruso understood his intent. During the pregame press conference, C.J. McCollum had remarked that he did not know Wang Yi, a statement laced with disdain. Naturally, Wang Yi felt compelled to reclaim his dignity. However, truth be told, he had no such intentions in his heart. Just as McCollum claimed not to know him, he had not regarded McCollum as a rival either. To him, his true opponent this match was Lillard. The reason for guarding McCollum now was simply that Lillard was off the court, making McCollum the focal point of the Trailblazers' offense. Given his current defensive prowess, it was only fitting that he should guard the opposing team's key player. As McCollum noticed Wang Yi stepping up to defend him, he began to dribble slowly while shaking his head slightly. "Are you here to seek punishment?" he taunted. Wang Yi spread his legs apart and extended his arms, assuming a defensive stance. He was not particularly fond of trash-talking. He preferred to let his performance speak for itself. Meanwhile, a bald commentator, Kevin Calabro, observed Wang Yi's decision to guard CJ and shook his head, remarking to his partner, "This Chinese player is actually trying to defend CJ. Does he not realize how formidable CJ is?" The younger commentator, Mike Rich, retorted, "Didn't you research the opposing players before commenting on the game? This Chinese player has impressive lateral quickness and is quite adept at defending speedy players." Kevin shook his head and laughed. "It's not that I harbor any bias against Easterners. There are indeed objective differences in physical attributes among races. Easterners excel in smaller sports like table tennis, but they tend to struggle in larger sports like basketball." Before Mike Rich could respond further, McCollum initiated his attack. With a swift change of direction, he aimed to drive to Wang Yi's right. Wang Yi promptly stepped forward with his right leg, effectively cutting off the lane. As McCollum dribbled behind his back and switched the ball to his right hand, attempting to break through on Wang Yi's left, Wang Yi simply shifted left, using his body to block McCollum's path. Consequently, McCollum had no choice but to retreat 2 steps before making another attempt to advance. However, regardless of his movements, whether he swayed left or right, Wang Yi was always in position at the first moment. McCollum found himself unable to break through. And with only 2 seconds left on the shot clock, he could only feint beyond the 3-point line before retreating for a jump shot. Observing this, Wang Yi lunged forward and leaped high into the air. His left hand was raised high, aiming to intercept the basketball soaring above. In a moment of desperation, McCollum executed a step back, creating a meter of space between himself and Wang Yi before releasing a 3-pointer. Logically, Wang Yi should have lunged upward, attempting to block the shot, though the odds of success were a mere 0-1. Yet, he refrained from leaping upward. Instead, he jumped vertically from his spot. As he soared, his left arm was raised high, reaching for the basketball in midair. The commentator, bald Kevin, could not help but smile at this scene. With sarcastic remarks on the tip of his tongue, this Oriental fellow is utterly overestimating himself. However, in the next instant, the words were lodged in his throat as if a fly had been forcefully shoved into his mouth. Wang Yi's leap was astonishingly high. His waist was nearly level with McCollum and Appo's shoulder. With impeccable precision, his left hand intercepted the basketball in mid-flight, forcibly snatching it away. The audience erupted in gasps. "Oh my God, is he even human? This guy must be from Mars." Bald Kevin was left speechless, taken aback by the sheer athleticism displayed. His typically loquacious demeanor momentarily vanished. His partner, still in shock, inquired with a smile, "Kevin, what's wrong?" It was only then that bald Kevin regained his composure. Shaking his head in disbelief, "This guy and Appo's jumping ability is simply outrageous." On the sidelines, the Lakers players leapt to their feet, waving towels and bouncing with enthusiasm. LeBron, as if propelled by springs, sprang up, his eyes wide with disbelief, making an exaggerated expression of astonishment, and raised his hands high, repeatedly exclaiming, "Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!" The Lakers players, along with the coaching staff, were all astounded by Wang Yi's block. In previous practices and games, he had never demonstrated the extent of his leaping ability, although he had recorded double-digit blocks in consecutive games. Video evidence later revealed that it was not due to his height, but rather his remarkable timing. Wang Yi and Appo's sudden display of such vertical prowess left them utterly bewildered. After exclaiming, "Oh my God," LeBron began to entertain a thought. Once Wang Yi and Appo's wrist fully recovered, he could frequently rely on him for alley-oops. Caruso advanced the ball to the front court, and upon noticing the absence of a fast break opportunity, signaled for the Lakers players to settle into their offensive set. He passed the ball to Marc Gasol, while the other players, except for Drummond, commenced a series of dynamic cuts and movements. Soon enough, Wang Yi found himself in a favorable position at the mid-range on the right side. Gasol delivered the pass with impeccable timing. This time, McCollum was closely trailing Wang Yi. Nevertheless, Wang Yi exhibited no hesitation. Receiving the ball with his back to the basket, he refrained from pivoting to jump, aware that CJ was closing in. A turn would result in the loss of his shooting opportunity. Instead, he leapt directly with his back towards the basket. As he ascended, he exerted a rotational force with his legs, allowing his body to twist midair and face the hoop. McCollum was caught off guard. He never anticipated that Wang Yi would take off with his back to the basket. Consequently, he had no time to contest the shot. Watching helplessly as the ball soared over his head, swish, a crisp sound echoed behind him. McCollum silently cursed, "Damn it." The fans in attendance, though reluctant, could not suppress their astonishment. This Eastern player's shooting was undeniably precise. To leap with one's back to the hoop and still score, was he performing acrobatics? He seemed like a mere juggler. The Lakers and Oppos bench erupted in a collective gesture of reverence. LeBron shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "You can and Oppos, do that. You can and Oppos, do that. You can't do that." Caruso, Gasol, and the other players on the court approached Wang Yi for a celebratory high five. Turning back, McCollum still held the ball, attempting to isolate Wang Yi once more. However, Wang Yi and Oppos' lateral quickness was too formidable. He could not penetrate. Contemplating a step-back three-pointer, the memory of being blocked still fresh in his mind, he reluctantly sought the aid of center Nurkic. Nurkic understood the cue and quickly moved up to set a screen. Utilizing the pick, McCollum charged towards the paint. Yet, Wang Yi did not relent, pursuing McCollum from behind. He recognized that McCollum and Oppos' preferred scoring method was mid-range shooting. With Drummond guarding the paint, a genuine drive was implausible. He would undoubtedly opt for a jumper. As anticipated, McCollum took a mid-range shot, a smile spreading across his face as he released the ball, confident in the feel of his shot. However, just as the basketball departed his fingertips, a figure suddenly surged past him from the side. With a sweeping left arm, he lunged toward the airborne basketball. Clap, a sharp sound resonated throughout the arena. Bang! The basketball was forcefully swatted away, crashing heavily against the backboard. Upon rebounding, it was seized by a Lakers player, who initiated a quick counterattack. Kuzma surged ahead, racing towards the front court. With a powerful one-handed slam dunk, thud, the ball unexpectedly ricocheted off the rim. Fortunately, the rebound remained in the possession of the Lakers. By this time, the Trailblazers players had already returned to defense, compelling the Lakers to set up a structured play. Wang Yi continued to weave around screens, while McCollum relentlessly pursued him, refusing to yield even an inch. In Wang Yi's mind, the countdown for the unguardable mid-range shot card had dwindled to a mere 3 seconds. As he sprinted, he shouted to Gasol at the top of the arc, "Pass me the ball." Gasol hesitated momentarily. It was not an opportune moment for a pass. Firstly, Wang Yi had yet to shake off his defender. Secondly, there were obstacles in the passing lane that could easily lead to a turnover. However, being Gasol, renowned for his passing prowess, he sensed Wang Yi's resolute demand and recognized the assurance behind it. He executed a feigned two-handed pass over the defender's head, and as the defender raised his hands, Gasol deftly sent the ball through the defender and Oppos' waist with one hand. The basketball narrowly threaded through the gaps of 3 defenders, landing in Wang Yi and Oppos' grasp. Still entangled with McCollum, Wang Yi received the ball side onto the hoop. Gasol's delivery was exquisite. Without a moment and Oppos' pause, Wang Yi lifted and shot. Typically, players would adjust before shooting, requiring a brief pause. Even a rapid shooter like Curry would take a moment. Yet, for Wang Yi, the motion was seamless. The reception and shot appeared as a single, fluid action. The basketball, propelled by its own momentum, soared towards the hoop as if it had experienced no interruption, gliding through the air with unparalleled smoothness. McCollum was effectively thwarted. Wang Yi's exceptionally fluid shot sent the ball arcing towards the basket. McCollum, having pursued too closely and caught off guard by Wang Yi's audacious decision to shoot under such circumstances, found his hand still resting on Wang Yi's waist. The referee and Oppos' whistle pierced the air. Swish. The basketball found its mark in the net. 2-1. The Lakers and Oppos' bench erupted once more in jubilation, towels swirling in ecstatic celebration. The players on the court rushed to congratulate Wang Yi with high fives, while Caruso celebrated by chest bumping him, shouting to the crowd, "This is Wong. Do you recognize him now?" The Trailblazers and Oppos' head coach promptly called for a timeout. With just over a minute remaining in the first quarter, there seemed to be no need for a timeout. However, the Lakers and Oppos' #1 player consecutively sank 3 mid-range shots and even blocked CJ. The momentum was clearly shifting in favor of the Lakers, necessitating a timeout to strategize. It was imperative to halt his scoring streak. The Tencent NBA live chat was already ablaze with excitement. "Wow, Yi's hands, did he just pull them out of the oven?" exclaimed one fan. "He was phenomenal. His performance from the previous game seamlessly carried into this one. That last mid-range shot was exquisitely smooth." He must have indulged in quite a few Dove chocolates before the game. As for the critics, they had yet to emerge, momentarily silenced by Wang Yi's explosive form. Nonetheless, the long-absent brother Xiang resurfaced. This is only because Lillard isn't playing. If Lillard returns, and he continues this level of performance, I will eat my words live on air. A fan quickly retorted, not again. You still owe us several performances. Brother Xiang replied, this time, I'll eat my words while standing on my head. Today in Amp, Oppos, Tencent NBA host was Wang Zixing, with commentary provided by Wang Shipong and female presenter Wang Xiaoqi, all sharing the surname Wang. Witnessing Wang Yi and Amp, Oppos, display, Wang Zixing marveled. Wang is on fire today, starting off with 3 mid-range shots. Coach Wang, as a former mid-range specialist, what do you think of these 3 shots? Wang Shipong responded. Impressive. The second and third shots were executed beautifully. To be frank, the second mid-range shot, taken with his back to the basket and twisting midair to shoot, is quite challenging. The most stunning was the third shot. From receiving the ball to shooting, it appeared remarkably fluid, as if he exerted just a gentle force. And the ball effortlessly soared towards the hoop. I am astounded by how he accomplished that. Frankly, I could not replicate it. Wang Xiaoqi chuckled. Even a mid-range specialist can Oppos. Team manage that? Wang Shipong shook his head, affirming, no, indeed not. Wang Zixing continued. It is evident that Wang Yi has carried his shooting rhythm from the latter part of the last game into this one. We previously classified him as a quintessential 3D player, but starting from the last game, he has showcased his mid-range capabilities. In your view, Wang Shipong, does Wang Yi possess potential beyond his 3D attributes? Wang Shipong pondered for a moment before responding, certainly. Everyone has witnessed him as a typical 3D player in earlier games. But during his time domestically, he was a very well-rounded player. He possesses skills in mid-range shooting, driving, assisting, and various basketball techniques, ranking among the elite in his home country. However, upon arriving in the NBA, the exceptional abilities of other players make him appear more ordinary. However, after 2 years of refinement and growth, Wang Yi's various skills, including his offensive and defensive capabilities, have approached the pinnacle of the NBA. I eagerly anticipate witnessing his progress in other areas of his game. Upon hearing this, fans began to engage in animated discussions. The commentator resumed his lively commentary, exclaiming, "Let me down. This is not a bus to kindergarten." Other aspects of his abilities? The commentator could certainly elaborate on which specific skills he refers to. If Brother E possesses such formidable energy, perhaps he should consider endorsing 0 cents. At the Moda Center, as Wang Yi exited the court, LeBron James, towel in hand, took it upon himself to fan Wang Yi. This whimsical scene was captured by a sideline cameraman, thus birthing a classic moment in basketball history. Years later, this image would be fondly recounted by nearly every basketball fan worldwide. But that is a tale for another time. At this moment, the Trailblazers and Amp, Oppos, head coach shouted at McCollum, CJ, do not act on impulse. His lateral speed is exceptional. Do not engage him in one-on-one battles. Basketball is a team sport. Do you understand? You must utilize your teammates' screens and pass to those in open positions. Do you comprehend? As a head coach, witnessing his team's second-in-command being outplayed by an obscure player who managed to block him twice and score 3 consecutive baskets, he should have encouraged McCollum to retaliate. Even if he could not respond effectively every time, he should at least aim to score 2 or 3 baskets over Wang Yi, whether through scoring, blocking, or stealing. Yet, he had keenly observed that the unheralded player's lateral speed was simply too rapid for CJ to breach. Moreover, CJ had initially underestimated this Eastern player, not only CJ but the entire Trailblazers team, including the head coach himself. Thus, it was imperative to instill some calm in CJ. He continued speaking to McCollum, I understand your desire to retaliate. You cannot tolerate an unknown player dictating the game against you, and neither can I. However, you must remain composed. Learn to assess the game situation. Pass more, leverage screens, and refrain from one-on-one confrontations. Trust me, before the final whistle blows, I will ensure you have your chance to respond. McCollum took a moment to regain his composure, nodding earnestly. Coach, I believe in you. The head coach then addressed the other players. Do not allow that number 1 to shoot within the 3-point line, understood? Prevent him from taking mid-range shots. The Trailblazers players nodded in agreement. Returning to the court, neither team made any personnel adjustments. Wang Yi prepared to take his free throws. For him, free throws were not a challenge. He had diligently practiced them, achieving a free throw percentage of 90 during his time in his home country. However, opportunities to showcase his free throw prowess in the NBA had been rare. Behind the basketball hoop, 5 scantily clad Trailblazers fans were incessantly making distracting gestures to interfere with Wang Yi's free throw. Wang Yi murmured softly, You are empty. Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. Amidst his murmurs, he flicked his wrist, and swish. The free throw found its mark with unwavering precision, observing from the sidelines. LeBron James shook his head slightly and remarked to a nearby teammate, "Damn, how can this guy be so consistent at the free throw line? Have you all noticed? He has team missed a free throw while playing for the Lakers. If there were to be any shortcomings in LeBron's offensive game, it would certainly be his inconsistency at the charity stripe, leading to a tinge of envy towards Wang Yi's demonstrated prowess." Next, the Trailblazers mounted their offensive assault. Kevin, the bald commentator, perked up at the sight of McCollum with the ball. "Oh, CJ, take the shot. Show him your skills," he exclaimed, lost in a daydream of CJ outshining Wang Yi. However, no sooner had he uttered those words than CJ passed the ball. Kevin was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, CJ, what are you doing?" After securing the ball, McCollum opted not to challenge Wang Yi directly. Instead, after a feigned attack, he passed to center Nurkic. Though Nurkic succeeded in scoring, the live commentary from Kevin was rife with disapproval. "Oh, CJ, what are you doing? Are you really so timid against a guy who hasn't played in 2 years?" The Trailblazers and Oppos, coach, oblivious to the commentary, would likely have wanted to slap Kevin for reigniting CJ and Oppos' competitive fire after he had just calmed him down. Turning back to the Lakers, they continued their offensive efforts. This time, the Trailblazers were vigilant in their defense against Marc Gasol, preventing him from making easy passes. Aware of Wang Yi and Oppos' hot hand, the Lakers players set screens for him. With Caruso and Oppos' assistance, Wang Yi evaded his defender. Receiving the ball at a 45-degree angle on the right, he assumed a shooting posture. Both CJ and Nurkic rushed to close him down. The coach had issued a stern command that could not allow this Lakers star to hit a mid-range shot, even if it meant committing a foul to bring him down. At that moment, Wang Yi and Oppos' mid-range experience card had expired. Yet, facing 2 defenders, he remained composed. He executed a shot fake, dribbled once, and then passed the ball to the waiting Andre Drummond. Drummond had been poised for the opportunity, and upon receiving the pass, he leapt into the air, emphatically dunking the ball. The rim shook violently with the impact, and the crowd was left in stunned silence. Having expected Wang Yi to take the shot himself, especially after he had hit 3 consecutive mid-range jumpers, most players in such a situation would have chosen to attempt the shot themselves. Lakers head coach Vogel appeared calm on the surface, yet he felt a deep sense of satisfaction within. This Eastern player was not merely adept at three-pointers and mid-range shots. He exhibited a cerebral approach to the game. Just when everyone anticipated a jump shot, he unexpectedly opted for a pass. A player who employs his intellect on the court significantly elevates his potential. The Trailblazers coach shook his head slightly, realizing the challenge at hand. If the Lakers and Oppos' #1 player were only a scorer, it would be manageable. However, possessing both scoring and passing abilities complicates matters immensely. After a rebound, Drummond exchanged a high-five with Wang Yi, revealing a glimmer of eagerness in his eyes. His offensive capabilities were generally modest, often relying on James to create opportunities. When James was off the court, his role was reduced to rebounding and sprinting back and forth. Now, with Wang Yi capable of delivering a quality pass, his enthusiasm reignited. As the first quarter concluded, the Lakers held a commanding lead of 16 points, one of the few matches this season where they had such a substantial advantage from the outset. This momentum persisted until halftime. However, the tides turned dramatically in the third quarter. Lillard, who had managed only 3 points in the first half, erupted with fervor. Within a mere 2 minutes, he sank 3 consecutive three-pointers, narrowing the deficit to single digits. The atmosphere in the arena ignited, with deafening cheers reverberating throughout the Moda Center, as if the very walls would yield to the uproar. Vogel promptly called a timeout, strategizing a robust defensive scheme against Lillard. Yet, Lillard exuded an undeniable, raw confidence. Once his rhythm established, the presence of defenders mattered little. Upon resuming play, he hit another three-pointer followed by a layup, prompting Vogel to shake his head in disbelief. Against such a frenzied opponent, defense felt nearly futile. He glanced at Wang Yi on the bench, then at the clock. Only 5 minutes had elapsed in the third quarter. Traditionally, Wang Yi entered the game towards the end of the third period, but with Lillard unleashing his fury, the situation demanded action. Pope and Caruso could not contain him, and James was temporarily unable to step in. Reluctantly, Vogel decided to send Wang Yi onto the court. "Wang, are you ready?" Vogel inquired. Wang Yi surveyed the distant Lillard and replied, "I'll give it a try," withholding any assurance. After all, facing a rampaging Lillard, no one could confidently claim they could contain him. As play resumed, the Lakers initiated their offense. James assisted Kuzma, who successfully made a layup. Turning back, Lillard prepared to dribble across half court. While the rest of the Lakers players retreated to their defensive positions, Wang Yi hesitated, choosing not to immediately fall back. Instead, pressure on Lillard must commence from the front court. Confronted with a player in a frenzied state, it is utterly impossible to contain him within just a few possessions. The only viable strategy is to apply pressure early on, thereby gradually depleting his stamina. Consequently, by the fourth quarter, when his energy reserves are significantly diminished, his shooting accuracy may wane. This was precisely how Beverly defended Durant during the playoffs. With each advance Lillard makes, he must fend off Wang Yi and Appos' attempts to steal the ball, while simultaneously using his body to create space against Wang Yi. After crossing half-court, Lillard suddenly executes a behind-the-back maneuver, switching the ball to his right hand. In that instant, he uses his body to push Wang Yi to the left, accelerating towards the right side. Although Wang Yi possesses an extraordinary lateral quickness, being pushed aside makes it exceedingly difficult for him to shift back in time. He can only retreat 2 steps, attempting to impede Lillard and Appos as progress. However, Lillard unexpectedly steps back, retreating beyond the 3-point line, and releases a shot. By the time Wang Yi attempts to contest the shot, it is already too late. Swish. The sound reverberating from behind him is reminiscent of the feeling other opponents experience when he sinks a 3-pointer over them, leaving him somewhat frustrated. Despite having meticulously studied and analyzed game footage of Lillard, he had never before faced him on the court. Wang Yi still needs to acclimate to Lillard's dribbling rhythm and physical intensity. Turning back, James responds with a 3-pointer. During the Trailblazers' next offensive possession, Lillard refrains from dribbling past half-court, allowing McCollum to advance the ball before handing it off. It is evident that Lillard is well aware of Wang Yi's defensive strategy. Upon receiving the ball, Lillard dribbles around the 3-point arc, with Wang Yi closely shadowing him, his gaze fixed intently on Lillard and Appos' shoulder. Lillard advances towards McCollum, clearly intending to utilize a screen for a 3-point attempt. Lillard has mastered this technique. With just a hint of a screen and a modicum of space, he can unleash a shot. At this juncture, the defender must either fight through the screen or navigate around it. Regardless of the choice, there is often insufficient time to disrupt his shot. Fortunately, on the opposite side, Pope swiftly steps up to double-team Lillard. Yet, Lillard abruptly retreats, positioning himself 2 meters from the 3-point line and brazenly fires a shot. Swish. Once again, the crowd erupts in exhilaration. Wang Yi can only shake his head in disbelief. With a player like Lillard, whose shooting range extends beyond half-court, the only option is to initiate double-teaming as soon as he crosses the midcourt line. Otherwise, it becomes nearly impossible to contain him when he is in full flow. However, after these 2 possessions, Wang Yi has begun to acclimate to Lillard and Appos' dribbling rhythm and physicality. Coupled with his extensive study of Lillard's game footage, he has become intimately familiar with Lillard's skill set and habitual movements. If he were compelled to exert himself to the utmost in defense, he could, to some extent, contain the frenzied Lillard. However, the moment has not yet arrived. In the third quarter, Lillard unleashed his full potential, astoundingly sinking 5 out of 8 3-point attempts, 2 out of 2 2-pointers, and 3 free throws, amassing a remarkable 22 points single-handedly, propelling his team forward almost by sheer will. Fortunately for the Trailblazers, as they narrowed the gap, LeBron James began to assert himself, hitting 3 3-pointers and dishing out 5 assists in the quarter, preventing Lillard from erasing the deficit entirely. Wang Yi did not attempt to stifle Lillard, for it is an impossible feat to suppress a Lillard in full flight. Instead, he and his teammates continually double-teamed him, forcing Lillard to pass the ball as soon as he crossed half-court. This strategy, however, carried its own risk. The other Lakers teammates faced a numerical disadvantage. Yet, it was a choice to be made, 2 poisons laid before him, and it was up to him to select one. Under the pressure of the double team, Lillard's scoring momentum was curtailed. Meanwhile, McCollum found his rhythm, consistently hitting mid-range shots. The Lakers' other teammates, however, faltered once again in the third quarter, failing to convert any 3-point attempts, a long-standing issue for the team. In fact, prior to Wang Yi and Appos' arrival, the most accurate 3-point shooter on the team was none other than LeBron himself. As a result of their poor shooting from beyond the arc, by the end of the third quarter, the Trailblazers had reduced the deficit to a mere 4 points. As for Wang Yi, having devoted excessive energy to defending Lillard, he managed to score only 2 3-pointers in the quarter. During the intermission, discontent began to manifest in the comments section of the 10-cent NBA live stream. LJ Lakers. What are they playing at? Wasting my time. Their 3-point shooting is utterly ridiculous. The female host, Wang Xiaoqi, expressed her concern, stating, "How is it that the Lakers' 3-point shooting is so dismal in the third quarter? Aside from LeBron and Wang Yi, not a single player managed to score." The host, Wang Zixing, shook his head, lamenting, "Oh dear, Lakers and their 3-point woes. Coach Wang, you were once quite adept at 3-point shooting. With the Lakers struggling to find their range, could you offer some advice? Wang Shirping jested, even if I provide suggestions, they won and amp, oppos, hear me. I can only attempt to analyze the situation. Based on the previous 4 games, Wang Yi had been the Lakers' most reliable three-point shooter. However, assigning Wang Yi to primarily defend Lillard in the third quarter drained his energy considerably. Thus, I believe the Lakers and oppos head coach should consider allowing others to take on the defensive duties against Lillard, allowing Wang Yi to focus his energy on offense. Wang Zixing nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is a viable strategy. It remains to be seen how the Lakers and oppos coach will adjust moving forward. Indeed, Vogel made adjustments. He assigned Pop to primarily defend Lillard in the fourth quarter, allowing Wong to focus his energy on offense. Once you have the opportunity to shoot, do so immediately without hesitation, understood? Wong nodded, understood. He then addressed Pop, Caruso, Kuzma, and others. You are to continue employing the strategy of double-teaming Lillard. If necessary, commit an early foul to obstruct a shot. In short, do not grant him any shooting opportunities. Vogel, a coach with a defensive pedigree, would not tolerate excessive defensive errors from his players. As the brief intermission came to an end, the fourth quarter commenced with LeBron resting on the bench. The Lakers' backcourt comprised SC and Wong. To be candid, SC possesses considerable talent and often exhibits great effort, yet his performance lacks consistency. Furthermore, his height makes it challenging for him to contest the shots of opposing players. From the outset, SC drove to the basket twice. Given the Trailblazers' lackluster defense, he found it relatively easy to penetrate. However, upon reaching the opposing center, his decision-making appeared somewhat haphazard. He managed to score on the first attempt, but the second was promptly swatted away by the center. Fortunately, Pop leapt into action, securing the ball and passing it to Wong. Receiving the ball at mid-range, Wong faced McCollum. Instead of attempting a mid-range shot, he turned around, his back to McCollum, and dribbled beyond the three-point line. Observing this, the bald commentator Kevin chuckled heartily. This guy, facing CJ, hesitates to take a mid-range shot. After those initial 3 attempts, he hasn't dared to shoot from mid-range again. Can his energy only sustain for a minute at the start? That's rather short-lived, isn't it? The commentator beside him laughed. What aspect do you mean by short-lived? Kevin shrugged. In every aspect. Both commentators erupted into laughter, their banter reflecting the typical bias of home team commentators who often ridicule the visiting team. At that moment, McCollum, seeing Wong with his back to the basket, became somewhat complacent. However, Wong had just stepped beyond the three-point arc when he suddenly pivoted and leaped without warning. McCollum, realizing too late, rushed to contest the shot, but it was already too late. The shot had a flat trajectory, akin to a cannonball, crashing through the net with a resounding thud. The rim vibrated from the impact. This three-pointer seemed to serve as a retort to bald Kevin. Witnessing this, Kevin could not help but shake his head. This guy still has energy. The other commentator chimed in. It appears he is quite enduring after all. Bald Kevin, a fervent admirer of CJ, shook his head and remarked, nevertheless, it is of no consequence. The match is far from over. I wager $1,000 that CJ will certainly teach him a lesson. Turning back, McCollum initiated an offensive play. He executed a pick-and-roll with center Nurkic. Driving towards the paint, Harrell from the Lakers swiftly moved to provide defensive support. McCollum made a bounce pass to Nurkic, who elevated the ball with his right hand, preparing for a layup. Just at that moment, Wang Yi had closed in from behind. Bang! As the basketball departed from Nurkic and Oppo's right hand, it was deflected, altering its trajectory. The ball struck the rim and ricocheted high, falling right back towards Wang Yi and Nurkic. Wang Yi and Oppo's leap was incredibly swift, before Nurkic could jump again. He had already soared into the air. With a gentle flick of his left hand, he redirected the ball to Harrell. The audience displayed no astonishment at this play. To them, it appeared merely as a routine rebound contest. Only Nurkic sensed the extraordinary speed of his opponent. How can this guy be so fast? Wait a minute. That jumping height is phenomenal. He is clearly of Asian descent, and my impression of Asian players is that their leaping ability is typically average. Yet, this individual is different. Turning back, Wang Yi maneuvered around screens once more, finding himself open again. He sank another three-pointer. In less than a minute on the court, he had scored 2 three-pointers and made a block, almost single-handedly extending the lead to double digits. Within just a minute of the fourth quarter's onset, the Trailblazers were forced to call a timeout, primarily due to Wang Yi and Oppo's solo efforts. As the Lakers took their seats, the players gathered around Wang Yi, celebrating with chest bumps and high fives. LeBron made a gesture with both hands as if peering through binoculars, flashing a broad smile. Sniper, my friend. You are indeed a sniper. You have truly opened my eyes. Vogel handed him a bottle of water, saying, well done. Meanwhile, the audience, captivated by the replay of Wang Yi's consecutive three-pointers on the big screen, seethed with frustration. This Asian player is infuriating. Damn, how can his three-point shooting be so precise? Who would have thought that this brash individual claiming he would conquer the NBA actually possesses some skill? In the Tencent NBA live broadcast, Wang Zixing exclaimed, "Wang Yi's three-pointer is here." Wang Shipeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Trailblazers must be bringing Lillard onto the court, with the lead stretched to 10 points. If I were the coach, I would certainly have Lillard play. Otherwise, if Wang Yi manages to sink 2 more three-pointers, this game will be unwinnable. However, the Lakers are currently employing a double-team strategy against Lillard, which puts pressure on the other players, particularly McCollum. Indeed, as the two commentators noted, upon returning from the timeout, the Trailblazers deployed Lillard. The dynamic duo of the Blazers was set to make a final push. Yet, the commentators did not anticipate that upon entering the game, Lillard would not take control of the ball. Instead, he opted to play off the ball. It and Oppos. It's important to recognize that the Trailblazers rely heavily on their 2 stars, with Lillard as the point guard, typically handling the ball. However, due to the Lakers and Oppos' intense double team on Lillard, his decision to play without the ball ultimately disrupted the Lakers and Oppos' defense. At this moment, KCP was primarily defending Lillard, while McCollum held the ball on the strong side. Lillard positioned himself in the weak side corner. McCollum executed a pick-and-roll with center Nurkic, seemingly aiming for a mid-range shot. Just then, Lillard unexpectedly sprang into action, receiving a pass from McCollum at the mid-range and charging towards the basket. He soared for a thunderous dunk. Boom. He emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop. This moment instantly ignited the crowd, a deafening roar reverberating throughout the arena. Turning back, Harrell of the Lakers had his dunk blocked. The Trailblazers pushed the fast break to the front court. The Lakers struggled to get back on defense. Lillard received the ball beyond the three-point line and shot without hesitation. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. The Lakers and Oppos' head coach and Oppos' lips moved slightly. Lillard had scored 5 consecutive points, narrowing the deficit to 5, and he contemplated calling a timeout. After a moment and Oppos' hesitation, he decided to wait and see if the Lakers could respond. Particularly, he hoped for a three-pointer from Wang Yi. Just as he anticipated, Wang Yi, after navigating around a screen, caught the ball and launched a clean three-pointer. Boom. It flew straight like a bullet into the basket. Seeing this, the Lakers head coach felt a sense of relief. LeBron patted the coach's shoulder and said, "It's all right. You can always rely on this guy's three-point shooting." The coach nodded, exchanging a knowing glance with LeBron. They both understood the sentiment. Having such a player on the team is truly a blessing. Meanwhile, the Trailblazers fans gritted their teeth in frustration at Wang Yi. The Blazers had been chasing points for most of the game, but each time they seemed close to catching up, this player would emerge to disrupt their efforts. He was insufferable. Undoubtedly, he was the most despised player in their eyes. Damn number 1. How could he be so accurate? Lillard and Oppos' gaze also fell upon Wang Yi and Oppos' back, his eyes seemingly ablaze with determination. Athletes of his caliber only ignite their competitive spirit when faced with formidable opponents. Earlier, when LeBron was on the court, Lillard's competitive fire had been intensely vibrant. At present, James finds himself on the sidelines, grappling with a sense of ennui. It is akin to an adult who, after triumphing over a formidable adversary, experiences a profound sense of accomplishment. Yet, should that opponent be merely a child, the challenge loses its allure. However, upon realizing that this child possesses unexpected prowess, a spark of competitive spirit ignites within him. Meanwhile, Lillard continues to maneuver without the ball. He deftly navigates around Nurkic and Oppos' screen, receiving the pass and launching a three-pointer. Swish. The three-pointer finds its mark. He glances at Wang Yi, who remains equally unyielding. As the Lakers hastily inbound the ball and advance into the front court, they notice that McCollum has yet to match up with them. Only the opposing center, Nurkic, stands before them. Wang Yi executes a feint shot. Nurkic, predictably, bites the bait and leaps high to contest the shot. Seizing the moment, Wang Yi steps to the right and then leaps, releasing the ball. Swish. Another three-pointer goes in. The Trailblazers quickly inbound, and Lillard, seizing the moment before the double team arrives, charges towards the front court. Just past the half-court line, he senses the impending trap. His eyes gleam with determination, disregarding all caution. He launches a three-pointer. Swish. Another three-pointer sinks. The crowd erupts in fervor. The arena DJ elongates his voice, broadcasting, logo three-pointer from Damian Lillard. In response, the Lakers coach attempts to call a timeout, overwhelmed by Lillard's relentless three-point barrage. It is simply too formidable to withstand. After all, Who can withstand a shot launched from beyond half-court before the double team even materializes? Yet, James shakes his head and asserts, "Coach, let us see if Wang Yi can respond." At that moment, the entire Moda Center resonates with thunderous applause. The Lakers players, immersed in this cacophony, feel as though the world is conspiring against them. They are reminded of ancient Roman gladiatorial arenas facing a terrifying beast, while the spectators eagerly anticipate the creature tearing them to shreds. Amidst this overwhelming roar, every dribble the Lakers players take feels like an uphill battle against a raging current, their communication drowned out by the deafening cheers. This exemplifies the terrifying power of home court advantage. All Lakers players wear furrowed brows. No one relishes competing in such an environment, except for Wang Yi. His eyes shine with brilliance. The fervor within him boils over. He surveys the throng of over 20,000 spectators, absorbing the overwhelming sound. His body trembles, not from fear, but from exhilaration. This is the battle he has long awaited. With unwavering resolve, he stands ready to take on the world. From a young age, he exhibited a peculiar exhilaration when faced with formidable opponents. Amidst this excitement, he cast a glance at Caruso, whose dribbling appeared somewhat laborious. "Pass me the ball." Even before crossing half-court, Wang Yi boldly extended his hand for the ball. Caruso hesitated momentarily but ultimately complied. Seizing the ball, Wang Yi surged toward the front court. McLemore hastily pursued him, racing forward. Simultaneously, Lillard awaited Wang Yi at the forefront. Should Wang Yi continue his advance, he would find himself in a precarious predicament. Nonetheless, he pressed forward, undeterred. Just as he crossed the midline, Lillard lunged toward him. With a flick of his wrist, he launched a shot. The basketball sailed across half-court, striking the backboard with a resounding thud and sinking into the net. No one anticipated that this clash would be so electrifying and soul-stirring. As the critical moment approached, when both Lillard and Wang Yi sank a logo three-pointer, the 10-cent NBA live stream chat erupted into a frenzy. "Lillard, 666, 6666. Brother E, you are incredible." The intensity of their three-point duel left viewers exhilarated. "This match has me boiling with excitement. I am utterly in awe." In the live chat, Wang Shaoqi clenched his fists tightly, beads of sweat forming in his palms. When Wang Yi made that logo three-pointer, both Prince Xing and Wang Shipan shouted in unison, "Oh, my heavens, my heavens." Another one. They and Oppos, on fire. Lillard alone could ignite such fervor with his three-pointers, and with Wang joining in, words failed to encapsulate the emotion surging within me. What kind of match is this? Darling, come and witness the spectacle. The crowd erupted once more. This Lakers #1 is remarkably formidable. While he still has a long way to go to conquer the NBA, he possesses undeniable talent. On the Lakers and Oppos bench, every player stood, captivated by the game. They waved towels and jerseys, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Coach Vogel, on the verge of tears, felt a wave of emotion. At last, the Lakers had a reliable shooter. If Vogel were well-versed in Chinese culture, he might exclaim, "Damn it, I and Oppos, VE never fought such a prosperous battle in my life." In the ensuing 5 minutes, Lillard netted 2 more three-pointers, and Wang Yi responded with 2 of his own. As the clock wound down to 4 minutes remaining, their exhilarating duel finally drew to a temporary close. From the start of the fourth quarter until now, in a span of 8 minutes, Lillard had scored 6 three-pointers, matched by Wang Yi's own 6. The entire audience, from the moment the two players began their fierce contest, remained largely standing in rapt attention. The visual intensity of such a showdown was undeniably overwhelming and immensely captivating. Even the bald commentator Kevin could not help but exclaim, "To be able to match Damian in three-point shooting, this Eastern player is remarkable." Another commentator inquired, "Do you still believe CJ can outshine him?" The bald commentator awkwardly chuckled and replied, "Well, the game is not over yet. I still maintain that in these final minutes, CJ could indeed surpass him." At this point, it appeared that both Wang Yi and Lillard were running low on energy. After 2 consecutive missed three-point attempts, Lillard refrained from launching reckless shots. Wang Yi, too, had failed to convert 3 successive three-point attempts. The head coach of the Trailblazers opted to call a timeout. At this juncture, the Lakers were still leading by a substantial margin of 8 points. The Trailblazers and Oppos head coach felt a sense of frustration wash over him. Lillard had already sunk 11 three-pointers by now. In previous instances of such fervent play, the Trailblazers would have long since taken the lead. However, facing this formidable opponent, they found themselves still trailing by 8 points, which was truly disheartening. Simultaneously, he was experiencing the sentiments of other teams that had faced Lillard. It was indeed a peculiar feeling to contend with a shooter of such caliber. Noticing Wang Yi drenched in sweat, his chest heaving heavily, the Lakers and Oppos head coach recognized the immense toll the fourth quarter had taken on him. He tossed a towel to Wang Yi and inquired, "Wang, can you keep up?" Wang Yi, gasping for breath, admitted, "Honestly, I'm a bit fatigued. But at a time like this, I must push through." He nodded affirmatively. I can still manage. Vogel understood that Wang Yi and Oppos' stamina was nearly at its limit, especially since he had primarily been warming the bench prior to this. Suddenly thrust into the fray. Playing over 20 minutes in several consecutive games, and now needing to complete the fourth quarter, was a significant challenge for his endurance. Notably, in this fourth quarter, Wang Yi had launched 8 shots against Lillard, which had further drained his energy. Reflecting on this, he subtly nodded to LeBron, signaling that the latter should take control in the remaining moments of the game. LeBron acknowledged the nod in response. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. During the Trailblazers' offensive play, the ball was momentarily entrusted to other players. Clearly, Lillard was fatigued. He had been on the court longer than Wang Yi and frequently faced double teams, resulting in greater energy expenditure. Meanwhile, with LeBron orchestrating for the Lakers, Wang Yi chose not to navigate through screens but instead positioned himself in the corner, awaiting an opportunity to receive the ball for a shot. The Trailblazers, in succession, executed successful plays through McCollum and Nurkic and Oppos' pick-and-roll strategy. As for the Lakers, Wang Yi attempted a three-pointer, yet failed to find the mark. LeBron also took a shot from beyond the arc, but to no avail. The deficit was thus erased. At this juncture, with merely 2 minutes remaining in the contest, the Lakers called for a timeout. Upon resuming play, LeBron penetrated the paint and successfully scored. However, during the Trailblazers and Oppos' offensive play, Lillard missed a three-point attempt. The rebound was secured by Nurkic, but his follow-up shot was unsuccessful. McCollum seized the rebound once more and attempted another putback, which also failed to convert. In a display of determination, McCollum retrieved the ball again and finally managed to score 2 points. This sequence saw the Trailblazers capture 3 consecutive offensive rebounds, allowing them to take the lead. Their momentum was palpable. After scoring, McCollum let out a triumphant roar, while the enthusiastic announcer exclaimed, "Look, it's CJ." In this moment, he is nothing less than a deity. I told you he would dominate that guy. Meanwhile, the Lakers' spirits were somewhat dampened. Losing 3 crucial defensive rebounds at such a pivotal moment proved to be devastating for their morale. The crowd and Oppos' energy surged once more, prompting the Lakers to request another timeout. In the Tencent NBA Live broadcast, Wang Zixing lamented, "Oh no, the Lakers have squandered those defensive rebounds." Wang Shipong shook his head in dismay, stating, "This is utterly demoralizing." They had the defense set for 24 seconds, yet allowed 3 rebounds to slip away, resulting in a reversal by the Trailblazers. This is truly disheartening. The Lakers must address their rebounding woes. Despite holding a significant advantage in the paint, they faltered at such a critical juncture, allowing 3 rebounds to go unrebounded. This was unacceptable. Vogel, visibly frustrated, shouted at the players on the bench, "Rebounds, rebounds. Can you all focus? We need to secure the boards." It was only at this moment that Wang Yi suddenly recalled he had yet to utilize a rebound experience card. Immersed in the game, particularly after his 3-point duel with Lillard, he had become somewhat carried away, fixated on overcoming his opponent, and had forgotten about the rebound experience card. In his mind, he activated the card. Basic rebound experience card. Upon use, rebounding positioning awareness increases by 50, and judgment of rebound trajectories improves by 50. Usage duration, 5 minutes. As Wang Yi registered the system and Oppos' prompt, his gaze shifted to the Trailblazers across the court. From this moment onward, he vowed not to miss a single rebound. With 1 minute and 45 seconds still on the clock, the score stood at Lakers 118, Trailblazers 120, with the Lakers trailing by 2 points. The Lakers and Oppos' head coach was exceedingly furious about the team and Oppos' failure to secure 3 rebounds and continuously emphasized the importance of rebounding to his players. Meanwhile, the Trailblazers and Oppos' coach was focused on devising their defensive strategy. You must focus on 2 key points. One is James, defending against his drives and his 3-pointers. The other is the player wearing number 1, who must be closely guarded on his 3-point attempts. If necessary, double teaming is advised to deny him any opportunity to shoot from beyond the arc, as Wang Yi's threat from 3-point range is exceedingly significant. Although he has missed 4 consecutive 3-pointers recently, at this critical moment, the Trailblazers coach would rather concede open shots to other Lakers players than allow Wang Yi an opportunity to shoot from 3. At this juncture, every fan in the arena rose to their feet, many clasping their hands in silent prayer, while those watching on screens felt their hearts race and adrenaline surge. Following the timeout, James orchestrated the offense. The DJ energized the crowd of 20,000, who united in a powerful chant, "Defense, defense, defense." The synchronized roar of the fans exerted immense pressure, leaving the Lakers players gasping for breath, as if the entire world had turned against them. The Trailblazers opted against double teaming. James and Oppos' drives were not as incisive as in his prime, making double teaming unnecessary. He employed his bulldozer style, executing a simple change of direction while using his body to bulldoze past Anthony, driving towards the basket. Nurkic had long awaited him in the paint. With Lillard rushing over to provide support, James executed a behind-the-back pass to KCP, stationed at the left corner beyond the three-point line. KCP, with unwavering decisiveness, launched a three-pointer. The ball soared, carrying the hopes of the entire Lakers community towards the hoop. Thud. It struck the front of the rim with a resounding impact, bouncing high into the air. A chill ran through the hearts of all Lakers players, while the Trailblazers reveled in quiet triumph. The rebound was set to fall closest to Nurkic, who had already claimed his position, poised for the descent, just as it appeared to be within his reach. A purple figure suddenly leapt high from behind him, arms outstretched, snatching the rebound with ease. Everyone recognized this figure as the Lakers' number one. A shooting guard standing at 192 meters. The astonishment was palpable. How could he possibly leap above the center to seize the board? NBA players are known for their quick reflexes, and despite their surprise at Wang Yi's vertical leap, the Trailblazers reacted swiftly. In an instant, 3 Trailblazers players surrounded Wang Yi, reaching out to strip the ball. However, Wang Yi had anticipated their move and had already passed the ball to Drummond, who muscled past his opponent to attempt a shot off the backboard. Yet, his ability to finish was limited. In overcoming his adversary, he lost his balance. The basketball danced atop the rim, bouncing twice before springing back out. This time, Nurkic and Anthony positioned themselves strategically, ensuring that no Lakers player could seize the rebound. However, as they reached for the ball, Wang Yi's silhouette suddenly soared up behind them. Although he was at a disadvantage, Wang Yi could not grasp the rebound directly. Yet, with a delicate flick of his fingertips, he propelled the descending basketball upward once more. Nurkic, taken aback, instinctively secured his position and called out to Anthony, "Go for the rebound." Anthony was already prepared, but before he could leap, Wang Yi sprang up again behind Nurkic. With another gentle touch, he nudged the ball once more. This time, the ball's descent was directly above his head. Wang Yi leaped for a third time, snatching the rebound with his left hand, and before landing, he passed it to the cutting LeBron James. James received the ball and, with both hands, thundered it down. Boom. 120 to 120, all tied up. This moment left the home crowd of the Trailblazers feeling as if they had swallowed a fly. Despite the 3 of them vying for the rebound, they had been outmatched by a single Lakers player. The commentator, Kevin, was visibly frustrated. Slamming his hand on the table, "What are our players doing? How can they allow this Eastern player to dominate above them? CJ, are you asleep?" The head coach of the Trailblazers shook his head repeatedly. If it had been Drummond wreaking havoc in the paint, it could be understood. But to be outmaneuvered by a 192-meter guard in such a manner was nothing short of disgraceful. Meanwhile, the Lakers were buoyed by Wang Yi's rebound. All rushing over to high-five him. KCP exclaimed, "Bro, are you a spring man?" Drummond quipped, "Did you steal my rebound skill pack?" Kuzma chimed in, "Well done." LeBron, with a look of astonishment, remarked, "Who did I see?" "The worm, Rodman." "Oh, how fortunate it is to have a teammate like him." Turning back to the Trailblazers offense, Lillard continued to move without the ball. He had intended to receive the pass, take a dribble, set a screen, and shoot, his most proficient style. However, to his surprise, the Lakers players failed to close in on him in time. Within a 4-meter radius, there were no defenders. The expanse before him felt vast and unfamiliar. When had he ever encountered such open space? Furthermore, shooting directly upon receiving the ball was not in his rhythm. Yet, failing to shoot would be unacceptable. Thus, he adjusted his dribble slightly before taking a shot. It is uncertain whether it was due to an excessive expenditure of energy or the fact that the ball was not in his comfortable rhythm. But he inexplicably delivered a shot that completely missed the mark. It was a shot that soared over the rim, leaving the players from both teams crowded beneath the basket, poised to vie for the rebound. None of them anticipated that the ball would veer off course entirely, gliding over their heads and landing near the left baseline, perilously close to going out of bounds. Yet, at that very moment, a figure clad in purple had already positioned himself there, effortlessly collecting the rebound. This individual was none other than Wang Yi. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. When had he arrived at that spot? He had clearly been at the arc moments ago. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Yi had utilized a rebound experience card, enhancing his accuracy in predicting the ball's landing point by 50. As soon as Lillard released the ball, he sensed its trajectory and instinctively sprinted toward the anticipated landing spot, far surpassing the others in speed. After securing the ball, Wang Yi passed it to James, who intended to initiate a fast break. However, the typically lackluster defense of the Trailblazers surprisingly transitioned swiftly. Unable to capitalize on the fast break, James gestured for a more measured approach. The other 3 Lakers positioned themselves, while Wang Yi continuously circled the screens, awaiting James to orchestrate the play. As the saying goes, a robust dealer at the table, who wooed and amp, Oppos, TB enchanted. With an audacious dunk, James signaled for stability and began to dribble just beyond the three-point line. As the clock dwindled to 20 seconds, he took a couple of lateral steps to the left. At this moment, the entire world understood that he was poised to attempt a three-pointer. Anthony was acutely aware as well, rushing in to contest the shot. However, knowing the intent was one thing, successfully defending against it was another. With his towering height, James suddenly collected the ball and leaned back slightly, making it exceedingly difficult to block the shot. Despite Anthony's commendable defense, James launched the ball. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. The audience, witnessing this moment, could only shake their heads in resigned admiration. This was LeBron. This was James. The entire world recognized his feint, yet none could thwart it. Turning back, Lillard received the ball, set a screen, and swiftly nailed the three-pointer. The score was tied once more at 123 to 123, with only 58 seconds remaining. A turnover occurred during the Lakers' offensive play, allowing the Trailblazers to execute a counterattack. Following a pick-and-roll between McCollum and Nurkic, they secured a critical mid-range jumper. The score now stood at 123 to 125, with the Lakers trailing by 2 points as they prepared to respond on offense. The sound of defense resonated once more in the home arena of the Trailblazers, a wave of fervor crashing upon the court, seemingly intent on dismantling the Lakers. LeBron, with the ball in hand, utilized DeAndre Jordan's screen at the arc, finding himself momentarily unguarded. He retracted his foot and attempted another three-pointer, a habitual act after successfully sinking one. Yet this time, the shot clanged off the rim. Thud. The basketball ricocheted off the hoop, soaring high into the air. The Trailblazers players exhibited exemplary rebounding protection, 3 of them boxing out, with center Jusuf Nurkic securing the board. Observing the futility of reclaiming the rebound, the Lakers retreated to defend their half. In that instant, however, a purple figure, like a bolt of lightning, leapt from the perimeter. Anthony, spotting this purple apparition, shouted a warning, "Watch out." But it was too late. Wang Yi soared high from behind Nurkic, snatching the basketball with his left hand midair, and with a powerful thrust, he slammed it down into the hoop. The crowd erupted in thunderous excitement. "Oh my God. This guy, how infuriating. It's him again." The commentary team gasped, oh my God, who is this number 1 for the Lakers? We must know his name to pay our respects." "He is Wang Yi from Huaxia." Reluctantly acknowledging the truth, even the bald Kevin conceded Wang Yi and Oppos' brilliance in this match. After dunking over 4 of our Trailblazers players, his leaping ability was simply extraordinary. On the sidelines, Lakers players waved their towels like sheets flapping in a tempest, rising and falling in fervor. The players on the court raised their hands in celebration. "Oh Wang, you are my deity. How do you accomplish such feats?" In the 10-cent NBA live stream, the chat was inundated with messages. 666, 666, 6666. "Brother E, you are eternal. This moment is explosive, utterly explosive. This dunk could be celebrated for a lifetime." Meanwhile, someone recalled the infamous Xianggu, the one known for his live streams of absurd antics. Where could he be? In such a scenario, how could he dare to emerge for ridicule? He had long since vanished. In the 10-cent NBA live stream, Wang Shaoqi excitedly clenched his fist and exclaimed, "Wang Yi is so handsome. How can one be this striking?" Prince Xing, bursting with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Goodness, that was electrifying. How many of our Huaxia players could pull off a dunk over 4 opponents?" In a moment of exhilaration, Wang Shipong, infused with a touch of rational analysis, remarked, "The other players of the Lakers retreated on defense, while the Trailblazers had 4 individuals securing the boards, leading them to become somewhat complacent." It was precisely this opportunity that Wang Yi seized, executing a resounding putback dunk. One cannot deny that this play required not only a precise judgment of the rebound and Oppos' trajectory, but also an acute understanding of the opposing players and Oppos' psychology. Wang Yi truly exemplifies a player of remarkable basketball intelligence. Wang Zixing nodded in agreement. At this juncture, can we, as fans from Huaxia, not take pride in Wang Yi? Wang Shipong affirmed, "Absolutely, at least for now, we should be proud of him." As for his remarks about conquering the NBA, I believe there is no need for excessive scrutiny. Youth is often marked by a touch of audacity. Who among us has not experienced the fervor of youth? On the court, several players from the Trailblazers exhibited a slight despondency. They had assumed that the rebound was unequivocally theirs. Who would have anticipated the abrupt emergence of this individual? How could this Eastern player and Oppos' vertical leap be so formidable? Meanwhile, the Trailblazers and Oppos' head coach was already beside himself with rage, violently slamming the tactical board to the ground and unleashing a torrent of invective at his players. The earlier incident of having the Lakers number 1 snatch the rebound had already brought him to the brink of fury. Now, Witnessing four of his players contesting the boards only to be outmaneuvered and dunked upon, he felt utterly humiliated. In his fury, he even stepped onto the court, prepared to berate his players. An assistant coach swiftly intervened, pulling him back to the sidelines, aware that his wrath could lead to a technical foul. Once the head coach regained a semblance of composure, he promptly called for a timeout. As the Trailblazers huddled on the sidelines, they were met with a scathing reprimand. Of course, he refrained from chastising Gugu, whose connections were beyond his reach. Can you not display a bit more masculinity? Can you not show some grit? A solitary Eastern player has bested you all. Stand firm. Fight like men. Do you understand? The court is a battlefield for men. If you are men, then fight. If you are women, then go home. Following this tirade, the Trailblazers returned to the court, their eyes ablaze with fury. They were determined to channel the frustration inflicted by their coach onto the Lakers players. As the Trailblazers launched their next offensive, the entire arena remained standing, enraptured by the unfolding drama. During this tense moment, the fans dared not utter a sound, lest they disrupt the players and Oppo's concentration. Thus, within the expansive venue filled with 20,000 spectators, the only sounds that resonated were the rhythmic thuds of the basketball against the hardwood floor, echoing like the heartbeat of the crowd. The Trailblazers indeed fought fiercely for this possession. Lillard, unable to find an opening for a shot, passed the ball to McCollum, who then relayed it to Anthony. Anthony executed a low-post isolation against Drummond. As he pivoted to shoot, he drew a foul from Drummond. He subsequently converted both free throws, bringing the score to 125-127, with the Trailblazers leading by 2 points. Only 8 seconds remained on the clock. The atmosphere in the arena erupted once more. The Lakers and Oppo's head coach called for a timeout. As the Trailblazers exited the court, their coach exchanged high fives with each player. This is what it means to be a man. Yet, this was merely the beginning. I urge you to embody even greater masculinity. Defend against their final offensive push and do not squander the efforts of this evening. If we can hold them off, we shall secure the 6th seed in the Western Conference, while they will be firmly beneath our heel. With only 8 seconds left in the game and the score at 125-127, the Lakers were trailing by 2 points and held possession of the ball. Every spectator in the arena was standing, their hearts racing, palms slick with perspiration. Though the Trailblazers led by 2 in the NBA, where miracles unfold. 8 seconds can stretch infinitely. Anything could transpire. Kevin, the commentator, took a sip of water, attempting to alleviate his anxiety, but to no avail. His voice trembled, betraying his tension. His partner inquired, "Kevin, are you all right?" Kevin chuckled, "Of course, we're ahead by 2. I feel fantastic. If we can just defend against the Lakers and Oppo's final play, victory will be ours. We will lead the Lakers by 4 games, pushing them into the play-in tournament." At this juncture, the Trailblazers and Oppo's head coach stressed the importance of defense, particularly against 3-point shots, ensuring they afforded no opportunity for the Lakers to shoot from beyond the arc. Of course, they needed to guard against 2-point attempts as well, especially wary of LeBron's drives. Remember, do not commit fouls. We have already reached our limit. And any foul will result in free throws. The players of the Trailblazers nodded in agreement. However, a few younger players appeared rather relaxed. They had yet to experience the harsh realities of life. To them, leading by 2 points with 8 seconds remaining seemed nearly secure. Although the NBA is a realm where miracles can occur, if they were so easily manifested, they would not be deemed miracles. On the Lakers and Oppo's bench, the head coach sketched a play, stating, "Drummond will throw the inbounds pass. LeBron will set a screen at the free throw line for King. King will circle around LeBron towards the baseline, feigning a 3-point attempt. They will surely commit to defending King due to his 3-point threat. At that moment, LeBron will move from the free throw line to the top of the arc to receive the ball. After catching it, LeBron must shoot a 3-pointer within 3 seconds. The other players must crash the boards for a rebound. If the 3-pointer fails, we will still have an opportunity for a putback." As James observed the strategy drawn by the coach, he turned to Vogel and inquired, "Is this the tactic from back then?" Vogel nodded, a hint of pain evident in his words. During James's tenure with the Heat, they faced Vogel's Pacers in the playoffs. In the final 2 seconds, the Heat executed precisely such a play. Originally, James was intended to take the shot that would seal the game, yet to everyone's surprise, he opted for a drive, clinching the victory against the Pacers. This time, James found himself with 2 choices, a 3-pointer or a drive to the basket. Vogel was aware that he would most likely choose the 3-point shot, as age compelled him to safeguard his body, avoiding excessive exertion during the regular season. Wang Yi watched this exchange with a tinge of envy. Such is the stature of a superstar. In the most critical moments, the pivotal shot is invariably entrusted to the superstar. When would he ever attain such prominence? At that moment, James pondered briefly but then shook his head, saying, "Coach, I believe we should attempt a new strategy." The head coach, taken aback, glanced at Wang Yi and then back at James. This new strategy was devised only yesterday, and we have practiced each new tactic fewer than 10 times. I fear we may not be sufficiently adept. Just yesterday, the coach tailored 5 3-point strategies specifically for you. Wang Yi, however, to employ them now, when we are still unpracticed, seems rather reckless. There was one point Vogel refrained from voicing. Prior to this, Wang Yi had missed all 4 of his attempts. How could they trust him with the ball in such a critical moment? James, being the astute individual he is, undoubtedly grasped Vogel's unspoken concerns. He proposed, "Let us utilize the simplest of these tactics, the wall play. This strategy is one we have all mastered." He then turned to Wang Yi and asked, "The question now is, Wang, do you still have confidence in making this shot?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yi's heart surged with excitement, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, he felt a slight tremor coursing through him. "Absolutely," he replied emphatically. Would missing 4 shots diminish his confidence? Preposterous. With a 3-point shooting percentage of 45 backing him, surely he would score this time, even if he were to miss. The blame would fall on James for passing the responsibility. After all, if he made the shot, it would be attributed to his prowess, but if he missed, it would reflect poorly on James. Such a scenario was simply too advantageous to resist. Thus, Wang Yi felt no psychological burden whatsoever. Observing the confidence exuded by both James and Wang Yi, the head coach turned his attention to the other players. At that moment, the rest of the Lakers nodded in agreement, their belief unwavering. The leader declared it was time, and even the most naive among them would not dare to openly oppose him. At last, the pause came to an end, and the players took to the court. Drummond initiated the sideline throw-in. The other Lakers players swiftly moved to set screens for LeBron, allowing him to receive the ball. LeBron, stationed just beyond the 3-point line on the left, began to dribble slowly, while his teammates all shifted to the right side at a 45-degree angle. Observers sensed an impending isolation play for LeBron. The commentators' voices rose in urgency. "LeBron is going one-on-one. We must contain him. Ensure he is guarded." In the Tencent NBA live stream, Wang Zixing clenched his fists. "LeBron is going to take on Anthony. Can he overpower him?" Wang Shipong spoke rapidly. Others spread out. It's LeBron's isolation. This was common during his Heat days. But now, LeBron has aged. Can he still execute this crucial play in such a pivotal moment? As all eyes fixated on LeBron, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. 3 Lakers players suddenly formed a wall at the right side, 45 degrees. The Trailblazers, focusing their attention on LeBron, were a fraction slow to react. In an instant, Wang Yi darted through the wall. McCollum, trailing Wang Yi, was caught off guard and hurriedly attempted to squeeze through the makeshift barrier. However, as Wang Yi passed, the wall shifted inward, blocking McCollum completely. He urgently shouted to his teammates, "Help defend, quickly." Yet, with the Lakers and Oppos players lined up, the Trailblazers could only surround the perimeter, leading to a chaotic scramble for who should pursue Wang Yi. Thus, remarkably, Wang Yi found himself in a 2-on-1 situation with LeBron. With a swift change of direction, LeBron charged towards the 3-point arc. Anthony promptly retreated to defend. At that moment, LeBron deftly flicked the ball backward with his right hand, perfectly timed for Wang Yi's arrival. At the top of the arc, right in the center, LeBron and Oppos' pass was exquisite. Wang Yi caught it with both hands, requiring no adjustment. He bent his knees, propelled himself off the ground, raised his arms, flicked his wrist, and unleashed his shot. The force surged from his toes to the tips of his left fingers. With a flick of the wrist, he released the ball. Beyond the Lakers, the entire world of basketball fans was astounded that, in this critical moment, the shooter would be Wang Yi, the substitute who had missed all 4 of his previous attempts. At this unforeseen moment, Wang Yi took his shot. In the Moda Center, 20,000 spectators held their breath. Millions more watching on screens around the globe did the same. The hearts of all were in their throats. Should the shot succeed, the Lakers would only trail the Trailblazers by 2 wins. If it failed, the gap would widen to 4 wins, leaving only a theoretical possibility of reversal. Under the collective gaze of the spectators, the basketball soared through the radiant dome of the Moda Center, akin to an orange meteor plummeting towards the hoop. In that instant, time seemed to suspend, the scene frozen in a moment of anticipation. Thud. The meteor struck the ground. The basketball thunderously plunged into the net. 128 to 127. The Lakers surged ahead by a single point. The Moda Center erupted into a cacophony. Thousands of fans clasped their heads in disbelief. Oh no. Others covered their faces in despair. Damn it. The remaining spectators were left in a state of shock, their eyes glazed as they beheld the player in the purple jersey. Number 1. Almost all the Lakers players raised their arms in triumph, roaring with elation. The The comments section of the 10-cent NBA live stream was devoid of any other language, dominated instead by the repeated exclamations of six. Ega 66666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666 Ego YYDS. In the broadcast hall, when the camera was not focused on him, Wang Xiaoqi leapt up in excitement, his fists tightly clenched, appearing quite adorable. Wang Zixing, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaimed, "The ball went in. My heavens, it went in. It's Wang Yi. It and Appos. S. Wang Yi. Wang Yi has made this crucial three-pointer." Wang Shipong was equally animated, spitting as he exclaimed, "My goodness. A pivotal basket. A pivotal basket. I have dreamt countless times of a player from our homeland making such a crucial shot in the NBA. Yao Ming once accomplished this, and now it is Wang Yi." However, at this point, both men fell silent. Yao Ming had once faced the Trailblazers and hit a near buzzer beater, only to be countered by the Blazers and Appos, star, Roy, with a 0.8-second long-range three-pointer that sealed the game. This remains the greatest regret for fans from our homeland. Today, Wang Yi faced the Trailblazers once more and delivered a near buzzer beater. Yet 3.8 seconds remained for the Trailblazers. Their star player, Damian Lillard, has a history of clutch shots. As the saying goes, when it comes to Lillard, check the clock before the clutch shot. In the midst of his excitement, Wang Shipong cautioned, "The Lakers must be vigilant. There are still 3.8 seconds left, and they absolutely cannot let their guard down." Wang Zixing nodded in agreement. With only 3.8 seconds remaining, the Lakers must defend against both the three-point and two-point shots. However, given Lillard's character, he is likely to attempt a three-pointer. Thus, defense against the three-point shot should take precedence. Yet, this poses a challenge for the Lakers. 3.8 seconds allows for an additional pass. The Lakers possess no individual capable of containing Lillard in isolation. However, should they resort to double-teaming, Lillard's passing will inevitably find an open teammate. Following Wang Yi's basket, the Trailblazers promptly called for a timeout. The assistant coach presented a new tactical board. And without uttering a word, the head coach delineated a strategy. The plan was straightforward. The others would set screens for Lillard, allowing him to receive the ball, after which the ensuing actions would rest upon him. At this juncture, the Lakers and Appos head coach was ensnared in a dilemma. Should he double-team Lillard or maintain a one-on-one defense? A singular defense might prove inadequate, as memories of Lillard and Appos' long-range dagger against Paul George lingered vividly. Yet, a double team would inevitably leave someone open, a scenario that was intolerable. Wang Yi discerned the coach's predicament, and his excitement was palpable, as if he were ablaze with fervor. He boldly volunteered, "Coach, I will guard Lillard one-on-one." The rest of the Lakers were taken aback, glancing incredulously at Wang Yi. No one dared claim they could defend Lillard in isolation, not even LeBron James. In their previous encounters, Wang Yi had only managed to slightly impede Lillard's prowess. No one in the world would dare boast about completely stifling him. What, then, fueled Wang Yi and Appos' confidence? LeBron, observing the fierce determination etched on Wang Yi and Appos' face, felt a stirring within, reminiscent of his own youthful spirit. He could not help but glance at the coach. Vogel, who had also caught LeBron's gaze, appeared to seek his input. Ultimately, LeBron remarked, based on Wang Yi's recent defensive performances, he is one of the prime candidates for guarding Lillard one-on-one. Vogel nodded slightly, assigning the task to Wang Yi with the caution, "You may take him, but do not commit a foul." Wang Yi affirmed, "Understood." As the timeout concluded, both teams resumed play, and the atmosphere in the arena became once again charged with tension. The hearts of all spectators, be they Trailblazers or Lakers fans, were in their throats. The referee and Appos' whistle signaled the resumption of the game. The Trailblazers, through multiple screens, created an opportunity for Lillard to receive the ball. Just as he caught it, Wang Yi was already in position. Lillard attempted a shooting fake upon receiving the ball, hoping to draw a foul from Wang Yi. Yet, Wang Yi, aware of this tactic, was not deceived. He came to a halt, his hands raised high, signaling his intent clearly. Seeing his attempt to draw a foul thwarted, Lillard retreated a step towards the midline, executing a simple crossover dribble. However, as he crossed the ball over with his left hand, the impact was notably heavy. Wang Yi keenly sensed this shift. After extensive analysis of numerous recordings featuring Lillard, it became evident that, prior to preparing for a right step back, he dribbled with his left hand much heavier than usual. Indeed, after a quick cross, Lillard stepped back to the right, a move reminiscent of the iconic shot that eliminated George in years past. Yet, unlike George's helplessness, Wang Yi swiftly mirrored Lillard's movement with remarkable agility. His extraordinary lateral speed proved crucial in this moment. Lillard and amp, oppos. As heart skipped a beat, this opponent had anticipated his move. But with no option left, he had to shoot. It mattered not who was who. He was determined to secure the victory. He leaped high, even leaning back slightly to evade a block. The ball left his fingertips, soaring towards the basket. However, it traveled less than a meter before a hand abruptly emerged, defiantly intercepting its path. Thud! The basketball collided with that hand, akin to a majestic eagle struck mid-flight, helplessly plummeting to the ground. Beep! The final buzzer sounded. The red light illuminated. The game had concluded. At that moment, millions of fans, be they supporters of the Trailblazers or the Lakers, focused their gazes upon the hand and amp, oppos, as owner. Los Angeles Lakers, number 1. Wang Yi. The owner of that hand did not lower it. He stood resolutely, fist clenched high, as the lights flickered and the whistle echoed. Without extravagant celebrations, he maintained this stance, embodying tranquility. In that instant, it felt as if the entire world revolved around him. All players, referees, and staff present. The 20,000 fans in attendance, and millions more watching from screens, all directed their attention to this man, the player from the East. Lakers number 1. Wang Yi. In the 10-cent NBA live broadcast, the comments flooded in. Ego, ego, ego. Ego ascends to glory. Ego is remarkable. Ego V5. Ego YYDS. Ego LSP. In the broadcasting hall, Wang Shaoqi was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly in tears. We won. We won. Wang Yi blocked Lillard. Wang Zixing was equally ecstatic, exclaiming, Wang Yi blocked Lillard. Wang Yi blocked Lillard. My goodness, in this pivotal offensive and defensive moment, Wang Yi excelled. Wang Shipeng was already teary-eyed, proclaiming, the scene we, fans of Huaxia, have longed for has finally come true. A crucial three-pointer to take the lead. A decisive block to seal the game. Lillard, who had countless times triumphed over opponents, was this time thwarted by our player. Dear fans of Huaxia, today marks a celebration for us, a moment to bask in pride as we witness the emergence of such a remarkable player from our midst. Words fail to encapsulate the emotion surging within me at this moment. I trust that the fans watching the screen share my sentiments. We have awaited this day for far too long. In a cafeteria at a university in Huaxia, nearly 100 students erupt with exuberant cheers. We won. Ego S block. The Lakers have triumphed. Nearby, a vegetable vendor stands up in sheer delight, discarding his cigarette and spilling water in his excitement, seemingly oblivious to the chaos. Damn it. At last, we Huaxia people have made our mark in the NBA. A small business owner, having just concluded a deal, rushes back to his office and opens the live stream, witnessing Wang Yi's decisive block. He cannot contain his excitement, exclaiming, wow. Well done. 2 employees passing by pause, exchanging astonished glances. Is the boss truly this exhilarated after a mere business deal? He had been more composed after handling larger transactions. Similar scenes unfold across various corners of Huaxia. At the Moda Center, 20,000 spectators sit in stunned silence, intently watching the replay on the big screen, hoping for a foul on the Huaxia player. Yet, the footage clearly reveals that the final block was executed from half a meter away from Lillard, soaring high to intercept the ball without any physical contact. In fact, as he landed, it appeared he even made an effort to retract his foot, seemingly cautious of Lillard's descent. This stands in stark contrast to the despicable tactics of those who deliberately trip others. For a player who has made such a pivotal play, blocking Lillard and amp, oppos, as critical shot with impeccable finesse, there exists nothing but respect. At this moment on the court, the Lakers players rush towards Wang Yi, encircling him in celebration. LeBron James affectionately ruffles Wang Yi and amp, oppos, hair, exclaiming, you did it. Oh my God, you truly did it. It's unbelievable. Caruso embraces Wang Yi tightly, proclaiming, brother, you accomplished what I always aspired to achieve. I'm at a loss for words to praise you. In short, that was a beautiful shot, a magnificent block, simply stunning. Once the Lakers' jubilation subside, the Trailblazers players approach to bid farewell to their counterparts. Though competition thrives on the court, camaraderie prevails beyond it, and their relationships remain amicable. After embracing and exchanging words with LeBron James, Lillard approached Wang Yi. Wang, I will remember your block. Next time, I will certainly not give you another chance. Wang nodded. Perhaps next time I will employ different methods. With that, both erupted into hearty laughter. Lillard sincerely praised. That was one hell of a block. Brother, I see now that you meant what you said. Wang Yi knew precisely which statement Lillard was referring to. He replied, if you truly understand me, you would know that I never boast. Lillard chuckled. I am looking forward to it. Subsequently, other players from the Trailblazers came over to bid farewell to Wang Yi. However, McCollum did not engage with any Lakers players. With his head down and silent, he walked towards the player tunnel. Today marked the open day for the Trailblazers and Oppo's locker room. Upon returning to the locker room, McCollum faced a question from a middle-aged journalist. CJ, do you remember the question I posed during the pregame press conference? At that time, you claimed not to know Wong. I assume you're acquainted now. In this game, he scored 35 points, recorded 6 blocks, and grabbed 5 rebounds. What advice do you have for this young man from China? These reporters were not merely insincere in their inquiries directed at Wang Yi. They swarmed like flies, seeking any morsel of sensationalism. The question was rather pointed, and McCollum's expression darkened visibly. However, he could not afford to lose his temper during the interview. Firstly, provoking the journalists could lead to unfavorable portrayals in their reports. Secondly, displaying anger would not help maintain his positive image. He could only suppress his rising frustration, shaking his head while removing his jersey. He has already scored nearly 40 points. What advice could I possibly offer? Meanwhile, on the court, an ESPN reporter conducted an interview with Wang Yi. By now, Wang Yi was quite adept at handling post-game interviews. The female reporter posed a sharp question. Wong, McCollum stated before the game that he did not know you. Do you think he recognizes you now? This was yet another attempt to incite conflict. Wang Yi deftly sidestepped the trap with a casual remark. There are differences between Eastern and Western people. Often, when Easterners see many Westerners, they may feel that they all look alike. Likewise, Westerners may perceive many Easterners as looking similar. Perhaps he thinks I resemble other Easterners. The reporter, noticing Wang Yi and Apos' graceful evasion, pressed on. Damian Lillard often hits game winners against other teams, yet today, you delivered the decisive blow against him. How does that feel? This too was a potential trap. Should Wang Yi's response reveal any semblance of arrogance, it would undoubtedly provoke the entire Trailblazers team, ensuring a fierce rivalry whenever they face the Lakers in the future. Thus, Wang Yi and Apos' response was remarkably astute. The sensation of Damian Lillard and Apos' game-winning shots against other teams mirrors my own feelings at present. Wang Yi skillfully sidestepped the journalist's trap once again. When asked about the experience of Lillard's clutch performances, he simply stated, I feel precisely the same. Consequently, the Trailblazers would harbor no deep-seated animosity towards Wang Yi, considering their star player behaves in a similar manner. The beautiful reporter posed one final question. Do you have any remarks regarding the upcoming opponent? Wang Yi replied, I am fatigued and only wish to return and rest. I desire nothing else. After 3 inquiries, the reporter could only manage a wry smile, acknowledging his high emotional intelligence and swift wit. Extracting sensational material from him was indeed a formidable challenge, leading her to bid him farewell with a sense of resignation. Next, Wang Yi noticed 2 individuals with East Asian features on the sidelines, a female reporter and a cameraman. They were preparing to interview today as subjects. LeBron James and Damian Lillard had already been interviewed, and Wang Yi had been scheduled for an earlier slot as well. Thus, they could only focus on some role players. Wang Yi promptly summoned a staff member, pointing to the 2 East Asian faces and requested, please arrange an interview for them. This request was quite reasonable, and the staff member swiftly complied. 2 minutes later, the female reporter and cameraman approached briskly, both displaying palpable excitement. Wang Yi, I am genuinely surprised and delighted to have the opportunity to interview you. I am Ling Wei, a reporter for Tencent Sports stationed in Portland, and this is my partner. Wang Yi nodded and politely extended his hand to shake hands with Ling Wei and the cameraman. It is worth noting that Tencent Sports holds high standards for the appearance of its reporters. Each female journalist is indeed a sight to behold. While there are numerous attractive reporters in the NBA, Wang Yi, at heart, remains quite traditional. He finds it difficult to appreciate Western beauty, despite acknowledging their attractiveness. He feels no interest in them. In contrast, he finds comfort in the presence of East Asian women. Ling Wei remarked, shall we begin? Subsequently, she connected with the Tencent NBA live studio. The individuals in the studio were not surprised by this development, yet they had already developed a fondness for Wang Yi. Having a Chinese player in the NBA was indeed a cause for celebration. Previously, they could only connect with role players for interviews, and even an occasional interview with a star would elicit excitement. Now, they had the opportunity to interview Wang Yi at every game. While Wang Yi may not be considered a superstar, his performances consistently captivated audiences. Even esteemed entities like ESPN and TNT are eager to interview Wang Yi. Their elation at securing a connection with him is palpable. Another reporter gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and remarked, Wang Yi, congratulations on your near-death experience in the game, successfully blocking the Trailblazers and Apos' last-minute shot. You scored 35 points, secured 6 rebounds, and made 5 blocks. What message do you wish to convey to the vast community of Chinese basketball fans? Wang Yi maintained a gracious smile and replied, Chinese fans are an endearing group. I too was once among the ranks of enthusiastic supporters, hoping for my favorite stars to perform at their peak. I shall not disappoint your expectations. The The reporter seized the moment to pose a second question. We are aware that the past 2 years in the NBA have not been particularly favorable for you. Could you briefly share how you navigated through this challenging period? Wang Yi pondered for a moment before responding. During the day, I trained relentlessly, and at night, I listened to Gudi Gang. The reporter was touched by this simple yet profound statement, which encapsulated a wealth of hardship. Many individuals grappling with adversity find solace in Gudi Gang's performances during sleepless nights. Wasn't it similar for Wu Jing, who once ventured alone to Hong Kong to pursue his dreams? Wang Yi devoted his days to rigorous training, yearning for a chance to play. Yet, when night fell, he would sit on the sidelines for over 2 hours, often missing any opportunity to step onto the court except during garbage time. Returning to his dwelling, he pondered when he would truly have the chance to play and fulfill his dreams. Tossing and turning, sleep eluded him, leaving him reliant on Gudi Gang's humor to ease his mind enough to drift into slumber. How many can truly comprehend the bitterness of this experience? The reporter hesitated briefly before asking Wang Yi the final question. During these 2 years, you have faced considerable skepticism, and many have subjected you to insults and personal attacks. How do you perceive this? Wang Yi offered a wry smile and replied, Initially, I felt quite indignant. However, I gradually came to terms with it. If you perform poorly, can you really expect to escape criticism? As for those who resort to personal attacks, I would advise them to venture out at noon. They are bound to encounter trouble. The Tencent NBA live stream and Oppo's comments section became lively once more, filled with exuberant praise for Wang Yi. He speaks so boldly. Wang Yi is incredible. His authenticity is refreshing. How many would dare to express such sentiments during an interview? Much love for Wang Yi. Perhaps time has softened the sting of his earlier bravado. Or perhaps his recent performances have won over the hearts of fans, leading to a notable absence of detractors in the comments. With the 3 questions concluded, the connection with the studio came to an end. The reporter then inquired, Wang Yi, after a night of intense competition, I imagine you are quite hungry. I am as well. Shall we dine together? Wang Yi responded succinctly, sure. After the game tonight, the Lakers will not depart for the next city until tomorrow noon. Thus, Wang Yi has some time to spare. Observing the situation, the nearby cameraman shook his head and remarked, I won't be joining. I need to rush back to edit some of the footage from earlier. Around 11 o'clock at night, Wang Yi finished his shower and changed into a fresh outfit. He then accompanied Ling Wei to a nearby restaurant, a Chinese establishment. The owner, upon seeing Wang Yi, greeted him warmly and generously waived their bill. As they dined, Wang Yi and Ling Wei exchanged amusing anecdotes from their respective lives. Ling Wei noted that Wang Yi often displayed a humorous side, frequently eliciting laughter from her. However, their conversation was not limited to light-hearted stories. Ling Wei shared her experiences of living in Portland, where she often felt ostracized in a foreign land. In both her professional and personal life, she sensed that the locals viewed her through a biased lens. Upon her arrival, she found herself struggling to navigate daily life, facing constant skepticism about her abilities and competence. She had grown weary of their doubts and hostility. Wang Yi could empathize with her plight, as he too had endured similar treatment over the past 2 years. He faced distrust from coaches and teammates alike, even when he demonstrated goodwill and effort. Their acknowledgement remained elusive. There were moments when he contemplated giving up. However, being in the NBA represented a step toward his dreams. To abandon his aspirations now and return home would only distance him further from his goals. The years of dedication and hard work he had invested would be rendered meaningless. It was not that he idolized the West. The NBA is, after all, the pinnacle of basketball excellence. He aimed to prove himself here and to demonstrate that individuals from Huaxia could excel in basketball. His ambition extended to conquering the entire NBA. This was his basketball dream. After their meal, which concluded around 1 in the morning, Wang Yi, aware of the area and Oppo's safety concerns, called a taxi to personally escort Ling Wei home. She did not decline his offer. Upon reaching her apartment, they bid farewell. Wang Yi expressed his hope to meet her again, to which he nodded affirmatively, yes. Until next time. Ling Wei stood at the entrance, watching Wang Yi and Oppo's figure disappear into the taxi, waving him goodbye. As the vehicle vanished around the corner, a fleeting sense of melancholy washed over her. After a moment, she shook her head and turned to enter her apartment. Meanwhile, back in Huaxia, fans were buzzing with excitement. At a university, a bespectacled student had just returned to his dorm with 4 meals, only to overhear the enthusiastic chatter of his 3 roommates. The bespectacled young man did not push the door open but paused outside. Typically, when these 3 roommates were this excited, they were either discussing girls or talking about games. While he had little interest in games, he was nonetheless intrigued by girls. Unfortunately, he was quite inept at engaging with them, often blushing when conversing. Thus, he sought to glean some insights from their discussions. He overheard one roommate exclaim, I told you long ago that he would deliver, but you too were skeptical. Wasn't today's game a spectacular finish? Wasn't that block a game winner? I ask you, how impressive was that? Did it sting? One roommate chuckled awkwardly and replied, "It seems I've truly misjudged the situation. To be honest, in the previous matches, though he performed admirably, I felt it was merely a fleeting phase. Akin to Jeremy Lin and Oppos' brief whirlwind. But today, I am genuinely impressed." Another roommate concurred wholeheartedly. That was a sensational finish. Indeed. This is something to boast about for a while. I hope he can maintain his form. We Don and Oppos expect him to shine in every game. But if he can consistently score over 20 points, it would be a tremendous blessing for his fans. Outside, the bespectacled young man recalled that 2 years ago, there seemed to be a player from their team who had made it to the NBA, although he was not particularly fond of basketball. His 3 roommates had boasted about that player every day. However, for reasons unknown, they had ceased to mention him. Recently, however, they had begun to bring it up again. The young man pondered whether he should learn more about that player, as integrating into the group often begins with the smallest details. At another university, in a girls' dormitory, one girl sprinted out of the bathroom, exclaiming, "Darn it, Li Fei." On the second floor, Li Fei, munching on a cucumber, inquired, "What's up, Wang Yi? Has the CET for results come out? Surely you passed this time." The girl named Wang Yi waved her hand dismissively. "CET, for is too easy. I will definitely pass, you know." Li Fei laughed heartily. "You said the same last time." Wang Yi, growing impatient, gestured, "Let us not discuss CET, for right now. Look at this." She picked up her phone and pointed at a video that was playing. "You just made another game-winning shot, and it was against your favorite player. A block and a buzzer beater. How stunning is that? I ask you, how stunning is that?" Li Fei, from the upper bunk, shot her a glare. "Although it pains me that Lillard was blocked at the buzzer, as a conscientious supporter of our team, I steadfastly back Yi. But Wang Yi, where were you during the years he struggled? Where were you when he couldn't and Oppos find his footing? Now that Yi is excelling, you suddenly reappear?" Wang Yi chuckled and said, "No way. I have been preparing for the CET 4 English exam for the past 2 years and haven't had the time to pay attention to ego. Now that the exam is over, I'm sure I'll pass, and I can start focusing on my beloved ego again. How could I not admire someone as dashing as him? Don't you fancy Yin Shihang? Have you moved on so quickly? Such a fickle woman," he continued, puffing out his chest. "Regardless, I'm unabashedly fond of ego. Go ahead, hit me." Xiaoko, having just finished watching the Lakers game, hastily edited together some of Wang Yi's highlights from the match. With 35 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 blocks, he included every impressive moment. The video's thumbnail featured Wang Yi executing a powerful dunk over 4 Trailblazers players, and the title read, "The Legendary Battle of Ego, Step Aside, Ordinary Men." Though it was merely a regular season game and 35 points might seem modest, dubbing it a legendary battle felt somewhat exaggerated. However, in this era dominated by virality and sensational headlines, clickbait is rampant. For instance, titles such as 65-18-15, Cousin Returns, I Am Still That Cousin, or 60 points, 34 rebounds, 15 blocks. The superhuman returns often mislead viewers, revealing that these explosive figures are actually the cumulative totals from 5 games or multiple players' stats combined. Such instances can ignite a desire to send a scathing message to the editor. In comparison, Xiaoka's chosen titles were refreshingly straightforward. The video commenced with the striking image of Wang Yi's dunk over the Trailblazers, followed by the furious reaction of the Trailblazers coach, who angrily slammed his clipboard. Xiaoku believed the combination of these 2 clips was nothing short of perfection. After meticulously reviewing the video to ensure its quality, he uploaded it to Douyin with a sigh of admiration. Ego truly lives up to his name. In the face of scorn and mockery, he responds with his performance. He felt confident that although this video might not garner the same impressive stats as before, it would still fare decently. After uploading the video and finishing his lunch, he quickly set off to drive for Didi. 2 hours later, during a brief break, he checked the back end to see the video's performance. Upon glancing at the numbers, he was taken aback. Likes, 12,000. Comments, 3,200. Shares, 2,700. Xiaoko wondered if he was seeing things incorrectly. Rubbing his eyes, he examined the figures once more. No mistake, everything was accurate. A flame of excitement ignited within him. This video was destined to go viral. Previously, his best-performing videos had only garnered a few thousand likes, and it was rare to exceed 10,000. In the realm of Douyin, NBA-related videos typically amassed hundreds of thousands to over 1 million likes. 2 hours after its release, his post had already garnered 12,000 likes. Was this not a sign of virality? At that moment, the notification sound from the Didi app chimed, indicating a new order. In the past, upon hearing that sound, Xiaoko would feel a surge of excitement, thinking of the money to be made. However, today, he found himself devoid of any desire to drive, suppressing his exhilaration. He called the customer. "I sincerely apologize, but I have an urgent matter at home. Would you be so kind as to cancel the order?" "I am truly sorry." The customer, being quite understanding, promptly canceled the order. Xiaoko exited the Didi app and hurried home. Upon arriving at his doorstep, the car barely came to a halt before he checked the data again. Likes, 13,000. Comments, 3,447. Shares, 2,853. Xiaoko felt his eyes warm and his palms began to sweat. In just 15 minutes, the likes had surged by another 1,000. With over 200 new comments and more than 100 additional shares, this was truly going to explode. Xiaoko stood at his doorstep, not even stepping out of the car. As he witnessed the dizzying increase in likes on his video, his palms continued to perspire. With trembling hands, he opened the comments. The comment section was filled with enthusiastic responses. "Ego, I want to have your children. Ego, you're incredible. My darling. No need to say more. Good. Are you lacking a girlfriend? If not, how about a mistress? A fourth one would do. Long live our great Huaxia. Ego represents the spirit of our nation. Who says Huaxia can and Oppos, play basketball? Did you see the Trailblazers and Oppos coach angrily throw down the tactical board? Hilarious." On this day, it seemed not only Xiaoko and Oppos' video was destined for fame. Videos from others, regardless of their editing or commentary skills, all related to Wang Yi and Oppos' game-winning shot against the Trailblazers, were performing exponentially better than usual, some even tenfold. At the Douyin headquarters, several planners noted the significant uptick in NBA videos uploaded that day, predominantly centered around Wang Yi's decisive moment. One bespectacled planner took a sip of tea and remarked, "I believe it, and Oppos. It's time we establish a dedicated ego section." The others nodded in agreement, considering the proposition. However, one planner raised a concern. Wang Yi previously boasted about conquering the NBA, that incident ISN and Oppos, entirely behind us. Bringing it up now might stir trouble. The room fell into contemplation, brows furrowed. Ultimately, one suggested, there have been recent personnel changes. Let us prioritize stability and shelve this for now. We can revisit it later. The other planners concurred. Yet, while they deliberated, Hupu had already taken the initiative. A dedicated section for Igu has been established, exclusively featuring posts about him. Within just a day of its inception, this section has nearly matched the popularity of the LeBron James section. Meanwhile, Tencent Video is contemplating the creation of an Igu section as well. However, given their focus on video content, their progress may be somewhat slower than that of forum-based platforms. In tandem, the Chinese imitation master has released a new video showcasing 3 distinct scenes. The first scene depicts a single-handed dunk over 4 opponents clad in Trailblazers jerseys. The scene then shifts to another performer, impeccably dressed in a suit, who is mimicking the Trailblazers head coach. He brandishes a tactical board, expressing extreme frustration, exclaiming, "FUCK," before violently slamming the board to the ground. The second scene illustrates Wang Yi executing a near-buzzer-beater three-pointer over McCollum. Once again, the focus returns to the Trailblazers and Oppos' head coach, who, in a fit of rage, yells "FUCK," and hurls the tactical board down once more. The third scene showcases Wang Yi's final block against Leonard, prompting the coach to cry out "FUCK" yet again, as he angrily tosses the tactical board for a third time, subsequently stomping on it multiple times and spitting in disdain while muttering, "FUCK, FUCK, FUCK." This video rapidly gained traction online, inspiring the creation of numerous meme templates. Scenarios such as "no garlic with my meal," angrily slamming the tactical board, "Fuck," or realizing I forgot toilet paper, angrily slamming the tactical board, "Fuck," proliferated. From discovering infidelity to celebrating milestones, any circumstance, be it joyous or sorrowful, could be humorously accompanied by the addition of an angry tactical board slam meme. These memes swiftly became a sensation across the internet, evolving from FUCK, 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 to FUCK, FUCK, Futu a duck, garnering immense popularity. At 5:31 p.m., the WeChat public account Crazy NBA updated its content with the headline, "EG's buzzer beater against the Trailblazers, coach's tactical board slam." The article reads, in the year 2022, the Lakers besieged Portland. The Trailblazers and Oppos, coach, from his lofty perch, inquired about the Lakers and Oppos, young talent Wang Yi, and Oppos, who is this formidable figure, and Oppos, to which General CJ replied, and Oppos, just a mere child, I do not recognize him. And Oppos, upon entering the fray, within mere moments, Wang Yi felled several Trailblazers, prompting the coach to angrily slam the tactical board, questioning, and Oppos, who can vanquish this man? I shall await you with warmed wine. And Oppos, General CJ volunteers for battle. I am willing to go forth. If it does not end in 3 encounters, Wang Yi will strike CJ down from his horse. It is laughable, CJ, to utter such arrogance, only to be slain while pouring wine, adding to the mockery. At the conclusion of the text, as the saying goes, the long spear and white horse float like poetry, effortlessly sweeping away all in their path during youth. The boastful gentleman has been well read since childhood, often delighting in reciting passages of classical literature. This piece, too, is written with remarkable eloquence. In the comments section below, hundreds of remarks quickly emerged. Unable to comprehend, they angrily tossed their tactical boards. After a mere minute delay in updates, beware. For I shall hurl my tactical board in rage. We, the fans of Huaxia, can finally hold our heads high, angrily tossing our tactical boards. When have Huaxia fans ever felt such delight? Brother Yi truly lives up to our great Huaxia. At a high school in a certain city, physical education teacher Wang Jianhuan, after finishing dinner, brewed a cup of tea. He then scrolled through his phone, perusing news about the NBA. Over the past 2 years, although he had scarcely contacted his son, he had been following NBA news daily, eagerly anticipating reports about his son. Regrettably, there had been few clues regarding him. However, in the past 2 weeks, news about his son had surged, particularly today, with an overwhelming influx of information. Tencent Video, Douyin, browser notifications, NBA public accounts. Almost all news related to the NBA centered around his son making a game-winning shot against the Trailblazers. Wang Jianhua spent over 40 minutes sifting through the reports, to the point where his tea had turned lukewarm. Only then did he set down his phone and withdraw his gaze. He picked up the now mostly cold tea beside him and took a sip. Though he did not favor cold tea at that moment, it felt like a true indulgence. Leaning back in his chair, he blew on the already lukewarm tea and savored another sip. What a fine tea. Just then, another physical education teacher walked in. Upon witnessing the scene, he couldn't and oppose. Tea helped but chuckle. I say, old Wong, with your shabby flower tea costing 30 or 50 yuan, is it really that good? Wang Jianhua laughed heartily a couple of times and shook his head. You wouldn't and amp. Oppose, tea understand. The other teacher smirked. Oh, how could I not understand? Your son has achieved success. Even breathing feels sweet to you now. Look at how delighted you are. Wang Jianhua showed no modesty, nodding. I do have a good son, so what? Not satisfied? If you're not, go have one yourself. The teacher laughed heartily. Satisfied? How could I not be? A resounding satisfaction. When your son returns next summer during the off-season, you must host a grand feast. Wang Jianhua shook his head. He'll be training in the summer. When would he have the time? The teacher replied, not hosting is fine. However, regarding what the head of the sports department mentioned about your son helping train the school team, you should consider it. After all, at ISN and AMP, Oppos, a bad thing. You really ought to be less stubborn. Wang Jianhua shook his head resolutely once more. Even if he were to return, he would only stay for 3 to 5 days before resuming his training. The physical education teacher, realizing persuasion was futile, sighed and shook his head in resignation. Your stubbornness is truly remarkable. Here, indulge in some of my authentic Dahong Pao tea and savor what fine tea truly tastes like. Without hesitation, Wang Jianhua accepted the tea leaves and replied, none of you should try to convince me. It is of no use. Deep down, he still felt a tinge of anger. His straightforward nature had offended quite a few people. Thus, when his son was yet to make a name for himself, few paid him any heed. Now that his son had emerged, everyone suddenly flocked to him. A dignified educator, embodying the role of a teacher, had resorted to the same sycophantic behavior as those in society he despised. This only deepened his disdain. As the fervor among Chinese tennis enthusiasts soared due to Wang Yi's performance, the sports news outlet once again updated its content. Su Jingyu changed the backdrop this time, featuring a silhouette of a player in profile on a black backdrop, devoid of any discernible numbers or facial expressions. However, the silhouette's posture suggested it was Kobe's iconic, picturesque jump shot. Su Jingyu offered no elaborate explanations. After taking a sip of water, she began browsing through fans' questions on her phone. Moments later, she selected one and, lifting her gaze to the camera, posed the question, is Wang Yi worth a maximum contract for the upcoming season? Following her inquiry, she laughed. Are you joking? Oh, he has played only 4 or 5 good games, and suddenly he is worth a maximum contract? That would render NBA maximum contracts utterly worthless. I previously asserted that Wang Yi's ceiling is that of a quality 3D player. However, as it stands, he still pales in comparison to Klay Thompson. Yes, based solely on this performance, he appeared as exceptional as Thompson. Yet, he has not endured the test of time. He must complete the season unscathed, consistently delivering between 18 to 25 points while making significant contributions on the defensive end, so pivotal that a single defensive possession could sway the outcome of a game. Only then would he be deserving of a maximum contract. Indeed, Wang Yi's performance in this match did determine the result. Yet, who can ascertain whether this is merely a fleeting moment? Setting aside these considerations, one must recognize objective patterns in the annals of NBA history. No player has transitioned from being a short-term contract player wandering among multiple teams in one season to suddenly becoming a maximum contract player in the next. This is a principle that demands respect. Therefore, I believe Wang Yi and Oppo's current objective should be to solidify his position within the rotation, aiming to secure a starting role by the season's end. Progress must be gradual. One cannot expect to achieve everything at once. Transitioning from a short-term contract player just a few days ago to a starting position tomorrow defies all notions of objective reality. At this moment, Wang Yi paid no heed to the clamor surrounding Huaxia on the internet. He remained diligently practicing in the gym. Starting tomorrow, he would engage in a back-to-back series of games, first facing the Utah Jazz, followed by a match against the Memphis Grizzlies. Both teams are renowned for their tenacious style of play, particularly the Jazz, whose home court is situated in a high-altitude region. Many teams struggle here, as they must first contend with the effects of the altitude. Some players find themselves gasping for breath after just a few steps, questioning their ability to perform. Furthermore, the local fans create an overwhelming cacophony throughout the night, especially during the opposing team and Oppo's offensive plays or free throws, rendering even the referee and Oppo's whistle nearly inaudible. The team and Oppo's iron-willed demeanor makes them particularly formidable. If you were to inquire which arena NBA players detest the most, the Jazz and Oppo's home court would undoubtedly rank high on the list. Moreover, prior to this contest, it was confirmed that LeBron James would not participate. He is advancing in years and must prioritize his physical well-being. Last season, he sustained an injury due to overexertion from playing every game. This season, he has begun to selectively rest. Today, the system presented him with two tasks. Task 1. Complete 1,000 mid-range shots. Task reward. Mid-range shooting percentage increased to 70. Task 2. Complete 1,000 passing drills. Task reward. Court vision enhanced by 30. Upon reviewing these options, Wang Yi felt a twinge of regret. His wrist is healed to 90, allowing him to attempt some shooting practice, though he primarily uses his left hand. He contemplated that if a three-point shooting task were to appear, enabling him to elevate his three-point percentage to 50, his threat level on the court would significantly increase. Yet, the system had not offered a three-point training task in recent attempts. After a moment's reflection, he opted for Task 1. His current position is that of a shooting guard, where scoring is paramount. As for passing, his skills in that regard are already commendable, allowing him to set that practice aside for now. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the basketball brushing against the net echoed through the gym. After approximately 50 shots, Wang Yi began to feel slightly winded. He recognized this as a mild case of altitude sickness. While the sensation was uncomfortable, he understood that persistence would enable his body to acclimate, alleviating the distress. It was akin to the moment one feels their limits while running 1,500 meters. If one continues to push through, the experience becomes progressively lighter. Indeed, after sinking another 100 shots, Wang Yi found considerable relief from his discomfort. Moments later, the effects of altitude sickness had completely vanished. At last, after more than 3 hours, he had already succeeded in hitting 1,000 mid-range shots before his teammates arrived for training. A notification echoed in his mind. Task completed. Reward. Mid-range shooting percentage increased to 70. Wang Yi let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground. Though fatigued, a genuine smile illuminated his face. His right fist clenched tightly. A 70 shooting percentage, while seemingly abstract, was indeed formidable. For instance, Chris Paul is renowned for his precision in mid-range shooting among active players. He often draws out larger opponents to exploit them with his shots. In the second round of last year and Oppo's playoffs, Paul single-handedly eliminated his opponents with his mid-range prowess. His shooting percentage hovered around 60. Now, with Wang Yi and Oppo's ability reaching 70, one can only imagine its strength. After resting for approximately half an hour, teammates and coaches began to arrive. They spotted Wang Yi already seated on the sidelines, soaked in sweat. Their reaction was unsurprised, since Wang Yi joined the Lakers. This had become a familiar sight. To their recollection, he was either in the training facility or en route to it. LeBron inquired, "Wang, feeling no altitude sickness?" Wang Yi feigned ignorance, asking, "What is altitude sickness?" The other players shook their heads. "You really are an odd one," Caruso remarked with a wry smile. "I dread playing here. It feels like shedding a layer of skin every time." Vogel addressed the team. "We have exceeded expectations with 3 victories in our 7-game road trip. The last 2 games, against the Timberwolves and the struggling Rockets, are ones we are certain to win and must win. So for this match, let and amp, oppos, give it our best. Implicit in Vogel and amp, oppos, words was a strategic concession for the current game. Without LeBron, the Lakers' chances of victory were already slim. And the city's high altitude posed a significant physical and psychological challenge to the players. Thus, a strategic concession was deemed necessary, though as head coach, he could not state it outright. The Lakers players understood the underlying meaning of their coach and oppos' words, which eased their minds somewhat. Vogel turned to Wang Yi and announced, "Wong, you will be starting tomorrow night." The room fell silent at Vogel and oppos' statement. In the realm of NBA players, apart from extraordinary talents like LeBron and Giannis, most players begin their careers in a rotational role, gradually earning their place as starters. Wang Yi has truly experienced a remarkable journey, transitioning from a player with a short contract to earning a starting position after just a handful of games. The pace of his evolution is astonishing, particularly in contrast to players like Talen Horton-Tucker and Alex Caruso. Both have diligently served as substitutes for the Lakers for several years and were hopeful that one of them would step into the starting lineup with LeBron James taking a rest. However, the coach surprised everyone by selecting Wang Yi to start. Head coach Frank Vogel noticed the confusion among the players and clarified, with AD unavailable and LeBron resting, "Our focus for tomorrow night is on experimentation. Wong and oppos' three-point shooting poses a significant threat, and his presence in the starting lineup could create substantial difficulties for our opponents." Upon hearing this, the other players nodded in agreement. Any lingering feelings of discontent from Horton-Tucker and Caruso dissipated as they recognized that defensively they were on par with Wang Yi. However, in terms of three-point shooting, they fell short. Wang Yi often sinks 5 or 6 three-pointers in a single game. Who could withstand that? Seeing no objections from the team, Vogel turned to Wang Yi and asked, "Wong, are you ready to start tomorrow night?" Wang and amp, oppos' heart raced with excitement. Starting was a goal he had set for himself since entering the NBA 2 years ago. Yet, for 2 long years, he had struggled to even break into the rotation, let alone the starting lineup. And now, this small goal was within reach. He had waited 2 years for this opportunity. To say he was and oppos' thrilled would be a lie. However, it was somewhat tragic that his first game as a starter would be strategically forfeited by the Lakers. No, he could not accept that. How could he endure such a frustrating circumstance for his NBA debut as a starter? If they fought valiantly for the entire game and ultimately lost, he could accept that. But to forfeit without playing, it was unacceptable. He glanced around at his teammates, then shifted his gaze to the coach's face. It was clear that both the coach and his teammates were prepared for this strategic surrender. After several consecutive away games and the exhaustion from travel, they indeed needed rest. And the forfeiture was tacitly accepted by all. Yet, Wang Yi clenched his fist in determination. "All right, if you choose to forfeit strategically, so be it. But to give up before even stepping on the court? Wang Yi, cannot allow that. Even if I exhaust every last ounce of energy. Even if we ultimately do not prevail, I will make sure our opponents feel the heat." Wang. Coach Vogel, noticing Wang Yi and oppos' silence, assumed he was unprepared for the starting role and inquired again. Wang Yi shook his head resolutely, declaring, "I am completely ready." Vogel shrugged and replied, "That's good to hear." Subsequently, the coach called upon the players. "Today, we shall practice the 5 three-point strategies designed for Wong. It is imperative that, prior to tomorrow and amp, oppos' match, each player becomes thoroughly acquainted with these strategies, regardless of which 5 players take the court. They must possess an intimate understanding of these 5 three-point tactics." The practice commenced with the first strategy, the human wall tactic. The players shed their outer garments and began executing the human wall strategy under the coach and oppos' guidance. LeBron observed Wang Yi from the sidelines, feeling a sense of pride. Wang and oppos' tactical standing within the team was gradually ascending. Once he endured further competitive trials, particularly through the rigors of this year and oppos' playoffs, he might reach unprecedented heights that would astonish all. Upon completing the human wall practice, the team proceeded to rehearse the elevator door tactic. This strategy, specifically devised for sharpshooters, traces its origins back to the era of Reggie Miller. At that time, a specialized elevator door tactic was designed for Miller. However, the significance of the three-point shot was not fully appreciated, leading to the tactic and amp, oppos' limited proliferation. The Golden State Warriors truly elevated the elevator door strategy, crafting several variations for Klay Thompson and Steph Curry, maximizing the impact of these 2 sharpshooters and instilling fear throughout the league. Yet, this tactic has since become a rarity in the league. Many speculate that it was banned. However, this is not the case. Various factors have rendered the tactic unsuitable for the contemporary league, resulting in its disappearance from the courts. Now, Vogel has discovered a solution that allows this tactic to resurface without contravening game regulations. When this strategy reemerges, it is destined to astonish many. 2 hours later, As the players became well-versed in the 5 strategies, the day's training session concluded. The following day, the match was scheduled to commence at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a timing that left the players somewhat disoriented. Typically, NBA games are played in the afternoon or evening, with players usually resting around noon. Suddenly facing a noon match, their bodies struggled to adjust, especially compounded by high-altitude reactions and the daunting home court advantage. This match was certainly not favorable for the Lakers. At 12:00 and Oppo's clock, the pregame press conference commenced, marked by the customary bravado. Representing the Lakers were head coach Vogel and Schroeder. Having strategically decided to concede this match, their responses were notably tempered. The Jazz are a formidable team. They possess a tenacious defense and exceptional players, which is why we hold them in high regard. Mitchell is indeed one of the rare talents within the league. In essence, the approach is to elevate the opponent as much as possible. Thus, should today and Oppo's game result in a loss, it would seem entirely inevitable. Next, it was the Jazz and Oppo's turn to make some bold statements. A reporter posed a question to Mitchell. The Lakers have recently achieved 5 consecutive victories and are in high spirits. Do you have confidence in overcoming them today? Mitchell scratched the back of his head and replied, "They are a formidable team, a traditional powerhouse. They boast one of the greatest players in history. So I am not surprised by their 5-game winning streak. I wouldn't and Oppo's be surprised even if they achieved a 15-game streak." The reporter continued, "Recently, an outstanding player from China has emerged on the Lakers and Oppo's roster. He even secured a last-second victory against the Trailblazers in the previous match. What are your thoughts on him?" Mitchell responded, "He is indeed talented, and I believe his accomplishments will extend far beyond what we currently see. I eagerly anticipate competing against him on the court." At that moment, the reporter felt a mix of exasperation and disbelief. Wasn't this supposed to be the segment for bold statements? Why were they all engaging in mutual flattery? If everyone maintained such amicable relations, would reporters find themselves out of work? With a strong performance expected, not a single player dared to make a bold proclamation. This left the journalists in quite a predicament. There was no hint of rivalry before the game, rendering their reports rather futile. Fortunately, the audience in Salt Lake City brought their own fervor. Regardless of the opponent, the fans here are always brimming with enthusiasm, their energy palpable, as if the opposing players were merely neighbors they wished to devour. Thus, several reporters rushed outside following the pregame press conference. The Jazz's home court, the Energy Solutions Arena, was bustling. It was January, and the weather in Utah remained rather chilly, with snow lining the roads, still unmelted, under a somewhat overcast sky. Fans were bundled in thick clothing, their breath visible in the cold air, yet their spirits remained high. A slightly overweight male reporter, donning thick leather gloves, approached 2 fans for an interview. "The Lakers have achieved 5 consecutive victories. How will you welcome them here in Salt Lake City?" This was, of course, a rhetorical question. The implication of welcoming was unmistakable. The 2 fans, a father and son duo, exchanged amused glances. The father chuckled heartily into the microphone, stating, "We won't let them leave alive." The son then seized the microphone, displaying a fierce expression, declaring, "We will roast the Lakers, ha 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 ha." With that, the father and son exchanged a vigorous high five, striking a pose to flex their muscles, and together shouted, "Jazz, invincible." The journalist nodded inwardly, acknowledging the undeniable truth that fans often possess more insight than the players themselves. He proceeded to inquire, "With LeBron James sitting out today, the Eastern player on your team is likely to excel beyond expectations. How do you plan to counter him?" The father seized the microphone, his eyes widening as he bared his teeth in a monstrous grin. "Are you referring to that audacious fellow who claims he will conquer the NBA? We shall frighten him to his core, reduce him to tears, and send him scurrying back to the East, never to return to the NBA." The son snatched the microphone again, adopting a fierce expression reminiscent of a titan, roaring, prideful Eastern player. "You shall pay dearly for your arrogance. Prepare to witness the true essence of a devilish home court and the fervor of the wild Salt Lake City fans." The journalist felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow, bemused by the bizarre nature of this interview. Nevertheless, he maintained an outwardly satisfied demeanor, nodding and saying, "Thank you both for your enthusiasm. I trust you will extend a warm welcome to the Eastern player. And I am confident that the fans in Salt Lake City will graciously receive the Lakers. I eagerly anticipate the game." The father and son once more contorted their faces into monstrous expressions, exclaiming, "We too are excited to witness the Eastern player's terrified reaction, ha ha ha." In the Tencent NBA live broadcast room, prior to the commencement of the game, the hosts engaged in their customary banter for several minutes. Today's commentators were Wang Ming and Wang Yi, with the female host still being Mena. Mena glanced at the current online viewer count, over 1 million. In the past, before a game began, the viewer count typically hovered around several tens of thousands, peaking at perhaps 100,000. However, as the Lakers' performance improved, Particularly with Wang Yi's outstanding play, the viewer numbers continued to soar. Yet, it was unlikely that the count would exceed 100,000 before the game commenced. The previous match had seen Wang Yi deliver a stunning victory against the Trailblazers, which had brought immense joy to fans across China. It was clear that a significant portion of today's audience had tuned in specifically to watch Wang Yi, as evidenced by the barrage of comments flooding the screen. Is the game not starting yet? I want to see Ego. Wishing Ego 5 kills today. Let us go. Ego, I want to have your child. As long as I can have your child, I would even be happy to give birth to a table. You all can forget it. Ego is my husband. Mena observed the lively commentary for a moment before expressing her regret. While the viewer count is impressive today, it's a pity that LeBron is not playing. Wang Ming addressed the camera, stating, to all our fan friends, I must inform you that LeBron James is resting today and will not be participating in this match. Upon hearing this, the comments section erupted with disappointment. What the heck? I came specifically to see LeBron. What is the point if he is not playing? I'm out of here. I have an exam. It is truly frustrating. After much anticipation for a game, the Lakers have strategically opted to forfeit. To witness a losing match is disheartening. Consequently, the number of viewers in the live stream diminished significantly. However, thanks to Wang Yi, a notable figure, the viewer count remained above 700,000. At that moment, the starting lineups for both teams flashed across the screen. The Lakers and Oppo's starting lineup was as follows. Point guard Schroeder. Shooting guard Wang Yi. Small forward Pope. Power forward Gasol. Center Drummond. Wang Yi felt a twinge of surprise upon seeing this lineup. Wang Yi is starting. Wang Ming expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, I have been eagerly anticipating Wang Yi and Oppo's as promotion to the starting lineup. I initially thought it would take at least 10 more games for him to earn that position. Who would have thought that with James resting, he would be thrust into the starting role today? Mena also expressed her surprise. With LeBron resting, I assumed Caruso would take the starting spot, not Wang Yi. What a surprise indeed. The viewers in the chat were equally enthusiastic, celebrating. Brother E is incredible. Brother E for the win. It's about time Brother E started. Didn't end Oppos. T that Jingyu say Brother E Wooden and Oppos. T start? How wrong they were. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Yang Yi interjected. However, let us remain composed and consider this. If Wang Yi is starting, can his stamina keep up? He has hardly played in the past 2 years. In the recent games, he has only managed to play for 10 to 20 minutes at most. With this sudden starting role, will he be able to maintain his efficiency come the fourth quarter? Wang Ming nodded in agreement. That is indeed a valid concern. As they spoke, the players from both teams were entering the court. When the Lakers stepped onto the floor, they were met with an overwhelming cacophony. They had to shout to communicate with one another. The fans were exerting all their energy to create a deafening atmosphere, attempting to disrupt the Lakers' focus. At that moment, clad in a suit and adorned with earrings, James shouted to his teammates, how does it feel to experience the intensity of a hostile arena? The Lakers could only manage wry smiles in response. James then turned to Wang Yi, clapping him on the shoulder and loudly asking in his ear, is this your first time in a hostile arena? Wang Yi nodded, yes. James inquired further, how do you feel? Wang Yi, trembling slightly, replied, excited. James chuckled, you really are quite the peculiar one. But mere excitement won't suffice. The noise here will disrupt our judgment. Their taunts and insults could easily cause you to lose your composure on the court. Recognizing James's seasoned wisdom, Wang Yi asked, what should I do then? James replied with gravitas, deliver a performance that is assertive, even audacious, and silence them. I request a day off today as I find myself overwhelmed with responsibilities. I apologize to all, as I am managing 2 children while also paying visits for the new year, leaving me with little time to write. James has been competing in the league for nearly 2 decades. He has faced numerous challenges in the intimidating arena of Salt Lake City, amassing substantial experience in dealing with such a hostile environment. Leaning closer to Wang Yi, he exclaimed, are you familiar with the term away game silencer? Deliver a formidable and fervent performance that leaves the visiting fans astounded and utterly silent. Let the venue be enveloped in a profound hush. That is the essence of the away game silencer. James continued, however, the fans in Salt Lake City are notoriously tenacious, exhibiting a fierce spirit. Even in the face of significant defeat, they managed to generate an astounding level of noise for the entirety of the 48 minutes. Wang Yi nodded, fully aware of this phenomenon. Yet, he felt a hint of sarcasm rising within him. The coach had strategically conceded. The entire Lakers team had intentionally surrendered. And now, the notion of an away game silencer seemed rather amusing. Nevertheless, Wang Yi kept these thoughts to himself. As he raised his gaze and surveyed the nearly 20,000 fans present, he noted their ability to create an overwhelming and irksome cacophony even before the game commenced. A tremor coursed through him once more. So you have all given up, have you? I, Wang Yi, shall never concede. An away game silencer? Let it come. As the game commenced and the players took to the court, the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in Wang Yi and Oppo's mind. Please sign in. Signing in. Sign in successful. Sign in reward. 1 Junior Unbreakable Breakthrough Experience card. As before, Wang Yi refrained from using it immediately. One must wield their finest steel at the opportune moment. In the center circle, Jazz center Gobert, standing at 2.16 meters with an astonishing wingspan of 2.35 meters, faced off against the 2.8 meter tall, 2.29 meter wingspan Drummond in the jump ball. Gobert easily outmatched him, and the fans erupted in jubilant cheers. Wang Yi found himself somewhat bemused. It was merely a jump ball, yet the fans and oppos' exuberance eclipsed that of other home crowds celebrating a victory. Mitchell seized the ball, advancing towards the front court. Gobert positioned himself at the three-point line, engaging in a pick-and-roll with Mitchell. The other 3 Jazz players spread out evenly beyond the arc, forming a familiar setup. Following the screen, Mitchell could penetrate the lane, and if faced with a blockade, he could pass to the descending Gobert, who, with his height and reach, could effortlessly dunk the ball for points. Alternatively, Mitchell could pass to any of the 3 sharpshooters stationed beyond the arc, each capable of executing effortless shots. At this moment, Mitchell executed a pick-and-roll with Gobert, seizing the opportunity to slip past Drummond with a deft Euro step while the latter was still finding his footing. He finished with a layup under the basket. The Energy Solutions arena erupted with a thunderous cheer from nearly 20,000 spectators, their reaction to this opening basket akin to that of a game-winning shot. Nearby, Marc Gasol furrowed his brow and inquired of Wang Yi, "How does it feel to be in such a formidable home court?" Wang Yi shrugged and replied, "To celebrate a single basket like this seems rather naive." Mark, though not fully attuned to the nuances of Eastern humor, managed to smile. "It appears your mindset is quite resilient." Subsequently, the Lakers initiated their offensive. The diminutive player brought the ball up court, and the arena was once again filled with a cacophony of noise. He glanced around and spotted Gobert patrolling the paint, displaying intelligence. He refrained from barreling straight to the basket as he had in the past. Instead, he executed a rapid change of direction, eluding the defensive Mitchell. Approaching the free throw line, he noted Gobert was still a couple of meters away and opted for a sudden stop-and-pop jump shot. However, he was unprepared for what happened next. A resounding thwack echoed as Gobert, with remarkable timing, swatted the ball away. The height disparity, coupled with Gobert and oppos' extraordinary wingspan, rendered the attempt futile. Mitchell seized the ball and surged forward, executing a one-handed slam dunk that sent the crowd and oppos' decibel level soaring once more. The Lakers pressed on with their offense, and the diminutive player once again dribbled the ball. This time, he adopted a different strategy, with the Jazz employing a man-to-man defense and switching on screens. He set a pick with Drummond, causing Gobert to take over the defensive assignment. Extending his left hand, he signaled for his teammates to spread out, opting for a one-on-one confrontation against Gobert. With a series of quick crossovers, he managed to shake Gobert and charge toward the basket. Thwack! Just as he released the ball, he was met with yet another block. This time, Gobert had tracked him down from behind to sweat his shot. The player and oppos' brow furrowed, his expression grave. He had underestimated Gobert. Typically, athletes over 2.1 meters tend to exhibit slower reactions and diminished speed. Yet, despite being 2.16 meters tall, Gobert's speed was not significantly lagging. Among those exceeding 2.1 meters, he was remarkably swift, coupled with his extraordinary 2.35 meter wingspan. He was able to recover and block the shot even after being initially beaten. The crowd erupted once again, as if a kettle had boiled over. This is the prowess of a 2-time Defensive Player of the Year. The spectators not only cheered but also jeered, hurling insults. "Dwarfs, you ought to hide in shame. Do you not fear being crushed before our giants?" One suggested, "Perhaps you could attempt a shot beneath Gobert's legs. In the presence of our giants, you are but a gaggle of unformed infants." The Lakers commenced the game trailing 0-4, suffering an immediate psychological setback. Furthermore, given that this match was intended for strategic forfeiture, the other Lakers players could only shake their heads in resignation, lacking any notable spirit. After the ball was inbound by Drummond, it was passed once more to the diminutive Black. He glanced towards the sideline at the head coach. Having been blocked twice already, another misstep would likely see him relegated to the bench. Thus, after a futile attempt to drive, he passed to the high post, where Gasol awaited. Wang Yi, observing Gasol with the ball, swiftly maneuvered past a screen, heading directly towards Gasol. Gasol executed a handoff to Wang Yi, who, seizing the opportunity before the Jazz players could close in, launched a shot. The arc of the three-pointer was straight as an arrow, akin to a cannonball. Boom! It thundered into the net. This three-pointer was a decisive declaration, as if Wang Yi proclaimed, "You may surrender, but I, Wang Yi, shall never." On the sideline, James caught a glimpse of Wang Yi and oppos' resolute gaze, a flicker of concern crossing his features. "Coach, Wang Yi." Vogel slowly shook his head. Clearly, Wang Yi had not grasped his intent, Or perhaps he was simply unwilling to do so. These young ones possess a stubbornness that is both admirable and foolish. In competitive sports, while mental fortitude is undeniably significant, it can seem futile when confronted with harsh realities. Wang Yi had yet to experience the rigors of defeat. After enduring a few more matches of this caliber, he would likely learn wisdom. Wang Yi, adept at both scoring and assisting, made his initial shot of the game, a three-pointer that found its mark, indicating a favorable shooting touch today. Yet, the nearly 20,000 spectators erupted in a chorus of boos. The sound was so deafening that the coach's instructions to the Lakers players were rendered inaudible. They could merely observe his lips moving, akin to watching a mute speak. This starkly illustrated the difference between Los Angeles and Salt Lake City fans. Compared to their Salt Lake City counterparts, the Los Angeles fans seemed overly lenient. Turning back to the game, the Jazz initiated another offensive play, relying once again on the pick-and-roll between Mitchell and Gobert. Gobert rolled to the basket and executed a powerful dunk. The Lakers countered with their own offense, but this time, the Jazz's defense was timely, swiftly returning to their formation. The defensive setup employed by the Jazz today resembled a 1-3-1 alignment. Mitchell is tasked with guarding the opponent and oppos's primary offensive threat. Positioned along the three-point line are three wing players, slightly taller with longer arms and legs. In the paint, the towering Gobert stands sentinel. On the defensive front, these three long-limbed wing players can disrupt the Lakers and oppos's passing, forcing them to extend their plays. According to the Jazz and oppos's head coach, the Lakers currently lack effective penetration strategies, with the sole breakthrough option being the nimble Schroeder. This defensive approach effectively constrains the Lakers and oppos's shooting from beyond the arc, compelling them to attempt penetration. However, once Schroeder drives in, he is met by Gobert lurking inside. The Lakers and oppos's head coach has not made significant adjustments. This match appears to be a strategic concession, primarily serving as a means to experiment with the lineup. Consequently, he is keenly observing the players and oppos's performances and self-adjustments on the court. After being blocked twice during his previous drives, Schroeder hesitates to penetrate again. He passes the ball to Gasol at the top of the arc before positioning himself on the weak side. Meanwhile, Wang Yi continuously weaves around screens, seeking opportunities to receive the ball. The Lakers had previously rehearsed a straightforward three-point strategy. Wang Yi actively seeks his teammates for screens, and any player who sees Wang Yi approach is expected to set a screen for him. The goal is for Wang Yi to find an open three-point shot, with the ball handler passing to him once he has created space. This strategy is simplistic, requiring teammates to remember only to set screens for Wang Yi. At this moment, Wang Yi diligently maneuvers around the screens. First, he utilizes Boyan and oppos's screen to shake off his defender. Next, he employs Drummond and oppos's screen to elude the help defender, and finally, he uses Schroeder's screen to escape the second help defender. Though Schroeder is reluctant to set a screen for Wang Yi, he recognizes it as a tactical obligation. Should he fail to comply, he risks incurring the coach and oppos's ire and being relegated to the bench. At this juncture, Wang Yi still has not found his spot. Drummond moves to the free throw line, providing Wang Yi with a second screen. At last, Wang Yi breaks free to an open three-point position. Arriving at the right corner beyond the arc, Gasol, spotting Wang Yi and oppos's open position, swiftly delivers the ball. Wang Yi, with no defenders within 4 to 5 feet, takes a poised shot. Swish. The ball finds the net with certainty. With 2 three-pointers to start, the Lakers and oppos's bench erupts in excitement. Kuzma exclaims, "This guy's hands are always so hot. I envy his skill." Caruso adds, "If I had that kind of three-point shooting touch, I'd probably wake up smiling from dreams." LeBron quips, "That comes from relentless practice. He's always the first one at the training facility." Then, with a faint concern, he muses, "Is he perhaps coveting the top dog position within the team?" The words elicited hearty laughter from the Lakers players. "Boss, your position is at stake. Why not don your gear and join the fray? Otherwise, should Wang Yi deliver an explosive performance today, you might find yourself ousted from the throne." Subsequently, the Jazz executed a pick-and-roll once more, successfully completing it for the third time. Turning back, the Lakers maintained their straightforward strategy, providing screens for Wang Yi. He navigated through 5 consecutive picks, arriving at the left side at a 45-degree angle, receiving the ball and shooting. Thud, thud, thud. The basketball ricocheted high off the rim, bouncing twice more before reluctantly rolling into the net. A minute and a half into the game, 3 three-pointers. How about that? Though the Jazz fans were initially taken aback, they quickly erupted into a chorus of boos. Hisses, they seemed perpetually tireless. On the sidelines, a father and son who had previously been interviewed witnessed Wang Yi sink 3 consecutive three-pointers. They cupped their hands around their mouths, booing loudly while shouting, "Lucky three-pointer." Have the guts to battle inside. Only cowards dare to shoot threes from the perimeter. Pathetically soft, like a woman, too soft. Meanwhile, Jazz head coach Snyder called for a timeout. Despite the Jazz scoring 3 consecutive baskets to start, they were being outdone by the same player sinking 3 three-pointers, which he simply could not tolerate. You score 3 twos, and they hit 3 threes. Who can endure that? During the timeout, he cast a glance at the Lakers' number 1, clad in purple, and shouted at his players. Do not grant him any more opportunities to shoot threes. They all set screens for him. We must switch on every pick and suffocate him. When necessary, we can apply some physicality. His body ISN and amp. Oppos. T that robust. His shooting percentage will surely decline under pressure. Understood? The Jazz players replied in unison. Understood. Especially Royce O and amp. Oppos. Neil. The primary defender assigned to Wang Yi, whose gaze radiated determination. On the Lakers and Oppos' side, the head coach patted Wang Yi and Oppos' back firmly, exclaiming, well done. Be decisive in your shooting whenever an opportunity arises. Your shooting is the finest I have ever witnessed. Though they had strategically conceded, praise was still warranted to keep the morale of the troops intact. Upon returning from the timeout, Jazz player Mitchell, following a pick and roll, feigned a drive and passed to the open O'Neal on the left side. O'Neal's shot missed the mark, and the Lakers resumed their offensive. Wang Yi returned to the front court, continuously maneuvering around screens in search of an opportunity. After circling 4 times on the 5th, he utilized Drummond's screen to emerge from the baseline. The pass from Black came swiftly. Just as Wang Yi received the ball, Gobert was already lunging toward him. Gobert and Oppos' towering stature, complemented by his lengthy arms, was sufficient to disrupt Wang Yi and Oppos' attempted shot. Coach Snyder, observing from the sidelines, felt a surge of quiet satisfaction. It seemed the recent timeout had borne fruit, as his players intensified their pursuit of the Lakers' number 1. However, Wang Yi did not take the shot. At that moment, Gobert was drawn away, leaving the paint unguarded. With a deft bounce pass, Wang Yi sent the ball from Gobert's side to Drummond. Upon receiving the ball, Drummond discovered that the interior was devoid of defenders. His eyes sparkled with fervor, transforming his previously subtle hunger into a fierce predatory instinct. With a bellow, he made a dribble step before executing a powerful dunk. The rim trembled violently, emitting a groan of agony. Coach Snyder's fleeting satisfaction evaporated in an instant. He had meticulously devised strategies to counter this player and Oppos' three-point shooting, only to see the plan unravel as he opted to pass instead, rendering his preparations futile. A player who scores prolifically is manageable. There are always methods to contain them. Yet, when one possesses the dual threat of scoring and passing, it becomes a vexing dilemma. As Wang Yi began to distribute the ball, the Jazz faltered in their defense, as they were compelled to guard against both his three-point prowess and his passing abilities. This presented a significant challenge. Nevertheless, Coach Snyder harbored no immediate plans for further adjustments, hoping that the passing from the number 1 player was merely a fluke. After all, historical footage indicated that this Lakers player seldom facilitated. He might deliver 1 or 2 commendable passes occasionally. Thus, they would continue to test him. However, reality proved Coach Snyder and amp. Oppos' assessment misguided. Wang Yi was not a sporadic passer. In the ensuing 2 possessions, the Jazz defenders, overly aggressive in their pursuit of Wang Yi, relaxed their coverage of the other Lakers players. Wang Yi assisted Gasol for a mid-range jumper and then set up a cutting block for a layup. 3 consecutive possessions. 3 consecutive assists. Snyder was compelled to call another timeout. As the players retreated to the bench, he cast a meaningful glance at Wang Yi. 3 three-pointers followed by 3 assists. This player was becoming quite the revelation. It appeared he had been underestimated. Royce O'Neal furrowed his brow. The coach had instructed the team to apply physicality against this player, only for him to choose passing once again, which was exasperating. The Lakers players, on the other hand, were elated, particularly LeBron, who feigned astonishment. Oh, who do I see? Jason Kidd? Steve Nash? Or perhaps John Stockton? The head coach, too, was taken aback. He had known Wang Yi was capable of passing, but he had not anticipated his basketball IQ to be so elevated. After drawing the opponent's defensive attention for a brief moment, a decision was made to pass the ball. It appears that a reassessment of this Eastern player is in order. Finally, after Wang Yi passed the ball once more, Coach Snyder called for a timeout. During the pause, he once again altered his defensive strategy. We must sever the connection between that number 1 player of the Lakers and his teammates. If he insists on shooting 3-pointers, we can allow him that. However, we absolutely cannot permit him to ignite the other Lakers players. Mitchell inquired, Coach, what about his 3-pointers? Snyder furrowed his brow slightly, inhaled deeply, seemingly resolute, and responded, if he insists on shooting 3-pointers, then let him. I refuse to believe he can maintain such a high shooting percentage throughout the entire game, as long as we apply physical pressure and confrontation. When his stamina wanes later on, his accuracy will inevitably decline. I reiterate, it is crucial that we do not allow him to pass the ball. We must not allow him to pass. As the game resumed, the Jazz initiated their offense. The pick and roll between Mitchell and Gobert remained deadly effective. At present, the Lakers have yet to devise a successful method to defend against their pick and roll. After all, Gobert and Oppos' imposing presence and the quality of his screens make it exceedingly difficult to disrupt their play. There are several methods to defend against a pick and roll. One could double-team the ball handler, but against the adept passing abilities of Mitchell, this strategy is evidently futile. Should they attempt to double-team, he could swiftly dish the ball to the rolling Gobert. Another approach is to switch on every pick, but the foot speed of Drummond simply cannot keep pace with Mitchell. The third option involves having a big man delay the ball handler and then quickly return to defend their assigned player. However, Drummond and Oppos' foot speed, alas, it is a topic that brings forth tears. Thus, it appears exceedingly challenging for the Lakers to dismantle their pick and roll at this juncture. Once again, following a pick from Mitchell, he executed a powerful dunk, prompting another eruption of cheers from the crowd, akin to a landslide or a tsunami, reverberating painfully in one's eardrums. Turning back, the Lakers continued their offensive efforts. This time, as Wang Yi maneuvered around a screen, he was relentlessly pursued by Royce O and Oppos' Neal, who continually tugged at him and occasionally nudged him discreetly. Wang Yi stumbled while navigating the screen, nearly losing his balance on 2 occasions. After finally receiving the ball, he had but a fleeting moment to shoot. However, due to the chaotic nature of his run, his rhythm was disrupted. Attempting to pass, he discovered that all other Lakers players were tightly guarded, leaving no viable passing lanes. With the clock winding down and having expended considerable effort in his movement, he was left with no choice but to retreat a step and take a desperate shot. O'Neal immediately lunged at him, resulting in a clear instance of physical contact. Wang Yi lost his balance and fell to the ground. The basketball naturally bounced off the rim. He looked towards the referee, who, seemingly oblivious, gestured for the game to continue. For an ordinary player like Wang Yi, particularly an Asian, the referee generally overlooks any fouls unless they are glaringly obvious, reminiscent of the treatment Lin Shuhei once received. Royce O and Oppos' Neal defended him fiercely, slapping his hands 3 times with a shout of encouragement. Well done. This was both a means of boosting his own morale and a display of intimidation towards Wang Yi. The crowd erupted in exuberant cheers. In the subsequent play, as Wang Yi navigated around a screen, O and Oppos' Neal deliberately grabbed his arm when the referee wasn't Oppos' paying attention, causing Wang Yi to fall. Upon witnessing the fall, the referee immediately blew his whistle, offensive foul. O'Neal once again clapped his hands loudly, inciting the audience to raise their collective voice to a crescendo. Some fans even hurled insults. Softy, where and Oppos, your 3-pointer? Where and Oppos, your passing? You can end Oppos to handle a bit of contact without crumbling. This is utterly pathetic. Royce, please don't challenge him anymore. He might cry. Should we comfort him? If you keep bullying him, others will say we're mistreating a child, ha ha ha. As Wang Yi endured these taunts and disparaging remarks, a fire ignited within him, the echoes of James and Oppos' taunts still fresh in his mind. It was time to take action. When the Lakers launched their next offensive, Wang Yi refrained from expending energy to maneuver around screens and instead called for the ball at the top of the arc. Pau Gasol hesitated, taken aback. All 5 of their strategies had been predicated on Wang Yi moving without the ball to create open shots, none allowing for him to take the initiative. But in the heat of the moment, there was no time for contemplation. If Wang Yi wanted the ball, he would give it to him and see what happened. He passed the ball to Wang Yi, who, upon receiving it, was met with a cacophony of piercing boos and whistles, interspersed with a barrage of ridicule and insults. Across from him, O'Neal chuckled mockingly, saying, "What's this? You want to challenge me one-on-one? Very well, I shall oblige." He widened his stance, emphatically slapping the floor twice with a resounding thud. Bring it on. Wang Yi, however, did not resort to any miraculous evasive maneuvers. Instead, his eyes sparkled with determination, his hands ignited with fervor, and his heart burned with passion. It is merely Royce O'Neal, whose defensive prowess is rather unremarkable. Breaking past him is not particularly challenging. On the sidelines, LeBron has risen to his feet. This marks the first occasion where Wang Yi actively engages in a one-on-one confrontation during the game. Such confrontations always ignite fervor. With 15 points in the first quarter, Wang Yi and Oppos' right wrist has now recovered to 90%. As long as he avoids extensive shooting movements, he experiences little difficulty. Previously, during his time in the domestic league, his penetration was already quite sharp. Faced with Royce O'Neal, he feels confident. Dribbling with his left hand, he first feints to the right. O and Oppos' Neal shifts laterally to the right in response. Suddenly, Wang Yi pulls the ball to the left with his left hand in midair, aiming to break through from that side. As O'Neal moves leftward, he taunts, "Is that all you've got?" However, as Wang Yi nears the halfway point of his leftward advance, he pivots on his right foot, pulling the ball with his left hand and backing against O and Oppos, Neal, executing a rightward spin. O and Oppos, Neal, expecting Wang Yi to continue left, commits too deeply to his defense. Wang Yi easily spins past him. Meanwhile, he notices Gobert charging in for help defense, with a simple stop and pop jumper, complemented by a significant lean back. The basketball floats like a feather, delicately soaring toward the hoop. It resembles a mother caressing her child, akin to autumn leaves drifting gently to the ground. Silently, it descends lightly into the net. The Lakers players on the sidelines erupt with excitement once more. What a beauty! What an exquisite spin! I adore this guy. LeBron stands up, clapping vigorously. As Wang Yi jogs past him on defense, LeBron jovially exclaims, "Wong, have you been stealing my spin move? That is not fair." Wang Yi feigns disdain, retorting, "Your move is too clumsy. I wouldn't dream of imitating it." Hilarity ensues among the Lakers players. LeBron laughs so hard that tears nearly spring from his eyes. "Come on, give me a little respect." This encapsulates the camaraderie within the Lakers. During Kobe's tenure as the leader, while the Lakers were formidable, there was an atmosphere of restraint among the players. With such an authoritative figure constantly urging them to train diligently, failure to do so could lead to reprimand. Their lack of restraint would indeed have been a facade. In contrast, LeBron frequently indulges in humor, mischief, and playful antics, welcoming the players to jest with him. This is not a matter of who is better or worse. It is simply dictated by their differing personalities. At this moment, Royce O and Oppos, Neal, witnessing Wang Yi engage in jovial banter with the Lakers players, feels a surge of indignation rising within him. It appears this fellow has not taken me seriously at all. How absurd. In the next play, Gasol misses a three-pointer, and Wang Yi leaps high in the paint. Gobert and Oppos' jump is a fraction too slow, allowing Wang Yi to tip the rebound into the hands of Pop. Gobert glances at Wang Yi in astonishment. This guy can really jump. After tipping the rebound, Wang Yi maneuvers around a screen to receive the ball on the perimeter. However, Royce O and Oppos, Neal is hot on his heels, denying Wang Yi any opportunity for a three-point shot. Wang Yi dribbles back to the center circle, extending his hand to instruct his teammates to spread out. Having witnessed Wang Yi and Oppos' sharp drives moments ago, the Lakers players comply, moving to the sides. O and Oppos, Neal closes in again, continuously taunting, "That was pure luck. If you and Oppos, man, come at me again." Wang Yi pays him no mind, calmly dribbling the ball between his legs. Suddenly, he makes a decisive change of direction, charging left. O'Neal hurriedly shifts to the left as well. Wang Yi transfers the ball to his left hand, momentarily pausing his steps, seemingly preparing to pivot. O'Neal smirks, "Here we go again." He also halts, intending to cut off Wang Yi's path to the right. But at that moment, Wang Yi bursts forward once more, dribbling left with great speed. This sudden stop and go leave O'Neal utterly unprepared, inciting cheers from the crowd. Damn. How effortlessly he breaks through. O'Neal, keep up with him. What are you doing? O'Neal's frustration mirrors that of a fly caught in a web. Wang Yi and Oppos' sudden stops and starts not only exhibit remarkable speed, but also a distinct change in rhythm, rendering O and Oppos' Neal defenseless. Meanwhile, Gobert in the paint notices Wang Yi's approach and prepares to intercept him. Wang Yi does not shoot immediately. Instead, he dribbles right, evading Gobert's outstretched arms, and then releases a mid-range shot. It swishes through the net effortlessly. A 70 shooting percentage from mid-range is no laughing matter. In the subsequent play, after the Jazz score, the Lakers quickly inbound the ball. Wang Yi seizes the opportunity and charges down the court. O and Oppos, Neal relentlessly pursues him, while Mitchell has already returned to defend. If Wang Yi attempts a layup directly, he risks an offensive foul or interference from Mitchell. Thus, as he reaches the free throw line, he suddenly halts. O and Oppos, Neal, in full stride, prepares to thwart Wang Yi's layup. Unexpectedly, Wang Yi stops dead in his tracks, sending O'Neal tumbling 5 meters away, careening out of bounds. At this moment, Wang Yi leaped into action. The basketball gracefully soared towards the hoop, landing softly and silently within the net. Observing this, the Jazz coach shook his head in resignation and promptly called for a timeout. As the players left the court, he cast another glance at the Lakers and Oppos, number 1. This player had previously showcased remarkable performances, naturally capturing the coach's attention. In preparation for the game, he had studied this Lakers player, aware of his exceptional three-point shooting and mid-range capabilities. However, he was taken aback by the player's outstanding isolation skills displayed now. Initially, the coach believed that with James sidelined, the Jazz would easily capitalize on their home advantage. Yet, it appeared that more effort would be required. As Wang Yi exited the court, his teammates joyfully surrounded him, exchanging high fives and pats on the back. However, these players were only focused on the present moment, while Coach Vogel contemplated the broader strategy. Holding a tactical board in one hand and a marker in the other, he watched Wang Yi approach from the sidelines, envisioning a new offensive strategy for the Lakers in the latter half of the season. Upon returning from the timeout, Wang Yi continued to seek scoring opportunities for the Lakers through mid-range shots, three-pointers, and assists. During the entire first quarter, he played for 9 minutes, achieving 6 out of 9 shots, including 3 out of 6 from beyond the arc, amassing a remarkable 15 points along with 4 assists. Consequently, the Lakers led the Jazz by a significant margin of 10 points, 41-31. When Wang Yi took a break, his teammates greeted him as if he were a hero. LeBron raised his hands and exchanged a hearty high-five with Wang Yi, whispering in his ear, "Brother, it seems you and Oppos V conquered the discomfort of playing at this hostile venue. Now, go forth and unleash your potential." Meanwhile, the Jazz fans on the sidelines could only shake their heads in disbelief. Damn it, this guy scored 15 points in a single quarter. Is he out of his mind? Our home advantage seems to have no effect on him. I've never seen someone so infuriating on their first visit to our arena. I am still young and brimming with energy. Wang Yi and Oppos' explosive performance of 15 points and 4 assists in a single quarter left the fans at the Energy Solutions Arena gritting their teeth in frustration. Even during the timeout, the jeers and insults directed at Wang Yi did not cease. However, in the Tencent NBA live stream, fans were nearly ecstatic over Wang Yi and Oppos' performance that day. "Wow, Igu is on pace for 30 points today." 30? You're being too conservative. He has nearly at 20 points in just one quarter. How can he not finish with 40? In a myriad of praises, one dissenting voice emerged. "If he scores over 40, I will eat excrement live." Immediately, someone recognized him. "Seong, stop joking. You still haven't fulfilled your promise from the last live stream." Seong retorted, "Today is different. If he scores 40, I will eat it fresh and hot." His words disgusted those present. Observers noted that Seong had changed his username from Ma-Y to head coach of the great Seong team, Ma-Young. This fellow truly is harsh on himself. If he can be so merciless to himself, he is certainly more so towards others. In the live stream, Mayna watched the replay of Wang Yi's impressive 15 points in the first quarter, her eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. Brother E is so handsome. Initially, she thought the Lakers would falter without LeBron, but Wang Yi stepped up, scoring 15 points in a single quarter. Who wouldn't adore such a man who is both charming and skilled? Wang Ming perused the player's statistics on his tablet, noting in the first quarter, Mitchell shot 4 out of 8, with 2 out of 3 from three-point range, along with 3 assists. His efficiency is already quite high. Now looking at Wang Yi, he made 3 out of 6 three-pointers and 3 out of 3 two-pointers, plus 4 assists. His efficiency surpasses Mitchell's by a significant margin. He turned to Wang Yi. "You and Wang Yi share the same surname. Could you provide your insights?" Wang Yi chuckled. Sharing the surname is indeed an honor. He examined the statistics, nodding in agreement. Indeed, his efficiency is much higher than Mitchell's. Wang Yi has been a bench player, and I was somewhat concerned about his sudden promotion to starter, especially without LeBron's passes. However, it seems my concerns were unwarranted. Wang Ming expressed his excitement. Our Huaxia has not seen a basketball player evoke such enthusiasm and joy since Yao Ming. Wang Yi concurred. It is truly a blessing for Huaxia fans to have such an athlete emerge. After reflecting, Wang Ming posed a question. "Wang Yi, could you analyze the potential outcome of this match from a professional perspective?" Wang Yi contemplated for a moment, organizing his thoughts, and replied with a hint of concern. The Jazz currently sit second in the Western Conference and recently enjoyed a 7-game winning streak, carrying significant momentum. Their home court, at a high altitude, is known for its fierce fans, often referred to as Oppos, Devil and Oppos, Court, and Oppos. This marks the Lakers' 5th consecutive away game, and the travel has been arduous. Thus, it can be said that the Jazz hold the advantages of timing, location, and morale in today's match. Today, LeBron James did not play for the Lakers, and any discerning observer would recognize the implications for the team. Wang Yi refrained from explicitly stating the term strategic abandonment, as his role as a commentator imposes certain constraints, preventing him from expressing thoughts with the same freedom as a fan. Nevertheless, he continued his analysis, asserting his belief that the head coach must have discussed this matter with the players prior to the game. The demeanor of the Lakers' other players on the court clearly reflected their lack of spirit today. However, no one anticipated Wang Yi's determination, as he managed to score 15 points in a single quarter, introducing a semblance of suspense to the match. Yet, Wang Yi had not previously played as a starter. and his abrupt elevation to the starting lineup raised concerns about his stamina later in the game. Coupled with the challenges of playing in a hostile arena at high altitude, one must question whether he would have the energy to persist through the fourth quarter. If he were to falter, would the remaining players possess the necessary resolve to secure victory? These were significant uncertainties. Wang Ming understood that Wang Yi could not delve too deeply into the topic of strategic abandonment. So he promptly shifted the conversation. Let us see if the Lakers can indeed secure a win today. As the second quarter commenced, the Lakers were on the court with SC Charter leading a group of substitutes. Initially, SC Charter felt a surge of confidence with a 10-point lead. If they could maintain a lead of over 20 points by halftime, the prospects for victory would appear promising. However, after just 3 possessions, his enthusiasm waned. Gobert's presence in the paint rendered penetrative plays impossible, while the Lakers' three-point shooting remained consistently underwhelming, perpetually disappointing. In those 3 possessions, the Jazz closed the gap by 7 points, while the Lakers failed to score. The atmosphere in the arena reached a crescendo, with thunderous cheers seemingly threatening to lift the roof off the Energy Solutions arena, overwhelming the Lakers players. As the deficit dwindled to just 3 points, Wang Yi glanced at the coach, prepared to enter the game at any moment. Yet, the head coach refrained from sending him in, instead instructing the players on the court to focus on defense and to avoid being caught in transition by the Jazz. When the timeout concluded and play resumed, the coach advised Wang Yi, "The altitude here is quite high. You must rest as much as possible to perform excellently when you do step on the court." Wang Yi nodded, acknowledging the coach's wisdom. However, he also understood that this was indicative of the coach's earlier strategic decision to concede. Otherwise, the coach might have opted to deploy the starters immediately to contend vigorously. Such considerations as high altitude and a challenging home court were mere pretexts. If victory were the true objective, these seemingly lofty excuses would not have been uttered. Upon contemplating this, Wang Yi clenched his fist once more in silence. It was one thing for the head coach to deny him a chance to play, but as long as he was on the court, he would exert every effort to secure victory. If competing were not about striving for triumph, then what was the point of participating at all? Would it not be far more efficient to simply bow out and concede, proclaiming their superiority? James discerned something amiss in Wang Yi's gaze. He patted Wang Yi on the shoulder and advised, "Wang, you must possess a broader perspective and consider the bigger picture. With nearly 2 decades of experience, I can assure you that one must not expend excessive energy and focus during the regular season." Wang Yi, unfazed, shook his head and replied, "It and amp, oppos, s all right, I and amp, oppos, am still young and recover quickly." James paused, feeling a pang of concern. Who was he insinuating this toward? The coach temporarily kept Wang Yi on the bench to conserve his stamina, as there were still over 2 quarters of the game to play. Additionally, he wanted Wang Yi to observe and learn how his teammates conducted themselves in a strategically relinquished match. The players from the Lakers were indeed engaging in offense and defense, vying for rebounds, yet they were not giving their all, merely exerting about 60 to 70% of their capabilities. Hence, in situations where both teams had equal chances to secure a rebound, it was invariably the Jazz who emerged victorious in the tussle. Wang Yi shook his head in disapproval. Listening to the incessant taunts and insults from the crowd, his frustration began to boil. His fists clenched tighter, his gaze oscillating between the court and the coach. Noticing the glint of desperation in Wang Yi and Amp, Oppos, S eyes, James subtly shook his head and placed a hand on Wang Yi and Amp, Oppos, S shoulder, signaling for him to remain calm. Yet, in the face of such circumstances, how could Wang Yi possibly maintain his composure? It was either to play or to give it his all. The Lakers' current lackluster performance on the court, devoid of spirit and zeal, only served to ignite his ire. Finally, with 6 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the Jazz had surged ahead by 15 points. It was only then that the coach signaled for Wang Yi to take the court. Schroeder exited, appearing somewhat dejected. Without James and Wang Yi to draw defensive attention, his attempts to penetrate were already arduous, coupled with Gobert's towering presence in the paint. He found himself struggling as if he were constipated. As he sat on the bench, he glanced back at Gobert, muttering under his breath, "Damn pole." Hearing this, Wang Yi also turned his gaze toward Gobert. For the Lakers to break through, they first needed to neutralize Gobert. He already had a plan forming in his mind. However, as he stepped onto the court, he was met with a chorus of boos, as if even his very breath was deemed a transgression. What nonsense! The young ones from the East have likely never witnessed such a grand spectacle, have they? Have your trousers become damp? With your slender arms and legs? Do take care not to be flattened by Gobert. Wang Yi cast a sweeping glance around the arena. Thus, let the away game silencer commence from this moment forth. At this juncture, Wang Yi once again faced Royce O and Amp, Oppos, Neal. O and Amp, Oppos, Neal had just scored 8 consecutive points while Wang Yi was seated on the sidelines, and his momentum was soaring. He clapped his hands and said to Wang Yi, "Kid, that was merely a warm-up. Now the real game begins. Come on." Wang Yi had never regarded O and Amp, Oppos, Neil with much esteem. Moreover, he had no intention of engaging in a one-on-one duel at this moment. He needed to conserve his energy. Wang Yi gestured towards Drummond, indicating for him to come over and set a screen for O'Neal. Drummond, broad-shouldered and sturdy, provided an exceptionally solid pick. With a simple shift, he effectively blocked O'Neal. Utilizing the screen, Wang Yi dribbled into the mid-range, his most comfortable position. Upon noticing this, Gobert rushed to provide help defense. Wang Yi executed a faint prayer gesture, causing Gobert to hesitate. Wang Yi then bent low, accelerating into the paint. In midair, he evaded Mitchell and Amp, Oppos, block with a deft maneuver and scored with a layup. This sequence of actions was not only fluid and graceful but also aesthetically pleasing, offering a sense of pure enjoyment. The Lakers players on the sidelines erupted in applause. As Wang Yi turned, passing by Gobert, their eyes met. Wang Yi shook his head and remarked, "Two-time Defensive Player of the Year. Is this all you've got?" Typically, Wang Yi refrained from provoking opposing players. But the circumstances were different now. Gobert stood like a fortress in the paint, deterring the Lakers from penetrating. Thus, Wang Yi needed to devise a strategy to dismantle this stronghold. Merely charging into the paint in hopes of drawing a foul would be a poor tactic. He needed to first incite Gobert and Oppos' anger. Once provoked, Gobert and Oppos' movements would become more exaggerated, thus increasing Wang Yi's chances of successfully drawing a foul during an aggressive drive. Seeing the audacity of this player from Huaxia, Gobert felt a flicker of irritation. He retorted, "Next round. I will show you what it means to be the Defensive Player of the Year." Soon, the next round commenced. After a pick and roll, Wang Yi found himself matched up against Gobert. He gestured for the other Lakers players to spread out and took a few steps back. Fearing Wang Yi might attempt a three-pointer, Gobert hurriedly followed him beyond the arc. However, just as Gobert stepped outside and lost his balance, Wang Yi suddenly passed the ball through Gobert and Amp, Oppos' legs. He swiftly maneuvered around Gobert, retrieving the ball from behind him, and continued dribbling towards the paint. Observing two defenders closing in, he maintained his composure and executed a sudden stop for a mid-range shot. The basketball gracefully soared towards the hoop and found its mark with unwavering precision. Wang Yi turned around and shook his head at Gobert, sporting a rather provocative expression that seemed to challenge, "Defensive Player of the Year? Is this all you and Amp, Oppos, got?" The move, executed through a deft between-the-legs maneuver, was nothing short of spectacular, prompting the crowd to lower their volume slightly. It appeared that silencing the audience required not only scoring but also delivering a performance of remarkable flair. Gobert felt a surge of frustration bubbling within him. Muttering under his breath, "Kid, you and Amp, Oppos, I'll see what I can do next round." Before he could finish, Wang Yi chuckled, "I and Amp, Oppos, heard that before." Gobert, taken aback, found himself momentarily speechless, his irritation simmering beneath the surface. In the third round, Marc Gasol, witnessing Wang Yi and Amp, Oppos' consecutive successes, promptly passed the ball to him once more. This time, Wang Yi utilized a screen to switch onto Gobert again, pulling him out of position. Noting Gobert's seething demeanor, he laughed heartily and said, "Hey, have you ever heard of a matador?" Gobert, no fool, recognized that Wang Yi was likening him to an enraged bull. His chest heaving with indignation, he shouted, "Eastern kid, don't just flaunt your words. Show me your skills." In the midst of his retort, Wang Yi executed a sudden sidestep, launching himself forward with remarkable agility, an echo of the great Wade and Amp, Oppos' signature move. With blinding speed, he slipped past Gobert, leaving behind the quip, "Getting past you is as effortless as a weekend." He then charged into the paint. This time, Gobert reacted swiftly, pivoting to chase Wang Yi down for a block. However, Wang Yi, with a graceful left-handed bounce pass, sent the ball to the cutting Drummond. Drummond caught it and soared for a thunderous dunk. The rim seemed to nod in approval, as if to say, "Easy there, don't hurt someone." Wang Yi turned back, once again giving Gobert a gentle shake of his head. He then pointed to his own temple with his right index finger. The implication clear: use your brain when you play. To put it more bluntly, did you forget to bring your brain to the game? In that moment, Gobert could no longer contain himself. The flames of his anger ignited as if doused with gasoline. During the Jazz's offensive play, the ball moved rapidly, forcing the Lakers players to scramble for defensive positions. Ultimately, the ball found its way into Gobert and Oppos' hands in the paint, with Wang Yi stepping up to defend him. Fueled by rage, Gobert dribbled forward and charged at Wang Yi, exclaiming, "Kid, die for me." With a fierce push, he sent Wang Yi crashing out of bounds. Gobert then leapt and viciously slammed the ball into the hoop. Then, facing Wang Yi, he let out a furious roar. However, at that moment, the referee and Oppos' sharp whistle pierced the air. The referee signaled an offensive foul, directing his words towards the technical table. Jazz, Gobert, offensive foul. The towering figure of Wang Yi collapsed onto the ground, a wave of intense pain radiating through his chest. Yet, a smile graced his face. Gobert and Oppo's physique was undeniably formidable. It appeared that Wang Yi and Oppo's frame was somewhat lean, lacking sufficient muscle for protection. Such a direct confrontation was indeed a challenge for him. The spectators in the arena witnessed Gobert being called for an offensive foul, and they collectively raised their hands, chanting in unison, "Referee sucks! Referee sucks! Referee sucks!" Their sentiment was clear. The referee was utterly inept. More bluntly put, they deemed him foolish. This was the essence of Jazz fans voicing their disdain for opponents, referees, and even their own players when performances faltered. They seemed to spray their discontent indiscriminately like a spray can. The referee, under immense pressure, steadfastly upheld his decision. For the offensive foul was glaringly evident. Failing to call it would have been a dereliction of duty. Although Gobert had been penalized with an offensive foul, he looked down upon Wang Yi with a sense of superiority, having partially vented his pent-up frustration. Moreover, prior to this infraction, he had only committed one foul. An additional one was hardly consequential. Subsequently, the Lakers continued their offensive maneuvers. The Jazz, aware of the need to protect Gobert, opted to have others provide assistance during the Lakers and Oppo's incursions into the paint, deliberately keeping Gobert from taking the brunt of the action. Wang Yi discerned their intentions and was determined to thwart the Jazz and Oppo's strategy. After receiving the ball once more, he charged into the paint, clearly targeting Gobert, shouting, "Is the defensive player of the year really this soft?" He advanced toward Gobert, feigning a jump. Gobert, seasoned from his experience as a two-time defensive player of the year, recognized Wang Yi's propensity for fakes and anticipated that he would attempt to maneuver around him for a shot. Thus, he refrained from leaping at first. However, Gobert was utterly unprepared for what transpired next. As Wang Yi approached, he suddenly planted his feet and leaped into the air with remarkable agility, attempting to dunk over Gobert. Just as Gobert had partially released his frustration, he was compelled to spring up again. It was akin to encountering a young child on the court attempting to dunk on you. How could one not feel a surge of irritation? Yet, he had clearly underestimated Wang Yi and Oppo's intent to dunk, leaving him ill-prepared for the encounter. As Wang Yi prepared to leap, his left arm had already extended above his head, poised to slam the ball into the basket. As the reigning defensive player of the year, how could he tolerate such audacity from a diminutive opponent above him? Such an occurrence would undoubtedly be the gravest affront to his prowess. Fueled by rising fury, he attempted to block with his left hand while simultaneously pushing forward with his right, directing force towards Wang Yi and Oppo's chest. Wang Yi lost his balance, his entire body careening backward. Yet, in that fleeting moment before his fall, he managed to thrust the ball into the hoop. Bang! He then tried to grasp the rim to cushion his descent. However, he barely grazed it with his fingertips. His body tilted backward, hurtling toward the floor. Fortunately, the towering figure of Gobert, who had been attempting to establish position behind him, caught his shoulders just as he plummeted. Wang Yi landed safely. Meanwhile, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a defensive foul. The fans, who had been a cacophony of noise since the game's inception, fell into a momentary hush, astonished by the unbelievable scene unfolding before them. The Lakers and Oppo's diminutive guard had just executed a spectacular dunk over the towering 2.16-meter Gobert. It is worth noting that Gobert, with his impressive height and lengthy arms, commands a formidable presence that induces an overwhelming sense of pressure. His nickname, the Stifling Tower, aptly reflects this. Yet now, a man standing just shy of 2 meters, and notably not known for his physical prowess, had just soared over the Stifling Tower. This was utterly astonishing. The Lakers players were on the verge of delirium. They erupted from the bench, animatedly celebrating, some raising their arms in triumph, others waving towels, while a few clutched their heads in disbelief, exclaiming in astonishment, "Was this man truly out of his mind? To dunk over the Stifling Tower? My heavens! Surely the ancient East harbors some mystical power. Wong, oh Wong, I am utterly enamored by this dunk." Kuzma, witnessing the sudden silence enveloping the arena, exclaimed in amazement. They and Oppo's quieted down. Meanwhile, Tatum joyfully added, "It and Oppo's Wang Yi has silenced them." Unbelievable. However, LeBron and Oppo's demeanor was strikingly different from his usual exuberance. He refrained from any antics or boisterous cheers, his expression grim as he cast a steely gaze toward Gobert, stating to the coach, "That was a flagrant foul. Coach, we must contest this." The coach nodded in agreement and hastened toward the referee, though it was evident he was still too distant. On the court, Gobert had already advanced, chest pressed against the towering figure, vehemently rebuking, "You dirty player. That move could have jeopardized his career. Can you bear the responsibility for this?" Gobert was not typically known for playing dirty. He was merely overwhelmed by anger in that moment, feeling a twinge of guilt. However, upon seeing that Wang Yi was unharmed and reflecting on Wang Yi's earlier provocations, he pressed his chest against Drummond's and exclaimed, "This is what basketball is all about. If you're afraid of getting hurt, then don't step onto the court." As tensions escalated between the players, the referees and security swiftly intervened to quell the situation. Once both teams were returned to their respective benches, the referees reviewed the footage from the sidelines. Soon, the replay center and amp, Oppos, SJV appeared on screen, stating, "This foul constitutes a non-basketball action. Awarding a level 1 flagrant foul is justifiable, but considering the potential severity if Wang Yi had fallen hard, a level 2 flagrant foul could also be contemplated." In the Tencent NBA live broadcast, Mina clenched her fists tightly upon witnessing Wang Yi nearly tumble to the ground, only to breathe a sigh of relief when he ultimately emerged unscathed. Wang Yi and Amp, Oppos' play was indeed spectacular. He had executed a dunk over the reigning Defensive Player of the Year. Wang Ming nodded in agreement, adding, "And he did it over Gobert, who stands at 2.16 meters tall. This moment will be celebrated for a lifetime." Yang Yi elaborated. Wang Yi's ability to dunk over Gobert stemmed from the latter's unpreparedness, as he had not anticipated Wang Yi would attempt such a move. However, this maneuver was exceedingly perilous, and such dunks should be approached with caution in the future. Wang Ming concurred. Indeed, unlike James, who can send defenders flying in midair, Wang Yi and Oppos' physique is somewhat leaner, making him more susceptible to falling after aerial confrontations. Mina inquired, "Shun and Amp, Oppos, Gobert and Amp, Oppos' action warrant a flagrant foul?" Yang Yi nodded, affirming, "At the very least, it should be a level 1 flagrant foul. If the referees choose to pursue the matter further, a level 2 flagrant foul could also be justified, which would result in Gobert's ejection from the game." On site, the referees took a full 5 minutes to deliberate before rendering their final judgment. Gobert of the Jazz was charged with a mere blocking foul. This decision left the Lakers players in utter disbelief, their hands raised in exasperation as they struggled to comprehend the ruling. "Come on, are you serious? This is just a common foul?" In the Tencent NBA live broadcast, the commentators were equally stunned. "What? A common foul? That was clearly a two-handed shove. And in midair. No less, a very dangerous move." Yang Yi, shaking his head repeatedly, remarked, "How can one even interpret this? It's beyond comprehension." His reluctance to provide an interpretation underscored the notion that the NBA operates as a commercial league, where many aspects are intricately tied to financial interests. This trend has only intensified since Commissioner Adam Silver and Oppos' tenure began, particularly with the introduction of the gambling industry, leading to an increasing distortion of the officiating in many games. There are countless instances of absurd officiating. Thus, Yang Yi found himself unable to provide commentary in front of millions of viewers during the live broadcast. Prejudice looms like a mountain over the energy arena. Upon witnessing the referee's call, Wang Yi refrained from appealing or expressing dissatisfaction. However, his expression bore a slight gravity, reflecting his awareness that each NBA game is intertwined with numerous interests. Consequently, certain outcomes may be swayed by the referees. Wang Yi remained indifferent to this reality. In the eyes of the league, those favored by the officials bask in their favor, only to be discarded when their youth and allure fade. LeBron James exemplifies this phenomenon. Upon entering the league, he was showered with adoration and preferential treatment from referees. Yet, as the league now elevates emerging stars like Giannis Antetokounmpo, James finds himself on the receiving end of harsh calls, often left battered without recourse. Wang Yi was truly unconcerned by this. What troubled him was the underlying prejudice reflected in these officiating decisions, prejudice harbored by Westerners towards Easterners, particularly those of Asian descent. From the moment Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian entered the league, to the later emergence of Jeremy Lin, each endured such bias. Fouls were overlooked, while innocuous plays were penalized. There is a saying, prejudice is a mountain. Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, Jeremy Lin, and now Wang Yi all bear the weight of this towering burden, stifling their aspirations. For them, as NBA players, overcoming this immense obstacle necessitates performances that astonish all. Just as Yao Ming faced relentless scrutiny upon his entrance, he ultimately earned the respect of referees, players, and the majority of spectators through sheer determination and exceptional displays on the court. At this moment, Wang Yi harbored a similar yearning. He aspired to deliver a performance that would captivate everyone, earning the respect of referees, opponents, and all spectators alike. "So, let it commence tonight." As Drummond patted his back, Wang Yi shook his head. "I'm fine, thank you." He then approached the free throw line, receiving the ball tossed by the referee. Amidst the cacophony of boos and insults, he made no adjustments, not even a solitary dribble. With a subtle lift of his toes, an elevation of his arm, a flick of his wrist, He released the ball. The basketball soared, embodying Wang Yi and Amp, Oppo's, defiance against the jeers and his resolve to dismantle the mountain of prejudice. It flew towards the basket, swish, a clean entry into the net. The Lakers players were momentarily taken aback. Today, and Amp, Oppo's, free throw from Wang Yi appeared strikingly different. In previous instances, he would have dribbled the ball and made adjustments before his shot. However, today, Wang Yi received the ball and swiftly took a shot. Not only was it fluid, but it was also executed with remarkable precision, devoid of any hesitation. It appeared as though the referee had intentionally set him up for the assist, leaving even the official momentarily taken aback. Having officiated hundreds of games, he had witnessed all manner of peculiar free throw techniques, such as players touching their shoe soles only to lick their fingertips before shooting, or those who would twirl the ball around their waist 3 times prior to a free throw, and even players who required an inordinate amount of time to prepare their shots. Yet, he had never before encountered such decisiveness in a free throw. After Wang Yi completed his shot, the Lakers had managed to narrow the point deficit to single digits. The Jazz, forced to substitute Gobert due to his 3 fouls, found themselves at a disadvantage. With this stronghold off the court, the Lakers gained additional maneuvering space. Wang Yi often penetrated the defense, effortlessly scoring with mid-range shots. When the Jazz, wary of his shooting prowess, overcommit, he would drive into the paint for points or assist his teammates. However, to conserve his energy, after Gobert exited in the second quarter, he mainly entrusted the ball-handling duties to SC Charter, limiting his own attempts to just 9 points. Nevertheless, after 2 quarters, he had already amassed a remarkable 24 points. Notably, he executed a flawless 3 for 3 from mid-range, leaving the players and coaches of the Jazz astonished. Damn, how could this fellow be so accurate with his mid-range shots? Is it possible he has never missed a single one? I truly suspect he must be the illegitimate child of that hoop. As Jazz head coach Snyder walked into the players and Oppo's tunnel, he glanced back at the silhouette of the number 1 jersey disappearing into another tunnel, shaking his head slightly. Previously, he had considered this player a nuisance, but he now realized he was even more troublesome than anticipated. Upon returning to the locker room, players attended to their needs. Some went to the restroom, others hydrated. Once Snyder had gathered everyone and the atmosphere quieted, he spoke. His first words were directed at Mitchell. Mitchell, in the second half, you will guard that Lakers number 1. Mitchell was somewhat taken aback. Typically, he focused all his energy on offense, often relegating defensive responsibilities to cover the opposing role players. Only in critical moments would he be assigned to guard the opposing star. Yet today, the coach was entrusting him with this task in the third quarter. However, he was not entirely surprised. That player had indeed gone wild in the first half. If they could not effectively contain him, the game would not be secure. Simultaneously, the head coach addressed Mike Conley. Mike, be prepared as well. Conley, known for his tenacious defense during his time with the Grizzlies, would share the responsibility with Mitchell to wear down that Lakers player more effectively. Meanwhile, in the Lakers locker room, players were offering their congratulations to Wang Yi. Wong, having secured an impressive 24 points in the first half, truly showcased his prowess. In the second half, with a bit more effort, he could effortlessly surpass the 30-point mark. However, Coach Vogel, unusually, refrained from congratulating Wang Yi or offering any words of encouragement. Instead, he shook his head slightly and remarked, Wong, playing in such high-altitude regions requires a different approach. You cannot exert yourself too much, or else you will find yourself struggling to breathe and severely fatigued by the second half. You must conserve your energy, do you understand? Wang Yi, panting heavily, neither nodded nor shook his head. LeBron, with a hint of concern, inquired, Wong, how's your body holding up? Wang Yi took a few deep breaths and nodded, assuring him, no problem. Meanwhile, in Huaxia, news of Wang Yi's 24-point feat in the first half swiftly spread across the internet. Headlines such as Wang Yi, the celestial being, dunks over Gobert, racking up 24 points in the first half, and on his starting day, Ego aims to break 40 points, proliferated, all extolling Wang Yi's remarkable performance and predicting an even more formidable display in the second half. Such is the nature of the media. They seldom provide genuine support but instead revel in sensationalism. In a certain high school, a boy sat in class, shielding his face with a book. He discreetly opened his phone to check the game statistics. Upon seeing Wang Yi's 24 points, he felt an impulse to pound his chest in frustration. Earlier that morning, feeling slightly under the weather, he had visited a clinic, hoping to secure a morning off to watch the Lakers play. However, upon learning that LeBron would not be in the game, he abandoned that thought. Now, witnessing Wang Yi and Oppo's scoring, he regretted his decision. Had he known, he would have taken the opportunity to stay home and watch the game. In a university dormitory, a girl entered to find her roommate on the upper bunk still asleep. She exclaimed, Wow, Li Fei, You haven't woken up yet? The sun's already shining on your backside. From above, Li Fei, holding her phone, replied. I'm watching EGE's game. What about you, Wang Yixing? Aren't you supposed to be in class? Have you come back again because of your period? Wang Yixing chuckled and responded, It's you who's got your period. Your whole family must be visiting. I was thinking about EGE's game and rushed back as soon as I heard he scored over 20 points in the first half. With that, she climbed up to the upper bunk, and the two of them cozied up together to enjoy the live broadcast. In the Tencent NBA live stream, fans were also extending their congratulations to Wang Yi. Congratulations, Ego, on your 20 points. It seems like you're on track for 30 tonight, and perhaps even 40. By the way, what about Brother Xiang just now? Wasn't it said that if Brother Yi scored over 40 points, he would go live to eat on the spot? Many have begun to direct their criticism towards Coach Ma Daxiang of Team Daxiang. Brother Xiang initially remained silent. After a long pause, he finally remarked, It's only 24 points. We're not at 40 yet. In the broadcasting hall, Mena, after finishing her commentary, stated, Let's return to the game. Although LeBron isn't playing today, I believe no one will be disappointed. Wang Meng and Appo's gleaming bald head reflected the lights of the broadcasting hall. He remarked, Indeed, Wang Yi exploded in the first half. With 24 points by halftime, this marks a new high for Huaxia players in a half. This also raises expectations. The highest single-game score for a Huaxia player in the NBA remains Yao Ming's 41 points, with Wang Yi already at 24 points in the first half. If he exerts a bit more effort in the second half, he might very well break this record. Who could have imagined that just 10 days ago, he was merely a short contract player who couldn't and Appos to even score? Yet in a matter of days, he might achieve a 40 score. It feels almost like a dream. Let us hope this dream does not fade. Teacher Yang Yi, what do you feel witnessing such a scene? Yang Yi smiled and said, It's truly wonderful. From my days as a frontline reporter in the NBA to today, I have often dreamed of another Huaxia player, besides Yao, establishing a foothold in the NBA. It seems Wang Yi might just make my dream a reality. However, regarding this game, I do have some concerns for Wang Yi. Wang Meng timely took on a comedic role, asking, What worries you? Yang Yi rationally analyzed. The Jazz and Appos home court is known as A and Appos, Devil and Appos, Arena and Appos, for two reasons, the fierce fans and the high-altitude location. As it stands, Wang Yi has already addressed the first issue. However, the second issue remains challenging to overcome. He has already made numerous breakthroughs in the first half, even dunking over Gobert. In such high-intensity confrontations, especially at high altitude, the toll on physical stamina is evident. Therefore, with significant fatigue in the second half, his efficiency is bound to decline. Moreover, the Jazz will certainly intensify their defense against him in the second half. How will he respond then? This is a considerable and intricate problem. Furthermore, the Lakers and Appos players have been struggling with their three-point shooting, and their consecutive away games have left them lacking in spirit. From the outset, they have not demonstrated the resolve to win this match. Thus, the Lakers remain in a precarious position. Finally, the halftime break concluded, and the players returned to the court. Wang Yi gazed at the towering Gobert across from him. In order for the Lakers to endure through the third quarter, they must continue to challenge Gobert, dismantling this formidable bastion. However, relying solely on Wang Yi to provoke fouls from Gobert proves to be quite a daunting task. Firstly, the referees harbor a bias against him, making it difficult for him to draw a whistle. Secondly, incessantly driving to the basket would excessively deplete his stamina. Thus, he turned to Schroeder beside him and said, Hey, my friend, let us join forces and assault the paint together. We must ensure that Gobert returns to the bench within 5 minutes. By collaborating, they would conserve energy. And Schroeder, being more adept than Wang Yi in garnering favorable calls, could effectively penetrate the defense. Although Schroeder had previously hesitated to attack the Jazz and Appos' interior due to mental barriers, Wang Yi and Appos' encouragement revitalized his spirit. He nodded in agreement, affirming that and Appos' a splendid idea. The head coach, having overheard Wang Yi's strategy, also concurred, stating, Wang is correct. You two should alternate in your assaults on the paint. Pop. Seize your opportunities to drive inside as well. Pop responded affirmatively, understood. As the Lakers regained possession and advanced to the front court, Mitchell began to guard Wang Yi one-on-one. However, Wang Yi refrained from demanding the ball or navigating around screens, instead creating space for Schroeder to engage in a one-on-one against Conley. Although Conley is a tenacious defender, his smaller stature and quickness afforded Schroeder the advantage. Upon receiving the pass, Schroeder executed a swift turn and effortlessly penetrated the lane. Upon reaching the interior, he drove straight towards Gobert. Unfortunately, Gobert and Appos solid footwork and unyielding arms resulted in Schroeder committing an offensive foul. Subsequently, Mitchell surged into the Lakers and Oppos paint, easily securing 2 points. The Lakers mounted another offense. This time, Wang Yi dribbled in, utilizing a screen to penetrate the lane, once more heading towards Gobert. The sight of Wang Yi incensed Gobert, who lunged directly at him to block the shot. The sound of impact echoed as Wang Yi's arm was struck forcefully, causing the ball to be swatted away and bounce off his leg, rolling out of bounds. Wang Yi glanced at the referee, who signaled that it was jazz ball, still refusing to call a foul. The Lakers and Oppos players voiced their protests, with LeBron asking the coach, "Should we challenge?" After a moment of contemplation, the coach shook his head in negation. Following this, both Schroeder and Wang Yi attempted further incursions into the paint, resulting in one turnover for Wang Yi and another for Schroeder. Gobert, feeling the mounting pressure as these two relentlessly charged towards him, finally succumbed to the strain. On their fifth attempt, Wang Yi drove into the paint, and upon being enveloped by Gobert, he adeptly passed the ball to the cutting Schroeder. Schroeder sought to advance towards Gobert, yet Gobert firmly established his position, rendering it impossible for Schroeder to make a move or draw a foul. Thus, Schroeder was compelled to pass the ball to Pope, who cut in from the left baseline. Upon receiving the pass, Pope soared into the air, intent on executing a slam dunk. At that moment, Gobert, arriving late on defense, inadvertently struck Pope and Oppos' right arm. Finally, the referee and Oppos' whistle pierced the air. Gobert had accrued his fourth foul. The head coach of the Jazz spread his fingers wide, pushing his hair back in frustration. This predicament left him no choice but to substitute Gobert. Wang Yi, Schroeder, and Pope collectively exhaled in relief. Pope shrugged and made a face at Wang Yi and Schroeder, signaling, "It falls upon me." Wang Yi and Schroeder exchanged high fives with Pope. Although they had incurred 3 turnovers, allowing the opponents to score 4 points, they had managed to confine Gobert to the bench once again within a mere 2 minutes. They had succeeded, with Gobert sidelined. Schroeder found it significantly easier to penetrate the defense. Even Pope occasionally managed to break through. Meanwhile, the formidable Drummond, under Wang Yi's relentless feeding, was virtually unstoppable. The Lakers gradually shrank the deficit to 7 points. 3-point shooting? That is my forte. The Lakers had narrowed the gap to 7 points. During this period, Wang Yi had scarcely scored. It was not due to an inability to score, but rather his intent to conserve energy for the decisive fourth quarter. Thus, whenever his teammates had the opportunity to score, he merely attracted the opposing defense. The Jazz fans continued to roar, their cacophony echoing throughout the arena, which only intensified the Lakers players and Oppos' frustration. Each of them yearned to conclude the match and escape this infernal venue. At this juncture, the Jazz and Oppos' head coach called for a timeout. He had initially hoped that Mitchell could contain the player wearing jersey number 1. However, that player displayed remarkable intelligence, avoiding direct confrontations with Mitchell. Instead, he consistently utilized screens from his teammates to access mid-range shots. Once he entered that zone, it seemed as though he was in his element, shooting with astonishing accuracy. The efficiency was truly daunting. The coach had anticipated rotating Mitchell and Conley to wear him down, yet this player always managed to evade their defenses with ease, taking numerous mid-range shots, thereby conserving significant energy. He instructed Mitchell and Conley, "Once that Lakers player number 1 has the ball, we must double-team him. Do you understand? Double-team. Force him to pass the ball." He then addressed the other players. "As soon as number 1 has the ball, the 2 closest defenders must immediately converge on him. Even if it means leaving someone open, do not allow him any opportunity to drive to the basket." In Coach Snyder and Oppos' estimation, this player's efficiency surpassed that of any other Lakers player by a considerable margin. Even if it meant granting others open shots, they could not afford to give him a moment and Oppos' chance to shoot. Simultaneously, Coach Snyder emphasized the importance of offense. "Our 3-point shooting has yet to ignite today. Mitchell, you and a few others with shooting prowess must attempt more 3-pointers. Only by sinking those damn shots can we swiftly widen the score gap and drive them to despair." Mitchell nodded while wiping the sweat from his brow. On the Lakers and Oppos' side, the coach refrained from extensive strategizing. This match was essentially a tactical surrender. He merely advised the players to prioritize their well-being. This is high-altitude terrain, and stamina dissipates rapidly. Should fatigue set in excessively, injuries become inevitable. So, safeguard yourselves. Do not overexert. Do not sustain injuries. I want each of you to return to Los Angeles in good health, understood? The Lakers players nodded in agreement. Yet, Wang Yi remained undeterred. While health is undeniably crucial, he entered the court to compete and play. If one cannot play, even in the absence of any injury, what is the point? After all, which player is free from ailments? If one fears injury, basketball is not the sport to choose. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. Jazz player Mitchell dribbled past half-court. Utilizing a simple screen, he suddenly elevated and released the ball. Swish. The three-pointer found nothing but net, eliciting a fervent cheer from the crowd. In the next possession, Mitchell faked a drive before executing a step-back three-pointer. Swish. Another three-pointer. Observing this, the Lakers intensified their defense against Mitchell and Oppo's long-range shooting. Yet, in another possession, riding the wave of his hot hand, Mitchell disregarded the defender in front of him. With a simple right step back, he launched another shot. Swish. Another three-pointer. For the Lakers, across these three possessions, other than Wang Yi's single mid-range jumper, Gasol's three-pointer clanked off the rim, and Pope's mid-range attempt also missed. Consequently, the score gap swiftly widened to 14 points. Mitchell and Oppo's unexpected trio of shots caught everyone off guard. The momentum for the Jazz soared to its zenith. The entire arena erupted, with fans rising in excitement, waving anything they could grasp. One fan, unable to find an item to wave, hoisted his 4-year-old child into the air, rhythmically waving him around. The duo, father and son, danced with exuberance, shouting, "Los Angeles cowards, are you scared now? That yellow-skinned monkey, is he all wet down there? Ha-ha." Meanwhile, Gobert, who had been simmering on the sidelines due to his inability to participate, leaped in exhilaration, waving a towel while roaring, "Did you see that? This is our superstar. Experiences greatness." Beneath the weight of 3 consecutive three-pointers, the momentum of the Lakers had plummeted to an icy low. Although there were still 6 minutes remaining in the third quarter, time seemed abundant. Yet, in such a high-altitude arena, a notoriously challenging home court, and against the formidable Jazz, renowned for their tenacity, the prospect of reclaiming the game appeared nearly impossible. Of course, they had not intended to stage a comeback. Observing the situation, Lakers head coach Vogel contemplated calling a timeout. Despite his strategic inclination to concede, as the head coach, failing to act during the opponent and Oppo's surge would undoubtedly invite criticism post-game. At that moment, however, LeBron James intervened, gesturing towards Wang Yi and imploring, "Coach, hold on a moment." Vogel followed LeBron's, noticing Wang Yi on the court, who, unlike his despondent teammates, radiated an electrifying enthusiasm, his face flushed with excitement. LeBron, filled with anticipation, remarked, "Coach, have you not noticed? This guy is an anomaly. He thrives under pressure. The fiercer the opponent, the more invigorated he becomes." The head coach nodded, acknowledging that he had previously recognized this unique trait in Wang Yi. LeBron continued, "He is a creature that flourishes in the face of adversity. He will undoubtedly respond. Let us await the spectacle." In the Tencent NBA livestream, fans, witnessing the opponent and Oppo's triple barrage of three-pointers, grew anxious as Vogel refrained from calling a timeout. What was he doing? Why remain passive while the opposing team rained down threes? Yet, some fans remained hopeful, believing in EG's capability to retaliate. Indeed, from Wang Yi's performances thus far, it was evident that when faced with a fierce assault, he would invariably deliver a robust response. On the court, the Lakers initiated their offense. Wang Yi glanced at Mitchell, his competitive spirit igniting. A three-pointer, was it? That was his forte. Previously, Wang Yi had refrained from attempting numerous three-pointers due to the energy-consuming necessity of navigating screens and executing off-ball movements in the high-altitude arena. However, with the opponent and Oppo's blade at their throats, he thought, why concern himself with such tactics? It was time to act decisively. As the Lakers advanced, Wang Yi moved to the front court, relinquishing ball-handling duties. Marc Gasol orchestrated the play from the high post. Wang Yi received a handoff from Gasol and, utilizing his screen, maneuvered to the left side beyond the 45-degree three-point arc. Mitchell and Conley initially intended to trap Wang Yi as per their coach and Oppo's strategy. But Wang Yi and Oppo's swift shot rendered their efforts futile. Nevertheless, as he launched the three-pointer, a resounding chorus of boos erupted from the 20,000 spectators present. Hush, this sound resembles a Boeing 747 soaring perilously close to one and Oppo's scalp, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure that reverberates painfully within the eardrums, causing one and Oppo's innards to churn. Amid such cacophony, Wang Yi made his move. With the deafening jeers of over 20,000 spectators echoing in the arena, Wang Yi launched a three-point shot. The trajectory was both flat and straight, embodying his resolve, his fighting spirit, and his unwavering determination to topple mountains. Like a missile discharged with precision, the ball hurtled towards the hoop. Boom! The rim emitted a thunderous sound as the net exploded, and the three-pointer found its mark. On the sidelines, LeBron nudged the coach with his shoulder, implying, "I told you so." The coach nodded in agreement, acknowledging, This guy is truly remarkable. Observing the scene, Mitchell turned to initiate his own offensive play, launching another three-pointer. The basketball ricocheted twice off the rim before finally settling into the net. With 4 consecutive scores, the decibel level in the Energy Solutions arena surged to a crescendo. Returning to the fray, Wang Yi continued his unrelenting movement without the ball, reminiscent of his previous performances. Soon, aided by Drummond and Amp, Oppo's S-screen, he found an open position to receive the pass. With a swift motion, he launched the ball. It soared with incredible speed, seemingly crashing into the hoop in an instant. Boom. Another three-pointer. The crowd erupted into a fresh wave of boos. Hush, he and Amp, Oppo's S only made 2. That yellow-skinned monkey. Managing 2 is already a stroke of luck. Turning back, Mitchell dribbled past the half-court line and exchanged the ball with Conley. Utilizing Conley's S-screen, he attempted another shot. Boom. This time, his three-pointer failed to find its target. Fortunately, Drummond secured the rebound, allowing the Lakers to initiate a rapid counterattack. The nimble player raced forward, with Mitchell desperately in pursuit. As the player attempted a layup, Mitchell delivered a resounding block, sending the ball crashing back. Luckily, Wang Yi was right there to seize the opportunity. Positioned just behind the three-point line, he feigned an aggressive drive. Conley rushed in to contest him, yet Wang Yi skillfully dribbled back a step and released another three-pointer. Boom. Once again, the ball thundered through the net. 3 three-pointers, each executed with a flat and straight arc, as if to pierce the very soul. The Jazz launched another offensive. This time, Mitchell refrained from attempting a three-pointer, instead driving into the paint and passing to a teammate stationed at the left corner. The shot found its mark. Turning back, the Lakers recognized Wang Yi and Oppo's burgeoning prowess from beyond the arc and began to employ a strategy centered around his three-point shooting. They initiated the wall strategy, with 3 players forming a barrier against the 4 opposing players. Wang Yi swiftly dashed towards the right baseline. Upon receiving the pass, he unleashed a shot, the 4th three-pointer. Turning back, Conley of the Jazz, with Mitchell and Oppo's assistance, also sank a three-pointer. The Lakers initiated their offense once more, the teammates executing a second three-point strategy. Wang Yi effortlessly caught the ball. Bang! The 5th three-pointer. As the ball swished through the net, the Lakers players erupted in jubilation. Wow. LeBron wore an expression of disbelief. Many argue that the current league's abundance of three-point attempts diminishes the spectacle of the game. Yet, this is contingent on the scoring. Players like Curry, Lillard, and Wang Yi, who can consecutively hit 4, 5, or even 6 or 7 three-pointers, not only enhance the excitement but also stir the adrenaline. Following Wang Yi and Oppo's remarkable 5 consecutive three-pointers, the volume of the fans began to subside, for such a breathtaking display is indeed a rarity. Subsequently, another Jazz player also netted a three-pointer. Meanwhile, Wang Yi continued to respond. The 6th three-pointer. After making the shot, he cast a glance at the Jazz players, as if to say, "Bring it on, I will respond to each of you." At that moment, the raucous atmosphere of the Jazz's home crowd began to shift. With every three-pointer Wang Yi made, the jeering from the Jazz fans diminished. Finally, when Wang Yi prepared to shoot his 7th three-pointer, the crowd and Oppo's boos ceased entirely. Not only did they stop, but a moment of silence ensued. The only sounds were the sharp squeaks of the players' shoes against the court floor. All eyes in the arena, fans, security, cheerleaders, players, coaches, and staff were fixated on the player clad in the Lakers and Oppo's purple jersey, number 1. Having already connected on 6 consecutive three-pointers, would he continue his streak? Bang! The response was a resounding affirmation. The orange basketball once again thundered into the hoop. The 7th three-pointer. The scoreboard now read 81-89. The Lakers trailed by a mere 8 points. This left the entire venue in a state of astonishment. In these few minutes, the Jazz had not performed poorly in their three-point attempts. Starting with Mitchell's 4 three-pointers, they had made 6 out of 9 attempts. This was already quite remarkable. However, instead of widening the gap, the score had shrunk to single digits. The reason? The three-point shooting of the Lakers' number 1 was simply extraordinary. In this brief span, he had hit all 7 of his three-point attempts. Unbelievable. The volume of the Jazz fans had diminished by half. They pointed at the Lakers' number 1 in disbelief. Damn. How can this guy and Oppo's three-point shooting be so precise? As far as I know, he is either a deviant or utilizing some sort of cheat. How absurd. Do you truly believe this is merely a game? This is no time for trifles. The father and son, under the stunning display of Wang Yi's 7 consecutive three-pointers, finally ceased their insults. This fellow is a madman. Absolutely. At this moment, Jazz coach Snyder was compelled to call another timeout. He even cast a wary glance at Wang Yi. This Eastern player is not just troublesome, but downright terrifying. If he continues this frenzy, It seems the game will surely be lost tonight. On the Lakers side, as Wang Yi left the court, his teammates rushed over to celebrate by bumping chests with him. 7 consecutive three-pointers. Brother, you are nothing short of a demon. Oh my goodness, have you stolen Curry's skill set? You astonish me, truly. LeBron shook his head repeatedly, initially wanting to celebrate with Wang Yi, but Wang Yi cleverly sidestepped. Kuzma, after bumping chests with LeBron, was sent flying across the court. With such a cautionary tale, Wang Yi wisely chose to avoid that fate. He wished to live a few more days. Realizing Wang Yi had evaded him, LeBron quickly understood the reason and burst into laughter. Patting Wang Yi on the head and squeezing his arm, he exclaimed, "You are not the king. You are certainly not the king. It must be God donning the King's jersey and playing." The Lakers players erupted into laughter. In the Tencent live stream, the comments were already soaring. "Oh my, our mighty Ego is taking flight. He has arrived, and he brings with him the skill of three-pointers. Jazz hoop, Ego's gentle shot. Oh, the pain. Ego is incredible. Ego V5. Ego is everlasting. Ego is a legend. Whereas Xianggu, Ego has scored 45 points. Come out and broadcast live as he feasts." However, Xianggu had already mastered the art of swift evasion and was nowhere to be seen. The 3 individuals in the live stream were filled with excitement. Mena exclaimed, "Ego is phenomenal. Is he aiming for 50 points tonight? I might just smash my tactical board in rage." Wang Ming, even more animated, shouted, "Incredible. Truly incredible. This is mind-blowing. By the heavens." Yang Yi's eyes sparkled. "My goodness. This is undoubtedly the most astonishing performance I have ever witnessed from a Chinese player in the NBA, with 7 consecutive three-pointers." Wang Yi closed the gap to just 8 points, bringing his total to 45. The Lakers and Oppo's assistant coach, tablet in hand, beamed at Wang Yi and said, "Congratulations, Wang. You have scored 45 points." Once again, the Lakers players erupted in joyous commotion. Caruso embraced Wang Yi, patting his chest. "You must be incredibly envious of me. When will I ever score over 40? But brother, if you push a little harder and manage a 50, that would be truly explosive." Although Xiao He felt a twinge of reluctance, he still offered a congratulatory remark. Kuzma handed Wang Yi a bottle of water, saying, "Wang, there's still over a quarter left. You can definitely achieve 50. However, at that moment, the head coach doused the players with a bucket of cold water. "Wang, you won't be playing anymore. Let us bring in Tucker." The players who had previously congratulated Wang Yi were taken aback, staring at the coach in astonishment. Wang Yi's touch was as fiery as if he had just emerged from a frying pan, with the Jazz's three-pointers falling smoothly. Wang Yi had nearly single-handedly narrowed the deficit to 8 points. This was the perfect moment to capitalize on his momentum and keep him on the court. Why then? Were they opting to bench him? To the surprise of his teammates, Wang Yi offered no objections. He merely nodded, saying, "All right." Coach Vogel observed Wang Yi gulping down water. Understanding that his intense exertion at high altitude had resulted in oxygen depletion and that the water contained essential oxygen, drinking copiously could alleviate the symptoms of hypoxia. With concern, he explained, "Wang has expended too much energy with all that running and shooting threes. If we let him continue playing now, it could have serious consequences." The young players glanced back at Wang Yi, noticing his pale complexion and the violent rise and fall of his chest. He was gasping as if he were a camel in the desert. After finishing one bottle, he opened another, drinking voraciously. They were aware that athletes should not consume excessive amounts of water during a game. Yet Wang Yi was exhibiting symptoms of oxygen deprivation, and hydration was crucial. Otherwise, he would need supplemental oxygen, a scenario that could draw ridicule, especially in the Jazz and Oppo's intimidating home arena, where he might be jeered as a patient, a dying man. Such occurrences were not without precedent. They fell into a contemplative silence. While Wang Yi was valiantly dragging the team forward, they were being strategically urged to abandon him, pulling him into a quagmire. Though this was the coach's directive, aimed at the greater good, they still felt a pang of shame. They turned to the coach, but he showed no inclination to fight for this game. Looking over at LeBron and the veterans, they recognized their seasoned wisdom in the league. They knew how to protect themselves during the regular season, ensuring their bodies were not overly taxed. They too were not inclined to push for victory, placing the younger players in a quandary and evoking a sense of sympathy for Wang Yi. Caruso could not help but sit beside Wang Yi and inquired, "Is it worth it, Wang?" Wang Yi gasped for breath, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel moments later. His gaze drifted towards the thousands of spectators across the arena, and on his weary face, a fervent desire began to emerge. "I want to conquer the Devil's home court." This declaration was delivered with a certain simplicity, yet it resonated with unwavering resolve, igniting a fire within Caruso. He glanced at the coach's position and said to Wang Yi, "But the coach, I am unconcerned with what others may think. I step onto the court solely to secure victory." Wang Yi replied, panting. The fervor in Caruso's chest began to boil as well. After a brief moment, his gaze solidified with determination. Placing his right hand on Wang Yi and Apos' shoulder, he solemnly declared, "Brother, I shall assist you." Wang Yi turned to Caruso and nodded. Basketball is a sport of five, and no matter how formidable he might be alone, it was impossible to triumph over the iron-willed Jazz in their own territory without the support of his teammates. Thus, when the Lakers returned to the court, Caruso played with remarkable tenacity. He first landed a three-pointer on the offensive end, and then, after Harrell and Apos' shot missed, he executed a powerful putback dunk. Admittedly, his offensive prowess was modest, but his primary contribution lay in his defensive vigor. At that moment, he was tenaciously shadowing Mitchell, providing him with relentless physical opposition. Although he accrued 2 fouls in a matter of minutes, his fierce physicality made it arduous for Mitchell to perform. With the Jazz's 2 key players, Gobert sitting on the bench and Mitchell struggling, the Jazz's offensive flow faltered significantly. The young players on the Lakers, inspired by Wang Yi's relentless spirit and Caruso's unwavering determination, found themselves moved. Harrell, with his fiery temperament, could no longer contain himself. After executing a powerful dunk, he raised his fist and let out a primal roar towards the heavens. Then, turning to his fellow Lakers on the court, he shouted, "Wong has hit 7 three-pointers and scored 45 points. He might even reach 50. What are we waiting for? Do we wish to ruin his night of 50 points? How many times does a player get to experience such a moment in their lifetime? Can you bear the thought of him reminiscing about his 50-point night only to recall it as a loss? Can you truly endure that?" On the court, the young Lakers players, once filled with uncertainty, began to shine with a flicker of inspiration. They gazed at Wang Yi, who sat on the bench, pale as a ghost, drenched in sweat, as if his hair had just been soaked. Wang Yi was nearly expending his last ounce of strength. Yet they are sabotaging this match for the sake of a so-called strategic withdrawal, jeopardizing Wang Yi and Apos' potential 50-point night. Why are they so cowardly? Harrell, before his teammates, clapped his hands vigorously. "Come on, brothers. To hell with strategic withdrawal, forget that damned grand scheme. Let us, alongside Wang Yi, conquer this devilish home court and silence the raucous crowd of 20,000. Kuzma and Tucker, the 2 young players, felt their hearts begin to thump powerfully, pumping fervor through their veins and into their chests. The blood within them began to boil, surging towards their minds, igniting their thoughts. "Damn it, count me in. Wong is our teammate, our brother. We cannot let him fight alone." As Harrell observed the Jazz advancing past half-court, he bellowed, "If we perish together." The 5 Lakers on the court glinted with a wolf-like ferocity in their eyes. The Jazz players paused, bewildered. What was wrong with these 5? However, it soon became evident. This quintet formed a lethal lineup, akin to 5 ravenous wolves, relentlessly tearing into the Jazz players. Previously, the Lakers had exhibited a lackluster intensity, leading many to believe they were prepared to concede. Now, they ramped up the pace, and not just any pace, but playoff-level intensity, catching their opponents off guard. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the Lakers had significantly narrowed the gap, reducing it to a mere 3 points. Is death about to claim the aging king? During the intermission, excitement surged among fans in the 10-cent NBA live stream. Just moments ago, the Jazz had unleashed a sudden barrage of three-pointers, pushing the lead toward 20 points. Many Lakers fans felt disheartened. Fortunately, the Lakers also began to rain down three-pointers. The difference was that while the Jazz scored collectively, Wang Yi alone was raining threes for the Lakers. Alarmingly, he single-handedly withstood the Jazz's onslaught, even surpassing their collective efforts. Ego is incredible. Ego for the win. Ego forever. Ego is the best. The enthusiasm for Ego spread, with many fans echoing Ego forever in their comments. If Wang Yi were aware, he would surely feel unjustly treated, because he perceives himself not as an LSP, but rather as an SB's W. Mada Xiang, come forth and broadcast. Brother Xiang, are you ready to indulge in the moment? It is now 45 minutes past the hour, and I have faith that you are a man of your word. So hurry and start the stream. In the live broadcast hall, Mena gazes at Wang Yi, who sits pale-faced on the bench. She cannot help but feel a warmth swelling in her eyes. Ego is truly moving. Wang Ming also observes Wang Yi on the screen, exclaiming, Ego is a true man, a valiant soul indeed. Yang Yi wholeheartedly agrees, remarking as he watches Wang Yi slumped on the bench. When all the players of the Lakers seemed devoid of spirit, Wang Yi rose to the occasion. He stood firm against the deafening roar of 20,000 spectators in a hostile arena and withstood the Jazz's relentless defense, valiantly pulling the team from the depths of despair. In the high-altitude arena, he exhausted every ounce of strength to prevent the Lakers from sinking further. Such tenacity is genuinely inspiring. However, Yang Yi then shifted his tone. But what comes next? Without LeBron, The Lakers managed to close the gap to just 3 points in the third quarter, which seems to be their utmost limit. Particularly concerning is Wang Yi's stamina. That poses a significant dilemma. How will Wang Yi address his endurance issues? Can the Lakers summon the fierce spirit they exhibited in the latter part of the third quarter once more? Wang Ming nodded. Let us wait and see. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in New York, within a luxurious apartment, a bearded man reclines on an expansive circular bed, a glass of red wine in hand. Watching the nearly wall-sized screen featuring the pale-faced Lakers #1 player, he inquires of the lanky individual engrossed in a game of 2K beside him. Has Kyrie vanished again? The tall figure, without turning, skillfully maneuvers the A-game LeBron for a thunderous dunk, responding, yes, due to personal reasons, he has been absent for 2 days. The bearded man brushes his beard aside, sips his wine, and asks, in just 2 more games, we will head to Los Angeles. That match will be broadcast nationwide. Will he return? The lanky figure, fixated on the game, replies, who knows? The bearded man shakes his head, choosing not to dwell on the dreary topic. Pointing at the Lakers' #1 player on the screen, he remarks, this Eastern player is formidable. 7 3-pointers in a single quarter, totaling 45 points. And all of this in a hostile venue. Finally, the lanky individual turns to assess Wang Yi on the screen, stating, indeed, yet he is still an Eastern player. And his physical attributes do not match those of his Western counterparts. His stamina remains a considerable concern. The bearded man set down his wine glass and remarked, Kevin, it appears you do not regard him at all. The lanky figure continued to engage with the game, murmuring, do I really need to take a man who boasts about conquering the NBA seriously? The bearded man nodded in agreement. Indeed, before the Grim Reaper, no one warrants consideration. Not even that aging king from Los Angeles. Just as he finished speaking, the tall player, controlling James on screen, unleashed a 3-pointer, delivering a decisive blow to the Nets. Yet, instead of expressing any elation, he cursed vehemently, F.U.C.K. Subsequently, in a fit of frustration, he hurled the game controller onto the couch and seized the wine glass from the table, gulping down the red wine in large swigs. His prominent atom and Oppos, S-apple bobbed up and down like a piston, consuming the wine as if it were mere beer. The bearded man, both amused and bewildered, shook his head and said, Kevin, I fail to comprehend why you persist in using him if you hold such disdain for him. Given his current energy level in 2K, Aaron and Oppos, do you merely seeking punishment by pitting him against our Nets? The lanky player shot a glare at the bearded man, retorting, I and Oppos, been overshadowed by this guy for a decade. Does he never age? James, damn it, you share his name, and Oppos, that's utterly infuriating. The bearded man looked at his older brother, throwing a childish tantrum, and shook his head in bemusement again. Fear not, after 2 games, when we face the Lakers, I shall assist you in removing that crown from the aging king and Oppos' head and placing it upon yours. The lanky player, childishly flopping onto the soft bed, stared intently at the ornate chandelier on the ceiling and declared, I have no desire for anything he has worn. I am who I am, the one and only. The Grim Reaper, Kevin Durant. The bearded man nodded and poured another glass of red wine for his brother, saying, indeed, no matter how formidable the king may be, he ultimately cannot escape the Grim Reaper's scythe. Brother, have a drink to soothe your ire. The lanky player rose and again gulped down the red wine. He then resumed his grip on the game controller, once more selecting James. The bearded man remarked, brother, red wine is meant to be savored. The lanky player offered no response. Observing that the fourth quarter had commenced on the large screen, the bearded man added, but seriously, we must remain vigilant concerning that #1. We cannot afford to falter in the trenches. The lanky player, controlling James, executed a quarterback-like long pass, cursing, damn it. His passes are always so razor-sharp. The bearded man shook his head in resignation, knowing his brother was beyond remedy. Meanwhile, in Utah, at the Energy Solutions Arena, the fourth quarter loomed, a moment of reckoning as both teams had taken to the court. However, Wang Yi remained absent from the court. His exertion in the third quarter had been overwhelming, necessitating a half-quarter respite. The Jazz and Oppos' head coach felt a slight relief upon noticing that the Lakers and Oppos' #1 was not on the floor. That player was notoriously troublesome. At this moment, the Lakers were fielding a lineup of youthful substitutes, complemented by a seasoned player, Caruso, Tucker, Schroeder, Harrell, and Pope. As Pope entered the game and witnessed the frenzied determination of his 4 teammates as they aggressively challenged the Jazz players, he glanced at the coach. Hadn't Oppos' the coach previously mentioned a strategic concession? The coach, somewhat helpless, pondered the situation. Was it wrong for the players to give their all? Thus, he had no words of reproach. Pope gritted his teeth, resolved to give his weary body one last push. I and Oppos' LL guard Mitchell. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Lakers' small ball lineup continued their relentless assault. Although the Jazz coach had urged his team during the intermission to elevate their intensity and physicality, such adjustments were made in haste. The players were unprepared, both physically and mentally. Consequently, in the opening 3 minutes, amidst the Lakers' and Oppo's fervent onslaught, they swiftly reclaimed the lead. However, this was not the Lakers' and Oppo's true small ball lineup. If one were to define it as such, LeBron James and Wang Yi would undoubtedly be included. Wang Yi and Oppo's exceptional one-on-one defensive skills, coupled with his formidable offensive prowess, made him an irreplaceable asset in the small ball configuration, second only to James. The Jazz coach was compelled to call another timeout. At this juncture, the Jazz had merely 2 timeouts remaining, which might prove insufficient in the critical moments ahead. As the players exited the court, Coach Snyder cast a glance towards the Lakers and Oppo's bench, fixating on the number 1. Even though this player was not on the court when the Lakers surged ahead, Snyder, as a head coach, deeply understood the significance of that number 1 to the Lakers. It was his 7 3-pointers that had sounded the clarion call for the Lakers and Oppo's resurgence. Moreover, his spirit and tenacity invigorated those players who had initially contemplated a tactical retreat, breathing life into their offense and defense. Coach Snyder silently cursed, "Damn it. Were it not for this guy, the Jazz would have already secured victory by now. How could they possibly be trailing by 2 points?" During the timeout, Snyder turned his attention to Mitchell, who had recently found himself momentarily bewildered by the defense. Having participated in several playoff games, Mitchell was well aware of the heightened intensity that such matches demanded. Yet, he had never encountered a scenario where a team appeared lackadaisical at first, seemingly disinterested in winning, only to abruptly elevate their play to a playoff caliber. The head coach patted the tactical board, seemingly trying to awaken Mitchell. "You must rally your spirit. Their relentless assault is exhausting them. They will soon deplete their stamina. This is our home ground. We train daily in the high-altitude arena. Moreover, the audience comprises our devoted fans. Everything is in our favor. Therefore, we cannot afford to lose this match." However, upon delivering this impassioned speech, he noticed that while Mitchell responded, it was not with great fervor. He felt compelled to further incite him. "Consider this. At one point, we led by 14 points. Losing at home after such a lead would subject us to the scorn of over 20,000 fans. They would insult our families, relatives, and even our children. Is this the outcome you desire?" At this moment, Mitchell finally lifted his head, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. The ferocity of Jazz fans extends not merely towards opponents. If the Jazz perform poorly, they face derision and vitriol as well. He could endure the fans' ire directed at him, but insults aimed at his family were intolerable. Coach Snyder, witnessing that Mitchell had seemingly awakened, nodded in approval. "Go forth and fight. You are a warrior." Ultimately, inspired by Coach Snyder's fervent encouragement, upon re-entering the court, Mitchell appeared transformed. Despite his shooting percentage declining under Caruso and Oppo's relentless pressure, he began to alter his offensive approach, consistently penetrating the paint. He either assisted Gobert in dunking, scored himself, or drew fouls, even completing 2 remarkable 2-1 plays. In just 3 minutes, the Lakers were outscored 7-0, almost single-handedly. Mitchell not only reclaimed the lead for the Jazz but also extended the margin to 5 points. Consequently, the Lakers players on the court appeared somewhat deflated. When one expends maximum effort and nearly exhausts all energy, yet is unable to contain the opponent, and the deficit continues to widen, it is disingenuous to claim they are not disheartened. In the 10-cent NBA live broadcast, Lakers fans were already in a frenzy. At this point, why isn't he getting on the court? Mitchell is so aggressive, only he can match his intensity. Has Vogel lost his mind not to sub an E? Meanwhile, Vogel found himself in a quandary. Allowing Wang Yi to play would undoubtedly lead him to compete fiercely in a match already fraught with challenges. If he were to sustain an injury due to excessive effort, the coach would bear significant guilt. Yet, if Wang Yi were to remain on the bench, having already fought valiantly for the entire game, it was now down to the final 6 minutes, the most crucial stretch. Not playing him would not only invite harsh criticism post-game, but also alienate Wang Yi and the young Lakers players. At this moment, James approached Vogel and suggested, "Coach, how about letting Wong play?" With the backing of the team and Oppo's leader, Vogel found the resolve he needed. He turned his gaze towards Wang Yi. At this juncture, Wong and Oppo's complexion had improved from its previous pallor, and the intensity of his breaths had lessened. However, Vogel understood that Wong and Oppo's strength was likely depleted. What he needed most at this moment was rest. Yet, upon noticing the coach and Oppo's attention, Wong sprang to his feet and inquired, "Coach, may I enter the game?" Vogel paused briefly before nodding. "Yes, but You must protect yourself. The underlying message was clear, while a loss in the game could be tolerated, an injury could not. Wong nodded affirmatively, understood. As the timeout concluded, Wong donned his gear and re-entered the court. Jazz head coach Snyder observed Wong and Oppos' return while glancing at the scoreboard. This player was back on the court, yet the 5-point lead felt precarious. At that moment, the Lakers initiated their offense. Wong continued to maneuver tirelessly on the court. During his movements, he sensed the little energy he had just regained rapidly dissipating. In the high-altitude arena, stamina was sapped even more swiftly than in a standard venue. Nevertheless, Wong was no longer concerned with such matters. His singular desire was to secure victory. After finding an open position, he received the ball and attempted a three-pointer. Unfortunately, the shot struck the back rim and bounced away. In the 10-cent NBA live broadcast, Wang Yi observed this and sighed. Wang Yi is fatigued. His shooting motion has become somewhat distorted. He is utterly exhausted. Yang Ming replied. The exertion in the third quarter has taken a toll on his stamina, leading to a decline in shooting accuracy. Yang Yi added, this illustrates my earlier point. What should Wang Yi do when his energy is nearly depleted and offensive efficiency plummets? Soon, Wong provided an answer. During the Jazz and Oppos' offensive play, he communicated with Caruso, stating, I will take on the primary defense against Mitchell. When offense falters and shots fail to land, he would shift his focus to the defensive end. He aimed to contain the opponent's key player, Mitchell. Caruso, with a hint of concern, queried, your stamina. Wong, resolute, replied, no problem. With a remarkable block, Wong thwarted Mitchell and Oppos' attempt. Mitchell, detecting Wong and Oppos' presence, was filled with competitive spirit. He executed 2 swift crossovers before momentarily hesitating. Suddenly, he accelerated, attempting to bypass Wong. Yet, Wong's lateral speed was beyond Mitchell's expectations. With a simple lateral step, he obstructed Mitchell's path. Mitchell was taken aback. How could this player move laterally with such swiftness? In astonishment, he retreated a few steps to create space before once again accelerating to break through. It seems that one must rely on speed to surpass Wang Yi. Yet, it is evident that one cannot outpace him. With a deft lateral movement, Wang Yi once again positioned himself in front of Mitchell. However, at the moment of contact, Mitchell pivoted on his left foot, pulling the ball with his right hand. With his back against Wang Yi, he executed a swift turn, finally evading Wang Yi and Oppos' defense. He then entered the paint, performing an exquisite pull-up move in midair to evade Harrell and Oppos' block, effortlessly releasing the shot. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. The elegance and grace of Mitchell's pull-up shot were simply breathtaking, prompting an involuntary cheer from the audience. Yet, as the basketball ascended from Mitchell's fingertips, Wang Yi suddenly emerged from behind, forcefully slapping the ball against the backboard with his left hand. The resounding impact was thunderous. A spectacular block. Even the commentators could not contain their astonishment. Oh my God, what a block. The cheers of nearly 20,000 fans instantly transformed into gasps of disbelief. Some fans began to voice their frustration. Damn it. He ruined Mitchell and Oppos' beautiful shot. Can and Oppos' he refrained from being so infuriating? The Lakers players on the sidelines leaped from their benches in response to Wang Yi's extraordinary block, towels waving enthusiastically. Although the Lakers players were elated, there was no time to celebrate. After receiving the ball, KC swiftly passed it to the advancing Caruso. Caruso surged into the front court, soaring high for a one-handed slam. The deficit shrank to 3 points. The Lakers' previously subdued morale was instantly revitalized by the combination of that emphatic block and the thunderous dunk. Nothing invigorates the spirit more than a defensive counterattack, especially when it is executed against the Jazz's star player, further boosting the team's morale. The camera quickly panned to Jazz head coach Snyder, who was not focused on Caruso, but rather shaking his head in the direction of Wang Yi. I knew it. Whenever he steps onto the court, something troublesome is bound to happen. In the 10-cent NBA live broadcast, Wang Yi observed this scene and couldn't help but smile in delight. I see now. Wang Yi has run out of stamina and cannot score. Yet he compensates with his defense. When offensive efficiency wanes, he exerts himself fully on the defensive end. Wang Ming nodded in agreement. Indeed, Wang Yi's insights are astute. Moreover, Wang Yi's defensive play was a clever strategy. Wang Yi chuckled. You noticed that too? Wang Yi's defense was indeed calculated. With his lateral speed, even during Mitchell's turn, he could have merely stepped back a tad to prevent Mitchell from closing in on him. Then, as he shifted laterally, Mitchell found it exceedingly difficult to bypass him. But what of Wang Yi? He deliberately did not withdraw, preparing himself to pivot and pursue the moment Mitchell passed him. Thus unfolded the spectacular block. Indeed, the situation was as Wang Yi had analyzed. Mitchell on the court sensed that something was amiss, yet it was merely a single play, and he could not quite pinpoint the discrepancy at that moment. In the subsequent play, he dribbled once more, confronting Wang Yi's defense. He lunged forward decisively, then executed a between-the-legs dribble, retreating beyond the three-point line. With a step back, he launched a three-pointer. As an emerging star in the league, Wang Yi had studied Mitchell's game footage countless times. The instant Mitchell performed the between-the-legs dribble, Wang Yi anticipated the step-back shot. He had already advanced a step forward. As Mitchell leaped, Wang Yi mirrored his ascent, extending his left hand to contest the shot. A flicker of surprise crossed Mitchell and Apos' mind. Did this fellow predict my move? He hastily adjusted the arc of his shot and leaned back significantly. After releasing the ball, he tumbled to the ground. Due to the abrupt adjustment midair, his shot was somewhat erratic, striking the rim's edge. A Lakers player seized the rebound and was poised to initiate a fast break. However, at that moment, the referee and Apos' whistle pierced the air. Tweet. The whistle came late but sounded urgent. Lakers players raised their hands in dissatisfaction. The referee gestured to the scorers and Apos' table, indicating Wang Yi's jersey number. Lakers, number 1, 3-point foul. All Lakers players furrowed their brows. At such a critical moment while trailing, the referee had called a 3-point foul. This was devastating. Yet Wang Yi turned, raising his right hand, his index finger tracing circles in the air. He declared, "Coach, we must challenge." The head coach, unable to discern whether Wang Yi had committed a foul, noted Wang Yi and Apos' fervent effort and Mitchell and Apos' fall. In such a scenario, it was challenging to determine. However, upon seeing Wang Yi's resolute gaze, he nodded, called a timeout, and signaled to the head referee for a review. The head referee proceeded to examine the video replay. The large screen on site displayed the footage, revealing that as Wang Yi leaped high, he nearly blocked the ball. Upon landing, he executed a turning motion to avoid contact, completely evading Mitchell. There was no physical contact between them in midair, nor was there any infringement of the vertical cylinder. The referee was compelled to reverse the call, Lakers and Apos' ball. Nevertheless, the Lakers players continued to express their discontent, bewildered by the situation. What was happening? It was utterly baffling. Although the possession was restored, the Lakers lost a critical opportunity for a fast break, as Wang Yi had already surged forward after landing. As Harrell received the ball, it was apparent that he was poised to launch a long pass. If executed, Wang Yi would have an unobstructed layup. However, the referee abruptly nullified the play. In the Tencent NBA live broadcast, the comments section erupted with vitriol directed at the officiating. Incompetent referee. Corrupt official. This guy deserves jail time. Meanwhile, on the court, the Los Angeles Lakers continued their offensive efforts. Wang Yi, having expended considerable energy on defense, stationed himself in the corner, drawing the Utah Jazz's attention. After Caruso's drive was thwarted by Gobert's impenetrable defense, the Jazz took possession. This time, Mitchell refrained from recklessly challenging Wang Yi one-on-one. Instead, he summoned Gobert for a screen. With Gobert's assistance, Mitchell penetrated the paint to score once more. Observing the game clock atop the hoop, Wang Yi noted that only 4 minutes remained, with the Lakers trailing by 5 points. Continuing to challenge Gobert might squander precious opportunities, and with so little time left, he could not afford any missteps. The Lakers found themselves in a scoring predicament. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yi resolved. Utilize the unstoppable breakthrough experience card. Defense is yours. Offense is mine. Beginner unstoppable breakthrough experience card. Success rate for breakthroughs increased to 80. Time limit, 10 minutes. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Wang Yi clenched his fist. Very well. Let us proceed. In the subsequent offensive possession, Wang Yi, who had not previously held the ball, reached out to Caruso for it. Understanding that Wang Yi was poised to make a significant move, Caruso passed the ball without hesitation. At that moment, Mitchell was tasked with guarding Wang Yi. Upon receiving the ball, Wang Yi did not drive towards the basket but instead utilized his explosive lateral movement to swiftly dribble right, creating space between himself and Mitchell. With a feigned three-point attempt, Mitchell rushed into contest, but Wang Yi lowered his head and drove towards the basket. As Gobert approached to defend, Wang Yi gathered the ball and executed a Euro step, gliding past Gobert effortlessly. The lane was devoid of defenders, and Wang Yi, as if entering his own abode, executed a casual layup, reducing the deficit to 3 points. This play ignited the Lakers and Apos' bench, erupting in excitement. The maneuver was exquisite, not overly flamboyant, yet undeniably beautiful. The noise from the Jazz's home crowd diminished in response to this display. Turning back, Wang Yi exchanged high-fives with his teammates, exclaiming, "Defense is yours. Offense is mine." On the court, the 4 players of the Lakers, inspired by Wang Yi's fervor, shouted in unison, "Rest assured. Leave it to us." Under Wang Yi's influence, despite their considerable physical exhaustion, these players persevered, propelled by sheer willpower, relentlessly challenging the Jazz players. This time, after a pick and roll, Mitchell and Apos' mid-range shot missed. Gobert retrieved an offensive rebound, attempting a powerful dunk, only to be thwarted by Pope and Oppos' timely intervention. The Lakers endeavored to initiate a fast break, but the Jazz swiftly retreated on defense. Left with no choice, the Lakers settled into their half-court offense. Admittedly, it was not ideal for their death lineup to be in a half-court setting at this moment. Yet, Wang Yi once again called for the ball. Pope passed it to him, and facing Mitchell, Wang Yi dribbled back a meter to create space. He executed a feint to the right, suddenly dribbling the ball behind his back while stepping left. It appeared he was about to change direction and drive from the left. Mitchell hastily stepped left in response. However, Wang Yi's right hand twisted the ball behind him, allowing him to push off with his left foot and surge towards the paint. By the time Mitchell realized the ruse, it was too late. Gobert lunged to defend the paint once more. Wang Yi dribbled into the key, suddenly taking a jump step to the left. Holding the ball in his right hand, it seemed he was poised for a reverse layup. Gobert, with his long limbs, rushed to block. Yet, Wang Yi pulled the ball back, pivoted on his left foot, and executed a graceful hook shot with his right hand. The basketball sailed over Gobert's head, gently floating into the basket. The elegance of this shot rivaled that of his previous one. The roar of the 20,000 fans in the Jazz and Oppos' home arena diminished slightly. Although the home team trailed significantly, their noise would not wane. However, when the opposing team delivered such spectacular plays, their voices would inevitably soften. Wang Yi's 2 consecutive baskets were undeniably uplifting. Seeing Wang Yi's remarkable scoring, the Lakers players felt invigorated. Indeed, Wang Yi had taken charge of the offense, and they were determined not to hinder his efforts. Consequently, on the defensive end, they intensified their tenacity, with a staggering 88 points scored. The clock showed the final 2 minutes. The score read 115-116, with the Lakers trailing by a single point. The 20,000 fans in attendance were nearly all standing, fully engaged in the game. On the court, the 5 Lakers players were fiercely contesting every move of the Jazz players. Even Harrell, typically not known for his defensive prowess, was battling with Gobert. Embroiled in a near melee in the paint, Mitchell drove into the key, drawing a foul from Harrell. He approached the free throw line, inhaling deeply twice. Yet, his heavy breathing persisted, a consequence of the overwhelming defensive pressure exerted by the Lakers, which he found rather taxing. Exhausted from the exertion, he managed to convert only one of his 2 free throws. The Lakers trailed by 2 points. Turning back, the Lakers initiated their offense. Wang Yi maintained possession at the top of the arc. Mitchell, unable to contain Wang Yi alone, exchanged a knowing glance with Conley. The 2 advanced simultaneously to double-team Wang Yi. Harrell understood that while the offense was entrusted to Wang Yi, it was crucial to prevent him from confronting all 5 players of the Jazz single-handedly. With remarkable speed, he positioned himself to set a screen for Wang Yi. At that moment, Mitchell pursued Wang Yi from Harrell's right, while Conley blocked his path from the left. Wang Yi found himself besieged from the front and pursued from behind. Caught in a dilemma. Nonetheless, he refrained from passing the ball. Instead, he executed a behind-the-back dribble, sending the ball directly through Harrell and Oppos' legs. After bouncing off the floor, it reached behind Harrell, as Wang Yi forcefully maneuvered between Harrell and Conley. Due to the narrow gap, his speed abruptly slowed, and the ball appeared on the brink of slipping from his control. Noticing this, Gobert in the paint perked up, stepping forward and bending down to seize the ball. However, Wang Yi was incredibly swift, deftly tapping the ball just before Gobert could grasp it. The basketball darted through Gobert's legs, landing beneath the basket. Wang Yi then swiftly circled around Gobert, and upon securing the ball, executed a delicate bank shot. The ball swished through the net. The score was tied at 117. This seemingly awkward play was, in fact, more exhilarating than his previous 2 breakthroughs, having navigated through both Harrell and the towering Gobert. The Lakers players were momentarily incredulous. This guy, simply astonishing. The raucous crowd of 20,000 Jazz fans fell nearly silent after that shot. The Lakers players finally felt a breath of relief. At that moment, only a minute and a half remained in the game. The Jazz head coach hastily called his final timeout, visibly agitated. Double team, double team, double team. Once he crosses half court, I want you to trap him. We cannot allow him to penetrate any further. Gobert, you are a 2-time Defensive Player of the Year. I need you to stop him. Gobert, having been outmaneuvered thrice by that player, felt somewhat dejected. I can do it, coach, he responded, his tone strong yet lacking conviction. Deep down, Gobert was also grappling with frustration. That player was brimming with feints, making it nearly impossible to defend against him. As the match reached its climax, one could not help but wonder how he, who had previously been utterly exhausted, suddenly appeared revitalized and full of energy. This defied the laws of science. On the Lakers' side, Wang Yi sat heavily on the bench, his chest heaving like a bellows, struggling for breath, the fire in his throat intensifying. He felt as though he might suffocate. Desperately, he gulped down a bottle of water in an attempt to alleviate the sensation of oxygen deprivation, yet it proved futile. LeBron James, witnessing this scene, was reminded of the times when he single-handedly bore the weight of the Cavaliers, feeling equally drained. A wave of empathy washed over him. Simultaneously, he recalled Coach Liu. After a moment of hesitation, he leaned towards the head coach and whispered, "We still have 2 timeouts left. Shall we call one immediately after this Jazz timeout to give Wang Yi a breather?" Vogel, noticing Wang Yi's pallid complexion, nodded in agreement and proceeded to communicate with the referees. At this stage of the game, his desire to secure a victory had finally surfaced. In the Tencent NBA Live broadcast studio, Wang Ming gripped his pen, struggling to maintain his hold on it. He exclaimed, "This match is indeed brutal." Wang Yi echoed, "Indeed." Who could have predicted that this game without LeBron would be so fiercely contested? Who would have thought that Wang Yi, who appeared spent by the third quarter, would surge forward at such a critical juncture? One could clearly observe his diminishing speed and leaping height. Every gesture conveyed his exhaustion. Nevertheless, against all odds, he managed to thwart Mitchell twice and executed 3 consecutive breakthroughs. This transcended mere athletic prowess. It was a testament to his indomitable willpower. Wang Ming remarked, at this stage, "It is truly a battle of will. It all comes down to who can endure the longest." Fueled by Wang Yi's tenacity, the Lakers players exhibited an inspiring determination to fight for victory until the very last moment. This is the allure of competitive sports. This is the magic of basketball. At that moment, the broadcast displayed Wang Yi's score, 51 points. The trio in the live studio was momentarily stunned before exclaiming in unison, "Oh, Wang Yi has scored 51 points. Incredible, he truly surpassed 50. They could hardly believe it. A Chinese player has indeed achieved over 50 points. The intensity of the match had made them forget this monumental achievement. "Ego, you are eternal." In their excitement, even the host let slip an expletive, employing internet slang in the process. Since Yao Ming and Appo's 41 points, it had been over a decade since a Chinese player had reached 40 points. Yet today, Wang Yi had elevated that record to an astonishing 51 points. Wang Yi was overcome with emotion. As a veteran of basketball for so many years, he had often dreamed of the rise of Chinese players, dreamed of them making it to the NBA and scoring 30 or even 40 points. This was also the aspiration of countless fans across China. Today, Wang Yi has finally realized that dream, and not with 30 or 40 points, but with an astounding 50. The barrage of comments on screen erupted with awe. "Brother Yi has risen. China has risen. Tears of joy. What a euphoric celebration. Do you see? This is the spirit of the Chinese people. How can the critics continue to cast shadows?" At that moment, the long-silent Brother Xiang, Ma Da Xiang, finally chimed in. "Brother Yi, I'm sorry, but today I'm constipated. It seems I won't be able to indulge as I had hoped. Let me just give you a thumbs up." Instantly, the comments turned jovial. Brother Xiang had finally conceded. For Brother Xiang to admit defeat, it would take a pig climbing a tree. "Oh wait, I shouldn't say that. My pig just climbed a tree. It's screaming at the top of its lungs. Brother Xiang, I have some laxative to send your way. We won't ask you to indulge live. Just broadcast your antics while you try to manage your situation." Soon, the timeout came to an end, and the commentators in the live stream fell silent in unison. The tension of the match was palpable, rendering even them momentarily speechless. However, the referee quickly made another hand gesture. The Lakers called for a timeout. The camera panned to Wang Yi of the Lakers. Wang Yi understood immediately and chuckled. The Lakers have called another timeout. Could it be Wang Ming, sharing an unspoken connection, laughed heartily. This must surely be LeBron and Appo's idea, as he has done this before. Last time, it was the Cavaliers who called 2 timeouts to let him rest. This time, the Lakers are leveraging the Jazz's timeout to give Wang Yi a breather. I must say, this is much smarter than Coach Liu. 2 minutes later, the timeout concluded. Wang Ming wiped the sweat from his palms with a tissue and declared, "In this final moment of battle, let us witness the birth of a miracle for Chinese players in the NBA." As the ball crossed the baseline, the time read, 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. The score was tied at 117. The Energy Solutions arena fell silent. Not a single fan remained seated. They were all anxiously standing. They alternated between glancing at the scoreboard on the large screen and observing the players who had taken the court. In such a highly charged atmosphere, even in their home arena, the tension was almost suffocating. The Jazz initiated the out-of-bounds play. After receiving the ball, Mitchell intended to advance, but Caruso shadowed him closely, constantly shifting and making physical contact with Mitchell. Such a defense is not intended to force Mitchell into mistakes. Rather, it aims to unsettle him and disrupt his rhythm. When Mitchell advanced to the front court, he continued to seek a pick-and-roll. However, the already present Drummond was entangled with Gobert, preventing Gobert from stepping up to set the screen. Despite attempting the pick-and-roll strategy 3 consecutive times, the Lakers and Oppos, 5 players defended tenaciously, tightly clogging the positions. Their tactics consistently faltered. Ultimately, with just 4 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Mitchell passed the ball to Conley. Suddenly, he executed a backdoor cut and sprinted swiftly beyond the three-point line. Caruso, caught off guard by this maneuver, was left trailing by 2 meters. Conley then returned the ball to Mitchell. With the ball in hand, facing Drummond's defensive assistance, Mitchell launched a high-arching floater, successfully scoring. This moment ignited the entire arena. The energy at the Energy Solutions arena erupted. MVP, MVP, MVP. The audience resounded in unison with chants of MVP, the overwhelming noise crashing down like a massive wave, instilling great intimidation in the Lakers players. In this critical moment, Mitchell had secured a pivotal basket. He was indeed their MVP. Mitchell raised his right index finger towards the sky. To be frank, this shot carried an element of luck. In the absence of a well-executed play, he and Conley had improvised a connection. Yet, luck is also a facet of skill. Turning back to the Lakers' offense, the Jazz were tightly marking Wang Yi. As Wang Yi crossed the half-court line, 2 Jazz players were poised to trap him. The Lakers were unable to pass the ball to Wang Yi and resorted to Schroeder organizing the attack. This time, Schroeder was quite assertive. With a mid-range jumper, he scored 2 points, leveling the score. Returning to the Jazz, Conley managed to isolate Pope and hit a back-to-the-basket jumper. With only 45 seconds remaining, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 2 points. At this juncture, Wang Yi, upon reaching the front court, neither sought the ball nor positioned himself at the three-point line. Instead, he trudged with heavy steps, continuously running off screens. At this moment, his body felt utterly drained, as if all strength had been siphoned away. He was running solely on sheer willpower. The Lakers players fervently set screens for Wang Yi. After 5 successive screens, Wang Yi finally received the ball at the right baseline in a mid-range position. He picked up the ball to shoot. Gobert rushed towards him. However, Wang Yi knew that with scarcely any power left in his body, his shooting percentage from that distance would significantly diminish. Even with a 70 mid-range shooting accuracy, he could not guarantee that the shot would land. In that crucial moment, failure was not an option. Thus, he merely executed a ball-lifting motion, intending to deceive Gobert and penetrate the lane for a score. However, Gobert, a 2-time Defensive Player of the Year, possessed his own unique prowess. Having been outmaneuvered by Wang Yi on several occasions prior, he had learned from his mistakes. As he lunged forward, he refrained from leaping and instead took small, measured steps, completely positioning himself to obstruct Wang Yi. Should Wang Yi attempt to traverse the upper route, 2 Jazz players would immediately converge to double-team him. If he chose the baseline, apologies. But that route was entirely sealed off. The only way he could escape was by stepping out of bounds. With a mere 3 seconds remaining on the Lakers and Oppos shot clock, the situation was critical. The Lakers and Oppos bench players watched Wang Yi with bated breath. In that fleeting moment, Wang Yi had no time to ponder. With his left hand, he swiftly maneuvered the ball around Gobert's waist, sending it behind him. Upon noticing this, the 2 Jazz players on the perimeter hastily attempted to close in. Yet, Wang Yi did not take the upper route. Instead, he executed a sudden lateral shift to the right, propelled by his explosive agility, darting past Gobert and leaping back into the court. Just before the ball could escape the baseline, he skillfully retrieved it. A perfect separation of man and ball. Gobert, upon regaining his composure, was seething with anger. Being outplayed was one thing, but being outmaneuvered in such a manner was an utter humiliation. This was not the first time he had faced such disgrace. He quickly pivoted and extended his long arm, resembling a towering tree reaching out with its withered branches to block Wang Yi and Oppos' imminent layup. Yet, Wang Yi had anticipated this move. With a deft pull-up, he evaded Gobert's block and, from the opposite side, executed a reverse layup, effortlessly sinking the ball. The score was now tied at 121 to 121. The Lakers bench erupted in exuberance once more. Oh my God! Oh my God! Incredible, simply breathtaking. A perfect execution, a flawless maneuver. LeBron observed Wang Yi on the court, his eyes reflecting the shadow of Wade from years past. The Energy Solutions arena fell completely silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Wang Yi scanned the crowd, particularly locking eyes with the father and son duo who had been vocally deriding him. A surge of bravado filled his heart. He raised his right hand to his ear, mimicking the iconic listening gesture made by Kobe during his game winner against the Suns and by Iverson against the Wizards. However, while Kobe's gesture was an invitation to the home crowd's cheers, the gestures of Iverson and Wang Yi were made in enemy territory, laced with a provocative undertone. Is this not the infamous home court? Is this not the loudest arena in the league? Where's the sound now? The 20,000 fans present witnessed the provocation of the Lakers and Oppo's #1 player. They exchanged glances, yet none dared to utter a retort. After scoring a staggering 53 points, he executed a series of 4 breathtakingly audacious drives, turning the tide of the game. The spectators found themselves at a loss for words, unable to conjure any insults fitting for such a player. A father and son duo stood in stunned silence, their popcorn cascading to the ground, oblivious to their surroundings as they fixated on the grand screen showcasing Wang Yi's mesmerizing moves. They were reluctant to acknowledge the truth. Yet they had no choice but to concede. That damned basket was simply exquisite. Years later, Wang Yi and Oppo's gesture of cupping his ear, akin to the iconic listening poses of Allen Iverson and Kobe Bryant, would be immortalized as one of the classic moments in NBA history. Gobert looked up at the screen replaying Wang Yi's recent maneuver, astonished that the player had indeed evaded him by stepping out of bounds. However, the game was far from over. With no timeouts remaining, the Jazz hurriedly prepared for a swift inbounds play, eager to capitalize on a fast break. Yet, as Mitchell advanced the ball, he was taken aback to see Wang Yi already back on defense. Damn, how could this guy be so fast? Mitchell cursed internally. After crossing half court, he reluctantly decided to halt his advance and organize a proper attack. Give me the ball, too. 0, he instructed as he dribbled forward. Noting that Wang Yi had already positioned himself inside the three-point line, thwarting any chance for a quick strike. He contemplated challenging Wang Yi one-on-one. But the thought of the player and Oppo's frightening lateral speed made him reconsider. Should he fail to score and incur an offensive foul, it would be a costly mistake. It was wiser to wait for Gobert and Oppo's return and pursue a pick-and-roll strategy, which had a higher success rate. Once all the Jazz players regrouped, Mitchell aimed to execute a pick-and-roll with Gobert. However, at this juncture of the game, the Lakers were resolutely focused on Mitchell, sending 2 defenders to relentlessly pursue him, making even passing exceedingly challenging. After 2 failed attempts, on his 3rd try, he finally spotted an opening. Following the screen, he managed to thread the ball through a narrow gap toward Gobert. Gobert, fueled by frustration, felt a surge of adrenaline upon seeing the ball approaching. If he could secure it, he would have an unguarded opportunity to dunk. Just then, an unexpected hand shot out like a phantom, swatting at the ball. This hand was neither fair-skinned nor dark-skinned, but rather a rare hue in the league. Yellow. With a soft thud, the hand failed to grasp the ball but altered its trajectory. The basketball bounced off Gobert's wrist and flew out of bounds. The crowd erupted in gasps of disbelief. Oh no, the Jazz have faltered. At such a crucial moment, the Jazz have made an error that is utterly unacceptable to the 20,000 fans present. Damn it, referee. Gobert, are you in a daze? This wretched Eastern player is nothing short of a demon. They unleashed their wrath upon the officials, their own players, and the opponents, without a trace of mercy. Such is the nature of the fans in Salt Lake City. With a mere 18 seconds remaining and the score tied at 121, the Lakers coach has utilized his final timeout. This serves 2 purposes: to orchestrate an offensive strategy and to provide Wang Yi a moment to catch his breath. At that moment, Wang Yi, after being substituted, slumped onto the bench, his pallor strikingly alarming. Beads of sweat, as large as peas, cascaded from his forehead and body. Bowing his head, each breath seemed to consume the last remnants of his strength. A droplet of sweat quivered on the tip of his nose, refracting the arena and Oppo's light. With a soft thud, it fell to the ground, shattering upon impact. His hair, thoroughly soaked, stood upright like the quills of a porcupine. LeBron James and Vogel flanked him, resting their hands on his shoulders. Wong, how are you holding up? LeBron's voice was tinged with concern. Even he felt the weight of the game. Wang Yi, seemingly gasping for air, took a full half-minute before responding, I'm fine. Vogel sighed softly and said, Wong, for the final play, just give me the ball. Exhausted to the point of near collapse, Wang Yi, upon hearing the coach and Oppo's words, abruptly turned to face him. At this juncture in the match, he was utterly engrossed. The last time he uttered such a phrase, it was with a tone of negotiation. However, this time, his voice bore a resolute conviction. Clearly, he was not Kobe. With his current standing within the team, he lacked the authority to demand such a thing. The coach, in this moment, was more rational, adept at grasping the rhythm of the game, able to view the situation more clearly than the fervent Wang Yi. Yet, in his fervor, Wang Yi could no longer concern himself with such considerations. He had already scored 4 consecutive points, and this final shot was paramount. No matter what, he must succeed. So, give me that damn ball. Beside him, LeBron observed the nearly exhausted Wang Yi, and his mind drifted to the memory of a man consumed by an almost obsessive desire for victory. In the clutch moments, that man would assert, give me that damned ball, regardless of whether the outcome was triumph or defeat. He would take it upon himself to conclude the game. This, indeed, embodies the Mamba mentality. In the final moments, James played with greater rationality, edging closer to victory. In contrast, that man played with unbridled passion, embodying heroism. Now, the essence of that man lingered vividly within this player from Huaxia. James experienced a fleeting moment of distraction. After a brief pause, he turned to his coach and nodded gently. Head coach Vogel, known for his open-minded approach, observed the unfolding scene. At this juncture, Wang Yi had scored 4 consecutive times. His offensive efficiency akin to the terrifying prowess described in a Huaxia web novel. Perhaps entrusting the ball to Wang Yi was indeed the wisest choice. Simultaneously, the Jazz coach was instructing his players, if number 1 has the ball, feign a double team to prompt him to pass it out. However, you must not truly commit to the double team. In such critical moments, should you genuinely double team, Wang Yi will make the pass, leaving the Jazz players in a 3-on-4 predicament. We cannot afford to grant the Lakers such an opportunity. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in a luxurious apartment in New York, Durant once again hurled his game controller into the sofa, indulging in another glass of red wine. The bearded player on the bed pointed at the television screen. There are 18 seconds left, and the score is tied. Durant turned to the large screen. The bearded player grinned and asked, "Kevin, how do you think the Lakers will handle this final possession?" Durant poured himself another glass of red wine. "I do not know how they will manage it, but if it were me, I would take a jump shot." The most lethal game winner often comes from the simplest of shooting techniques. The Grim Reaper does not require flamboyance. On the court, both teams returned to their positions. 20,000 spectators rose in unison. Time, 18 seconds remaining. Score, 121 to 121. The Lakers were on the attack. KCB inbound the ball. Wang Yi received the pass. Surprising the Jazz players, who had not anticipated him advancing with the ball, he had rarely done so before. Hesitation gripped them as they deliberated whether to double team in the Lakers and Oppo's backcourt. It was this very hesitation that allowed Wang Yi to accelerate into the front court. They hurried to catch up. As Wang Yi reached the front court, only 12 seconds remained. He did not rush his attack. Mitchell and Conley approached, seemingly preparing to double team. Wang Yi executed a one-handed fake pass, having no intention of actually passing. It was merely a ruse to disorient his opponents. As anticipated, Conley swiftly retreated to guard Caruso. At that moment, Wang Yi suddenly surged forward, accelerating and pivoting right, eluding Mitchell and driving towards the free throw line. This time, Gobert approached cautiously to provide support, positioning well. While simultaneously preventing Wang Yi from being bypassed, he must also guard against being outmaneuvered. Realizing he could not break through, Wang Yi gathered the ball with his right hand. However, Gobert had already closed in, leaving him no space to shoot. Observing Gobert and Oppo's high stance, a spark of inspiration struck Wang Yi. With both hands, he feigned a pass to the right. The moment Gobert relaxed, Wang Yi suddenly lifted his hand and tossed the ball high towards the backboard. This was not a conventional shooting posture. Gobert, puzzled, wondered what this player was up to. Yet at that instant, Wang Yi sprang into action, gliding past Gobert and penetrating the paint. Conley, quick to react, noticed Wang Yi and Oppo's intention as he sent the ball soaring towards the backboard. Wang Yi was poised for a self-alley-oop. Without hesitation, Conley rushed behind Gobert, blocking Wang Yi and Oppo's path, determined not to let him succeed. Do not worry. This match is indeed lengthy, but the next chapter will conclude it. I promise future matches will not be this extensive. While I find great enjoyment in writing at length, I understand it can be tiring for you to read. A self-alley-oop to seal the game. Conley, witnessing Wang Yi's high toss towards the backboard and his circumvention of Gobert, discerned his intent. The spectators held their breath, a palpable tension enveloping the arena. Over 20,000 pairs of eyes were fixated on the unfolding drama. Jazz head coach Snyder felt a tightening in his chest, akin to a belt constricting his heart. Clenching his fists, he appeared to wish to tear free from that suffocating grip. Lakers players, too, were breathless, as were millions watching from screens across the globe. Wang Meng gripped his pen so tightly it threatened to snap, while Yang Yi's gaze pierced the screen as if to penetrate it. Mena, anxiously clenching her fists, had her dimples stiffened by the overwhelming tension. In the arena, Conley anticipated Wang Yi's self-alley-oop. He quickly positioned himself behind Gobert, turning his back to Wang Yi, blocking his path while preparing to seize the rebound as the ball descended. A fleeting sense of triumph flickered in his mind. Finally, he had seen through Wang Yi and Oppo's ploy. Yet, an unsettling premonition washed over him. In the next heartbeat, darkness loomed overhead. A violet figure soared from behind him, leaping high. The basketball, having struck the backboard, remained aloft, but this player soared above him, effortlessly snatching the descending ball with outstretched fingers, reminiscent of a dragon and Oppo's claw. With a thunderous roar, the basketball was forcefully thrust into the hoop. In that moment, silence enveloped the arena. If previously Wang Yi and Oppo's self-alley-oop had rendered the energy solutions arena enveloped in silence. Then at this moment, the arena is utterly still, deathly quiet. A vacuum of sound, not merely a silencer for the visiting team, but an extractor of air itself. It seems as though Wang Yi has completely siphoned the atmosphere from the energy solutions arena, rendering sound incapable of traversing within its confines. A self-alley-oop. And what a spectacular one. Even the commentators on site are momentarily stunned into silence. In the Tencent NBA live broadcast, both Wang Ming and Yang Yi are wide-eyed. Their faces flushed, shattering their tablets in disbelief. "Oh, heavens above!" The two exclaim in unison, their voices cracking. If they were to shout calories at this moment, it would surely eclipse any mention of Yang Xiaoyu. A self-alley-oop. An alley-oop over Mike Conley. Good heavens, is this even human? I find myself at a loss for words to articulate my current emotions. My vocabulary is simply inadequate. In this moment, he is a hero, the MVP. A man of divine prowess. The barrage of comments on the screen has exploded into a frenzy. Amidst a cascade of sixes, the first to leap forth is Ma Daxiang. "Ego, I'm in awe. Just wait, I shall perform a split while dribbling." But soon, Yang Yi interjects, "Hold on. The Jazz still have 4 seconds on the shot clock. The Lakers must retreat." Wang Ming, unable to contain his excitement, speaks at a rapid-fire pace. His voice booming far beyond normal volume, but the Jazz Haven T called a timeout. They must quickly inbound the ball. The Lakers need to fall back. Caruso, too, has reacted, sprinting towards the backcourt. Positioned closest to the midline, he is the first to return to defense. Wang Yi swiftly approaches Mitchell, aiming to disrupt his dribble and long pass. With no space for a lengthy pass, Mitchell attempts to elude Wang Yi with sheer speed. In fact, he successfully bypasses Wang Yi. Just past the midcourt, seeing 3 Lakers converging upon him, he quickly adopts a horseback shooting stance, pushing the ball forward. The basketball arcs through the air in a breathtaking trajectory. Though merely a second has passed, it feels as if a century has unfolded. All eyes are fixated on the orange sphere soaring through the air. With a magnificent arc reminiscent of a rainbow, it descends towards the hoop. Thud, the sound of the ball striking the iron reverberates. The rim rejects the basketball and Oppo's earnest plea, shutting its door to the forlorn sphere. In its disappointment, the basketball ricochets high into the air. The backboard signals a warning to the ball, illuminating a red light. In despair, the basketball plummets to the ground, bouncing feebly, akin to the pitiful groan of a heartbroken soul. The final whistle resounded, irrevocably sealing the fate of basketball. "You are unworthy." 123-121. The Lakers triumph. In this moment, countless Jazz fans before their screens lamented in despair, while millions of Lakers supporters embraced in jubilation. Li Fei, "My ego has made a clutch shot." Li Fei, "Look quickly, my ego has made a clutch shot." In a university dormitory, Wang Zhixing held Li Fei's head, shaking it incessantly. "Wang Zhixing, stop it. You're going to make my head fall off." Yet, Wang Zhixing remained unperturbed. "As long as my chest stays intact, it's fine." In a nearby community, Xiaoke leaped from his chair in exhilaration. "Ego, I love you. Ego, I adore you." The neighbor across the hall, hearing Xiaoke's exuberance, pondered, "Doesn't this guy have a wife? Is he cheating?" At a high school in the city, Wang Jianhua clenched his fists tightly, pounding them against the armrest of his chair. Once a professional player, it had been his dream to enter the NBA. Now, not only had his son fulfilled that dream, but he had also transformed it into something dazzling and magnificent, stirring moisture in his eyes. He glanced at the phone on the table beside him. Never one to initiate contact with his son, he felt an unexpected urge to call him. In the Tencent live stream, Mena beamed sweetly, her dimples resembling delicious bursts of wine, rich, fragrant, and sweet. Yang Yi and Wang Ming, akin to having just downed a bottle of beer, reveled in the moment. Absolutely spectacular. Truly remarkable. Who could have anticipated that, after nearly exhausting every effort, Wang Yi would leap so high for a breathtaking dunk at the last moment? It defied all expectations. Yang Yi shook his head in disbelief as he spoke. Wang Ming observed Wang Yi's stats on screen. 55 points, along with a self-assisted clutch dunk. "A miracle. We have truly witnessed the birth of a miracle," Yang Yi remarked. "I believe from this day forth, every coach in the league, aside from those from the Lakers, will place Wang Yi on their blacklist. Those who previously claimed not to know him have now witnessed what genuine explosiveness looks like. Such an extraordinary scoring prowess, such imaginative maneuvers, it is impossible not to take notice." Wang Ming, overwhelmed with emotion, felt tears welling at the corners of his eyes. A surge of pride swelling within him. Who says we Chinese cannot play basketball? Who says only towering centers can establish themselves in the NBA? Our guards can do it too. At that moment, the camera focused on Wang Yi, who lay sprawled in a T-shape at center court. Under the gaze of 20,000 spectators, his chest heaving as if he had just plowed 3 acres of land. His complexion was as pale as parchment. Yet a smile struggled to manifest upon his face. His gaze was fixed upon the lights adorning the dome above, and within his pupils danced reflections of resplendent brilliance. The players of the Lakers surged forward, eager to celebrate atop Wang Yi. However, both James and Gasol intervened, stating, "He is utterly exhausted. He requires rest." The Lakers players paused in surprise, then gradually retreated a few steps. James noticed that staff members had approached the sidelines, prepared for the post-game interviews. He swiftly halted one of them, communicating, "He is too fatigued. Could we possibly cancel his interview, or perhaps postpone it?" To deny Wang Yi the opportunity for an interview seemed to lack respect. It is important to recognize how many players within the league aspire to such post-game interviews. Yet how few are actually afforded the chance. Nonetheless, James understood that Wang Yi would encounter numerous such interviews in the future. What he needed most at this moment was repose. The staff member shook his head, apologizing, "I'm sorry, but this is a directive from above, and I am powerless to change it." In previous times, James would have received greater consideration from the staff. However, the old king's reign was waning, and the league sought to elevate new faces. Consequently, the old king and Apos' influence had diminished significantly. A wave of melancholy swept through James as he hesitated momentarily before asserting, "Then, let him lie down for the interview." His tone had taken on a firmer edge. Lying down was the quickest method to recover his strength. The staff member, albeit reluctant to continually oppose the old king, ultimately conceded, stating, "Let me consult with my superiors." A renewed sense of sorrow washed over James. Yet he nodded in acquiescence. "Go ahead." Thus, a minute later, an unprecedented scene unfolded before millions of viewers, the first and perhaps only instance in NBA history of an interview conducted while lying down. This moment would later be immortalized as a classic in the chronicles of the NBA. In the Energy Solutions arena, after a prolonged silence, Jazz fans began to vacate the premises. The outcome of the game left them with a nauseating sense, as if they had swallowed a dead fly. Particularly the Lakers' number one, with his last-minute, desperate five-shot sequence, was truly a dagger to the heart. The father and son exchanged one final glance at the Chinese player lying in the center of the court, shaking their heads in resignation before silently departing. The remaining half-empty bucket of popcorn lost its allure and was discarded upon the seat. Yet, on the side of the Chinese fans, nearly all remained glued to their screens. As they all knew, the remarkable E, who had scored over 50 points in the game, was certain to be subjected to a post-match interview. They were eager to hear what he had to say. Shortly, a beautiful ESPN reporter, Rachel, approached, with cascading golden waves of hair and clad in a fitted short dress. It was undoubtedly inconvenient for her to crouch down for the interview. Thus, she knelt, pressing down her skirt with her left hand, all the while wearing a professional smile. One must admit that these ESPN reporters exemplify professionalism. Despite the circumstances, Rachel seemed utterly unfazed. Although her smile was one of professionalism, it radiated warmth. She posed her first question to E. "I apologize, Wong, for interrupting your rest. You appear quite fatigued." Heaving heavily, he slowly closed his eyelids in response. He was simply too exhausted to utter a single word. Rachel continued, "I am incredibly grateful that you are still willing to partake in my interview. Now for the first question. Today marks your first time scoring 50 points, and it is also a historic moment for a player from Huaxia in the NBA. How do you feel about this achievement?" He remained breathless, yet his mind was racing. The reporter's inquiry was a rare, benign one. He managed to muster a faint smile and replied, "It feels fantastic. Truly wonderful." Rachel nodded and asked, for the second question, "Your final 5 consecutive shots were absolutely stunning, nothing short of art. How did you achieve that?" Clearly, this question posed no issues. He merely pointed to his head and uttered a single word, inspiration. In that fleeting moment, there was no time for contemplation. It was all driven by a sudden spark of genius. Thus, the final moments unfolded like a masterpiece in those 5 decisive shots. He then added, "In fact, I learned from Master Ma." "Who is Master Ma?" Rachel inquired, bewildered. He took a breath and responded, "The founder of the Lightning 5 Whips. The ancestor of transition and delivery, the ultimate master of not missing opportunities." Rachel remained perplexed. Meanwhile, in the Tencent live broadcast, Yang Yi, Wang Ming, and Mana were already in fits of laughter. Wang Ming translated E and Apos' words, and the comments section erupted with joy. "So that is it. E and Apos' skills are inherited from Master Ma. Ma Babu in the NBA. It seems he has truly grasped the essence. Our E is indeed a remarkable talent. Much love for E." The female reporter appeared utterly bewildered, poor thing, as laughter echoed around. Rachel was indeed at a loss. What on earth was the Lightning 5 Whips? And what did transition and delivery even mean? What on earth does it mean that there was no flash of inspiration? Damn, I did not prepare adequately. It seems I should familiarize myself more with the culture of Huaxia in the future. Nevertheless, despite the awkwardness, she managed to mask it with a beaming smile. She proceeded to pose the third question. In the third quarter, it appeared that your stamina was completely depleted. Clearly, you were playing through sheer willpower afterward. What motivated you to persist until the very end of the match? Wang Yi pondered for a moment. This question was still without a trap. He laboriously lifted his right hand, examining his palm. He then turned his hand over to scrutinize the back, saying, "Do you see? Yellow skin." Rachel nodded, though somewhat puzzled. Wang Yi then pointed to his eyes, stating, "Black eyes." Rachel seemed to grasp a fragment of understanding. Taking a breath, Wang Yi continued, "I simply wish to demonstrate that individuals of Asian descent can also establish their presence in the NBA, and they too can score impressively." Upon hearing this, Rachel appeared somewhat moved. It was well known that the patriotism of the Huaxia people far surpassed that of Western nations, and Wang Yi exemplified this notion. In the Tencent NBA live broadcast, the comments section erupted once more. Much love for brotherly. Truly deserving of being a Huaxia person. No regrets in this life for being Huaxia. On site, after Wang Yi completed the interview, LeBron and Caruso lifted him up. None of the other Lakers players returned to the locker room early. They were all waiting for Wang Yi. To be honest, this match was almost solely won through Wang Yi and Appos' efforts. Without him, this game, which was initially intended to be strategically forfeited, could never have reached such a level. Upon returning to the locker room, Wang Yi first took a bath. While he soaked, LeBron had Caruso stand guard nearby, fearing that Wang Yi might collapse from exhaustion. After bathing, LeBron pushed Wang Yi into a cryogenic chamber filled with liquid nitrogen. After 5 minutes, Wang Yi felt some strength returning to his nearly depleted body. Half an hour later, the Lakers players boarded the airport bus, as they had a back-to-back game the following day. Everyone was exhausted. But such is the reality of the NBA. The long, grueling 82-game regular season, coupled with endless away trips, drained both their bodies and minds. By the time the playoffs commenced, players would be utterly fatigued, both physically and mentally. In such circumstances, any player who could still deliver remarkable performances in the playoffs would undoubtedly prove their abilities far exceed those of ordinary players. The airplane soared above the dark clouds. The cabin was enveloped in silence. Some players were listening to music, others watching movies, and a few engaged in quiet conversations. Wang Yi, however, had already succumbed to a deep slumber. In the realm of dreams, a faint, sweet smile graced his weary visage, heralding the commencement of his legendary journey. In a luxurious New York apartment, the bearded gentleman savored a glass of red wine, relishing the recent match. He remarked, "We must remain vigilant regarding this player from Huaxia." Durant resumed the game, his fingers dancing deftly over the controller, retorting, "It was merely a 50-point game." On January 26th, "We shall show him what a true scoring machine is." The bearded man grinned widely, revealing his pearly whites amidst his facial hair. "Arn and Appos, to you the Grim Reaper?" Durant shook his head, responding, "Even the Grim Reaper can be a scoring machine." As he maneuvered James in the game, he executed a powerful dunk, toppling the A-game Durant. In a fit of frustration, he kicked his chair over and cursed, "Damn LeBron, will you never grow old?" Meanwhile, as the Lakers flew to their next destination, far across the ocean in Huaxia, platforms such as Hupu, Tencent, and Jibua erupted with fervor. Headlines like "Scoring 55 points, Igu rises," and "55 points. A true single-game scoring performance, Igu ascends to glory" proliferated, while others declared, "Apologies to Mitchell and Gobert. This night belongs to me," and visitor and Appos' silence. How Wang Yi conquered the devil and Appos' home court. Reports spread like wildfire across the internet. Basketball commentator Yang Yi's microblog update read, "Tears of joy." Wang Ming's update proclaimed, "We witnessed this moment. A Huaxia player scored over 50 points in the NBA. Huaxia basketball is truly on the rise." Su Kun's microblog post predicted, "This is bound to trend. It will definitely trend." As anticipated, by the afternoon, the microblog trending list was updated. The top trending topic was, "Wang Yi scores 55 points," followed by Wang Yi and Appos' incredible dunk and Wang Yi and Appos' 5 consecutive fatal strikes against the Jazz. Su Kun was indeed correct. Though he could not have foreseen that Wang Yi would not only trend but also occupy 3 slots in the top 10, claiming both the first and second positions, overshadowing numerous celebrity figures. This was undoubtedly a breakout moment. However, unlike the illustrious Yao Ming, who entered the NBA as the first overall pick, Wang Yi was merely a second-round selection. Thus, his entry, while generating a stir in Huaxia, resonated primarily within basketball circles. Many who had little interest in basketball remained oblivious to Wang Yi's identity. A girl with vibrant red hair, lazily sucking on a lollipop, glanced at the trending topics and muttered, "What is this nonsense?" Then, beneath the trending topic, a comment appeared. "What on earth is today's trending search? How is it that my Lu fan has been pushed to 3rd place?" However, as soon as this comment was posted, a torrent of fans surged in. Compared to Yi Ge, Lu Fan is utterly insignificant. Yi Ge is a true man, while Lu Fan is effeminate. He rushes to the hospital for a mere scraped hand. Is there truly any comparison to be made? Does Yi Ge even know if you are of Huaxia descent? The red-haired girl scrolled through the comments, feeling as though she had stirred up trouble. Nevertheless, she stubbornly pouted. Why should it be this way? Our Lu Fan works so hard and is so dedicated. He memorizes his lines himself and is so frugal, only needing a mere 1,000 yuan for daily meals. He arrives on set punctually every day, rarely late. Lu Fan is the best. While you may not be fond of him, you cannot disparage our Lu Fan. Simultaneously, news of Wang Yi and Appos' astonishing 55-point performance flooded WeChat moments. Tencent News, and even the long-dormant NBA section of Central Sports. The planners of Tencent Video's NBA segment unanimously decided to launch a dedicated Yi Ge section. Riding the wave of Wang Yi's remarkable scoring spree, they anticipated a substantial influx of traffic. As for their previous concerns that Wang Yi's bold claims might incite viewer discontent, forget it. He had already scored over 50 points. What harm is there in boasting a little? After all, LeBron had once claimed he would bring 7 championships to the South Coast. Tracy McGrady had asserted they would return. None of their grandiose statements bore fruit. So what is the harm in Wang Yi making a few boasts? Xiaoke produced 2 videos today, one capturing Wang Yi's entire 55-point game, and another highlighting his 5 consecutive critical shots in the final moments. Upon uploading these 2 videos, the statistics surged dramatically. Xiaoke found it hard to believe, especially with the first video, which garnered over 20,000 likes and 4,000 comments within just an hour, and the numbers were still climbing. This time, he was genuinely going to achieve fame. Xiaoke spread his fingers wide, pushing his hair back. Even now, he found it hard to accept. As if caught in a dream, he had already decided against driving for Didi this afternoon. Simply observing these skyrocketing statistics promised a substantial income for the day. Would it surpass 500? No, perhaps 1,000, or even 1,500. Yi Ge, you truly are my fortune bringer. In truth, it was just Xiaoke's video statistics that soared. Across platforms like Douyin, Kuaishou, and others, whether in video, text, or images. Anything related to Wang Yi experienced exponential growth in views. Wang Yi and Appos' single game today brought 5-fold, 10-fold, and even 20-fold returns to countless individuals. The mimic emperor of Huaxia naturally emulated Wang Yi's 2 consecutive dunks in the final desperate 5-hit combo. Nearby, the actor began to angrily slam the tactical board once again. The view count of this video surged to 7 times higher than before. Observing the seemingly rocket-like ascent of the data, the mimic emperor felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After the match concluded, Yu reported that the sports news was promptly updated. At the outset, Su Jingyu refrained from speaking immediately, instead opting to smile, an awkward smile. My apologies, I and Appos' been proven wrong once again. Previously, I stated that Wang Yi and Appos' ceiling was that of a quality 3D player with no ball handling ability. It seems I was overly hasty in my judgment. In today's game, Wang Yi made us realize that besides his 3D attributes, he possesses exceptional ball handling and driving skills. Additionally, he demonstrated the ability to draw out taller opponents after screens, much like Chris Paul. His final desperate 5-hit combo was replete with imagination and creativity, providing a true visual delight. Yet, what moved people the most was his indomitable spirit. From the very beginning, it was evident that when LeBron was absent, the entire Lakers team had strategically conceded, except for Wang Yi. Through his performance, with every defensive play and offensive drive, he showcased his unwavering determination to win. Almost single-handedly, he captivated the 20,000 spectators at the devilish home court. With such skills and such willpower, his potential is exceedingly high. Just how high? It could easily reach 5 or 6 stories. After sharing these thoughts, Su Jingyu took a sip of water and scrolled through his phone. A netizen inquired who was stronger, Yi Ge or Curry. To be frank, Curry still reigns supreme. The once formidable Curry Day instilled fear in a multitude of stars across the league. However, Wang Yi has yet to reach that echelon. He scored 55 points, but this was merely his first time exceeding 50. Curry, too, has achieved the 50-point mark. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Curry has participated in multiple finals, while Wang Yi, that number stands at 0. He has even grazed the playoffs, rendering any comparison moot. Ultimately, he concluded, for Wang Yi to surpass Curry, I believe, at this moment, the possibility remains unseen. In the following 3 days, the Lakers participated in 2 matches. In these games, the coach, considering Wang Yi's stamina, opted not to start him. Particularly in the back-to-back against the Grizzlies, Wang Yi was limited to just 10 minutes of play. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Grizzlies but succumbed to the struggling Rockets. Losing a match that should have been won was indeed frustrating. However, overall, the Lakers emerged victorious in 6 out of 7 games during this road trip. With a remarkable record of 9 wins in the last 10, their ranking finally surpassed the Trailblazers, placing them 6th in the Western Conference. Victory over the Nets. On January 23rd, the Lakers returned to Los Angeles. After a grueling 7-game road trip, the team felt utterly fatigued. Upon exiting the airport, the players disbanded, each heading to their respective homes. Wang Yi, whose mother resided far away in China, had no option to return to her. He planned to rest for a day before renting an apartment. With some funds now at his disposal, he felt it was time to cease imposing on the Caruso family. LeBron James, understanding Wang Yi and Appo's predicament, warmly extended an invitation. I have already arranged for someone to help you find an apartment nearby the training facility. Additionally, I have secured a personal trainer and nutritionist who will be arriving in Los Angeles shortly. For tonight, you can stay at my home so that the doctor can examine your wrist and ascertain its recovery. Feeling a modicum of gratitude, Wang Yi replied, "Thank you." LeBron added, "By the way, you don't have any transportation yet, do you? Should I cover the costs and buy you a car?" Wang Yi quickly shook his head. "No. Thank you." LeBron and Appo's choices tended towards luxury vehicles, and such an advance could easily amount to several $100,000. While LeBron had gifted cars to others, Wang Yi was aware that, provided he avoided significant injuries, he would not lack for luxury vehicles in the future. Thus, he politely declined LeBron and Appo's generous offer, saying, however, "If you could assist me in acquiring a BYD hybrid car, I would be immensely grateful. If the apartment is close to the training center, there is no need for a purely gasoline vehicle. A hybrid would be quite economical. The electric vehicles from BYD, particularly with their blade battery technology, are quite impressive. Moreover, being domestically produced, I believe it would suit my needs perfectly. It's quite challenging to find domestic cars in Los Angeles, so I must turn to you for assistance." LeBron patted Wang Yi on the chest, reassuring him, "Don't worry, I've got this." Subsequently, Wang Yi followed LeBron to his grand 500-square-meter mansion in Los Angeles, which offered a panoramic view of the cityscape. The luxurious residence boasted an outdoor swimming pool, a sky garden, a lounge, a media room, a cigar room, a wine cellar, a gym, and several tasting areas, featuring 6 bedrooms and 10 bathrooms. Although it was not Wang Yi's first visit, each time he marveled, shaking his head in disbelief at the sheer opulence. Riding in LeBron and Appo's vibrant orange Jeep Wrangler, they entered the mansion. Upon reaching the living room, LeBron's personal doctor was already waiting. "Wong, let me examine your right hand," the doctor, typically reserved and direct in his speech, stated. The three of them settled into the living room where the doctor conducted a thorough examination of Wang Yi and Appo's wrist, taking half an hour to ensure a comprehensive assessment. A contented smile graced his face. "Your right wrist has fully healed, and you will no longer require treatment." Wang Yi, feeling no lingering pain, expressed his gratitude, saying, "I must thank you, doctor, for your care. Without you, my wrist would not have recovered so swiftly." As they spoke, James and Appo's wife, Savannah, produced a bottle of James and Appo's prized red wine, and the three of them settled comfortably on the sofa, engaging in conversation while savoring the wine. That evening, James called upon all his teammates to gather at his home for a celebration. One cannot deny that this man is a born leader. Beyond his impressive achievements on the court, he effortlessly connects with his teammates in everyday life. The following day, Wang Yi moved into a new apartment that James had helped him secure. Simultaneously, the BYD Tang Demi, which James had arranged to purchase, arrived. This vehicle was priced at just over $500,000, not excessively expensive. Wang Yi dedicated the morning to familiarizing himself with the car's various features. It must be said, this car exuded a sense of advanced technology. Moreover, the presence of Chinese characters on the buttons within the car brought Wang Yi a sense of warmth. He reflected on how long it had been since he had encountered so many Chinese characters. Some might claim that using Chinese characters in the car was tacky, however. Wang Yi felt that for a person of Chinese heritage, finding the national script unappealing was either a sign of ignorance or a severe lapse in judgment. That morning, Wang Yi received a rather simple training assignment. Daily task, 10 kilometers of cross-country running. Task reward, a 1 increase in basic stamina. Optional task, 1,000 explosive start drills. Task reward, lightning fast first step, an enhancement of 10 in initial speed. According to the system's explanation, daily tasks must be completed without exception, even on game days. Wang Yi mused silently, recognizing the system's perceptiveness, having witnessed his stamina issues in the game against the Jazz. It promptly initiated targeted training. Thus, at 5 in the morning, before dawn had broken, a figure with yellow skin and dark eyes raced through the streets of Los Angeles. Although the safety here was not as assured as back home, Wang Yi chose well-lit streets under police patrol, and by this hour, traffic was beginning to flow, ensuring a relatively safe environment. He would never venture near the narrow, cramped alleys. Wang Yi found the run quite effortless. The daily task had no stringent requirements, merely a completion within 24 hours. He finished the entire course in 49 minutes and collapsed onto the ground, taking deep breaths of the crisp morning air that enveloped Los Angeles at nearly 6 o'clock. As he looked up, illuminated by the faint glow of streetlights, he noticed the graffiti on the adjacent wall. It depicted a silhouette of a person clad in a jersey, though devoid of a number. Yet, from the silhouette, one can instantly discern that it is none other than the legendary Kobe. Beside it lies a date, January 26th. With a deep breath, Wang Yi gazes at the distant, overcast sky. The day after tomorrow marks January 26th. That man has been gone for 2 years. Throughout his life, he pursued a singular endeavor. Akin to Kwafu chasing the sun, he relentlessly sought to catch the footsteps of the divine. In his quest, he witnessed the dawn of Los Angeles at 4 in the morning. He dislocated his finger only to reset it and continue playing. He dragged his ruptured Achilles, enduring the agony as beads of sweat cascaded down his brow, finishing his free throws before walking back to the locker room unaided. His iconic smile, his picturesque jump shot. These memories flood Wang Yi and Appo's mind, especially the indomitable Mamba mentality that continually inspires him to forge ahead. Wang Yi stood in silence before the mural for a full 5 minutes. Finally, casting one last glance at the artwork, he meandered towards the training facility. Upon arriving, despite his fatigue, the thought of that man compelled him to grit his teeth and complete his training. As the date of January 26th approached, the somber atmosphere of the city became increasingly palpable. On the streets, murals, posters, and jerseys commemorating Kobe began to emerge everywhere. The entirety of Los Angeles was in remembrance of him. At last, January 26th arrived. On this day, when Wang Yi reached the entrance of the Staples Center, he found that the grand poster had been replaced with an image of Kobe. The predominant hue of the poster was black. At the entrance, before Kobe and Appo's statue. Despite the game not starting for over 2 hours, hundreds of fans had already gathered. Some fans had reddened eyes. Wang Yi gazed at the statue and Appo's resolute visage and steadfast gaze, unable to suppress the moisture forming in his own eyes. Despite their differing skin tones, he had grown up watching Kobe's games. Many of his own moves were learned by watching Kobe's videos. For instance, the self-alley-oop, though many players have executed it. He only resolved to practice it after witnessing Kobe and Appo's performance. At 10:00 and Appo's clock that evening, fans began to fill the arena. However, today, an undercurrent of sorrow seemed to permeate the atmosphere among the spectators. During the pregame press conference, the Lakers players were notably absent, leaving only the head coach to address the media. In the locker room, the Lakers donned the black jerseys designed in collaboration with Kobe, the Black Mamba jerseys. Huddled together, LeBron spoke up. For him, we must secure a victory against the Nets in this nationally televised game. In unison, all the Lakers players echoed, "Let us defeat the Nets." Today, the fans of the Lakers donned black attire, many adorned in the iconic Black Mamba jerseys. Those without the jerseys opted for dark garments instead. The Staples Center was enveloped in a solemn atmosphere. While the home court has always been graced by celebrities, today witnessed an even greater influx of stars. Among them were Lin Shilei and Li Yifeng from China, tennis sensation Maria Sharapova, football luminary David Beckham, rapper Snoop Dogg, as well as Rihanna and Taylor Swift. The audience was also graced by the presence of the acclaimed actor Leonardo DiCaprio and the longtime Lakers fan, legendary actor Jack Nicholson. Unlike the usual joviality, there were no boisterous conversations, nor were there any large buckets of popcorn or oversized cups of soda. The arena was shrouded in darkness, save for the central screen that showcased the timeless highlights of Kobe Bryant. His game-winning shots, his attentive demeanor, the agonizing free throw following his Achilles injury, and the determination to continue playing despite dislocating his finger were all immortalized on screen. Many fans found themselves misty-eyed at these poignant moments. Within the Lakers and Appo's locker room, Coach Vogel placed a reassuring hand on Wang Yi and Appo's shoulder, stating, "Wang, you will start tonight." Since his last starting appearance against the Jazz, Wang Yi had not been in the starting lineup for 2 consecutive games. However, on this significant date, January 26th, the day Kobe departed, Wang Yi was reinstated as a starter. This held profound significance for him. Though Kobe may have left this world, the spirit of Mamba endures and will shine through countless individuals. Wang Yi resolved to be one of them, nodding earnestly to his coach. As the Lakers and Appo's entrance ceremony commenced, the DJ refrained from the usual exuberant announcements of each player and Appo's name. There was no grand introduction. In the presence of Kobe and Appo's Mamba spirit, all seemed dim, akin to fireflies against the brilliance of the moon. LeBron, too, did not indulge in his customary display of theatrics. Everyone silently gazed at the large screen above. The players from the Nets mirrored this reverent focus. Once the footage concluded, the DJ and Oppos' somber voice resonated. Let us observe a moment of silence for Kobe Bryant and all those who tragically perished on January 26th. The gathered crowd of 20,000 rose collectively, bowing their heads in solemn tribute. As the moment of silence came to a close, the arena lights illuminated once more, and the players from both teams stepped onto the court in quietude. The instant Wang Yi entered the arena, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. The jump ball commenced, granting possession to the Lakers. However, upon receiving the ball, LeBron did not advance it forward. Instead, he placed it at the center of the free throw line. 8 seconds elapsed before the referee's whistle signaled an 8-second violation, transferring possession to the Nets. After the Nets executed their inbound play, the bearded James Harden received the ball. He did not initiate an attack, instead opting to hold the ball single-handedly while standing beyond the three-point line. The Lakers had no players pressuring him. A profound silence enveloped the arena, punctuated only by the relentless ticking of the shot clock. 20, 15, 10, 8, 6, 5, 3, 2, 1, 0. A full 24 seconds elapsed, and the red light on the shot clock illuminated. The referee and Oppos' whistle pierced the stillness once more, signaling a 24-second violation. An 8-second violation and a 24-second violation, both in homage to Kobe. The legacy of Kobe, donning the number 8 jersey and the number 24 jersey, will forever be etched in the hearts of every fan present, those watching on screens, and basketball enthusiasts around the globe. It was only at this moment that the fans gradually took their seats. The Lakers initiated the ball from the backcourt once again. LeBron James dribbled the ball into the front court. With Wang Yi substituting for Little Black as a starter, LeBron temporarily transitioned to the point guard position. Wang Yi played shooting guard, KCP was small forward, Anthony Davis was power forward, and Drummond occupied the center position. This was the Lakers and Oppos' lineup for the day. Although Anthony Davis had been nursing a groin strain, fortunately, it was only a grade 1 strain, allowing him to finally return to the court after several games of rest. On the bench, Little Black watched Wang Yi on the court. Despite his reluctance, he had previously lost to Wang Yi in a scrimmage, and in the following matches, Wang Yi consistently scored high, even achieving an astonishing 50-point game. At this moment, he could not contest Wang Yi and Oppos' performance, despite his discontent. LeBron dribbled past half court, passing the ball to a low-post Anthony Davis. Having not played for over 10 days, Davis needed to find his rhythm. He backed down against Griffin in the low post, but his turnaround jumper missed the mark. Turning back, the Nets launched a fast break. Kyrie Irving scored on the transition. In the subsequent play, LeBron again entrusted the ball to Davis. Davis started his drive from beyond the three-point line, successfully maneuvering past Griffin, yet was thwarted by Durant during his layup attempt, resulting in another miss. The Nets initiated another fast break. Harden delivered a long pass across the court, again finding Irving, who finished with an emphatic dunk. The Lakers were struck by 2 quick counterattacks right from the start, particularly as Irving scored twice in rapid succession. Wang Yi and Oppos' defense against Irving drew discontent from a segment of the fans. The game was broadcast live across the United States, with commentators from ESPN. One of them was ESPN's lead commentator, the silver-haired Mike Breen, who had been calling games in the league for decades. Given the significance of the day, ESPN had dispatched this esteemed commentator, who seldom took to the mic these days, alongside Charles Barkley and the legendary Shaquille O'Neal. As a legendary figure of the Lakers, O'Neal was one of the dual cores that led the team to a triumphant three-peat. A close friend of Kobe, despite their past disagreements. They have long since reconciled their differences. On a day like today, his presence as a commentator is most fitting. Silver-haired Mike Breen observed as Irving scored 2 consecutive baskets. Wang Yi, who should have been guarding Irving, failed to keep pace. With a smile, he remarked, "It seems this young man is quite intimidated. He has never encountered such a grand stage. He has not experienced a nationwide broadcast nor faced a guard of Kyrie Irving's caliber. His reactions are sluggish, and his footwork is too slow. Based on the first 2 possessions, he does not deserve the starting position today. What do you think, Charles?" Charles Barkley shrugged. The image of him kissing a pig's rear still fresh in memory, and given that Wang Yi had just scored over 50 points, he was not inclined to speak hastily. "I think you might be jumping to conclusions. Don't forget, he just dropped 50 against the Jazz." Mike Breen shook his head, countering, "No. The current Jazz is not the same team as in the Malone and Stockton era. The defense today pales in comparison to that of the 70s and 80s. With too many ticky-tack fouls, would he still score as much in that era? Moreover, with the increased pace of today's game, players are experiencing statistical explosions. Scoring 50 is no longer a remarkable feat. Ask James Harden how many 50 games he averages in a season, Oh, and amp, oppos. Neil shook his head and replied. So you're saying Wong is simply not to your liking? Mike Breen reiterated. It's not that he doesn't appeal to me. It's just an objective observation. Just look at how rattled he was in those first two possessions. And the Nets and Oppos trio has yet to unleash their full potential. When they do, will he not be overwhelmed? At that moment, oh, and amp, Oppos, Neil and Barkley exchanged glances, both slightly puzzled. As commentators, they must create engaging topics to captivate the audience. They often employ such tactics to generate debate, sometimes leading to heated exchanges over strategy or a player's performance. Generally, their discussions remain objective. However, the unexpected harshness of Mike Breen towards a player was quite unusual. Rumors had circulated that Mike Breen's son had hired a Chinese nanny, which later led to some form of conflict. Perhaps Breen's attitude toward this individual is related to that incident. Of course, this remains mere speculation. The truth of the matter is known only to a few. Yet, O'Neal and Barkley remained somewhat astonished. Mike Breen, as ESPN's chief commentator, had always been known for his objectivity and professionalism. Could it truly be that he harbored bias against Wang Yi, this Chinese player, due to a mere personal grudge? To avoid delving deeper into the matter, the two were compelled to redirect the conversation to others. Oh, and amp, Oppos, Neil remarked. It is said that the king has grown old, and the Grim Reaper has raised his scythe. Even the king cannot escape the decree of death. Mike, do you concur? Breen, sensing O'Neal's subtle reminder, regained his focus and replied, Indeed, LeBron is aging. His speed has diminished, and he can no longer leap as he once did. Yet the Grim Reaper and Oppos' scythe continues to swing. I believe this game might determine who reigns as the league's top player this year. However, he added, I cannot predict who will ultimately claim that title. But it certainly will not be someone who scores 50 points and becomes self-righteous, nor someone who, having just secured a guaranteed contract, boasts of conquering the NBA. Oh, and amp, Oppos. Neil frowned slightly and glanced at Barkley, who mirrored his expression. It was evident that Breen and amp, Oppos' final remark was again directed at that Chinese player. Although they too felt that the Chinese player's proclamation of conquering the NBA was somewhat arrogant, Breen's tone suggested a deeper animosity between him and this player. On the court, the Lakers launched another offensive. Wang Yi continued to move dynamically. In truth, had there not been any deliberate prejudice, it would have been apparent that his failure to catch up with Irving was not due to slow reflexes. Rather, he was persistently maneuvering to seek opportunities. Simultaneously, as Davis took a shot, he was also looking for a chance to secure a rebound, which caused him to lag slightly in his return. As the Lakers advanced again, LeBron instructed Wang Yi, leave the rebounding to Drummond and AD. You, KCP, and I will swiftly retreat on defense. Wang Yi nodded, taking a deep breath to calm himself. His earlier excitement stemmed from facing the current Eastern Conference leaders, the Nets, led by their trio of stars, which had overwhelmed him with enthusiasm. This led to him being caught off guard by Irving, who had stolen the ball from him twice. Such errors he vowed not to repeat. When the Lakers mounted another attack, LeBron once again passed the ball to AD. This time, AD executed a swift spin, driving into the paint to attempt a dunk. However, as Durant approached, he hastily opted for a bank shot. Perhaps haunted by the psychological remnants of a previous groin injury, he hesitated to exert full force. Coupled with the urgency of switching from a dunk to a shot, the ball merely grazed the rim before rolling off to the side. The Nets initiated a fast break once more. Harden quickly distributed the ball, and as Durant received it, he surged toward the front court. In this moment, James, Wang Yi, and Pope had all retreated, preventing Durant from driving directly to the basket. Yet, Durant did not penetrate the paint. Instead, he positioned himself beyond the three-point arc and launched a shot. Swish. A trailing three-pointer, effortlessly sinking through the net. Commentator Mike Breen, stroking his silver hair, remarked with a sense of nostalgia, he remains the Grim Reaper. Whether the aged king can withstand the scythe of death is uncertain. But the enforcers surrounding him are certainly inferior to those that stand beside the Reaper, particularly the Eastern player by the king's side, whose speed is on an entirely different echelon. With such a formidable ally, the king's fate seems destined for harvest by the Reaper. At this juncture, Lakers head coach Vogel chose not to call a timeout. Despite facing the formidable top team in the East, equipped with the league and Oppos' most potent trio, Vogel placed his trust in James. Some may criticize James for his perceived shortcomings, yet one cannot deny his exceptional basketball intelligence. Much like Rondo, he serves almost as a coach on the court. With such a high basketball IQ guiding the team, Vogel was confident that his players would quickly recalibrate. As the Lakers mounted their next offensive, James did not hesitate to pass to Davis, despite the latter and Oppos' previous 3 missed attempts. He understood that withholding the ball a fourth time might undermine Davis's confidence or create tension. Therefore, even if Davis missed 5 consecutive shots, James would still pass him the ball on the 6th attempt until he found his rhythm. Indeed, Davis finally made a mid-range jumper. As they retreated on defense, James exchanged a high five with Davis, saying, "Brother, welcome back." Davis, with his signature M-shaped eyebrows raised, replied, "Though my shots may arrive late, they shall never be absent." However, the reality was that, despite his recent success, Davis's form was still not quite where it should be, having only hit 2 of 7 shots in the first half of the quarter. Conversely, the Nets trio exhibited truly formidable firepower, with Durant and Irving combining for 21 points in just half a quarter. Meanwhile, James Harden had yet to unleash his full potential, merely facilitating the play. While critics often claim the Nets' defense is lacking, one must acknowledge that with such fierce offensive capabilities, defense becomes a less pressing concern, at least during the regular season. After all, the adage holds true: the best defense is a good offense. The Lakers found themselves trailing by 8 points at the halfway mark of the quarter. Finally, Coach Vogel called for a timeout. Nevertheless, Vogel remained composed, as did all the Lakers players, for they understood that the first half of the quarter was merely an effort to help Davis regain his shooting touch. During this half of the session, Wang Yi refrained from excessive involvement in the offense. Instead, he focused on using his positioning to draw defenders away, thereby creating offensive opportunities for Anthony Davis. LeBron James, on the other hand, took on the role of orchestrator from the top of the arc, for he is indeed a master of this craft. Vogel, at this moment, was devising a pick-and-roll strategy for James and Davis, emphasizing, "AD, we will help you regain your form. However, we should not blindly rely on one-on-one plays. You and LeBron ought to engage in more pick-and-rolls, with LeBron initiating and you finishing. Others should position themselves beyond the three-point line, ready to shoot decisively when the opportunity arises." However, Davis voiced a differing opinion. "Coach, I believe we should first exploit Wang's capabilities. His mid-range shooting is remarkably reliable, and we should give it a try." Upon hearing Davis and Apos' words, Wang Yi couldn't and Apos' help but make a disgruntled face. "You say my mid-range is reliable, and I appreciate that. But what on earth is Apos, as steady as an old dog and Apos, supposed to mean?" AD, chuckling, placed an arm around Wang Yi and Apos' shoulder and said, "I watched you during the game against the Jazz. Your mid-range shooting was exceptionally steady, much like an aging dog strolling leisurely down a street at dusk, unhurried and unflustered. Even in the face of wind and rain, you steadfastly continue your path, indifferent to the opinions of the world, following your own course." Wang Yi could only shake his head in resignation. "I might endure being compared to a steady old dog, but likening me to an aging one is a bit much. It's a pity you don't write poetry." In truth, Davis was indeed paying Wang Yi a compliment. In Western culture, dogs symbolize loyalty, competence, and friendliness, making such comparisons often seen as flattering. For instance, Patrick Beverley is referred to as a mad dog or junkyard dog, while Glenn Robinson, known for his loud eating and dunking, is called big dog. However, Wang Yi's Eastern mindset found such praise somewhat awkward. Vogel glanced between Davis and James, clearly noting that James concurred with the idea of prioritizing Wang Yi in their strategy. He nodded and said, "All right, let us focus on Wang. However, Wang, your stamina is a concern, so we cannot allow you to go one-on-one. LeBron, AD, Drummond, you need to engage in pick-and-rolls with Wang to facilitate his transition into mid-range shots." The Lakers had yet to practice a pick-and-roll strategy involving Wang Yi with the ball, thereby introducing a level of uncertainty. Given the Lakers' current strength facing the formidable trio of the Nets, it seemed unlikely they could secure victory through conventional means. Only by introducing greater unpredictability could they hope to win. As the timeout concluded, the Lakers resumed their offensive play. This time, James held the ball at the top of the arc, with Wang Yi setting a screen for him. James charged into the paint. Since Wang Yi and James had rarely executed pick-and-rolls in previous games, the Nets had not prepared for this tactic in advance. In a fleeting moment, the players were at a loss as to how to defend against the screen plays orchestrated by Wang Yi and James. Whether it was Kyrie attempting to thwart Wang Yi or Durant striving to guard James, both found themselves momentarily bewildered, caught in indecision, unsure whether to switch or double-team James. The opportunity was seized. James surged into the paint. Inside, Griffin leaped high, poised to contest James's shot. Yet, in that instant, James executed a bounce pass, delivering the ball back to the unguarded Wang Yi beyond the arc. As Wang Yi received the pass, he found himself in a vast expanse, devoid of defenders within a 5-meter radius. With unwavering resolve akin to that of a grandmother rising at dawn to queue for eggs, he ascended for the shot. Thud. The basketball struck the front of the rim with a resounding force. Just as the grandmother awaited her eggs, she was abruptly informed that the delivery truck had overturned, leaving a mess of broken eggs scattered about. However, the ball ricocheted out, resulting in a long rebound, fortuitously flying towards Wang Yi. He stepped forward, effortlessly securing the ball. Faced with the encroaching Kyrie, he took another shot. As Jordan famously stated, even if one misses 100 times, the 101st attempt is met with unwavering belief. Wang Yi's gaze hardened once more, reminiscent of the determination seen in the grandmothers upon learning that another truckload of eggs had arrived, prompting them to line up once again. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air, gently sinking into the hoop. Finally, the eggs were secured, and a sigh of relief escaped. Wang Yi's mid-range jumper was always characterized by its softness. As the ball nestled into the net, it was as smooth as silk and as light as a feather. Kyrie glanced at Wang Yi, his brow furrowing slightly. Turning back, he retaliated with a three-pointer during the net's offensive play, not bothering to look at Wang Yi again. He cast a glance towards James, as if to prove something to him. This match was a battleground of validation for all the players involved. James sought to affirm his status as the king, asserting that what he had was not to be taken. Durant aimed to illustrate that the king ought to abdicate, for he was the rightful holder of the title of the league's finest. James and Harden endeavored to demonstrate that this version of James was superior and more versatile than the former. Kyrie's goal was to show that he thrived just as well without him. Yet, James paid no heed to Kyrie, just as Kyrie chose to overlook Wang Yi. During the Lakers' offensive sequence, with the ball in hand, James once again initiated a screen with Wang Yi. This time, he sought to penetrate the lane using Wang Yi's screen. However, the quality of the screen was lacking, allowing Durant to catch up to James. Nonetheless, Wang Yi had positioned himself at the free throw line. As James leaped, he spread his legs, passing the ball behind him to Wang Yi, rendering Durant's attempt to block utterly futile. Kyrie, positioned nearby, endeavored to contest Wang Yi's shot, but the latter and Oppo's release was simply too swift. Even with the slightest opportunity to strike, he can unleash his shot in an instant. Irving could only watch helplessly as the basketball glided past his fingertips, akin to a lover forever out of reach. This time, when the ball swished through the net, it seemed to descend with even greater grace. The sound of its friction against the net was barely audible, reminiscent of a mother gently caressing her sleeping child. In the subsequent possession, the Nets' offense faltered. As the Lakers advanced, the Nets were already consciously defending against the pick and roll involving Wang Yi and James. However, James had anticipated this move long ago. He passed the ball to Wang Yi at the top of the arc and exchanged a knowing glance with Davis, signaling him to set a screen for Wang Yi. Davis moved to the top of the arc and effectively blocked for Wang Yi, who then positioned himself at the free throw line. Noticing that Griffin in the paint had not stepped up, he effortlessly sank his third mid-range shot of the game, scoring 6 consecutive points. The Lakers closed the gap to just 5 points, prompting Nets head coach Nash to call a timeout. The atmosphere in Staples Center was electrified by Wang Yi and Oppo's consecutive mid-range shots. Many fans rose to their feet, cheering and applauding. The Lakers players eagerly exchanged high-fives with Wang Yi, as if hoping to share in his good fortune. Davis repeatedly tousled Wang Yi's hair, exclaiming, "I told you. Your mid-range game is as steady as a rock." Only SC Charter, seated on the bench, wore a forlorn expression. The sight of Wang Yi's remarkable streak was broadcasted live across America, captivating countless fans. "This young man from Huaxia is quite impressive. I heard he scored over 50 points against the Jazz. It must be him." With the exception of James and AD, the Lakers seemed to have secured a reliable third scoring option. Yet, many American fans harbored deep-seated prejudices. He and Oppo's the one who bragged about conquering the NBA? While I'm a Lakers fan, I really can't stand him. The physical attributes of Asian players pale in comparison to those of black and white athletes. Just like the so-called Oppo's, Linsanity and Oppo's, he might only shine for a brief moment. Facing the trio of superstars, he is bound to be overwhelmed. The on-site commentator, the silver-haired Mike Breen, felt a surge of indignation as he witnessed Wang Yi's performance. His luck was indeed remarkable, hitting 3 shots in a row. However, basketball is not merely a game of chance. In the face of the trio's extraordinary talent, this young man will likely soon find himself trembling in fear. O'Neal attempted to defuse the tension, stating, "I believe Wong will have an outstanding performance today." Although Barkley often sparred with O'Neal, he too sought to smooth over the situation, asking, "What leads you to believe that?" O'Neal's eyebrows raised in surprise as he replied, "This young man from Huaxia may not possess overwhelming talent, but through his previous performances, I have uncovered a secret about him." Barkley, embodying the essence of a supportive role, inquired, "What is the secret?" O'Neal, feigning an air of mystery, lowered his voice and remarked, "Have you not noticed that the stronger the opponent he faces, the stronger he becomes? From encountering Damian Lillard to facing Donovan Mitchell, the more formidable the opponent, the better he performs." Conversely, when up against the Rockets, a lackluster team, his performance was rather mediocre. Therefore, today, as he confronts the explosive trio of offensive power, he is likely to experience a monumental surge. Barkley, dutifully fulfilling his supportive role, exclaimed, "Ah, so that is how it is. We shall await the outcome." However, the silver-haired Mike Breen shook his head with a smirk. "You overestimate this player from China." Upon the resumption of play, the Nets continued their aggressive offense. Their offensive prowess was indeed formidable. Irving executed a score, while Harden assisted Griffin for 2 successive thunderous dunks. Durant sank 2 three-pointers. It must be noted that the Nets' gameplay, characterized by their fierce offense and fragile defense, is immensely captivating. Yet, despite their overwhelming firepower, by the conclusion of the first quarter, they had failed to widen the score, allowing the Lakers to close the gap to just 4 points. The reason for this was Wang Yi's extraordinary mid-range shooting. During the timeout, the Nets deployed Griffin and DeAndre Jordan simultaneously to thwart Wang Yi's shots. However, this strategy had little effect on Wang Yi. He executed pick-and-rolls with Drummond, with LeBron, and with Davis. As long as he was afforded a modicum of space for a mid-range shot, he was certain to convert. Thus, in the first quarter, he made all 6 of his attempts, accumulating 12 points. What was even more critical was that he did not merely focus on scoring himself. When Griffin and Jordan pressed him too aggressively, the Nets and Oppo's interior defense became vulnerable. At that juncture, Davis and Drummond seized the opportunity. Wang Yi delivered an alley-oop to Davis and a dunk assist to Drummond. The highlight, however, was his pass to James during a cut. At that moment, Jordan and Griffin failed to communicate effectively, both converging on Wang Yi, completely obstructing his shooting angle. Just then, James cut through the middle. Wang Yi deftly passed the ball between Jordan's legs. Upon receiving the pass, James soared to the rim with both hands, electrifying the arena. Throughout the first quarter, the Lakers had been trying to close the gap, at one point trailing by as much as 10 points. The Lakers fans had been holding their breath the entire first quarter. It was only as the quarter drew to a close, with Wang Yi and James executing a brilliant collaboration, capped by James' emphatic dunk, that fans felt a significant release of the pent-up tension. Jordan, humiliated by the pass through his legs, turned sharply, glaring at Wang Yi. In that instant, Wang Yi sensed the opportunity. He was about to unleash his fury. The giant appears to be angered. Whenever the opponent loses their composure, it presents an opportunity for the Lakers. To secure victory against the Nets, the Lakers cannot solely rely on their current prowess. They require additional X factors. Presently, this player, Jordan, embodies that X factor. The Nets' defense is already mediocre, and if Jordan is neutralized, Lakers players can penetrate the defense. During a timeout, Nets head coach Nash scribbled on the tactical board while asserting, "That player from China is formidable, yet our focus should not be solely on him. Let him score if he must, but we must prevent him from facilitating plays, from engaging LeBron, AD, and the other Lakers players. He can single-handedly overwhelm our team if he chooses." On the sidelines, ESPN commentators Shaquille O and Oppos, Neal and Charles Barkley surprisingly found common ground, extolling Wang Yi and Oppos as virtues. O and Oppos, Neal wiped a glistening bead of sweat from his brow, stating, "This player from China not only excels in scoring, but is also adept at passing. His scoring has catalyzed the Lakers and Oppos' counterattack, while his passing has ensured he does not fight alone." Meanwhile, the silver-haired Mike Breen, hearing the high praises for Wang Yi, wore a somewhat displeased expression. "Gentlemen, as commentators, you must remain objective and professional. Basketball is a team sport, without the other Lakers players. Even this player from China could not possibly close a 4-point gap on his own, especially with James Harden yet to unleash his full potential. The Grim Reaper has not truly arrived. Thus, we must observe and comment rationally." As the second quarter commenced, Wang Yi and James sat on the bench. On the court, Davis led a group of Lakers and Oppos substitutes against Harden and his own cadre of reserves. Surprisingly, the Lakers and Oppos bench performed exceptionally well today. Kuzma, Caruso, Gasol, and Harrell all delivered commendable performances. As a result, 5 minutes into the second quarter, not only had the Lakers avoided being distanced, but they had also narrowed the gap to just 1 point. Lakers head coach Vogel observed the game with arms crossed, inadvertently noticing Nets Irving on the court alongside Harden and Durant on the sidelines. He then glanced at Davis on the court and LeBron and Wang Yi on the bench, reflecting, "I have never fought such a well-resourced battle." In the past 2 to 3 years, the Lakers had struggled in many games, partly due to their dismal three-point shooting. If they managed to hit 2 or 3 out of 10 attempts, it was cause for celebration. Another significant factor was the lack of a stable third scoring option. Caruso was not that. Neither was Pope, nor were the mid-season arrivals Schroeder and Drummond last season. Schroeder occasionally shone, yet his performances were often lackluster. primarily. For Schroeder to excel, he must relinquish some of the ball control to LeBron. With a floor general like LeBron, failing to pass him the ball would be a sheer waste. Now, the arrival of Wang Yi has changed the dynamics. Wang Yi's defensive prowess significantly surpasses that of Schroeder, and his three-point shooting is undeniably fierce. He is proficient both off the ball and in ball handling, embodying the essence of versatility that any team would cherish. Wang Yi is intently focused on the game unfolding before him when he senses someone observing him. Instinctively, he glances at the coach, who is indeed watching him closely. Rising abruptly, a fiery determination glimmers in his eyes as he implores, "Coach, may I take the court?" Initially, Vogel perceives the game situation as favorable and does not intend to substitute Wang Yi immediately. However, witnessing Wang Yi and Oppo's fervent desire, he nods, "All right. When the next dead ball occurs, you and LeBron will enter." Soon, during a dead ball, Wang Yi steps onto the court alongside James, replacing Davis and Gasol. The Lakers lineup now consists of Wang Yi, Caruso, James, Harrell, and Drummond. This configuration ensures solid rebounding, yet the interior space becomes congested, complicating offensive maneuvers. Both Harrell and Drummond typically score in the paint, leaving little room for breakthroughs. James pats Wang Yi on the back, advising, "In this lineup, we must rely on mid-range and three-point shots to resolve our issues. The onus is on you." Wang Yi nods in agreement. Having spent nearly 2 decades in the league, James possesses an exceptional understanding of game flow, defensive reads, and situational awareness. He swiftly identifies the characteristics of the Lakers and Oppo's current lineup. Wang Yi contemplates seizing the opportunity to absorb as much knowledge as possible from LeBron during his final years in the league. Meanwhile, Kyrie Irving of the Nets takes a breather, allowing Harden and Durant to re-enter the fray. As the Lakers initiate their offense, LeBron dribbles past half-court. Just as he crosses the midline, he abruptly halts and assumes a classic jump shot posture. An ultra-long three-pointer. Swish. The ball sails through the net, immediately turning the tide in favor of the Lakers. The Staples Center erupts in euphoria. Wang Yi playfully sticks his tongue out at James, teasing, "You promised to watch me, didn't you? Come on, old man, where's your sportsmanship?" With a flawless shooting percentage in the first half, James had indeed promised to observe Wang Yi upon entering the game. However, upon stepping onto the court, he swiftly unleashed a surprise ultra-long three-pointer, nearly from mid-court, igniting the Staples Center further. Yet, the excitement does not cease there. In the subsequent possession, Durant immediately closes in to defend. He is acutely aware of James and Oppo's tendencies. After making a three-pointer, LeBron often seeks to replicate the feat until he misses. James was acutely aware that Durant was set to apply pressure. After years of competition, each was intimately familiar with the other's nuances. As James crossed the three-point line, he barely lingered in the center court before launching an immediate shot, a textbook jump shot, nonetheless. His core strength is truly extraordinary. Players like Curry and Lillard have attempted logo threes, but they generally adopt a pushing motion, projecting the ball from their chests. Similarly, Wang Yi has attempted a logo three, albeit with a reliance on his upper body to propel the ball. No other player can execute a logo three with such ease and precision as James does. Swish. Another three-pointer. The entire crowd of Lakers fans erupted. Even the stars were on their feet. Players on the sideline celebrated exuberantly. Kuzma formed a gesture as if cradling a crown, mimicking placing it atop James's head. O'Neal was beside himself with excitement. "Oh my goodness, the king remains the king. Let us pay homage to the king," Barkley remarked with admiration. "This guy is making standard jump shots from the center court, and with such accuracy, could he possibly be human?" Mike Breen shook his head in disbelief, asserting, "For logo threes, I only acknowledge LeBron." As Wang Yi exchanged a high-five with James, feigning exasperation, he jested, "Warren and Oppo's, do you suppose to showcase my skills?" James laughed heartily, revealing a dazzling smile. "I'm sorry, I forgot. But fret not, you're still young. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to shine. Ha ha ha." Durant, watching with fiery eyes, turned to the three-point line, receiving a pass from Harden. Ignoring Harrell and Oppo's presence, he swiftly launched his own three-pointer. He was determined to humble the aging king, refusing to let him bask in glory. Unfortunately, his attempt fell short. The rebound was secured by Drummond, leading to another Lakers offensive opportunity. With the ball in hand, James advanced to the front court. Despite Durant's defensive presence, he was resolute in taking another three-pointer. He dribbled sideways for 2 steps, executing a feint that was obvious to all, yet only he believed was a deception. Suddenly, he gathered the ball and released it. Durant anticipated the move, leaping to contest the shot. Yet, the peculiar nature of James's feint lay in its paradox. Although one could predict it and prepare to block, it remained elusive. Ultimately, despite evading the block, The shot did not find its mark. Fortunately, Drummond secured the rebound, returning the ball to James. As James received it midair with one hand, he swiftly passed it to Wang Yi, who stood at a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line on the right. Wang Yi executed a shooting motion for a three-pointer. Harden, seasoned in defensive tactics, refrained from jumping. However, his lack of vertical movement did not imply effective defense. As Wang Yi faked, he noticed Harden's left hand lift slightly. With that minor shift, Harden's balance faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yi launched himself forward, slipping beneath Harden's left arm. Rather than charging into the congested paint, he abruptly halted at mid-range and took his shot. The basketball floated into the hoop like a balloon tossed playfully between lovers, landing silently. The Lakers and Oppo's arena erupted with noise. With Wang Yi and Oppo's two-pointer, the Lakers had surged ahead by 5 points. Harden swiftly turned to glare at Wang Yi. Although he had previously regarded Wang Yi with greater scrutiny than others and analyzed game footage, he remained baffled by the recent breakthrough. How could Wang Yi's speed be so astonishing? This was a vertical drive, not a lateral movement. Yet, the swiftness of his penetration was remarkable, reminiscent of the legendary Dwayne Wade, who possessed an incredible first step. Wang Yi had only employed a shooting fake during his drive, without any dribbling feints, pure speed alone. Harden shook his head. In his mind, a player of Asian descent could not possibly achieve such rapid acceleration. This was not a matter of racial bias, but rather a belief rooted in physiological differences. Athletes from Asia excelled in sports requiring fine motor skills, such as table tennis, badminton, gymnastics, and diving. Yet their performances in football, basketball, volleyball, and track and field were often less impressive. Previous players like Wong, Bader, Yao, Yi, Sun, Ding Yin, and Lin, despite their talents, were not particularly known for their speed. How could Wang Yi possess such a remarkable first step? This perplexity compelled Harden to focus intently on his defense during the next encounter. As James passed the ball to Wang Yi, he received it mid-flight and immediately sprang into action, darting past Harden and Oppo's body from the left. Before Harden could fully react, Wang Yi was already behind him, halting in a textbook shooting posture. The shot was released. It went in. So swift. Harden was once again taken aback. Overall, Wang Yi's speed did not seem extraordinary, but his initial burst of acceleration was startling. What an enigmatic player he was. Harden was blissfully unaware that Wang Yi had undergone systematic training, acquiring an explosive first step that enhanced his breakthrough speed by 10 compared to the past. Although this speed still fell short of the legendary Dwayne Wade, it was remarkably close. For a guard of Harden and Oppo's stature, it was exceedingly challenging to contain Wang Yi and Oppo's initial burst. In the ensuing minutes, Wang Yi seized every opportunity, employing screens, executing pick and rolls, and utilizing his speed to relentlessly penetrate for mid-range shots. His accuracy from this range was nothing short of astonishing, as he made all 7 of his attempts within 5 minutes. Coupled with his flawless performance of 6 for 6 in the first quarter, he had already achieved an impeccable 13 for 13. Additionally, he converted both of his free throws, amassing 28 points by halftime and propelling the Lakers to a 12-point lead over the Nets. As the halftime break approached, the big screen illuminated Wang Yi's remarkable statistics. The fans, witnessing his extraordinary shooting percentage, erupted in exuberant cheers. Wang. Oh Wang, I adore you. Wang, you are truly the Lakers' talisman. At the Staples Center, the grand screen above the arena displayed Wang Yi and Oppo's remarkable statistics for the match. Wang Yi, 28 points, 4 assists. Field goals, 13 out of 13. Free throws, 2 out of 2, shooting percentage, 100. The spectators were utterly astonished. 13 for 13? Indeed, he had not missed a single shot. His mid-range shooting was simply impeccable. In all the Lakers games I have witnessed, it seemed as though his mid-range attempts would never falter. He is the Lakers and Oppo's answer to CP3, their version of Leonard. No, considering his shooting percentage, he surpasses both CP3 and Leonard by a considerable margin. Li Yifeng and Lin Shilei gazed in awe, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Sharing the same yellow skin and black eyes, they felt a profound pride in Wang Yi and Oppo's outstanding performance. As Wang Yi passed by, Rihanna made a classic Chinese gesture, placing her left palm against her right fist, and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Wang." This moment was captured by cameras, eliciting joyous laughter from the entire crowd. Following the game, numerous media outlets interpreted Rihanna and Oppo's gesture. However, when Wang Yi observed the gentle, affectionate gaze Rihanna directed at James, as if she wished to etch him into her heart, he instantly grasped her sentiments. Rihanna is famously a devoted fan of James. Regardless of her busy schedule, she always carves out time to watch his games, frequently flying to away matches. Durant once fervently pursued Rihanna, but she remained indifferent to him, unwaveringly devoted to James. In a moment of exasperation, Durant once exclaimed, "She doesn't care for basketball, she only likes James." Therefore, Rihanna's traditional gesture of gratitude was indeed for Wang Yi. Thanks to Wang Yi, James no longer bore the weight of the team alone, especially in the absence of Davis, allowing him to relish the joy of the game. With a smile, Wang Yi reciprocated Rihanna's gesture, saying in Chinese, "A trivial effort, nothing to mention." Rihanna, puzzled, inquired, "What does that mean?" Wang Yi chuckled, "Just look it up." Rihanna squinted and wrinkled her nose. "What?" Their amusing exchange sparked cheers and imitations from the crowd. In the Tencent NBA Live broadcast, the commentators, Ku Fan and Su Kun, along with the female host, Meina, expressed their astonishment at Wang Yi and Apos' flawless shooting percentage displayed on the screen. Ku Fan's somewhat portly figure strained against his suit as he marveled at Wang Yi's extraordinary first-half performance. Su Kun adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Wang Yi and Apos' flawless shooting percentage holds far greater significance for us, the Chinese fans, than for the American supporters." Once, Yao Ming achieved a perfect 12 for 12 shooting and 2 for 2 from the free throw line, amassing 26 points against the Heat. However, Wang Yi has shattered that record today, going 13 for 13 from the field and 2 for 2 from the line. It is indeed astonishing. The rapid rise of Wang Yi is reminiscent of the remarkable ascent of Lin, and perhaps even surpasses it. Mina jested, "If Wang Yi does not play in the second half, this perfect record could remain intact until the final whistle." And Apos' Ku Fan shook his head in response, stating, "And Apos, in such a crucial match, both teams are fiercely vying for victory. There is no way Wang Yi will sit out. If he doesn't and amp, Apos, play, the Lakers and amp, Apos, chances could dwindle, and amp, Apos." In America, millions of fans scrutinized the shooting statistics on their screens. A young black man nodded in affirmation, saying, "Yeah, this guy is getting better and better." An elderly white man, with graying hair, remarked, "It turns out Asians can play well too." However, prejudice remains a formidable barrier that Wang Yi cannot easily surmount. Many Westerners still harbor skepticism towards him. A perfect shooting percentage? Such feats have been accomplished before. Is this truly worthy of grandiose praise? It is merely due to LeBron and AD attracting substantial defensive attention that he has had the luxury of open shots. The Nets still regard him with disdain. Otherwise, they would challenge him and see if he could maintain that perfect percentage under pressure. Ironically, the most biased critic against Wang Yi was the commentator Mike Breen. Shaquille O and Amp, Apos, Neil and Charles Barkley were perplexed by Breen and Amp, Apos' animosity towards the Chinese player. Breen shook his silver-haired head, saying, "This Chinese player's perfect shooting percentage is indeed surprising. However, he has fallen into a trap. The Lakers have been ensnared in Steve Nash's scheme. His stamina is a significant concern. Nash intends for him to shoot, but absolutely not to pass. Your shooting is accurate. But can you single-handedly decimate the entire Nets team?" This Chinese player remains blissfully unaware. His basketball IQ and court vision are frankly pitiable. After being alongside James for so long, how has he learned nothing? And Amp, Apos, during halftime, in the visiting team and Amp, Apos' locker room. Steve Nash clapped his hands to encourage the players. "You are doing exceptionally well. Although we are trailing, your performance has been commendable. Let that Chinese player shoot." "I refuse to believe he can defeat us." The coach's skepticism was shared by the players. If the Nets were truly to be vanquished by that individual, it would render their trio of stars a monumental joke. Meanwhile, in the Lakers' locker room, the mood among the players was decidedly upbeat. James remarked, "Wong, you have truly lived up to our expectations. You are our beacon of hope." The head coach patted Wang Yi on the shoulder, smiling in commendation. "Wong, the Lakers cannot afford to be without you. Your presence is invaluable to us." Only Schroeder, standing to the side, wore a look of despondency. Vogel continued, "However, we must not let our guard down." The Nets clearly aimed to sever Wong's connection with the other players. AD has just returned and is not in peak form. LeBron cannot exert himself too early, so their strategy is to isolate Wong for shots while tightly marking the other Lakers. But it is evident that one player alone cannot vanquish a team. "Wong, do you have any solutions?" Vogel inquired. If Wang Yi cannot resolve the issue of connection with his teammates, then it falls upon James to find a remedy. Yet, it seems that, under the current circumstances, Wang Yi is at a loss for solutions. To Vogel's astonishment, however, Wang Yi confidently nodded. "Of course, I do." Vogel was taken aback, as were the other Lakers. James asked, "What is your plan?" Wang Yi replied, "I will shoot them down." Upon hearing this, an eerie silence enveloped the locker room. This fellow is excessively self-assured. ISN and Apos. Teehee. In the entire league, How many dare to claim they could shoot their opponents down? The Splash Brothers count as 2, Durant as 1, Paul as 1. Leonard also as 1. Beyond that, who else would boldly assert they could annihilate their adversaries? Observing the skeptical gazes around him, Wang Yi raised his chin and declared with confidence, "As long as they allow me to shoot, I will ensure they are vanquished." With a single step, Wang Yi deftly outmaneuvers Irving. His unwavering confidence astonishes the crowd. Yet, reflecting upon Wang Yi's flawless shooting percentage in the first half, they choose to place their faith in him. While they concede that it seems implausible for Wang Yi to dominate his opponent to such an extent, they believe that if he continues to sink mid-range shots, he can indeed disrupt the net's defense. Should the net's defense falter, it would inevitably create greater opportunities for his teammates. As the second half commences, both teams reintroduce their starting lineups. The Nets trio of superstars faces off against the Lakers' formidable trio. Naturally, Wang Yi's credentials and accolades, apologies, but he possesses none, fall short of true stardom. However, recent performances have showcased his scoring prowess and ability to draw defensive attention, elevating him to the status of a burgeoning star. Such a dazzling contest undeniably delights the fans. As the Nets initiate their offense, the Lakers adopt a man-to-man defense. Once again, Wang Yi finds himself matched up against Irving. In the second quarter, Irving had been relatively quiet, as Harden intentionally sought to facilitate his scoring. Now, with the ball in hand, Irving faces Wang Yi's defense. With a deft behind-the-back dribble and a swift spin, he nearly breaches Wang Yi's guard. As Wang Yi retreats a step and shifts to intercept his path, Irving suddenly halts, retreating a step while dribbling. Just as Wang Yi advances, Irving bends low and effortlessly slips past him, penetrating the paint. This sequence of dribbling flows with such fluidity, akin to silk in the breeze. Even the audience at the Staples Center cannot suppress their gasps of awe. Wang Yi shakes his head slightly. Despite having scrutinized countless hours of footage on Irving, he remains unable to contain the latter and Oppo's mesmerizing ball handling. Irving and Oppo's dribbling is characterized by a rhythmic variation, oscillating between rapid and slow, left and right. In the entire league, aside from the long-limbed anomaly known as Leonard, few can effectively guard Irving one-on-one. The silver-haired commentator, Mike Breen, exclaims in astonishment, "Oh my goodness, did you see that? Witness that exquisite crossover?" The Eastern player is left spinning like a puppet on a string. Irving turns to Wang Yi, chin raised in a subtle challenge. Yet, Wang Yi merely smiles, reminiscent of an adult humorously responding to a child's provocation. As the Lakers transition to offense, LeBron James hands the ball directly to Wang Yi, signaling him to confront Irving. The intent is unmistakable. He must respond. This clearly indicates that Wang Yi has been elevated to the status of a star player. As a star, when an opponent showcases their skills and scores in front of you, it is imperative to retaliate. Failing to do so would undermine his standing as a star. Wang Yi, well aware of LeBron's expectations, seizes the ball. Despite being 2 meters from the three-point line, he has no hesitation. A direct three-point shot. The basketball soared above, tracing an arc that seemed meticulously crafted, and with a swish, it descended into the net. A three-pointer. Flawlessly executed. Irving was caught off guard, failing to extend his arm in defense. LeBron patted Wang Yi on the back, exclaiming, "That was a splendid shot." Wang Yi, half-jokingly, replied, "I concur." As Irving observed the camaraderie between Wang Yi and LeBron, a flicker of jealousy ignited within him. This had once been his leader. A bond he believed only he was entitled to enjoy, though he had since distanced himself from this leader. He could not bear the thought of another encroaching upon that connection. It was akin to a man witnessing his ex-girlfriend in the embrace of another. The discomfort was undeniable. Consequently, he turned back and showcased his skills before Wang Yi once more. With fluidity reminiscent of flowing water, he executed a dribble and scored a two-pointer. This time, however, Wang Yi's earnest defense coupled with a drop of sweat on the floor created a perilous situation. Basketball shoes become exceedingly slippery on a wet surface. Wang Yi slipped, stumbling back 5 steps, nearly losing his balance. To the casual observer, it appeared as though he was on the verge of being outmaneuvered by Irving. Eliciting gasps from the crowd, Mike Breen exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Oh, the ultimate ankle breaker. The ultimate ankle breaker has arrived. His name is Kyrie Irving." Irving turned to glance at Wang Yi, still holding his chin high. Wang Yi gestured to the ball boy by the sidelines, indicating the sweat on the floor. The ball boy hurried over, swiftly mopping up the moisture. Shaquille O'Neal remarked, "While it seems King was quite thoroughly faked out, it's evident that the sweat on the floor played a pivotal role." Charles Barkley nodded in agreement. Irving and Oppo's move was indeed impressive, but the sweat on the floor facilitated his escape from Wang Yi. Mike Breen shook his head repeatedly. Being outmaneuvered is merely being outmaneuvered. Making excuses is rather dull. Failure is not frightening. What is disconcerting is the inability to admit it, instead attributing it to the floor-esque condition. Shall every player who gets faked out henceforth use such justifications? Poor ball boys, their workload is about to increase. Wang Yi, oblivious to Mike Breen's comments, remained unfazed by Irving and Apos' provocation, smiling with a fierce determination ignited within his eyes. As the Lakers mounted their offense, Wang Yi received a pass from LeBron. This time, Irving dared not underestimate him. Instead, he stepped forward, keen to thwart any sudden strikes from Wang Yi. Yet, in that moment, Wang Yi unleashed a lightning-quick first step, darting past Irving and Apos' left side. Irving thought to himself, oh no, how can his first step in a drive be so remarkably swift? It is imperative that this insignificant youth does not score effortlessly before me. Thus, even before he has landed, he has already turned to launch himself towards Wang Yi. However, his feet are not yet prepared to pivot and chase back. Consequently, his upper and lower body fail to coordinate harmoniously. With a thud, he tumbles to the ground. Meanwhile, Wang Yi, after evading him, comes to a sudden halt, secures the ball, leaps, and releases a shot. A splash of white erupts from the net as the ball sinks in. 2 points scored. The Staples Center erupts in jubilant cheers. He has completely outmaneuvered Irving. While Irving was merely staggered, Wang Yi has sent him crashing to the floor. This player is truly astonishing. Li Yifeng, overcome with excitement, leaps to his feet, clapping fervently and exclaiming in Mandarin, Igu, you are eternal. Lin Shilei, resembling a starstruck girl, waves her hands while ardently calling out, Igu, I love you. Look this way, look this way. Igu is so handsome. Were others to witness her unabashed enthusiasm, akin to that of a devoted fan, one could only wonder at their thoughts. Shaquille O'Neal's eyes gleam as he remarks, oh, he has outmaneuvered Kyrie Irving. This young man from Huaxia is truly remarkable. Charles Barkley then pats O and Apos' Neil on the shoulder, exclaiming, did you see his first step? It was lightning fast. Irving couldn't and Apos' keep up at all. Meanwhile, Mike Breen, who had consistently lauded Irving while belittling Wang Yi, now wears a slightly discomfort expression. Ultimately, he can only mutter, the game is not over. One score does not signify anything. In a stunning display, Wang Yi executed a flawless 17-shot performance, leaving Irving feeling a deep sense of frustration after being momentarily outmaneuvered. As the next round commenced, Irving was resolute in his determination to take on Wang Yi alone. He deftly changed directions, incorporating a back-to-the-basket dribble. And as he pressed Wang Yi to the free-throw line, he suddenly performed a between-the-legs dribble followed by a retreating step, distancing himself from the three-point line. He launched the shot, successfully creating space from Wang Yi, yet the basketball veered off course. As play resumed, the Lakers initiated another offensive foray, with LeBron James entrusting the ball to the on-fire Wang Yi. Confronted by Irving's defense, Wang Yi executed a deceptive pull-up fake. At that moment, Irving, wary of Wang Yi's shooting prowess, leaped high to contest the shot. However, as soon as he ascended, he muttered an expletive, shit. For Wang Yi was not attempting a shot at all. Instead, he swiftly maneuvered around Irving and, from just a step behind him, launched a mid-range jumper. Swish. Another basket secured. In the subsequent play, Irving managed to surpass Wang Yi once more. Yet, this time, Wang Yi had adjusted to Irving's rhythm, and despite being overtaken, he used his body to contest vigorously alongside him. This physical engagement hindered Irving and Apos' leap during his layup attempt, resulting in insufficient elevation, which perfectly set the stage for LeBron. Like a majestic eagle swooping down on its prey, James executed a thunderous block, sending the ball soaring away. What a ferocious display from the king, turning the tide. The Lakers initiated a fast break, with Wang Yi leading the charge as he surged in from the right side beyond the three-point arc. Durant was already racing back down the middle towards Wang Yi, with Irving hot on his heels. Aware of the impending threat posed by these two formidable defenders, Wang Yi opted not to attempt a direct dunk, fearing a potential rejection. Instead, he came to a sudden halt, gathering the ball in his right hand. Observing this, Durant lunged forward, yet Wang Yi withheld his shot. As Durant soared past him, Wang Yi feigned a shooting motion. Seeing this, Irving's eyes blazed with intensity, and he shouted, "Want to shoot?" How naive, as he lunged towards Wang Yi. However, Wang Yi expertly reclaimed the ball, gliding past Irving with keen precision. With a relaxed demeanor, he turned and effortlessly released a two-point shot. Durant had regained his footing, intent on blocking Wang Yi from the side. Yet, Irving's timely intervention effectively obstructed Durant's path. The basketball floated gracefully like a feather, gently finding its way through the hoop. This time, with a mere feint, Wang Yi had successfully deceived both Durant and Irving, particularly with that final shot, where he turned to face Irving, allowing him to glide past before returning to his shooting form. The audacity of that move was undeniably captivating. The Staples Center erupted in a frenzy. A tremendous roar, akin to a tidal wave, surged toward Wang Yi from all directions. The giant screen instantaneously displayed Wang Yi clad in his black Mamba jersey. The DJ's elongated voice, attempting to utilize clumsy Mandarin, called out his name, Wang Yi. In the third quarter, Wang Yi made a striking entrance, hitting 4 consecutive shots, including a three-pointer, thereby extending the lead to 17 points. Nets head coach Steve Nash could no longer contain himself and promptly called for a timeout. As Wang Yi returned to the bench, the Lakers players welcomed him as if a beloved goddess had returned to her homeland, singing and dancing, towels swirling in the air, a jubilant cacophony. LeBron James and Anthony Davis embraced Wang Yi, one on each side, with LeBron exaggeratedly exclaiming in Wang Yi and Appo's ear, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." He repeated this 5 times. Not to mention, the mere act of shaking off superstars Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving to make a graceful jump shot was enough to warrant a celebration. This moment was broadcast live across America, witnessed by millions of fans who marveled, "This Chinese player is indeed intriguing." To shake off both Durant and Irving is no small feat. One fan remarked on the beauty of Wang Yi's maneuver that left Irving off balance with a single step, contrasting it with the elaborate attempts of others. The comments section in the Tencent NBA live stream was ablaze with excitement. Ego YYDS. Ego is awesome. Ego LSP. To shake off Durant and Irving. Ego is too cool. There was a playful debate over the nature of the moves, with some insisting it was more than just a shake-off. Coach Ma Daxiang of the Daxiang team chimed in, "If Wang Yi doesn't and Appo's score at least 40 today, I will eat my words live." Fans rallied in response, questioning the sincerity of his remarks. "Today as commentary feels off. Shouldn't and Appo's he be critical of our ego? Ma, you have changed. You are no longer the same." In the live hall, when the camera shifted to Maina, it captured her joyfully bouncing in excitement over Wang Yi's latest score. Kufan laughed heartily, his suit straining under the pressure of his mirth. "Sister Na, I have finally grasped what it means to be elated. You have vividly illustrated the essence of jubilant celebration." Maina blushed slightly, feeling shy as she replied, "Oh, not at all." Kufan redirected the conversation, "But truly, Wang Yi and Appo's recent shots are exceptionally beautiful." Sukun nodded in acknowledgement. The 2 baskets that Irving scored were indeed the result of an elaborate series of flashy maneuvers, showcasing a certain aesthetic appeal. However, Wang Yi does not indulge in such theatrics. His shots consist of straightforward three-pointers and jump shots after a single step, while Irving managed to score 2. Wang Yi effortlessly netted 4. This brings to mind the heavy black sword before the sword tomb of the unrivaled. Maina playfully clenched her delicate fist, her dimples deepening as she remarked, "And Appo's, a heavy sword is without a sharp edge. True skill lies in simplicity." And Appo's, Sukun concurred, "And Appo's, indeed. He eschews flamboyance for the unadorned art of shooting. While you labor through a series of ostentatious moves to score 1, I secure a simple three-pointer with ease. You may make 2 out of 4 attempts, yet I achieve perfection with all 4 shots." The contrast is unmistakable. Hence, Nash grew anxious. What was Nash's defensive strategy prior to this? With Davis in subpar form and James unable to exert himself prematurely, the primary focus of the Lakers was Wang Yi. Nash and Appo's defensive approach was quite targeted, allowing Wang Yi to shoot while defenders blocked the passing lanes, severing Wang Yi and Appo's connection with his teammates. And Appo's, you can shoot. If you possess the skill, do it alone and eliminate us all. Kufan added. However, the deficit has suddenly ballooned to 17 points. And Nash realizes the gravity of the situation. Wang Yi is indeed on the verge of single-handedly dismantling the Nets. This was likely beyond his wildest imaginings. Moreover, it seems that no one in the world anticipated this. The 3 commentators erupted into laughter, their expressions brimming with pride in Wang Yi. Pride in the emergence of a player from China in the NBA. At this moment, Kufan recollected something important, exclaiming, "And Appo's, by the way, Wang Yi should now be 17 for 17, 37 points. Such offensive efficiency is nothing short of terrifying." And Appo's, Sukun could not help but shake his head in astonishment. And Appo's, 17 attempts, 17 conversions, and 2 for 2 from the free throw line. This efficiency is indeed formidable. On the sidelines, O'Neal and Barkley watch Wang Yi's performance with palpable excitement. We should no longer harbor biases against players from China. Otherwise, when they deliver astonishing performances, we shall feel the sting of embarrassment. While I may not be familiar with other players from China, it is clear that this particular athlete stands undeterred before the Nets trio of superstars, exhibiting neither timidity nor restraint. He has proven himself to be a player capable of thriving in high-pressure situations. I believe he is destined to become a genuine star in the future. Beside them, Mike Breen wore a grim expression, remaining silent. 103 Harden has erupted. Amidst the commentary of three ESPN analysts, O and Oppos, Neal and Barkley were animatedly discussing, their words flying forth like scattered droplets of saliva. Only the silver-haired Mike Breen remained sullen and silent, his expression dark. He had previously lauded Irving to the skies, only to witness Irving utterly defeated in his matchups against Wang Yi. Such a slap in the face was resounding. Yet, the humiliation was secondary to his primary concern. How on earth could that damned Chinese player perform so exceptionally? Was there truly no one capable of defending against him? Curse you, Steve Nash, can you not devise a strategy? Would it be too much to ask Durant to guard this infernal Chinese player? As he watched his colleagues laughing and chatting, Breen, as the chief commentator for ESPN, could not remain mute any longer. Eventually, he managed to force out a remark. This Chinese player indeed possesses considerable skill. However, the game is not over yet. Is it not somewhat premature to feel triumphant? On the Nets and Oppos bench, Nash handed a bottle of water to the sullen Irving, saying, Kyrie, you cannot fall into the trap of one-on-one battles with him. Basketball is a team sport. You are brothers and must coordinate with one another. Understand? Irving took a couple of swigs, tightly twisting the cap back on. His head bowed in silence. Nearby, DeAndre Jordan observed this scene, and the frustration he had harbored due to Wang Yi only intensified. Nash continued, we are a team that excels in offense. Whenever we face issues, we must resolve them through scoring. Harden, you can start putting points on the board. Only by continuously scoring and drawing the opponent and Oppos' defense can you create more opportunities for your teammates. Harden nodded, his lips barely moving, his voice emanating from the dense foliage of his beard. I will. Nash added, as for defense, we can no longer allow that guy to shoot. He truly looks as though he intends to annihilate us. Therefore, we can afford to let him pass the ball. If he dishes it to AD, we can accept that. As for LeBron, if necessary, we can foul him and bring him down. His free throw shooting has been consistently dreadful today. On the Lakers and Oppos bench, the players wore relaxed expressions. Wong, when you said you could shoot them down, I was somewhat skeptical. It seems I owe you an apology, KCP remarked to Wang Yi. Kuzma chimed in. The type of person I admire most is one who can turn their bluster into reality. Wong, you are that person. Amidst the praises from his teammates, Wang Yi remained grounded. The game was not yet over, and there was still work to be done. Vogel nodded discreetly. Wang Yi exemplified perseverance during the toughest times against the Jazz. Now, he displayed clarity in this favorable moment. Such players, barring any unforeseen circumstances, possess the potential for boundless achievements in the future. The 2-minute timeout swiftly came to an end, and both teams returned to the court. Harden dribbled, executed a deceptive move, and pulled the ball back between his legs. With his signature step-back three-pointer, he struck with precision. When Pope inadvertently reached out, Harden abruptly lifted his arm, simulating a shooting motion, which resulted in a foul by Pope. On the third occasion, he exploited the rhythm to shake off Pope, drawing a foul from Drummond during his layup. As this was a shooting foul, he converted both free throws. In contrast, the Lakers faced heightened defensive pressure on Wang Yi from the Nets. The moment Wang Yi received the ball, two opponents immediately converged on him. Wang Yi, feeling fatigued, opted to pass. He delivered a pass to Davis, who failed to score from the post. A pass to James resulted in him being fouled by Jordan during his drive, converting only one of two free throws. A three-point attempt to Pope missed. A dunk attempt to Drummond drew a foul, yet he too failed to convert both free throws. The Lakers suffered a 6-1 run, with the deficit ballooning back to 12 points. Vogel promptly called for a timeout. However, upon returning, Harden and Oppos' offensive momentum continued unabated. He swiftly sank two more three-pointers and executed a layup. The Lakers could muster only 2 points through Harrell and Oppos' second-chance opportunity. Ultimately, with 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the Nets, propelled by Harden and Oppos' prowess, narrowed the gap to a mere 3 points. One cannot deny Harden and Oppos' remarkable scoring ability, which is indeed astounding. Pope found it exceedingly challenging to defend against him. Meanwhile, the Lakers were acutely aware of Harden's exceptional passing skills, rendering them hesitant to fully double-team him. They could only watch helplessly as Harden relentlessly closed the scoring gap. Wang Yi sought to assert himself, but consistently confronted with double teams, had no choice but to pass the ball out. Unfortunately, his teammates were not particularly supportive. Vogel, witnessing the impending collapse of the lead, found himself at the mercy of rotation timing. He was compelled to substitute the underperforming Davis and the fatigued Wang Yi, allowing James, who had yet to make a significant impact, to take charge. James finally halted the bleeding with a three-pointer followed by a 2-1 after a drive. Nevertheless, even with such efforts, Harden's explosive performance proved uncontainable. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 88-87, with the Nets trailing by just 1 point. The hearts of all fans from Huaxia tightened once more. In the past, when Yao Ming played for the Rockets, they were the beloved team of Huaxia fans. Now, with Wang Yi and the Lakers and the team's already massive fan base in Huaxia due to Kobe and James, the Lakers have become the primary team for all Huaxia fans. The atmosphere in the Lakers' home arena grew somewhat tense. The home fans seemed overly gentle in their support. We're at the Jazz's home court. The team would create a cacophony to disrupt the opposing players with a mere 1-point lead. Yet, the Lakers fans appeared somewhat subdued as their team was relentlessly pursued. Barkley jested with O and Oppos, Neil, remarking that the team he once played for was in trouble, urging him to be concerned. O and Oppos, Neil shook his head repeatedly, acknowledging the formidable scoring prowess of James Harden. However, Vogel seemed devoid of any viable solutions. Would he dare to instruct his players to double-team Harden? Unthinkable. The moment they did, Harden would effortlessly pass the ball out. Irving and Durant are not to be underestimated. Leaving them open would indeed be the height of folly. Lacking the courage to double-team, they were left with one-on-one scenarios. Yet, Harden and Oppos' ability to dominate in such situations could overwhelm most players. Barkley inquired if LeBron could be given a chance. O'Neal dismissed the notion, stating that LeBron was older than his grandmother. While he could indeed stifle the opponent in a few critical possessions, that would be the extent of his contribution. One could not expect him to guard Harden throughout the entirety of the fourth quarter. Barkley then suggested Wang Yi, noting his quick lateral movement. Perhaps he could attempt to defend Harden solo. O'Neal pondered this seriously for a few moments before conceding it was worth a try, albeit with caution. Wang Yi was still young and lacked sufficient game experience. Against a man who had been up since 4 in the morning memorizing the rules, he would have to tread carefully. Meanwhile, Mike Brown, sitting nearby, appeared considerably more at ease, sporting a smirk of disdain, proclaiming, "Let me tell you, James Harden will dismantle that guy." During the intermission of the third quarter in the game between the Lakers and the Nets, Vogel observed the departing figure of the bearded player, contemplating for a moment before turning to Wong. "In the fourth quarter, you will take on the primary defensive responsibility against Harden." Wong nodded, his eyes brimming with determination. Understood. The stronger the opponent, the more it ignited his competitive spirit. The Lakers players were not surprised by Vogel and Oppos' decision to assign Wong to guard Harden, as his individual defensive prowess was undoubtedly among the top 3 within the team. As for offensive strategies, Vogel had little to say. With James on the court, along with the exceptionally skilled Wong and AD, concerns about offensive execution were unwarranted. As the fourth quarter commenced, both James and Wong remained seated on the bench, while AD led a group of substitutes. It was not long before AD began to assert his influence, dominating inside against Jordan, scoring on all 4 attempts. The Nets, on the other hand, had Irving and Griffin on the floor with their reserves. Irving struggled with his shooting, missing twice, yet Griffin found his rhythm, sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers to keep the score within reach. With 7 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, Vogel summoned Wong and James to the court, substituting for AD. The Nets and Oppos, Harden, and Durant also entered the fray, while Irving took a breather. At this juncture, James began to exert his influence. When Wong faced a double team, James first drained a three-pointer and then assisted Pope for another 3. Following this, he executed a jump shot from the free throw line. On the Nets and Oppos side, Harden brought the ball up. Wong adopted a defensive stance, legs apart and center of gravity lowered, with arms slightly extended, positioning himself to favor Harden and Oppos' left side. Being a left-handed player, Harden preferred to maneuver towards his left, so defenders typically aimed to cut off his left path while leaving the right open. Moreover, when guarding Harden, one must avoid reaching in. Otherwise, he might exploit the opportunity to draw a foul with a shot from beneath the defender's arm. As Harden dribbled forward, he began a series of crossovers. Wong recognized that such movements often preceded a step-back three-pointer. Of course, Harden sometimes opted for a quick drive to the right after such maneuvers. However, given that the score had just widened to a 7-point deficit, the likelihood of Harden attempting a step-back three-pointer was significantly higher. Wong deliberately took a slight step back, creating the illusion of additional space for Harden. Sure enough, Harden fell for the ruse. After executing 5 consecutive crossovers, he abruptly pushed off with his left foot and stepped back. Then, with renewed force from his left foot, he retreated further to the right, culminating in his signature double step back. Many fans might claim this was a travel, but to utter such words is to insult a man who has risen at 4 in the morning to learn the rules of the game. As he retreated for the first time, the ball lingered in his left hand, reminiscent of the initial step in a 3-step layup. It was only during the second retreat that he brought the ball with him. One could perceive his dual retreat as a reverse 3-step layup. as the consecutive retreats instantaneously created space, making it exceedingly difficult to block. However, Wang Yi had anticipated his retreat, initiating his movement to intercept in the direction of Harden and Oppo's retreat. Given that Harden and Oppo's backward three-point jump was not particularly high, and with Wang Yi and Oppo's impressive 100-centimeter vertical leap, he almost resembled a spring-loaded figure. Consequently, Harden was compelled to adjust his backward angle significantly while leaning back. Although Wang Yi did not block the shot, he indeed disrupted Harden and Oppo's attempt. The clang of the ball echoed as Harden and Oppo's shot clanged off the rim. LeBron seized the rebound and executed a long pass akin to a quarterback and Oppo's throw. Pope received the ball and executed a thunderous dunk. On the sidelines, Nash furrowed his brow, contemplating a timeout. However, with ample time remaining and only 2 timeouts left, he had to endure for the moment. In the next possession, Harden dribbled once more, casting a glance at Durant's station beyond the left three-point line before beginning a gradual change of direction. It appeared slow, but at a certain moment, he abruptly shifted direction. Aiming to drive right, Wang Yi swiftly moved laterally to obstruct his path. Harden, with a deft maneuver, pulled the ball back under his right hand, simultaneously slowing his rhythm. Observing Wang Yi and Oppo's weight slightly shifting towards the left, he suddenly surged forward, penetrating aggressively from the right side. The rhythm was invincible. It would not be an exaggeration to label him a master of tempo. Wang Yi, with his impressive lateral speed, was unperturbed by guards like Westbrook and Schroeder, who relied on sheer speed. Yet, he occasionally struggled against guards like Harden, who excelled through rhythm. But was that the end? Certainly not. After evading Wang Yi, Harden charged towards the basket, intent on scoring. Just then, a figure resembling a great bird suddenly swooped in from behind, soaring over his head. With a resounding slap, the basketball was forcefully swatted away by a colossal hand. The force and speed of the block were akin to a woman delivering a merciless slap to her rival. Devoid of compassion, the ball flew far into the stands, igniting a wave of exhilaration among the spectators. "Oh, Wong, I adore you," they cheered. This man was indeed electrifying. Unbeknownst to Harden, Wong and Oppo's volleyball-style rejection was quite formidable. Turning back, Harden regarded Wang Yi, clad in the number 1 black Mamba jersey. Due to the density of his facial hair, Harden could not discern his expression, yet the surprise and fierce competitive spirit gleamed in Wang Yi and Oppo's eyes. How on earth had he achieved that? He remained unaware that his successful maneuver past Wang Yi was partly due to his remarkable change of pace, which caught Wang off guard. Moreover, Wang Yi had a vested interest in allowing him to advance, knowing that halting Harden and Oppo's rhythm would prove exceedingly challenging. Thus, he had intentionally held back his full effort. Instead, he opted to pursue from behind after Harden had passed. As the Nets prepared for another inbounds play, Durant called for the ball, yet Harden withheld it, signaling with his gaze that he was determined to outmaneuver his opponent. Continuing to toy with Wang Yi's rhythm, he deftly evaded him and approached the three-point line. However, rather than driving straight to the basket, he unexpectedly halted, anticipating Wang Yi's pursuit, a tactic he often employed. The principle being, when the leading vehicle suddenly breaks, the trailing one is deemed at fault. This strategy frequently ensnares overly eager defenders. Nevertheless, one should never underestimate a player who rises at 4 in the morning to study footage. As for the type of footage, well, let Oppo's just say it encompasses a variety. Wang Yi had scrutinized Harden's plays countless times, aware of his penchant for drawing fouls through abrupt stops. Thus, as Harden came to a sudden halt, Wang Yi sidestepped, deftly maneuvering past him. Upon landing, he firmly planted his feet, repositioning himself in front of Harden. At this point, they were in the paint, leaving Harden with no space to penetrate further, compelling him to pass the ball instead. Ultimately, the shot clock expired, and Griffin was left to hurriedly attempt a three-pointer, which failed to find its mark. Turning the tide, the Lakers launched a counterattack. LeBron brought the ball up court, and as Harden pursued, he found himself unable to impede LeBron, who powered through to score. The arena erupted once more. As LeBron landed, he flexed his right bicep while forcefully pounding his chest with his left hand, unleashing a primal roar from the depths of his being. Ah, the Grim Reaper descends. LeBron James, dragging James Harden along, completes a 2-1 play, igniting a frenzy among the Staples Center crowd. Oh my goodness, he is not merely human, he is a monster. LeBron, overpowering Harden, draws a foul, leaving Harden visibly frustrated. LeBron and Oppo's prowess is simply astounding. In a fit of excitement, a fan recited a tongue twister, reminiscent of the 2018 playoffs when LeBron carried Morris to the basket. Who on earth can stop LeBron? Shaquille O'Neal, animated with excitement, exclaimed, oh my, I feel as though I am witnessing a beast soaring to the rim. Even Mike Breen couldn't help but shake his head in awe. LeBron is indeed formidable, almost absurdly so. At nearly 38 years of age, one wonders when he will finally show signs of aging. Charles Barkley, equally exhilarated, waved his fists, nearly striking O and Oppos. Neil in the process, whether by accident or design, remains uncertain. He is undoubtedly an alien, a Martian. How could a human possess such extraordinary abilities? Rihanna, unable to contain her enthusiasm, leapt up, cupping her hands around her mouth like a trumpet, shouting, "LeBron, oh LeBron, LeBron." Wang Yi, observing the Westerners' lack of vocabulary to express their astonishment, felt a deep sympathy. Where is their rich lexicon compared to our vast Chinese language? Allow me to showcase the richness of our vocabulary and the diversity of our emotional expressions. Thus, Wang Yi exclaimed, "My goodness, experiencing the game live, as opposed to watching it on television, offers an entirely different sensation. Witnessing LeBron dominate up close reveals what it truly means to be a beast, to be extraordinary, to be terrifyingly great." Even Harden, as an adversary, shook his head in disbelief, grinning widely, showcasing his pearly whites amid his thick beard, saying to LeBron, "You are indeed a monster." LeBron graciously responded, "Thank you." Steve Nash could no longer contain himself and finally called for a timeout. As the excitement in the arena began to settle, O'Neal remarked, "LeBron's play was undeniably impressive. Yet we must recognize that the Lakers and Oppo's ability to widen the gap to double digits was due to Wang Yi effectively containing the duo of LeBron and Harden over the last 3 possessions." Barkley concurred, glancing at Wang Yi on the sidelines. Although he has yet to score in the fourth quarter, his impact on the court cannot be quantified by mere statistics. He has successfully defended against Harden 4 consecutive times, rendering the Nets ineffective offensively and allowing the Lakers to capitalize with several fast breaks. I suggest Vogel reward him with a chicken leg after the game. Oh, and Oppos, Neil glanced at Mike Breen, jokingly adding, "I believe someone mentioned earlier that Harden would obliterate this Huaxia individual." Mike Breen was initially exhilarated by James's remarkable play, only to be abruptly doused with cold water by O and Oppos. Neil, his expression soured momentarily, and after stammering a few words, he could only reiterate, "I maintain my stance." The game is not yet concluded. History remembers only the victors. O'Neal cast a sidelong glance at Mike Breen, contorting his face in a playful grimace. This old man is resorting to childish antics. We are discussing Harden's inability to outshine Wang Yi, yet you bring up victors. Although Mike Breen felt a sense of embarrassment, he chose to feign ignorance. As the timeout concluded, only 5 minutes remained, with all the main players on the court. The climactic battle was about to commence. The Lakers had surged ahead by 11 points, and Wang Yi was managing to contain Harden momentarily. Irving was struggling against Pope and Oppo's relentless defense, while James was focusing on Durant. It seemed as though the Lakers were poised to dismantle the Nets. However, at that moment, Durant activated his lethal prowess. Three-pointer. A mid-range jumper following a dramatic change of direction. An exhilarating fast break yielding an and one. Another long-range three-pointer. In a mere 3 minutes, he racked up 14 points. Meanwhile, the Lakers experienced an unexpected lapse, failing to score consistently, relying solely on Davis and Oppo's solitary three-pointer to barely equalize with the Nets. Durant, almost single-handedly, unleashed a fervent offensive onslaught. The arrival of the Grim Reaper was indeed terrifying. With only 2.5 minutes remaining, both teams were tied. The tension was palpable among fans present and those watching on screens alike. In the 10-cent NBA broadcast room, Sue Kuhn and Oppo's voice betrayed a hint of excitement. In these final 2 minutes, it would be revealed whether the Grim Reaper would claim the Kings or if the Kings could subdue him. Or perhaps Harden, Irving, and Davis would erupt and seize the game. Kufan inquired, "Why can and Oppos it be Wang Yi?" Sukun rationally analyzed, "Of course, I hope it is Wang Yi." However, with such a constellation of stars on the court, these last 2.5 minutes boiled down to a moment for the superstars. Whichever team's stars shine brighter will have the greater chance of victory. Moreover, have you noticed? Whenever Wang Yi receives the ball, the Nets employ double teaming. In the final moments, to minimize turnovers, the Lakers will likely limit Wang Yi's ball handling opportunities, leaving him with little chance to showcase his superstar abilities. As the timeout ended, the Grim Reaper's scythe continued to swing relentlessly. James attempted a three-pointer but missed. Durant retaliated with a swift three-pointer from behind. The Nets led by 3 points. Following that, James drew a foul from Harden, converting one of 2 free throws. Durant then charged into the paint, drawing a foul from Drummond and sinking both of his free throws. In the subsequent rounds, Davis managed only 1 basket out of 3 attempts, while Durant excelled, scoring 3 out of 4. With just 1 minute remaining in the game, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 8 points, 110 to 118. The specter of defeat loomed ominously, as Durant single-handedly not only closed the gap but propelled the Nets to an 8-point lead. The atmosphere among the Lakers and Oppos fans plummeted to an all-time low, prompting some to exit the arena prematurely. Vogel called for a timeout once more. During this pause, the expressions of the Lakers players were etched with concern. No one wished to succumb to defeat against the Nets, especially on such a momentous occasion. Losing on this day, while donning the Black Mamba jerseys designed by Kobe, would undoubtedly invite ridicule from all quarters. LeBron, with a grim countenance, declared, "No matter what, we must secure victory today. Kobe is watching over us. Do we wish to honor him with a loss on a day like this? We must muster every ounce of strength, we must fight. And we must ensure they do not score another point." LeBron and Oppos' last words were a fervent roar, echoing with urgency. Davis, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, affirmed, "We cannot afford to lose. There is no way we will allow ourselves to be defeated today. Absolutely not." With the leaders of the team voicing their resolve, a spark ignited within the others. Yet it is often said that sheer willpower alone does not guarantee victory. It is imperative to avoid mistakes, employ the right strategies, and be graced with a measure of fortune. The camera was also deceived, with only 1 minute left on the countdown. The Lakers were trailing by 8 points. A significant portion of the fan base had already lost hope. Although the NBA is a realm where miracles can occur, it is unrealistic to expect one in every game. In this moment of crisis, mere willpower from the players would not suffice to secure victory. A blend of skill and a touch of fortune were also essential. At this critical juncture, Wang Yi suddenly spoke up. "Coach, let me handle the ball when I step onto the court." Vogel was taken aback. By the fourth quarter, Wang Yi was clearly experiencing fatigue, primarily engaging in off-ball play and defense. Why, then, did he insist on taking control of the ball at such a crucial moment? For a player drained of energy, increasing his ball-handling duties would significantly diminish offensive efficiency while concurrently elevating the likelihood of turnovers. LeBron was also exhausted, and Davis had just returned from injury, having already logged 30 minutes of play. One could not expect him to perform beyond his limits. Thus, both LeBron and Davis were yearning for another to rise to the occasion. They turned their gaze toward Wang Yi, who solemnly nodded in affirmation. Naturally, LeBron remained cautious in such a pivotal moment. He pressed, "Do you have a plan?" Wang Yi, panting and wiping his brow, explained, "I will attract the double team while you prepare for cuts and three-point shots. Whenever you have a chance, I will ensure the ball reaches you." His assertion was resolute. However, both Vogel and LeBron were somewhat skeptical. Although Wang Yi had occasionally delivered commendable passes, his overall court vision was merely above average and did not reach elite status. What justified his claim that he could guarantee the ball would find his teammates? Even elite passers like LeBron, Rondo, and Paul could not assure that a pass would be successful simply because a teammate had an opportunity. Passing lanes could be obstructed, sometimes by multiple defenders. It was perplexing that Wang Yi, nearly depleted of energy, would make such bold claims. Yet, Vogel and LeBron were captivated by the sincerity and determination reflected in Wang Yi and Oppos' eyes. They exchanged a glance, and ultimately, Vogel conceded. "Then give it a try for one possession." In this situation, they could only afford Wang Yi a single attempt. He nodded, "Coach, I will show you the results." As the Lakers took to the court once more, LeBron passed the ball to Wang Yi. In his mind, Wang Yi resolved, "Utilize the beginner's magic passing experience card." Magic passing experience card increases court vision by 30, passing ability by 30, and enhances passing imagination and creativity by 30. Wang Yi had previously refrained from utilizing his skills as he devoted significant effort to defending against Harden, which considerably curtailed Harden and Oppos' shooting and assist rates. Moreover, he lacked the stamina and energy to take control of the ball, especially with LeBron consistently holding possession prior. Consequently, his opportunities were drastically diminished, rendering the use of an experience card a mere waste. However, at this critical juncture, such considerations were rendered irrelevant. It was time to seize the moment and take a gamble. On the sidelines, Mike Breen observed Wang Yi taking the court, incessantly commenting. It seemed that the Grim Reaper had resolved to harvest the Kings, even intending to reap the entire Lakers team. The Lakers were playing too softly. Had their defense possessed even a modicum of tenacity, they would not have allowed Durant and Oppos' ominous presence to loom over them. The Chinese player, in the fourth quarter, had failed to score, appearing as if he had vanished into thin air, playing as if in a daze. Following this game, he would undoubtedly become a tremendous subject of ridicule. At that moment, Wang Yi seized the ball. Irving immediately advanced a step, denying him any chance to attempt a three-pointer. Harden, however, showed no inclination to double-team. Having played for so many years, he was acutely aware of a player's condition. Given Wang Yi's current state, breathless and fatigued. Even if he were to penetrate, his mid-range shooting percentage would be limited, let alone the difficulty of making a layup. In such a condition, his legs felt weak, unable to push off effectively, thus rendering a double team unnecessary. Thus, Wang Yi, leveraging his lightning-quick first step, swiftly maneuvered past Irving. Upon entering the paint, Durant came to provide help defense. In an instant, Wang Yi recognized that LeBron was left unguarded. Drawing from his memory of LeBron and Apos' position, he executed a behind-the-back pass beyond the three-point arc. The basketball soared like a precision-guided missile, landing perfectly in LeBron and Apos' hands. After receiving the ball, LeBron made a slight adjustment. At that moment, Harden, positioned at the free-throw line, rushed over with excessive force, unable to halt his momentum. LeBron leaped effortlessly, heading straight toward Harden. The referee and Apos' sharp whistle pierced the air. Harden, a master of drawing fouls, now experienced the taste of being fouled himself. Most critically, upon colliding with Harden in midair, LeBron, relying solely on his wrist and Apos' strength, managed to release the ball. Swish. The basketball, miraculously, found its way into the net. 3-1. The previously despondent fans erupted in excitement. Harden shook his head, visibly frustrated. LeBron approached the free-throw line, and the arena resonated with chants of MVP, 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 in harmonious unison, igniting a sense of longing within Wang Yi. When will I ever experience such treatment? After a few dribbles, James paused momentarily, flicked his wrist, and released the ball, sinking it effortlessly. At this crucial moment, his free throws had also become remarkably accurate. Suddenly, an 8-point lead dwindled to 4. The suspense was reignited. Meanwhile, the Nets initiated their offensive play. All the other Nets players had returned to the front court, leaving Harden to leisurely advance with the ball. Akin to an elderly gentleman on a stroll, Wang Yi exchanged a knowing glance with Pop, who promptly understood. The two suddenly began to double-team Harden in the front court. This was a rather audacious move, yet Wang Yi had discerned an opportunity, pinning Harden against the sidelines with Pop. This caught everyone off guard. Taken aback, Harden quickly gathered the ball. With no passing options available, he attempted to turn and call for a timeout to the referee. The referee, perceptibly bending low to observe Harden and Apos' gesture, was prepared to halt the game at the first sign. However, Wang Yi was quicker, as Harden and Apos' signal was about to emerge. He swiftly lunged forward, snatching the ball from Harden's grasp. A bold theft. He then spun around and surged toward the front court like a shooting star. On the other side, Durant had also turned back, racing from the center court to join Wang Yi, both players advancing toward the basket in tandem. Wang Yi had reached the right side of the three-point line, while Durant kept pace, arriving near the free-throw line. There was no way he could allow Wang Yi to score. At this moment, slightly behind Durant on the left side, James had also arrived. Meanwhile, on the right baseline, Pop was lying in wait. Wang Yi, seizing a moment of inspiration, slightly slowed down, allowing Durant to surge ahead. Realizing the potential for a pass to James, Durant quickly adjusted his footing to guard against an alley-oop, while also covering Wang Yi and Apos' layup. As Wang Yi crossed the three-point line, he gathered the ball in his left hand and, with a behind-the-back pass, sent it to Pop in the right corner. Durant let out a sigh of relief, turning to look at Pop, only to have his pupils constrict in shock the next moment. Pop wore a bewildered expression. He had clearly seen Wang Yi pass the ball, yet it seemed to vanish midway. Where was the ball? Just then, Durant heard a thunderous noise behind him. Turning around, he found James hanging from the rim, resembling a monstrous creature suspended from a branch. Yet, what truly astonished Durant was how that pass had transpired. The audience shared in the surprise. Having witnessed Wang Yi and Apos' clear pass to Pop, the ball had evidently departed from Wang Yi and Apos' left hand. Yet how did it suddenly soar into LeBron and Apos' embrace? In astonishment, everyone directed their gaze towards the large screen, only to witness the footage of LeBron executing a dunk. There was no indication of how the ball had been passed, for the camera, too, had been deceived. With a stunning elbow pass, LeBron James executed a breathtaking dunk that ignited the Staples Center into a frenzy. Just a minute prior, as the Lakers trailed by 8 points, many fans succumbed to disappointment and despair. Yet, in a swift 20 seconds, propelled by James's remarkable three-point play followed by a thunderous dunk, the Lakers managed to close the gap to a mere 2 points. How could this not exhilarate the Lakers supporters? The celebrities courtside erupted in cheers. LeBron. Oh, LeBron. James, forever James. However, an enigmatic occurrence unfolded on the court. It was clearly observed that Wang Yi, with his left hand from behind, passed the ball to the right corner where Pope awaited. Yet, astonishingly mid-flight, The ball inexplicably returned to James and Amp Oppos' grasp in the left midcourt. This bewilderment led everyone to gaze upwards at the large screen, hoping to discern some clue from the recent replay. However, the screen only showcased James and Amp Oppos' powerful dunk. Following that, the replay transitioned to a scene of James giving Wang Yi a hearty high-five, with words exchanged. Some in the audience deciphered James and Amp Oppos' lip movements. That was a beautiful pass. Brother, you are an artist. But how was the pass executed? The subsequent replays displayed the moment from 3 different angles. Yet, at each angle, as Wang Yi aimed for the corner pass to Pope, the camera swiftly tracked towards Pope, inadvertently omitting both James and Wang Yi from the frame. All that remained was Pope, arms outstretched to receive the ball, standing in bewilderment, mirroring the audience's astonishment. Only the camera operator positioned at the baseline reacted swiftly, redirecting the lens, but managed to capture only James and Amp Oppos' explosive dunk. The method of the pass remained elusive to all. Fortunately, the footage transitioned to a camera capturing a wider view of the entire half-court, providing clarity on Wang Yi and Oppos' actions. It revealed that as he passed the ball to Pope with his left hand, his right elbow unexpectedly extended backward. As the basketball traversed behind him, it struck his elbow, ricocheting instantly to the left, landing in James and Amp Oppos' hands as he charged in from the left midcourt. Durant, like everyone else, was deceived. His focus fixed on Pope in the right corner, entirely unaware of the pass, which allowed James to score effortlessly. Upon realizing the intricacies of this extraordinary pass, the audience erupted into an unprecedented crescendo of cheers. A harmonious chorus of astonished gasps resonated from nearly 20,000 spectators. Their astonished gazes and incredulous expressions vividly illustrated the extraordinary nature of Wang Yi and Amp Oppos' recent assist. An elbow pass. Oh my goodness, an elbow pass. It was simply exquisite, beyond description. My heavens, aside from its beauty, I find myself at a loss for words to encapsulate the brilliance of that play. Upon hearing the gasps of the spectators, Wang Yi could not help but feel a renewed sympathy for their limited vocabulary. Couldn't a simple exclamation suffice? On the sidelines, Shaquille O'Neal's mouth formed a small I shape as his eyes bulged in disbelief. What have I just witnessed? Charles, please tell me, what did I just see? Charles Barkley shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "Oh, I can hardly believe it. It's astonishing. The elbow pass. This is a lost art." Even Mike Breen, who had always held a prejudice against Wang Yi, seemed momentarily to forget his bias, exclaiming, "Oh, how did he execute that? It's utterly unbelievable." Millions of American fans watching the live broadcast began to erupt in astonished shouts. This was the signature move of White Chocolate Williams, now seemingly mastered by Wang Yi. Indeed, while White Chocolate and Oppos' pass to his teammate had been unexpected and therefore missed, James reacted more swiftly. Upon reviewing the replay, it was evident he too had not anticipated Wang Yi's delivery, leading to a slight bobble. Fortunately, he ultimately secured the ball and scored. To witness such a pass in my lifetime is a sight worth 1,000 deaths. Simultaneously, this remarkable assist led some previously biased Americans to reconsider their opinions of him. Goodness, I find myself somewhat fond of this Chinese player. He possesses the potential to become a star. Cursed one captivated individual. Meanwhile, a white man vacationing on the west coast of America lay on his couch, watching television. Upon witnessing the play, he sat upright, shaking his head in disbelief and chuckling. Damn it, this guy has copied my signature move. Yet he executed it even better than I did. It seems my technique has not been lost. In the Tencent NBA livestream, the screen was flooded with comments. Daigu is amazing. 6666666. Wang Yi is incredible. Wang EV5. Wang EYYDS. Wang ELSP. Alas, being somewhat uneducated, he simply exclaimed, "I can conquer the world." And then, with a flourish, he added, Wang ELSP. Xianggu has reappeared. Wang Yi and Amp Oppos' elbow pass is indeed remarkable. However, one thing bothers me. Couldn't you sink another three-pointer? Otherwise, I'll be forced to eat my words live. Ego. Save me. This fellow has transformed from a staunch critic to a genuine admirer. In the Tencent live broadcast hall, Maina and Amp Oppos' eyes widened in astonishment, her lovely features illuminated by sheer surprise. Kofan, brimming with excitement, nearly burst his button. The elbow pass. This is by Qiao and Amp Oppos' signature elbow pass. Absolutely stunning. Exceedingly remarkable. Su Kun, equally exhilarated, adjusted his slipping glasses and exclaimed, "This pass transcends the boundaries of imagination." Indeed, this move is original to Bai Qiao, though at that moment, his teammate failed to score. No one else in the NBA has ever executed such a maneuver. Yet Wang Yi has accomplished it. I can scarcely believe he actually did it. With this single play, Wang Yi is bound to garner countless new fans. Fan inquired. Does this mean that Teacher Su is also a fan of ego? Typically, commentators strive to maintain an air of impartiality, at least on the surface, refraining from admitting their favoritism towards any active player. However, Fan unabashedly confessed, I have been for quite some time. Are you jesting? Given the exceptional performance of our Huaxia players, it would be absurd not to be his fan. 108 magic pass. Wang Yi executed an astonishing elbow pass that left spectators in awe. Even the players from the nets were wide-eyed in disbelief. Previously, they had regarded White Chocolate and Oppo's elbow pass as an unparalleled art form, one that could never be replicated. Yet, they were utterly astonished to witness the revival of this long-lost technique. At that moment, the point difference had been reduced to a mere 2 points. A single possession could determine the outcome, and the morale of the Lakers soared. In contrast, the Nets, who had believed victory was within their grasp, suddenly found themselves jolted by unexpected turmoil. Their hearts began to race with anxiety. Seeing the Lakers gaining momentum, Nash called for a final timeout to offer a brief strategy. However, at such a critical juncture, there was little to strategize. Even a novice would know how to approach this play. Give the ball to Durant for isolation. Let Irving take a shot. Allow Harden to make his move. After all, these were superstars. Tactics were secondary. Following the earlier display of dominance, which had felt like a relentless onslaught, it was now clear that the Grim Reaper would once again take the lead. Kevin, it is your turn to conclude this possession and seal the game. None of the teammates expressed dissent. Harden had unwavering respect for his elder. Even Irving, who once resisted LeBron, had come to recognize his place after experiencing the vicissitudes of life. He finally felt he had a teammate capable of making clutch shots beside him, and thus accepted the arrangement without hesitation. Durant, with eyes ablaze, was determined to claim victory against the aging king. He had lingered too long in the second position and was ready to dethrone the old monarch. He aimed to demonstrate to the world that he, Kevin Durant, was the true king of the league. As both teams returned to the court, Durant faced LeBron's defense, attempting to maneuver past him. His change of direction was remarkably pronounced for someone standing at 2.08 meters tall. A simple shift allowed him to create significant separation from his defender. Of course, LeBron's defense in crucial moments was of the highest caliber, as he closely shadowed Durant. Durant shifted to the right, then stepped inward before making a wide left turn, retreating a step while pulling the ball beyond the three-point line. LeBron quickly followed him outside the arc. Durant executed another sweeping rightward movement, a mesmerizing display reminiscent of a slow-motion dance, rhythmically fluid and captivating. If Harden's rhythm was invincible, then Durant's was divine, transcending mere mastery of tempo. Exaggerating slightly, one might proclaim this to be the realm of the rhythm deity. After deftly maneuvering past James, he surged directly into the paint. As Drummond stepped up to provide assistance, Durant executed a sweeping Euro step, deftly evading Drummond with remarkable finesse. Following this, he released a delicate layup, akin to a cow gently licking its newly born calf, effortlessly guiding the ball into the basket. The Nets regained a 4-point lead. At this juncture, merely 21 seconds remained in the match. The Lakers were in dire need of swift points. Upon advancing the ball to the front court, James passed it to Wang Yi. Harden rushed over, intending to double-team Wang Yi. However, upon receiving the ball, Wang Yi executed a timely pick-and-roll with James. Utilizing his screen, Wang Yi deftly threaded the ball through the narrow gap between Irving and James, while simultaneously forcing his way through. Inside, DeAndre Jordan hesitated, contemplating whether to step up, ultimately choosing to remain in position. At this moment, Wang Yi found himself on a post. Yet mindful of his waning stamina and declining shooting percentage, he refrained from taking a shot. Instead, he dribbled fiercely towards the paint. Jordan firmly established his position, denying Wang Yi a passing opportunity, while Griffin hastened to join him. They formed an imposing barrier, effectively stifling Wang Yi and Oppo's options. His only recourse was to dribble the ball out of bounds. Tension gripped the crowd as the stakes escalated. A mistake here would leave the Lakers with little more than a theoretical chance of a comeback. Yet, in an astonishing turn of events, Wang Yi did not decelerate. Instead, he accelerated towards the baseline. With a single-foot leap, he soared beyond the boundary. Mid-air, he executed a half-turn, directing the ball towards Jordan and Oppo's feet. This is a maneuver often employed by players. As they approach the brink of out of bounds, they will slam the ball against an opponent, ensuring that if it bounces off, possession remains theirs. The audience collectively exhaled, realizing Wang Yi and Oppo's intention. Jordan, too, discerned the plan. Reacting swiftly, he leapt, instinctively spreading his legs, an automatic response for those accustomed to the game. This player believed he was on a higher tier, while I was merely on the first. In truth, I had already ascended to the 5th level. Jordan and Oppo's maneuver was indeed commendable. The ball, however, did not strike his foot but instead slipped through his legs, landing behind him. Just as he reveled in his moment of triumph and turned to seize the ball, a tall figure with prominent brows and eyes had already received the pass and leapt into action. Bang! The entire rim trembled. 2 points scored. The Lakers were now merely 2 points adrift. At this moment, the audience at the Staples Center erupted in jubilant cheers, utterly awestruck by the sheer brilliance of the play. Was it a pass or merely a near mishap? A mere coincidence, perhaps? Had DeAndre Jordan reacted a fraction of a second slower, the ball would have collided with his feet. However, upon reviewing the slow-motion replay, it becomes evident that prior to his drive, King glanced at Anthony Davis. Perhaps he had already conceived the intention to assist Davis. Such a notion seems almost fantastical. Shaquille O'Neal, in his commentary, spoke with fervent rapidity. The King has navigated through the double team. He did not attempt a mid-range shot. Facing DeAndre Jordan, he aims for a layup. Oh no. He lacks an angle for the shot, and Blake Griffin is closing in. He is about to go out of bounds. He is out. Oh no. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. Simply unbelievable. Oh, and Oppo's Neal was nearly on his feet with excitement. Beside him, Charles Barkley exclaimed with uncontainable enthusiasm. Goodness, is this real? How could he possibly make that pass? There was no angle, no opportunity, yet he managed to deliver it to AD. This is nothing short of divine intervention. The preceding play brought to mind the legendary White Chocolate. Those 2 passes undeniably echoed the style of White Chocolate. There is no peak and flare, only ever more extravagant displays. Oh, and Oppo's Neal wholeheartedly concurred, declaring, "Did you see that? Showtime. Showtime is about to return." Meanwhile, Mike Breen, sitting alongside, merely scoffed. That play was purely luck. What if DeAndre Jordan had T-jumped? Let us not inflate a simple occurrence into something extraordinary. The equalizing 3-pointer, in the eyes of others, seemed largely a matter of luck. However, for the protagonist, DeAndre Jordan, it was anything but serendipitous. The expression on the face of the Chinese player, as he directed the ball towards Jordan's foot, revealed everything. It was not a hasty act born of desperation. Rather, it was a calculated maneuver executed with poise. He had anticipated Jordan's leap, thus creating an opening where none appeared to exist, allowing for a successful pass through his legs. Jordan had presumed that he occupied the higher ground, only to discover that this player had transcended all expectations. The fire of indignation that simmered within Jordan intensified as he was outmaneuvered by Wang's deft pass. In that moment, all on the court bore witness to the calm demeanor etched on Wang's face. They recognized that this was a deliberate pass, not a mere stroke of luck, elevating their perception of him to new heights. His vision for passing was remarkably astute, and the creativity of his plays was extraordinary. Consider, for a moment, how rare it is for a player to conceive a pass through an opponent's legs before the latter has even spread his stance. With the Nets having exhausted their timeouts, though it was certain that Nash would not call one even if they had, play resumed from the backcourt. Vogel shouted from the sidelines, urging his players to commit a foul. Time was dwindling to a mere 12 seconds. Without a foul, the Lakers were destined to face defeat. Like a hawk seizing its prey, Andre Drummond swiftly enveloped Kyrie Irving, who had just received the ball, consuming a mere 0.7 seconds in the process. The hearts of Lakers fans sank further. Some female fans clasped their hands together in silent prayer, hoping for Irving to miss his free throws. After all, if he made both, the Lakers and Oppo's chances of a comeback would be exceedingly slim. Yet, with an impressive free throw percentage of 89 for this season, could he possibly miss? It seemed improbable. The first shot was confidently made. Would he falter on the second? Hardly. The second shot struck the front of the rim, soaring high before bouncing off the backboard. It appeared as though the ball was teasing the over 10,000 fans present, as well as the millions watching from screens afar. It bounced 5 times on the rim before reluctantly rolling off to the side. The second free throw, no good. Sometimes, the game does indeed play tricks. Free throws are not simply a matter of desire. They do not yield to whims or emotional fluctuations. Irving and Oppo's eagerness to prove to LeBron James that he could thrive independently led to a slight miscalculation in his shot. As the basketball descended, Drummond stood tall, securing the rebound. Lakers head coach Vogel swiftly called for a timeout. At that moment, the Lakers trailed by 3 points with just 11 seconds remaining. It was once again a critical juncture. Every fan in the arena remained standing, engrossed in the game. Even during the timeout, no one took a seat. In such a tense atmosphere, who could possibly sit still? Even the prominent celebrities, 2 Oscar-winning actors, Sharapova, Beckham, Rihanna, Snoopy, Lin Shile, and Li Yifeng, all stood in anticipation. The palms and even the soles of everyone's feet had grown clammy with excitement. The cameras continuously shifted focus between LeBron, Anthony Davis, and Wang Yi. Who would take the decisive three-pointer? LeBron? That seemed the most likely choice. Although LeBron has often been criticized in clutch moments, his three-point shooting percentage in such critical situations is remarkably high, even surpassing that of Curry. Anthony Davis was also a viable option, having previously delivered a playoff-winning three-pointer against the Nuggets. Wang Yi, in recent games, had proven his capability in clutch moments, establishing himself as a player with a strong nerve. However, his only shortcoming was his stamina. In a state of exhaustion, could he still make that crucial three-pointer? In the Lakers huddle, Vogel was devising the final play. He glanced at Wang Yi, noticing his complexion had paled. Though not as alarming as during the game against the Jazz, it still indicated a significant issue with his stamina. As fatigue set in, shooting accuracy would naturally decline. After a moment and oppose, as hesitation, Vogel suggested, LeBron. But before he could finish, LeBron interjected, "I'll take this shot." All Lakers players were momentarily stunned, as was Vogel. This was uncharacteristic of LeBron, who was known for his rational play. In the final moments, he wouldn't typically hold on to the ball like Kobe, but would trust his teammates and pass when a better opportunity arose. What had changed today? However, recalling LeBron and Oppo's recent matchup with Durant on the court, it became clear. LeBron was subtly challenging Durant. "What of your deathly prowess? Though I may be older, I am not yet ready to relinquish my throne." Wang Yi silently nodded. "What I grant you is yours. What I do not, you cannot seize." Thus, Vogel proclaimed, "Let an Oppo's execute the six-point clutch strategy." This tactic was specifically designed for LeBron and Oppo's three-point shot, aptly named as he was wearing number 6 at the time. The Lakers players had previously become exceedingly familiar with this strategy. In the Nets and Oppo's timeout area, Nash pointed at the tactical board and stated, "Our primary focus is on 3 individuals, LeBron, AD, and Wong. However, Wong is exhausted, and AD has not found his three-point rhythm this game. So among these 3, LeBron is of utmost importance." All the Nets players heightened their concentration. Soon, the timeout concluded, and the Lakers were set to inbound the ball. The inbound pass was executed by LeBron. Given the Nets' stringent defense on Wang Yi and AD, the ball was passed to Pau Gasol for a transitional play. LeBron swiftly dashed toward the weak side baseline, while Wang Yi emerged from the paint to receive the ball. Gasol executed a handoff to Wang Yi, while Davis set a high-quality screen for LeBron. In an instant, LeBron found himself wide open at the right 45-degree angle. Meanwhile, Wang Yi, with Irving closely pursuing him, was momentarily shielded by Gasol. Harden rushed over to assist in defending Wang Yi, but Wang Yi cleverly executed a behind-the-back pass to LeBron, who was positioned at the right 45-degree arc, just beyond the three-point line. At that moment, only 5 seconds remained on the clock. LeBron received the ball beyond the arc, made a slight adjustment in his footwork, and then gently leaped. His three-point shot was not particularly high, resembling a delicate tiptoe release. As the basketball arced gracefully through the air, every gaze was fixated upon it, following its trajectory toward the hoop. Simultaneously, both Lakers and Nets fans held their breath, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Particularly for the Lakers fans, this shot represented either a descent into despair or an ascent to euphoria. With a decisive three-pointer, "I am here." All eyes were fixed on the vibrant orange basketball, soaring towards the hoop. Thud. However, the rim delivered a resounding rebuke to everyone present. The ball struck the back edge of the hoop, ricocheting high into the air. In that moment, the hearts of every Lakers fan plummeted. They fell to the depths of despair. This shot missed. Even if the Lakers secured the rebound, time would be scant. A mere 2 points would not suffice. The only option was to pass the ball. Yet, with each pass, precious seconds would be squandered. Time appeared to be slipping away. At that instant, Drummond leapt high into the air, positioning himself perfectly. The basketball descended directly towards his head. Instead of snatching the rebound, he realized there was no time left for that. In midair, his gaze swept across 3 Lakers players, James, Wang Yi, and Davis. However, both James and Davis were closely guarded. Only Irving, tasked with defending Wang Yi, was vying for the rebound, giving Wang Yi a fleeting window of opportunity. Having identified his target, Drummond forcefully flicked the ball towards the perimeter. Yet, due to the interference from Jordan, the ball veered off course by about 3 meters as it was redirected. It seemed destined to fly out of bounds. But in that moment, Wang Yi, utilizing his remarkable lateral speed, deftly sidestepped to the left, covering approximately 2 meters in 2 swift steps. He then leaped off his right foot, balancing on his left leg, stretching his body to the left, and extending his left arm to barely reach the ball. His footwork was somewhat chaotic, deviating from his usual shooting rhythm. However, he had no time to recalibrate. As for the time remaining, he dared not glance at the clock. Relying solely on instinct, He sensed there was no room for adjustment. Thus, as he pulled the ball back with his left hand, he released it the moment his right foot touched down. His body twisted in midair like a corkscrew. He was not even facing the hoop when he shot. The trajectory of the basketball, from retraction to release, resembled the lower part of the numeral 5 minus the horizontal line above. In that moment, the Staples Center fell into a hushed silence once more. Before countless screens, every gaze was fixated on the basketball, akin to spectators witnessing a solar eclipse. Their attention unwaveringly locked onto this sun-like sphere. It was as if they were mythical figures chasing the sun, relentlessly pursuing the ball. Just as Wang Yi released the shot, the red lights around the backboard illuminated, and the sound of the final buzzer echoed throughout the arena. Beep! This sound resembled a death knell. It was uncertain whether it heralded the demise of the Lakers or the Nets, though the lights flashed and the whistle blew. The basketball continued its defiant journey through the air. It soared high, capturing the gaze of thousands, its head held aloft. Before it plummeted down as if burdened by the weight of anticipation, it seemed to toy with the fervent fans, not falling directly into the hoop, but rather, after striking the backboard, diving into the basket like a graceful diver. The center of the hoop erupted in a splash. This splash, though modest, surely deserved a high score. In that moment, the Staples Center, long stifled, finally exhaled a collective sigh of relief. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. The fans sprang to their feet, akin to molten lava bursting forth from a volcano. The stars of the game leapt in unison, mirroring the exuberance of the crowd. Some astonished fans covered their mouths in disbelief, while others gaped in sheer astonishment. This moment belonged to the 15,000 jubilant fans who exchanged high fives, embraced, and kissed one another in celebration. Outside the arena, those fans who had prematurely departed, convinced of the Lakers' impending defeat, caught sight of the jubilant scenes on the big screen. Their excitement palpable. OMG, overtime. I can end amp. Oppos. T believe it. We end amp. Oppos. We actually heading to overtime. Quick. Let and amp. Oppos. S get back. And thus, they hurriedly retraced their steps, only to be met with the stern gaze of security guards. We purchased tickets. Why can't we go back in? Let us in. We paid for this. Why can it amp? Amp. Oppos. T we watch the game. There is overtime. Surely the Lakers will allow us to see it. Anger and anxiety flooded the fans. If they lingered here for even a few minutes, they'd miss half the overtime. Yet the 4 steadfast security guards remained resolute. Apologies. Each ticket permits entry only once. You may choose to stay until the end of the game or leave early. That is your prerogative. However, once you exit, re-entry is not permitted. This information is detailed in the terms of your ticket purchase. Please refer to it. The guards embodied unwavering integrity. If one were to affix 4 small moons to their foreheads, they would undoubtedly resemble 4 just judges. They too felt indignation. These individuals were nothing but fair-weather fans. Even when the Lakers trailed by 8 points with only a minute remaining, could they not exercise patience and watch until the end? This was the Lakers and Oppos' home court. Their departure would surely chill the players' spirits. Home fans should uplift, not contribute to negativity. They could hardly be deemed authentic Lakers supporters. Hence, the 4 security guards had no intention of allowing these fair-weather fans back inside. The fans found themselves unable to enter the venue and could only gather in the square, where thousands of spectators were crammed together to watch the match. Meanwhile, those fans emerging from the parking lot were taken aback upon witnessing the jubilant Lakers supporters cheering in front of the large screen. They were utterly astonished. How could the Lakers have lost, yet their fans were celebrating? Surely, they must have missed something. Could it be overtime? This notion was almost beyond their comprehension. Just a minute prior, the Lakers had been trailing by 8 points, making a comeback seem improbable. How could it suddenly have escalated to overtime? Concurrently, they felt a twinge of regret. Had they known this would occur, they would never have left the arena. Frantic, they quickly turned their cars around, realizing that their delay might cause them to miss the Lakers' overtime play. Thus, they hastily parked and dashed to the square, joining the throngs of people watching the big screen. They had spent a considerable sum on tickets, only to find themselves outside in the chilly January night, watching the most crucial overtime from afar. It was undeniably ironic. Inside the arena, all the Lakers players rushed towards Wang Yi, continuously high-fiving him, patting his back and shoulders, and playfully thumping his chest. These athletes, who had sweated profusely in the gym, were now fueled by excitement, their strength seemingly amplified. Wang Yi found himself retreating under their exuberant affection, even letting out a light cough or two. He was left speechless. Was this what they called the and-oppos, drum being pounded by 1,000 hands and oppos? Surely, he was no fragile object. After sinking that game-tying three-pointer, how had he suddenly become a human punching bag? The impeccable accuracy of 100%, coupled with a last-second three-pointer, has allowed Wang Yi to reveal his Eastern visage to countless American fans. Oh my! Within the unassuming frame of this Huaxiao individual lies an immense reservoir of energy. It is simply astonishing that he successfully made the shot. His form was far from conventional, yet it found its mark. Surely, it was the divine donning the Lakers and Oppos, #1 jersey who guided that ball. The barrage of comments in the 10-cent live stream exploded with exclamations of 6. A sentiment that requires no elaboration. Moreover, every utterance from that LSP is now invariably followed by an additional LSP. Nowadays, every fan feels compelled to append LSP after their remarks. Without LSP, there can be no ego. Thus, amidst the flood of 6, numerous LSP interjections also surfaced. At this juncture, Brother Xiang re-emerged, exclaiming, "Finally, a three-pointer." Overwhelmed with gratitude, he felt as if he were bowing in reverence. Ego has scored 40 points. And at last, he need not endure another live stream of consuming Xiang. One must wonder when he ever truly delivered on such expectations. Upon witnessing the ball's successful entry, Mena let out a sigh of relief, her eyes sparkling with excitement akin to those of the beloved black garlic sister. Can you believe it? It went in. Kofan, caught in a whirlwind of exhilaration, could not help but shout. In the next instant, a wave of euphoria washed over him, as if a weight had been lifted from his chest. Upon glancing down, he realized that the button of his suit, having borne the burden throughout the match, had finally succumbed and escaped. In a fit of excitement, Su Kun's glasses slipped down his nose, but he was too engrossed to readjust them. This was undoubtedly the most electrifying moment of his commentary career. While he had witnessed other last-second three-pointers, none could compare to the thrill of Wang Yi and Oppos' shot. After all, Wang Yi is a Huaxia compatriot, sharing the same yellow skin and black eyes. The profound sense of pride he felt in this shared heritage is something that cannot be matched by observing other stars. Even Su Kun, with his vast reservoir of knowledge and eloquence, found himself at a loss for words, repeatedly exclaiming, "It went in. It went in. What a shot. What a shot." He was too overwhelmed to search for more extravagant vocabulary. Remarkably, he managed to refrain from joining Kofan in exclaiming, "Can you believe it?" After a brief moment, as his emotions began to settle, Su Kun remarked, "This last-second shot is a first for Huaxia players in the NBA. The lights illuminated, the whistle blew, and the ball went in. This is a dream every player has likely envisioned. Yet, such a feat requires the perfect confluence of time, place, and circumstance. None can be overlooked. For Huaxia players to achieve this in the NBA is perhaps more arduous than traversing Li Bai's treacherous paths through Shu. Yet now, Wang Yi has accomplished it. Undoubtedly, this last-second three-pointer will be etched into the annals of Huaxia basketball history. This marks the inaugural last-second shot by a Huaxia player in the NBA. At this moment, the screen displayed Wang Yi and Oppos' statistics for the match. 18 attempts, 18 successful shots. Among those, he made 16 out of 16 two-point shots, 2 out of 2 three-pointers, and 2 out of 2 free throws. The barrage of comments was filled with praises and admiration. Kofan had no time to dwell on the earlier blunder. He was beaming with joy, reminiscent of someone who had just indulged in 2 steaming bowls of beef ramen on a chilly winter day. His tone was brimming with barely contained excitement. Wang Yi has achieved an astounding 18 for 18, scoring a remarkable 40 points. This staggering shooting percentage and terrifying offensive efficiency, coupled with that final game-tying three-pointer, is nothing short of extraordinary. If he were playing for the Warriors, their owner would likely be in awe of him by the end of the game. A perfect shooting percentage in a single game is not unprecedented, as the Sparks have had 23 instances of such. However, Oppos, it's important to note that Howard, being a post player, primarily finishes plays with dunks, whereas Wang Yi, as a perimeter player, relied heavily on mid-range shots in this game. Thus, his 100 shooting percentage is significantly more challenging than Howard and Oppos' beside him. Mena remarked, and Oppos, "It would have been perfect if it were a game-winning shot. There's still overtime, and if Ego misses a shot in overtime." And Oppos, Su Kun chuckled, saying, and Oppos, "What more could you ask for? A perfect shooting percentage in regulation time, scoring over 40 points, and hitting a game-tying three-pointer. He has nearly reached the pinnacle of performance." And Oppos. Meanwhile, Shaquille O and Oppos, Neil and Charles Barkley were utterly astonished. These two were, without a doubt, a natural comedic duo. Their expressions of amazement were synchronously exaggerated, eyes wide and mouths agape. For a full half-minute, neither uttered a word or even moved. It should be noted that this was not a still image. After what felt like an eternity, they erupted into animated chatter, their words spilling forth like water from a fire hose, showering the computer screens before them. Once they had finished, they turned to Mike Breen, who was equally exhilarated. "OMG, it really went in. Unbelievable. It's hard to fathom. Even if he was reluctant to praise this player from Huaxia after that shot, he could no longer mask his admiration for Wang Yi. As a commentator, how could one refrain from lauding a player who hits a challenging game-tying three-pointer at a critical moment? To criticize him instead would be inviting backlash. Mike Breen was certainly not foolish enough to do that. However, at the end of his praise, he subtly noted, and oppos, yet. It's evident that luck played a significant role in that shot, and oppos, at this juncture, both teams retreated from the court, and the Nets and oppos trio of stars appeared somewhat regretful, especially Durant. As he walked towards the bench, remarked to Irving, "Why abandon your defense against him? Are you not aware of his three-point prowess?" Irving defended himself. "I aim to secure the defensive rebound." Durant gestured with both hands, indicating, "I, along with Jordan and Griffin, are already contesting for the rebound." The implication was clear. "Your presence is unnecessary." Irving retorted, "Did you manage to secure it?" Durant found himself at a loss for words. They had failed to secure a single rebound against one player. What more could be said? Frustrated, he could only lash out at the empty air beside him, muttering under his breath, "Damn it." It was unclear whether he directed his ire at Wang Yi or at Irving. Turning his gaze, he noticed that the player from the Lakers was surrounded by a throng of burly men, which only exacerbated his discontent. He recalled having once made a similar three-pointer. Losing his balance and, as he was about to tumble beyond the arc, he had thrown it nonchalantly. At that moment, he thought, "What luck, how did that go in?" Yet now, watching Wang Yi, his thoughts had entirely shifted. Damn it, how could that shot have gone in? Unbeknownst to Durant, Wang Yi was oblivious to his sentiments. Upon returning to the bench, he had no time for celebration. He quickly snatched a bottle of water and gulped it down vigorously. The final minutes had drained him. With assists and a game-tying three-pointer, it felt as though he had expended every ounce of his energy. All he desired now were two words: rest. Wang Yi collapsed onto the bench, reclining against the backrest, panting heavily as if the oxygen he inhaled was insufficient to replenish his exhausted body. His gaze was fixed on the dazzling lights of the dome above, reminiscent of the radiant glow of paradise. Am I on the brink of collapse? Were it not for the necessity to heed the coach and oppos' strategy for overtime offense and defense, he would likely have succumbed to the floor. For lying down is the quickest way to restore one's vitality. In that moment, his sole desire was to rest. Yet, when the referee summoned the players to the court, Wang Yi sprang to his feet. The fatigue in his body, the heaviness in his legs, the nausea in his breath, all were momentarily forgotten. He yearned for battle, to fight to the very end. The coach, observing Wang Yi and oppos' pale complexion yet fiery gaze, posed the question he had asked many times before. "Wang, are you all right?" Without hesitation, Wang Yi nodded, proclaiming, "I can still fight for 300 more rounds." From a young age, he had reveled in combat. Whether it was a playful snowball fight or competing in various city tournaments, the more significant the competition and the stronger the opponent, the more exhilarated he felt. To be facing off against the trio of the Brooklyn Nets at this moment filled him with fervor. The thought of three heroes battling against the formidable Lu Bu ignited his passion. Alas, he found himself flanked by LeBron James and Anthony Davis. If only he could slip something mischievous into their drinks to keep them off the court, then he would be the one and only Lu Bu. Coughing slightly, Wang Yi realized his thoughts had strayed. Among the three, who resembled Lu Bu the most? Without question, the old man, aside from their differing nationalities. In terms of physique and valor, the old man could undoubtedly be deemed the modern-day Lu Bu. A cheeky thought crossed his mind. Regarding the three surnames, he chuckled softly. Of course, this was merely Wang Yi and oppos' playful musings. Players choose their teams, and he saw nothing wrong with that. If teams could trade players without their consent, why shouldn't players have the liberty to select their desired teams? After all, the NBA is a commercial league. It is all merely business. At that moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the overtime commenced. Both teams deployed their full-strength lineups. Despite the starters nearing exhaustion, no coach dared to substitute in the reserves at such a critical juncture. The teams once again engaged in a jump ball at center court. The Brooklyn Nets secured the tip-off. As Harden dribbled past half-court, Wang Yi immediately closed in on him. Defending against the heroic Harden required finesse. One must never reach in. Any attempt to do so would trigger Harden's passive ability, drawing fouls. The description of this ability reads, the defending player suffers a foul once. If the opposing player accumulates 6 fouls, they are automatically eliminated, with no chance of revival. When the opposing player reaches maximum anger, a technical foul will be triggered, and in severe cases, they will be ejected from the game. Our players have a certain probability of scoring 1 point, up to a maximum of 4 points. Thus, this constitutes a remarkably potent passive ability. At this juncture, Harden is engaged in overtime, his stamina nearing depletion. His legs have grown weary. He feints a few times before passing the ball to Irving. Upon facing James, Irving triggers another passive ability, the desire to prove himself. He executes a series of behind-the-back dribbles, and at one moment, he abruptly pivots to the left. Yet, midway through, he unexpectedly reverses his direction, attempting to break through on the right. However, having been teammates for an extended period, James knows Irving better than he knows his own wife. He is acutely aware of every subtle change, even the growth of a few leg hairs on Irving. With a formidable stance, James occupies a significant area of the court, rendering Irving and Oppos' attempt to break through futile. As the shot clock approaches expiration, Irving is left with no choice but to face James and take a contested three-pointer. James leaps high, extending his arm to swat the ball away. Nearby, Wang Yi seizes the opportunity to initiate a fast break. Observing Wang Yi about to receive the ball, James has already sprinted toward the front court. However, Durant has swiftly moved in, obstructing Wang Yi and Oppos' passing lane. Realizing this, Wang Yi pivots left. Yet, Irving has also closed in to double-team him. If Wang Yi shifts the ball to the left, it will inevitably fall into Griffin's waiting hands. Wang Yi, keenly aware of this, refrains from fully committing to the left. Instead, while partially turned away from Durant, he suddenly thrusts his right hand upward, tossing the ball over his head. Caught off guard by Wang Yi's unexpected maneuver, Durant does not extend his hand in defense. The basketball glides over Durant's head, traversing the entire court like a precisely guided missile, landing just shy of the hoop. At that moment, the veteran, feeling youthful vigor, leaps into the air. Astonishingly, having just celebrated his 38th birthday, James nearly reaches the rim as he ascends. The rim resounds with a thunderous clang as the basketball strikes it, causing the hoop to sway back and forth, lamenting the brutal display of athleticism. This moment ignites the arena, with both Wang Yi's pass and the powerful dunk by James eliciting exuberant cheers and applause. Turning back, the Nets begin their offensive. At this point, Harden's legs are weak, and Irving is exhausted. Only Durant remains, tirelessly wielding his metaphorical scythe of death. He pivots and unleashes a trailing three-pointer. Meanwhile, Wang Yi penetrates the paint, receiving a pass from James, appearing poised to take a mid-range shot. Yet, just before he releases, he shares a knowing glance with Davis. Davis, understanding the cue, tightly guards Griffin. As the shot is released, "Oh, and Oppos," Neil comments, "It and Oppos. S short." Mike Breyer nodded, "It's indeed short." However, as the ball soared over Griffin and Oppos' head, Anthony Davis suddenly leaped into the air. Only then did Griffin react, hastily following suit. Yet, it was already too late. He was no longer the formidable white beast of his former days. Not only was his height slightly inferior to Davis, but his wingspan also paled in comparison. His short arms were a considerable drawback. In midair, Davis caught the ball with one hand, forcefully slamming it down into the hoop as if he were mercilessly submerging someone in a water tank. It was only at this moment that many players on the court began to comprehend the situation. Shaquille O'Neal also grasped the reality. This was a pass. Mike Breyer's expression darkened. Damn it, how could this guy be so oblivious? Once again, he had deceived everyone with a pass. In the live broadcast of the NBA on Tencent, Kofan, while relishing the replay of this spectacular score, suddenly had an epiphany, remarking, "Look at EGE's subtle glance before the pass." Upon seeing that look, Davis understood immediately. Could this be the legendary eyebrow pass? His eyebrow pass had Sukun laughing heartily, while Mena giggled uncontrollably. The audience in the comments section chimed in with remarks like, "Eyebrow pass, LSP. Ha ha ha. I and Oppos, V learned it. So this is how the eyebrow pass is executed, Egu LSP. Kofan, could you please lower your head? Your button has come undone. Egu LSP. If Wang Yi were to find out, he would surely cry foul. Why should I care if Kofan and Oppos' button is undone? I didn't take it off." At the Staples Center, an electrifying overtime battle unfolds between the Los Angeles Lakers and the Brooklyn Nets. The Lakers' formidable duo, accompanied by Wang Yi, face off against the Nets' powerhouse trio. This contest is undeniably captivating, particularly as it extends into overtime, heightening the excitement for fans. The nationwide broadcast by ESPN has drawn millions of viewers, achieving the highest ratings since 2022. Even the previous Lakers vs. Warriors matchup fell short by 0.1 percentage points, prompting a surge of enthusiasm among ESPN executives. A bespectacled gentleman remarked on the timeliness of this broadcast, signaling a positive turn for the declining viewership. Beside him, a rotund middle-aged man beamed with excitement, anticipating that the broadcast would lead to increased funding for better equipment in their sports department. On the court, the relentless scythe of death continues to swing without fatigue. Is Kevin Durant weary? Certainly, but he possesses an unwavering essence. Even in exhaustion and overtime, when he finds his rhythm, he becomes an unstoppable force. Though his speed may have waned, and his drives to the basket faltered, His three-point shooting and mid-range accuracy leave spectators questioning their own vision. During overtime, Wang Yi orchestrates the Lakers' plays, his passes deftly slicing through the Nets' defense. He sets up LeBron for a dunk, connects with Anthony Davis for an alley-oop, delivers a slam to DeAndre Jordan, and assists Kentavious Caldwell-Pope for a three-pointer. He embodies his promise, as long as there is an open shot, his passes will find their mark. LeBron himself wonders if Wang Yi has pilfered his passing skills. Wang Yi's artistry in passing is a spectacle, a true delight to behold. Though overtime stretches on, it also passes swiftly, with only 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. The Lakers find themselves trailing by 3 points, largely due to Durant and Apos' relentless prowess. Wang Yi mentally calculates the time left, aware that his basic magic passing card has merely 5 minutes of efficacy, with just over 10 seconds remaining. He glances at the increasingly agitated DeAndre Jordan, who, after a lackluster performance last year with limited playoff opportunities, has burst onto the scene this season, showcasing explosive games including 3 outings with 20 rebounds. It is indeed a testament to the resurgence of a seasoned veteran. Today, although his statistics were not particularly remarkable, he achieved an impressive 6 blocks, primarily with Drummond already dominating the paint, and this individual joining Griffin inside. The entire restricted area became exceedingly congested. It became quite challenging for James to penetrate, and for Davis to make an impact in the paint as well. Had it not been for Wang Yi's surgical passes during those crucial minutes, the Lakers might have struggled significantly in overtime. They needed to capitalize on the final seconds to force Jordan out of the play. With this thought in mind, Wang Yi signaled for Davis to come over for a screen. As a result, Jordan switched to guard him. Wang Yi took a step back, drawing Jordan out of the paint. The other Lakers players spread out. Having been on the receiving end of 2 behind-the-back passes from Wang Yi, Jordan was already seething with frustration. Faced with Wang Yi and Apos' offensive move, a flicker of anger crossed his eyes. He could not allow this player to score again. If necessary, he would not hesitate to shove him to the ground. Just as this thought crossed Jordan's mind, Wang Yi made his move. A simple acceleration caught Jordan off guard. The speed of this Chinese player's first step was astonishing. He quickly retreated, but as he did, Wang Yi's ball sailed through his legs like a butterfly flitting through flowers. In a flash, Wang Yi circled around Jordan and charged towards the paint. Jordan was furious. He could tolerate 1 or 2 instances, but this incessant through-the-legs maneuver was infuriating. Did Wang Yi have no sense of decency? Jordan pursued Wang Yi, ready to send him crashing to the floor should he attempt a layup. Yet, Wang Yi seemed to sense the danger, especially with Griffin guarding the rim, so he refrained from going straight for the basket. Instead, he dribbled at a 45-degree angle to the right. Seeing this, Jordan followed suit, but as he approached, he noticed a hint of mockery on Wang Yi's face. What was he laughing about? Just then, KCP cut through the middle. Wang Yi did not pass immediately, for Griffin had already warned Jordan about the cut. Consequently, Jordan was on high alert for Wang Yi's pass. However, at that moment, Wang Yi turned to face the right corner where Davis stood, his back to Jordan, as if intending to pass to Davis for a 3-pointer. Jordan and Apos' heart relaxed slightly, but suddenly, he sensed something amiss and hastily clamped his legs together. Yet, it was too late. With his back turned to DeAndre Jordan, Wang Yi forcefully propelled the ball through his legs. This pass traversed the space between him and Jordan, reaching the hands of Bo Pope, who had just made a cut behind Jordan. No one anticipated that Wang Yi could execute such a pass, especially as he was clearly turned away from Pope, yet he managed to find him with pinpoint accuracy. Griffin, too, was caught off guard. Consequently, Pope received the ball almost unchallenged and executed a thunderous dunk. OMG, 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 Shaquille O'Neal exclaimed, his expression exaggerated. Is this guy out of his mind? His passing is utterly mesmerizing. If we had someone like him on the Lakers back in the day, we would have secured at least 2 three-peats. If you paired my grandmother with such a passer, she would definitely win a championship. Meanwhile, Charles Barkley excitedly knocked over a nearby bottle of water. But he paid it no mind. Shaq, go find your grandmother and tell her there's a championship opportunity. Mike Breen, standing nearby, shook his head in disbelief. Although reluctant to praise this player from Huaxia, he had to admit, this guy possessed a pair of magical hands. He was the second coming of magic. The audience was equally astonished, particularly the 2 Chinese stars, who disregarded their celebrity status and loudly cheered Wang Yi and Apos' name. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. DeAndre Jordan, seething with anger, suddenly thrust both hands forcefully against Wang Yi's back while he was still turned away. Wang Yi felt an immense force propelling him forward, causing him to stumble and fall into the waiting arms of Rihanna at the sidelines. As the final moments of the game unfolded, Wang Yi, drenched in sweat, collapsed directly into Rihanna and Apos' embrace. Initially startled, Rihanna quickly regained her composure and, in a spontaneous gesture, planted a kiss atop Wang Yi and Oppo's stamp head. This unexpected act sent a wave of fervor through her legion of fans, igniting a chorus of jealousy and outrage. Curse him! Where and Oppo's my knife? I shall slay him. My goddess has been seized by this intruder. Do not restrain me, for I shall dismember him. Who is Rihanna, you may ask? An illustrious octuple Grammy Award winner. With single sales surpassing 150 million, she stands as a paragon of stardom with an unparalleled global fan base. Thus, witnessing such an intimate display directed towards a man from Huaxia was bound to incite envy. Unbeknownst to Wang Yi, he had unwittingly become the focal point of ire among Rihanna's many admirers. All he grasped was the profound humiliation of having his first kiss stolen away, forcefully claimed by a woman in the presence of countless onlookers. Among the crowd, the individual most consumed by jealousy was undoubtedly Rihanna and Oppo's boyfriend, the rapper A.A.P. Rocky. Since their relationship was made public in May of the previous year, he had lavished her with affection, striving to win her heart. Even accompanying her to watch LeBron James play, he had demonstrated an almost subservient devotion. What was more disheartening was that Rihanna had confided in Rocky that she had not yet completely moved on from James, and thus he had yet to experience the sweetness of her kiss. Now, however, a sweaty stranger had unexpectedly fallen into Rihanna and Oppo's arms, and she had taken the initiative to kiss his wet head. Where could one find justice in such a situation? Yet, in the face of his beloved Rihanna, Rocky found himself unable to muster any ire, merely casting a furtive glare at Wang Yi. Why, one might wonder, did Rihanna kiss Wang Yi? The answer is rather simple. She is an ardent admirer of James. Witnessing Wang Yi shoulder the burden for James, especially after his recent three-pointer that salvaged the Lakers and spared them from imminent defeat, it was only natural that she would feel compelled to express her gratitude with a kiss. In the 10-cent NBA live stream, male fans were left envious and resentful. Indeed, Ego is a ladies and Oppo's man, no doubt about it. Ego, shall we switch places? Meanwhile, female fans erupted in frenzy. Ego belongs to me. Rihanna. Release my ego. Ego, you have changed. You no longer love me. However, a greater number of fans were engulfed in fury. DeAndre Jordan and Oppo's foul was malicious. He must be ejected. If he isn't, this is an utter travesty. The atmosphere in the Staples Center was electric as Wang Yi, upon rising, chose not to leave immediately. Instead, he opened his arms and embraced Rihanna. In our esteemed Chinese culture, we naturally uphold the principle of reciprocity. This act, however, sparked discontent among countless fans. Nearby, Loki and Oppo's gaze could have impaled Wang Yi to the floor. Upon returning to the sidelines, Rihanna immediately stood up and shouted to the distant DeAndre Jordan, "You coward! You weakling! Resorting to violence when you can end Oppo's win the game? Do you think that makes you a hero?" Once, she had exchanged barbs with Durant for James. Now, she was trading insults with Jordan for Wang Yi. It seems she is indeed a person of strong character. At that moment, DeAndre Jordan, ablaze with fury, was indifferent to whether the opponent was a man or a woman. He intended to confront her directly. Durant hastily restrained Jordan, stating, "Ignore her. She is merely a pathetic fan who knows nothing of basketball." Meanwhile, the referee had approached Jordan. And not just the referee, players from the Lakers also surrounded him, each expressing their indignation. Of course, with the referee present, their words were notably more civil, devoid of any familial insults. Is that all you can do, weakling? If you have the skill, prove it on the court rather than resorting to such despicable tactics to harm others. You are undoubtedly the most vile individual I have encountered, dirtier than Bogut. Fortunately for the Lakers, with LeBron James standing by, no one dared to take any extreme actions. After all, at this point in the game, it would be unreasonable to squander an entire evening and Oppo's effort over a technical foul. Although their words were incessant, their hands remained idle. The primary aim was to maintain the momentum. Security and the coaches on the sidelines quickly intervened to separate the two factions of players. Once the emotions of both sides had calmed somewhat, the referee reviewed the video replay. After a thorough 5 minutes of scrutiny, the final verdict was delivered. DeAndre Jordan, ejected from the game. Last year in the Western Conference Finals, Beverly had a similar push and was ultimately expelled. It would have been utterly unjustifiable to allow Jordan to remain in the game under these circumstances. 7 minutes later, play resumed. At this juncture, Jordan was unaware that his malicious foul would lead to profound regret after the game. His ejection altered the course of the match. Wang Yi took the free throws first. Succeeding in both, the Lakers once again leveled the score with the Nets. Subsequently, the Lakers executed an inbound play. With Jordan out, penetrating the paint became significantly easier for the Lakers. LeBron drove in and scored 2 points. He then passed to Davis, connecting in a classic LeBron Davis play. and scored another 2 points. As the clock ticked down to the final 30 seconds of the match, the Lakers held a precarious 4-point lead. However, in an unexpected turn of events, it was not the Lakers and oppos, LeBron James, or the Nets and oppos, James Harden who seized control of the game. Instead, it was the newly substituted player for the Nets, Mike James, who took the spotlight following DeAndre Jordan and oppos' exit. He first received a pass from Kevin Durant and effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Following a missed offensive attempt by the Lakers, he orchestrated a fast break, scoring a crucial 2 points. With only 12 seconds remaining, the Lakers trailed by 1 point, 128 to 129. They burned their final timeout, once again facing a pivotal moment. A critical shot looming ahead. Who would the Lakers entrust with this decisive opportunity? The cameras panned across LeBron, Anthony Davis, and Wong, lingering predominantly on LeBron, with a significant pause on Davis as well. However, the focus on Wong was fleeting, merely 3 seconds, as he had not scored a single point in overtime despite making several commendable passes, totaling a mere 3 points over the last several minutes, one of which was a fortunate three-pointer. In contrast, Davis and LeBron each recorded 6 points during overtime. With DeAndre Jordan off the court, the Nets' interior defense appeared vulnerable. Blake Griffin could not withstand the force of LeBron and oppos' drive. With 12 seconds left on the clock, ample time remained for LeBron to penetrate the defense and challenge the paint. Given the current circumstances, both teams had expended considerable energy, and attacking the interior seemed the most reliable scoring strategy. Thus, the consensus echoed worldwide. This crucial shot was likely to be entrusted to LeBron. In a breathtaking climax, the scene unfolded as the world anticipated that the decisive play would be entrusted to LeBron James. The Brooklyn Nets were no exception to this expectation. Steve Nash, once a premier point guard in the league, though often criticized for his reluctance to call timeouts in crucial moments, possessed an unparalleled acumen for assessing game situations that surpassed that of an average coach. Armed with a tactical board in his left hand and a pen in his right, he meticulously outlined his strategy. The Lakers would undoubtedly hand the ball to James, whether he chose to attack or pass, and it was imperative that he not receive the ball easily. Thus, Nash instructed, "We must closely shadow James during the inbounds play. Kevin, this task falls to you." Kevin Durant nodded, a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes. "I will suffocate him." The intensity of his resolve was akin to the Grim Reaper poised to wield his scythe one last time to harvest the king. Nash continued to convey to his teammates, "Allow them their three-point attempts. I refuse to believe they can succeed once more. Fortune must favor us for a change. If James receives the ball, we will feign man-to-man defense, yet all must remain vigilant and close to the paint. Should James attempt to drive, we will collapse into a zone defense. James has aged. Can he truly take on 5? I think not. Thus, victory is within our grasp." The players of the Nets listened intently to Nash, confidence swelling within them. What did James fear most? Undoubtedly, it was the zone defense. While he could occasionally demolish such defenses with his pinpoint three-point shooting in this critical moment, especially with only a point separating the teams, he would more likely opt for an aggressive drive to the basket. Furthermore, the Lakers would certainly not anticipate the sudden shift from man-to-man to zone defense from the Nets. Amidst the collective anxiety, the players took to the court once more. The fans rose in unison, their hearts racing as they awaited the fateful proclamation of destiny. Would it be heaven or hell, determined by this final offensive thrust? This time, the Lakers introduced Pau Gasol. Much like the previous critical possession in the fourth quarter, Gasol served as both a receiving point and a pivotal link. As James found himself tightly guarded by Durant, unable to receive the ball, Gasol stepped forward to accept the inbounds pass. Subsequently, James, utilizing Anthony Davis and oppos' screen, charged towards Gasol. Realizing the futility of preventing James from receiving the ball, Durant hastily retreated to the three-point line. In truth, the Lakers' strategy aligned precisely with Nash and oppos' predictions, relying on James to penetrate the defense. Upon securing the ball, James scanned his teammates with a discerning gaze, swiftly appraising the situation. The positioning of the players indicated a man-to-man defense. However, James astutely sensed that this could be a ruse for the Nets and oppos' alignment, while ostensibly man-to-man, was not as outwardly aggressive as it appeared. If he were to force his way in, they would instantly constrict, and he would find himself encircled. Contemplating this, he swiftly signaled to Pau Gasol, who promptly positioned himself at the free throw line. LeBron James directly passed the ball to Pau. Besides three-pointers and cuts, there exists another method to dismantle the zone defense, having a tall player capable of passing stationed near the free throw line to receive the ball. At that moment, Pau was the chosen one. Once he secured the ball, the defense would inevitably shift towards him. creating opportunities whether he passed to the perimeter or to the sneaking Anthony Davis. Upon receiving the ball, Pau saw LeBron immediately retreat to the outside, seemingly preparing for a cut to the basket. Naturally, Griffin and Apos' attention was drawn to LeBron, although he occasionally cast a wary glance at Davis to prevent him from slipping along the baseline. Yet, when LeBron commenced his cut from the left, Griffin could not resist inching towards that direction. It was precisely at this moment that Davis stealthily slipped in from the right baseline. Pau's pass was impeccably timed. As Davis caught the ball, he aimed for a dunk. However, just then, Mike James, who was supposed to be defending on the perimeter, unexpectedly appeared before Davis. No one anticipated his swift and direct arrival. He positioned himself in Davis and Apos' path, thwarting the dunk attempt. With only 2 seconds remaining, Davis executed a quick feint and, leveraging his considerable height over Mike James, released the ball as he neared the rim. Yet, the instant the shot left his hands, he realized with dismay that it was short. Consequently, upon landing, he hurried to reclaim the rebound. However, Mike James, utilizing his compact frame, effectively hindered Davis and Apos' movement. Even if he could not completely impede him, he nonetheless slowed Davis and Apos' entry into the paint. In a desperate attempt, Davis forced Mike James back into the paint with his body and leaped to contest the rebound. Yet, encumbered by the presence of another, his vertical leap was limited. Meanwhile, Griffin had returned, positioning himself perfectly, eagerly awaiting the ball and Apos' descent. Just a little further down, and he could leap to secure the rebound. The game was on the line, and the Nets were poised for victory. However, idealism is a lush and alluring game, while reality resembles a gaunt corpse. As Griffin leaped, his hands almost grasping the basketball, a sudden darkness loomed overhead. A shadowy figure emerged with ferocity, hands poised in the air like a vice, seizing the ball with unyielding force. Griffin realized too late that he was in trouble, but in that fleeting moment, he could muster no response. The arm soared above him, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. Griffin might have once scoffed, "Is having long arms impressive? Can I not jump higher?" Yet now, Wang Yi would assert, "Indeed, it is impressive." Griffin was jolted by the individual behind him, causing him to stumble. He could hardly discern who it was. At that very moment, the buzzer blared, and the red light illuminated. The ball thunderously sank into the net. In an instant, the entire Staples Center erupted in jubilation. All the fans gazed at the large screen, capturing the figure that had just released the rim, clad in black jerseys, emblazoned with a prominent number 1. The Los Angeles Lakers. Number 1. Wang Yi. The game-winning putback dunk. And it was a putback dunk over the head of the white beast, Griffin. In the realm of competition, one must eventually pay their dues. Once, when Pau Gasol was still with the Lakers, Griffin delivered a jaw-dropping putback dunk right over him. And now, Wang Yi returned the favor in the same spectacular fashion. Moreover, this putback was a game winner. Fans applauded, embraced, and kissed one another. However, the players from the Nets were not satisfied. The coaching staff of the Nets also contested the call. They gestured to the referees for a review. In the final moments, if you were to make a last-second shot and the ball was in the air as time expired, then it would be acceptable. However, a dunk, executed the moment the ball leaves the hand, barely consumes any time in the air. There would still be a fraction of a second remaining. Thus, they believed that either the shot had exceeded the time limit, or there must still be a few tenths of a second left. In a dramatic climax, Wang Yi executed a crucial dunk, sealing the victory in a breathtaking fashion. The Brooklyn Nets contested the play, expressing their discontent. After an arduous night, to succumb in such a manner felt profoundly unjust. Particularly in the locker room, where DeAndre Jordan watched the live broadcast with gritted teeth, he thought to himself, "Damn it. Had I been on the court, that dunk would never have happened." Yet, aspirations and reality often diverge. His fiery temperament ultimately foreshadowed the Nets' defeat. Upon reflection, a nagging feeling lingered within him, suggesting something was amiss, though he could not quite pinpoint what it was. On the court, the referees meticulously reviewed the final play. Frame by frame, the footage confirmed that Wang Yi had completed his dunk before the lights illuminated, thus validating his score. The pivotal issue now was how much time remained for the Nets. Approximately 3 minutes later, the officials reached a consensus. Wang Yi's dunk left the Nets with a mere 0.2 seconds on the clock. According to league regulations, a minimum of 0.3 seconds is required from reception to shot release. Anything less is deemed a violation unless the player can score directly while airborne. Therefore, receiving the ball and then jumping for a shot within 0.2 seconds was implausible. The Nets could only hope to score through an alley-oop. Yet they had no timeouts left, forcing them to inbound the ball from the backcourt. Executing a full-court alley-oop pass posed a formidable challenge. The most adept players for such a maneuver were DeAndre Jordan, Blake Griffin, and Kevin Durant. Durant would undoubtedly be closely guarded by the Lakers, while Jordan was out of the equation. This left Griffin, who was entangled with Anthony Davis and Andre Drummond. When James Harden launched the ball from the backcourt, Griffin failed to make contact as Davis soared high to disrupt the play. At last, the game came to a close. The Lakers triumphed, propelled by Wang Yi and Oppos' nearly game-winning dunk. In that moment, legions of Lakers fans erupted in jubilation. The team had finally secured a victory. Many fans were moved to tears, and a few female admirers, including Rihanna, blew kisses towards Wang Yi. Nearby, Rocky exhibited a mischievous glint in his eye. On the big screen, Wang Yi extended his right hand, scrutinizing it closely before flipping it to examine the back. Ultimately, he surveyed the crowd, clenched his fist, and raised it high. His celebratory gesture left many bewildered, yet some astute observers among the crowd seemed to grasp its significance, their eyes gleaming with understanding. Moments later, Wang Yi withdrew his hand. Lin Shilei, seated in the second row, eagerly extended her arms towards him, requesting an embrace. This was a perfectly reasonable request, and Wang Yi willingly obliged. Ignoring the unpleasant sweat clinging to him, she wrapped her arms around him. "Brother Yi, you are the pride of our Huaxia," she declared. Wang Yi responded with a simple, "Thank you." After they parted, Li Yifeng approached and exchanged a hearty high-five with Wang Yi. Soon after, Wang Yi found himself amidst a playful onslaught from his teammates, receiving slaps and punches as if he were a hapless human punching back, although the Nets were feeling downcast. It was James Harden who first came forward to embrace Wang Yi warmly. During his time with the Rockets, Harden had consistently shown goodwill towards Huaxia. He recalled the moment when the Rockets retired Yao Ming's jersey, and Harden had immediately draped it around Yao's neck. A comical sight given Yao's already strained back accommodating the weight of the 200-pound man. Moreover, during the infamous Mago incident, Harden was the first to step forward and apologize, despite it not being his affair. Whether it was to maintain his image among Huaxia fans or for some commercial advantage, his actions at least conveyed goodwill to the fans, far better than those individuals who sought to profit while opposing them. Wong, you are indeed remarkable. Huaxia is set to witness the rise of yet another star, alongside Yao. From this day forth, I shall regard you as a superstar. I believe your potential far exceeds that of an ordinary star, an all-star. You are destined to be a superstar. Wang Yi took a few deep breaths, wishing to articulate a fitting yet grandiloquent expression of gratitude. He felt it imperative to observe the decorum befitting a nation towards a player who had consistently extended goodwill towards Huaxia. However, after much contemplation, he found himself at a loss for words, as this was their first formal face-to-face encounter. Ultimately, he managed to blurt out, "Your beard pricked me." Harden paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha. Brother, you are quite the comedian. Be careful not to touch it, oh right. It's worth quite a lot." Wang Yi joined in the laughter. Harden had signed a substantial 13-year contract with a brand, and if he were to recklessly shave off his beard during that time, he would face a penalty of $200 million for breach of contract. It was undoubtedly the most valuable beard in the world. Next, Durant did not rush to embrace LeBron James, but instead approached Wang Yi first, suggesting lingering tensions with James. He gave Wang Yi a hearty pat on the back and uttered the oft-repeated phrase, "Brother, the future is yours." Wang Yi shrugged in response. LeBron has been deceived by that rookie wearing number 21 for many years. How could he possibly fall for such a trick? Nevertheless, he intends to prove with undeniable facts that Durant and Oppos' words are not mere fabrications. He aims to transform this misleading statement into a concrete truth. Nodding earnestly, he remarked, "Indeed. I believe you." Durant was momentarily taken aback. "I was merely being polite. Why are you taking it so seriously? Come on, don't be so sincere. If the future doesn't belong to you, that's not my concern. I was just speaking casually." Meanwhile, across the ocean in the Tencent NBA Live broadcast room, although the game had concluded, the comments continued to blaze with fervor. "Egu LSP, our great Egu is invincible." First, he tied the game with a three-pointer, then sealed the victory with a follow-up dunk. "My goodness, the scenes from my dreams have all come to fruition through Egu." Egu LSP. The head coach of the Daxiang team, Ma Daxiang, quipped, "I have nothing more to say. I'm off to EG's hometown. Want to know why? Ahem. Just to check if Egu and Oppos' ancestral grave is on fire so I can call 119. The audience remained gathered in the live room, reluctant to disperse. This exhilarating match left everyone with a sense of elation. They wanted to hear the commentators extolling Egu and awaited his live interview. In the broadcast room, Mena was already on the verge of tears. In the midst of excitement, Kafan jested, "Sister Na, did you get sand in your eyes? Or did sand get into your eyes?" Mena generously admitted, "There's no sand in the broadcast room. I'm just overwhelmed with emotion and excitement." Su Kun remarked. In this match, Wang Yi achieved a flawless shooting percentage, hitting 19 of 19 shots, including 2 of 2 from three-point range and 2 of 2 from the free throw line. racking up 42 points and 7 assists. To exaggerate slightly, it's a divine performance. Kufan wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed. A perfect shooting percentage, 42 points, including the game-tying three-pointer and the decisive shot. If that doesn't elevate him to legendary status, then what would? With such a remarkable Wang Yi, I believe Lakers fans can confidently chant those 5 words. Mayna raised her fair right arm, her fist clenched tightly, declaring, "Lakers are the champions." Her dimples glowed with an enchanting allure under the lights of the broadcast room. After the players from the Lakers and the Nets exchanged embraces and departed the court, the beautiful basketball reporter from ESPN, Nicole Briscoe, who recently transitioned from covering racing to basketball, was present at the sidelines. With her flowing brown hair and striking physique, she embodies beauty even by Eastern standards. During today's sideline interview, she chose not to approach LeBron James or Kevin Durant, but instead made her way to Wang Yi, flashing a warm and enchanting smile. "Wang, thank you for agreeing to this interview. Do I need to lie down for this? My short skirt might be a bit inconvenient. Should I change into a long dress?" Her playful opening remark instantly eased the atmosphere. Wang responded with humor, "There's no need. For your interview, I can manage to stand for a while." This lighthearted exchange made Nicole perceive Wang Yi as approachable, contrary to the reports from other journalists who painted him as difficult to engage with. Colleagues who had attended previous press conferences often returned with tales of how unyielding he was, even denying the reporters any semblance of respect. They recounted his sharp retorts to their inquiries, and at that time, Nicole had believed their accounts. However, upon meeting him today, she began to understand the underlying biases many of her Western colleagues harbored against Eastern individuals, particularly as China rises on the global stage, overshadowing the United States, leading to perceptions of it as a formidable adversary. During interviews, they often posed pointed, prejudiced questions, seemingly designed to provoke. It was no surprise when the Chinese responded with equal fervor. Nicole then posed her first question to Wang Yi. "In this match, you first equalized with a three-pointer, bringing the Lakers into overtime, and then clinched victory with a slam dunk. What fueled such an extraordinary performance?" Wang smiled. "Extraordinary might be too grand a term. As for what supported my performance, there are 2 factors. First, the pride of the Chinese people. I wish to demonstrate to everyone that we can play in the NBA and deliver exceptionally. Second, it's Kobe. On such a special day, I didn't want to witness a loss." Nicole's gaze softened as she replied, "I believe you would be very pleased with your performance tonight. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call you a successor." She continued, "For my second question, we noticed you repeatedly examining your right hand and then raising your fist triumphantly after the game. Does this hold any special significance?" Wang nodded. "Indeed, it does. I want to convey to everyone that a yellow-skinned, black-eyed Chinese person can excel in the NBA. Not only can we play, but we can perform exceptionally well." After being translated by Ku Fan, fans flooded the comments section with messages. "Huaxia v5, Ega v5. The rise of Huaxia, long live Huaxia, Ega v5. Many Chinese fans of the Lakers watching the live broadcast were moved to tears. Living abroad, they are surrounded daily by foreign languages. They endure disdain and face discrimination and prejudice from Westerners, while also bearing the brunt of scorn from many back home, labeled as bootlickers or Western dogs. However, aside from a small fraction who truly fit that description, the vast majority are genuine Huaxia individuals with a Huaxia heart. Their ancestors crossed oceans, enduring hardship for survival. Born here, they once dreamed of returning, but is it as simple as uttering a few words? Now, witnessing Wang Yi and Oppo's remarkable performance and hearing his words, they resonate deeply with him. They yearn for the day when Huaxia people can rise comprehensively, to a point where Westerners no longer dare to underestimate them or harbor prejudice and discrimination. At present, Wang Yi has at least provided them with a glimmer of hope. Finally, Nick posed a question that piqued many people's interest. "May I ask, does the Lakers have any intention of extending your contract ahead of time? What are your expectations for your next contract?" Nick Brico's inquiry was devoid of malice. It was merely overly sensitive. Typically, players do not openly discuss their contracts, and Nick was simply engaging in normal gossip. Wang Yi feigned mystery, lowering his voice to respond, "That's a secret." Nick Brico's kept it brief, thanking Wang Yi for the interview and wishing him to enjoy this wonderful evening. After the interview concluded and the cameraman turned off the camera, Nick Brico's did not leave immediately. Instead, she took out a small piece of paper and a pen, swiftly jotting down a series of numbers. She handed it to Wang Yi, signaling him to call. The nearby cameraman watched with a mix of envy and jealousy. Nick Brico's is one of ESPN's top 10 goddesses, and notably the only one among them who is neither dating nor married. Since her recent transition to the basketball channel, she has attracted a multitude of admirers. Although the cameraman himself wished to pursue her, His status and position prevented him from doing so. Despite being pursued by numerous men, many of whom are wealthy, handsome, and famous, Brico shows no interest in dating anyone. It was unexpected that she would directly give her number to this Huaxia individual, leaving many bewildered. He is indeed a person from Huaxia. Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Are Western women so forward? Lifting his gaze, he noticed Brico's turning back to him, revealing a captivating smile. Wang Yi responded with a courteous smile, baring his teeth. To his knowledge, many luminaries and business magnates were vying for Brico's attention, including the son of the ESPN president. Engaging with her now would undoubtedly make him a target for the envy of numerous powerful figures. It is worth noting that he was merely a key player at present. Even if he were to ascend to the status of an all-star or a superstar, he would still be but a tiny ant in the presence of such titans. It would seem that only by evolving into a superstar like LeBron James, possessing a vast business empire and extensive connections, would one earn the right to pursue a woman of her caliber. Thus, Wang Yi shook his head, crumpling the small card and tossing it into the garbage bag of a staff member who was tidying up nearby. At that moment, a member of the Lakers staff approached Wang Yi and inquired, "Wang, there are reporters from Huaxia over there. Would you like to grant them an interview?" Given that Wang Yi had consistently faced inquiries from Huaxia reporters after previous games, the Lakers and Appos home staff had already been informed to facilitate contact with them post-match. Naturally, since this would encroach upon his time for a bath and rest, it was prudent to seek Wang Yi's preference. Of course, Wang Yi replied with a smile. After a brief departure of the staff member, two individuals from Huaxia approached Wang Yi. One was a cameraman, and the other a young female journalist. "Hello. I am Zhuo Xiao, the newly appointed reporter from Tencent NBA stationed in Los Angeles." She introduced herself, her demeanor slightly bashful as she extended her hand for a handshake with Wang Yi. He was taken aback. He had anticipated the arrival of another journalist named Meng Chao today, not this newcomer. As he scrutinized Zhuo Xiao, he noted her attire, which resonated with Eastern aesthetics. She wore a white short-sleeve top paired with a pleated skirt, subtle yet infused with youthful exuberance, exuding the charm of a friendly neighbor. Zhuo Xiao explained, "Tencent NBA has decided to send a dedicated reporter with the team, and that's why I'm here." Wang Yi nodded in understanding. "Oh, so you will be responsible for reporting on the Lakers?" Tencent NBA had dispatched reporters to various teams to cover all aspects of their activities, which was not unexpected. However, Zhuo Xiao shook her head, clarifying, "Not to report on the Lakers, but to cover you, ego." Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, he felt somewhat flattered. He recalled the time when Yao Ming entered the NBA, and a dedicated team of journalists was assigned to cover his journey. To think that he now had his personal reporter was quite astonishing. Although the reporters for Yao Ming were official, his own situation was somewhat different. Given the ongoing disputes due to the Mo-Go incident, where the official channels had yet to reconcile with the NBA, having a dedicated reporter from Tencent NBA was indeed a privilege. Wang Yi then shook hands with the cameraman, inquiring jovially, "Cameraman, have you eaten?" This greeting, typical among his compatriots, elicited a chuckle from the cameraman, who replied, "Yes, I have." It seems Yigu also listens to the Yunxi. Wang Yi nodded affirmatively. "I listen every night. I can't sleep without it." Zhuo Xiao's eyes sparkled at this revelation, mentally noting that Yigu enjoyed the Yunxi. As the reporter assigned to follow Wang Yi, she realized that any intriguing details about him, as long as they did not infringe upon his privacy, were ripe for exploration. "Shall we begin now?" Zhuo Xiao proposed to Wang Yi. He nodded in agreement. She posed 3 questions, each devoid of the sharpness typical of other journalists, making the conversation quite comfortable for Wang Yi, who answered them in turn. After the interview concluded, Zhuo Xiao and the cameraman prepared to leave. However, as if suddenly recalling something, she turned back in haste, retrieving a pen from her bag. Said she, "By the way, I will leave my phone number. We must certainly meet often in the future. It and Appos, as convenient to leave a number." However, mid-sentence, she realized there was no paper in her bag to write on, and her face immediately flushed with embarrassment. Wang Yi observed that Zhuo Xiao resembled a helpless young girl, prompting a surge of compassion within him. With a smile, he extended his right hand, saying, "Let us write it here." Zhuo Xiao paused, feeling bashful as she inquired, "Is that permissible?" Wang Yi reassured her, "No problem." Only then did Zhuo Xiao awkwardly take Wang Yi and Appos' right hand with her left, inscribing a series of numbers upon it. Even though it was merely a sequence of digits, her elegant handwriting was evident. This reminded Wang Yi of his middle school days, recalling the neat script of his desk mate who often transcribed notes for him. His gaze softened with warmth. Upon returning to the entrance of the players and Appos' tunnel, he found Anthony Davis and LeBron James waiting. Wang Yi and Appos' performance that night warranted their patience. Davis jested, "No need to rush, go charm a few more." We can wait until tomorrow morning if need be. James shook his head repeatedly, playfully remarking, in just a short time, 2 girls have left their numbers for you. Brother, luck is on your side. Wang Yi feigned distress, furrowing his brow as he shook his head. There and oppos. There's no escape from it. Hearing this, Davis and James exchanged glances before each wrapping an arm around Wang Yi and oppos' neck. You're getting cocky, yet you're still wheezing. Dare to show off in front of us? I'll send you to meet your maker. Wang Yi chuckled, stretching his tongue and panting, mumbling, I'm Chinese. The Almighty has no jurisdiction over me. 10 minutes later, while Wang Yi was enjoying a bath, the Brooklyn Nets had already changed and arrived in the media room for a press conference. Originally, the press conference was intended for the Nets and oppos, 3 stars, following a nationwide broadcast. The media presence was at least 5 times that of a regular game. Participating in such a conference signifies greater media exposure for the players, an opportunity most would not decline. However, having lost the game in a dramatic fashion, the trio lacked the mood for it. Consequently, the team sent the somewhat past their prime stars, DeAndre Jordan and Blake Griffin, to attend. A female reporter posed a pointed question to Griffin. Years ago, you dunked over Gasol, making him a mere backdrop. Today, that Chinese player dunked over you. What are your thoughts? Had this question been posed to Griffin in his prime, he would have likely reacted with fury. Yet now, he was no longer young, no longer the white beast dominating the rim. His demeanor had matured considerably. Especially after wandering through multiple teams, he gradually lost his sharp edges. With a bitter smile, he shook his head and remarked, honestly, this is quite terrible. I will also become his backdrop, replayed countless times, slow-motioned. My disheveled expression exposed for all to see. I finally understand how Gasol felt. Truly, this is quite dreadful. His voice was tinged with a hint of melancholy. He shook his head once more, adding, but this is the harsh reality of competitive sports. The victor reigns supreme, while the vanquished fades into the background. No one could change that. The journalists, perceiving a sense of wistful nostalgia and sorrow in Griffin and oppos' words, fell into a moment of silence. He had once been the darling of the Los Angeles media, a hero in the spotlight, basking in flowers and applause. Yet now, aside from the occasional glimpse of his former prowess that barely reminded the world of the once mighty white beast, he often served merely as a compliment to the trio of stars. After a brief silence, one journalist posed another question. Do you have any words for King? Griffin pondered for a moment before shaking his head for the 3rd time. I have no connection with him. Today marks our first encounter. I have nothing to say. Just simply as an observer, I will appreciate the rise, the bloom, and the brilliance of this new star. Damn, why do I sound like a poet? This remark shattered the somber atmosphere of the room, eliciting laughter from the gathered media. Moments later, a journalist directed a question at DeAndre Jordan, in terms of the outcome. Your ejection today influenced the flow of the game, even directly affecting the result. If you had not been ejected, you would have likely been the one to grab that crucial rebound under the basket. Do you regret your impulsiveness at that moment? Jordan, pinching the corner of his eye with his right hand, replied with a wry smile. I finally understand. Damn it, I have come to realize why. During the press conference for the top 10 plays, when a reporter inquired whether DeAndre Jordan regretted his impulsive actions, he suddenly appeared enlightened, responding off-topic. Damn, I understand now. I finally realized why. The reporters were left bewildered. You understand? Understand what? We are utterly confused. The questioning reporter pressed on. DeAndre, what is it that you've comprehended? Jordan shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, damn it, I fell into that trick set by that Chinese guy. At this moment, the reporters began to grasp the situation. Yet they realized that mere understanding lacked significance. It was essential for the involved party to articulate it, as only then would it hold newsworthiness and attract attention. Thus, the reporter asked again, did that Chinese individual set a trap for you outside the court? That seems rather despicable, doesn't it? If it were LeBron, he would never fall for such a ruse. Such matters were inherently embarrassing. How could one publicly admit to them? However, Jordan, being straightforward, did not consider the convolutions swirling in the reporters' and oppos' minds. Despite the coach and oppos' repeated admonitions against speaking recklessly, once a person and oppos' character is formed, it is difficult to alter. He replied. The moment he passed the ball through my legs for the first time, it infuriated me. He exploited that very point, continuously passing through my legs. Eventually, I could no longer contain my anger and erupted, resulting in my ejection. It was precisely because I was not guarding the paint that LeBron found space to penetrate. Moreover, it was due to my absence in defending the paint that he secured the final offensive rebound with such ease. Damn, that guy has been scheming against me from the very start. What a terrifying individual. This time, the media reporters were thoroughly satisfied. Having Jordan articulate these words himself undoubtedly enhanced their topic of discussion. Meanwhile, at 645 Fifth Avenue in New York City, within the Olympic Tower, the headquarters of the NBA is situated. The building comprises 51 stories, with the NBA offices occupying the 14th to 20th floors. On the 14th floor, in a small corner of the office area, despite the late hour, the lights remained aglow. For men were furrowing their brows in distress. They were the final editorial team responsible for the NBA and Oppos' official daily top 10 plays, as the games often extended until midnight. The NBA's official website required the previous day's highlights to be published by 8 a.m. the following morning. Consequently, these four individuals frequently found themselves working late into the night. The selection process for the NBA and Oppos' daily top 10 plays begins with editors compiling 50 of the day and Oppos' best clips, which are then reviewed by the initial editorial team to select 15 of the most spectacular moments. In the end, the four final editors will select 10 sets of footage from the 15 provided and deliberate on their ranking. Historically, the task for these editors has been relatively straightforward. After all, there are seldom more than a dozen matches each day, making the selection of 10 out of the most thrilling 15 clips a trivial matter. However, today posed a significant challenge for them. Among the 15 sets of footage submitted by the preliminary editors, over half featured highlights from the player from Huaxia. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Previously, it was rare for Huaxia players to appear in the daily top 10 highlights, and even the legendary Yao Ming had only made a few appearances. Yet today, there were 8 stunning clips from this player. Ordinarily, this would not be a problem, as they could easily eliminate a substantial portion of these clips, leaving just 3 or 4. After all, it is not uncommon for a star player to have 2 or 3 remarkable moments featured in a single top 10 list. What made this situation particularly difficult was that each of the 8 clips was nothing short of spectacular. Removing any set would undoubtedly spark considerable debate. To eliminate his behind-the-back pass? Preposterous. Were there any other players today whose highlights could rival that? To cut his through-the-legs pass? That would be disastrous. What about discarding his game-tying three-pointer or his last-second putback dunk? Or perhaps his exquisite elbow pass? The mere thought of removing any of these would incite tremendous controversy. If they dared to do so, their positions would be in jeopardy by morning. Furthermore, they were perplexed about what to substitute for the discarded footage. Should they replace it with LeBron and Oppos' dunk? Apologies, but that was assisted by the Huaxia player. What about an alley-oop from Anthony Davis? Once again, that was set up by the same player. Or a dunk by Dwight Howard, who once dominated others but now finds himself on the receiving end. Regrettably, that too was facilitated by the Huaxia player. Each of these passes resembled a work of art, providing an aesthetic pleasure to the viewer. It seemed that not a single clip could be eliminated. However, if they chose to retain all, this player would dominate the rankings, with the top 8 spots occupied solely by him. One can only imagine the uproar that such a top 10 list would provoke online. Given the local biases against Eastern players, there would be fierce resistance to allowing a Huaxia player to monopolize the highlights. What, then, could be done? The 4 final editors shared a collective sentiment. This was a formidable challenge. As the clock struck 2 in the morning, they had yet to reach a decision. However, they were acutely aware that before 6:00 and Oppos' clock, they must submit their final selection of top 10 highlights to the editing department for reassembly and to the voiceover department for commentary. They must make a decision promptly. Ultimately, one of the editors, named Cisco, proposed, let us eliminate 3 of his shots, retaining only 5, the elbow pass, the through-the-legs pass, the out-of-bounds pass through Little Jordan's legs, the equalizing three-pointer, and the final putback dunk. These 5 shots are, relatively speaking, the most splendid among Wang Yi's 8 sequences. Upon his suggestion, the others exchanged glances. He alone occupied 5 spots. Would this be acceptable? Would it provoke discontent among our nation and Oppos' fans, who might accuse us of pandering to the Huaxia people? Cisco adjusted his glasses, pinched the corners of his eyes, and remarked, do you possess a better solution? The 3 others glanced at one another again. If there were an alternative, would they still be working overtime at this hour? Cisco continued, let them say we pander. We can include the other 3 sequences in the top 10, perhaps some may nitpick. However, if these 5 sequences are placed in the top 10, who could possibly object? Are there truly any other shots more remarkable than these 5? The other 3 nodded in agreement. That and Oppos' true. I concur. I also support it. The top 10 shots were thus settled. Yet, they soon encountered another dilemma. In terms of sheer brilliance, the 5 shots from the Huaxia individual would undoubtedly rank among the top 5 without dispute. However, in a nation that generally harbors disdain for the Huaxia people, having half of the top 10 shots belonging to one Huaxia individual would likely incite considerable dissatisfaction. If they were to rank all of this Huaxia individual and Oppos' shots within the top 5, it would surely escalate discontent further. Consequently, the four spent another hour deliberating the rankings of the top 10 shots. At 3 in the morning, within the confines of the NBA headquarters and Oppo's entertainment department office located on the 14th floor of the Olympic Tower. For judges deliberated for over 3 hours before selecting the top 10 plays of the day. Wang Yi and Oppo's S5 highlights earned their place among the best. Much to the relief of the editors, they rose to stretch their limbs and approached the panoramic window to behold the nightscape of New York City. Outside, the famed Central Park lay tranquil and solemn, devoid of the daytime bustle, resembling a dignified elder. After a light midnight snack, the editors embarked on a new round of discussions. Although the inclusion of the 5 highlights from the esteemed player had been decided, their task was not yet complete. The more daunting challenge lay in ranking these 5 clips. Had they belonged to any Western player, a top 5 ranking would have been unquestioned. However, in a world often biased against the East, placing an Eastern player among the top 5 posed a significant dilemma. After more than an hour of further deliberation, the quartet reached a consensus. The elbow pass was awarded first place, the behind-the-back pass took third, the putback dunk was ranked 5th, the game-tying three-pointer was positioned 9th, and the out-of-bounds behind-the-back pass rounded out the list at 10th. Once the rankings were finalized, they scrutinized the list for an extended period, acutely aware of the inherent unfairness to the Eastern player. Yet, within the confines of their environment, they felt powerless to change it. Ultimately, it was Cisco who remarked, "All right. Let it be. It's getting late, and I shall send this for final editing." The other 3 could only nod in agreement. In the editing department, the final assembly of the top plays was entrusted to a brown-haired female editor. Upon receiving the rankings and clips, she had already dozed off while waiting. Awakened, she hastily gathered her disheveled hair into a simple bun, splashed water on her face, and brewed herself a cup of instant coffee. "Why so early today?" she inquired, the irony evident in her tone. Cisco shook his head, adopting a look reminiscent of a child abandoned by a parent, indicating that the explanation would be lengthy. The editor, pressed for time, immediately began her work. Upon viewing the first highlight, she was taken aback. "This Eastern player is ranked first?" Cisco nodded, closely observing her reaction, foreseeing that her astonishment would only deepen. As she reviewed the clip, her eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, "An elbow pass? OMG, unbelievable. I adore and Oppo's, white chocolate and Oppo's, especially his elbow passes. It's a pity his teammates couldn't capitalize back then, but that doesn't diminish the classic nature of that pass. Now, this Eastern player has resurrected that classic moment. Incredible!" In a moment of excitement, he nearly toppled the coffee cup beside him. Cisco steadied the cup for him, contemplating. "Poor child, so astonished already. Will he faint from shock later? If he truly faints, shall I carry him to the hospital or embrace him? I suppose I shall carry him," and thus I resolved with a light heart. Indeed, upon reaching the 3rd highlight, she was once again taken aback. "It's him again? His name is Wang Yi, I believe. This Huaxia individual is quite remarkable." As the 5th highlight unfolded, her eyes widened in disbelief. "He's also in the 5th place. Cisco, are you certain this is not a jest?" Cisco pointed at the screen. "Do you think a game-winning dunk isn't worthy of the top 10? Or are the elbow passes and through-the-legs passes not qualified?" The editor shook her head. "That's not my point. But can it really be acceptable for one Huaxia player to occupy 3 spots in the top 10? Cisco offered a wry smile. 3 spots? Subsequently, when the female editor reached the 9th highlight, she turned to Cisco with an expression that seemed to question their sanity. Cisco remained grim-faced. "Continue editing. There are still surprises in store." The editor's expression became even more exaggerated. "It can't be." Cisco nodded. "Indeed." "Oh, Cisco. Are you 4 out of your minds? 5 slots in the top 10 for a single Huaxia player. Do you have any idea how much controversy this will spark?" The female editor clearly struggled to comprehend Cisco and Oppo's rationale. Understanding her confusion, Cisco shrugged helplessly. "However, out of the 15 highlights delivered today, more than half pertain to him. We have already endeavored to eliminate some of his relatively less spectacular moments. For the remaining 5, we truly found no grounds for exclusion." The female editor reviewed the top 10 highlights and fast-forward, finally grasping Cisco and Oppo's approach. "Well, the highlights you selected are indeed deserving. And relegating the last 2 goals of that Huaxia player to 9th and 10th is hardly fair. But having 5 of the top 10 be from one Huaxia player, is that truly acceptable?" Cisco sighed, sipping his coffee. "Alas, this is all we can do. As for what tomorrow holds, let us leave it to fate." The female editor shot him a glare. "You are drinking my coffee." Cisco seemed to finally register this fact, hastily apologizing. "I'm sorry. I became too engrossed in conversation and forgot." By the way, your coffee smells delightful. Once the editing was complete, the two submitted the top 10 highlights to the voiceover artist, who had just awakened. Upon discovering that 5 of the top 10 were from a single Huaxia player, he too was taken aback for a considerable time. Yet, after witnessing Wang Yi's every play, he had no words to offer. What was there to say? Every selection for the top 10 plays is beyond dispute. Notably, the elbow pass, the between-the-legs pass, and the final putback that secured the victory have rightfully earned their places among this season's 50 best plays. The following day, a rotund gentleman, having just risen from slumber, finds himself seated upon the porcelain throne. Habitually, he retrieves his mobile device, logs on to the NBA and Oppo's official website, and accesses the previous day's top 10 plays. He harbors a profound love for basketball. However, due to the demands of his profession, he seldom has the opportunity to watch games. Thus, he relies on daily updates regarding the NBA, with the top 10 plays being an indispensable part of his routine. After viewing the initial plays, he cannot help but exclaim, "This individual from Huaxia truly possesses remarkable talent." Yet, upon completing the entire list of top 10 plays, a sense of unease washes over him. Half of the highlights feature this Huaxia individual. Could this be acceptable? Meanwhile, aboard a New York subway, an African-American man is en route to work. Upon noticing that 5 of the top 10 plays feature the same Huaxia individual, he shakes his head in disdain, muttering, "What utter nonsense this edition of the top 10 plays is." A middle-aged woman, having watched this week's top plays on television, angrily switches off the screen. These individuals lack integrity. Are they so desperate for the Huaxia people and Oppo's money that they will shamelessly curry favor with them? Have we, as a nation, sunk to such depths of cowardice? The 10 best plays have been dominated, with Wang Yi occupying 5 positions on the list. This has left a considerable number of local fans disgruntled. It seems we, as a nation, have lost our backbone. I cannot abide the NBA's relentless pursuit of profit, displaying an utter lack of integrity. They have included that arrogant individual from Huaxia in the top 10 plays, granting him such prominence. Do they truly believe he has conquered the NBA? Basketball enjoys immense popularity in the United States, found in every street corner, park, and school. Nearly 60% of the audience has expressed dissatisfaction with this edition of the top plays. Online, it has sparked considerable uproar, with some even suggesting that NBA Commissioner Adam Silver has acquired Huaxia citizenship, claiming it with fervor. The NBA has endured significant pressure, yet things have improved compared to the past. Had 5 of the top 10 been Huaxia players previously, the NBA would have surely faced widespread scorn. The reason for this change is that Wang Yi's 5 plays were undeniably spectacular, captivating a segment of American fans and compelling them to assess the rankings with an objective lens. I believe this ranking poses no issues. Ranking his last 2 plays at 9th and 10th feels distinctly unjust and lacks objectivity, especially when they are placed lower than one of Durant and Oppo's long-range three-pointers. Wake up. We ought to view this edition of the top plays with an objective mindset. Must you cling to your biases until the end? I watched the game, and this Huaxia player indeed performed exceptionally well. His on-court presence eclipsed that of the Nets' Big Three and LeBron, AD. However, such rational fans remain a minority. When they voice such opinions, they are often subjected to scathing attacks from keyboard warriors, who hurl accusations of treachery and foreign collusion, even suggesting outlandish notions about their ancestry. As the saying goes, the keyboard knows no borders. In this respect, the sentiments are universal, regardless of nationality. In stark contrast, across the ocean in Huaxia, it feels as if a festive celebration is underway. Look, Li Fei, my brother Yi has dominated the top plays. Come see, exclaimed Wang Zhixing. Emerging from the bathroom as usual, in a flurry, Li Fei coughed a couple of times and replied, "Forget about the cosmetics for now. Let me see my brother Yi's top plays." At that moment, Wang Zhixing's thoughts were solely on the phone, as they both marveled at Wang Yi's brilliant performance, continuously exclaiming, "My brother Yi is just so handsome. Look at him. Can you not be impressed?" Moreover, Wang Yi not only dominated the top plays but also trended on Weibo hot search rankings. First, EGE's extraordinary reverse dunk. Second, EGE's clutch three-pointer. Third, EGE's double clutch, a battle that cemented his legendary status. Fourth, Ego and Amp, Oppo's elbow pass reemerges in the spotlight. Fifth, Ego dominates the top 10 plays. Seventh, a compilation of Ego and Amp, Oppo's magical passes. Eighth, is Ego truly an LSP? In the top 10 of Weibo's hot search, Wang Yi occupies 7 positions, leaving no room for other popular celebrities. It is essential to understand that these stars thrive on traffic for their financial gain. Being trending on hot searches undoubtedly amplifies their visibility and income. However, Wang Yi has effectively severed their financial lifeline. inciting a great deal of resentment among many celebrities who can only seethe in silence. As public figures, resorting to unscrupulous tactics, such as purchasing trending spots, would likely backfire, inciting their fans and oppos, ire. Ninth on the hot search is Lu Fan joining the Candy Super Sweet group. Originally, Lu Fan was the leading young heartthrob and traffic star in the country, while Candy Super Sweet stands as the most popular boy band currently. Their collaboration promises to be an equation where 1 plus 1 far exceeds 2, ensuring an abundance of topicality. The top spot seemed inevitable. However, after rumors of their impending partnership surfaced yesterday, they had already climbed to 5th place. With Today and Oppo's official announcement, it would be utterly unreasonable for them not to secure the number 1 position. Yet, to everyone's surprise, 5 hours post-announcement, they languished at 9th. Lu Fan and Oppo's fans expressed their indignation in the comments. Why? Our Lu Fan works so hard and remains so humble, only accompanied by 10 bodyguards when he goes out. He is ambitious, not only excelling in singing, dancing, and rapping but also in basketball. Oh, and he even does his own makeup, knowing the best lipstick shades, eyeshadow combinations, and the most cost-effective foundation. Can anyone compare this to Ego, who solely plays basketball? Does Ego even know how to apply makeup? Clearly, he has bought his way onto the hot search. It's utterly unjust. Our Lu Fan is suffering. How unfair. Yet, the most unfortunate of all is Wang Feng. Today, he released a new album, hoping to make headlines, only to be overshadowed by Wang Yi's hot search dominance, landing at a mere 6th place. Alas, his long-held dream of topping the charts seems to be postponed once more. Meanwhile, in the chilly Milwaukee, a bar buzzes with activity. Giannis Antetokounmpo enjoys drinks with his trusted companions Middleton, Holiday, and several teammates. While Milwaukee is renowned for its beer, as athletes, excessive consumption could adversely affect their health, compelling them to limit themselves to modest amounts of red wine. They arrived at the bar primarily to unwind and immerse themselves in the ambience. Having just triumphed over the 76ers and with the Lakers defeating the Nets, they found themselves atop the Eastern Conference standings. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for them to seek a moment of relaxation. Giannis observed the television showcasing the top 10 plays from the previous day. Mildly astonished, could this player from China truly be that formidable? Middleton nodded and earnestly addressed his teammates. I watched the game tape of the Lakers versus the Nets last night. If we regard this player from China with our old biases, we may find ourselves utterly outmatched come tomorrow night. However, only Giannis absorbed his words. The other players remained largely indifferent, engrossed in laughter and the allure of the attractive women in the bar, given their preconceived notions of Chinese players. Expecting them to suddenly recognize this individual's prowess was an insurmountable challenge. It mirrored how ancient China referred to other nations as barbarians, a mindset that persists today, as some still derogatorily label other countries online. Indeed, prejudice is a formidable mountain, and dismantling it is far more arduous than ascending to the heavens. Lopez sipped his red wine, casually watching the enchanting dancer on stage, and remarked, he is just a player from China. There is no need for such astonishment. Middleton shook his head and countered, his mid-range shooting is remarkably accurate, exceedingly so. Lopez chuckled, saying, tomorrow night, I shall show him what it means to dominate the paint. I intend to make him weep as he crawls back to the east. Middleton shook his head and glanced at Giannis, who merely shrugged. Changing Lopez and Oppo's mindset in an instant was utterly implausible. He would have to learn through first-hand experience on the court. Of course, Giannis did not believe that this player could surpass him either. No matter how skilled he was, he would still find himself at a disadvantage against Giannis's extraordinary physical attributes. It seemed that come tomorrow, Giannis would have to cover for Lopez. The recent achievement of Wang Yi, who has made it to the top 10 plays, has stirred considerable excitement across the United States and created a sensational impact in mainland China. Coupled with the lingering fervor from his previous performance against the Jazz, where he scored over 50 points, Wang Yi has undeniably transcended into a phenomenon. Not only are basketball enthusiasts aware of him, but numerous internet celebrities have also sought to bask in his glory, with even some third-tier stars publicly congratulating him through videos or social media posts. However, Wang Yi remains largely indifferent to this external validation. After enduring 2 years of wandering through the NBA, he has developed a certain detachment from such superficial accolades. 2 years ago, as a newcomer to the NBA, he was inundated with praise from domestic media and high expectations from fans, which left him somewhat disoriented. He harbored dreams of becoming the next Yao Ming, a star, an all-star, and ultimately a dominant force in both offense and defense. Yet, reality swiftly delivered a harsh wake-up call, relegating him to the fringes of the NBA as he drifted between teams for 2 years. At times, he was unaware of trades, only learning of them after warming up with his team, receiving the chilling notification, you have been traded. Through the peaks and valleys of his journey, He has come to realize that one must not allow the opinions of others to dictate one's thoughts and actions. As long as he remains focused on his ultimate goals and persistently strives towards them, the myriad distractions along the way will hold little sway over him. Amidst the tumultuous excitement in the United States and the fervent adulation from domestic media and fans, he continues to engage in rigorous training. His daily regimen is unwavering. Even on game days, completing a mandatory 10 kilometers every morning is non-negotiable, rain or shine. Each successful completion contributes a 1% increase to his foundational stamina. After today's training session, his physical endurance has improved by 4% from the outset. While this may not suffice for him to run tirelessly throughout an entire game, it at least enables him to maintain peak performance until the latter stages of the third quarter. With careful management of his stamina, he anticipates that finishing 3.5 quarters will pose no significant challenge. Upon completing his daily tasks, the system presented his new challenge. Task: complete 1,000 crossover dribbles. Task reward: Iverson's signature crossover. Upon hearing the system's cold notification, a fervent glint ignited in his eyes. He had two favorite players, Kobe and Iverson. The latter's unparalleled crossover dribble was simply an unsolvable enigma. Throughout Iverson's illustrious career, countless superstars have fallen victim to this move. Enough to circle the globe 3 times. Even the basketball deity, who has been selected for the all-defensive team multiple times, has been left bewildered by Allen Iverson and Oppo's infamous killer crossover. This dazzling maneuver boasts a remarkable degree of deception and fluidity. Defenders are acutely aware that Iverson intends to pivot to his right, yet they still fall victim to his trickery. Moreover, the killer crossover possesses an exquisite aesthetic appeal and visual impact, rendering it an absolute delight from the spectator and Oppo's perspective. Of course, mastering such a technique is no small feat. With countless players in the NBA, one might wonder why this elegant and practical move is not universally adopted. The truth is not that they do not attempt to learn it, but rather that it eludes their grasp. Wang Yi returned to the UCLA training facility. Unable to contain the excitement bubbling within him, he shed his jacket, tossing it onto a nearby bench. Grasping a basketball, he began to recall Iverson's mesmerizing moves. He had studied Iverson and Oppo's crossover countless times, yet had struggled to capture its essence. At that moment, he initiated a slow, cross-step dribble in front of him, gradually lowering his center of gravity until the ball barely skimmed the floor with each bounce. Suddenly, he dropped his weight once more, extending his left arm almost fully, aligning the ball with his shoulder. Then, in an instant, he executed a rapid crossover, transferring the ball to his right hand, and propelled himself forward. A chilling notification from the system echoed in his mind. Action failed. Wang shook his head. His execution bore a resemblance, perhaps 7/10, but he had yet to grasp its true spirit. The system deemed the action a failure but offered no insights into what had gone awry. This necessitated introspection on Wang Yi and Oppo's part. Only by identifying his own mistakes would he remember them more vividly. After a brief moment of contemplation, he realized that his previous pivot had lacked sufficient speed. Taking a deep breath, he attempted the move once more. This time, he increased his pace, but in doing so, the extent of his crossover naturally diminished. The system again assessed the action as a failure. He sighed, acknowledging the complexity of this maneuver. Yet, undeterred, he persisted in his practice, executing the crossover repeatedly. On the 12th attempt, the system finally emitted a different tone. Action completed. Task completion, 1,000. A surge of joy coursed through Wang Yi. He had finally made progress. He continued his practice diligently. At 8 a.m., the training facility's door swung open, and 2 teammates entered, LeBron James and Dennis SC Charter. Observing that he was about to be relegated to the bench, SC Charter could no longer remain idly by. Training became increasingly rigorous. However, upon noticing Wang Yi drenched in sweat, he couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. Did this guy not require sleep? As James observed Wang Yi and Oppo's relentless dedication, he shook his head and, feigning seriousness, remarked, "Wong, I genuinely suspect you aspire to usurp the role of team leader. Have you consulted AD? Have you asked me?" Wang Yi shook his head and jested. "Do you think, with my current abilities, I need to usurp anything?" James erupted in laughter, tossing a basketball toward Wang Yi playfully. "Have you lost your mind, my friend?" Wang Yi chuckled in response, just a jest. "Don and Amp, Oppos, take it to heart. My sole aim now is to excel in each game, to assist the Lakers in reaching the Western Conference Finals and the championship, to secure another O and Amp, Oppos, Brian Trophy for the Lakers." Upon hearing Wang Yi and Amp, Oppos' words and witnessing the fervor in his eyes, James nodded. "You, my friend, are perpetually brimming with passion, always reminding me of my younger self." Wang Yi chose not to engage further, as he needed to complete his training within the allotted time. He continued to execute directional changes, initially succeeding only once in every 10 attempts as deemed by the system. Gradually, he improved to achieving success once in every 7 or 8 tries. Observing this, James inquired with a smile, "Are you trying to glean answers from me?" Wang Yi nodded. "In matters of scholarship, can it truly be deemed stealing?" James, puzzled by this reference, asked for clarification. "What do you mean?" Wang Yi succinctly replied. "These were the words of a great man." "Oh," James responded, somewhat comprehending yet not entirely, before he warmed up briefly and proceeded to the weights room for strength training. It was yet another game day for the Lakers. As Wang Yi noted the clock approaching 10 in the evening, he felt an insatiable excitement bubbling within him. Tonight, the dramatic transformation of the answer would once again be unveiled to the world. In the media room of the Staples Center in Los Angeles. As the clock approached 10 o'clock, the atmosphere grew tense. Over 50 journalists gathered for the pregame press conference featuring the Milwaukee Bucks trio, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Chris Middleton, and center Brook Lopez. As reporters posed their inquiries, both Giannis and Middleton engaged in tactical flattery regarding the Lakers, extolling LeBron as one of the greatest players and praising Anthony Davis's extraordinary talent, along with Vogel's strategic prowess. This left the journalists somewhat at a loss for words, marking yet another press conference devoid of sharp remarks. However, when a reporter broached the topic of Lakers and Oppo's shooting guard, Wang Yi, Lopez and Oppo's demeanor shifted. A well-dressed journalist inquired about Wong and Oppo's recent impressive performances, including a 50-point game and 2 game winners, seeking the players and Oppo's evaluations, while Giannis and Middleton maintained their tactical praise. Lopez's face bore an unmistakable disdain. His contempt, however, was not directed at Wong per se. Rather, it stemmed from the lingering resentment of facing his former team, the Lakers, with whom he harbored notable grievances upon his departure. Thus, his competitive spirit ignited when pitted against them. Moreover, he harbored deep-seated biases against Eastern players. Lopez slowly shook his head, asserting, undeniably, he has performed exceptionally well lately, but that is solely because he has yet to face the Bucks, has not encountered Giannis, nor contended with me. The reporters, sensing the potential for a story, eagerly raised their hands, akin to newly released prisoners beholding freedom, and pressed on with their questions. 5 of yesterday's top 10 plays were attributed to Wong. What is your take on that? Giannis and Middleton exchanged nervous glances, silently imploring Lopez to tread carefully. Yet, Lopez appeared oblivious to their unspoken warnings, responding, "I believe they lack a fundamental understanding of basketball. That player from Huaxia has had a few commendable plays, but it hardly elevates him to the status of a dominant force. Mark my words. Tonight I will teach him a lesson. He may shine against other teams, but against the Bucks, against me, he will find no opportunity." The journalists fanned the flames with further provocations, but he has even outplayed 2-time Defensive Player of the Year, Gobert. Lopez chuckled heartily. "I have always considered myself the rightful candidate for the Defensive Player of the Year." In that single remark, he managed to offend 2 individuals. Yet, Lopez remained unfazed, as this year, he stood a considerable chance of contending for the accolade himself. His most formidable rival is undoubtedly Gobert, which naturally stirs discontent within him. The reporter posed one final question. "So, will you dominate Wong?" Lopez clenched both fists in a display of strength and declared, not just to dominate, but to utterly incapacitate him. "I shall make him witness what true ruthlessness entails." As the press conference concluded, the journalists left with satisfaction. Though these words did not originate from Middleton or Giannis, any utterance of such sentiment suffices. With their penchant for embellishment, they could effortlessly transform these statements into Giannis's intended meaning, thus igniting a captivating narrative. In the locker room, Giannis wore a slightly sullen expression as he addressed Lopez. "You ought not to speak in such a manner." Lopez retorted indifferently, "What is amiss with my words?" Middleton interjected, "Your remarks could incite James and enrage the Lakers, complicating our match." Lopez chuckled, "We are the top seed in the East. They are merely 6th in the West, having won 16 games less than us. Should we cower before them? That is not my style. I refuse to shy away. I will show them that I, Lopez, am not the same as I once was. I will demonstrate to that man from Huaxiao that I am no softy like Gobert. I am Brook Lopez. I will make him tremble, fear, and weep before me. I will send him scurrying back to his wretched land." Giannis was about to respond, but Middleton quickly intervened. Lopez often exhibited fervor when facing the Lakers, and they had grown accustomed to it. With the impending showdown, escalating tensions would not bode well for their performance. Giannis furrowed his brow, swallowing his retort. As the team leader, he had to prioritize the greater good. Yet Lopez continued unabated. He turned to Holiday and said, "Drew, when defending the perimeter, let that guy in. I will bestow upon him a few emphatic blocks, making him experience the terror of being dominated." Holiday, while wrapping his ankle in tape, chuckled, "Rest assured, I will intentionally allow him entry. But if you cannot handle him, pass him off to me. Lopez scoffed. You think I cannot manage a man from Huaxia? You underestimate me. Just wait. He will be on his knees begging for mercy. At 10:00 and amp. Oppos. Clock that evening, the players entered the arena. As the entrance ceremony concluded and the lights illuminated the Staples Center, Wang Yi habitually surveyed the 18,997 spectators. To his surprise, he noted a contingent of attendees donning Lakers and Oppos #1 jerseys, perhaps 200 or 300 of them. It appeared his jerseys had finally arrived. Among the spectators present, the majority donned jerseys of James, numbering approximately 2,000 to 3,000. Those wearing Davis jerseys exceeded 1,000. In stark contrast, only 200 to 300 individuals sported their own jerseys, which appeared rather meager. Nonetheless, this still positioned it as the third most popular jersey among Lakers fans. One could hardly overlook the few who wore jerseys of other Lakers players, a mere handful at best. It is plausible that the scarcity of personal jerseys was due to their recent arrival, thus explaining the limited number of purchasers. Soon, both teams took to the court. Wang Yi remained a starter today. Following several experimental games, Vogel has discerned that Wang Yi is the most compatible starting guard to pair with James. Consequently, the Lakers and Oppos fixed starting lineup comprises the following 5 players: Wang Yi, James, Davis, Drummond, and Pope. This configuration lacks a conventional point guard. However, with James on the court, is a point guard truly necessary? The Bucks today deployed a twin tower formation. In addition to Giannis, Middleton, and Holiday, they fielded 2 towering players, the 2'13" Lopez and the 2'8" Portis. Last year's finals bore witness to how this lineup posed significant challenges for the Suns. In facing the Lakers today, Coach Budenholzer believed that the Lakers and Oppos interior presence, particularly with Davis, combined with James and Oppos' inclination to penetrate the paint, warranted the twin tower strategy. This decision rendered the interior space exceedingly congested, making it difficult for both James and AD to find room to maneuver. However, he underestimated one individual, or perhaps he simply overlooked him entirely. As the game commenced, the moment Wang Yi stepped onto the court, a cold, mechanical prompt echoed in his mind. Please check in, host. Wang Yi silently affirmed his intention. Check in. Soon, a response from the system materialized. Check-in successful. Glancing at the reward for this check-in, he noted, beginner's ghost hand steal experience card. His focus then shifted to the unfolding match. At that moment, the Milwaukee Bucks secured possession of the ball. Giannis Antetokounmpo received the pass from the perimeter and deftly relayed it to Portis, who possessed a commendable vision and passing ability. Portis lofted the ball to Lopez in the paint. Lopez, with great force, executed a thunderous dunk, landing with an earth-shattering roar, as if to expunge years of frustration towards the Lakers. After his exuberant display, he cast a knowing glance at Wang Yi, as if to say, surely, this Chinese player must be intimidated. Turning back to the Lakers' offense, it was once again initiated by Anthony Davis. If he found his rhythm, the Lakers' offense would flow more seamlessly. However, the interior was congested, with Lopez, Portis, and Giannis all vying for space. Davis found it nearly impossible to execute a play inside. Instead, he resorted to a turnaround mid-range jump shot, but the physicality imposed by Giannis was overwhelming, and his shot failed to find the mark. The Bucks swiftly counterattacked, capitalizing on their defensive prowess. Particularly, Giannis, upon receiving the ball, charged forward with monumental strides, akin to a comet racing across the sky. As he crossed the half-court line, he initiated his 3-step approach. Just as his foot grazed the free-throw line, he soared into the air, gliding before delivering a powerful one-handed slam. His explosive athleticism compelled Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, who was trailing, to concede. In the subsequent plays, Davis managed to score only once, while the Bucks converted a formidable 6-2 run through their fast breaks. As the Lakers regained possession, LeBron James, this time, refrained from passing to Davis, recognizing the congestion inside that hampered offensive effectiveness. Instead, he directed the ball to Wang Yi, who had just maneuvered around a screen. Without hesitation, Wang Yi seized the ball and, with a lightning-quick first step, evaded Middleton and Oppos' defense. Upon reaching mid-range, he rose for a shot. His mid-range shooting touch was exquisitely soft, as the basketball seemingly floated into the hoop, netting silently. On the sidelines, the Bucks and Oppos' coach promptly alerted his players. When he approaches the three-point line, someone must rotate to defend. His shooting percentage from mid-range is exceptionally high. In the next play, James again entrusted the ball to Wang Yi to orchestrate the offense. After Wang Yi secured the ball, he faced Middleton's relentless defense. With a simple probing step, he deftly shifted Middleton's center of gravity and swiftly advanced past him. It was not that Middleton lacked defensive skills. Rather, Wang Yi and Oppos' initial burst of speed was simply extraordinary. A slight shift in balance was all it took for him to be left behind in an instant. As Wang Yi approached the three-point line, the formidable Lopez surged forward, evidently prepared for the encounter. Given Lopez and Oppo's towering height, Wang Yi refrained from a direct shot. Instead, he dribbled the ball to the right for 2 steps, then executed a sudden stop and shot. Lopez, despite his imposing stature, could not keep up with Wang Yi's pace. The basketball sailed past his fingertips, blossoming into a white netting within the hoop. Lopez muttered a curse under his breath, feeling an all-too-familiar sensation. Last year in Oppo's finals had seen him repeatedly bested by Paul in similar fashion from mid-range. However, could this man from Huaxia truly be compared to Paul? Ridiculous. Middleton reminded him to stay focused. Lopez nodded, assuring, "Don't worry, I'll deliver a heavy blow to this Eastern shorty." In the next sequence, seeing Wang Yi score twice in a row, James naturally continued to pass him the ball. Wang Yi initially intended to bypass Middleton, but Holiday was already converging to double-team him. Deciding against the drive, Wang Yi launched a shot from 2 steps beyond the three-point line. Swish. The shot was both quick and precise. The crowd barely had time to react before the ball found its way through the hoop, bringing his total to 7 points right off the bat, eliciting cheers from the fans. Coach Budenholzer shouted from the sidelines, "Middleton, switch with Holiday. You guard that Huaxia player." Holiday was the Bucks and Oppo's best perimeter defender, renowned for his exceptional defensive prowess. In last year and Oppo's finals, the Suns had surged in points whenever he was off the court, and his return always quelled their momentum, highlighting the strength of his defense. Thus, in the following round, when Wang Yi received the ball, he found himself guarded by Holiday. Yet, from behind, Lopez shouted, "Damn it, let that yellow-skinned rat come in. I want to ruin him." Holiday had already recognized that Lopez could not contain Wang Yi. However, Lopez and Oppo's bias against the Eastern player was deeply ingrained. He could not fathom that he might struggle against someone he deemed inferior. After a moment and Oppo's hesitation, Holiday resolved to let Wang Yi advance, believing that after Lopez experienced the harsh reality, he would finally appreciate the talent of this Huaxia athlete. Consequently, he eased off slightly in his defense, only to see Wang Yi glide past him with ease. Lopez, stationed in the paint, lunged forward, his eyes ablaze with fury. Spittle flying from his mouth as he bellowed, "Oriental, I shall afford you no further chances. I will make you." His words abruptly ceased, as if an invisible hand had tightened around his throat. For as he spread his legs in defense, Wang Yi and Oppo's ball had already slipped deftly through his legs. With remarkable speed, Wang Yi darted past him. "Damn it," he cursed, hastily pivoting around. Yet, upon turning, he found no trace of the basketball. Instead, he heard the unmistakable sound of the ball bouncing against the floor beneath him. Wang Yi had once again maneuvered behind him, seizing the moment while Lopez remained disoriented. Wang Yi executed a jump shot. Swish. This time, the sound of his mid-range shot resonated through the air. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. How exhilarating it was to have passed through that lumbering giantess legs twice. Lopez appeared almost like a pitiful monkey. Wong and Oppo's maneuver was a street ball move, a daring feat that not only outplayed the defender, but also struck at his pride. Lopez felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Did you see that expression on his face? Delightful. The fans were ecstatic, and even the commentators shook their heads in disbelief. Lakers television commentator Pat Riley waved his arms dramatically, exclaiming, "Oh, Sunderland, what have we just witnessed?" Twice passing through Lopez and Oppo's legs, leaving him utterly bewildered. Beside him, Sunderland gazed at Wang Yi in astonishment. "I suspect I am witnessing a street ball match. This kind of play is typically reserved for the streets." However, Wong and Oppo's move transcended the ordinary street ball repertoire. First, he slipped through, compelling his opponent to turn immediately. And then he passed the ball, leaving the defender utterly lost as to its whereabouts. We must bestow a fitting name upon this maneuver. On the court, Wang Yi looked at Lopez and coolly remarked, "You are fortunate to be the first to experience the double yoke dribble. How does it taste?" 125 Iverson's death-defying crossovers resurrect the league. Part 1. How does the double yellow egg maneuver taste? Wang Yi, beaming with a radiant smile, addressed Lopez. At that moment, Lopez sensed something amiss. Due to his deeply ingrained prejudices, he had scarcely paid attention to this Chinese player and Oppo's games. Even yesterday, during the team and Oppo's analysis of the Lakers and Oppo's game footage, he was distracted. However, now, facing this Chinese player on the court, he suddenly realized that this individual was indeed extraordinary, despite his preconceived notions. Unbeknownst to him, Coach Budenholzer was growing anxious on the sidelines and called for a timeout. The match had scarcely begun when this Chinese player scored 4 consecutive baskets, amassing 9 points. Notably, the fourth score involved 2 drives through Lopez and Oppo's legs. Even as an opposing spectator, one could not help but applaud this Chinese player. During the timeout, Coach Budenholzer addressed Holiday. Drew, what is going on? This is not representative of your defensive prowess. How could he get past you so easily? Holiday instinctively glanced at Lopez, who, to his credit, stood firm. Coach, it was my decision to allow that Chinese player to penetrate. I wanted to deliver a couple of emphatic blocks. Budenholzer and Oppo's gaze sharpened on Lopez. After a brief pause, Lopez admitted, I underestimated this Chinese player. He is more formidable than I anticipated. Budenholzer was visibly irritated. He is not just formidable. When our team reviewed the Lakers and Oppo's game footage yesterday, what were you doing? This guy and Oppo's mid-range shot can be lethal. Do you understand? Lopez felt somewhat guilty, yet he couldn't help but contest the coach's assertion. Coach, while his mid-range shot is indeed impressive, I think you're exaggerating. If he drives in again. Another time, Budenholzer interrupted harshly. Damn it, can you not focus? Right now, the other Lakers players are struggling to score, and only his mid-range shot is providing points. We must extinguish his mid-range capability. Do you comprehend? Meanwhile, Giannis, who had remained silent, spoke up. When he drives in, I will provide help defense. Budenholzer shook his head. No, unless absolutely necessary, you cannot help on his mid-range. Otherwise, LeBron and AD will capitalize on that. He then turned to Holiday, instructing, Drew, stick to him like glue. If we can neutralize him, the Lakers will be out of options. Drew Holiday nodded, his small braids bobbing with affirmation. Don't worry, coach. I recognized how to defend against him while watching the footage yesterday. His initial drive is merely quick. For such a player, I shall inflict upon him several offensive fouls to swiftly diminish his vigor. Budenholzer nodded in agreement, cautioning, well, just be careful. Upon returning from the timeout, the Bucks capitalized on Giannis' prowess to score. Giannis is a formidable force that nearly every team in the league struggles to contain. No matter how well one defends, he possesses the means to score within the paint. Should one choose to collapse the defense, the Bucks and Oppo's perimeter shooters are far from ineffectual. It is a dilemma of two poisons, a matter of which one to choose. Turning back to the Lakers' offense, James refrained from passing the ball to Wang Yi. If Wang Yi were to dominate the offense in the first half, it would exhaust him, leaving him fatigued by the fourth quarter. Moreover, at this moment, his defender had shifted to the comparatively less adept Middleton. Thus, James commenced his offensive onslaught. He executed a hesitation dribble to unbalance Middleton and surged into the mid-range. Once James penetrated the key, his threat became overwhelmingly potent, prompting three of the Bucks' interior defenders to collapse towards him. This presented an opportunity for Anthony Davis. James lofted the ball high, and Davis soared, executing a spectacular alley-oop slam. It was a quintessential connection between James and Davis. As the ball swished through the net, the arena erupted with fervor. Yet, the Lakers, consumed by their celebration, failed to retreat promptly, allowing Giannis to initiate a fast break, culminating in another emphatic dunk. In the ensuing 3 possessions, James took charge of the offense. Time swiftly elapsed, exceeding 6 minutes. During this interval, both teams engaged in a mutual offensive barrage. The Lakers struggled to contain Giannis, while the Bucks faltered against Wang Yi and James. As the Lakers called for a timeout, the Bucks and Oppo's coach patted Holiday on the shoulder, saying, You're doing well. Under your defense, that player from Huaxia has been rendered ineffective these past few minutes. Keep it up when you return to the court. Holiday felt a sense of pride. Although this player had been stifled partly because the ball had scarcely reached him, it was evident that James harbored doubts regarding his capabilities. Such skepticism from James towards this player would inevitably exact a toll on the Lakers. On the Lakers and Oppo's side, the head coach noticed James was beginning to show signs of fatigue. After all, with age, consecutive offensive plays had taken their toll. He advised, LeBron, when you re-enter the game, allow Wong to take some shots. Additionally, we must increase our three-point attempts. Only by sinking those shots can we stretch their defense, thereby creating more opportunities for you and AD. We need to leverage the three-pointer to alter their defensive scheme. James nodded, placing a hand on Wang Yi's shoulder, saying, Brother, when we return to the court, the three-point shooting will rest on your shoulders. Wang Yi jokingly smirked, replying, Is it going to be like last time? Having promised an impressive display, he instead managed to score merely 2 three-pointers, leaving one to question his credibility. The old man was indeed quite mischievous. James could not help but burst into laughter, his dazzling white smile nearly blinding. Upon resuming play after the timeout, James dribbled past half-court but refrained from attempting another three-pointer. Instead, he deftly passed the ball to Wang Yi, who had cleverly navigated around a screen. Holiday adhered closely to him, denying him an opportunity to shoot. Wang Yi took a couple of steps back, creating a comfortable distance between himself and Holiday. Observing Wang Yi's posture, Holiday smirked inwardly, thinking to himself, Does this Chinese player truly believe that his swift first step makes him invincible? He can only bully those clumsy guards. With that thought, he chose not to close the gap, maintaining a safe distance. This allowed Wang Yi the space he needed to attempt a speedy breakthrough, while Holiday could easily reposition himself to obstruct his path. In that moment, Wang Yi sprang into action, lowering his center of gravity. He began to dribble the ball with both hands. Suddenly, he switched the ball to his left hand, stretching his left arm to its fullest extent. The basketball nearly level with his shoulder. He lowered his center of gravity once more, and with a swift motion, his shoulder swayed to the left. 126 Ivisan's death crossover, a resurgence in the league. Part 2. Wang Yi's left arm was nearly parallel to his shoulder, the ball seemingly glued to his hand, suspended in the palm of his left hand. At the same time, his shoulder gave a slight shake to the left. This feint was remarkably convincing. Holiday was caught off guard, a change of direction to break through? Yet, he still deemed this opponent overly naive, confident in his defensive prowess. He anticipated a simple shift in direction during the breakthrough. Little did he know, at this distance, a mere lateral step from himself would suffice to thwart Wang Yi. Thus, he sidestepped to Wang Yi and Oppo's left front. However, as he made this lateral move, Wang Yi instantly pulled the ball back with his left hand and shifted a step to the right front. Consequently, the distance between them had expanded to 2 steps. With Holiday and Oppo's position now parallel to Wang Yi and Oppo's. No matter how swift he was, it was impossible for him to keep up with Wang Yi. A collective gasp arose from the audience at this stunning crossover. The Lakers bench players had already risen to their feet, towels in hand, poised to wave them in celebration. Such a magnificent move, if culminating in a basket, would be nothing short of perfection. Wang Yi would not disappoint them. Having maneuvered past Holiday, he found himself unguarded, charging directly towards the three-point line. At this moment, Lopez was the closest defender and had no choice but to rush over to assist. Damn it, it's me again. Lopez grumbled internally, yet he had to make the effort. However, it was too late. Wang Yi leaped gracefully, flicking his wrist to release the ball. The basketball gently floated into the hoop. The crowd of over 18,000 at Staples Center erupted in cheers. Did you see that? What an incredible crossover. Why does this maneuver seem so familiar? Is it the answer and Oppo's crossover? Some fans recognized it. Indeed, it was undoubtedly the answer and Oppo's signature move. Unbelievably, it had been many years since such a fluid and perfect crossover had graced the NBA since the answer's retirement. Seated courtside, the bespectacled actor Jack Nicholson laughed joyfully. He remembered the finals when the answer faced off against the OK duo and was present at that moment. He had witnessed firsthand how fearsome the answer's death crossover could be. Tyronn Lue, now the head coach of the Clippers, was then a player for the Lakers. After being left in the dust by the answer and Oppo's move, he had to leap over him. This was undoubtedly a classic moment in NBA history. Although that year, the answer led the 76ers to snag only one victory against the Lakers, his extraordinary crossover left an indelible mark. When discussing crossovers, the first name that springs to mind for that generation of fans is none other than the answer, Allen Iverson. Unimaginably, 22 years have elapsed. Yet I find myself once again witnessing the mesmerizing death crossover on this very court. It evokes a profound sense of nostalgia. The live commentary by Pat Riley resonates with astonishment. Oh my God, that Allen Iverson's death crossover. Sunderland shakes his head in disbelief. I can't believe this. This move by the Chinese player has brought the answer back to life. It's an honor to witness such a moment in my lifetime. Meanwhile, in a Philadelphia apartment, a middle-aged African-American man adorned with tattoos, dressed in a hip-hop style, watches the live broadcast of the game. A tattoo on his neck bears the character, loyalty, as he sees Wang Yi execute the move. The water he was sipping halts midair. He chuckles while shaking his head. This guy, this Chinese player, I should ask him for royalty fees. This month's rent isn't paid yet, but if I get those royalties, it should cover a year's worth of rent. He bursts into laughter. On the sidelines, the Lakers teammates wave their white towels exuberantly. Wong, you always manage to surprise us. Kuzma shouts, cupping his hands to amplify his voice. Wong, YYDS. This phrase, taught to Kuzma by Wang Yi just yesterday, has now found its moment of glory. It seems Wang Yi's lesson was intended for Kuzma to cheer for himself. On the court, LeBron James does not rush to celebrate immediately, having previously failed to retreat in time, resulting in 2 fast breaks against his team. He leads his fellow Lakers in a swift defensive maneuver. Only after confirming that the Bucks have no fast break opportunity does he turn to Wang Yi and exclaim, Wong, that move was spectacular. Wang Yi shrugs playfully, responding, unfortunately, you'll never learn it. Laughter erupts among the Lakers players. James has long faced criticism for the aesthetics of his playing style, often wishing to emulate the graceful artistry of Kobe Bryant. However, his physique simply does not permit it. Now, in earnest, he retorts to Wang Yi, "Brother, once this game is over, I guarantee you won't see the sunrise tomorrow." Wang Yi nods in agreement. "I believe that. I'm in the training facility every morning." The Lakers players nearly double over with laughter. James quickly refocuses. "Stay sharp. They're coming at us." As the next play unfolds, faced with Middleton-esque defense, James opts not to force a shot. He passes the ball to Wang Yi, saying, "Come on, let us see your crossover." Holiday can and amp. Oppos. T help but feel slighted. "You guys are completely disregarding me, despite being a two-time all-defensive first-team player. Is it truly appropriate for you to discuss crossovers in my presence?" With that thought, he gathered his focus, clapped his hands decisively, and addressed Wang Yi, "Come on. Let me witness your signature change of direction." Wang Yi, undeterred, positioned himself a full arm and amp, Oppos, length away from Holiday. This distance was pivotal. Were they any closer? A mere reach could easily disrupt the ball during the maneuver. Conversely, if they were further apart, Holiday would have ample time and space to react and establish his position, effectively stifling Wang Yi and Oppos' movements. Holiday, true to his accolades as a two-time all-defensive first-team player, recognized this nuance and adjusted his footwork to break the distance. However, he did not advance forward, aware that Wang Yi and Oppos' initial step was exceedingly swift. To maintain his defensive advantage, he retreated slightly, creating just enough space. Wang Yi, sensing the misalignment, took a half-step forward. Holiday responded by retreating once more, and this back-and-forth rhythm resulted in Holiday finding himself within the three-point line. At this juncture, Wang Yi deemed the moment ripe. He lowered his center of gravity, transferring the ball to his right hand, and executed a smooth step with his left foot, as if preparing to penetrate from the right. Anticipating this, Holiday swiftly moved a step to Wang Yi and Oppos' right front, obstructing his path. In an elegant motion, Wang Yi pulled the ball back through his legs while retracting his left foot. His left arm extended straight, the ball seemingly adhered to his hand, hovering momentarily in the air. From this position, a slight push with his right foot would propel him into a rapid drive down the left side. Fully aware that he might be faked out, Holiday instinctively shifted left. Yet, as he did so, Wang Yi's left hand, with the ball suspended, executed an astonishingly swift change of direction. The sheer magnitude of this maneuver left onlookers astounded. Following the shift, he took a step to the right, and in that moment, the two players seemed to miss not just a step, but an entire lifetime. Instead of continuing his drive, Wang Yi passed shoulder to shoulder with Holiday, immediately elevating for a shot. In this action, Holiday was still moving left, rendering him incapable of contesting the shot. Unimpeded, the basketball soared toward the hoop, reminiscent of a wayward traveler returning home to the embrace of its mother. Simultaneously, Holiday, having anticipated Wang Yi and Oppos' rightward feint, had already prepared to shift in that direction. However, his body failed to synchronize with his mind. His feet faltered, leading to an abrupt fall to the ground. He had been outmaneuvered. 127, they are done for. Oh. The Staples Center erupted with a tremendous cheer as Wang Yi skillfully faked out Holiday. Subsequently, as he sank that mid-range jumper, the venue exploded with excitement. OMG! 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 One spectator mimicked James, shouting fervently. A female attendee cupped her face in her hands, her eyes wide with astonishment, her mouth agape in an O shape. A teenage boy clad in a Wang Yi jersey flailed his arms dramatically, exclaiming, "And Oppos, he completely faked out that little dreadlock. Did you see that? No hint of pushing whatsoever. This guy is a true dancer." Even if the answer were to arrive, it could hardly be better than this. Amidst the fervor, some female fans bounced with glee, piercing the air with their shouts, "Wong, I love you. Wong, I want to marry you. I adore this Chinese star. He is my knight in shining armor." And Oppos, in the dimmest corner of the arena, Lakers general manager Pelinka rested his left hand on his right elbow, propping his chin up with his right hand. He often preferred to observe the game quietly from this unnoticed nook, allowing himself to concentrate deeply on the trade value of particular players and whether any adjustments were necessary to fill the Lakers' gaps. At that moment, a glimmer of insight flickered in his keen eyes amidst the shadows. Signing this Chinese player might just be the most astute contract of the season. At a mere $5 million for a player consistently scoring over 30 points per game, even surpassing 50 on occasion, and notably sinking 2 clutch shots against the Nets' big three. Such a price, given Wang Yi's performance, was nothing short of a bargain. It seemed the time had come to negotiate an extension with Wong. Several managers had already reached out to inquire about his valuation, but it was ludicrous. Given Wong's current stature, One could argue he was almost the third star after James and AD. There was no way he could be traded away. If the Lakers aspired to contend for the championship, they must secure him, even if it meant incurring luxury tax next season. Of course, this was a significant matter that required careful consideration. They needed to observe Wang Yi and Appos as performance further. Meanwhile, courtside, Lakers commentator Pat Riley was on the verge of losing composure. He ripped off his wig, revealing a balding head, and passionately exclaimed, "And Appos." He faked out the defensive first-team selection, Holiday. My God, what can he accomplish? Besides childbirth, is there anything he cannot do? This encapsulated Pat Riley's commentary style, full of fervor and provocation. The ability to evoke the utmost emotions from the audience is unparalleled. Even the usually composed Sunderland found himself swept up in the fervor. Shouting excitedly, "He is the king from Huaxia, the heir of the answer, the new generation and Appos' ankle terminator. My concern now lies with Holiday and Appos' ankle. Is he all right?" At this moment, Holiday and Appos' ankle appears unscathed. However, psychologically, he is grappling with some issues. Damn it. He cannot believe that he is unable to defend even a single player from Huaxia. He is acutely aware of the significant disparity in physique between the Huaxia players and those of African descent. How could he possibly fail to defend against someone whose physical attributes are so inferior to his own? Consequently, as he defends Wang Yi, he clings to him tenaciously, denying Wang any opportunity to receive the ball. It must be acknowledged that Holiday possesses a unique defensive prowess, even when guarding off-ball players. He can always stick closely to Wang Yi whenever he chooses. Despite Wang Yi's relentless attempts to navigate screens and shake him off, it is no simple task. As a result, Wang Yi has been unable to receive the ball for several plays and, naturally, has not scored. Coach Budenholzer, observing from the sidelines, felt a slight sense of relief. Had Wang Yi made a few more breakthroughs, he would have had to instruct his players to double-team him, which would inevitably provide opportunities for the Lakers' other players. In the final 3 minutes of the first quarter, both Wang Yi and James exited the game. Wang Yi tallied an impressive 11 points in the quarter, a commendable statistic. During the intermission, in an apartment far away in Philadelphia, a middle-aged man could not quell his excitement. This young man should make a few more breakthroughs and obliterate that defensive team member, leaving him utterly embarrassed at the mere mention of the words defensive team. Little one, do not let me down. If it were me, I would obliterate that Holiday in the second quarter. The once agile answer, now with a less svelte physique, reminisced about his glorious past. Witnessing someone carry on his legacy of the death-defying crossover brings him a measure of solace. Meanwhile, Lakers and Appos, head coach Vogel furrowed his brow, remarking, "We only made 3 3-pointers in the first quarter, which is insufficient to alter their defense. We must use 3-pointers to break the deadlock." However, James presented a differing perspective. "Coach, we could consider increasing Wang Yi and Appos' driving attempts in the second quarter. If Holiday cannot contain him, they will have to double-team Wong, which would alter their defensive strategy and provide us with opportunities." Vogel pondered for a moment before responding. "Then we must require Wong to exploit mid-range shots to dismantle their defense." Vogel expressed skepticism regarding this approach. Wang Yi had indeed shown a tendency to excel with mid-range shots against the Nets in the previous game. However, that was already the pinnacle of Wang Yi and Appos' performance. No matter how skilled a player may be, it is impossible to maintain peak form every single night. Even someone as formidable as Paul does not consistently exhibit precision in his mid-range shots. Yet, Wang Yi confidently reassured his coach, saying, "Rest assured, coach, leave it to me." Although he does not always display such accuracy, on this particular evening, his exceptional state was palpable on the court. With every shot released from his fingertips, he possessed an unwavering conviction that it would find the net. Observing Wang Yi and Appos' confidence, Vogel remarked, "Then it shall be. Continue to penetrate and shoot mid-range in the second quarter. Keep attacking until they double-team you. However, be aware that this will be a tremendous test of your stamina. You must prepare mentally and conserve some energy for the fourth quarter." Wang Yi wiped the sweat pouring down like rain with a towel and nodded once more. On the other hand, the Bucks and Appos' head coach believed that their current defensive strategy was sound. He decided to maintain the same defensive approach in the second quarter. Although that Huaxia player had scored 2 points consecutively in the first quarter, the rest of the Lakers had not found their rhythm. As long as the others remained subdued, it was not a significant concern. He could not believe that the Huaxia player could single-handedly dismantle them with mid-range shots. If he truly could, then he would accept it. Little did they know, the former Nets coach Nash had once harbored a similar belief. In a remarkable display of skill, a singular breakthrough left 3 opponents reeling. As the second quarter commenced, Both Wang Yi and James were seated on the sidelines. Meanwhile, Anthony Davis, accompanied by a cadre of substitutes including Schroeder, took to the court. With the absence of both Giannis Antetokounmpo and Brook Lopez, Davis capitalized on his speed and footwork advantage against Lopez, scoring with remarkable precision. Schroeder, after Holiday and Apos' departure, executed a series of successful drives to the basket, truly savoring the moment. In all honesty, Schroeder's optimal role lies as an aggressive catalyst within the second unit. Should he start, he would require a significant portion of ball possession to be effective, overlapping functionally with James. This has resulted in his inconsistent performances, alternating between brilliance and mediocrity. However, in recent games coming off the bench, he has exhibited commendable stability, consistently contributing 17 to 18 points per game, with occasional outings exceeding 20 to 30 points. With 8 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the Lakers had established an 8-point lead. At this juncture, James and Wong re-entered the fray, substituting for Davis to catch his breath. The Bucks, in turn, allowed Lopez to rest, reintroducing their starters, including Giannis and Holiday. The Lakers and Apos' current lineup lacked significant offensive prowess in the paint and had to rely on their perimeter shooting. KCP struggled with his three-point shooting today, leaving the team to depend on James and Wang Yi. Having sufficiently rested, Wang Yi immediately sought the ball upon his return, with James gladly obliging. Taking a few steps back, James passed the ball to Wang Yi. Noticing Wang Yi with the ball again, Holiday heightened his defensive posture, legs spread apart and hands slightly extended. Such a display of intense defense was rare for him, typically reserved for elite offensive players like Westbrook, Lillard, Harden, and Curry. Yet today, he had already been bested multiple times by Wang Yi, even having been left off balance once. If he failed to contain him now, how could he maintain his reputation as a premier defensive player? Upon receiving the ball, Wang Yi began to rhythmically dribble it from hand to hand. At a certain moment, he stepped forward with his left foot, executing a smooth drive. Holiday instinctively took a step back. Wang Yi and Apos' right foot remained stationary as he deftly pulled the ball back through his legs. With an effortless retreat, he stepped outside the three-point line, straightening his torso as if preparing to shoot. During a brief respite, Holiday had learned from an assistant coach that Wang Yi and Apos' three-point shooting percentage exceeded 45. Hesitant to allow Wang Yi an open shot, he prepared to close the distance. However, just as he planted his feet to lunge forward, Wang Yi suddenly lowered his center of gravity again and swiftly drove to the right side. Holiday and Apos' mind and feet failed to synchronize once more. His body pivoted, but his feet remained poised to advance, leading to a moment of unsteadiness. Fortunately, he had anticipated Wang Yi's sudden shift, so he staggered but remained upright. At that moment, Antetokounmpo, stationed inside, lunged toward Wang Yi, who was poised for a mid-range shot. However, Wang Yi executed a swift move, lowering his center of gravity and pulling the ball to the right at a 45-degree angle. Antetokounmpo and Apos' momentum was too forceful, and in his unsteady state, he collided with Holiday. Thud, thud, both men tumbled to the floor. Oh, the crowd erupted in astonished gasps, collectively rising to their feet. At that instant, only the final barrier, Portis, remained in the paint. Portis was acutely aware that Wang Yi and Apos' mid-range shot could be lethal. He promptly charged toward Wang Yi, seizing the opportunity while Antetokounmpo and Holiday lay on the ground. Wang Yi executed a crossover dribble. Just then, his foot unexpectedly slipped. The basketball slipped from his grasp, bouncing toward Portis. Elated, Portis recognized that the ball had evidently escaped the control of this player from Huaxia. With only a meter and a half separating them, he bent down to retrieve it. However, at that precise moment, Wang Yi accelerated. Harnessing an extraordinary burst of speed, he reached the ball in an instant, deftly pulling it back with a move that nearly skimmed the floor, extending it over a meter to the right. Though Portis was close to the ball, his towering height of nearly 2 meters made it impossible for him to bend down and secure it while contending with an opponent. He could only crash to the ground. Yet, even on the floor, he failed to seize the ball. At this point, chaos erupted behind Wang Yi. He dribbled past Portis, who could only watch in despair. In a moment of exhilaration, Wang Yi saw an open basket ahead. He soared into the air, arms outstretched, sending the ball toward the hoop. But midway through the motion, he abruptly pulled it back, pivoting in midair to trace a large arc with his shoulders as the center. With a resounding slam, he emphatically dunked the ball. A windmill dunk. The crowd erupted as if a firecracker had been tossed into a pot of oil. The DJ's voice resonated, elongated. Windmill dunk, from Huaxia and Apos' Wang Yi. The fans went into a collective frenzy. After toppling 3 opponents with that windmill, it seemed surreal. He was not merely Wong, but rather a divine figure donning Wong's jersey. Toppling 3 opponents. This was undoubtedly the most extravagant display I have ever witnessed in my life. The windmill dunk, typically only seen in comedic basketball videos, was unexpectedly witnessed live today. The acclaimed actor Nicholson rose to his feet, raising both hands high and giving a thumbs up with each, nodding his head in rhythm with the music that filled the arena. In the dimly lit corner of the arena, team manager Pelinka lowered his hands. Once as composed as ice, he now raised both hands, enthusiastically applauding. His resolve to extend Wang Yi's contract solidified further. This matter must be expedited. Next season. Regardless of the luxury tax, securing Wang is imperative. It is essential to remember that Wang does not play alone. He is supported by Huaxia and its hundreds of millions of fervent fans. The commercial value contained within this is vast. When Yao Ming played for the Rockets, the then-owner reaped substantial profits. Currently, the domestic basketball market has significantly shrunk due to the pandemic, with teams largely operating at a loss. Thus, it is crucial to explore overseas markets. Huaxia is now entirely stable, boasting an enormous fan base. Tapping into this potential will not only offset the team's losses, but also yield considerable profits annually. Yes, I shall contact Wang Yi's agent tomorrow. Naturally, the commencement date for the early contract extension is July 1st, with an end date of October 22nd. There are still several months until this time. However, it is vital to secure a verbal agreement now to win Wang and Appos' heart and prevent other teams from swooping in. Unlike Pelinka and Appos' extensive considerations, the live commentator Pat Riley, witnessing Wang Yi and Appos' extraordinary shot, abruptly tore off his meticulously styled wig, his eyes nearly ablaze with fervor. Sunderland, I am losing my mind. Have you ever commented on such an explosive game? Have you ever witnessed such a captivating match? Sunderland, this is utterly sensational. It is simply madness. In a moment that ignited all screens, Wang Yi dazzled with a breathtaking play, maneuvering past 3 defenders to execute a near-rim-shattering windmill dunk. The excitement overwhelmed commentator Pat Riley, who impulsively tore off his wig. Beside him, his colleague Sunderland exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh my God, I suspect those 3 players are throwing the game. Could they be actors hired by Wong? $1 for every time they fall. Ha ha ha." In the Tencent NBA broadcast room today, the host was Ku Fan, joined by the female anchor Xiao Yima, and the guest commentator was the long-absent Zhang Weiping. As the camera captured Wang Yi with the ball against Holiday, Zhang and Appos' interest peaked. "All right, take him on." Upon witnessing Wang Yi advance past both Holiday and Giannis, he enthusiastically shouted, "Good play. LeBron has cut in. Pass it to him. Come on, why not pass to LeBron?" When he noticed Portis defending effectively, Wang Yi almost lost the ball and anxiously exclaimed, "It and Appos' going to be lost. This is unreasonable. Sure, you can drive, but you can and Appos' just recklessly charge in. LeBron has an opportunity. It and Appos' SA 2-on-1. And you and Appos' still dribbling. Just toss the ball up and let it be." Just as he finished speaking, Wang Yi faked out Portis and soared for a magnificent windmill dunk. Zhang applauded. "Hey, that was impressive." Yet, he quickly returned to a rational perspective. The play was extraordinary. Truly remarkable. But Wang Yi and Appos' approach is flawed. He is hogging the ball while the other 4 players stand by watching. Is that reasonable? Ultimately, tossing the ball up for LeBron to finish with a dunk is not the best strategy. This not only wastes energy but also risks alienating teammates. Basketball is a collective sport. If one player monopolizes the game, what about the others? As a young player, Wang Yi tends to get carried away and play solo. It is hoped that being alongside LeBron will teach him to adopt a more balanced style of play. Kufan attempted to interject, but Zhang Weiping had already concluded his thoughts, leaving him to deliver a passionate summary. Indeed, at that moment, the barrage of comments on the live stream exploded like fireworks during a festival. "Brother E is phenomenal. This is our Huaxia's Brother E. Dazzling 3 defenders, a windmill dunk. Our Huaxia boasts such explosive players and performances. I am beginning to believe in Brother E and Appos' claims of conquering the NBA." Coach Ma Daxiong of the Daxiong team chimed in again. "If this play doesn't team make today as top 10, I'll eat my hat live. If it doesn't team make this week as top 10, I'll eat my hat live. If it doesn't team make the season as top 50, I'll eat my hat live." Fans immediately responded, "You be in for a feast." On the sidelines of the Lakers, the players were no longer merely waving towels. Instead, they sprawled across the floor in a dramatic display of being knocked over. Head coach Vogel cast a calm yet piercing glance at these players, who appeared utterly astonished. With his hands cupped around his mouth like a trumpet, he shouted towards Wang Yi on the court, "Wang, splendid job. I'm already your fan. And I'm eagerly waiting for you to sign my jersey during the timeout." Vogel was not the stern coach one might expect. He often engaged in light-hearted banter with his players. Witnessing Wang Yi's astonishing performance, he could not resist the urge to jest. The cheerleaders on the sidelines were equally animated, raising their arms and bouncing with exuberance, radiating fervor and passion. In stark contrast, the Bucks bench was a tableau of disbelief. Most of the players wore expressions of astonishment as they beheld this remarkable talent from Huaxia, who had managed to outmaneuver 3 defenders in a single offensive play, culminating in a breathtaking windmill dunk. It was not merely fearsome, it was utterly astonishing. 2 young players, who rarely saw playing time, were so overwhelmed by the spectacle that they instinctively patted their teammate and oppo's thigh, nearly leaping up in celebration. The brilliance of that play left them so exhilarated that they nearly forgot they were cheering for the opposing team. However, they soon realized their faux pas and quickly returned to their seats, casting guilty glances at the veteran players beside them. They retracted their hands as if they had committed some grave offense, unsure where to place their awkwardly displaced right hands. Fortunately, the veteran players were too engrossed in Wang Yi's performance to notice their blunder, allowing the 2 young men to breathe a sigh of relief. Deep down, they held immense admiration for Wang Yi. Once, he had been in their shoes, an NBA fringe player, and indeed, he had been in a more precarious position than they. While they had secured guaranteed contracts with the team until the season and oppo's end, Wang Yi had meandered through multiple NBA teams before finally signing a 10-day contract as the lowest-ranked player with the Lakers. Yet now, he had ascended rapidly, creating a fresh whirlwind of excitement. His inspirational journey invigorated them, instilling hope that with sufficient effort, they too might one day achieve greatness akin to this remarkable Huaxia player. As for Lopez, who had long harbored deep-seated prejudices against Eastern players, he silently felt fortunate at the sight of the 3 players sprawled on the floor, relieved that he had not been on the court at that moment. Otherwise, he might have found himself among the fallen. A narrow escape indeed. Meanwhile, Bucks head coach Budenholzer was far from amused, vocally demanding a timeout from the referees. Timeout. We request a prolonged break. Simultaneously, he forcefully gestured for a timeout. Even the referee momentarily paused in surprise before blowing the whistle. They had only just entered the game, engaged in a single round, and now they were calling a timeout? This was not the critical final minutes of the match. Such behavior was unwarranted. What was he thinking? In truth, Budenholzer's timeout was not intended for strategizing, but rather to invigorate his players. Being outmaneuvered by a player from Huaxia, who managed to deceive 3 defenders before executing a windmill dunk, had severely dampened the team's morale. Moreover, they were trailing by a 10-point deficit. If he did not call for a timeout at this juncture, the prospect of reclaiming the game would be bleak. As the players returned to the bench, he clapped his hands vigorously and shouted towards them. This is merely a coincidence. Zhu, you must contain him. Giannis, you merely stumbled together. He did not outmaneuver you. It was an unintentional collision between you. Do you comprehend? His change of direction should not have been capable of deceiving you. Portis, you should not have attempted the steal. If you had maintained your defensive position, he would not have been able to bypass you. That Huaxia player is not formidable. Our defense is sound. If he penetrates again, Giannis, feign a block to intimidate him, ensuring he hesitates to take mid-range shots. However, you must also keep an eye on the weak side to prevent giving James an opportunity for a clear cut. Giannis nodded in understanding. On the Lakers and oppo's side, James, brimming with excitement, approached to celebrate with Wang Yi. Yet, Wang Yi cleverly sidestepped the approaching tank, shaking his head repeatedly. A high five will suffice. I do not wish to be knocked over. 1:30, the moment has arrived. Shortly after the timeout, the Bucks were halted by a swift play executed by Wang Yi. Such a scene is indeed a rarity. As Wang Yi exited the court, he was met with a chorus of cheers from the adoring fans. His teammates playfully patted him on the back, eliciting a wince as he clutched his chest, bearing the brunt of their muscular exuberance. It was a display of sheer strength that would be daunting for any ordinary individual. Observing the accolades and applause directed towards Wang Yi, Schroeder's expression remained tinged with a hint of melancholy. 2 minutes later, both teams returned to the court. This time, the Bucks head coach, in an attempt to thwart Wang Yi's penetration, reintroduced Lopez, who had barely rested for a minute. The Bucks lineup, often referred to as a twin tower setup, had effectively morphed into a trio of giants. Portis at 2.08 meters, Giannis at 2.11 meters, and Lopez at 2.13 meters. With such a formidable presence in the paint, penetrating their defense seemed an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, with the Lakers and oppo's Caldwell Pope struggling from beyond the arc, the team found themselves relying heavily on LeBron and Wang Yi. However, up to this point, the duo had only managed to sink 3 three-pointers collectively. The Lakers had only landed a total of 4 three-pointers in the first half, well within the Bucks' tolerance. Thus, Budenholzer's strategic alignment was deliberately crafted to counter the Lakers' offense. Faced with this imposing lineup, LeBron felt a sense of pressure. As the Lakers initiated their offense, He glanced at Wang Yi, gauging his eagerness for another attempt. With the implicit endorsement of his leader, Wang Yi seized the ball, confronting Holiday once more. A simple crossover dribble was followed by a sudden step forward with his left foot, executing a fluid drive. Holiday, slightly vexed, thought again. How many times do you intend to employ this move? He retreated a step, determined to deny Wang Yi a clear path. Yet, Wang Yi chose not to press further into the paint. Instead, he pulled the ball back through his legs, executing a step back beyond the three-point line. At that moment, Holiday found himself 2 meters away. With the ball in his grasp, Wang Yi leapt and released the shot. However, this time, his shooting form diverged from the norm. Typically, he would elevate significantly to evade blocks, but after creating space from Holiday, his feet barely left the ground, no more than 10 centimeters. This technique, known as a tap shot, involved a subtle bounce that allowed him to release the ball almost instinctively, bypassing the traditional shooting motion. This novel approach was Wang Yi's ingenious adaptation to his physical limitations, resulting in reduced energy expenditure compared to a full jump shot. Moreover, the tap shot allowed for a quicker release. Concerning whether the sudden adjustment in jump height would affect his shooting accuracy, Wang Yi harbored no apprehensions, as his solid foundation of a 45 shooting percentage provided ample confidence. Swish. The net emitted a crisp sound. Wang Yi's eyes were slightly closed, savoring this exquisite melody. For every shooter, the sound of the ball swooshing through the net is akin to celestial music, transporting one to a realm of ethereal bliss. The head coach of the Bucks felt a slight heaviness in his heart upon witnessing this. However, he reassured himself, it was merely a three-pointer. Turning around, Giannis aggressively penetrated the paint, not only scoring but also drawing a 2-1 foul. It must be said, after last year and Oppo's playoffs and finals, Giannis has evolved. Although his mid-range shooting remains underdeveloped, he has become an absolute force in the paint, consistently delivering impressive plays. As Giannis prepared for his free throw, the Staples Center resonated with the countdown. 1, 2, 3. Ever since last year and Oppo's playoffs, whenever the Bucks play away, the countdown has become a ritual during Giannis's free throws, transforming into a celebration for the visiting fans. When the 12th second was reached, Giannis finally released the ball. Thud. The basketball struck the rim with considerable force. Despite Giannis and Oppo's evolution, his free throw shooting had shown no improvement. The Lakers secured the defensive rebound, and LeBron pushed the ball up the court. This time, Holiday dared not relax, sticking closely to Wang Yi. In fact, taking advantage of the referee and Oppo's momentary distraction, he discreetly tugged at Wang Yi, preventing him from shaking off his defender even after navigating for screens. Noticing this, LeBron cast a glance towards the right side at a 45-degree angle. The Lakers players understood the cue and swiftly positioned themselves at that angle, leaving LeBron isolated on the left. This tactic appeared designed to set up LeBron for a one-on-one. The Bucks and Oppo's interior defense concentrated heavily on LeBron and Oppo's side. However, the Lakers and Oppo's Pope, Drummond, and Kuzma, alongside Wang Yi, suddenly surged forward, crowding the right side three-point line. In the next instant, Wang Yi darted forward like an arrow, retreating beyond the three-point line. Pope, Drummond, and Kuzma formed a wall, effectively separating Holiday from Wang Yi. LeBron and Oppo's pass arrived perfectly in Wang Yi and Oppo's hands. Holiday watched helplessly as Wang Yi received the ball. The wall standing between them, their eyes locked in a silent exchange filled with longing and despair. As the saying goes, a mere stream divides us, yet we cannot speak. Having missed a step before, it felt as though one could miss a lifetime. Now, separated by this wall, it was as if a galaxy had divided them for a millennium. He could only hope that Wang Yi would miss the shot. Wang Yi continued with his jump shot. Once the ball left his fingertips, it soared like a girl in an orange dress, eagerly leaping into the embrace of her white-clad lover. The crowd erupted in cheers. The Lakers' strategy proved once again to be foolproof. Beside the court, Budenholzer's heart sank once more. 2 consecutive baskets, surely there would be no repercussions. Fortunately, Middleton responded with a three-pointer. As the Lakers launched their next offensive, Wang Yi diligently maneuvered around screens. Holiday pursued him relentlessly, as if chasing after a life-saving syrup. Steadfastly defending against him, Wang Yi could not shake off Holiday. However, when one and Oppo's shooting hand is warm, the presence of a defender matters little. As he circled to the left baseline, LeBron's pass arrived just in time. Holiday shadowed him closely. Yet, Wang Yi made no adjustments, rising to shoot without hesitation. Or rather, he leapt first, adjusting midair. Holiday followed suit. But this time, Wang Yi soared high, his wrist nearly brushing against the tips of Holiday and Oppo's fingers as he flicked the ball away. The referee and Oppo's whistle pierced the air. Holiday and Oppo's expression darkened immediately. He indicated Wang Yi and Oppo's wrist, signaling a foul for 3 free throws. Soon, however, the sound that followed deepened his frown. It was not merely 3 free throws. It was a 3-1. In the Tencent NBA live broadcast, Coach Zhang Weiping chuckled as he witnessed Wang Yi sink 2 consecutive three-pointers, remarking, "Hitting 2 threes is splendid." But one worries that a young player, in a moment of fervor, might recklessly shoot without consideration. Upon seeing Wang Yi catch the ball and shoot regardless of the defenders, he shook his head in disbelief. Hey, he really dares to shoot. Yet, in the next breath, he shifted his tone. Wow, he truly dares to make it. Basketball, after all, hinges on the warmth of one's hand. When cold, the rim seems to close itself off, and no shot finds its mark. Yet when hot, the hoop appears vast, welcoming every attempt. Beside him, Kofan, unable to interject, could only summarize, indeed. Little Auntie nodded in agreement. Exactly. The illustrious performance of Wang Yi, the player with the imposing stature of a giant, was undeniably remarkable as he effortlessly sank his free throws. Nevertheless, the Milwaukee Bucks continued to struggle with their interior offense, as no one seemed capable of thwarting the relentless force that is Giannis Antetokounmpo. The Lakers' defensive strategy against Giannis revolved around a one-on-one coverage, simultaneously obstructing his passing lanes to sever his connection with teammates. After all, each of his scores amounted to merely 2 points, while the Lakers maintained a comfortable double-digit lead. This incremental pursuit of points could take a considerable amount of time. Of course, Middleton was in fine form today, landing a mid-range jumper. On the other end, Wang Yi, feeling the rhythm, called for the ball as he crossed half-court. LeBron James, ever the astute playmaker, delivered the pass at the opportune moment. Observing the potential double team from Holiday and Middleton, Wang Yi, with unwavering confidence, did not hesitate. Planting his feet at the center circle, he propelled the ball with both hands. After sinking 3 consecutive three-pointers, he seemed to have entered an extraordinary state, a state akin to that experienced by the likes of Curry, Lillard, and Klay Thompson. In this zone, the hoop appeared infinitely expansive. Distance was irrelevant. As long as he crossed half-court, he was in range. Defensive presence mattered little. If there was the slightest opportunity for a shot, he would release the ball. The basketball soared over the apex, akin to a guided missile, finding its mark with uncanny precision. Boom! The net erupted in a plume of white flames, igniting the entire Staples Center. 4 consecutive three-pointers followed, and the DJ's elongated announcement reverberated through the arena. Logo three-pointer from Wang Yi of China. In the Tencent NBA live broadcast, commentator Zhang Weiping, upon witnessing Wang Yi with the ball, remarked, "He has made 3 in a row. Let us see how he executes this next shot." However, no matter how you shoot, it must be a reasonable attempt. You cannot simply hurl the ball without thought, or it would turn into a shooting contest. Just as he spoke these words, Wang Yi took another shot. Well, this is what I refer to as a reckless throw. Swish. The ball seamlessly found its way through the hoop. Incredible! It truly went in. Such is the enigma of an unreasonable three-pointer. Yet, despite the successful shot, its irrationality precluded it from being deemed a good play. Nonetheless, Zhang Weiping couldn't help but express a degree of admiration for Wang Yi's shooting prowess. Our current young players should not emulate this. Players like Curry, Lillard, and Wang Yi, when they find their rhythm, it matters not who stands before them. They simply shoot, and the ball finds its way through the net. Such unbridled audacity is not easily replicated. Having voiced both sides of the argument, Kofan could only offer a summative statement. Indeed. Meanwhile, the Bucks and Oppo's head coach, his expression darkened, hastily called for a timeout. Glancing at the scoreboard, he noted that the Bucks trailed by 14 points and cast a resentful glare at Wang Yi. Was this Chinese player on the verge of madness? Who competes in such a manner? Can we not engage in a methodical and deliberate fashion? You can charging in, throwing the ball around without adhering to any established conventions. How are we supposed to play under such conditions? He is well aware that at times, when the rhythm strikes, it becomes impossible to halt it. Therefore, a timeout must be called, in hopes of disrupting Wang Yi's flow. During the pause, he addressed the Bucks players. That individual from Huaxia must be double-teamed. Do not afford him any opportunity to shoot. Previously, he had instructed the Bucks to employ a zone defense, with 3 towers stationed in the paint, preventing LeBron and Davis from gaining any advantage inside. Should circumstances allow, he would gladly maintain this defensive strategy throughout the game, as it would surely frustrate LeBron. If LeBron is hindered, the Lakers are likely to succumb to defeat. However, he now finds it necessary to alter his approach. This defensive tactic has allowed the Huaxia player to dictate the game at will, effortlessly sinking mid-range and three-point shots. Initially, he believed that this player might merely excel in scoring. If he truly could dominate us single-handedly, he would accept that. But witnessing this individual disregard all norms of play, intent on annihilating us, is intolerable. Thus, he must revise the defensive strategy. Although this may grant other Lakers players opportunities, it is far preferable to allowing this player to rain down three-pointers. On the Lakers side, Coach Vogel has also discerned this reality. Wong, they will likely begin double-teaming you. When faced with a double team, release the ball swiftly. Do you understand? Wang Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Vogel then addressed the other Lakers players. If they double Wong, your chances will arise. You must seize them. The Lakers players nodded in agreement. To capitalize on this opportunity, Vogel substituted in Caruso, who possesses a slightly better three-point shooting percentage. The timeout concluded, and the game resumed. Giannis continued to assertively penetrate the paint. It must be said, his prowess in the paint is undeniably elite. As the Lakers launched their offense, LeBron passed the ball to Wang Yi at the arc. Middleton swiftly moved in to double team. Wang Yi promptly passed the ball back to LeBron. With no defender in sight, LeBron attempted a three-pointer. Although the shot was a bit rushed, it found its way into the basket. Giannis responded with a two-pointer. When Wang Yi was double-teamed again, the ball found its way back to LeBron. This time, Middleton was quicker to return. Nevertheless, he was still a fraction too late. LeBron released another three-pointer, which again found its mark. Meanwhile, Giannis, after a series of aggressive drives, appeared fatigued. When confronted by Drummond and Oppo's staunch defense, he was unable to convert. Upon returning to the play, Middleton hesitated to double-team Wang Yi once more. Instead, Portis, who was guarding Caruso, approached in an attempt to initiate a double-team. Wang Yi swiftly passed the ball to Caruso. Caruso attempted a shot, but Lopez had already surged into the paint. In a moment of urgency, Caruso lobbed the ball to the waiting Anthony Davis beneath the basket. At that juncture, the sole defender was Giannis. Following a swift pivot, Davis refrained from taking a shot. Instead, as Giannis approached to block, he deftly maneuvered the ball from Giannis and Oppo's waist, sending it to the opposite side where Drummond awaited. Drummond, seizing the ball and confronted by an unguarded hoop, unleashed his masculine prowess, almost distorting the rim in the process. The point difference had now ballooned to 19. On the sidelines, Vogel observed this spectacle, a hint of satisfaction gracing his countenance. The Lakers had come alive. Thanks to the three-pointers from Wang Yi and LeBron, the Bucks' defense had been altered, granting the Lakers' interior players a precious opportunity. A successful offense blossoms both inside and out, flourishing from multiple avenues. The Lakers embodied this philosophy. Turning back, the Lakers continued to deny Giannis any passing opportunities, with all players obstructing his routes. Giannis, entrenched in the low post against Davis, pressed forward relentlessly. Despite being the Greek freak, even he began to feel the strain after numerous attempts. As he found himself unable to push any further, he retreated a step. Then, executing a one-legged fadeaway, he released the ball. Just as it left his hand, a figure darted out, akin to an intercepting missile, swinging an arm in a broad arc to swat the ball into the air. With a resounding clap, the basketball was sent soaring into the stands. Cheers erupted as the audience leapt to their feet. A volleyball-style rejection, a stunning three-pointer from beyond half-court, followed by an extraordinary volleyball-style block on Giannis Antetokounmpo. The audience erupted in astonishment. Wang Yi's shot-blocking prowess surpasses that of the average guard, a fact well known to all. Yet, this particular rejection was aimed at the Greek freak, who had scored 50 points in last year's finals. How could this not elicit gasps of disbelief from the spectators? It would be akin to blocking a player who only sees the court during garbage time. One might simply nod in approval. However, blocking a superstar like LeBron James or Kevin Durant could very well land you on the front page the next day. A single block can be celebrated for months. Inside the Tencent NBA Live broadcast hall, Xiaoyi Ma was so exhilarated that she stood on her tiptoes. Akin to a long-distance girlfriend who has just spotted her beloved. Ego, that block was magnificent. Simply magnificent. Kofan spoke up this time. The timing of that block was impeccable. He lunged at Giannis just as the latter was poised to shoot, catching him completely off guard. Giannis certainly did not anticipate that Wang Yi could close the distance so swiftly from such a range. This block will be talked about for a while. Zhang Weiping nodded in agreement. Indeed, that defense was exceptionally astute. When Giannis is continuously faced with defenders in his passing lanes, he begins to subconsciously anticipate that the Lakers will obstruct his passing options. However, during his isolation plays, he expects no assistance. At that moment, Wang Yi executed a sudden change of tactics and provided the help defense, catching Giannis by surprise. Whether on offense or defense, one must possess versatility, keeping the opponent guessing. It is reminiscent of Bruce Lee's martial arts philosophy. Water takes no fixed form. It is ever-changing, devoid of predictable patterns, rendering it impossible for an opponent to anticipate the next move. Kofan, unable to interject further, could only conclude, exactly. At that moment, LeBron strode over as Wang Yi swatted Giannis and Oppo's shot away, roaring like a beast. Observing Wang Yi and Oppo's composed demeanor, he called out, "Wang, You need to learn to express yourself, to let your emotions out. Use that roar to channel your feelings. Do you understand? Wang Yi cast a sideways glance at LeBron and joked, "It's just a block. You're acting like you've never seen one before." LeBron, caught up in the excitement, paid no heed to Wang Yi's jest and pulled him into a hearty embrace, delivering 2 resounding pats on his back. "Cough, cough. I and Oppos am bleeding," Wang Yi exclaimed hastily. This guy really doesn't know his own strength. He only cares about his own release, regardless of how others might feel. That seems a bit off, Giannis remarked, turning his gaze towards Wang Yi. The gaze in his eyes was piercing, and his voice was cold and resolute. "I will remember you." Wang Yi nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you," he replied. The Greek freak paused. "I'm not exactly complimenting you." In the subsequent offensive play, Giannis refrained from taking the ball, allowing Holiday to take possession instead. It was evident that Giannis was fatigued and in need of respite. After Holiday passed to Middleton executed another mid-range shot with remarkable steadiness. However, as they double-teamed Wang Yi, an opportunity arose for Caruso, who swiftly launched a three-pointer. At that moment, only 27 seconds remained in the second quarter. The Bucks exhausted their 24-second shot clock, with Lopez finishing the sequence with a dunk, leaving just 3 seconds for the Lakers. James initiated an inbounds pass, with Holiday closely guarding Wang Yi. Despite having not taken a three-pointer for 3 minutes due to the double team, with only 3 seconds remaining, Wang Yi seized the moment. Davis and Drummond set a double screen to block Holiday, allowing Wang Yi to receive the ball. After securing possession, Wang Yi accelerated towards the front court. Giannis quickly closed in on him. With a fluid pivot, Wang Yi maneuvered past Giannis and continued his sprint. As he approached the half-court line, time dwindled to less than 1 second. He cradled the ball, preparing to shoot from his chest. At that instant, Middleton lunged forward. Wang Yi paused momentarily in midair, allowing Middleton to pass by before he swiftly released the shot. Beep! The red light around the backboard illuminated. Yet the basketball, akin to a pedestrian recklessly crossing a street, obstinately soared towards the opposite hoop. The eyes of over 18,000 spectators, along with millions watching from screens, fixated on the ball as if witnessing a reckless act. The basketball disregarded the judgment of the crowd, traversing half the court with unwavering determination towards the hoop. Thud! It struck the backboard with a resounding impact, reminiscent of a pedestrian being struck by a speeding vehicle while crossing against the light. In an instant, it ricocheted into the hoop, a stunning long-range bank shot. The arena erupted. If Wang Yi's earlier performance had detonated a bomb at the Staples Center, this shot was akin to dropping an atomic bomb, plunging the entire venue into a frenzy. Lakers players rushed over to chest bump and high-five Wang Yi, who welcomed all, except for one particularly burly individual. In stark contrast, the Bucks players regarded Wang Yi with expressions of disbelief, as if gazing upon a monster. How could this guy score so effortlessly? Even from beyond half-court, executing a layup in midair, he still managed to make the shot. It was absurdly extraordinary. Upon witnessing Wang Yi's successful shot, Lopez raised his right hand, replayed the moment in his mind, and then clenched his fist in a jubilant display, though his expression remained one of discontent. In the second half, he was determined not to allow this audacious yellow-skinned mouse to continue its bravado. In the 10-cent live broadcast room, the screen was filled with exclamations of six. Brother Xiong marveled at Wang Yi and Oppos' final three-pointer, exclaiming, "Intercontinental missile. This is an intercontinental missile. Absolutely astonishing, unprecedented." It was now appropriate to chant those 5 words. Lakers championship. Lakers championship. Ego LSP. If Wang Yi were to hear this, he would likely be rendered speechless. What connection do the Lakers championship and my status as LSP hold? Does it imply that if I am not LSP, the Lakers cannot secure the championship? In the live chat, Auntie Ma was exuberantly bouncing on one leg, resembling a joyful little girl. Coach Shang Weiping, equally animated, exclaimed, "Wow, this one too." At this point, notions of fairness had evaporated. It was simply a matter of throwing with reckless abandon and finding justification in the chaos. Wang Yi, as a player, was truly unpredictable. Kofan had already taken to summarizing the situation habitually. Coach Zhang is right. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit corner of the arena, Pelinka gently stroked his chin while observing the departing Wang Yi. He then retrieved his phone, glancing at the time, 10:50 p.m. Wang Yi and Oppos' agent was likely still awake. But he decided it was best to call anyway. While time management is generally stringent in America, where work hours are sacrosanct and personal time is fiercely guarded, team managers operate under different norms. It was not uncommon for a team manager to receive trade offers in the middle of the night, an occurrence that had long ceased to surprise anyone. In response to the latest offer for Wang Yi, Pelinka took out his phone, intending to call Wang Yi's agent, Roland. At that moment, however, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he couldn't help but smile. It was a call from Raphael Stone, the general manager of the Rockets. Pelinka chose not to answer immediately, opting instead to retreat to his office. Only when the phone rang again did he finally pick up. "Pelinka, you must be aware of the purpose of my call," Raphael stated with a tone that brooked no argument. Pelinka smiled in response. "And what is that?" Raphael continued. "I know you prefer directness, so I shall be forthright. I want that Chinese player." His tone was resolute, conveying that he intended to secure the player regardless of the price Pelinka might propose. Having previously served as a data analyst under Mori, Raphael was acutely aware of the immense market potential that Chinese players brought to a team. After the Rockets selected Yao Ming, their annual revenue doubled over the next 9 years, with their market valuation soaring from $250 million to $470 million. Since then, NBA teams have shown an increasing preference for Chinese players. The Bucks, for instance, took a significant gamble by selecting Yi Jianlian 6th overall. Unfortunately, Yi's timing was unfortunate. As a power forward, he often positioned himself for high catches and favored mid-range jump shots and long-range attempts, a concept that lacked distinction at the time. Ultimately, he could not establish himself in the NBA, and the Bucks' gamble proved fruitless. However, Wang Yi is different, although he has yet to fully realize his potential. His recent performances over the past several games have been more than sufficient. The value of such a player to a team cannot merely be quantified by game statistics. Thus, Raphael's stance on acquiring this Chinese player was unequivocal. He intended to secure him. Technically, Wang Yi would become a free agent at the end of the season. The Rockets could then make an enticing offer to attract him. Yet, there was concern that Pelinka might match that offer. According to NBA regulations, if the original team matches an offer sheet, the player can only sign with them. Hence, Raphael was reaching out to Pelinka for a preliminary discussion. Although there remains nearly half a year before the trade market opens, Raphael is confident that with persistent persuasion and a compelling proposal, he could sway Pelinka. At this point, Pelinka laughed heartily. "Raphael, the entire world knows how much the Rockets profited from Yao. Now that Wong is emerging, I certainly won't let him go. You might as well abandon that hope." Raphael chuckled in reply. "Let us not be so absolute. I believe that if the right incentives are presented, you will ultimately relent." Pelinka acknowledged. "You are correct. Can you offer any benefits that could rival the value of Wong?" Raphael found himself momentarily speechless. "Well, I truly cannot. If Wong continues to exhibit his current prowess until the season and Oppo's end, what could possibly surpass his worth? The first overall pick? That's a jest. Even the top pick must fulfill their potential, which carries its own risks. Established stars? Please. If Wong truly performs, who, aside from superstars like LeBron, Durant, and Curry, could possess greater value for the team? Furthermore, given Wong's current performance, who dares to proclaim he won't ascend to the status of a superstar? Should he indeed become a global sensation, his contribution to the team could potentially eclipse even LeBron's. After all, Wong is backed by the formidable support of Huaxia, along with its hundreds of millions of fans. Noticing the silence on the other end, Pelinka chuckled heartily. "Let it be." Then Raphael and Oppo's voice echoed. "All right. But I will not relent. I believe one day I will sway you." Pelinka laughed. "Once again, you should abandon that hope." After hanging up, Pelinka felt quite pleased. He attempted to call Roland, but the line was perpetually busy. 5 minutes later, he tried again, yet the line remained engaged. A troubling thought crossed his mind. What if another team and Oppo's manager was contacting Wong and Oppo's agent? Theoretically, even if other teams made extravagant offers, the Lakers could match them. However, what if the promises made by others were alluring enough to captivate Wong? For instance, the assurance of an unequivocal tactical role within the team. The guarantee that he would be the franchise player? These are commitments the current Lakers cannot provide. If that were the case, even if the team matched the offer and retained Wong, if his heart were elsewhere, next season would inevitably stir up more discord. Contemplating this, Pelinka felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He quickly dialed Roland again, but the line remained busy. He shook his head, resolving to reach Roland before the next day. One thing offered him some solace. Wong would certainly be at the training facility tomorrow. He planned to head there early to discuss the matter with him, at the very least to convey the Lakers' sincere intentions. There is an ancient Chinese saying, "The pavilion by the water gets the moon first." That was precisely his position. Reflecting on this, he felt a tinge of nostalgia. Just over a month ago, Roland had persistently called him, urging him to try out Wong and extend a short contract, practically pleading for him to sign Wong. More than a month has passed, and when considering the renewal of Wang Yi, he found himself humbling before rolling. He shook his head with a wry smile. This is the NBA. It is not only harsh on players, but also merciless to general managers. When a player showcases an extraordinary performance, his fate is no longer in the hands of the team manager. He can seize control of his own destiny. Even the team manager must bow before him. The NBA is an alliance where self-interest reigns supreme. Team managers must contemplate their own and their team's interests. At this moment, within the Los Angeles Lakers locker room, a jubilant atmosphere prevailed. The players were effusively praising Wang Yi. Amidst the playful antics of James, he also inquired with genuine concern, "Wong, are you experiencing any issues with your stamina?" Wang Yi's stamina has always been a concern, although he appeared slightly stronger in the last 2 games. It became evident during the final moments of the matches that he was fatigued, and his shooting percentage declined. In those critical moments, he was not merely playing. He was exhausting himself. As the team's leader, James did not wish to see Wang Yi overexert himself during the regular season. Wang Yi has already risen to the status of a star. However, his potential should not be confined to that of a star. He is destined to become a superstar. The stage for superstars is the playoffs. Noticing the concern from his leader, Wang Yi nodded in affirmation. "There are indeed some issues with my stamina. The continuous offensive plays, compounded by Holiday and Oppo's relentless defense, required extensive off-ball movements to receive the ball. This has posed a significant challenge to my endurance." Yet, Wang Yi and Oppo's subsequent remark left everyone in astonishment. "However, if we can dominate the Bucks by 3 quarters, it should pose no problem." In the 3rd quarter, the Lakers found themselves leading by a significant margin against the Bucks. Prior to the game, Wang Yi would not have made such a bold statement. Considering the Bucks are the reigning champions, with their championship roster still intact, coupled with Giannis Antetokounmpo and Oppo's extraordinary individual prowess, it seemed implausible for the Lakers to dominate them in just 3 quarters. However, in the realm of the NBA, anything is possible. Even underdogs can unexpectedly triumph over the league's frontrunners. At halftime, the Lakers had already established a 22-point lead. If they could muster additional effort and secure an 8-point advantage in the 3rd quarter, extending the gap to 30 points, would that not signify a decisive victory? Wang Yi's words resonated deeply with the Lakers players. A 30-point win would allow the starters to leave the court early, providing an opportunity for those who seldom play to showcase their talents. James glanced at Wang Yi, seeing in him the reflection of his younger self upon entering the league, undaunted and brimming with self-belief, convinced of his destined greatness. He, too, had once proclaimed the ambition to overwhelm opponents within 3 quarters. Noticing the impact of Wang Yi and Oppo's statement on James and the other players, Vogel clapped his hands and declared with fervor, as Wang Yi said, "Let us dominate the Bucks in 3 quarters." Achieving such a feat against the reigning champions would significantly bolster the players and Oppo's confidence. Conversely, should they exert themselves too vigorously and falter in the 4th quarter, it would merely be a regular season game. The Lakers players, inspired by their coach and James, felt a surge of determination. They formed a circle, raising their fists in solidarity, chanting, 3 quarters to dominate the Bucks. Following this rallying call, Vogel proceeded with meticulous preparations. The Bucks, having been tempered by their finals experience, had undergone a transformation, exhibiting enhanced resilience and execution. Thus, despite the Lakers and Oppo's 22-point lead, they could not afford to relax. In the visitors and Oppo's locker room, the atmosphere was somewhat somber. Lopez, pen in hand, scribbled notes in a small notebook, capturing a sudden burst of inspiration that had flooded his mind. He harbored a profound interest in writing, having penned 3 novels during his college years. Wherever he went, he carried a pen and notebook to document fleeting thoughts. Meanwhile, Middleton was engrossed in reviewing game footage with Giannis. Tucker, known as the Sneaker King, was meticulously lacing up a new pair of shoes, preparing to change into them for the upcoming game. As the Sneaker King, he changed his footwear at least once per game. Excessive substitutions were made, even to the extent of changing a player for each segment. The locker room was enveloped in silence. For a full 3 minutes, not a word was uttered. Observing this, Coach Budenholzer clapped his hands vigorously and exclaimed, "Hey, what's the matter with you all? Are you intimidated by such a slight deficit? 20 points are nothing. Last year in the playoffs, we were down 0-2 and ultimately triumphed over the Nets. In the finals, we were also down 0-2, yet we emerged victorious against the Suns. What does this 22-point deficit signify? It is inconsequential. What we need to do now is to stifle the Lakers and Oppo's 3-point shooting while simultaneously unleashing our own. By doing so, we will swiftly close the gap. Furthermore, we shall persist with our strategy of double-teaming that player from Huaxia. We would rather allow LeBron and Davis to score than let that madman shoot from beyond the arc." Should Wang Yi learn that Budenholzer referred to him as a madman, he might take it as a compliment. At this moment, the players began to respond. As the current star of the team, Giannis took it upon himself to lead by example. He addressed everyone, saying, "We are champions. They are the losers. Now is the time for us to showcase our championship caliber and resilience. We must reclaim this game today." Lopez finally set aside his notebook and declared, "Rest assured, coach. We are champions. How could we possibly be defeated by a mere player from Huaxia? It defies logic." His words still carried a deep-seated prejudice against the player from Huaxia. Finally, the third quarter commenced. The stage was set for an exhilarating performance. The Lakers had all their starters on the court. The Bucks, on the other hand, replaced Portis with Tucker, who offered superior defense and the ability to shoot threes. Right from the outset, Giannis aggressively attacked the paint and earned a 2-1. It must be said that when Giannis is in peak physical condition, he truly embodies the amp, opos, Greek freak, and amp, opos. No team in the league can contain him in the post. Yet, the Lakers maintained their defensive strategy against him, insisting that Giannis go one-on-one while severing his connection with teammates. On the Lakers side, as Wang Yi faced double coverage, opportunities arose for his teammates. Once the ball rotation began, scoring became significantly easier for the Lakers. LeBron, Davis, KCP, and Drummond all contributed points. However, no one anticipated that the Bucks' three-point shooting would suddenly ignite. Middleton launched a surprise attack, sinking 3 consecutive threes. Holiday, taking advantage of Giannis' screen, also made a three-pointer. Giannis attempted a 3 himself. The Lakers had no choice but to intensify their perimeter defense. However, this left the interior vulnerable, allowing Giannis to snag offensive rebounds. Tucker capitalized on a second-chance opportunity and hit a 3. This unexpected barrage of 6 three-pointers narrowed the gap to 14 points, prompting the Lakers to call a timeout. To speak candidly, the Lakers commenced their offensive display quite commendably. However, the Bucks, right from the outset, executed 7 attacks, of which 6 were three-point attempts, and astonishingly, all 6 found the net. Who could withstand such a barrage? Even Pat Riley, the television commentator for the Lakers, could not help but exclaim, "The Bucks and Oppo's three-point assault arrived with such suddenness and ferocity. 6 successful three-pointers out of 7 attempts. If it were merely one player making so many threes, it would be somewhat manageable. Yet now, with multiple players contributing, it becomes exceedingly challenging for the Lakers to defend." Sunderland shook his head slightly, remarking, "This is the confidence of the defending champions. If their three-point shooting is off, it's one thing, but if it's on, then they can score in droves." Last year in Oppo's final saw them repeatedly render the Suns helpless with their three-point shooting. Pat Riley inquired, "In such a scenario, how should the Lakers respond?" Sunderland shook his head again, stating, "It all hinges on their shooting touch. If they return to the court maintaining their fiery form, it could spell trouble. At the same time, we must observe whether the Lakers can find their rhythm. If King is double-teamed and unable to shoot, then it falls upon the other Lakers to step up." Upon returning from the timeout, the Lakers initiated their first offensive play with a deliberate effort to facilitate King E receiving the ball. They provided him with ample screens. After eluding Holiday, King E received the pass and immediately attempted a three-pointer. Unfortunately, this shot did not find its mark. The Bucks launched a fast break. However, the Lakers retreated swiftly, thwarting Giannis and Oppo's fast break, forcing him to pass to Middleton, who was positioned at the left corner beyond the three-point line. With his shooting touch ablaze, Middleton decisively took the shot. Even with King E closing in defensively, he dismissed him entirely. When in the throes of a hot streak, the presence of a defender matters not. One shoots regardless. Yet, at the moment he released the ball, King E leapt in close pursuit. The dual elevator door tactic was in full effect as Middleton showcased his scorching touch, seemingly unfazed by the presence of a defender. Standing at a height of 2.01 meters, he towered nearly 10 centimeters above Wang Yi. Thus, he disregarded Wang Yi's defense and decisively launched a three-point shot. However, as he released the ball, Wang Yi had already leaped into the air. At the moment Middleton reached his apex, he was astonished to see Wang Yi's hands positioned in a volleyball block, effectively obstructing his shot. How could this individual leap so high? Although he was nearly 10 centimeters shorter and had an arm span of just over 2 meters, he somehow elevated 5 centimeters above Middleton and Oppo's release point. Thud. The basketball collided with Wang Yi and Oppo's hand, successfully blocking the shot. Simultaneously, as Wang Yi descended, he skillfully snatched the ball and hurled it forward. Pope seized the opportunity and sprinted down the court, but instead of attempting a layup, he tossed the ball towards the backboard. Remarkably, a following human tank soared into the air, intercepting the basketball with one hand. A thunderous sound reverberated throughout Staples Center as he executed a one-handed slam dunk, reaching an extraordinary height nearly level with the rim. Who could have anticipated that this 38-year-old veteran still possessed the prowess to deliver such a powerful dunk? This moment instantly ignited the atmosphere at Staples Center and invigorated the Lakers players on the court. During the ensuing defensive possession, the Lakers intensified their efforts. The head coach gestured from the sidelines, instructing Wang Yi to switch onto Middleton. Despite being nearly 10 centimeters shorter than Middleton, Wang Yi and Oppo's lateral quickness was exceptional, and he seemed tireless on the court, constantly in motion. This was sufficient to impede Middleton, preventing him from receiving the ball for a jump shot. Indeed, after every catch, Wang Yi was nearly glued to Middleton's side. Following his earlier rejection, Middleton hesitated slightly before attempting another shot. Of course, the Bucks had devised strategies for Middleton's catch-and-shoot opportunities. However, one must not overlook the extraordinary presence of LeBron James on the Lakers. His extraordinary abilities extend beyond his unparalleled physical attributes. His prodigious memory is equally remarkable. In his youth, he excelled at a fighting game, capable of recalling every character's combo, allowing him to dominate his peers effortlessly. On the court, after merely observing an opponent and Oppo's tactics once, he could retain their strategies and movements. Considering the NBA comprises 30 teams, each with at least dozens of plays, some even boasting hundreds, and continuously developing new strategies, one must possess an extraordinary memory to retain such a vast array of tactics. Yet he possesses an extraordinary memory. Thus, when the Bucks begin to execute their plays, James vociferously admonishes, AD, block the corner. Middleton is poised to receive the ball for a three-pointer. KCP, Drummond, guard the paint. Middleton will cut for a layup. Wong, stay on the right side. Middleton is making a backdoor cut. Imagine the impact of having such a prodigy on the team, rendering many of the opponent's strategies transparent. How can they continue to play? However, it is not to say that every tactic will be deciphered. Teams continuously develop new strategies, and there are instances where James has yet to encounter certain plays, rendering him unable to recognize them. Nevertheless, at least half of them will be anticipated by James. At this moment, Middleton experiences a singular sensation, frustration. Many of his movements are easily discerned, and Wang Yi can maintain a steadfast focus on him. He has gone several possessions without a shot attempt. Meanwhile, the Lakers' strategies flourish. James stands at the top of the arc with the ball, while Wang Yi continually navigates through screens in the paint. Holiday clings to him like glue. As Wang Yi approaches the basket, he suddenly darts swiftly between Davis and Drummond. Holiday hastily attempts to catch up. However, Davis and Drummond subtly shift inward, akin to an elevator door closing. This is the elevator door play. Of course, the elevator door strategy does not afford the defenders ample space, making it susceptible to illegal moving screens. Consequently, this tactic has become rare in the league. Yet Vogel has adeptly addressed this issue. The movements of Davis and Drummond do not fully close the door but rather leave a slight gap. Holiday can squeeze through. However, doing so causes him to be momentarily snagged, creating a slight distance from Wang Yi. In this moment, KCP and James form a second elevator door at the arc. As Wang Yi passes through this door, KCP and James shift inward. Due to being slightly hindered by the first elevator door, Holiday finds that by the time he reaches the second door, it is already closed. This prevents any illegal moving screen violations. If Holiday wishes to re-engage Wang Yi, he must navigate around the elevator door, but time is against him. As for the other members of the Bucks, they are entirely unfamiliar with this tactic and remain oblivious as to who will ultimately conclude the Lakers' play, leading to disarray in their defense. As James closes the door, he delivers a handoff pass to Wang Yi. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Yi and Oppo's feet barely touch beyond the three-point line as he immediately releases the shot. Unopposed, he executes a more effortless floater. The basketball soars confidently towards the hoop. Swish. The three-pointer finds its mark, and the deficit balloons to 17 points. The arena erupts with exhilaration. However, these fans are not particularly knowledgeable. They merely perceive that Wang Yi has made a three-point shot. The commentators exhibit a bit more expertise. Pat Riley expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, could this be the double elevator door strategy?" Sunderland chuckled and shook his head in disbelief. Double elevator doors? It and Oppo's. It's astonishing that Vogel, a coach renowned for his defensive prowess, could conceive such an eccentric offensive tactic. In the Tencent NBA Live broadcast hall, Coach Zhang Weiping let out 3 exclamations of surprise. Wow, is this the double elevator door strategy? The Warriors previously employed the elevator door tactic, but faced complaints from multiple teams, prompting referees to enforce stringent regulations on moving screens, compelling the Warriors to abandon the strategy. Yet Vogel and Oppo's double elevator doors, while the first door moves, evidently creates some space for the defenders. The level of physical contact here does not reach the threshold of a moving screen. Thus, the purpose of the first door is merely to decelerate Holiday's pace. Consequently, the second door can be completely shut before Holiday arrives. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. At times, the strategies and plays devised by NBA coaches are truly remarkable. Kufan nodded, remarking, moreover, This play also highlights the significant threat posed by Wang Yi's three-point shooting. Coach Zhang immediately seized upon this point, affirming, indeed, Wang Yi takes the shot while four teammates provide screens. This not only underscores Wang Yi's three-point threat, but also illustrates his crucial tactical role within the Lakers. What constitutes reasonableness? This exemplifies it. This is the essence of basketball. Wang Yi and Oppo's three-point shooting percentage has soared to an impressive 45. However, he cannot simply haphazardly shoot from beyond the arc. One must execute a strategy. Of course, with a shooting touch like Wang Yi and Oppo's, there are occasions when erratic shooting can still yield results. Yet, such an approach can only be an occasional indulgence. Consistently shooting without a plan is untenable. Having articulated both perspectives, Kafan ultimately succumbed to a sense of despair, summarizing his thoughts. Yet, unwilling to remain terse, he added a few more words. Coach Zhang and Oppo's analysis is indeed accurate. This is not merely a trifling rain of three-pointers. It is an orchestrated downpour. Wang Yi and Oppo's triple sends a jolt of anxiety through Coach Budenholzer on the sidelines. Damn, is another wave about to hit. One player raining down threes in a single game is already an exaggeration, and now he dares to unleash more? Turning back, Giannis dominates the paint, extending the deficit to 15 points. Meanwhile, the Lakers resort to their wall strategy once again. KCP, Davis, and Drummond form a formidable barrier, akin to the Milky Way drawn by the Queen Mother, separating Wang Yi from Holiday. Holiday can only gaze longingly at Wang Yi, a distant star beyond reach. Like an artist tossing a delicate embroidery ball, Wang Yi releases the basketball. Yet, Holiday lacks even the desire to contest it. The shot is simply too lofty. Swish. Wang Yi sinks another three-pointer. The gap widens to 18 points. Coach Budenholzer feels a renewed weight in his heart. It has truly arrived. One player, in a single game, unleashing two torrential downpours of three-pointers. Is this some sort of artificial rainfall? He urgently calls for a timeout, hoping to disrupt Wang Yi and Oppo's rhythm before the storm intensifies. During the break, he rallies his team and Oppo's spirits. Holiday, stay glued to that guy. Their three-point tactics are limited. They cannot rely on the same few plays throughout the entire game. Everyone else, be astute. Whoever sees Wang Yi heading towards the three-point line must obstruct his path. Ensure he faces resistance with every step towards the arc. This will disrupt his shooting rhythm and significantly drain his stamina. Upon hearing this, Lopez cast a distant glance at Wang Yi. This yellow-skinned monkey truly deserves a reckoning. As the timeout concludes, the Bucks initiate their offense. Giannis charges into the paint, only to be thwarted by the combined efforts of Drummond and Davis. LeBron expertly doubles down, trapping Giannis within the key. The ball appears stuck. Suddenly, Lopez sneaks in from the baseline. Middleton urgently shouts, "Hurry, only 24 seconds left. Pass the ball." Giannis finally spots a sliver of space and, with a bounce pass through Drummond and Oppo's legs, sends the ball to Lopez. However, at that very moment, Wang Yi, who had been defending Middleton, lunges toward Lopez. If Lopez hesitates to pass, time will run out. Thus, Wang Yi resolutely abandons his defense of Middleton. Upon receiving the ball, Lopez notices Wang Yi charging toward him, but dismisses him with disdain. "Huh, you yellow-skinned rodent. What difference does it make if you come before me?" With a height difference of over 20 centimeters, 92 meters to 13 meters, I will dunk right in your face. What can you do about it? It was as if I were flirting with your wife right before your eyes. What could you possibly do about it? He seized the ball, raising it high with his right arm. With a single leap, he launched himself into the air, his left arm extended forward, his palm aimed directly at Wang Yi and Oppo's face. Should Wang Yi dare to approach for a block, his left hand would unhesitatingly meet Wang Yi and Oppo's face. However, at that moment, just as Lopez had taken off, his feet barely 10 centimeters off the ground, not yet reaching his apex, Wang Yi leapt with both feet. Like a character from a wuxia tale, he ascended vertically. In midair, he tilted his head slightly, evading Lopez and Oppo's grasp. With his right hand raised high, he aimed to swat the ball away from Lopez. Thud. The basketball was caught between their hands, caught in a stalemate. Lopez, towering and stronger than Wang Yi, was not quite powerful enough to dunk the ball in such a situation. Instead, the ball sailed over Wang Yi and Oppo's head, descending behind him. Oh, the crowd erupted in astonishment. A block. The 92-meter-tall Wang Yi forcefully denied the 13-meter-tall Lopez. It is worth noting that Wang Yi, at 92 meters, was considered relatively short in the towering NBA, while Lopez, at 13 meters, was undoubtedly a giant in today's league. One can only imagine the visual impact of that moment. Upon landing, Wang Yi swiftly pivoted, snatching the ball and charging toward the front court. All the Lakers players surged forward in a frenzy. Holiday rushed over to impede Wang Yi's pass, preventing him from making a long throw to the front court. Wang Yi feigned a long pass, then quickly turned, eluding Holiday and sprinting ahead. Beside him, Lopez cursed under his breath, F, as he reached out to grab Wang Yi. Having just been blocked by a yellow-skinned monkey, his frustration was palpable. However, Wang Yi's speed was too great, making Lopez appear considerably clumsy in comparison. He was a step too late, grasping at nothing but air. As Wang Yi reached the front court, he passed the ball to Drummond, who was already positioned beneath the basket. Yet, Giannis swiftly returned on defense, leaping from beyond the three-point line, his long arms pinning Drummond's shot against the backboard. Fortunately, Pop was trailing closely behind to retrieve the ball. Seeing no opportunity to shoot, he passed it back to LeBron. Noticing Giannis lurking beneath the basket, LeBron scanned the area and spotted Wang Yi just beyond the three-point line. He sent a one-handed pass behind him to Wang Yi. With the ball in hand, Wang Yi resolutely took his shot. Lopez, who had hurried back, attempted to block him, but it was too late. Swish. The basketball sailed smoothly through the net. The deficit was now 21 points. Damn it. Lopez shot Wang Yi a furious glare, cursing under his breath. Not only did this individual block his dunk, but he also sank a three-pointer right in front of him. Truly despicable. Are all yellow-skinned mice this vile? The atmosphere had undoubtedly reached a fever pitch. 3 consecutive three-pointers needed no further elaboration. Such feats had become commonplace with Wang Yi. However, Wang Yi's block sent everyone's adrenaline soaring. Each person felt their cheeks and eyelids flush with warmth, as if the passion within them were about to overflow. Well done, Wong. That block was simply magnificent. It was a gift for that pesky opponent. In the 10-cent NBA livestream, the comments were flooded with "and oppos," 6 and oppos, and oppos, LSP, and oppos. In the streaming hall, Anima excitedly clenched her fists, bouncing lightly with anticipation. Kufan, brimming with enthusiasm, shouted in a voice that cracked, "What a play!" A block followed by a transition three-pointer. Absolutely stunning. What a morale booster. The best defensive play of the match has emerged. Before Coach Zhang could speak, he rushed to articulate 3 sentences in one breath to avoid being reduced to mere summarization later. As expected, Coach Zhang began, "Good play. What makes this play exceptional is that block. Without the block, there would be no subsequent three-pointer. The Bucks lost 2 points, while the Lakers gained 3, resulting in a net 5-point swing. Standing at 192 meters, Wang Yi and Oppo's block against the 213-meter Lopez was a sight to behold. Moreover, Wang Yi and Oppo's timing was impeccable. With only 1 second remaining, Lopez could not pass the ball. As Wang Yi leaped to his apex, Lopez had just begun his jump, allowing for the block. Otherwise, given Wang Yi and Oppo's height, blocking Lopez and Oppo's elevated shot would have been nearly impossible. Kofan rolled his eyes inwardly, realizing he couldn't and Oppo's interject. He glanced at Anima, silently urging her to deliver the closing remarks. In her excitement, Antima could only muster a reluctant yes. The scene. Coach Budenholzer shook his head repeatedly, clearly exasperated. Indeed, this individual had resorted to artificial rain. And not only was he creating artificial rain, but his defense was also remarkably solid. Upon resuming after the timeout, the very first play resulted in a monumental block. Was there no respite? With a remarkable display of skill, Wang Yi sank 3 consecutive three-pointers, once again extending the lead to a staggering 21 points. Budenholzer glanced at the clock. Only 4 minutes remained in the third quarter. He knew that if the deficit could not be reduced to single digits within this time frame, the fourth quarter would prove exceedingly challenging. He owned a call for another timeout to discuss defensive strategies with his players. However, having exhausted too many timeouts in the second and third quarters, he faced the dilemma of entering the fourth quarter without any left to utilize. Thus, he resorted to shouting from the sidelines, "Defend. You must contest his three-pointers if we are to mount a counterattack. Defense and counterattack are our forte. We need to be aggressive on the defensive end, even if it means committing a harsh foul. But we mustn't Oppo's team make mistakes. Absolutely no errors. Lopez, you must toughen up. Do not allow a 192-meter player to block you." Upon hearing his coach's instructions, Lopez glanced at Wang Yi, muttering under his breath, "Damn yellow-skinned rodent. You will pay for your actions." At that moment, Wang Yi also checked the time. With 4 minutes left in the third quarter, he decided to make his move. He activated the primary Phantom Hand Steal Experience card. Primary Phantom Hand Steal Experience card. 50 success rate for steals. Time limit. 5 minutes. If the objective was to dominate the Bucks by the end of the third quarter, then they must not be afforded any chances. The Bucks initiated their offense, with Giannis receiving the ball at the top of the arc. After a swift spin past Davis, he penetrated the paint, Confronted by Drummond's defensive presence, he swiftly passed the ball to the right corner beyond the three-point line, where Lopez awaited. This was a set play for the Bucks. Giannis drives inside, drawing multiple defenders, while his teammates spread out to the three-point line, creating open shot opportunities. However, at that critical moment, Wang Yi abandoned his defense on Middleton. He propelled himself into a leap, his body nearly parallel to the ground, intercepting the ball midair. Lopez, witnessing this, was infuriated. "Damn yellow-skinned rodent," he exclaimed as he lunged at Wang Yi. In a swift motion, Wang Yi passed the ball to the nearby Pope, igniting a fast break for the Lakers. Lopez, realizing the situation, reluctantly abandoned his pursuit of Wang Yi to retreat with his team. Wang Yi quickly regained his footing, trailing Lopez as they advanced to the front court. By the time he arrived, the Lakers had circulated the ball, but no clear opportunities had emerged. Just as Wang Yi returned to the three-point arc, Pope immediately passed him the ball. The crowd erupted in frenzy, rising in unison. Wang Yi had already made 9 out of 12 three-point attempts in the game, a shooting percentage that was simply astonishing. Will the shot score? Everyone eagerly anticipates its success. Upon receiving the ball, Wang Yi finds himself faced with Lopez, who has just returned and has yet to establish his position. Lopez, noticing Wang Yi with the ball, mutters a curse under his breath. "Damn midget." He then approaches, taking small, hurried steps to defend. Standing before Lopez, who is over 20 centimeters taller than him, Wang Yi knows he must go for a one-on-one play. He dribbles the ball, stepping left with his left foot. Lopez quickly retreats a step. Yet Wang Yi skillfully pulls the ball back between his legs. Simultaneously, he steps right, increasing the distance between himself and Lopez. For him, taking on such a towering opponent is a trivial task. Much like Paul, the larger players move slowly, making it effortless to either break through or create space for a three-point shot. After shaking Lopez off, Wang Yi rises and releases a three-pointer. Lopez finds himself outmaneuvered, earning the coach and Oppo's ire for being soft. He is also stripped of the ball by Wang Yi. Now, once again, Wang Yi easily sidesteps him for another three-point attempt. Rage surges within Lopez, and he curses silently, "Die." He stretches his long arm in an attempt to block Wang Yi and Oppo's shot. Of course, given the distance he has been shaken off, a successful block is impossible. Wang Yi and Oppo's shot is already in the air, soaring toward the basket. Yet, Lopez takes another step forward, feeling that one step is insufficient. He extends his right foot further. Simultaneously, he turns to gaze at the ball suspended in midair, leaning his upper body toward the basket, feigning an intention to grab the rebound. Swish! The ball pierces through the hoop. At that moment, Wang Yi's descending foot lands squarely on Lopez's extended right foot. He instantly loses his balance and falls backward. A cry of anguish escapes Wang Yi's lips as he clutches his right ankle tightly, his face contorted in pain, even bearing a grimace. Beep! The referee's whistle pierces the air, rendering a verdict. 3 points for the Lakers. Lopez of the Bucks is called for a three-point foul. Upon hearing such a ruling, Lopez immediately cradles his head in despair, exclaiming, "Oh no." He chases after the referee, arms spread wide, his expression one of innocence. "Why? I was simply playing normal defense. Did you not see him kick me? He only fell because he kicked me. That should be his offensive foul." At this moment, the entire crowd gasps in astonishment. Fans watching from their screens share the same sentiment of shock. The 10-cent NBA live broadcast chat erupts with fervor. "What a dirty play. This guy is too filthy. He trying to ruin and Oppo's career. He should be expelled from the NBA. This ISN and Oppo's the first time he played dirty. What a scoundrel. I hope he is alright." Upon witnessing this scene, the aunt felt a sudden pang of anxiety, clasping her hands together over her heart. The girl must not be harmed. Kafan's expression grew somber. This play. Lopez may have committed a foul by stepping under him. Let us hope Wang Yi is unharmed. As a commentator, he was bound by protocol not to explicitly accuse anyone of foul play, thus he could only suggest that Lopez had questionable intentions. Coach Zhang Weiping shook his head repeatedly. "We cannot definitively label him. We cannot assert that he intentionally fouled. However, the Bucks and Oppo's defensive habits are indeed problematic. Whether it is Giannis or Lopez, they often struggle to control their feet when defending against an opponent's shot. Perhaps in their eagerness to secure a rebound post block, they instinctively drive forward, inadvertently placing their feet beneath the attacking player. This tendency is truly detrimental. One could observe how Wiggins defends, how Lillard defends. Those are the players who command genuine respect. Playing fiercely does not equate to jeopardizing another's career." At the scene, with Wang Yi still sprawled on the ground, the match was temporarily halted. Lakers players approached, inquiring if Wang Yi was alright. Meanwhile, Lopez continued to shake his head, wearing an expression of innocence. Resembling a child wrongfully accused by family, repeatedly insisting, that was not a foul. It truly was not a foul. This is the typical strategy employed by those who engage in such dangerous plays. First, they strive to feign a block, and as the opponent shoots, they subtly extend their foot beneath the adversary and oppose. Simultaneously, they turn away, feigning to gaze at the hoop. Throughout this process, they must avoid looking at the opponent and oppose feet. If the referee blows the whistle, their visage immediately shifts to one of innocence, while they incessantly complain to the official, "I am the victim here." In the Staples Center, all fans anxiously watched as Wang Yi lay on the ground. The Lakers players hurried over to inquire about his condition. The team physician approached, kneeling beside Wang Yi, asking about his feelings. The large screen repeatedly replayed the footage of Lopez's foul. Typically, when a player is defending, unless they lose control of their body, it is nearly impossible to continue advancing towards the offensive player after the shot has been released. However, Lopez, despite Wang Yi having already taken his shot, stepped forward. Feeling it was insufficient, he took another step, placing his foot directly under Wang Yi's. What incensed the spectators most was that, despite being the instigator, he feigned innocence. As if he were the true victim. The fans could no longer contain their outrage, and a unified chant erupted throughout the Staples Arena. Foul fiend. Foul fiend. Foul fiend. In the replay center, Javi began analyzing the incident. This action should be classified as a flagrant foul. Lopez and oppose's final step was unnecessary. According to the regulations, if a non-essential action results in serious consequences, it can be deemed a flagrant foul, whether intentional or not. Moments later, the on-site referee delivered the verdict, common foul. A collective groan resonated through the audience, followed by shouts of discontent. Incompetent referee. Incompetent referee. Incompetent referee. Yet the officials remained unmoved, upholding their original decision. Their rationale was based on NBA rules, which state that unless a foul is glaringly obvious, flagrant fouls are rarely called. It is challenging to ascertain whether the defender acted with intent or inadvertently. At the center of the court, Wang Yi finally rose to his feet. He tightened his shoelaces and firmly stomped his right foot, signaling to the team physician that he was unscathed. LeBron inquired, "Are you really all right?" Wang Yi nodded affirmatively. "I'm truly fine." He then discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with LeBron, who instantly understood. "Ah. So that was it." Wang Yi and oppose's dramatic fall was merely a ploy to draw a foul. Referees often make calls based on the outcome, for instance, in ambiguous shooting fouls. If the basket is made, the referee typically does not call a foul. Conversely, if the shot fails, a foul is likely to be called. Thus, Wang Yi and oppose's theatrical fall was a strategy to compel the referee to penalize Lopez. As for his foot, it was perfectly fine. After all, when facing a habitual foulster like Lopez, he certainly would prioritize his own protection. He had once meticulously analyzed numerous game tapes, learning from Kobe how to safeguard oneself against the treachery of the infamous leg tripper. Bruce Bowen, a former player for the Spurs, epitomized the art of this dirty tactic. His approach to the game was marked by relentless cunning, and the players who found themselves ensnared by his feat were, to put it mildly, countless. During one particular playoff season, the Lakers faced off against the Spurs. Bowen, tasked with guarding Kobe, attempted to trip him on several occasions. Yet, Kobe consistently evaded these attempts. Was Bowen and oppose's technique lacking in sophistication? Certainly not. Having dedicated 2 decades to mastering the art of tripping, Bowen had honed his skills to perfection. So why was it that Kobe always managed to elude his nefarious maneuvers? The answer lay in Kobe and oppose's awareness of Bowen and oppose's dirty playstyle and propensity for tripping. Thus, when shooting in Bowen and oppose's vicinity, he ensured his landing was not dictated by his feet. He would either lean back to create the illusion of falling, spread his legs to evade the trap, or land on one foot while deftly circumventing Bowen and oppose's lurking menace. So when Wang Yi inadvertently stepped on Lopez and oppose's foot, his center of gravity remained in his upper body, leaning slightly backward. His foot merely grazed the surface without applying real pressure. Nonetheless, this minor transgression ignited a fire within him. His gaze was fixed on the far end of the court, locked onto the ostensibly innocent figure. His fists gradually clenched. Observing this, LeBron approached and patted Wang Yi and oppose's chest. "Brother, Don and oppose's act impulsively." Yet, Wang Yi remained transfixed on Lopez, muttering, "If there and oppose's a chance, pass me the ball." Noticing Wang Yi and oppose's building agitation, LeBron shook his head slightly. "We were leading by over 20 points. The situation was favorable. Stay calm, Wong." The unspoken implication was clear. Do not let impulsiveness jeopardize our victory. Undeniably, LeBron maintained a composed demeanor on the court, rarely losing his temper. However, Wang Yi was not LeBron. When faced with malicious intent, could he simply swallow his indignation without retaliation? He feared the internal turmoil that could result from such suppression. Victory was paramount, but so was avenging his honor. Standing at the free throw line, Wang Yi prepared to shoot, with Lopez standing beside him, incessantly taunting, "Just a pathetic actor. You don't deserve to be on this court. Basketball is a man's game. If you want to play the victim, go home. Only your mother would care for you like a child." This was clearly an attempt to distract Wang Yi as he took his shot. Yet, Wang Yi's free throw was both swift and precise. As the referee tossed him the ball, he barely dribbled, releasing it with an effortless flick. Swish. The basketball found its mark, extending the Lakers' lead to 25 points. Wang Yi shot Lopez a defiant glance. Lopez shot a fierce glare back and cursed, "You little monster. You'll pay for this." Turning away, the Bucks initiated their offensive once more. Middleton found it challenging to receive the ball under Wang Yi's defense. Fortunately, Antetokounmpo provided a screen, allowing him to momentarily shake off Wang Yi and catch the ball. However, as soon as he received it, Wang Yi was right on his tail. Wang Yi approached from the side, and it was too late for him to attempt a block. Middleton prepared to jump with the ball, his eyes radiating a confident glimmer. A mid-range shot was his forte. Just then, Wang Yi, who had just closed in, suddenly extended his arm to swipe at the ball. Whack! It was a forceful and precise steal. The basketball was knocked away, and Pop scooped it up effortlessly. The commentator, Pat Riley, exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, another steal by Wong. This marks his second consecutive steal." Sunderland added with delight, "His ankle seems just fine. Otherwise, Wood and Amp, Oppos, T have been able to make that play." On the court, the Lakers attempted to launch a fast break, but the Bucks and Amp, Oppos, retreat was equally swift. Soon, both teams settled into their formations. LeBron James held the ball at the top of the arc. With the Lakers and Oppos, three-point shooting opening up, the Bucks were compelled to abandon their zone defense in favor of man-to-man coverage. Middleton was assigned to guard James. LeBron gestured at Middleton's feet, signaling Wang Yi to come over for a pick and roll. Wang Yi had been somewhat impulsive earlier, and LeBron intended to give him a moment to regain his composure. Deciding to take the shot himself, Wang Yi set a screen for LeBron, who easily shook off Middleton and drove into the paint. At that moment, all Lakers players spread out, creating space for LeBron and Amp, Oppos, S-Drive. However, Drummond lacked shooting ability, so Lopez, guarding him, remained stationed near the basket. Seeing LeBron and Amp, Oppos, S advance, he stepped forward slightly. Faced with Lopez, a thought flashed through LeBron's mind. Should he force a layup to draw a foul, or should he pivot for a fadeaway jumper? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly noticed Wang Yi trailing him closely. As James caught sight of Wang Yi, who had unexpectedly cut towards the basket, he couldn't help but momentarily freeze in surprise. What was happening? According to the game plan, Wang Yi was supposed to retreat to the perimeter after executing a screen, awaiting a pass for a jump shot. The coach had never designed a play that allowed Wang Yi to drive towards the basket, especially considering his modest height of 192 meters. Even if he received the ball, making a significant impact in the paint would be a daunting task. However, although Lopez had not completely vacated the area near the rim, his defensive focus was primarily directed elsewhere. Thus, when Wang Yi made his cut, he was presented with an almost unimpeded path to the basket. In an instant, James acted, his left hand lofting the ball into the air. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lopez quickly shifted towards the newly descending Wang Yi. Yet, Wang Yi had already launched himself into the air, just a step away from the restricted area. In midair, he caught the ball with both hands. Facing the hastily approaching Lopez, he unleashed a fierce roar, summoning every ounce of strength to slam the ball decisively into the hoop. Lopez attempted to reach out and impede the airborne Wang Yi, but the latter and Oppos, S tremendous momentum pushed aside Lopez and Oppos, S arm. Simultaneously, Wang Yi and Oppos, S knee collided forcefully with Lopez and Oppos, S chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. With a resounding clang, the rim echoed, seemingly in harmony with Wang Yi's roar. The basketball hoop shook violently, as if yielding to Wang Yi's might. Lopez lay on the floor, clutching his chest in pain, gritting his teeth. In that instant, the entire Staples Center fell silent, all fans rendered speechless as they gazed at Wang Yi, who hung triumphantly from the rim. The 192-meter Wang Yi had just executed an alley-oop dunk over the 213-meter Lopez. Who could have predicted such a spectacle before the game? Who would dare to envision it? The visual impact of the moment was akin to a Boeing 747 crashing diagonally from the sky, skimming past within 20 meters of oneself. The overwhelming force, the terrifying spectacle, the surging wave of energy that seemed capable of lifting one off the ground, all left onlookers in utter astonishment. The security personnel, who had been facing the audience with their backs to the court throughout the game, now sensed the peculiar expressions of the crowd and were filled with curiosity. what had transpired on the court. Even they could not help but turn around to witness the unfolding drama. On the court, Lopez lay on the ground while Wang Yi had just released the rim, landing steadily. At first glance, nothing appeared amiss. However, upon seeing the replay on the big screen, their eyes widened in disbelief, mouths agape. How could this be possible? A player over 20 centimeters shorter executing an alley-oop dunk. It was utterly insane. This is undoubtedly the most astonishing event they have witnessed in recent times. In the Tencent NBA live broadcast room, the commentators, including Annie Ma, Kufan, and Coach Zhang Weiping, fell into silence. The moment was simply too breathtaking, rendering them speechless. The barrage of comments was equally hushed, as all the fans who beheld this scene were so astounded that they forgot to voice their thoughts. This state of awe persisted for a full 5 seconds, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. In the next instant, an eruption of excitement ensued. The comments exploded. 6666666. 6666666. 66,666. Overwhelmed by the shock and exhilaration, the fans and oppos, fingers trembled as they typed, leaving nothing but a series of sixes. De Xiong and oppos, Esmada Xiong expressed his sentiments with a long string of sixes, laden with meaning. If EG's dunk isn't among the top 50 highlights of this season, I will eat my words live. After a brief moment of astonishment, Kufan finally exclaimed in exhilaration, "Incredible! Absolutely astonishing! My goodness! Wang Yi is about to explode. Did you see that? Even someone of Asian descent can soar." At that moment, Wang Yi embodied the spirits of Jordan, Carter, and James. He was not alone in this battle. This last phrase echoed with fervor. Coach Zhang finally spoke too. But instead of delivering an elaborate speech, he succinctly summarized the moment, much like Kufan had earlier. Indeed, his excitement surpassed that of anyone else, to the point where his hands trembled slightly. Since he began his basketball journey at the Shikahai Amateur Sports School in 1960, he has always hoped for the rise of Chinese basketball. He has represented the national team to secure 2 Asian championship titles and 1 Asian Games gold. At that time, it was the zenith of Chinese basketball. He had thought that was merely the beginning, only to realize it was the conclusion. He had once dreamed of the NBA. But when that dream faded, he could only place his hopes on the younger generation. Yet, in the span of over 60 years, only Yao Ming had made a name for himself in the NBA. After Yao's retirement, no one from China could firmly establish themselves in the league, and Chinese basketball plummeted to its nadir. How many times had he envisioned Chinese players thriving in the NBA? How many times had he dreamed of them executing dunks over opponents like Jordan or James? He believed he would never have the chance to witness such feats in his lifetime. Yet today, at this very moment, his dream has suddenly come to fruition. Wang Yi, a Chinese player, executed a stunning alley-oop dunk over Lopez in the NBA. This is a triumph for Chinese basketball, a source of pride for the Chinese people. To others, it may merely appear as an exaggerated dunk. Yet in his eyes, this represents the hope for the resurgence of Chinese basketball. Contemplating this, he was already on the verge of tears. In the arena, after a brief silence, a tremendous roar of cheers and applause erupted. The Bucks head coach could no longer bear it and loudly called for a timeout. The Shoe King, Tucker, and Middleton worked together to help the fallen Lopez back on his feet. "Brother, are you all right?" Middleton inquired. Lopez shook his head in bewilderment. Although Middleton received a negative response, the sight of Lopez's expression caused his heart to plummet. This was a loss of fighting spirit. He had played 82 games each year and had witnessed players succumb to despair. Yet, he never anticipated that Lopez would lose his resolve. It is essential to remember that within the Bucks, Lopez is undeniably regarded as a formidable presence. As an adversary, he would be intensely despised. However, as a teammate, such a player would be exceedingly cherished. Every championship-winning team possesses a character of this nature, a court villain. Consider the Warriors Green or the Spurs Bowen. These antagonistic figures seem perpetually brimming with tenacity. They are forever entangled with the opposing team's star players. Yet now, Lopez, the Bucks enforcer, appeared to have lost his spirit. This was truly hard to fathom. With this thought, Middleton exchanged a glance with Giannis, understanding the unspoken message. Giannis approached the sidelines and patted Lopez on the back. "How are you?" Lopez, resembling a mere shell of himself, walked towards the bench, instinctively responding, and Giannis paused momentarily, taken aback. Lopez seemed utterly stunned by the play. Upon reaching the bench, he sat down and, like a walking corpse, stared vacantly at the court. His gaze lacked focus, as if he were deeply ensnared in the shock of being dunked on, unable to regain his composure for a considerable time. Head coach Budenholzer, naturally, astutely sensed these nuances. The team was currently trailing by 27 points, which was a mere trifle. However, if Lopez was unable to recover in this game, it would become increasingly difficult for him to return in future matches. For a villain, a fighter, nothing is more terrifying than the loss of one's fighting spirit. And now, Lopez had indeed lost his resolve. Lopez has not entirely lost his fighting spirit. To be defeated by a single dunk? Such narratives belong only to the realm of mindless online fiction. Consider Vince, who, despite suffering an overwhelming dunk from Carter during the Olympics, did not succumb to despair. He continued to play for over a decade after that incident, famously stating that a single dunk could not extinguish his passion for basketball. Though Lopez may be perceived as the villain, his love for the game is genuine. He is merely experiencing a moment of frustration. Typically, a dunk would not faze him, as he has endured such moments before. Yet, this situation is markedly different. This player from Huaxia is unlike any other. With other star athletes, one could engage them physically, and they might become agitated, even resorting to self-inflicted harm when provoked. Lopez, however, relishes in provoking the opposing team's key players, as their anger often leads to impulsive mistakes, creating opportunities for the Bucks. But this Huaxia player is distinct. In facing him, Lopez found himself the one provoked. When his actions irritated the opponent, rather than retaliating, the player employed seemingly standard basketball maneuvers to exploit Lopez and Oppo's vulnerabilities. Take, for instance, that recent alley-oop dunk. Its sheer force and momentum left Lopez overwhelmed. The pressure of the opponent and Oppo's knee against his chest made it difficult for him to breathe. Not only did Lopez suffer, but the Huaxia player also scored. This was utterly absurd. Moreover, Lopez harbored deep skepticism regarding Wang Yi's dramatic fall after Lopez's foot placement, suspecting it was merely an act. He felt that when the player stepped on his foot, there was hardly any weight to it. If he truly had twisted his ankle, could he have executed that final alley-oop dunk? Instead of capitalizing on Lopez's misstep, he ended up scoring a 3-1, while Lopez accumulated a foul. Coupled with the blocks, steals, and dunks, Lopez felt as though this player was nearly invincible, which led to his frustration. Budenholzer placed a reassuring hand on Lopez's shoulder, saying, "Take a breather, Tucker. You'll be on shortly to take turns guarding that Huaxia player with Holiday." Tucker nodded in acknowledgement, casting a determined glance towards Wang Yi in the opposite bench. Budenholzer, too, observed the opposing bench, realizing that the true challenge for the Bucks this game was not LeBron or AD, but this Huaxia player. With Holiday struggling defensively, it was time to see what Tucker could do. Although Tucker and Oppo's defense may not match Holiday and Oppo's prowess, he remains an elite presence in the league. Last year, during the Eastern Conference Finals against the Nets, he made it exceedingly difficult for Durant, with him and Holiday alternating in their defense against the Chinese player. The continuous shifts in defensive style would severely compromise the offensive efficiency if that player could not swiftly adapt to the transition between the two styles. Contemplating this, Coach Budenholzer felt a flicker of hope. Following the timeout, James was expected to take a breather. They would leave either AD or Wang Yi on the court, which would present the Bucks with their best opportunity. Thus, he refrained from pulling the starters, opting instead to keep them all on the floor to capitalize on the Lakers' momentary absence of their key players. As for concerns about the starters lacking stamina in the fourth quarter, what a jest. With Giannis and Oppo's physical prowess, how could he possibly tire? Moreover, if he did not take the court now, there would hardly be a need to play in the fourth quarter. What good would conserving energy do? Save it for a night at the club after the game? However, when both teams returned to the court, Budenholzer was taken aback. James had not exited. AD had not exited. Wang Yi remained on the floor. The Lakers were, astonishingly, fielding their entire starting lineup. Damn, Budenholzer muttered under his breath. Was this an attempt to clock out after 3 quarters? How much contempt did they hold for the Bucks? We are the reigning champions, for goodness sake. Could they not extend us a modicum of respect? The players of the Bucks also came to this realization. Some astute fans, upon witnessing the Lakers and Oppo's lineup, erupted in disbelief. Oh, does the Lakers intend to clock out after 3 quarters? Against the reigning champions, no less? When did the Lakers become this formidable? This game was exhilarating to watch. It should be this way, decimate the complacent champions. On the sidelines, Pat Riley refrained from tugging at his wig this time. Instead, he draped an arm over Sunderland's shoulder. The Lakers plan to clock out after 3 quarters? The reigning champions must be livid. Yet, Sunderland shook his head slightly. This is precisely what I fear. Such arrogance will provoke the Bucks, inciting Giannis. Is that truly wise? Indeed, Giannis, Middleton, and Holiday wore expressions of indignation. Giannis clenched his fists tightly, growling. Let them see what it truly means to be the reigning champions. The remaining 4 Bucks players echoed his roar. Fueled by fury, the Bucks advanced past half-court. Giannis demanded the ball at the top of the arc, his insistence resolute. He needed to narrow the gap in the final 2 minutes to have a fighting chance in the fourth quarter. Upon receiving the ball, he faked a shot in the face of Davis and Oppo's defense. After shifting Davis and Oppo's weight, he suddenly dribbled left, attempting to break through. Davis quickly moved a step to the left. Yet, the Greek freak suddenly pivoted on his right foot, pulling the ball with his left hand. With a swift and explosive turn, he swiftly outmaneuvered Davis by 2/3. This is his signature move, often executed during fast breaks as he slices through the center. Coupled with his extraordinary physical prowess, it invariably leads to either a layup or a thunderous dunk. It is a sight to behold, akin to a force of nature that obliterates all opposition. Although this instance was not a fast break, the suddenness of his approach caught Davis off guard. However, just as the Greek freak completed his turn, a figure, like a bolt from the blue, emerged, Wang Yi. As the Greek freak was in mid-turn, the ball found its way into Wang Yi and Oppo's grasp. With lightning speed, he seized the basketball with both hands, reminiscent of a lobster, and Oppo's claw capturing its prey. He spun abruptly and forcefully wrenched the ball from the Greek freak and Oppo's possession. A bold theft. Concurrently, a figure as formidable as a tank surged towards the front court. Wang Yi executed a quarterback-like long pass, sending the ball soaring. That tank once again took flight. The rim quaked and swayed, as if dancing to the rhythm of the moment. The arena DJ instantly cranked up the exhilarating music. In that instant, the hoop seemed to transform into the legendary Liu Bei, celebrating with music and dance. The cameras panned to the tank that had just descended from the rim. All the fans erupted in cheers for this powerhouse. Subsequently, the big screen showcased the player clad in the vintage Lakers jersey, number 1, Wang Yi. The footage of Wang Yi's spectacular steal from the Greek freak replayed in a continuous loop. This steal was nothing short of sensational. Most notably, he had intercepted none other than the newly crowned FMVP, the Greek freak. In a thrilling moment during the live game, Pat Riley nearly pulled out his hair in disbelief. Oh my goodness, what an extraordinary display. The phenomenal play by Giannis, coupled with the connection between LeBron and the King, undoubtedly ranks among the highlights of this match. Sunderland nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the brilliance of LeBron's dunk and the exquisite beauty of the King's steal. The timing of that steal was impeccable. Had it been executed even a moment sooner, Giannis would not have turned in time, and had it been a moment later, it would have resulted in a foul. Astoundingly, the King's upper body strength proved powerful enough to wrest the ball from Giannis's grasp. Such a feat is truly remarkable. In the Tencent NBA Live broadcast, the enthusiastic commentator leapt with joy. How can he be so incredibly charming? Kufan nodded in agreement, exclaiming the significance of the LeBron-King connection. Currently, aside from the synergy between LeBron and Anthony Davis, the connection with the King is becoming an equally compelling aspect of the Lakers games. Coach Zhang remarked, indeed. However, referring to it as the LeBron-King connection feels somewhat awkward. I believe calling it the Twin Kings connection is more fitting. Kufan quickly grasped the cleverness of the term. One is a king, and the other bears the surname Wong. Indeed, Coach Zhang is quite talented. Zhang Weiping chuckled. The initiator of that play was Wang Yi. Without his steal, LeBron's dunk would not have occurred. What astonishes most is that Wang Yi managed to snatch the ball directly from Giannis. Giannis possesses extraordinary physical attributes. His upper body strength is unmatched by most players. In the entire league, only a select few, such as Zion, can claim to have wrested the ball from him. I never expected Wang Yi to achieve such a feat. This is a first for me. Under normal circumstances, it would indeed be improbable for Wang Yi to take the ball from Giannis, given the significant disparity in strength. However, Wang Yi utilized a basic skill card for stealing, demonstrating not only precise judgment of the game's dynamics, but also considerable enhancement of his upper body strength. Just in that moment, regardless of whether it was Giannis or even Zion showcasing a dunk, as long as Wang Yi accurately assessed the timing, he could have executed the steal. At that moment, the frustration among the Bucks players had somewhat subsided. Initially, fueled by anger and motivation, they aimed to close the gap. However, an early turnover led to a Lakers counterattack, widening the margin to 29 points. How could they possibly continue? Subsequently, Middleton of the Bucks hit a mid-range shot, but LeBron responded forcefully, converting a play inside. The score remained a daunting 29 points apart as the game entered the final minute of the third quarter. Giannis scored on a second-chance opportunity within the paint, while LeBron attempted to manage the clock, resulting in a 24-second violation. The gap persisted at 27 points as the Bucks mounted another offensive, with Giannis attacking the paint once more. After encountering a double team, he intended to pass the ball to Tucker in the corner. However, no one noticed that Wang Yi mysteriously appeared once again in the passing lane. With a swift motion, he effortlessly intercepted the ball and secured it in his grasp. The astonishment among the onlookers was palpable. Wong seemed omnipresent on the court. How could he, who was ostensibly defending Middleton at the top of the arc, suddenly manifest at the left baseline? It was nothing short of miraculous. In truth, Wang Yi had anticipated that once Giannis barreled into the paint and faced the double team, he would likely distribute the ball. At that moment, the only players unguarded on the perimeter were Tucker and Middleton. With Drummond positioned between Giannis and Middleton, the latter was not an option for a pass. Thus, Giannis would have to leap from the baseline to deliver the ball to Tucker waiting at the left corner. Consequently, Wang Yi preemptively relinquished his defense on Middleton, allowing him to easily secure the interception. Coach Budenholzer, observing from the sidelines, clenched his fist in frustration and muttered, "This guy? He's utterly insufferable." With just over 20 seconds remaining, the Lakers failed to initiate an offense and opted to play for the final shot. Budenholzer glanced at James and then at Wang Yi, pondering whether these two would attempt a three-pointer. While a two-point basket would be manageable, a three-pointer would make it exceedingly difficult to recover. The distinction between 29 and 30 points, though merely a single point apart, creates a vastly different perception. One feels like a mere 20-something, while the other crosses the threshold into the 30s. It's akin to merchants pricing items at $999 instead of $1,000, only a $1 difference. Yet one seems like 3 digits while the other appears to be in the thousands. Such subtle psychological tactics wield significant influence. When trailing by 29 points, players retain the motivation to chase the game, but a deficit of 30 dampens that drive considerably. As James dribbled beyond the three-point line, Giannis approached to guard him. True to form, he executed a feint so predictable that the entire world anticipated his shot, yet he himself perceived it as a mere ruse. Giannis, aware of his intentions, leaped to contest the shot. In that instant, Wang Yi circled around from the opposite side. James executed a handoff pass while simultaneously positioning his body to shield the oncoming holiday. Wang Yi ascended with remarkable height. Giannis, realizing the situation, lunged forward. Under normal circumstances, with his athletic prowess, he would have been able to block the shot. However, Wang Yi's release was astonishingly swift. The basketball grazed Giannis's fingertips, shooting forth like an orange arrow aimed at a white target. In the eyes of over 18,000 spectators, it soared beneath the dazzling lights of the arena, gliding beneath the 17 championship banners suspended from the rafters and the 11 retired jerseys. Swish. The net was pierced with precision. The buzzer sounded, and the lights flashed, marking a last-second three-pointer. The score stood at 110-80, with the Lakers leading the defending champions, the Bucks, by a substantial 30 points. Budenholzer clenched his fists in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it." This last-second three-pointer extinguished any lingering hopes of a comeback for the Bucks. The players on the Bucks, their spirits visibly dampened, glanced over at the Lakers' number one as they left the court. How many three-pointers had he made? Was he some sort of three-point machine? As if equipped with a targeting scope, the league should mandate a drug test for him. Conversely, the Lakers players exited the court with an air of jubilation, celebrating with exuberance. Wang Yi, noticing the mischievous glances directed his way, anticipated yet another round of chest bumps, given his slight physique. Colliding with these burly men would surely land him in the hospital. Thus, he promptly extended his hand for high fives with his teammates. After the celebrations, Wang Yi and the Lakers starters settled onto the bench, aware that their mission for the day had been accomplished. The Bucks had no intention of regaining ground in the remaining minutes. In the fourth quarter, they fielded an entirely substitute lineup, acknowledging that a comeback was implausible. With the playoffs just over 2 months away, it was prudent to conserve the stamina of their main players during the regular season. Budenholzer, reflecting on the scene, observed the Lakers starters laughing and conversing on the bench, then glanced at his own players who were visibly defeated. He could only console himself with the thought, "Your starters clocked out early, and so did ours. Who doesn't know how to leave work early once in a while?" The letter Greek freak wishes to exchange jerseys. Should I comply? Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Bucks with a resounding score of 135-110, a 25-point victory. In this match, LeBron James showcased his usual prowess, accumulating 23 points, 11 assists, and 8 rebounds, falling just short of a triple-double. This veteran continues to demonstrate remarkable consistency, consistently scoring over 20 points and nearing a triple-double in every game. Anthony Davis was somewhat stifled by Giannis, managing only 19 points and 12 rebounds. However, Wang Yi shone brightly, scoring an impressive 45 points in 3 quarters and contributing 5 steals, once again capturing the spotlight. His three-point shooting was exceptional, hitting 10 out of 13 attempts, a performance worthy of comparisons to Stephen Curry. As the final buzzer sounded, several players from the Bucks, including Holiday and Lopez, swiftly turned away and entered the tunnel without acknowledging the Lakers. In contrast, Giannis first embraced and conversed with LeBron and Davis before finally approaching Wang Yi. He extended his hand for a handshake, followed by a warm hug, and remarked, "Brother, you have surprised me. Honestly, your earlier claim about conquering the NBA irked me a bit, but now I understand. Go ahead and pursue it boldly. However, before you conquer the NBA, You must first defeat me. I look forward to facing you in the playoffs. The Lakers and Bucks occupy the top positions in their respective conferences. And if they were to meet in the playoffs, it could only be in the finals. This reveals Giannis's ambition. He aims to defend his championship title. Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Brother, you put me in a tough spot. Durant mentioned something similar to me before." Giannis, understanding Wang Yi and Appo's humor, laughed heartily. "Then please tell him that I will surely defeat him again." After releasing Wang Yi, Giannis scrutinized him from head to toe. Wang Yi instinctively glanced at himself and said, Hey, don't get any other ideas. My orientation is perfectly normal." Laughter erupted again from Giannis. "You were truly humorous. I merely wished to inquire if we could exchange jerseys." Wang Yi, taken aback, realized this was the first time a player had approached him for a jersey exchange, especially someone as celebrated as Giannis. It is noteworthy that when a player actively seeks out an opponent to exchange jerseys, it signifies that they have earned mutual respect. Although Wang Yi had an outstanding performance in this game, he believed he had not yet reached a status that warranted such an initiative from Giannis. However, he quickly grasped Giannis's sentiment. Giannis's journey is indeed inspiring. He grew up in poverty with numerous siblings, often accompanying his mother to sell jerseys and trinkets. If business was slow, they sometimes lacked even the funds to buy food. Thus, he and his mother raised his younger siblings together. Upon joining the Bucks, he sent nearly all of his first paycheck back home to support his family. Upon exiting the bank, he realized he lacked sufficient funds for a taxi. That evening, there was a game featuring the Bucks, prompting him to decide to run to the arena. After nearly 2 kilometers, he was intercepted by a kind couple who offered him a ride to the venue. On another occasion, after receiving his paycheck, he purchased the gaming console he had long coveted. However, he soon experienced remorse as thoughts of his mother and siblings flooded his mind, reminding him of their past hardships. Consequently, he sold the console to a teammate. Gradually, through his remarkable talent and relentless effort, he began to make a name for himself, earning the MVP title, securing a championship, and receiving the Finals MVP award. He learned that Wang Yi had previously been a wandering player in the NBA, having spent 2 years in the same league without even recognizing this Eastern individual. Later, he struggled to afford rent and even slept in his teammate's garage. This resonated with him deeply, compelling him to encourage Wang Yi. Thus, he proactively sought to exchange jerseys with him. When Giannis noticed Wang Yi and Appo's momentary surprise, he jested, "What and Appo's the matter? Are you unwilling?" Wang Yi, coming to his senses, chuckled and replied, "No, I was just wondering if you could fit into my jersey." Laughter erupted from Giannis for the 3rd time. This fellow was truly amusing. Having such a teammate would undoubtedly be delightful. The two held up each other and Appo's jerseys for the media to photograph. Following this, they shared a final high-five before parting ways down the player tunnel. During the post-game press conference, Giannis lavished praise upon Wang Yi. However, the journalists present were not there for such flattery. They were waiting for Lopez to emerge, particularly after his grandiose pregame statements about dominating Wang Yi. Now, with the Bucks having lost by 25 points, and Wang Yi having scored an astounding 45 points over 3 quarters, blocking Lopez, dunking over him, and executing a 3-point play in his face, an interview with the subject of such humiliation was essential for juicy headlines. Yet, as the conference drew to a close, Lopez still had not appeared. A female reporter could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired of Giannis, "Why didn't Lopez attend the press conference? We have numerous questions for him." Giannis shook his head in resignation, explaining he felt unwell after the game and is undergoing therapy. In truth, Lopez was far too embarrassed to face the press. While he was a fierce competitor on the court, he was not devoid of dignity. Having previously made bold claims, he now found himself in a position where he could only be ridiculed, and attending the press conference would have been akin to inviting further humiliation. He secluded himself in the changing room, silently showering, quietly changing his clothes, and discreetly departing to board the bus. Following today and Appo's match, he would likely retreat into a period of calm. Meanwhile, in Huaxia, Wang Yi scored an impressive 45 points in 3 quarters, yet this did not stir any significant commotion. The uproar was ignited by Wang Yi and Appo's block on Giannis Antetokounmpo and his spectacular alley-oop dunk over Lopez. Online, any mention of such feats, be it text, images, or videos, garnered far more clicks than other content. Naturally, Huaxia and Appo's imitators replicated the footage of Wang Yi and Appo's dunk over Lopez, causing the video and Appo's view count to soar rapidly. In no time, it ascended to the top 50 of NBA video rankings and continued its meteoric rise. Shouka did not venture out today. Observing the escalating viewership of his created video, he felt a surge of joy. 100, 500, 2000, 10, 000. In the span of merely 3 hours, it surpassed 10,000 views, with numbers still climbing feverishly. It was anticipated that the viewership would exceed 100,000 within 24 hours. The previous video featuring Wang Yi against the trio of superstars had already surpassed 500,000 views. This was undoubtedly a sign of impending virality. If this trend continued, his Douyin account might become quite popular. In the comments section below the video, traces of detractors had all but vanished. Ego, you are eternal. Finally, a player has emerged from Huaxia, bringing tears of joy. A block on Giannis. A dunk over Lopez. Ego, a divine presence. The connection between the two Wongs evokes memories of the legendary LeBron-Wade alliance. May we witness it frequently in the future. After scrolling for a moment, Xiaoke suddenly frowned, for he had come across a comment. On the evening news, Xiaoke was perusing the comments beneath the videos he had created when a sudden furrow appeared on his brow. He had come across a particular remark. I saw this on trending topics and came to check it out. What is it? Just some guy playing with a ball. Moreover, playing with a ball is one thing, but being so uncouth as to knock someone down without so much as an apology, where is the civility of our Lu fan? How dare he compete with our Lu fan on the trending list? It must be bought popularity. I refuse to believe that he can play as well as those exceptional players. Is he better than Jordan? And it concluded with the ever-repeated sentiment, our Lu fan is the best, forever loved. This comment, upon its appearance, was immediately met with a barrage of criticism. What nonsense. Have you ever watched a game? You clearly know nothing about it. You only know Jordan. Is blocking a shot or dunking considered uncivilized? This person must have accidentally left his brain behind while relieving himself. Are all the men in our great nation supposed to paint their brows, apply lipstick, and spend 3 hours on makeup before stepping outside to be deemed civilized? You sycophants of the West, your Lu fan is no longer even a part of our culture, yet he profits from our nation while indulging in our women. And you mindless fans still cheer for him. Ugh. Upon reading this, Xiaoke shook his head and muttered, what nonsense. Just then, a notification chimed in. It was a message from the bank confirming a deposit. Today was payday, and Xiaoke instantly felt invigorated. However, when he glanced at the series of numbers, he found himself momentarily dazed. Your account ending in 9527 has received an income of 34,270. 95 yuan. Xiaoke stared incredulously at the screen, his right hand brushing his hair back. He stood frozen for a good 5 seconds, his heart pounding as if a wild beast trapped within him yearned to break free. After scrutinizing the figures for an extended period, he set his phone down and took a deep breath, gazing out the window. Previously, during his time in media creation, his highest monthly income had barely exceeded 6,000 yuan, typically ranging around 2,000 or 3,000, necessitating side gigs to supplement his household expenses. This month, however, he had dedicated over 20 days to creating short videos about Wang Yi, and to his astonishment, those 20-plus videos had garnered an income exceeding 30,000 yuan. He promptly called his wife to share the good news. Dear, I've been paid. Guess how much? 5,000. She replied. Too little. 8,000. Still too little. 10,000. No, it's 30,000. His wife on the other end could hardly believe it. You must be dreaming. The fees for our child's dance class are due. Since you and Appos, V been paid, transfer that money to me. I thought you were old enough to stop being so irresponsible. You spend your days engrossed in your phone and computer. And driving for a ride-hailing service hardly yields any substantial income. Why not heed my advice and seek a stable job? Each time I return to my childhood home, my mother incessantly nags me. In the past, Xiaoke would have already hung up the phone by this point. However, this time was different. He remained on the line, wearing a smile as he listened patiently. He then inquired, how much is the dance class fee for our daughter? His wife replied testily, 3,000. Don't start talking about buying more video equipment. Xiaoke, still smiling, interrupted her, saying, wait a moment. With that, he hung up and promptly transferred 20,000 yuan to her via WeChat. He then settled comfortably into his computer chair, placing his phone on the desk. And a satisfied smile graced his face as he awaited her call. Truth be told, despite her incessant chatter, his wife treated him remarkably well. Engrossed in creating short videos, he often neglected many aspects of life, even being unaware of the fee for their daughter's dance class. His wife managed all matters, big and small. While he had never even purchased her a decent outfit, he had contemplated ways to express his gratitude. But mere verbal appreciation seemed futile in such a pragmatic world where financial stability was essential. Without money, sweet words held little value. Cooking a meal or doing laundry for her would not alleviate her worries about finances. Hence, the most genuine form of gratitude he could offer was monetary support. Yet, his previous financial constraints had limited him. Now that he had earned over 30,000, he could finally express his gratitude properly. Reflecting on this, Shauka sincerely murmured, "Ego, thank you." Had it not been for Wang Yi and Amp, Oppo's spectacular performances, his videos would still remain unseen. And he would still be fretting over the 3,000 yuan tuition fee for his daughter. Moments later, his wife and Amp, Oppo's call came through, her voice brimming with excitement. "Xiaoku, did you really earn 30,000? "Yes, truly, my dear. We owe it all to Ego." "Who is Ego?" "Wait for me. I'll be right back." "Darling, let us indulge in a nice meal today. I'll come pick you up." A satisfied smile spread across his face as he grabbed the car keys and stepped out. Meanwhile, in a hotel on the upper floors near the Huangpu River in the bustling metropolis of Huaxia, a man with a delicate complexion and ruby-like lips furrowed his brow as he gazed out at the river. He too was troubled. But not by the 3,000 yuan dance fee. Rather, he was concerned about today's trending topics. He had purchased a spot on the trending list, with the assurance that he would remain in the top position for at least 3 hours. Just over an hour had passed when the topic of Wang Yi's block on Giannis began to overshadow the previous discussion. Not only that, but it was soon overtaken by Wang Yi's alley-oop dunk over Lopez, pushing it down to third place. It was apparent that it was about to be supplanted by Giannis proactively seeking Wang Yi to exchange jerseys, which would drop it to fourth. As a rising star in the limelight, traffic equated to revenue for him. Without traffic, how could he earn a living? This thought gnawed at him. And in a fit of frustration, he dialed his agent's number. "Weren't we supposed to have 3 hours? How come I'm already relegated to third after just 1 hour? Do they have no integrity?" The agent on the other end responded cautiously, "I've inquired about it. They said Wang Yi has been incredibly popular lately." "Even so, couldn't they wait 3 hours? He snapped back. The agent continued with trepidation. "They mentioned that tonight's news broadcast will feature a segment on Wang Yi. Several state-run media outlets, including Huaxia Youth Daily, Huaxia Television, and Huaxia Daily, have publicly praised him today, making it difficult to manipulate the data." Upon hearing this, the young man irritably hung up the phone, gritting his teeth. "Wang Yi, do I have a grudge against you? Why are you targeting me like this?" In a small third-tier city, at the family compound of City No. 1 Middle School, Wang Jianhua finished his dinner, brewed a cup of tea, and turned on the television. For his generation, the evening news broadcast was a staple. After watching for about 10 minutes, a familiar yet strange figure suddenly appeared on the screen. This figure was suspended above the rim, with Lopez sprawled on the ground, a pained expression on his face. It was his son, Wang Yi. His heart raced. Since the Mago incident, state media had scarcely reported on the NBA. Aside from news like Kobe's passing or LeBron winning a championship, there had been little coverage of the NBA. He had previously kept track of his son's activities through other sources. To his astonishment, there was now a report about his son on the evening news. He quickly turned up the volume, anxious not to miss a single word. Earlier today, during an NBA regular season game, the Los Angeles Lakers, playing at home, achieved a resounding victory over the reigning champions, the Milwaukee Bucks, with a score of 135-110. Among them, our player Wang Yi scored an impressive 45 points in 3 quarters, making 10 out of 13 three-point attempts, setting a record for the highest single-game three-point shooting percentage by a Chinese player in the NBA. After the game, the Bucks and Amp, Oppo's star player, newly crowned FMVP Giannis Antetokounmpo, took the initiative to exchange jerseys with Wang Yi. The screen displayed thrilling moments from Wang Yi's performance, his emphatic blocks, alley-oop dunks, and steals. Just then, a cacophony erupted from the kitchen, resembling the sound of shattered dishes. Soon after, hurried footsteps approached the living room. "Why wasn't I informed about my son's news?" The voice was filled with indignation. However, as the statement was made, the tone abruptly faltered, followed by a hushed exclamation. "Has my son appeared on the news broadcast?" The weekly best selection filled with prejudice. While fans across China rejoiced at Wang Yi and Amp, Oppo's remarkable performance, he, at the UCLA Rehabilitation Center in Los Angeles, had already commenced his special training after completing his daily tasks. Today, the system presented a set of challenges unlike any he had encountered before. Training tasks, complete 1-0-0-0 catch-and-shoot jump shots, 1-0-0-0 fadeaway shots, 1-0-0-0 low-post turnaround shots, 1-0-0-0 low-post front pivot shots, 1-0-0-0 contested shots in the air, 1-0-0-0 high-difficulty shots after evasive maneuvers. Task deadline, 6 days. Cough. Upon seeing the series of figures, Wang Yi nearly choked. This amounted to an astonishing 6-0-0-0 shots, with increasing difficulty. Completing this within 6 days was not guaranteed, especially with back-to-back games looming. 4 matches in a span of 6 days, a remarkably tight schedule. The system seemed intent on monopolizing his free time for training. However, Wang Yi shrugged it off. He had grown accustomed to such demands. Before the system and Amp, Oppo's intervention, he had trained in this manner out of necessity, compensating for his lack of innate talent with relentless effort. Moreover, witnessing others with superior gifts working tirelessly, he found no justification for complacency. At this moment, the system unveiled the task reward. Task reward, Kobe and Oppo's beautiful jump shot. Wang Yi was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing. The reward was none other than the exquisite jump shot. Kobe had been his idol since childhood, and he often unconsciously emulated Kobe's movements during games. Particularly, the graceful jump shot that resembled a dance in midair. Take, for instance, the iconic shot where Kobe executed a 3-second buzzer beater against Wade, drifting left beyond the three-point line. His entire body formed a magnificent arc, akin to a taut bowstring. Any snapshot of that moment would be an unequivocal work of art. Yet, Wang Yi had never quite succeeded in replicating it, perhaps failing to grasp its essence. He never anticipated the system would reward such a skill. Contemplating this reward, he found himself envisioning future rewards like the soaring layup by Jordan or Carter and Oppo's gravity-defying dunks. With excitement coursing through him, Wang Yi swiftly set about his practice. He positioned the automatic ball feeder and commenced with the first task, 1-0-0-0 catch-and-shoot jump shots. Presently, this task posed no challenge for him, given his foundational 70 shooting accuracy, which often exceeded 80 during practice. Thus, he was confident he could easily accomplish this first task today. However, as he neared 7-0 and Oppo's clock, a figure entered through the gym and Oppo's doors. Wang Yi heard the entrance but did not turn around, merely stating, "Why so early today?" As he launched another shot, a voice emerged from behind. "I have matters to discuss with you." The voice was not that of James, as Wang Yi had assumed, but rather that of General Manager Pelinka. Surprised, Wang Yi turned to glance at Pelinka and then at the clock on the wall, which read only 7 o'clock. It seemed that Pelinka had something of considerable importance to discuss. Wang Yi set down the ball and turned off the serving machine. Approaching the sidelines, Pelinka handed him a towel. Once Wang Yi had wiped the sweat from his brow, Pelinka spoke directly. "Wong, I would like to talk to you about your contract extension." Wang Yi nodded in acknowledgement. While it was not unexpected that the Lakers sought to renew his contract, he was taken aback that Pelinka chose to speak with him directly rather than consulting with Rob Pelinka. "We intend to offer you a 3-year maximum contract, and we hope you will remain with the Lakers. Are you willing?" Pelinka and Oppo's words and demeanor were imbued with sincerity. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. He had anticipated that the Lakers would invest significantly to retain him, but he had not expected a maximum salary offer. For a player who has completed 2 years in the NBA, the maximum salary can reach 25 of the salary cap. Calculating with this year and Oppo's nearly $110 million salary cap, that would translate to over $27.5 million for a single season. The prospect of a 3-year contract sent his heart racing. He had envisioned earning a higher salary based on his performance next season, estimating between $15 million and $20 million. After all, despite his impressive play, the Lakers and Oppo's salary cap was limited. If his salary were to reach $20 million, it would trigger the luxury tax, imposing substantial financial penalties. He had never considered that he would be offered a maximum salary. Surprised, he inquired, "Given this, the combined salaries of myself, LeBron, and AD would already exceed the salary cap. Along with other players, it would certainly surpass the luxury threshold, incurring hefty luxury taxes." Pelinka interjected with a smile. "The luxury tax is a concern for the team, not one for you to worry about. I merely hope that we can reach a verbal agreement today, so when the trading market opens on July 1st, we can promptly finalize the contract. Until June, no other teams can negotiate contracts with players from other teams, giving us a strategic advantage. I will contact your agent today to discuss the contract details, and I look forward to our continued collaboration." Pelinka and Oppo's words remained sincere. Wang Yi nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Pelinka shook his head. "No, I should be thanking you. If we can secure Wang Yi with the Lakers, the vast Chinese market behind you will undoubtedly yield significant profits for the team." After Pelinka and Oppo's departure, Wang Yi felt elated. His shooting seemed to improve remarkably, as he consecutively sank 24 shots. In the forthcoming week of competitions, the Los Angeles Lakers achieved an impeccable record of 4 victories. Their performance closely trails the 5th-ranked Dallas Mavericks by merely 2 wins. Throughout these 4 encounters, Wang Yi averaged an impressive 37, 6 points, 7 for rebounds, and 3 assists, while successfully sinking an average of 8 three-pointers. His overall shooting accuracy stood at 64.4, with a three-point shooting percentage of 48.5 and a flawless free throw rate of 100. Among all 15 teams in the Western Conference, no player exhibited a performance surpassing that of Wang Yi. It was widely acknowledged across Huaxiao that the accolade for the Western Conference Player of the Week was assuredly destined for Wang Yi. The players of the Lakers had even preemptively extended their congratulations to him. However, when the results were unveiled, the entire Lakers roster and Huaxiao fans were left in utter disbelief. The Player of the Week honor was awarded to Zion Williamson, the star of the New Orleans Pelicans. This revelation incited an uproar among Huaxiao fans. The Pelicans had only participated in 3 matches that week, all of which they won. Zion averaged 27, 8 points, 12, 3 rebounds, and 5 assists, with an overall shooting accuracy of 65, a 3-point shooting percentage of 23.3, and a free throw rate of 57. While Zion and Oppo's statistics are commendable, particularly in rebounds and assists, his average points fall nearly 10 short of Wang Yi and Oppo's. Moreover, his 3-point and free throw percentages are considerably subpar. Under these circumstances, the decision to confer the Player of the Week title upon Zion rather than Wang Yi seems utterly ludicrous. The justifications provided by the experts suggest that Zion and Oppo's impact on the Pelicans far exceeds that of Wang Yi on the Lakers. They argue that Zion faces significantly greater defensive pressure compared to Wang Yi, who benefits from the defensive attention drawn by LeBron James and Anthony Davis. Furthermore, they assert that Zion's all-around game, with superior rebounds and assists, amplifies his value. Nonetheless, Huaxiao fans remain unconvinced. The commentary sections of all basketball-related websites in Huaxiao erupted with discontent. Critics denounced the experts and journalists, questioning their judgment. How could 4 victories and an average of 37 points be deemed inferior to 3 victories and 27 points? Such absurdity is reminiscent of a farce. What does Zion excel at? Merely showcasing dunks. This is unmistakably an instance of racial discrimination. Jay Cho, a longtime basketball enthusiast, expressed his disbelief on Weibo. WTF. Wang Ming echoed the sentiment with a post. This is blatant discrimination. Yang Yi and Oppo's Weibo update carried a more profound significance. Having once worked in the United States, he is acutely aware of the profound biases against Huaxiao individuals. For Huaxiao people to earn the respect they seek, they must deliver overwhelmingly superior performances. 145, the best of the week. In the Lakers and Oppo's training facility, Wang Yi remained unfazed by the selection of the week's best. His ambitions are many: MVP, a championship title, and the finals MVP. However, his ultimate aspiration transcends these accolades. It is not merely the week's best, nor the month's best, nor even the MVP, and certainly not just the championship. It is the audacious declaration he once made, to conquer the NBA. All his endeavors, all his sweat, are dedicated to this singular goal. Thus, the mere title of week's best holds no significance for him. When one sets their sights on a distant horizon, the minor obstacles underfoot become inconsequential. Of course, indifference is one thing. It is an entirely different matter to perform exceptionally against the Pelicans, surpassing Zion's prowess, and rendering the week's best and its evaluators into mere jest. At this moment, with the assistance of his personal trainer, Wang Yi had completed the final 1-0-0-0 jump shots following his aerial dodges. However, he consistently found the last jump shot to be quite taxing. Although his vertical leap was adequate, his core strength still required improvement. His dodges lacked the fluidity and grace of Kobe. It seemed he must intensify his training focused on core strength. At this juncture, a notification echoed in his mind. Task completed. Reward, Kobe's flawless jump shot. At last, he had achieved it. Wang Yi exhaled deeply, collapsing onto his back on the floor. Beside him, the white trainer, Allen, remarked with admiration, "Wang, you are the most dedicated player I have ever seen, or not." Just as Wang Yi was about to respond, several Lakers players entered through the door: LeBron, Caruso, SC Charter, and Kuzma. Feeling the pressure emanating from Wang Yi, SC Charter began to intensify his efforts as well. Simultaneously, Kuzma also sensed the immense pressure, leading him to arrive for training at 8 a.m. every day. Upon noticing Wang Yi sprawled on the floor, LeBron directly inquired, "Wang, the week's best title has affected you, has it?" Wang Yi, panting heavily, replied, "Do I look affected to you?" LeBron nodded in satisfaction. "That's good. Those so-called experts and reporters are simply ignorant about the game. What you need to focus on is not lamenting over a week's best title, but rather to dominate Zion in tomorrow's game. Understand?" Seeing Wang Yi nod, LeBron added, "With profound insight, this country operates in such a manner, unjust to African Americans, and even more so to Asians. If you wish to earn their respect, you must deliver performances that far exceed the norm, results that leave them speechless." Even with LeBron's current status and influence, he can distinctly feel the prejudice when interacting with certain members of high society. Thus, he empathizes deeply with Wang Yi's predicament. Schroeder, in a rare moment, addressed Wang Yi, saying, "Wang, I have faith in you. You will undoubtedly shatter this so-called doggerel of the weak's best. If you require assistance, I am here for you." He, too, is African American, yet his stature pales in comparison to that of James, often facing discrimination and bias in daily life. For instance, during away games, he frequently hears fans along the sidelines hurling derogatory slurs. He profoundly empathizes with Wang Yi's predicament. Though it is evident that Wang Yi endures far greater tribulations, the harsh reality remains: white individuals look down upon black individuals, while black individuals harbor disdain for those of Asian descent. Affecting change in such entrenched attitudes within a brief span is a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, Wang Yi is determined to undertake this task, which is precisely why he aspires to conquer the NBA. When he surpasses all the white and black players standing atop the NBA, who would dare to belittle those of Asian descent? At that moment, he could retort, "If you claim that Asians are inferior to blacks and whites, how could your so-called superstars be outperformed by me, an Asian?" That afternoon, all players of the Lakers flew to New Orleans. Upon exiting the airport, the bus traversed the often pockmarked roads of New Orleans. Wang Yi, unlike his usual self, refrained from jesting. Instead, he reclined against the seat, draping his coat over his head. His teammates and coaches assumed he had fallen asleep. Little did they know, a fierce flame of determination ignited within Wang Yi's heart. In this match, he vowed to give everything, leaving no room for hesitation. The following morning, the Lakers were training at a nearby gym. Media reporters were already bustling about, discussing topics such as Anthony Davis returning to face his former team and the recent selections for the week's best players. Before the pregame press conference commenced, a reporter sought an interview with LeVar Ball, Lonzo, and Oppo's father. LeVar has a reputation for being extremely candid. Before Lonzo even entered the NBA, LeVar boasted that his son could outperform Curry. He later proclaimed that Lonzo could eclipse James as well. "Who do you think will win tonight's game?" a reporter inquired. LeVar boldly declared, "Regardless of the outcome, my son will be the brightest star on the court." "So, you believe your son will defeat James?" the reporter pressed. LeVar chuckled heartily. "James is past his prime. He has become an aging king. Defeating him is not particularly impressive. My son will vanquish AD. And what about the recently rising star from China? Do you think your son can triumph over him as well?" the reporter asked. LeVar shook his head, wagging his right index finger. "No, not just defeat. He will obliterate him." The reporter was satisfied, realizing that LeVar had indeed provided the most compelling insights. Many harbored the belief that James was an outdated king, yet few dared to voice such sentiments publicly. Only LeVar Ball would dare to utter such audacious remarks. Concurrently, the recently ascended Chinese player has been dismissed as worthless by Ball. Is this not the genesis of a provocative discourse? Once the topic emerges, does the influx of attention not follow? With the surge of attention comes the inevitable financial reward. That very afternoon, a reporter managed to catch Zion as he was about to embark on his journey to the arena. Ordinarily, this would not be the time for a pregame press conference, and Zion had every right to decline an interview. After all, athletes are human beings with their own lives. It is unreasonable to expect them to be perpetually available for questioning. It would be absurd if I were interrupted while attending to a private matter. However, Zion had just been awarded the Player of the Week, and his spirits were high. Moreover, the reporter was a stunning blonde, making him more than willing to engage. The attractive journalist inquired, "Zion, congratulations on being named Player of the Week. However, there seems to be some controversy surrounding your selection. Some believe that the Chinese player from the Lakers should have been the recipient of this honor. What are your thoughts?" Zion shook his head with conviction, replying, "I firmly believe I am the rightful Player of the Week. Do you not agree?" The reporter, caught off guard, offered an awkward smile and asked, "Will you be demonstrating that to everyone tonight on the court?" As a promising star endorsed by the league, Zion exuded confidence. He gazed intently at the female reporter, his eyes brimming with assurance and a hint of arrogance as he declared, "Indeed, I will prove it to everyone, especially to that Chinese player. I, Zion Williamson, am undeniably the Player of the Week for the Western Conference." On the afternoon of the game, during the pre-match press conference, LeBron James and the coach conferred and decided not to allow Wang Yi to attend. Wang Yi likely felt a twinge of dissatisfaction due to the recent accolade of Player of the Week. Had he faced the probing questions of those ill-intentioned journalists at the press conference, it might have sparked some controversy. As a player, the most effective way to counter skepticism is to deliver an outstanding performance on the court. The press conference was quite lively, featuring Ball and Ingram, both former Lakers. The Lakers had traded them, along with other assets, to acquire Anthony Davis from the Pelicans, which fostered deep resentment in these two players toward the Lakers. Competing against the Lakers invigorates them. Additionally, the narrative of Davis facing his former team, Zion battling LeBron, and the rivalry between the player of the week and the one who was overlooked added layers of intrigue to the upcoming match. In the Tencent NBA Live broadcast, the female host today was Wang Yi, with Duan Ren leading the proceedings and Wang Yi providing commentary. Wang Yi's team dominates a significant portion of Tencent NBA's commentary roster, hence his frequent appearances. Furthermore, Tencent NBA collaborated with the Diyun Society for a delightful crossover, inviting Zhang Jiuling, who surprisingly donned a gray and white robe for his commentary, adding an amusing twist. Duan Ren initiated the broadcast with a welcoming note before steering the conversation toward Zhang Jiuling. Jiuling, it's been ages since we last saw you. It must be over a year since your last commentary. Why the long absence? Zhang Jiuling responded candidly. The payment wasn't sufficient. Laughter erupted among the group, showcasing his comedic flair. Wang Yi, who has dabbled in traditional storytelling, expressed his interest in the art of crosstalk. It seems there's a hidden agenda at play. Zhang Jiuling remained unfazed. Our Diyun Society's motto is transparency, no hidden agendas. Wang Yi quipped, isn't your motto also about no refunds? Zhang Jiuling waved his hand dismissively. The principles of Diyun Society are flexible. They evolve as needed. Yet, the essence of transparency remains our guiding principle. The group shared another hearty laugh. Moments later, Duan Ren redirected the conversation to the impending match. Today's game is of immense significance for Wang Yi and indeed for the entire Chinese basketball fan base. Wang Yi nodded in agreement. Setting aside the exaggerated claims of his father, Wang Yi must demonstrate to the commentators and journalists just how misguided their judgments have been. Zhang Jiuling, no longer jesting, adopted a solemn expression. We all understand that Wang Yi carries the hopes of 1 billion Chinese people. This responsibility weighs heavily upon him. However, in today and Oppo's match, I still hope he exerts every effort to secure victory, demonstrating to those prejudiced commentators, journalists, and fans that individuals from Huaxia can also dominate the NBA arena. The venue for the Pelicans' home game is the Smoothie King Center. As Wang Yi emerged from the player tunnel alongside the Lakers, a chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Their jeers were directed at both Davis and Wang Yi. Davis, once the star player here, ultimately departed for the Lakers, which they perceived as an act of betrayal, an offense that would have once warranted the gallows. As for Wang Yi, their disdain was even more palpable. What right does a Huaxia individual have to contest for the player of the week against Zion? LeBron patted Davis on the chest. Davis nodded firmly. Don and Oppos, worry, since my first year with the Lakers, you've taught me how to battle against former teams. LeBron then patted Wang Yi and Oppos' chest. Wang Yi remained silent, his gaze fixed on Zion at the opposite end of the court, his eyes burning with competitive spirit. During the pregame warm-up, Wang Yi continuously launched three-point attempts, sinking 10 in a row. This clearly indicated his resolve for the day. Victory was imperative. Caruso consistently fed Wang Yi the ball. As Wang Yi's first genuine friend since joining the Lakers, Caruso staunchly supported him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the court, Zion showcased his impressive dunks, executing windmill slams and 360-degree spins. It is hard to fathom that a 129-kilogram individual could leap to such heights. Reports suggest his vertical leap reaches 117 centimeters, comparable to the greatest dunkers in history. Today, Zion was also intent on proving his worthiness as the rightful player of the week, especially with the legendary Michael Jordan in attendance to witness his performance. Naturally, he was determined to seize this game. With every basket Zion made, the audience erupted in cheers. Oh, Zion, the Titan, the Flying Tiger. In high school and college, he was nicknamed the Titan, a moniker that truly befitted his performance. In stark contrast, Wang Yi, quietly shooting three-pointers at the opposite end, appeared rather ordinary. The audacity of this Huaxia individual attempting to compete with the Titan for Player of the Week was utterly laughable. With a mere snap of his fingers, half of the NBA's players would be obliterated, and here was a mere yellow-skinned mouse, completely out of his depth. Titan, go ahead. Teach that Huaxia individual a lesson, and crush the overhyped Kings. Yet, some began to sense something amiss. How many three-pointers had that Huaxia individual made? 8? 10? I counted. This was already the 15th. The surrounding fans felt a chill run down their spines. Was this fellow a shooting machine? He seemed like a freak, relying solely on three-pointers while shying away from any confrontation. Exhibiting the fortitude of a true man, one might dare to confront Thanos in the paint, only to be met with swift obliteration. Despite the cacophony of jeers and vitriol directed at him, Wang Yi remained unfazed. Each three-point shot he launched cut through the net with the precision of a javelin. At long last, after a brief warm-up, the time had come for the main rosters to take the court. The Lakers maintained their starting lineup unchanged, featuring Wang Yi, LeBron James, Anthony Davis, DeAndre Jordan, and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. This defensive lineup proved formidable, with Wang Yi, Davis, and Caldwell-Pope showcasing exceptional one-on-one defensive capabilities. When called upon, James could also deliver elite-level defense. While Jordan and Oppo's rim protection may not be his strongest suit, his prowess on the defensive boards was certainly of an elite standard. The Pelicans fielded a lineup that included point guard Lonzo Ball, shooting guard Eric Bledsoe, small forward Brandon Ingram, power forward Zion Williamson, and center Steven Adams, known as Aquaman. Bledsoe, a former all-defensive team member, had not infused the Pelicans' defense with substantial vigor. Their defensive performance remained, to this day, nothing short of catastrophic. The 3 victories from the previous week were secured solely through offensive exploits. Coach Vogel felt a sense of ease facing such an opponent. Today's match was assured. As both teams stepped onto the court, a familiar voice echoed in Wang Yi's mind. Please check in. Check in. Check in successful. Check in reward. Divine Core Strength Experience card. Utilize Experience card. Wang Yi hesitated not for a moment. He would hold nothing back in this contest. Although he had previously acquired Kobe and Oppo's picturesque jump shot, he often felt a lack of support from his core strength when executing it, struggling particularly during aerial confrontations and evasive maneuvers. However, with the acquisition of Divine Core Strength, those issues would swiftly dissolve. Coupled with the lingering effects of the previous game's Phantom Steel Experience card, which had but 1 minute remaining, he was determined to astonish all within the first minute of the game. Is that really you, ball brother? At the center court, the Pelicans seized possession of the ball. The Lakers commenced the match with man-to-man defense. The Pelicans' Ball, Blood, and Ingram are all capable of sinking three-pointers. Thus it is imperative to prevent them from finding their rhythm beyond the arc. As for Zion in the paint, it is inherently challenging to restrict his prowess. For now, let us allow Drummond to contend with him. Ball, with the ball in hand, crossed half-court, with Wang Yi assigned to guard him. Wang Yi and Oppo's eyes glinted with determination. Indeed, today he aimed to dominate Zion. Yet, he would not let Ball slip by unnoticed. Did his father not proclaim his son to be invincible? Then let him witness his downfall. Ball exuded confidence, perhaps harboring an intrinsic bias against Easterners. Upon sighting Wang Yi as his defender, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Isn't it time to drive? The crowd erupted, urging, take him down. Ball, this is your moment to shine. Annihilate the Lakers, starting with this Asian. The last remark, clearly laced with racial undertones, highlighted a grim reality. In the United States, uttering racially discriminatory remarks in public can yield dire consequences. The former Clippers owner was compelled to sell his team due to a private conversation that revealed his prejudiced views, especially among the black community, who have long suffered from racial discrimination. Such sentiments are vehemently abhorred. Yet, the 2 black security guards present, having overheard the slur, remained passive. It seems that their opposition to racism is selectively directed, primarily against discrimination towards their own race, while they too harbor biases against individuals of Asian descent. Wang Yi, bearing witness to this outburst and the guards and Oppo's in action, felt an inferno of anger surging within him. At that moment, Ball, locking eyes with Wang Yi, wore a sardonic grin. You should and Oppo's TB in the NBA. Go back to your kindergarten in the East, where you truly belong. With that, he executed a swift change of direction, followed by a deceptive behind-the-back maneuver. Convinced he had thrown Wang Yi off balance, he lowered his center of gravity and surged towards the right. As he approached the paint, he noticed Davis looming, ready to provide support. He abruptly halted, raising the ball high with both hands. However, before he could release it, an enormous hand swung from behind, forcefully swatting the ball away. The basketball crashed against the backboard and ricocheted back. Damn it! Ball cursed as he landed. Yet, before his words faded, Wang Yi had already darted forward like an arrow, racing down the court. Upon receiving the ball, LeBron James charged towards the front court. Ingram, still grappling with the emotions of being traded by the Lakers, desperately pursued James as he barreled towards the basket for a dunk. Ingram took flight alongside him, intent on unseating the aging king from his throne. Eager to trample him underfoot, he sought to demonstrate the folly of the Lakers and Oppo's decision to trade him away. Yet, much to everyone's astonishment, LeBron did not perform a dunk or a layup. Instead, as he grasped the ball, he casually tossed it towards the backboard. The basketball struck the backboard and ricocheted over Ingram's head. Meanwhile, behind Ingram, Wang Yi soared high into the air, his hands clasping the basketball as if channeling all his fury into the hoop. The resounding clang of the rim was captured by a microphone placed nearby and reverberated throughout the arena, echoing in the Smoothie King Center. The audience of 18,500 fell momentarily silent, taken aback by the explosive power of this Chinese athlete. How could his vertical leap be so astonishing? Upon landing, Wang Yi cast a glance at the briefly stunned crowd before turning back to the recently reclaimed ball. Did they think this was the end? No. It was merely the beginning. As the Pelicans prepared to inbound the ball, the Lakers retreated to defend their backcourt. Ball, upon receiving the ball, aimed to advance it forward. At that moment, Wang Yi signaled to Caruso, who immediately understood. The two swiftly pivoted and strode toward ball, executing a double team. The Pelicans players had not anticipated such a maneuver. The other four teammates had already reached the Lakers and Oppos, half of the court. Who would dare to initiate a double team in the second play, especially in the front court? Were they out of their minds? Caught off guard. Ball found himself momentarily at a loss. He quickly secured the ball while scanning for his returning teammates, desperate to make a pass. However, Wang Yi keenly sensed this distraction. Ball's focus was momentarily on his teammates. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yi lunged, his hands clamping down on the ball with the precision of a vice. He spun around, exclaiming, "Give it here," and forcibly yanked the ball from Ball's grasp. He then charged towards the hoop. Ball, incensed, could not tolerate such humiliation from a yellow-skinned monkey. He retreated while attempting to block Wang Yi and Oppos' path. Yet, he was too close to the basket when he was stripped of the ball. With two powerful strides, Wang Yi reached the reasonable area for a charge. Ignoring Ball, he planted his feet firmly on the floor, utilizing the ground's reaction force to propel himself skyward. In that instant, Ball realized Wang Yi and Oppos' intentions. Disbelief etched across his face as he beheld Wang Yi soaring. Could a yellow-skinned monkey truly execute such a feat? No. He absolutely cannot allow this guy to dunk in front of him. He swiftly leaped into the air, raising both arms high. However, Wang Yi's jump was terrifyingly high. On ordinary days, he was merely 5 centimeters short of the rim. Yet, at this moment, a tempest of fury surged within him. He had surpassed his limits. His head was level with the rim. Meanwhile, the Ball brother's head barely reached his waist, and the Ball brother's hand could only touch his chest. Wang Yi extended his left arm forward while his right hand elevated the ball high aloft, as if to ignite the heavens, to incinerate this filthy sky. Rife with prejudice and discrimination, he exerted every ounce of strength within him and forcefully slammed the ball toward the hoop. Bang! A resounding dunk that cleaved through the air. Wang Yi landed and turned to cast a glance at the Ball brother. "So, you call yourself the Ball brother? Aren't you quite arrogant?" On the sidelines, the Pelicans head coach, Willie Green, who had been quietly seated on the bench, suddenly sprang to his feet. This Chinese man had exceeded expectations. Previously, during the pre-game preparations, he had studied this Chinese player. His shooting was precise, his explosive power commendable, and his jumping ability formidable. However, his playing style had not been particularly aggressive. Although he occasionally exhibited dunks, his overall approach leaned more towards finesse. Why then had he begun the game with such ferocity? The Ball brother, watching Wang Yi retreat on defense, felt a mix of humiliation and rage. That damn guy was utterly infuriating. Standing at the midcourt, Zion watched Wang Yi approach, his brow furrowed in frustration. This Chinese man was far too audacious. LeBron James, however, took the initiative to approach, wrapping an arm around Wang Yi and Oppos' shoulder. "Brother, are you satisfied now?" Yet, there was no smile on Wang Yi's face. His voice was low as he replied, "Not satisfying enough." LeBron nodded earnestly, then let us make it even more exhilarating. With a single-handed block, Wang Yi and Oppos' swift action left LeBron momentarily astounded. It appears this individual has endured an abundance of prejudice and unjust treatment. Merely 2 points are insufficient for him to release his pent-up frustration. He clapped Wang Yi on the shoulder and encouraged, "Brother, go for it. Today, you are the star of the game." Yet, he added a cautionary note. "But do be careful not to exert yourself too much. Injuries can occur." Wang Yi nodded in acknowledgement. LeBron's words resonated within him. While the urge to unleash his fury was palpable, sustaining an injury would be a grave miscalculation. Turning back, the Ball brother commenced dribbling. This time, the Pelicans had learned their lesson as Bloods returned to provide support, successfully bringing the ball past half-court. The Ball brother reached out for the ball, casting a glance at the coach, Willie Green, who offered a subtle nod of approval. Had the Ball brother faltered twice before LeBron, he would have been instructed to pass the ball to another. However, facing a Chinese opponent, it was imperative for him to reclaim his pride. The Ball brother comprehended the coach and Oppos' intention, and a fierce resolve ignited within him. "Damn this Eastern fellow, bring it on." He silently cursed. He then crouched low, employing his right hand to dribble and break through. Wang Yi swiftly retreated a step. The Ball brother executed a behind-the-back dribble, retreating beyond the three-point line. His step-back three-pointer positioned him a full 2 steps ahead of Wang Yi, ensuring that if he were to be blocked, he might as well abandon his NBA aspirations. He released the shot, and the moment the basketball left his fingertips, a slight smile graced his lips. This shot felt solid. Finally, he had reclaimed a point against this infuriating Eastern opponent. However, at that precise moment, as the ball soared high above Wang Yi and Oppo's head, he leapt into the air. With a powerful extension of his right arm, he reached for the basketball. A soft thud resonated as the ball collided with Wang Yi and Oppo's large hand. It seemed intent on escaping, yet Wang Yi and Oppo's grip tightened as if to crush it, ultimately seizing it with a single hand. The crowd erupted. Unlike the previous 2 moments of stunned silence, this time, a wave of astonishment swept through the arena. This singular block was nothing short of sensational. On the sidelines, Jordan had exhibited little surprise during Wang Yi and Oppo's earlier dunks. Yet, when he witnessed Wang Yi from a distance of 2 steps away, snatch the ball from midair with one hand, even he could not suppress a flicker of astonishment. Could this Chinese individual possess such explosive physical prowess? It was unexpected. The newly appointed head coach of the Pelicans, having just taken his seat, rose abruptly once more, grasping the rim with a single hand. Was he attempting to defy gravity? As the head coach, he found it difficult to discern any remarkable qualities in Wang Yi. Aside from a seemingly advantageous wingspan, he appeared exceedingly ordinary in every other aspect. Yet, astonishingly, this very individual managed to execute a one-handed block. Was this a scene from a film? Perhaps a moment from Space Jam 3? The players on the Lakers and Oppo's sidelines erupted into a frenzy, towels raised high but not yet waved, for the spectacle was not yet concluded. After securing the ball, Wang Yi was poised to initiate a fast break. Within the Tencent NBA live broadcast, several commentators were taken aback by Wang Yi and Oppo's exaggerated one-handed block, erupting in excitement. "Oh," exclaimed Duan Ran, "this is simply outrageous. It's as if there are springs under his feet." Most remarkably, despite being 2 steps away from the opponent, he managed to execute the block single-handedly. Zhang Jiuling nodded repeatedly. "This resonates with my style." Laughter ensued among the commentators. Yang Yi remarked, "Wang Yi and Oppo's one-handed block may appear theatrical, yet it has a scientific explanation. But let us first observe this play, as Wang Yi prepares to launch a fast break." On site, following his one-handed block, Wang Yi faced off against Ball, who attempted to impede his progress. With a deft behind-the-back dribble, he maneuvered past Ball and surged forward. Ball muttered a curse under his breath, pivoting and sprinting after Wang Yi. Though Wang Yi and Oppo's initial burst of speed was quick, his overall pace was merely average. Allowing Ball to catch up, whether attempting a layup or a dunk, he risked being blocked by Ball, especially with LeBron James closing in from behind. In such a scenario, both strategically and emotionally, Wang Yi ought to have tossed the ball off the backboard, leaving the rest to LeBron. An additional assist for him would contribute to LeBron and Oppo's pursuit of 40,000 points, each point being crucial. Such a gesture would undoubtedly please LeBron. And a jubilant LeBron would elevate the spirits of the entire team. On the sidelines, Vogel urged Wang Yi, pass to LeBron. However, Wang Yi had resolutely decided to astonish everyone within the arena during the very first minute of the game. He aimed to demonstrate to the 18,500 spectators that individuals from Huaxia could indeed play explosive basketball, to prove to all commentators and journalists how ludicrous their biases were, to dismantle the mountain of prejudice, to overpower Zion. Thus, he was determined not to pass to LeBron on this play. As he approached the three-point line from the right corner at a 45-degree angle, Ball, utilizing his speed, positioned himself on Wang Yi's left side, attempting to leverage his physicality to push Wang Yi out of the key. At that moment, Wang Yi suddenly decelerated, allowing the defender to be momentarily overtaken. With his right hand, he gathered the ball, initiating his 3-step move. Simultaneously, he executed a behind-the-back dribble, transferring the ball to his left hand, while stepping forward with his left foot, effortlessly bypassing his opponent. As he approached the basket, merely a step away, he shifted the ball to his right hand and leapt off one foot. The defender, having been outmaneuvered, quickly pivoted and leapt, stretching his arm toward the ball in a desperate attempt to block it. Even if he could not reach the ball, he was determined to commit a foul. He could not allow a player from Huaxia to flaunt such audacity in front of him. However, Wang Yi did not fully elevate the ball nor attempt a straightforward layup or dunk. Instead, he had maneuvered himself from a 45-degree angle to directly beneath the basket. While airborne, his body executed nearly a 360-degree rotation, guiding the ball from beneath the rim to the left side, before arcing it upward with a graceful hook shot. With a resounding thud, he completed a reverse dunk. Meanwhile, the defender attempted to block Wang Yi and Oppo's right hand, but the obstruction of the rim prevented any further advance. A mere basket's distance apart felt like an insurmountable ocean. The behind-the-back maneuver, combined with a 360-degree reverse dunk, was met with an eruption of excitement from the Lakers bench, where towels flew in unison like a festive parade. accompanied by the sounds of drums and firecrackers, and banners waving amidst a sea of spectators. "Oh my God!" exclaimed little Gasol, suddenly realizing, "Is that a reverse dunk reminiscent of the Black Mamba?" Upon hearing this, the others too awakened to the truth. This was a replication of Kobe and Apos' signature fast break behind the back 360-degree reverse dunk. "This guy has emulated the Mamba and Apos' classic dunk," shouted Tucker, filled with exhilaration. The live commentary today was provided by Shaquille O'Neal and Dwayne Wade, both from TNT, which typically only sends commentators for national broadcasts. However, since they happened to be in New Orleans and both had previously been teammates with LeBron James, the local sports network invited them to enhance the excitement. Upon witnessing Wang Yi and Apos' dunk, and Apos, Neil couldn't and Apos' help but make a comical expression, his eyes wide and lips pursed. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Oh, a Mamba-style dunk." In the midst of the game, Ball was struck with a sense of existential doubt as he witnessed a breathtaking dunk by Wang Yi, one that evoked memories of a youthful Kobe Bryant in the eyes of Shaquille and Apos, Neil. Despite their past grievances, the two had reconciled, blossoming into close friends. The sight of another player executing a classic Kobe maneuver naturally stirred and Apos, Neil and Apos' excitement. "Oh, what a Mamba-style dunk. Damn, I adore this guy. And I am enamored by this dunk," he exclaimed. The ever-composed Flash, Dwayne Wade, remained unfazed, arms crossed and resting calmly against his chair, his expression devoid of emotion. Noticing Wade's lack of enthusiasm, O'Neal waved his hand in front of his face, teasing, "What's wrong? Are you stunned by this play?" It was only then that Wade responded with his characteristic nonchalance. "That dunk? I rated a 9. O'Neal erupted in laughter. Recalling the controversy that followed Wade and Apos' own 9-point score in a previous dunk contest, which had earned him the nickname Mr. 9 wherever he went. To everyone and Apos' surprise, Wade was now playfully referencing this incident in public. In the 10-cent NBA live broadcast, the comments section was abuzz with various reactions. Notably, Brother Seong made another appearance, declaring, "If this dunk doesn't count as one of the season and Apos' top 50, I will live stream myself imitating old 8 eating." His statement elicited both humor and disgust from the audience. "Please, refrain from invoking old 8 during EG's game. Have you been marinating your brain in pickles for 3 months?" Meanwhile, Xiao Qi, caught up in the excitement of Wang Yi's dunk, accidentally dropped a jersey she had intended to showcase during the timeout, which fell at her feet. She quickly bent down to retrieve it, glancing at the director, relieved that the camera remained focused on the live action rather than cutting back to the studio. "What a play. A Kobe-esque dunk. It was so reminiscent," exclaimed Duan Ran. Yang Yi and Zhang Jiuling, all swept up in the thrill of the moment. After a brief pause for emotions to settle, Duan Ran turned to Zhang Jiuling and asked, "Does this dunk resonate with your style?" Zhang Jiuling, known for his catchphrase during exciting plays, usually claims, "This is a bit of my style." However, upon hearing Duan Ran and Apos' question, he waved his hands dismissively. "Not at all. Such an extraordinary dunk? I wouldn't even come close, even with my shoes on. This truly has a touch of Kobe." At this point, Duan Ran recalled Yang Yi's earlier comments regarding scientific principles and inquired, "Teacher Yang, you mentioned that Wang Yi's exaggerated grab had a scientific basis. Could you elaborate?" Yang Yi then assumed the demeanor of a seasoned storyteller. Sitting upright with an air of authority, he used his phone beside him as a tool to awaken his senses, striking it with a sharp sound. "This matter is akin to a child without a mother, and the explanation is lengthy." Zhang Jiuling, eager to assist, encouraged, "Then please be concise." Yang Yi stated, "The official reported height of Ball brother is 198 meters. Yet, when he stands beside Zion, who is also 198 meters tall, he appears to be nearly half a head shorter. Thus, according to whispers, his true height is merely 191 meters, 1 centimeter shorter than Wang Yi." As for Wang Yi, previously regarded as possessing modest talent, Zhang Jiuling, having absorbed the essence of Mr. Yu, instinctively chimed in, "What is the reality?" Yang Yi replied, "In truth, he is indeed of average talent." Zhang Jiuling retorted, "Then why speak of him?" Yang Yi continued, "Of course, among NBA players, he is of average talent. However, among domestic guards, he possesses top-tier abilities. Moreover, standing at 192 meters, his wingspan reaches an impressive 215 meters. Such a wingspan, even within the realm of NBA guards, is remarkable. For comparison, Harden is considered to have an excellent wingspan among guards, measuring 196 meters with a wingspan of 210 meters. Therefore, in terms of wingspan alone, Wang Yi can indeed be deemed extraordinarily gifted. His exceptional wingspan, combined with remarkable leaping ability, makes it unsurprising that he can block Ball brother. Zhang Jiling remarked, I thought as much. Nearby, Duan Ran chuckled. You two are harmonizing like a comedic duo. Do you think this is the Diyun society? In the audience, the previously boisterous fans fell into a profound silence. They were astounded by the astonishing performance of this Huaxiao player within the first minute of play. The fervent defense and relentless offense were reminiscent of an NBA game, but felt more akin to a contest between NBA players and middle schoolers, with the latter utterly defenseless. An overwhelming shock enveloped the spectators as their gazes converged upon Wang Yi. How could this Huaxiao individual be so formidable? At that moment, Pelicans head coach Willie Green quickly called for a timeout. 3 possessions equated to 3 turnovers, as the Pelicans hadn't even grazed the rim. They had suffered 3 consecutive counterattacks. How could they possibly continue? As the players exited the court, he observed the Lakers' #1 player, utterly astonished by his prowess. In just 3 possessions, he had recorded a steal, 2 blocks, and 3 dunks. Unbelievable. As the Pelicans players left the court, Ball brother appeared visibly disoriented. Willie Green felt a chill within. Had this young man been so shaken that he questioned his very existence? Indeed, the look in his eyes betrayed such a state. Having devoted his life to the sport of basketball, Willie Green had witnessed many players reduced to questioning their purpose. In those moments, their gazes would lose focus, and their expressions would become vacant. At this moment, Lonzo Ball found himself engulfed in a state of despair. With this thought in mind, he couldn't help but glance once more at the #1 jersey of the Lakers. This individual was far more formidable than he had ever imagined. Indeed, Lonzo and Apos' current condition was one of profound existential doubt. On the offensive end, this opponent was like an impenetrable lock, effectively nullifying his efforts. On the defensive side, the opponent executed 3 dunks, each more spectacular than the last. Lonzo felt akin to a fledgling bird that had fallen from its nest amidst a tempest. Left to cower in a corner, trembling helplessly. Unable to penetrate defenses or hold them at bay, he questioned his very existence. What else was there to ponder? If not the absurdity of his situation, equally bewildered was his father. Watching on television as his son was utterly outmatched, having been stripped of the ball once, blocked twice, and dunked on thrice, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Despite having boasted countless times and faced humiliation on numerous occasions, he had always employed such bravado as a means to attract attention and generate income. His assertion that his son would dominate that player from Huaxia was not merely bluster. It was a statement grounded in reality. Yet here he was, his face reddened in embarrassment. He glanced at the mirror on the wall to his left, touching his own bald head, which gleamed like a light bulb. Thankfully, that remained unchanged. But as he returned his gaze to the television screen, his concern shifted from mere embarrassment to his son and Apos' state of mind. How could he be doubting himself? He hadn't Apos' even faced off against LeBron James or Giannis Antetokounmpo yet. How could he be questioning his existence at such a tender age? Meanwhile, on the sidelines, the Pelicans and Apos' head coach contemplated keeping Lonzo on the bench. However, upon surveying the substitutes, he ultimately decided to send him back into the fray. The quality of the backup point guards left much to be desired. Who else could take his place? He placed a reassuring hand on Lonzo's shoulder and instructed, Ball, once you're on the court, your sole responsibility is to bring the ball past half court and then pass it to Bledsoe. He will handle the rest, understood? Lonzo nodded instinctively, observing this response. The coach felt a surge of urgency. The young man was clearly in a state of shock. Resolutely, he seized the water bottle from Lonzo and Apos' hands and splashed its contents across his face. In an instant, all the Pelicans players froze, and Lonzo seemed to awaken from his stupor. On July 23rd of the previous year, Willie Green officially assumed the role of head coach for the New Orleans Pelicans. In stark contrast to his predecessor, Stan Van Gundy, Green maintains a stringent approach towards his players, consistently urging them to exhibit a positive demeanor on the court. His methods of motivation can often appear rather extreme. Noticing Lonzo Ball and Apos' momentary confusion, Green realized that if Ball continued in such a state, he would simply become a liability. Seizing the water bottle from Ball's hands, he abruptly tossed it, dousing Ball with icy water. This sudden action jolted Ball, prompting him to focus intently on Green. The surrounding Pelicans players were taken aback, and the cameras captured this startling moment, leaving the audience astonished. Was there an internal conflict brewing so early in the game? Yet, in that instant, Ball regained his composure. Green, without uttering much, discerned from Ball's eyes that he had awakened. He inquired, "Are you ready to return to the game?" Ball, not immediately wiping the water from his face, nodded affirmatively. Green encouraged him, "Then go out there and perform well. Stay composed, pass the ball to Bledsoe. He will manage it. And remember, do not let your father become a laughingstock." Upon hearing the mention of his father, Ball nodded earnestly. The audience, witnessing the apparent conversation rather than any further altercation, felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, on the Lakers' side, Wang Yi made a striking impact within the first minute, contributing to a 6-0 lead. The atmosphere among the players was euphoric as they rushed to high-five and chest-bump him. LeBron James, noticing Wang Yi and Oppo's reluctance to engage in the chest bump, felt a tinge of disappointment but still patted him on the back, exclaiming, "Well done, brother." However, he quickly added, "But didn't I just tell you not to exert yourself too much? You might get injured." Wang Yi sheepishly scratched his head, apologizing, "Sorry. I just can't contain my excitement when I see someone timid." Laughter erupted from James, who playfully slapped Wang Yi's shoulder. Anthony Davis then offered Wang Yi a Gatorade, advising, "Brother, if you keep playing like this, LBJ and I might have to retire. We understand your enthusiasm. But if you exhaust all your energy in the first 2 quarters, what will you do in the latter half? Sit on the sidelines waving a towel?" Wang Yi, appreciating Davis and Oppo's concern, nodded in understanding. Upon returning to the court, Wang Yi glanced at the clock, noting that only 48 seconds had elapsed in the first quarter. With 12 seconds remaining on his steal card, he contemplated the possibility of securing another steal. As Ball dribbled towards him, he prepared to execute the coach and Oppo's strategy by passing the ball to Bledsoe. Wang Yi keenly detected the intensity in his gaze. In that fleeting moment before the pass, his right hand shot out with remarkable swiftness. His impressive wingspan of 2.15 meters proved to be invaluable. He managed to make contact with the ball mid-air, causing it to fall abruptly to the ground. Observing this, Ball brother muttered an expletive under his breath and hurriedly bent down to retrieve the ball. However, Wang Yi executed a leap, though the distance was still too great. Even this acrobatic maneuver could not secure the ball. His fingertips merely grazed it. Yet, that was sufficient. Harnessing the momentum of his leap, he flicked the ball with his fingertips, sending it bouncing forward. Nearby, Pop moved like a predatory cheetah, sprinting towards the front court. Upon seizing the ball, he took 3 swift steps and executed a resounding dunk, concluding the offensive play. On the sidelines, Green Willie placed a hand to his forehead, lamenting the pain in his head. Just moments ago, he had stressed to Ball brother the importance of precision, and now they were faced with a blunder. Could he not be more mindful? On another note, this Chinese player, when would he relent? They had only played for a minute, and he was already racking up steals and blocks, denying their team even a moment and Oppo's contact with the hoop. Not only had the rim not felt the ball, but the other 4 players had not even touched it. Was there no sense of decorum left? Lakers head coach Vogel's gaze remained fixed on Wang Yi. Today, Wang Yi and Oppo's performance was strikingly different from his usual demeanor. It was evident he was intent on winning this match. Meanwhile, Ball brother, who had just regained his composure, found himself momentarily bewildered. Was this Chinese player a demon? If he was to hinder his offense, could he at least allow him to pass? During another inbound play, he simply took the ball and moved to the baseline, passing it to Bloodcloth. Bloodcloth then returned it to Ball brother, who, being the point guard, was expected to take charge. However, upon receiving the ball, Ball brother refrained from dribbling and handed it back to Bloodcloth. Bloodcloth paused, raising his hands in confusion. What was the meaning of this? With a wry smile, Ball brother replied, "You initiate a few plays first." He then glared in frustration at Wang Yi's retreating figure. "I want Oppo's to handle the ball now. Let Oppo's see how you intercept me." Bloodcloth had no choice but to advance the ball up court, subsequently passing it to Zion. As the team and Oppo's star player, it was absurd for him to be running in circles without receiving the ball. Zion felt a surge of determination. Upon gaining possession, he faced the formidable defense of Davis and launched into a dribble drive. The sight of a 129-kilogram figure charging towards the basket from beyond the arc was indeed remarkable. His footwork was impressively agile, and after evading Davis's balance, he surged into the paint. Though Davis had been momentarily thrown off, he quickly regained his footing and closed in. With Drummond patrolling the paint, Zion opted to halt his advance. With his left foot serving as the pivot, he swayed his right foot from side to side. Originally, DeAndre Jordan occupied the left and Anthony Davis the right, rendering any attempt to maneuver futile. However, at that moment, Zion executed a rather peculiar move. He took a significant step to the right with his right foot, and then, using it as a support, his left foot, acting as the pivot, also lunged to the right, leaving the ground. This sudden motion instantaneously created distance from Davis. With a delicate flick of his wrist, he scored off the backboard. Observing this, the Lakers players immediately gestured to the referee, indicating a traveling violation. Yet, the referee remained unperturbed. Zion taunted the Lakers players with a volley of trash talk. In 2022, there are still those who don't recognize the Soma step? What amateurs! Flames of indignation ignited within the Lakers players. Many spectators at the sidelines were fervent admirers of the Soma step. Upon witnessing Zion and Appos' execution of this move, they erupted into excitement, exclaiming, "Oh, the Soma step." I heard that Zion specifically sought the guidance of Giannis Antetokounmpo this summer to hone this skill, and indeed, he showcased it flawlessly. With a single Soma step, he outmaneuvered two Lakers big men, rendering them utterly foolish. One can only say that when Thanos showcases his finesse, few can truly impede him. The commentator, Dwayne Wade, observed the Soma step and queried his companion, Shaquille O'Neal, "Do you think that was a travel?" O'Neal replied, "It's not merely a question of traveling. If you were to pull off such a move on a playground, I'd advise you to score and then run without looking back." Wade inquired, "Why is that?" O'Neal responded, "It makes you an easy target." Ha. Wade laughed heartily. "So, you believe the Soma step constitutes a travel, then?" In the commentary booth, Wade inquired of O and Appos, "Neil, so, do you believe the and Appos, Soma step and Appos, constitutes a traveling violation?" O and Appos, Neil, nodding his head which glinted under the lights, replied, "In fact, I have meticulously reviewed the basketball rules. Some assert that if both feet leave the ground simultaneously, it is a traveling violation, while others argue that if the pivot foot jumps, it is also a violation. However, the rules do not explicitly state this. The regulations clearly indicate that a player may jump off their pivot foot to pass or shoot, but must not allow either foot to touch the ground again before the ball is released. Do you grasp the implication of this?" Wade, taken aback, responded, "So, the pivot foot can indeed leave the ground, and it matters not whether one foot or both leave simultaneously, or whether the left foot or right foot jumps first, as long as the ball is either passed or shot before landing again." O'Neal nodded approvingly. "Your comprehension earns a score of 9 from me." Wade, momentarily forgetting the humor, expressed disbelief, "But I was taught that the pivot foot cannot move." O'Neal interjected, "The pivot foot is immobile, yet it may leap, once airborne. A player can shoot or pass. Is my explanation sufficiently clear?" Wade shook his head vigorously. "Then why should I have ever learned about traveling violations? A Soma step can effortlessly bypass 2 or 3 defenders." O'Neal agreed. "Indeed, according to the rules, the Soma step does not qualify as traveling. However, in our era, employing such a maneuver could lead to severe repercussions." Wade continued to shake his head. "I still cannot accept it. In our time, this would surely have been called a traveling violation." O'Neal nodded again. "Precisely. Although it is not technically a violation according to the rules, this type of movement is exceedingly unscrupulous. It appears as though an additional step is taken, yet this extra step yields significant advantages." Wade expressed his stance. "When I encounter the and amp, Appos, Soma step and amp, Appos, in my next game, should I eliminate him or simply incapacitate him?" "Oh, and amp, Appos," Neil chuckled. "You find it hard to accept, don't you? I struggle with it as well. Had I employed such a deceptive step during my playing days, would you believe I could have averaged 60 points per game? I would have certainly exceeded 40. On the court, provoked by Zion, LeBron felt a surge of frustration. Moreover, Wang Yi had recently exerted excessive force, necessitating a brief respite. Consequently, upon receiving the ball in the low post, he began to push against Zion. Suddenly, he executed a back pivot, seemingly poised for a turnaround jumper. Zion promptly leaped to contest the shot. Yet, LeBron retracted the ball, stepping forward with his right foot, and then leapt off both feet, completely evading Zion and Appos' defense, effortlessly laying the ball in. "Oh, and Appos," Neil erupted with excitement. "Now that and Appos' a proper step. This is the technique of a true athlete." Wade nodded in agreement, expressing that the traditional footwork appeared much more pleasing to the eye, dismissing the so-called Soma step as nonsense that incited a desire to lash out. As the Pelicans launched another offensive, Zion received the ball and executed yet another Soma step, leaving Anthony Davis far behind. Beside them, LeBron was seething, having rushed over to provide defensive support. However, Zion and Appos' leaping ability was truly extraordinary. Following his Soma step, he unleashed a thunderous dunk, leaving LeBron with no time to contest. This moment electrified the entire arena. Upon landing, Zion surveyed the 5 Lakers players on the court, shaking his head repeatedly while taunting, "Are you all primitive beings? Did you just descend from the trees? Is the and Appos, Soma step and Appos, that difficult to comprehend?" Davis glared at Zion with disdain and turned to LeBron, suggesting, "Should we implement a double team? Lock this guy down?" Both Caldwell Pope and Drummond shared this sentiment. However, LeBron shook his head in refusal, stating, "He and Appos' attempting to provoke us to alter our defense. If we double team, they will have opportunities beyond the arc. I would rather allow him to score 2 points each time than let them open up for 3-pointers. Drummond shook his head in frustration, exclaiming, "I truly want to punch that guy in the face." LeBron sought to calm his teammate and Oppo's anger, assuring him, "If we allow ourselves to become enraged now, we will fall right into his trap. But rest assured, by the end of the game, we will ensure he has no reason to smile." With their leader and Oppo's words resonating, the other players suppressed their frustrations. Yet, Wang Yi felt a deep-seated irritation. While it was indeed wise to maintain composure for the greater good, the continuous provocations from the opposing team left him unable to respond, forcing him to play in a rigid manner. Even if they emerged victorious in the end, it would leave an unpleasant taste. Therefore, he felt compelled to retaliate. In the ensuing exchanges, both teams scored in turns. However, the Pelicans' Lonzo ball remained blank, contributing nothing to the scoreboard. 8 minutes played, 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 0 steals, and 3 turnovers. It was one thing to lack points, rebounds, and steals, but as a pure point guard, to tally no assist while accumulating 3 turnovers in under a quarter was utterly absurd. The root of this issue lay in Wang Yi's relentless defense, which left Ball's father, LeVar, seething with frustration. Having boasted countless times in the past and been humbled repeatedly, he had anticipated that facing a soft target from Huaxia would spare him further humiliation. Little did he know, this Huaxia player was even more formidable. With 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the Pelicans initiated another offensive. Zion once again found himself with an opportunity. Confronted by Davis's defense, he had halted at the free throw line. Under normal circumstances, any further movement would yield little advantage. Davis and Oppo's long arms effectively enveloped him, rendering him almost entirely covered. Yet, with a singular move, a Soma step, he instantaneously penetrated the restricted area, leaving his opponent far behind. At that moment, the paint was utterly vacant. Zion once again attempted a layup. However, just as the ball left his hands, a figure suddenly soared past him. The sharp sound that followed resonated throughout the arena, akin to a resounding slap. Simultaneously, a furious shout echoed in Chinese, "Show me your steps." The basketball soared away like a volleyball struck by an athlete, flying high into the stands. A volleyball rejection. Zion looked up, only to see that the individual responsible was none other than the player from Huaxia. He furrowed his brow in disbelief. How could this person, who was clearly positioned at the baseline, suddenly appear in the paint? In truth, Wang Yi had anticipated Zion's move when he noticed him halting at the free throw line with no defenders in the key, leading him to abandon his defense against the ball handler and rush into the paint, thus executing that impressive rejection. Several players from the Lakers gathered around Wang Yi, exchanging high fives in celebration. Even Drummond let out a roar towards the heavens. Roar? They had been subjected to constant taunts from Zion without any means to retaliate. Wang Yi and Oppo's rejection provided a significant release for the pent-up frustration among the team. On the sidelines, Coach Vogel observed the scene with a slight furrow of his brow. Wang Yi had just relinquished his defense against the ball handler at the baseline, and had Zion opted to pass, it would have given the ball handler an open shot opportunity. Should he mention this to Wang Yi during the timeout? After some contemplation, he decided against it. In basketball, the philosophy is results-oriented. If one plays well, all is forgiven. If one falters, then every action is scrutinized. Do you think you were Kobe? Wang Yi executed a volleyball-style block, thwarting Zion and Oppo's Soma step and Oppo's, which plunged the 18,500 spectators into an abrupt silence. Wang Yi surveyed the audience, shaking his head slightly. The fervor here pales in comparison to that of Salt Lake City. Is this the silence you've resorted to? What happened to your earlier enthusiasm? In the 10-cent NBA live stream, viewers flooded the comments with expressions of satisfaction. What a relief. I simply cannot tolerate the Soma step. Did you hear what he shouted just now? Observing the slow-motion replay, it appeared to be Soma step? This speculation ignited a flurry of excitement in the comments. Hilarious. Ego is truly genuine. Soma step, that SA keeper. The next time I witness someone employing the Soma step on the court, I shall echo, Soma step, splendid execution. Meanwhile, after some days of silence, a critic emerged, proclaiming, "Isn't this a tad uncivilized? There are many children playing the game. It's not right to lead them astray. I am a fan of Ego, but for him to utter such coarse language on the court is quite uncouth." However, this critic was swiftly besieged by fans. Do you have any idea how many times NBA players exchange pleasantries about each other's ancestors during a game? Is that truly leading children astray? With parents like you. Even in Oppo's, Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf and Oppo's could be deemed inappropriate, and in Oppo's, Calabash Brothers and Oppo's could corrupt your children. What remains untouched by your influence? With so many positive influences your child cannot grasp, are they truly going to be tainted by a mere cartoon? With your level of intellect, why even bother watching the game? If your child is indeed led astray, it merely indicates they were already of that ilk before the match began. In the studio, the commentators, witnessing the lively barrage of comments, could only shake their heads in exasperation. Duan attempted to steer the conversation back to the court. Teacher Wang Yi, do you believe the Soma step constitutes a travel? Or is it acceptable in the NBA but not on the international stage? Wang Yi replied, I've specifically discussed this with CBA referees. Under both NBA and international rules, it does not count as a travel. It's simply that it has seldom been utilized until now, and its sudden emergence has caught everyone off guard. Personally, I find it quite disconcerting. It's best to avoid using it in street ball. If you must, please ensure an ambulance is on standby. Duan further inquired of Zhang Jiuling, when you play, how do you address someone employing the and amp, oppos, Soma step and amp, oppos? Zhang Jiuling chuckled, we generally don't say anything. We just play. A single remark sent the live audience into another fit of laughter. As the first quarter approached its final 3 minutes, Wang Yi and James had already been substituted out. Anthony Davis remained on the court alongside the bench players. Wang Yi had not scored much, managing only an initial 6 points, primarily due to his excessive exertion upon entering the game, which left him gasping for breath. Consequently, James intentionally allowed him to catch his breath during subsequent plays. Once Wang Yi transitioned from a state of stillness to one of vigorous activity, he would unleash his full potential. The Lakers players, perhaps inspired by Zion, displayed an aggressive demeanor upon entering the game. Although their three-point shooting remained lackluster, their defensive intensity was commendable, resulting in an 8-point lead over the Pelicans by the end of the first quarter. With 8 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Wang Yi and James re-entered the game, taking over for the resting Anthony Davis, who was replaced by Marc Gasol. Upon their return, the Lakers initiated their offensive play. James glanced at Wang Yi, who nodded in acknowledgement. James promptly prepared to pass the ball to him. Traditionally, this would signal Wang Yi to begin his movement, continually navigating around screens to create an open shot before receiving the pass from James. True to form, Wang Yi maneuvered past the screen, shaking off Lonzo Ball, and received James and amp, oppos, pass, executing a smooth jump shot. 2 points scored. In the next play, Wang Yi once again circled around the screen, this time near the left baseline, and nailed a mid-range jumper. After sinking 2 consecutive mid-range shots, a sense of unease settled over the Pelicans and amp, oppos, head coach. He had reviewed previous game footage and was acutely aware of how the Bucks had suffered at the hands of the Lakers. It all began with this Chinese player relentlessly hitting mid-range shots, leading to an insurmountable early deficit. Thus, he cupped his hands to form a megaphone and shouted to Ball, Lonzo, can you be more assertive? You need to toughen up. For goodness sake, play like a man, not a softie. However, the finesse of Wang Yi's movement could not be matched merely by force. Ball, still inexperienced, found himself outmaneuvered by a simple change of direction from Wang Yi. Under Ball and Oppo's defense, Wang Yi achieved an impeccable 4 for 4 in mid-range shots. When in peak physical condition, Wang Yi's shooting prowess was formidable. Although his overall mid-range shooting percentage hovered around 70, this fluctuated based on his energy levels. When fatigued, it could plummet to 50 or lower. Conversely, when fully energized, it could soar to an impressive 80. On the sidelines, Coach Willie Green continuously urged Ball to rise to the challenge, hoping he could successfully guard Wang Yi one-on-one. Ball felt powerless in the face of Wang Yi and amp, oppos, capabilities, perceiving him as a veritable shooting machine. Having meticulously gathered data and analyzed shooting trajectories, Wang Yi had calibrated the optimal shooting arc, allowing him to consistently hit his target with precision. How could one possibly contend with such a player? Coach, I report him for cheating. Willie Green, recognizing that he could not contain Ball, could only shout, switch defenses, you and Bledsoe switch. Bledsoe, a former selection for the all-defensive first and second teams, possessed exceptional one-on-one defensive capabilities. Having him guard this player from Huaxia seemed to be a reliable choice. As for Ball, he was assigned to defend against Pop, who lacked any offensive initiative. Turning back, the Lakers initiated their offense. Observing that Wang Yi had scored for consecutive points, LeBron decided to take the next shot himself. Allowing Wang to catch his breath, he scored twice and then passed to Caruso for another basket. On the next offensive play, he glanced at Wang Yi, who nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, LeBron held the ball at the top of the arc, waiting for Wang Yi to create an open shot. However, after making 2 laps, Wang Yi found Bledsoe closely following him, rendering it impossible to break free. Instead, he opted to settle in the left corner at a 45-degree angle. This spot was typically occupied by Davis, but with him out, Gasol had taken his place beyond the three-point line, creating space. Once in position, Wang Yi raised his hand to signal for the ball. LeBron appeared slightly puzzled. Receiving the ball in such cramped quarters seemed futile for any breakthrough. Based on his understanding of Wang Yi, he knew that Wang lacked the ability to execute a back-to-the-basket move. So, what was his intent in requesting the ball here? Blood. Noticing Wang Yi and Amp, Oppo's demand for the ball, could not help but chuckle, taunting him verbally. You want the ball here? You think you can penetrate in such a tight space? Are you out of your mind? Wang Yi disregarded the provocation, maintaining his request for the ball. LeBron, no longer hesitating, passed it to him. Curious to see how Wang Yi would respond, Bledsoe refrained from impeding Wang Yi and Oppo's reception, believing that he would achieve nothing with the ball in this position. Meanwhile, he continued to mock Wang Yi. Are you planning to back down and score? Huh? Do you think you and Oppo's Kobe? A picturesque jump shot, a spectacle once more. As Bledsoe spotted Wang Yi receiving the ball in the left side 45-degree area, he could not suppress a chuckle, delivering a heartfelt taunt. Ha! You intend to post up? Do you think you are Kobe? Over the past 2 decades, only Kobe's post-up moves among guards have left a lasting impression. Wang Yi paid no heed to Bledsoe's mockery. Upon gaining possession, he dribbled inward with his right hand, taking 2 decisive steps. His height surpassed that of Bledsoe, and he had a slight advantage in weight as well, making this one of the rare occasions where he could physically dominate his opponent. The Lakers players were taken aback to witness Wang Yi genuinely attempting a post-up, as he had seldom, if ever, engaged in such maneuvers before. Even in practice, he rarely employed this technique. The suddenness of this move left many pondering its purpose. Head coach Vogel was equally astonished. Wang Yi's physical attributes made the choice to back down against Bledsoe quite astute. However, the question lingered. Did Wang Yi possess the necessary skills for post-up play? That had never been observed before. In the Tencent NBA live broadcast, Wang Yi expressed his surprise at Wang Yi's decision to post up. A post move? I recall Wang Yi practicing this back home. Yet his shooting percentage during such attempts was not particularly high. In the NBA, he primarily faces guards who are taller and stronger, making post moves nearly impossible for him. It seems he has abandoned this technique, and now. Duan Ran nodded in agreement. Is it possible that Wang Yi was provoked by Bledsoe, leading to this impulsive decision? Duan Ran shook his head, remarking, Wang Yi is still young and needs further refinement. On-site, Bledsoe, witnessing Wang Yi and Oppo's determination to post up, could not help but laugh. Brother, do you truly believe you are Kobe? Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Yi took 2 steps inward, then suddenly pulled the ball with his right hand, pivoting towards the left baseline. Upon completing his turn, he immediately launched into a jump shot, an elegant turnaround jumper. Bledsoe, caught off guard, did not even leap, merely extending his hand in a token gesture. The execution of a turnaround jumper may not be intrinsically difficult. Yet the challenge lies in maintaining hand stability to ensure a high shooting percentage. Swish. Just as Bledsoe pondered this, a crisp, melodious sound resonated behind him, causing his smile to falter. Did he actually make it? However, he quickly dismissed the thought, muttering that it was merely luck. The Lakers players displayed expressions of astonishment, their thoughts echoing. This is the first time witnessing him post up, and he actually scored. Must be luck. The Lakers head coach also exhaled a sigh of relief, surprised that it indeed went in. In the Tencent NBA live broadcast, Wang Yi remarked on the scene, this shot appears to be largely a matter of luck. Bledsoe only made a token gesture, failing to jump for a block. Zhang Zhouling jested, what if Ego actually made it in based on skill? Wang Yi shook his head, replying, do you have any idea how improbable that scenario is? Zhang Zhouling continued his playful banter. Is it so unlikely that if I guessed correctly, I could go buy a lottery ticket? Close enough. Only Jordan on the sidelines noticed that Wang Yi and Oppo's turnaround jump shot made his eyes sparkle with interest. Then came the second round. LeBron James still held the ball at the arc while other players took their positions. However, Wang Yi refrained from circling around the screen. Since he couldn't shake off bloodcloth, he decided against futile efforts. His position remained at the left 45 degrees. Bloodcloth, noticing this, became somewhat incensed. You really think you can back me down after I just let you score once? Wang Yi remained unresponsive. He preferred to let his performance speak rather than engage in idle chatter. Continuing to dribble with his right hand, he leaned his body against Bloodcloth, gradually pressing inward. This time, Bloodcloth took it seriously. He pushed against Wang Yi with all his might while incessantly taunting, do you really think you're Kobe? What do you have to be so arrogant about, you Eastern fellow? At this moment, Wang Yi had pressed to within approximately 4 meters of the basket. While Bloodcloth was speaking, Wang Yi suddenly pulled the ball back and spun around. The Lakers players felt a twinge of apprehension. Was Wang Yi going for another turnaround jump shot? The last one was a stroke of luck, but another? And let us not forget, he was up against the league's top defensive player, Bloodcloth. Would he allow 2 successful backdowns? Soon, Wang Yi silenced all doubters with his actions. After pulling the ball back and spinning, he executed a back turn and leaped off both feet. Bloodcloth scoffed, I knew you'd go for a turnaround jump shot. He leaped high to contest Wang Yi and Oppo's shot. However, This time, Wang Yi leaned back in the air. His jumping ability was already impressive. Coupled with excellent wingspan and the backward lean, Bloodcloth had no chance of blocking it. Swish. The sound of the net being pierced echoed once more. In the past, he would have found that sound delightful, but now he loathed it. As the ball swished through the net, all Lakers players comprehended the truth. This was no mere fluke. Once could be luck, but twice? Especially with a turnaround jumper that posed a greater challenge than a simple jump shot. To execute such a shot flawlessly meant that anyone claiming it was luck must have completely lost their wits. The Lakers players gathered around Wang Yi to give him high fives. LeBron James, delighted as a child, flashed a broad grin revealing his pearly whites. Upon observing Wang Yi and Apos' expression, a peculiar sound echoed in his mind. Jijijijijig. Vogel, witnessing this moment, began to comprehend the situation. It appeared that Wang Yi possessed a remarkable proficiency in post-up techniques. However, he could not shake the feeling that this movement seemed eerily familiar. The commentary from O and Amp, Apos, Neil provided clarity. This was Kobe and Amp, Apos' signature fadeaway jumper. He was filled with delight. Though many individuals have employed the fadeaway jumper throughout the annals of basketball history, two figures undeniably stand out as the most iconic. One, naturally, is the legendary Jordan, who now feels like a relic of a bygone era to contemporary audiences. The other is Kobe. Today and Amp, Apos' fans have predominantly witnessed Kobe in action. Thus, when the fadeaway jumper is mentioned, the first name that springs to mind for many is Kobe Bryant. Wade nodded in agreement. Indeed, this player's movements are remarkably similar. Practically identical. In the Tencent NBA live broadcast, Wang Yi was the first to exclaim, "Oh, it's in. I retract my earlier statement. His post-up technique exceeds all expectations." And did you see? This shot mimics Kobe. Zhang Jiuling and Apos' eyes sparkled with excitement. It's not just similar, it's virtually identical. Duan Ran, too, was slightly stirred. They say Booker plays like Kobe, but Wang Yi and Apos' shot is as if Kobe himself has possessed him. How can he replicate it so flawlessly? Meanwhile, seated courtside, Jordan and Apos' gaze shone even brighter than before. In his eyes, the shot was not merely reminiscent of Kobe, it echoed his own style. With a picturesque jump shot, both beautiful and precise, it is widely acknowledged that Kobe and Apos' fadeaway was inspired by Jordan. However, Wang Yi and Apos' recent shot was a tribute to Kobe. Consequently, what Jordan witnessed was Wang Yi emulating his signature move. This action was captured by the cameras on site, replayed repeatedly on the big screen, leaving the audience in awe. The resemblance to Kobe was striking. After successfully executing this challenging fadeaway, Wang Yi gestured towards the spot from which he had just shot, addressing Blood. "Did you see that? Next time, I will score from this very spot, using the same technique." A surge of indignation ignited within Blood. "Impossible!" he shouted at Wang Yi and Apos' retreating figure. Such bravado had been seen before in the NBA. One of the most notorious displays of confidence was by the legendary Larry Bird, who famously declared he would clinch victory from a specific location. Yet here was a mere Eastern player attempting to emulate such audacity before him. How could this not infuriate Blood? After a couple of exchanges, Wang Yi indeed received a pass from Gasol at the left 45-degree angle. As Wang Yi secured the ball, all cameras swiftly focused on him. Would he once again attempt a Kobe-esque fadeaway? This time, Blood pressed against Wang Yi with formidable defensive prowess, nearly shouting in his ear, "Come on, let and Apos' see who the coward is, who the weakling is." Ignoring Blood and Apos' taunts, Wang Yi took 2 steps inward, executing a fadeaway jump shot once more. Blood lunged, but it was ultimately too late. Had he believed Wang Yi would truly attempt another fadeaway and positioned himself accordingly, he could have defended it. Yet, his disbelief in Wang Yi's intent led to his late reaction. Swish. That infuriating sound echoed once again. Wang Yi shook his head slightly, then pointed to the spot from which he had just shot. "Didn't I tell you? How could you not defend it? Is this what the best defensive team can do?" Blood's eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed, "On the next shot, I will surely shut you down. You damned Eastern player." Wang Yi nodded, again indicating the place from which he had just scored. "All right, pay attention. Next time I will score from this very spot. Just as before. Remember that?" With that, he calmly retreated towards the backcourt. Blood, fixated on Wang Yi's figure, shouted in rage, "You damned Eastern player, on the next shot, I will block you so fiercely that you won't even recognize your own mother." Thus, as the second quarter approached its end, Wang Yi found himself once more in possession of the ball at the 45-degree angle. In that moment, the entire audience held their breath in anticipation. Would this player score again? As competitors, they naturally wished for him to miss. Yet as pure fans, they yearned to see him replicate Kobe and amp, Oppo's signature fadeaway jumper. This time, Xiaobu exerted every ounce of strength, contesting Wang Yi and preventing him from approaching the basket. Simultaneously, he guarded against Wang Yi and amp, Oppo's potential turnaround jump shot towards the baseline. When Wang Yi was approximately 4 meters from the hoop, he once more gathered the ball with his right hand and subtly feigned a shoulder shimmy to the right. Observing this, Xiaobu quickly stepped toward the right baseline and leapt to contest the shot. However, as he ascended, regret washed over him. Wang Yi had not turned towards the baseline. His shoulder movement had merely been a ruse. Once Xiaobu was off balance, Wang Yi executed a simple front pivot, leaping high into the air. To evade Zion's impending block, he increased the angle of his fadeaway, positioning his body nearly at a 45-degree angle to the floor. At that moment, he relied entirely on the strength of his wrist, flicking the ball as if it were a hurdle crossing over Zion's outstretched fingertips. The arc of the shot was exceptionally high, and as it finally descended into the net, it appeared to plummet vertically. Due to the extreme angle of his fadeaway, Wang Yi's body tilted backward, causing him to slide 2 meters across the floor. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The difficulty of that shot was astounding. First, he had created a 2-meter separation from Xiaobu, who was no ordinary defender. He was a member of the all-defensive first team, possessing elite defensive experience and awareness. Yet, Wang Yi had effortlessly shaken him off with a mere shoulder fake. Secondly, executing a 45-degree fadeaway to evade Zion and amp, Oppo's block required immense core strength to maintain stability and precision in the shot. On the sidelines, Jordan couldn't and amp, Oppo's helped but applaud. For no one understood the intricacies of the fadeaway better than he did. Wang Yi and amp, Oppo's execution of this technique was undeniably challenging. The players of the Lakers were ecstatic, transforming into a jubilant dance troupe, waving their towels with fervor, followed by music and celebration. LeBron repeatedly shook his head in disbelief. This defies logic. I've never seen him train his core strength. How can he be this formidable? Just as Anthony Davis entered the game, he and LeBron synced in their astonishment, shaking their heads in unison. There are too many unexplainable aspects about this guy. Should we consider dissecting him for research? Meanwhile, Drummond, stroking his chin, scrutinized Wang Yi seriously. Isn't there a need for qualifications? Must we take tests? Wouldn't that be rather complicated? Gasol placed a hand on Drummond's shoulder and earnestly remarked, I have a friend who can procure such a certificate, but what we currently lack are dissection tools and expertise. Wang Yi couldn't and Oppo's help but feel a wave of confusion wash over him. To think that a splendid shot would lead to dissection for research, how terrifying. Give me the ball. I want to go home. Shaquille O and amp, Oppo's Neil, brimming with excitement, struck the table and exclaimed, Oh, the Mamba-style fadeaway. Absolutely magnificent. Unbelievable. Are you really giving it a mere 9 points? Wade shook his head vigorously. 9 points? No. How could such a shot only merit 9 points? It deserves at least a 9. 1. In the Tencent NBA Live broadcast room, comments flowed incessantly. Kobe-style fadeaway. Mamba-like shooting. Where do you place Jordan sitting courtside? In the studio, Wang Xiaoqi and Oppo's eyes sparkled with brilliance, reminiscent of Sister Black Garlic, shimmering with stars. Duan Ren kept shaking his head. And amp, Oppo's just too similar. Absolutely too similar. Yang Yi, wearing a look of surprise, remarked. Wang Yi not only possesses exceptional post-up skills but has honed them remarkably. When did he practice in secret? There was and amp, Oppo's a hint of news. Zhang Xiaoling said, I must have a serious word with him upon my return. How can he practice fadeaways without informing teacher Yang? Meanwhile, Bloodcloth, present at the scene, observed the radiant smile on Wang Yi and Oppo's face and felt a peculiar mix of frustration and bewilderment. Wazn and Oppo's had agreed that the fadeaway would be executed after a spin? Why the sudden turn? What happened to the fundamental trust between individuals? If Bloodcloth were familiar with Huaxia culture, he might have uttered, young people today lack martial virtue. Pelicans head coach Willie Green shook his head in disbelief. Bloodcloth was the team and Oppo's most proficient defender. How was it that today he seemed to have taken some sort of misguided medication, repeatedly falling prey to this player's one-on-one maneuvers? The final instance was even more absurd, as he was completely faked out by 2 meters. Being faked out was one thing, but to leap in an attempt to block thin air? Were they here to play basketball or to be the punchline? Was it really necessary to be this amusing? However, as the head coach, he could not afford to laugh at his players and amp, Oppo's missteps. After all, they had all undergone professional training. No matter how humorous the situation, laughter was not an option. A beautiful female reporter wishes to interview me. What should I do? Wang Yi has once again scored 10 points. While this may not seem extraordinary, What astonishes many is that 6 of those points were achieved using his back-to-the-basket skills, a technique he has never previously showcased in the NBA. This marks the first instance of such a display before the public. Even more remarkable is his jump shot, which is as aesthetically pleasing as that of Kobe Bryant. In the NBA, countless players are adept at shooting. Many can execute a fadeaway jumper, and some can even perform a reverse fadeaway. However, achieving such a picturesque form is a rarity, shared only by Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. Now, Wang Yi has emerged as the third. During halftime, the atmosphere in the Lakers' locker room is electric. The players are brimming with enthusiasm, not only due to their 13-point lead, but also because of Wang Yi's exquisite fadeaway jumper. Upon entering the locker room, LeBron imitates the fadeaway shot, exclaiming, from Huaxia. Wang Yi sinks the fadeaway. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. This elicits hearty laughter from the entire Lakers team. Players like Drummond are doubled over with laughter, unable to contain themselves. Wang Yi, while wiping the sweat from his brow, joins in the merriment. Yet, he simultaneously admires LeBron and Oppo's role as a leader within the team. By mimicking a player's remarkable performance, he offers the highest form of acknowledgement to that individual. This not only enlivens the team atmosphere, but also greatly benefits the player, fostering mutual respect. It must be said, this man is indeed a natural leader. Anthony Davis leans a hand on Wang Yi and Oppo's shoulder, laughing uncontrollably. In contrast, when it comes to leadership, he falls short compared to LeBron. It is no wonder that during his time with the Pelicans, he could only play a supporting role. Wang Yi cannot help but feel a tinge of melancholy. After LeBron retires next season or the season after, will Davis be able to shoulder the responsibility of being the team and Oppo's leader? At this moment, Wang Yi has no aspirations to claim that title for himself. He believes he is still far too inexperienced in both tenure and age. Just then, his phone rings from within his locker. Upon glancing at the screen, he sees it is a call from Zhuo Xiao. Wang Yi feels a certain fondness towards her. When he answers, Zhuo Xiao's voice is filled with excitement. Wang Yi, your performance was fantastic. I witnessed it live. Wang Yi smiles in response. Thank you. Zhuo Xiao continues. After the game today, I will connect with the Tencent NBA live broadcast to interview the players on site, and I hope to interview you. Wang Yi nods in agreement. Of course, Zhuo Xiao has been specifically assigned by Tencent NBA to follow and interview Wang Yi, so it is only natural that she accompanies him for the game. After ending the call, just as Wang Yi is about to set his phone down, a new message notification chimes. He picked up his phone and glanced at it, noticing an unfamiliar number. The message read, Wong, Y Haven and Oppos, you called me? I will interview you after the game. Wang Yi squinted at the text, pondering for a moment. Who could this be? It seemed likely that it was a reporter from ESPN or TNT. Ever since he delivered an impressive performance, he had received numerous calls from journalists. Yet, he could not recall who this might be. He decided not to respond and simply placed the phone back into the wardrobe. Meanwhile, in the home team's locker room, Coach Willie Green observed Ball Brother, dispirited. He turned his gaze to Blood Cloth, deflated. This backcourt duo had been thoroughly overwhelmed by that one player. How could they possibly perform in the second half? Resigned, he resorted to his previous tactic and grabbed another bottle of water. Ball Brother quickly raised his hand. Whoa, Coach. What are you about to do? I'm completely alert. Willie Green aimed the bottle at Bloodcloth. Bloodcloth swiftly dodged. Coach, I don't think that's necessary for me. Noticing this, Willie Green retracted the water bottle. You both seem quite aware, so what happened out there on the court? Upon hearing this, Ball Brother wilted once more. Coach, to be honest, I am somewhat disappointed in myself. The coach shook his head. I believe your father is more disappointed than you. At those words, Ball Brother and Oppos' gaze dimmed further. Coach Willie Green continued. If you don't want to let your father down or embarrass him, then you need to pull yourself together. Do you understand? Ball Brother nodded. I understand, Coach. Yet, beneath his words, there lingered an air of uncertainty. The coach turned to Bloodcloth. What's your situation? Bloodcloth hesitated. At least Ball Brother could articulate his thoughts. However, Bloodcloth found himself unable to voice what was truly troubling him. He wanted to admit that he simply couldn't defend against that player. But how could he possibly say that? A player renowned for his defensive prowess. Unable to contain a single Huaxia player? How shameful would that be? Such a confession would surely turn him into a colossal joke, not only subjecting him to ridicule from others, but also from his teammates. The dynamics among teammates were not as harmonious as they appeared, especially with the coach newly arrived. He did not wish to become the object of such laughter. As these thoughts flooded his mind, the image of Wang Yi loomed large. Damn it, it's all because of that Huaxia player. If it weren't for him, how could he possibly feel so humiliated? After a moment of silence, he clenched his fist slowly. Coach, rest assured, In the second half, I will lock down that guy. However, the coach's words doused his enthusiasm with cold water. In the second half, let Ingram defend him. To utter such words is to indirectly cast doubt on the defensive prowess of Bloodcloth. As a member of the all-defensive first team, this is nothing short of a disgrace for him. He could even sense a hint of derision in the glances cast upon him by his teammates. Coach Willie Green, however, sought to offer words of comfort. I am not targeting you. That fellow is taller, possesses a longer wingspan, and outweighs you. With his back to the basket techniques, you simply cannot defend against him. Ingram is taller, has a longer reach, and can match his speed. Therefore, let Ingram take the assignment. Upon hearing these words, Bloodcloth and Oppos' expression darkened. Though the coach had no ill intentions, it unmistakably undermined his defensive capabilities. While his offensive prowess may have waned, he firmly believed his defensive skills remained among the elite in the league. Now, however, he found himself dismissed, and by none other than his own coach. There is no greater wound than this. The head coach, observing Bloodcloth and Oppos' countenance, glanced at Ball and Oppos' performance and sighed in resignation. Ah, these two fellows truly do not make things easy. He then redirected his focus to Ingram. In the second half, can you lock down that guy? Ingram was taken aback by the coach and Oppos' request to defend an Eastern player, clearly reluctant to do so. How had he fallen to the point of having to guard an Eastern player? Nevertheless, recognizing the formidable nature of the opponent, he considered that defending him might not be beneath his dignity. Thus, he nodded. Rest assured, Coach, I will defend him until he weeps. During halftime, the on-site editor juxtaposed clips of Wang Yi and Oppos' recent post-up plays with those of Kobe Bryant. Typically, editors refrain from showcasing impressive moments of the opposing team, focusing instead on their blunders. However, Wang Yi's post-ups bore an uncanny resemblance to Kobe's style, prompting gasps of astonishment from the audience. It was strikingly similar. If one were to obscure his face, I would have no doubt that it was Kobe. This player has truly absorbed the essence of Kobe and Oppos' game. As the second half commenced, both teams returned to the court with their starting lineups. The Pelicans launched a fierce offensive right out of the gate, with Zion particularly dominant, scoring consecutively in the paint. Despite standing at a mere 198 meters, shorter than both Drummond and Davis, he adeptly leveraged his weight and speed to penetrate the interior. Nevertheless, the Lakers and Oppos' defensive strategy permitted him to dominate inside, while firmly denying him any opportunities to shoot three-pointers from beyond the arc. During the Lakers and Oppos' offensive play, Davis received the ball 3 times in the post. Zion's height was insufficient to contest Davis's shots, while Adams struggled to keep pace with him. Hence, Davis was free to exploit both mid-range and interior scoring opportunities. The score remained close, with a mere 2-point difference at 11-13. Finally, during the fourth possession, Wang Yi received the ball at a 45-degree angle with his back to the basket. Ingram, witnessing this, chuckled, thinking, "You believe you can post me up?" The Lakers players furrowed their brows, concerned about Wang Yi attempting to back down Ingram. At 192 meters, Wang Yi was indeed at a disadvantage compared to Ingram and Oppos' towering height of 206 meters, not to mention Ingram and Oppos' impressive wingspan of 222 meters, which enveloped Wang Yi like a sprawling tree. How could he possibly score? Wang Yi, undeterred, dribbled with his right hand while leaning his body against Ingram, attempting to create contact and disrupt his defensive rhythm. On the third dribble, he shifted from a side-facing position to completely face away from Ingram. This maneuver allowed both feet to land simultaneously, establishing a pivot that would facilitate movement in either direction. Initially, he feigned a shoulder shimmy to the right, prompting Ingram to shift his weight accordingly. Yet, Wang Yi swiftly countered with a shoulder fake to the left, forcing Ingram to adjust once more. Only after this sequence did Wang Yi finally execute a right turn. The fluidity of his shoulder fakes and the subsequent pivot formed a seamless, uninterrupted motion, executed with remarkable finesse. Ingram was entirely thrown off balance by 2 shoulder fakes. He was moving toward the baseline, while Wang Yi turned toward the three-point line, creating a significant distance between them. Wang Yi leaped backward for a jump shot and effortlessly scored. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Indeed, this was unmistakably a move reminiscent of Kobe. It was not merely similar, it was identical. Oh, and Oppos, Neil, sipping a bottle of oral rehydration solution, was so taken aback by the shot that he sprayed water everywhere. "Hey, did you see that? How many points do you think he deserves for that?" The familiar discussion of a score of 9 points seemed inevitable. Wade shook his head repeatedly, stating, at most, 9. 2. It cannot exceed that. On the sidelines, Jordan, who had been chewing gum, paused, a smile breaking across his face as he clapped several times in appreciation. Zion, noticing Jordan applauding this player, furrowed his brow in discontent. The basketball deity was meant to be there for him. How could this player from the East steal the spotlight? In the next possession, the Lakers made an error. And although the Pelicans could not execute a fast break, the Lakers' hasty defense failed to align properly, leaving Wang Yi matched up against Zion. Lonzo Ball, a true point guard, seized the opportunity and swiftly passed the ball to Zion at the left 45-degree angle. Faced with Wang Yi and Oppo's defense, Zion powered his dribble inward. Wang Yi weighed only 80 kilograms, while Zion was a formidable 129 kilograms. How could he withstand that? Wang Yi's answer was to brace himself with all his might. He leaned into Zion, crossing his arms over his chest to press against Zion and Oppo's waist. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not withstand Zion and Oppo's strength. Zion pushed once, twice, effortlessly forcing his way within 2 steps of the basket. The crowd erupted in laughter. This Eastern player appeared as fragile as a paper doll before Zion. Zion's backing down was akin to a lion crushing a rabbit. This poor fellow seemed destined to be devoured whole. Zion was now close to the basket, but he felt it was insufficient. He aimed to press directly under the hoop and deliver a thunderous dunk over this wretched Eastern player. However, as he pushed for a third time, he suddenly sensed a release in his waist. His forceful thrust met with empty air, and he lost his balance, nearly stumbling to the ground. In that instant, he realized that this damned Eastern player had executed a chair pull. Indeed, Wang Yi had employed the very same maneuver. In the 2020 Eastern Conference Finals between the Heat and the Bucks, Butler had successfully utilized this technique while guarding the significantly larger Giannis. The result was just as effective. Yet, Wang Yi was at a considerable weight disadvantage compared to Zion. Although the chair pull did disrupt Zion's balance, it did not lead to his fall. Amidst his stumble, Zion noticed that the path to the basket was clear. As he prepared to launch the ball skyward, positioned so close to the hoop, it seemed certain that the shot would succeed. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Wang Yi and Oppo's silhouette surged in from behind him. Remarkably, he leapt over the nearly toppling Zion, swatting the ball away midair. The Lakers swiftly initiated a fast break, with Anthony Davis executing a resounding dunk. The crowd erupted once more in astonishment. Just moments ago, they had dismissed him as a mere shadow, only to be met with the stark reality of his prowess. How could he conceive of leaping over Zion to deliver such a block? The camera panned to the Pelicans head coach, who, with a hand upon his forehead and brows furrowed, shook his head in disbelief. If one were to accompany this scene with a fitting background score, it would resonate with the sentiments of sleeplessness and a sense of suffocation. Subsequently, Wang Yi eschewed his post-up technique, recognizing that he was being guarded by Ingram. The relentless back and forth would be too taxing on his stamina. It was imperative to adapt his offensive strategy to the defensive player at hand. Against Ingram, the optimal approach was to continuously maneuver and utilize screens. Standing significantly taller, Ingram found it challenging to keep pace as Wang Yi deftly navigated around the picks. Take, for example, a simple back cut. For someone of Ingram and Oppo's height, reacting swiftly to chase him down was no trivial task. After weaving through 2 screens, Ingram barely caught up with Wang Yi, who was now positioned at the left baseline. Suddenly, he surged towards the basket, seemingly intent on receiving a pass at the vacant right corner. Ingram hurriedly blocked Wang Yi's path to the hoop. However, Wang Yi abruptly halted, executing a back cut to the open spot at the left 45-degree angle. At that precise moment, LeBron and Oppo's pass arrived impeccably timed. In a breathtaking display of aerial prowess, Wang Yi maneuvered into an open position as LeBron James delivered a perfectly timed pass. Upon receiving the ball, Wang Yi ascended effortlessly to take a shot. Ingram, initially deceived, found it impossible to keep pace. Yet, Zion, positioned behind him, forcefully propelled him towards Wang Yi, akin to a rocket receiving a booster. Leveraging this tremendous momentum, Ingram surged forward, soaring high into the air. With an impressive wingspan of 22 meters, he aimed to block Wang Yi and Oppo's shot. The collective heart of the Lakers players sank upon witnessing this. A sense of dread washed over them. Should Wang Yi attempt the shot, it would undoubtedly be swatted away. If he opted to pass, there were no other Lakers players within his range. This was a unanimous sentiment, even shared by Ingram. Eastern fellow, perish, he roared as he lunged towards Wang Yi. However, in that pivotal moment, Wang Yi astonished everyone once more. After leaping high, poised to shoot, he noticed Ingram and Oppo's long arms sweeping towards him. Instead of releasing the ball immediately, he retracted it momentarily. As Ingram soared past him, Wang Yi deftly flicked his wrist to take the shot. The sudden alteration in his shooting technique resulted in a slightly short release. Yet fortune favored him as the ball grazed the front of the rim before obediently gliding into the net. The arena erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. What had just transpired? A remarkable display of hang time followed by a masterful evasion and shot. The Lakers players were taken aback. They were aware of Wang Yi and Oppo's explosive power and impressive vertical leap, but they had never witnessed him showcase such core strength. The ability to suspend himself in midair, evade a block, and then shoot demanded exceptional abdominal power. Within the entire NBA, only the likes of peak Jordan, Kobe, and a select few could achieve such a feat. How could this young man possess such formidable core strength? On the sidelines, Jordan and Oppos' smile lingered, no longer fleeting, but sustained for over 10 seconds. This moment echoed the essence of his prime. This player from Huaxia was truly remarkable. The only other Huaxia player who had surprised him similarly was the former Yao Ming, whose career was tragically marred by injuries. Now, it was Wang Yi who captured his astonishment. Ingram turned back, his expression one of disbelief. How had he accomplished this? Could his core strength be that extraordinary? He was skeptical, unless Wang Yi lifted his shirt to reveal an 8-pack of abs. Ingram then cast a glance at the head coach on the sidelines, recalling his earlier promise to make this player weep. Yet now it seems as though he is on the verge of tears. However, Wang Yi and Oppos' exceptional aerial prowess and core strength have merely begun to unfold here. Following this, he is poised to deliver even more breathtaking performances. After Wang Yi successfully sank 2 mid-range shots, the Pelicans head coach finally decided to alter their defensive strategy. He realized that even Ingram could not contain this player. Simultaneously, he suddenly came to the realization that defense was not the Pelicans and Oppos' forte. Their strength lay in offense. Thus, he summoned Ball and Blood to the sidelines for a strategic discussion. Subsequently, on the offensive end, Ball received the ball from beyond the arc after utilizing his teammates and Oppos' screens and made a decisive three-pointer. Following that, Blood and Ball executed a pick and roll, resulting in another successful three-pointer. Ingram also joined the fray with a three-pointer of his own. The trio collectively made 3 three-pointers. The Lakers' offense appeared somewhat disjointed, and the score was swiftly narrowed to a mere 9-point difference. The atmosphere in the arena was instantaneously ignited. The Smoothie Kings center buzzing with excitement akin to a Christmas celebration. Lakers and Oppos' head coach Vogel contemplated calling a timeout. However, LeBron shook his head, leading Vogel to abandon the idea and observe one more possession. Wang Yi, watching the 3 players each make their three-pointers, felt no trepidation. Rather, he was invigorated. Three-pointers? This is within my realm of expertise. The Lakers initiated their offense. After circling around a screen, Wang Yi received the ball and released it in an instant. His shooting speed was astonishing. Not only did Ingram fail to keep pace, but even if he had, Wang Yi and Oppos' release would have been too swift to contest. Bam! The basketball struck the rim with a resounding thud before bouncing into the net, reverberating throughout the arena, as if heralding the commencement of a 3-point showdown. Turning back, Ingram hit a 3-pointer, followed by Wang Yi, who also scored from beyond the arc. Blood and Oppos' attempt failed to find the mark, yet Wang Yi continued his streak. Ball scored, and Wang Yi remained flawless. In the brief span of 3 minutes, the Pelicans and Oppos', Ingram, Ball, and Blood collectively launched 9 three-pointers, successfully converting 5 of them. An impressively high shooting percentage. Meanwhile, Wang Yi alone fired off 8 attempts in 3 minutes, successfully landing 6 of them. When Blood missed yet another three-pointer and Wang Yi netted his, it was evident that he had triumphed in this 3-point contest against 3 adversaries. Over these fleeting moments, every spectator in attendance felt their adrenaline surge. If both teams had commenced the game by tossing three-pointers without success, it would have rendered the contest exceedingly dull. Yet when both sides found their rhythm, the match transformed into a frenzied spectacle. Observing Wang Yi's final three-pointer, the Pelicans coach shook his head in disbelief. This player had achieved an astonishing 7 successful three-pointers out of 9 attempts within just over 3 minutes. Such scoring explosiveness is truly remarkable. On the sidelines, Vogel felt a pang of anxiety as he witnessed the Pelicans' consecutive three-pointers. Had they entered that familiar phase of being overwhelmed by the opponent's long-range shots once again? However, after a little over 3 minutes, his trepidation subsided. His gaze was fixed on Wang Yi, who single-handedly withstood the onslaught of 3 adversaries. How fortunate the Lakers were to have such a player on their roster. On the sidelines, O'Neal shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "Can you imagine playing in such a manner?" Wade, puffing his cheeks, echoed the sentiment with his own head shake. "If we shot like that, our coach would have us on the bench in no time." O'Neal added, "Nevertheless, this individual from Huaxia has managed to counter the deluge of three-pointers from the opposition, even surpassing their output. It is truly remarkable." Wade nodded in agreement, remarking, "Huaxia is indeed a mysterious land. It is not surprising that their players exhibit such extraordinary performances. We must not underestimate them. To do so would often incur a heavy price." Meanwhile, across the expanse of Los Angeles, LeVar Ball, initially elated by his son and Oppos' succession of three-pointers was dancing with excitement. Huh. Those damned Easterners. Now that my son has found his rhythm from beyond the arc, let us see how you feel about your earlier bravado. However, just 3 minutes later, he slumped back onto the sofa in despair. What in the world? Is this Eastern player a robot? Surely. He must be using some sort of cheat. On the sidelines, the Pelicans and Oppos head coach called for a timeout. As the players exited the court, he scrutinized Wang Yi's figure retreating into the distance. The recent barrage of three-pointers from the Pelicans had the potential to narrow the deficit to single digits, or even equalize the score. Yet, that infernal Eastern player had not only prevented the gap from closing but had widened it to 16 points. Clearly, containing this player would necessitate a double team. The Pelicans and Oppos head coach, realizing that an offensive strategy was futile, decided to refocus on defense. To effectively contain this player from Huaxia, they needed to employ double teaming. He shouted to Ball and Bledsoe, Bledsoe, double team this guy and shut him down. Bledsoe was initially reluctant to engage in a double team. As a first-team defender, failing to contain a single player was a personal disgrace, especially when that player hailed from Huaxia. However, today he found himself unable to defend this player one-on-one and had no choice but to join Ball in double-teaming Wang Yi. After the timeout, with 4 minutes remaining in the third quarter and the Lakers leading by 16 points, Bledsoe and Ball executed the coach and Oppos' strategy, quickly converging on Wang Yi as he received the ball. Yet, a simple double team proved insufficient to stifle Wang Yi and Oppos' prowess. The Lakers resorted once more to a wall strategy, with Davis, Drummond, and Pope creating a barrier that effectively blocked Ball and Bledsoe from the three-point line. Wang Yi, unencumbered beyond the arc, launched his shot effortlessly. The basketball soared like an orange arrow, piercing through the white target. In the subsequent possession, the Lakers implemented a double elevator play. Wang Yi, positioned on the perimeter, found himself in an almost defenseless state. Another three-pointer sank, with just 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter as the starters rested. Wang Yi had already made 9 three-pointers in this single quarter, in addition to 2 mid-range shots, totaling an incredible 31 points without any free throws. In contrast, the combined scoring of the Lakers and Oppos' other players in that quarter was merely 8 points. During the intermission, the Pelicans and Oppos' head coach was left speechless. No matter how they tried to defend against this player, he seemed like a glitch in the game. Thankfully, he was now resting on the bench, alleviating the immediate concern of how to contain him for at least the next 5 minutes. Meanwhile, in the Tencent NBA Live broadcast room, Wang Yi and Oppos' statistics flashed across the screen. 31 points in a single quarter, setting a record for a Huaxia player in the NBA. With an astonishing 9 out of 11 three-point shots, also establishing records for three-point shooting percentage and makes in a single quarter. As the viewers absorbed these figures, a moment of silence enveloped the room. Excitement coursed through the group, yet they were at a loss for words. Ultimately, the comedian Zhang Jiuling broke the silence. The rain keeps pouring, and the atmosphere for the Pelicans ISN and Oppos' particularly harmonious. Wang Yi concurred. Indeed, quite a downpour. Duan Ran added, a torrential rain of three-pointers. Zhang Jiuling then proposed, I think after this game, we should bestow a nickname upon Ego. The inquisitive Shaoqi asked, what nickname? Zhang Jiuling replied, the Rain God. Wang Yi slammed the table. How fitting. Duan Ran nodded vigorously. Almost every game, Wang Yi brings forth a storm of three-pointers. The nickname and Oppos, Rain God and Oppos, truly suits him best. It remains uncertain whether Wang Yi will owe copyright fees to Xiao Jingting. The barrage of comments erupted, chanting, Rain God V5, Rain God is incredible, Rain God 666, Rain God LSP. Meanwhile, the Lakers and Oppos' main players, upon returning to the bench, exhibited elevated spirits. One patted Wang Yi and Oppos' head, while another affectionately touched his chest, leaving Wang Yi feeling as though he had entered a red light district rather than a basketball court. In stark contrast, the Pelicans' main players appeared dejected after their exit, particularly Zion. Despite scoring 25 points in 3 quarters, he anticipated surpassing the 30-point mark effortlessly today. Yet, his spotlight was overshadowed by that individual who scored an astounding 31 points in a single quarter, exceeding Zion and Oppos' total for 3. This reflection prompted him to glance towards the sidelines, where Jordan and Oppos' gaze remained fixed on Wang Yi. Inwardly, he cursed, damn Huaxiao person, this is my territory mine. In the 4th quarter, he resolved to demonstrate what a true inside beast looks like, what a genuine Thanos embodies. The Lakers initially believed that a 16-point lead would suffice to carry them through until their starters returned in the 4th quarter. They even mused that, Should the substitutes perform adequately, the starters could clock out early after 3 quarters. However, the tides of the game shifted unexpectedly. Following the exit of the Lakers and Oppos, starters, Davis, accompanied by the substitutes, found themselves on the receiving end of a 12-2 surge from the opposing team. When the Lakers and Oppos, main players re-entered the game, the deficit had dwindled to a mere 6 points. At that moment, Zion, newly on the court, displayed vigor and determination, executing 2 consecutive 2-1 plays in the paint. On the Lakers and Oppos side, James missed a 3-pointer, and Wang Yi, his stamina waning, failed to convert a long-range attempt. Consequently, the scores leveled, transforming the Pelicans and Oppos home arena into a jubilant sea of celebration. This is the essence of the NBA. One should never presume safety in a lead, for even a 6-point advantage with 10 seconds remaining can evaporate. The Lakers called a timeout, and the head coach assessed the situation on the court. He addressed Wang Yi. Now the Pelicans employ a double-team strategy as they anticipate you receiving the ball. They aim to prevent you from even catching it. However, this opens opportunities for other players. LeBron and AD should execute pick-and-rolls. KCP, if the chance arises, take your shot decisively. Drummond must secure the rebounds. As for you, Wong, despite the lack of opportunities to receive the ball, continue to move, drawing their defense and tearing apart their front line. Do you understand? Wang nodded in affirmation. Vogel then emphasized defense. They lack defense, but we possess it. While we cannot continuously double-team Zion in the paint, we can do so for a few possessions. When you take the court again, feign defense on the perimeter, but do not stray too far outside. As Zion made his entrance, everyone immediately contracted their formation. The sudden double-team rendered him incapable of adjustment. After 2 rounds of this approach, when he sought to pass, we switched to man-to-man defense, leaving him unable to seize upon the focal points of our defense. It must be said, Vogel is indeed a coach rooted in defensive prowess, possessing a comprehensive understanding of defensive strategies. When he returned to the court, Wang Yi faced a double team from Bledsoe and Ball. Adhering to Vogel and Oppos' guidance, he diligently maneuvered and repositioned himself without the ball, creating opportunities for receiving passes. Upon securing the ball in the right corner, he confronted only Blood and Oppos' solitary defense. Observing this, the interior powerhouse Adams swiftly rushed in to assist. Yet, at that moment, LeBron cut through the lane. Wang Yi leaped high, lofting the ball into the air. LeBron, facing Zion, was nearly at rim level. After catching the ball mid-air, he executed a thunderous dunk, forcefully slamming it into the basket. This moment, in defiance of Zion and Oppos' attempts to dethrone him, showcased his full might. What is bestowed upon you is yours to claim. What is withheld from you cannot be seized. It is undeniable that this individual possesses an extraordinary physical prowess, performing at an almost superhuman level at 38 years of age. This feat, while not directly scored by Wang Yi, was made possible by his pivotal pass, neither too far nor too close, neither too high nor too low. In a moment that captivated the audience, James executed a stunning alley-oop dunk. However, such a remarkable feat would not have been possible without Wang Yi and Oppos' impeccable pass. The delivery was neither too high nor too low, neither too far nor too close, but perfectly placed. Had it been a tad higher or farther, James would have been unable to dunk. Conversely, if it had been closer or lower, although he could have scored, it would not have possessed the same explosive quality as his dunk over Zion. All of this stemmed from Wang Yi's prior experience with the magical passing card, which, despite having expired, significantly enhanced his passing vision and skills. As James landed, he let out a triumphant roar and approached Wang Yi, acknowledging that it was indeed the pass that facilitated his spectacular alley-oop over Zion. A celebration was in order, yet Wang Yi turned away, denying the chest bump. "I want to let you have your way," he seemed to imply. James, somewhat disheartened, turned his attention to the basketball hoop, colliding with it in a show of frustration. This amusing scene elicited hearty laughter from Shaquille O'Neal in attendance. Was there truly no one who regarded him as the king anymore? Once ignored during high fives, now disregarded during a chest bump, this aging monarch certainly seemed a bit pitiful, eliciting more laughter. Wade, one of the Banana Boat brothers, found the situation almost too amusing. "Oh, LBJ, look at you now," he chuckled. "I can't wait to tease you about this later." As James returned to defense, he caught up with Wang Yi, jokingly chiding, "This isn't quite fair." Wang Yi retorted, "Do you think it would be better for us to bump chests and then end up in the hospital?" James laughed heartily. "You need to train hard this off-season." Wang Yi nodded in agreement. "I will." Behind them, Zion overheard their banter and felt a surge of indignation. Did these two not regard him at all? They were in the midst of a game, yet they spoke of the off-season. Did they possess any respect for him? Turning back, he demanded the ball from beyond the three-point line. After receiving the pass, he faced Davis and Oppo's defense, utilizing a couple of feints to break Davis and Oppo's balance before charging into the paint. Under normal circumstances, it would be improbable for Davis to be so easily bypassed. He had intentionally allowed Zion a path in. As Zion entered the key, the Lakers and Oppo's 5 players collapsed around him. When he attempted to make a layup, he was suddenly confronted by both Drummond and James, who had blocked his path. To his left stood Caldwell Pope, while Wang Yi loomed on his right. Davis swiftly closed in from behind. At that moment, despair washed over Zion. 5 against 1? Was this truly how it was played? Even with his immense strength, he could not possibly overcome such an overwhelming odds. Even with his Soma step, it was impossible for him to escape from the encirclement of the 5 players. Observing this, the head coach of the Pelicans hurriedly sought a timeout. However, Wang Yi was remarkably quick to seize the opportunity. As soon as Zion and Oppo's ball revealed a hint of its surface, he forcefully swiped down with his right hand. Bang! Surprisingly, he failed to dislodge the ball. Zion and Oppo's terrifying upper body strength held the ball firmly in place. Wang Yi was somewhat speechless. This fellow was nothing short of a monster. Although he couldn't knock the ball away, he had succeeded in exposing a much larger area of it. Almost the entirety of the upper half of the ball was now visible. Taking advantage of this, Pope struck down with both hands. Bang! This time, he finally managed to knock the ball loose. All 6 players immediately bent down to retrieve the ball, with Wang Yi being the shortest. It was easiest for him to bend down. His long arms stretched out effortlessly to grasp the ball. Enraged, Zion lunged at Wang Yi like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Yet, Wang Yi adeptly spun away, evading Zion and Oppo's advance. Observing that LeBron, Pope, and Davis had already surged toward the front court, he threw the ball ahead. In midair, LeBron contested with Ingram for possession. Ultimately, Ingram was at a significant disadvantage in terms of weight. During the aerial confrontation, he was sent flying off at an angle. Both players leaped simultaneously from opposite sides, resulting in no foul being called. After securing the ball, LeBron took 3 swift steps and executed a powerful dunk. Although this play did not count as a steal for Wang Yi, it still qualified as his assist. In the subsequent defensive play, the Lakers once again tightened their double team. Zion was met with a formidable block from Drummond. On the sidelines, Coach Willie Green keenly sensed the Lakers had altered their defensive strategy. He called out to Zion, "They are double-teaming you. You must pass the ball." Zion, not lacking in intelligence, realized after his 3rd drive into the paint that this time the Lakers were not double-teaming. However, having stopped in the restricted area, he found that passing lanes were obstructed by Lakers players, and he lacked the distance to attempt a dunk. Consequently, he resorted to executing his Soma step once more, maneuvering past the defending Davis to attempt a hook shot. Due to the abrupt change in offensive strategy, this shot did not find its mark. In the following possession, when he aimed to isolate for a one-on-one play, the Lakers once again collapsed their defense. Zion was left utterly exasperated. Thus, with 3 minutes remaining in the game, the Lakers had established an 8-point lead. During this stretch, although Wang Yi was severely double-teamed and scored not a single point, he managed to deliver 5 assists, alongside 2 blocks and 1 steal, marking a considerable contribution. Of course, a 3-minute lead of 8 points was still precarious. The Lakers remain with all their key players on the court. Due to the recent exceptional performances of Davis and James, the Pelicans are hesitant to excessively double-team Wang Yi. Particularly in the crucial final minutes, the game predominantly revolves around the stars. Typically, during such moments, the ball is primarily in the hands of James and Davis. Although the Pelicans and Oppo's coach is aware of Wang Yi and Oppo's ability to deliver game-winning shots, having witnessed him execute 2 clutch plays against the formidable Nets trio. His inherent bias towards the Chinese player leads him to instinctively believe that James and Davis are more likely to succeed in the final possessions. Consequently, in the end, the sole defender left for Wang Yi is Bledsoe. During this period, Ball's 3-point shooting has once again ignited, as he sinks 3 consecutive 3-pointers, narrowing the deficit to just 5 points. With 1 minute remaining and a 5-point lead, the situation remains precarious. At this moment, Wang Yi holds the ball outside the 3-point line at a 45-degree angle on the right side. Observing that Bledsoe is now tasked with single coverage on Wang Yi, James immediately signals to his teammates, "Spread out. Let him go one-on-one. He will overpower his defender." Confident in Wang Yi and Oppo's one-on-one prowess, all 4 Lakers players, including James, shift to the left side of the court, leaving the right side open for Wang Yi. Bledsoe, resolute, understands the stakes. With a 5-point deficit, a defensive stand could keep hope alive, while allowing a score would dim their chances. Personally, he has endured enough humiliation at the hands of this player today. As a member of the all-defensive first team, he must prevent this crucial shot at all costs. Wang Yi, fully aware of Bledsoe and Apos' determination, is ready for the challenge. Let it begin. In the realm of aerial prowess, Blood made a resolute decision to thwart Wang Yi, resorting to any means necessary, even at the cost of committing a foul. Wang Yi, fully aware of Blood's intentions, faced the relentless defense of Bledsoe and feigned a leftward drive. With his left arm extended, the ball floated just above his palm. Suddenly, he shifted his weight to the lowest point, executing a dramatic change of direction, transferring the ball to his right hand and explosively bypassing Blood with a death-defying maneuver. Blood, caught off guard, was unable to react in time. Observing this from the sidelines, Jordan was transported back to a moment in Philadelphia when a certain player had executed a similar death-defying move before him, sinking a mid-range shot. However, after evading Blood, Wang Yi opted against a jump shot, mindful of his dwindling energy and declining accuracy. Instead, he chose to drive towards the basket, advancing from the right side. He encountered the formidable presence of the 11-meter-tall Adams, a titan guarding the paint. Wang Yi initially intended to feign a jump shot beyond the arc, hoping to draw Adams out and then penetrate the defense. Yet, Adams, seasoned by years in the league, remained steadfast, recognizing Wang Yi's diminishing shooting percentage. Thus, he stationed himself firmly in the paint, waiting to seize a rebound. As Wang Yi executed his feint, Blood was swiftly closing in from behind, leaving Wang Yi with no choice but to continue his advance. Upon entering the key, he leapt into the air, mere meters from the rim, poised to attempt a right-handed layup. Adams, like a guardian of the sea, would not allow any desecration of his territory. He soared upwards, both hands raised, with his left hand aimed to swat the ball from Wang Yi's grasp. Realizing the imminent threat, Wang Yi swiftly retracted the ball, leaning back at an exaggerated angle to evade Adams and Apos' left hand. As he took off, his body was propelled sideways, allowing him to glide past Adams in midair. Adams extended his right hand in a last-ditch effort to intercept the ball. Wang Yi, with deft control, pulled the ball back even further, leaning back more to avoid the impending swipe of Adams and Apos' right hand. At this moment, the two players had completely separated. As gravity took hold, Wang Yi, relying on the strength of his wrist, flicked the ball delicately. The basketball traced a graceful arc, reminiscent of a little girl skipping across a crosswalk, and gently nestled into the net. With the successful shot, Wang Yi found himself tumbling backward, sliding a full 3 meters. As the ball swished through the net, the Lakers surged ahead by 7 points, significantly diminishing the Pelicans' hopes of victory. The crowd erupted once more in astonishment, marveling at this extraordinary display of core strength. How long must one spend in the gym to achieve such prowess? Oh, and Apos. Neil shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming that this was reminiscent of Kobe's aerial evasion of Howard's shot back in the day. In contrast, Wade nodded affirmatively, rating the feat a modest 9.3, no more. On the sidelines, Jordan clapped his hands a few extra times, his smile radiating even more brightly than before. If these Westerners were fluent in Chinese, they would undoubtedly conjure the name of a legendary move, the Great Shift of the Universe. Indeed, this maneuver could be likened to an aerial version of that very technique. Launching from the right, he soared laterally to the left, evading consecutive blocks from Aquaman, before releasing a shot from the left side. The core strength displayed was something only the prime versions of Kobe and Jordan could muster. Even the players from the Pelicans were left astounded by Wang Yi's play. It was truly extraordinary, almost beyond human capability. The Lakers players flocked to Wang Yi, exchanging high fives, aware that Wang Yi wouldn't engage in a chest bump. LeBron opted instead to wave his hand and deliver a hearty slap to Wang Yi's palm. The sound echoed. Wang Yi instinctively withdrew his right hand with lightning speed, grinning widely, for this veteran possessed muscle even in his palms. Wooden and Apos, such a powerful slap, leave his hand sore for 3 days? As they slapped hands, LeBron inquired, "Guess how many points you have?" Wang Yi shook his head, oblivious to the statistics as his focus remained solely on the game. LeBron replied, 49 points, my brother." Wang Yi nodded, surprised that his tally had reached such heights, primarily due to his explosive 31-point performance in the third quarter. LeBron ruffled Wang Yi's hair and patted his shoulder firmly, saying, "Tonight, you must score 50 points. If you fail, I shall look down upon you. Go for it." A flame ignited within Wang Yi's heart. That 50-point mark was within reach. The more points he amassed, the more he could vindicate himself against those so-called experts and analysts. The Pelicans and Apos' coach called a timeout to strategize. Upon resuming play, Zion executed a 2-1, narrowing the gap back to 4 points. With only 32 seconds left in the game and a mere 4-point lead, the situation remained precarious. The Lakers launched another attack, and LeBron glanced at Wang Yi, who was positioned outside the 3-point line on the right, his hands resting on his knees as he gasped for breath. Wang Yi and Apos' complexion appeared somewhat pale, clearly a result of his exertion. He had accumulated substantial points in the third quarter, but had also exhausted considerable energy. Should the ball be entrusted to him once more? If it were handed off directly, the likelihood of success might not be very high. Upon reaching this realization, James gestured towards Zion, who was guarding him, signaling Wang Yi to set a screen. As Wang Yi positioned himself alongside Zion, James exchanged a brief but meaningful glance with him, utilizing Wang Yi's screen. He charged towards the paint. However, Wang Yi's physique was no match for Zion's formidable presence. With a powerful shove, Zion shoved Wang Yi aside and pursued James from the side. Within the key, the imposing Adams awaited, while Zion threatened from the flank. Given James's basketball IQ, it was implausible for him to recklessly drive straight into the lane. Wang Yi quickly grasped the situation. James intended for him to follow his lead, just as he had done against the Bucks, thereby significantly increasing his chances of success. Without hesitation, he trailed closely behind James, racing towards the interior. As James penetrated the paint, he encountered the formidable Adams and executed a behind-the-back bounce pass. Simultaneously, upon landing, he used his body to shield Adams, creating space for Wang Yi. Consequently, when Wang Yi received the ball, only Zion loomed ahead on the right. Moreover, Zion, having chased after James, was just now pivoting back. For an ordinary player, there would scarcely be enough time to leap. The sole recourse for Zion to thwart Wang Yi was to commit a foul. Yet, Zion was no ordinary player. Possessing an extraordinary vertical leap and rapid jumping speed, he immediately sprang into the air upon noticing Wang Yi rising to shoot. With a fierce roar, he bellowed, "Die!" At this moment, Wang Yi was a mere 3 meters from the basket. Although his stamina was nearly depleted and Zion soared beside him, he summoned every last ounce of strength to leap. His right hand raised the basketball high, akin to the Statue of Liberty holding aloft a torch. With a leap from 3 meters away from the hoop, Wang Yi soared, his right arm raised high as if he were the torch-bearing Statue of Liberty. Though Zion's speed and height were remarkable, he had only just turned and took off hastily. Consequently, his right arm barely reached Wang Yi and Appo's shoulder. He attempted to grasp Wang Yi and Appo's arm, but due to the sweat, his shoulder was too slick, causing his hand to slip away. At that moment, Wang Yi faced no opposition and could have effortlessly executed a soaring dunk. However, Zion and Appo's attempt to grasp his shoulder, while unsuccessful, subtly influenced his trajectory. A further dunk might have resulted in a collision with the rim. In that instant, he performed a move that left the audience in awe. Instead of completing the dunk, he astonishingly pulled the ball back midair, transferring the ball to his left hand. He arched it upwards as he descended. The basketball gently caressed the backboard before departing, akin to a final farewell kiss. It swiftly found solace in the embrace of the net, having bid adieu to the old love only to welcome a new one. What a fickle heart he possessed. The sharp whistle of the referee pierced through the arena. Zion was called for a foul. Meanwhile, the Smoothie King Center erupted with fervor, ignited by Wang Yi and Appo's extraordinary basket. This moment mirrored Michael Jordan and Appo's iconic play, even in the heart of Pelicans territory. As the ball swished through the net, nearly every fan rose to their feet, exclaiming in disbelief, "Oh, the artistry of Jordan and Appo's midair switch and layup. How did he achieve that?" They struggled to comprehend witnessing such a recreation in their lifetime. The Pelicans and Appo's head coach clutched his forehead, clearly astonished by the spectacle before him. Shaquille O and Appo's Neil leaped up from his seat, disregarding the chair he toppled over in his excitement. "My God, this move, is this Jordan in a Lakers jersey?" he exclaimed. "My grandmother could never perform such a feat." Dwayne Wade, rising simultaneously with O and Appo's Neil, shook his head in disbelief, remarking, "This young man from Huaxia is utterly astonishing. I find myself at a loss for words." He claimed he would conquer the NBA, and it appears he might just do so. "Brother, do you believe he will conquer the NBA?" O'Neal replied, "If all goes well, I think it's quite possible." On the sidelines, Michael Jordan himself stood, mirroring the audience and Appo's reaction, a radiant smile adorning his face as he nodded and applauded. This young man from Huaxia left him utterly astounded. The on-site editor swiftly crafted a montage of the moment, juxtaposing it with Jordan and Appo's iconic mid-air layup. Undeniably, Jordan's maneuver possessed greater distance and an ethereal grace. However, Wang Yi executed this breathtaking mid-air switch with a limited pull from Zion. Although the execution was somewhat flawed and lacked the same poise, it represented the closest anyone has come to replicating a divine moment in decades. Most significantly, this feat resulted in a 2-1 during a pivotal moment in the game. Had Wang Yi converted the free throw, the Pelicans would have faced insurmountable odds for a comeback. In the 10-cent live broadcast, the barrage of 6 flooded the screen once more. The four hosts in the studio were visibly ecstatic, their excitement surpassing that of a buzzer beater. Duan ran and amp. Oppos. Eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he stammered. Can you believe it? Did you ever think Wang Yi could replicate Jordan and Oppos' classic move? I certainly didn't, and Oppos. I doubt anyone in the world did. Wang Yi nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Indeed. Jordan has arrived today. Witnessing a younger player replicate his iconic move is nothing short of extraordinary. Zhang Zhouling humbly shook his head, stating, I dare not claim such a feat. This is truly the work of the great Jordan. Xiaoqi concluded, That was spectacular. Even the Pelicans players were left wide-eyed in disbelief. This Eastern player could execute such a move? It was almost beyond comprehension. If anyone in attendance was not in awe of Wang Yi and Oppos' performance, it was Zion. He glanced at Wang Yi, then at the basketball deity standing and applauding at the sidelines, his brow furrowing in irritation. This wretched fellow had overshadowed his own performance. As everyone marveled at Wang Yi's display, Zion's anger simmered. Wang Yi approached the free throw line, receiving the ball without a dribble, making no adjustments. As if merely practicing with a friend, he effortlessly launched the shot, and the hoop welcomed the ball with open arms, akin to a fervent admirer. The 2-1 conversion was successful. The Lakers surged ahead by 7 points with only 15 seconds remaining. As the Pelicans raced forward, their attempt at a three-pointer failed, extinguishing any remaining hope. The final score settled at 118-111, with Wang Yi and Oppos' mid-air switch layup sealing the game. As the match concluded, players from both teams exchanged embraces in goodwill. However, Zion, Bloodcloth, and Ball had already retreated to the player tunnel, epitomizing the notion of losing both the game and Oppos' dignity. Yet, one could hardly blame them. Among the trio, Xuebu and Chogu were rendered utterly speechless by Wang Yi and Oppos' prowess. Zion, on the other hand, had his night of performance completely overshadowed by Wang Yi. He managed to score 38 points, grab 14 rebounds, and dish out 5 assists, which are indeed commendable statistics. However, in comparison to Wang Yi, his accomplishments pale significantly. Wang Yi and Oppos' statistics for the night were a staggering 52 points, 11 assists, 8 rebounds, 5 blocks, and 3 steals, effectively filling every statistical column. He nearly achieved a remarkable triple-double. When juxtaposed with Wang Yi and Oppos' performance, Zion and Oppos' achievements seem as inconsequential as a firefly against the brilliance of the full moon, or an ant in the presence of a colossal elephant. In light of Wang Yi and Oppos' display, the weak and Oppos' best player appears almost farcical. LeBron James was the first to approach and congratulate him. Brother, I am not satisfied, not at all satisfied. Wang Yi looked at him with a perplexed expression. Is this not satisfactory? James replied, You were just a hair's breadth away from a triple-double. Strive for it next time. Wang Yi chuckled wryly. Do you think everyone is like you in Westbrook? Triple-double machines? James patted Wang Yi on the shoulder, saying, Just give it your all. I believe in you. Wang Yi naturally harbors aspirations for a triple-double. Yet, his height is a limitation, and his passing vision does not yet match that of James. Thus, achieving double digits in rebounds is a rare feat for him, and it is even more challenging to reach double digits in assists. His ability to achieve double digits tonight was largely due to the Pelicans' aggressive double-teaming in the fourth quarter, with his teammates converting nearly every pass he made. The prospect of attaining double-digit assists again hinges on fortune. While the two were conversing, a beautiful ESPN reporter approached. It was evident that today's post-game interview would undoubtedly center on Wang Yi. Upon spotting the reporter, Wang Yi suddenly recognized her. It was her. Upon encountering the enchanting female reporter, a sudden realization dawned upon me. With her cascading chestnut locks and striking physique, she epitomized allure. The fitted gown accentuated her figure exquisitely. This was none other than Nick Briscoe, the ESPN journalist who had previously contacted Wang Yi. Upon meeting him, she refrained from immediately questioning his prior silence and instead professionally remarked, Wong, congratulations on achieving the remarkable feat of over 50 points and a double-double tonight. What inspired such an outstanding performance? Was it the recent selection for Player of the Week? This inquiry bore no malice, prompting Wang Yi to respond candidly, Indeed. That played a role, yet my aspirations have never been confined to merely being Player of the Week. Then what is it? She pressed. To conquer the NBA. That ambition has never wavered. Nick, captivated by the resolute gleam in Wang Yi and Oppos' eyes, felt a stirring within her. The words spoken by this man from the East resonated with authenticity. Previously, such declarations might have seemed brazen and arrogant. However, given his current prowess, he undeniably possessed the merit to back it up. She posed a second question. That remarkable maneuver you executed earlier, was it a homage to the legendary Air Jordan on the sidelines? Wang Yi nodded, acknowledging there was that intention. but necessity dictated my actions. I had been fouled and was unable to complete the dunk, thus I resorted to a reverse layup. Her third inquiry followed. The All-Star voting commences in 2 hours. Do you believe you stand a chance of being selected? Just as Wang Yi was about to respond, a large head with a receding hairline suddenly appeared behind him. Nick could not help but chuckle. Truth be told, her laughter took Wang Yi by surprise. Deep down, he held traditional preferences, favoring Eastern beauty. Western aesthetics seldom aligned with his ideals. Yet, Nick seemed to challenge those very standards. Following her gaze, Wang Yi turned to see a man of 38, grinning broadly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. With a resigned shake of his head, he remarked, "Brother, you're nearly 40. Can you not exhibit a bit more maturity?" James instinctively clutched his chest and quipped in broken Chinese, "That hurts, my friend." This, of course, was a lesson imparted by Wang Yi. Nick remained oblivious to the meaning of James and Appos, as clumsy Chinese. Meanwhile, in the Tencent live broadcast, fans erupted in laughter at his awkward phrasing. Haha, that was spot on. Clearly, Egu taught him that. Egu only teaches these things, old James. Be cautious. Learning well is challenging, but slipping into bad habits is all too easy. At the scene, Nick once again inquired, returning to the question, "Wong, do you believe you can make it to the All-Star game?" Wang Yi pondered for a moment before shaking his head and replying, "I am uncertain. This is for the audience to decide. All I can do is perform well in the current game." After the interview, as Nick was about to leave, he said to Wang Yi, "Shall we dine together once you've changed?" Wang Yi hesitated, and Nick beamed with enthusiasm, stating, "I've already made a reservation." Wang Yi scratched his head and replied, "All right." Back in his homeland, he had often been invited to dine by beautiful women. However, since arriving in the United States, he had yet to receive such an invitation, especially from a Western beauty who challenged his aesthetic perceptions. Had the scene not been cut, revealing this moment to the Chinese audience, it would likely have elicited a flurry of inappropriate comments. Once Nick departed, Zhou Xiao approached for an interview. Upon seeing Wang Yi, she smiled shyly, reminiscent of a bashful neighbor. Wang Yi couldn't and Appos, help but smile back. Zhou Xiao adjusted her attire and instructed the nearby cameraman, "Let us begin." Then, she awaited the connection with the Tencent NBA studio. Soon, both parties were linked. Zhou Xiao posed the first question. Wang Yi, achieving over 50 points tonight. What fuels such an outstanding performance? Wang Yi responded, "You must constantly feel the prejudice and discrimination here." Zhou Xiao nodded, her eyes revealing a hint of grievance. Having only arrived a mere half-month ago, she had already encountered pervasive bias and discrimination. On several occasions, upon returning to her rented apartment and closing the door, tears had streamed down her face. Reflecting on this, she nodded and glanced at Wang Yi, contemplating how he had endured such adversity alone for 2 years. Moreover, Wang Yi not only faced prejudice from Westerners, but was also vilified by unscrupulous domestic media and berated by countless fans. How had he borne all this alone? If she were to inquire of him, the answer would likely be singular, listening to the crosstalk of the Deyun society. Unbeknownst to Wang Yi of Zhou Xiao's myriad thoughts, he continued, "I merely wish to prove that we, as Chinese, are not inferior. I want to convey that in any field, we Chinese can reach the pinnacle." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiao felt a surge of passion within her. She was not easily stirred, yet Wang Yi and Appos' words resonated deeply with her. The comments on Tencent NBA and Appos' live stream flooded in. "Uphold our nation's honor. Trust in the rain god. China v5. I have now begun to believe that the rain god can conquer the NBA. Who possesses a more unwavering conviction than the rain god? What force could rival the rain god and Appos' fervor?" At the scene, after completing her interview, Zhou Xiao hesitated momentarily before saying, "Ego, if you and Appos are not too exhausted, shall we share a dinner? I wish to discuss a few matters with you pertaining to basketball and your personal experiences. You must be hungry after playing all night, right?" Wang Yi was about to agree when he suddenly recalled his prior engagement. He could only apologize, saying, "I and Appos, am sorry, but I have already made plans. Perhaps next time." Zhou Xiao quickly waved her hand. No, Egu, you need not apologize. In any case, I will be following you for a long time." "No, not following, but rather covering you for an extended period. Wherever you go, I shall go, as there is ample time. What I mean is, wherever you go, I will be there to report." As Zhou Xiao spoke, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Why was her explanation becoming increasingly convoluted? Wang Yi, observing her flustered demeanor, couldn't and Appos help but chuckle. "I understand your intent." Zhou Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "That and Appos, good." Nearby, the cameraman glanced at Zhou Xiao and shook his head, explaining to Wang Yi, "Egu, please don't mind her. Xiao Zhuo is rather shy and has just recently completed her internship. We sent her to cover you due to a shortage of personnel. Wang Yi shook his head. There's no need for apologies. Take your time to hone your skills. I believe you will become a renowned journalist internationally in the future. Zhuo and Appo's face flushed deeper as she replied, I am not that fortunate. After the interview concluded, Wang Yi looked toward the entrance of the locker room where the duo of James and Davis stood, intending to approach them. At that moment, a tall figure strode toward him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than the legendary basketball deity, known as Air Jordan, formerly named Michael Jordan, infamously nicknamed the Old Rascal. 163 O'Neal, it's happening. As Wang Yi noticed Jordan approaching, he momentarily froze. However, he quickly composed himself and moved forward to greet him. Wang Yi had encountered Jordan twice before during visits to the Hornets and Appo's home court, yet there had been little interaction. To his surprise, this time Jordan took the initiative to engage. Are you Wong? As Jordan approached, he extended his hand for a handshake with Wang Yi, followed by a gentle embrace. One must admit, Jordan's hands were truly enormous. Wang Yi believed his hands were not small, yet they paled in comparison to Jordan's. Yes, my surname is Wong. Wang Yi, he replied, stating his full name. A slight smile graced Jordan and Appo's face, a smile that a seasoned mentor might wear when acknowledging a promising young talent. I've heard you aim to conquer the NBA? Jordan inquired with a playful grin. Wang Yi felt a jolt of apprehension, but lifted his chin in response. Indeed, was the basketball deity questioning him? Yet, Wang Yi remained unfazed, thinking that even if he were to be shackled and confined to a dark room, he would maintain his stance. To his astonishment, Jordan exhibited no inclination for interrogation. Instead, he patted Wang Yi on the shoulder and encouraged, go for it. As a man, you must follow through on your words. Let your achievements silence those who doubt you. Wang Yi was taken aback. Not only was Jordan not there to challenge him, but he was there to uplift him. Soon, the realization dawned upon him. Many assumed that Jordan and Appo's personality was overwhelmingly dominant, with a fierce competitive spirit that would not tolerate boasting from his successors or allow them to surpass him. Yet, that was not the reality. While Jordan had indeed possessed an insatiable drive for victory during his playing days, insisting on being first in all endeavors, he consistently encouraged his successors to advance, even surpassing him. Before the Warriors achieved their historic 73 wins, the Bulls and Appo's 72 wins were deemed an unbreakable record. When the Warriors dared to challenge this mark, many former members of the 72-win Bulls ridiculed them. Only Jordan offered words of encouragement to Draymond Green. Be brave. If you fail, I will hold you accountable. This exemplified Jordan and Appo's attitude toward the younger generation, like a deity standing tall in the heavens, awaiting mortals to chase and transcend. At that moment, Wang Yi was filled with fervor. Standing before the basketball god, he vowed, I must achieve this, and I certainly will. Jordan nodded, I await that day, when you succeed. I shall personally pop the champagne for you. By the way, do you smoke cigars? I'll have the finest prepared for the occasion. Wang Yi chuckled. Even though I don and Appo's smoke, I imagine your cigars must be exquisite. After parting ways with Jordan, Wang Yi made his way to the players and Appo's tunnel. Both LeBron and Anthony Davis, curious by nature, inquired, what did Michael say? Wang Yi shrugged and replied to LeBron. He asked how many bottles of red wine you have in your cellar, wondering if you possess more than he does. But don't worry, I didn't mention that your collection far exceeds his. They all erupted into laughter. LeBron, chuckling, remarked, you rascal, you truly are quite the clever one. Upon returning to the locker room, Wang Yi first indulged in a hot bath, and afterward, he entered LeBron and Appo's liquid nitrogen cryotherapy chamber. Emerging from it, he felt a significant alleviation of fatigue. This cryotherapy chamber is indeed a remarkable contraption. Once I secure a substantial contract next season, I shall procure one for myself. It's rather inconvenient to keep using LeBron's. Just as he changed his attire and prepared to leave, the door to the locker room swung open. A tall, robust figure, reminiscent of a bear, strode in. He was genuinely imposing, dwarfing LeBron in stature. The atmosphere in the locker room instantly brightened. Shaq, big brother, what brings you here? LeBron asked. The two exchanged high fives and embraced. Subsequently, the remaining Lakers players greeted O'Neal in turn. After circulating through the room, O'Neal finally approached Wang Yi. Instead of extending his hand for a high five, he performed a traditional Chinese fist salute, uttering an imperfect Mandarin. Nice to meet you. To be honest, standing before Appo's Neal, even in jest, his massive, bear-like physique instilled a palpable sense of pressure. This sentiment was undoubtedly shared by Yao Ming, who had once faced him on the court. Wang Yi endeavored to disregard the overwhelming presence and gently shook his head at Appo's Neal, you and Appo's, mistaken. And Appo's Neal, puzzled, asked, what is incorrect? Wang Yi opened O and amp, oppos, kneel and amp, oppos, S left fist. Formed his right hand into a fist, and explained, the left fist and right palm signify a disrespectful greeting. It is inauspicious. The right fist and left palm, however, are the proper etiquette for meeting. The right hand is a fist, and the left hand is an open palm. The left palm represents culture, while the right fist symbolizes strength. Embracing the right fist with the left palm signifies camaraderie through strength. It is only during mourning that one would use the right palm to the left fist. Wang Yi demonstrated, saying, nice to meet you. The Lakers players found this quite intriguing and mimicked Wang Yi and amp, oppos, S gesture, awkwardly attempting the fist salute while saying, nice to meet you. O and amp, oppos, kneel also performed a typical fist salute, solemnly stating in Mandarin. Wang Yi was instantly amused, bursting into laughter. What is this, a game of mahjong? O and oppos, kneel then added, by the way, I just sent a box of tomatoes to Yao Ming through an acquaintance the other day. Next time you visit China, please give him my regards. Wang Yi was also well aware of the humorous anecdote regarding Yao Ming and tomatoes, bursting into laughter. Did you send him tomatoes? It seems your relationship might be on the rocks. The others were left utterly perplexed, questioning how a mere box of tomatoes could jeopardize a relationship. The backstory is as follows. During his tenure in the NBA, whenever Yao Ming missed a free throw, he would exclaim a colorful curse that phonetically resembled the word tomato. His teammates were baffled by this. On one occasion, his teammate Francis, in an interview, posed a question to a reporter from China. Why does Yao Ming like tomatoes? Eventually, the truth dawned on them. It was indeed the curse and not the fruit that was the source of confusion. Shaquille O and amp, oppos, Neil then took out his phone and snapped a selfie with Wang Yi, declaring, I and amp, oppos, LL send this photo to Yao, so he can see how well I take care of his little brother. He owes me a favor. Wang Yi couldn't and amp, oppos, help but shake his head. Amused, you truly are a clever one. Laughter erupted, spilling out of the locker room. Simultaneously, in the media room of the arena, the post-game press conference was underway. The home team and oppos' interviews commenced with a female reporter posing a particularly piercing question to Zion. Your selection as Player of the Week has faced some controversy, as many believe it should have gone to that player from China. Tonight, you scored 38 points, while he managed to net 51. What are your thoughts on this? It was indeed a stinging inquiry. The reporters were no pushovers. Zion and amp, oppos' expression darkened. Next question. Another reporter interjected. I heard that the basketball legend Michael Jordan was present to witness your game tonight. Did you have any interaction with him after the match? I noticed he took the initiative to converse with that player from China. Zion and amp, oppos' eyes narrowed, and if it were permissible to commit murder, he would have silenced these reporters right then. Next question. His demeanor grew increasingly grim. The reporter continued, when he defended you one-on-one, not only did he stop you, but he also blocked your shot. What do you have to say about that? Zion shot the reporter a glare and rose indignantly from his seat. I can end oppos. Believe you. None of you are decent people. You're all a bunch of backstabbing bastards. The experience of being confessed to as Wang Yi emerged from the changing room and stepped out onto the court. Nicole was already waiting for him in a car by the roadside. Apologies for the wait, Wang Yi said as he settled into the crimson Ferrari. Nicole, however, was not concerned about his tardiness. Rather, she was preoccupied with the fact that he had not called her. Why Haven and amp, oppos, you called me after such a long time? She inquired as she started the engine. Wang Yi offered an apologetic smile. I and amp, oppos, been busy with training and matches. Nicole chuckled. Is that your excuse? Typical of men? Wang Yi glanced at her, jesting. Perhaps it's a basketball player's exclusive excuse. Undeniably, Nicole was strikingly beautiful, her profile especially captivating. Unlike the Western ideal of beauty adorned with a few freckles, her complexion was immaculate. From the side, her forehead, nose, lips, and chin formed an almost flawless visage. Sensing Wang Yi and amp, oppos' gaze upon her, she asked, do you find me attractive? He did not hesitate to affirm, yes, I would give you a 9. Nicole laughed, her mirth radiating warmth and enthusiasm, far removed from the subtlety often seen in Eastern women and amp, oppos' expressions. Between me and your Eastern girls, which do you prefer? Wang Yi raised his chin slightly. Children make choices, adults embrace them all. Her laughter rang out once more, a genuine sound that was utterly contagious. As Wang Yi redirected his gaze from her profile, he couldn't help but glance down, noting her remarkably appealing figure. After a brief drive, Nicole brought Wang Yi to a Chinese restaurant in Los Angeles, due to the distance from his residence and the arena. He had been preoccupied with training and had not indulged in such cuisine for quite some time. Upon entering the establishment, Nicole urged Wang Yi to place the order. He selected several dishes he frequently enjoyed back home, braised eggplant, stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, boiled pork slices, and mapo tofu, accompanied by a Westlake beef soup. These were all reasonably priced dishes from his past. When the waiter brought out the food and recognized Wang Yi, a look of surprise crossed his face. I heard the Lakers were in New Orleans. I can't believe Yi Good is at our restaurant. Yi Good, could you please sign my name? While Wang Yi might appear arrogant in the eyes of Americans, to the Chinese, he was undoubtedly a star. During their meal, they exchanged pleasantries. And Wang Yi noticed that Nicole seemed quite knowledgeable about him. You need and Oppos, T be surprised. I and Oppos, V gathered quite a bit of information about you from various sources. She said with a smile. After finishing their meal, Wang Yi intended to settle the bill, but Nicole interjected, as we agreed earlier, it and Oppos, as my treat. If you truly feel indebted, you can invite me next time. Wang Yi had no choice but to acquiesce. The owner offered him a 50% discount, but Nicole insisted on paying the full amount. As they exited the restaurant and climbed back into the car, Nicole turned to Wang Yi and asked, would you like to come to my hotel for a chat? Perhaps share a glass of red wine? What did this imply? Those who understand, understand. Wang Yi, however, shook his head. There exists a significant cultural disparity between the East and the West in America. It is not uncommon for young men and women to spend the night together after just one meeting. Yet, at this moment, Wang Yi was not inclined to pursue such casual encounters. Furthermore, his feelings for Nicole were merely a budding affection, not yet developed into anything deeper. As an NBA player, he was also mindful of avoiding unnecessary scandals. In this regard, LeBron James served as an exemplar for athletes in the league. Given LeBron and Oppos' wealth and status, countless women would undoubtedly vie for his attention if he desired companionship. Nevertheless, he has maintained his integrity throughout nearly 2 decades in the league, never once embroiled in controversy. Even when pursued by the likes of Rihanna, he has remained loyal to his wife. Wang Yi and Oppos' aspirations were set on the championship, determined to conquer the NBA. He wished to avoid distractions stemming from personal entanglements. Upon realizing that Wang Yi had not invited her to the hotel, a flicker of disappointment crossed Nicole's eyes. After driving him to the team and Oppos' lodging, they bid farewell. Upon returning to his hotel room, Caruso expressed surprise. Wong, you finished so quickly? What and Oppos' wrong with you? Wong shot him a glare. Have you been obsessing over this to the point of losing your hair? Caruso ran his fingers through his thinning locks and replied, indeed. I and Oppos' become bald, yet stronger. It shouldn't take just a few minutes to return. Brother, you should seize the opportunity. I hear that Nicole is a wonderful girl and still single. Wong shook his head and flopped onto the bed. Right now, all I want is to focus on playing basketball. Everything else can wait until I lift the Larry O'Brien trophy. Caruso sat down beside him, earnestly advising, brother, this is where you and Oppos, mistaken. Are you saying you won and Oppos' date if you never win a championship? Noting Wang Yi and Oppos' silence, he chuckled and glanced at Wang Yi's right hand. Oh, I see. You must already have a girlfriend. Then, looking at his left hand, and you and Oppos' recently honed your shooting skills with that hand as well. Wang Yi was disinclined to engage with him and was about to turn over to sleep when his phone chimed with a message. He glanced at it and saw a text from Nicole. Wong, I and Oppos' realized that I like you. Let an Oppos' date. A stir of emotions surged within him. As the saying goes, when a woman pursues a man, there is but a thin veil between them. For a man without a girlfriend, such a striking beauty taking the initiative was undeniably alluring. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, Wong shook his head. Through his teammates, he had learned that many Western women are quite forward. As long as they find a man appealing, they exhibit great enthusiasm. Therefore, he decided not to take it too seriously. It was merely a game. However, Wang Yi knew that if he were to engage, it would not be just a game. It was the first genuine encounter between her and Nick. And neither of them truly understood the other. Their preferences and dislikes were mere trivialities. He shook his head once more and activated the Do Not Disturb mode, immersing himself in the delightful performances of the Daeun Society while donning his headphones. Meanwhile, in another hotel just 5 kilometers away, Nicole had been clutching her phone in bed, anxiously awaiting a reply since sending that message. She was not jesting. Her intentions were earnest. Although this was their first true meeting, she had already gleaned considerable information about Wang Yi, a prodigious talent in China. He had wandered through various NBA teams for 2 years, experiencing a dramatic fall from grace. However, unlike many players who succumb to despair, he persevered, continuously training and yearning to prove himself on the court. Such a man, who remains resilient in times of adversity and grows through self-discipline and effort, is precisely her ideal. Nevertheless, she would not readily enter into a relationship with him. Her previous invitation for Wang Yi to join her at the hotel was merely a test of his character. Had he casually accepted, she would have been deeply disappointed. Yet, as it turned out, her judgment was astute. Wang Yi was not like the average man, but rather a disciplined individual with integrity. It was then that she resolved to pursue a relationship with him. However, after sending the message, an entire hour had passed without a response, leaving Nicole to shake her head in exasperation. Were Eastern men truly this reserved? Tomorrow, she would seek him out to clarify matters. The following morning, after completing his routine 10-kilometer training, Wang Yi made his way to the nearby gym. Today in Appos, challenge presented by the system was to successfully execute 1,000 logo three-pointers. The reward for accomplishing this task was a shooting accuracy of 40 from beyond the arc. To put this into perspective, the average three-point shooting percentage for all players in the NBA last season was just above 35. The most proficient team, the Clippers, boasted an impressive average of 41. Thus, achieving a 40 success rate on logo three-pointers is nothing short of remarkable. Some might argue that LeBron James and Appos' logo three-point shooting percentage likely exceeds 40. However, LeBron only attempts these shots sporadically, due to the limited sample size. A high percentage is not particularly surprising. If Wang Yi were to surpass a 40 accuracy rate on logo three-pointers, it would mean he could wield this shot as a regular weapon, akin to the audacious attempts made by Lillard and Curry during last year's All-Star game. Launching shots from beyond half-court. What an astonishing spectacle that would be. While Wang Yi boasts an impressive 45 three-point shooting accuracy, this is contingent upon the distance of the shot. The closer one is to the three-point line, the higher the success rate. Conversely, the farther away, the lower the percentage. Achieving a 40 success rate on logo three-pointers would enable him to launch shots from beyond half-court, effectively making the entire half-court his shooting range, provided, of course, that he maintains his stamina. With his heart racing in excitement, he promptly set up the shooting machine and began to practice. After an hour of dedicated training, the gym and Appos' doors suddenly swung open. However, Wang Yi was so engrossed in his practice and facing away from the entrance that he remained oblivious to the interruption. Swish. A logo three-pointer found its mark. Swish. Again, he hit the target. Swish. He scored consecutively 3 times. At that moment, applause erupted from behind him. Clap, 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 clap. Turning around, Wang Yi saw a figure standing at the doorway. With flowing brown hair and a striking physique, her Western features harmoniously blended with Eastern aesthetics. Nico, what brings you here? Wang Yi inquired, glancing at the clock on the wall, which read 6 in the morning. Nico picked up Wang Yi and Appos' towel from the sidelines and approached him, handing it over. Did you not see my text last night? Wang Yi nodded. I did. Nico pressed on. You don't understand English? I do. Then why didn't you reply? Wang Yi hesitated. I am solely focused on playing basketball right now. I won't interfere with your game, Nico assured him. Wang Yi remained silent. Is it so difficult to accept me? Or perhaps, due to the cultural differences between East and West, you simply do not prefer Western girls? Wang Yi nodded. I suppose that in Appos' the case. Nicole pondered for a moment, her long eyelashes reflecting the light. I want and Appos' pressure you. We can try dating for a while, and if you truly feel it's not suitable, we can part ways then. Wang Yi wiped the sweat from his brow. Forget it. You are a stunning and renowned journalist, while I am merely an inconspicuous Oriental lad with yellow skin and black eyes. Aren't and Appos' you afraid of others mocking you? Nicole shook her head. I don't and Appos' care. Her response was straightforward and resolute. Wang Yi sighed. Well, perhaps it's best to wait until I secure the championship before discussing matters of the heart. All right, I will wait for you, Nicole stated earnestly, as though she had received a promise. Wang Yi responded. Hey, I was merely speaking off the cuff. There and Appos', no need to take it so seriously. According to Eastern thinking, this could be interpreted as a refusal. Although he had not rejected her outright, one would assume the implication was clear. Discussing romance after winning the championship? Who knows when that could happen, be it a year or 10. It's entirely possible he may never achieve it. How many legendary stars in the NBA have ultimately failed to win a championship? Unexpectedly, Nicole interpreted this as a commitment. Did she genuinely believe he would secure the championship? Wang Yi found himself somewhat speechless. However, having reached this point, he refrained from saying more and focused on his training. After casting one last glance at Wang Yi, Nicole exited the gym. By 8 in the morning, when LeBron, Charter, and others arrived at the gym, Wang Yi had already completed over 300 three-pointers. Observing Wang Yi practicing logo threes, LeBron couldn't and Appos' helped but chuckle. Brother, did you wake up this early just to practice logo threes? Wang Yi nodded. Yes. LeBron laughed. You only need to shoot those occasionally. Do you really intend to make that your primary weapon? Wang Yi inquired. Why shoot and Appos'? LeBron replied, "You and Amp, Oppos, utterly insane, who uses logo threes as a regular weapon. Even Stephen Wooden and Amp, Oppos, be that reckless." Wang Yi shrugged and jested, "Perhaps I am a more gifted shooter than he is?" LeBron burst into laughter. "Just look at what you and Amp, Oppos, been doing, dunking over Giannis, dunking over Gobert, swatting Zion, blocking Lonzo, none of that resembles what a shooter would do." Coughing slightly, Wang Yi admitted, "Maybe I've chosen the wrong path as a shooter." After practicing for another hour, by 9:00 and Oppos clock, Wang Yi had completed 500 logo threes. At this point, he could no longer endure. He made his way to the bench and collapsed onto it, panting heavily. The exertion was immense. Logo threes demand exceptional strength in the arms, wrists, and core. Engaging in continuous logo threes severely drained his stamina. Today, completing his goal was out of the question. Fortunately, the system is quite user-friendly, allowing a generous time frame of 24 hours for this task. During his break, a visitor entered through the door. The players of the Lakers, upon seeing her, were immediately captivated. The newcomer was none other than Nicole. After exchanging pleasantries with the Lakers players, she approached Wang Yi and placed a breakfast beside him. "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I brought some for you." Before Wang Yi could respond, she added, "Rest assured, I've consulted your nutritionist about this. It won't adversely affect your body fat or any other aspects." Wang Yi's nutritionist, earning a modest salary, didn't accompany him on away games like James's nutritionist would. Feeling hungry, Wang Yi accepted the meal without hesitation, taking a few sips of water before indulging. The other Lakers players looked on with envy, thinking to themselves, "What incredible luck he has." It's truly enviable. No, it's downright jealousy. A beautiful reporter, and I've heard her family background is quite impressive as well. If I were Wong, I would yield to her and enjoy a life of leisure. Do you really think she would be attracted to that kind of man? As the morning training session concluded, the Lakers were set to depart for the next city. Just before boarding, Wang Yi and Amp, Oppos' agent, Roland, called, "After your recent high-level performances, numerous companies have reached out to me, seeking you for endorsements. However, they are mostly small to medium-sized companies. I believe we should pursue a boutique approach, avoiding endorsements with major brands. What do you think?" Wang Yi nodded, responding, "Sister Roland, we are on the same page. Although I am currently in need of funds, I won't settle for anything less than premium. I want my name to be synonymous with top-tier brands, which will also positively influence my personal brand." Roland continued, "I and Oppos recently received word that several large brands are considering you for endorsements. They are currently exploring various proposals. I estimate the endorsement fee could reach around 70 million over 5 years. Wang Yi smiled and nodded. "Yes, as long as I continue to perform well, endorsements will follow. However, Sister Roland, let us refrain from signing such a lengthy contract for now." Roland paused slightly. "Are you suggesting that you anticipate even better performances in the future, leading to higher endorsement fees?" Wang Yi did not deny this, saying, "To maximize our benefits, it's best to keep the contract duration as short as possible." Their endorsement is something they refuse to accept, regardless of the financial reward. Typically, ordinary players would be elated to receive endorsements with longer terms at reasonable prices. After all, who can guarantee that no unforeseen circumstances will arise? For instance, an injury or a decline in form could significantly diminish their brand influence. Therefore, securing a longer-term endorsement provides a greater sense of security. However, Wang Yi possesses unwavering confidence in his current form. He intends to elevate his market value during this season's playoffs, which would only enhance the endorsement fees he could command. The following day at noon, while Wang Yi was resting, he received another call from Luolin. "3 major brands have approached me, but they are hesitant upon learning that you are only willing to sign for a year. Only one is willing to offer 10 million renminbi for a year." Wang Yi inquired, "Which one?" Although 10 million renminbi for a year pales in comparison to what NBA stars earn, he indeed finds himself in need of funds. Just the cost of a cryogenic ammonia freezer amounts to several million, not to mention the ongoing maintenance expenses, which constitute a significant financial burden. Hence, he could accept the 10 million renminbi offer. After all, once he proves his worth in the playoffs this year, lucrative contracts will come pouring in. Toyota, Luo Jia announced. Wang Yi and Oppos' expression immediately darkened. "I want and Oppos," he accepted. Luo Lin grew somewhat anxious. "Why not?" Wang Yi replied, "Luo Jia, having grown up in America, you may not be well versed in the modern history of Huaxia. If you had even a slight understanding of Huaxia's history, you wouldn't need to ask why." After a moment of contemplation, Luo Lin said, "I will make an effort to learn, but they mentioned that if you perform exceptionally in the playoffs, they would extend the endorsement contract, potentially exceeding 100 million for 5 years. So, I refuse to accept any endorsements from that country." Wang Yi and Amp, Oppo's stance was resolute, his tone unyielding. Luo Lin remained silent for a moment before finally conceding, all right. Later that afternoon at 4:00 and Oppo's clock. In a conference room at Toyota and Oppo's North American headquarters in Plano, Texas, the meeting rooms were named after their car models, such as the Camry room and the Corolla room. At that moment, the head of marketing, Takeda Hiromi, sat at the main seat in the Camry room, previously responsible for advertising operations in Tokyo. He had now ascended to the role of marketing director in North America, overseeing advertising as well. He listened attentively as his subordinates presented their reports, nodding in approval. All tasks were proceeding smoothly, and today was yet another successful day. At this point, it was the turn of the last subordinate, a small supervisor in charge of advertising. To present. He was American and began, today, I was tasked with contacting that Huaxia star named Wang Yi. He is a Huaxia native and could greatly assist us in penetrating the Huaxia market in North America. At the age of 72, Hideo, with his hair graying and eyes slightly squinted, wore a benevolent and cheerful expression. He nodded in acknowledgement. The young supervisor continued his report. However, he was outright rejected by that individual from Huaxia. Hideo's smile remained unchanged as he inquired, "Oh, what was the reason?" The supervisor elaborated. They stated there was no reason, they simply did not wish to collaborate. Hideo understood and, with a slight smile, remarked, "These Huaxiao people truly believe they are all made of stern stuff. Back when Yao Ming was in the NBA, I had once sought him out through Go for a potential partnership, only to be met with a flat refusal. No matter how much persuasion we employed or what benefits we presented, Yao Ming steadfastly declined, providing the same rationale, no reason. Nonetheless, he did not believe that every individual from Huaxiao was as resolute. Apart from a minuscule fraction, the vast majority would not turn down benefits. If they were unwilling to cooperate, it merely indicated that our offered incentives were insufficient. Let us raise the endorsement fee to 15 million and revisit the discussion, Hideo suggested. The supervisor queried, and if that does not suffice? Hideo, still smiling, replied, then we shall elevate it to 20 million. The supervisor was taken aback. 20 million per year? That equates to an all-star endorsement contract. Although he may be considered a star, he is still far from the all-star level, is he not? Hideo maintained his cheerful demeanor. I see great potential in him. If he is amenable, we might even take a calculated risk and offer him 100 million over 5 years for the endorsement. The supervisor nodded. Very well, I shall negotiate again tomorrow. Hideo shook his head. To convey our sincerity, you should engage in discussions right away. The supervisor, somewhat surprised, noted that Hideo was typically composed. Why was he exhibiting such eagerness today? However, he merely acknowledged, understood, I will make the call now. With that, the supervisor exited the meeting room. In less than 5 minutes, he returned, his expression less than favorable. They still refuse, outright rejecting our proposal. It appears there is no room for negotiation. The entire meeting room fell silent, the atmosphere growing slightly tense. They had proposed such generous terms, only to be met with a flat denial. As an international brand, Toyota had never been so humble before. Yet, Hideo continued to smile, just like the previous Yao Ming. The young supervisor, who had not been involved in that matter but was knowledgeable about it, nodded, indeed, the same. Hideo reflected, in my earlier days, I was too youthful. When Yao Ming declined, I chose to withdraw. In truth, benefits are not solely defined by monetary value. It could be a woman, a status, a respect, or an acknowledgement. Whatever they desire, we shall provide. There is always something that can captivate them. There are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. Moreover, we are not even considered enemies. The young supervisor comprehended this and remarked, Supervisor, that Wang Yi is merely 22 years old and, I hear, lacks a girlfriend. He must be in greatest need of a woman. Shall we employ a feminine strategy? Oda Hideaki nodded. Indeed, yet it should not be overly contrived or vulgar. Rather, let us speak of emotions and love, do you understand? The young supervisor felt a twinge of shame, acknowledging, my perspective is still too limited. Your vision is far superior. We have a young woman in our advertising department named Julie Hope, quite charming. If we send her, she should be able to win over that Huaxiao individual. Oda Hideaki nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is an old saying in Huaxia and Oppos, it is difficult for heroes to overcome the beauty barrier, and Oppos, besides, that fellow is hardly a hero. The young supervisor appeared somewhat exhilarated. Perfect. The Lakers are playing the Mavericks in Texas this noon. We can attempt to engage with him today. Julie is currently an intern journalist. We could send her to interview that Huaxia individual. Seize the opportunity while it and amp. Oppos, s hot. Oda Hideaki's eyes twinkled like crescent moons as he smiled and said, you have made progress. 167 trash belongs in the bin. Dallas, Texas. The Lakers arrived here yesterday afternoon. It is now noon. Wang Yi has already completed his training session. At this moment, Both teams have arrived at the American Airlines Center. Although the exterior of this arena boasts a retro architectural style, its interior is infused with cutting-edge technology, making it one of the most technologically advanced venues in the entire NBA. To illustrate, the dazzling light show during Dirk Nowitzki and Amp. Oppo's retirement ceremony transported spectators into a world reminiscent of the future. Today and Amp. Oppo's game is scheduled to commence at 1:30 in the afternoon. While most NBA games typically take place in the evening, there are occasional afternoon matchups. As the Lakers exited the parking lot and made their way towards the locker room, they noticed a female journalist, identifiable by her intern badge, waving at them. With flowing golden hair and captivating blue eyes, she possessed an appealing figure that, while not extraordinary, was certainly above average. The Lakers players couldn't and Amp. Oppo's help but take notice. It is not to suggest that they are merely captivated by her beauty, but rather that any man would glance twice at an attractive woman. Approaching the Lakers, the journalist introduced herself. "Excuse me, I am Julie Hope, an intern reporter from Dallas Television. May I interview you?" Vogel shook his head, replying, "I and Oppo's. I'm sorry, but now is not the time for interviews." He then led the team past the journalist and continued onward. The players felt a twinge of disappointment. As NBA athletes, they are incessantly subjected to interviews, many of which involve questions designed to entrap them. Consequently, they often frown upon encountering journalists. However, they do not harbor the same disdain for interviews conducted by attractive reporters. This mirrors the sentiment in China, where many express a general dislike for square dancing, particularly the younger generation who find their basketball courts encroached upon by enthusiastic dancers. Some elderly dancers have even gone so far as to have their sons use bulldozers to dismantle basketball hoops to claim their territory. Yet, if the square dancers were strikingly beautiful young women, would not the onlookers be drawn to watch? If a stunning square dancing girl were to challenge you for space, would you not yield? Thus, we live in a world where appearances hold significant sway. Julie Hope, feeling somewhat aggrieved by the rejection, noticed Wang Yi at the back of the group and, with an almost pleading tone, implored, "Please, even if you could just answer one question. If I am unable to interview you today, I will lose my final opportunity for a full-time position. I beg you." At this moment, as if recognizing Wang Yi, she exclaimed with delight, "Oh, you are Wong from China. How wonderful. If I could interview you, it would surely secure my position. Please." Wang Yi shook his head, responding, "I'm sorry, I must prepare for the game." With that, he maneuvered past Julie Hope and rejoined his teammates. Before the match commenced, he wished to remain undisturbed by trivial matters. This encapsulated his competitive spirit. Julie Hope observed Wang Yi's silhouette, her lips curling into a confident smile. "This man, I have him figured out." Since her high school days, she had been the object of affection for numerous boys, adeptly navigating their pursuits. Thus, she possessed absolute confidence in executing the task assigned by her supervisor. As Wang Yi entered the locker room alongside his teammates, he encountered Mavericks owner Mark Cuban, a fervently passionate and basketball-obsessed figure. Despite his graying hair, his enthusiasm for the sport remained undiminished. The Lakers and Mavericks were not arch rivals, allowing him to warmly greet the Lakers players. Upon seeing Wang Yi, he engaged in a bit more conversation. "We come from the same homeland. Hello, Wong." Wang Yi immediately recognized the Wong he referred to, Wang Yi, the first Chinese player to enter the NBA, a true pioneer. Wang Yi had endured numerous trials before making his NBA debut, paving the way for future Chinese players. Notably, he had joined the Mavericks during his entry into the league. Wang Yi nodded in acknowledgement. "Hello." Cuban continued, "I watched your game against the Pelicans. It was a spectacular performance." "Thank you," Wang Yi replied. Cuban then added, "However, you must show some restraint tonight. We are not rivals." Wang Yi responded, "The greatest respect for an opponent is to give it your all." Cuban chuckled heartily. "You, my friend, can't even crack a joke?" Wang Yi replied, "Did you not realize I was jesting as well?" The crow's feet at the corners of Cuban's eyes deepened as he laughed. "But our Luka is not to be trifled with. You ought to be cautious." Wang Yi nodded. "I will inform him that you shared this intelligence with me." Laughter erupted among all present, as with a single remark. Wang Yi had cleverly turned the team owner into a traitor. He truly was a clever fellow. As the clock approached 1:30, the Lakers players completed their warm-up and gathered at the sidelines to await the Mavericks and Oppo's entrance ceremony. The arena fell into darkness. Amidst this obscurity, a colossal basketball hoop materialized in the air, luminous blue against a fiery red net. A gigantic basketball soared from a distance. Swish. It hit the center of the hoop perfectly. Subsequently, a holographic image of Luka Doncic appeared on the court, skillfully dribbling the ball, executing his signature step-back move, and scoring once again. Other players showcased their signature moves in succession, all made possible through cutting-edge naked eye 3D technology. Observing this spectacle felt akin to enjoying a grand 3D cinematic experience. The players of the Lakers could not help but express their astonishment. Talon Horton-Tucker scratched his head and remarked, "How much must this cost?" Anthony Davis's brows knitted into an M shape as he stated, "Cuban is truly willing to do anything for the team." LeBron James also mused, "He is a genuine owner who loves basketball." Among the 30 team owners in the league, the vast majority manage their teams merely as an investment, a business endeavor. Only Mark Cuban and Steve Ballmer, the owner of the Clippers, possess a true passion for the sport. They are willing to invest substantial sums into their teams. And they are almost always present on the sidelines, cheering alongside players and fans, sharing in the excitement, sorrow, and frustration with the referees. Finally, the pregame ceremony concluded, and the players were about to take the court. At that moment, a boisterous voice erupted from not far behind the Lakers and Oppos. "Bench, you Lakers trash. Get back to your garbage city of Los Angeles. Trash belongs in the trash can." The Lakers players were somewhat taken aback. Encountering insults from fans during away games was not a new experience for them. It was quite commonplace. However, there had never been much animosity between the Lakers and the Mavericks, and the fans here had typically been quite mild, seldom resorting to outright verbal abuse. What was happening today? Vogel clapped his hands vigorously, drawing the players and Oppos' attention. Perhaps it and Oppos' just a drunken fool. Let us not pay him any mind. The Lakers players nodded in agreement, dismissing the outburst. The drunken individual, noticing the Lakers players' lack of response, became even more audacious. He pointed at them and said to a few youths nearby, "Did you see that? They don't even dare to respond. Just a bunch of softies." With that, the group erupted into raucous laughter, heedless of the situation. The opening logo flickered on the screen for 3 minutes. A disheveled drunkard with long, unruly golden locks waved his fists and slurred towards the Lakers players, a bunch of cowards, not even daring to respond. These millionaires. Turns out they're all just a bunch of softies. The Lakers players merely glanced back, choosing to disregard him, having encountered such antics numerous times before. After all, when one earns millions, it is only natural that others might express their frustrations vocally. As Gwadi Gang once remarked, part of your salary is for enduring insults. Last year in Oppos' playoffs saw Trae Young facing an entire arena of 20,000 Knicks fans chanting F Trae Young. Ultimately, he silenced them with a last-second dagger, rendering the venue utterly quiet, only for him to shout, "It's so quiet in here." Not a single spectator dared to retort. Thus, when players endure slurs or even beer being thrown at them, the most effective counter is not off the court. Overreacting outside could lead to fines or suspensions from the league. The ideal response lies in delivering a performance that leaves the hecklers speechless. Seeing the Lakers and Oppos' indifference, the drunkard became even more brazen, boasting to his companions, "See? I told you, these cowards won't even respond. They're nothing but worthless trash." He then erupted into laughter with his friends, their mirth almost uncontrollable. The Lakers continued to ignore him as Vogel continued to communicate with his players, perhaps feeling bored. The drunkard cursed, "These guys are such wimps. It and Oppos' driving me insane. Especially that Asian fellow. I can and Oppos' stand seeing someone from the East earning more than I do, flaunting it in front of me." With that, he snatched a beer from a nearby companion, stood up, and aimed to douse Wang Yi across 2 rows of spectators. However, perhaps due to his inebriation, his aim faltered. The majority of the drink splashed onto Caruso, who was beside Wang Yi, with only a few droplets hitting the spectators. The Lakers players turned their attention to the golden-haired drunkard, who only grew more insolent. "You think I'm afraid just because you're staring at me? Huh, cowards. Come on up," he taunted, brandishing his empty cup and wiggling his ample backside. Dudley, unable to contain himself any longer, made a move towards the stands. Now, he rarely steps onto the court. His primary role is to protect his teammates when they are bullied. As he cursed, "You sons of dogs." Just a bunch of cowards shouting from the stands. He advanced towards the audience. The drunkard and Oppos' expression shifted to one of clear panic as he instinctively sank back into his seat. It resembles the behavior of online trolls, who hurl insults from behind their screens, yet would they dare to utter such words if the person stood before them? The Lakers' assistant coach swiftly embraced Dudley's waist, exclaiming, "No, Dudley, you must remain calm. Since the infamous brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills, the league has instituted exceedingly stringent regulations. Players are strictly prohibited from intentionally entering the stands. Failure to comply results in expulsion from the game, followed by potential suspension and fines." LeBron also grasped Dudley by the shoulder, saying, "Brother, we are here to play basketball. The security personnel will handle this." Before long, security became aware of the situation and promptly arrived. Upon understanding the circumstances, they escorted the intoxicated individual away. However, even as he was being removed, the inebriated man continued to shout to his companions, "You must watch the game for me. Keep an eye on these softies getting obliterated." This farce lasted just over a minute. This incident exemplifies the significant enhancement of NBA security measures post-Auburn Hills. Nevertheless, after the drunken individual was taken away, his companions unleashed a torrent of insults towards the Lakers players, expressing their dissatisfaction. "Purple and gold cowards, afraid to confront us and calling security to remove us? Huh. This is what you call the Lakers, a so-called prestigious team. Truly a bunch of worthless beings. Eastern folks, return to your country. This is not your place." Within the arena, it is indeed permissible for fans to berate players, as long as it does not cross certain boundaries. This is part of the NBA culture. Otherwise, if any spectator were to insult a player and be removed, one could expect hundreds to be ejected from every game. As the Lakers players took to the court, LeBron noticed Wang Yi's fierce gaze and patted him on the shoulder, asking, "Brother, are you all right?" Wang shook his head. "Caruso blocked that beer for me, but I cannot let him suffer in vain." LeBron nodded. "I support you. For Caruso, unleash your fury." Wang cast another glance at the four individuals in the stands, who resembled monkeys, and thought to himself, "They can insult me, but when it comes to the discrimination against Asians, I shall demonstrate to them the ferocious power of our kind." At that moment, a system prompt echoed in Wang Yi and Amp. Oppo's mind. "Please check in, host." Check in. Check in successful. Check in reward. Basic Death Dunk experience card. Upon hearing this announcement, Wang Yi and Oppo's eyes gleamed with a sharp intensity as he surveyed the drunken man and Oppo's companions. This game shall be a slaughter. The players from both teams gathered near the center circle. Drummond and the opposing Boban prepared for the tip-off. Boban Marjanovic, standing at an imposing height of 2.23 meters, had not made much of an impact prior to last year and Oppo's playoffs. However, during the playoffs, there were several games where he guarded the paint, playing an indispensable role. Consequently, this year, the coach often allowed him to start during the regular season. Standing at a mere 2.11 meters, Drummond faced a disadvantage during jump balls. The Mavericks secured possession of the ball. As Doncic advanced, he reached the Lakers and Oppo's half-court, where he faced KCP's defense but did not hesitate to drive forward. As KCP retreated, Doncic executed a behind-the-back dribble, stepping back beyond the three-point line. With a fluid motion, he launched a step-back three-pointer. Swish. The ball found its mark with precision. The audience of 19,200, minus the inebriated fan, stood in rapt attention. Upon witnessing Doncic and Oppo's immediate three-pointer, they erupted in cheers and applause, only settling down after the initial excitement. Mavericks owner Mark Cuban raised his fists in exhilaration, shouting into the camera, "Yeah, yes. Magic. This is our magic." Magic is the moniker bestowed upon Doncic by the entire Mavericks organization. The inebriated fan and Oppo's friends also raised their fists and shouted, "Magic is the strongest player in the league today. Let us demolish these Lakers scoundrels. Make that Eastern fellow crawl off the court in tears." The insults reached Wang Yi's ears, transforming the fierce glint in his gaze into a bloodthirsty glare. As the Lakers initiated their offense, LeBron James dribbled past half-court. Just as Wang Yi crossed the midline, standing on the Mavericks and Oppo's blue and white logo, he extended his arms, signaling for the ball. His resolute demeanor and piercing gaze momentarily stunned James. He had never encountered such intensity in Wang Yi before. Aware that Wang Yi was poised for a fierce performance, James passed him the ball. Wang Yi received it, with Mavericks guard Hardaway still lingering near the three-point line. Without a moment and Oppo's hesitation, Wang Yi elevated and launched a shot. The crowd collectively gasped. A three-pointer from the logo on the very first possession? Who plays like that? Even Curry wouldn't attempt such a shot. Lakers head coach Vogel widened his eyes, shouting from the sidelines, "Wong, what are you doing?" Though he recognized that Wang Yi had been provoked, such audacity right from the outset was unprecedented. Swish. The sound of the basketball swishing through the net answered him, a clear indication of Wang Yi's intent. The opening play featured a remarkable three-pointer from the logo, causing a moment of stunned silence among the spectators at the American Airlines Center, which was quickly followed by exclamations of disbelief. "Oh my God, he actually made it." This Eastern player seemed to have lost his mind. Players on the sidelines for the Lakers leapt in excitement, exchanging high fives, while Coach Vogel shook his head repeatedly in astonishment at the audacity displayed. With no tactical setup, no movement or pulling, the first shot taken was a logo three-pointer. Having engaged with basketball for nearly 60 years, I had never witnessed such boldness before. Yet, as long as it went in, it was a good shot. And there was little more to discuss. The new head coach of the Mavericks, Jason Kidd, who had recently been plucked from the Lakers and Oppo's coaching staff, also shook his head at this spectacle. He had previously observed Wang Yi's three-point shooting drills with the Lakers, which were undeniably impressive, but that was merely practice. Who could have anticipated that he would start the game with a logo three-pointer? Wang Yi was undoubtedly the first player in NBA history to attempt such a feat. Meanwhile, the television commentator, the bald Flowell, shook his head in disbelief as Wang Yi took the shot, exclaiming, "A logo three-pointer to start the game? Absurd." His co-commentator Harper echoed the sentiment, remarking, "This guy is so amateurish." However, Flowell adjusted his glasses and conceded, "Well, he certainly can make the shot." Harper remained steadfast, insisting, even if he made it, it's not a good play. There was no strategy, no movement, no passing, no involvement from teammates. On the court, Luka Doncic was also shaking his head. Wang Yi turned, his fierce gaze sweeping over a group of inebriated fans in the stands. The sight of his intense stare sent a shiver down their spines. What was he planning? Violence? But soon they regained their composure and brazenly gestured a middle finger at Wang Yi, taunting him. "It's just a three-pointer. Why so cocky? Doncic hit one too. Let us see you make another." As the Mavericks resumed their offense, Doncic passed to Boban inside, but the shot failed to convert. The Lakers attempted to initiate a fast break, but the Mavericks and Oppos defense was swift. LeBron James had no choice but to slow down the play. At this moment, Wang Yi positioned himself along the right sideline, moving into the front court. Even as he crossed half court, he raised his arms, signaling for the ball. James, without hesitation, delivered the pass. He understood Wang Yi and Oppos' need for release and the desire to showcase an extraordinary performance to silence the doubters in attendance. Prior to the game, he had coordinated with Anthony Davis that for the first 3 possessions, the offense would be entirely run through Wang Yi. The defender tasked with guarding Wang Yi, Tim Hardaway Jr., had previously been selected for the NBA All-Rookie Defensive First Team and was known for his defensive prowess. Yet, at this moment, he did not apply tight coverage. Even upon seeing Wang Yi receive the ball, he took a slight step back, wary of Wang Yi and Oppos' potential to drive past him. However, Wang Yi had no intention of backing down. After receiving the ball, he took a direct shot. Although he did not shoot from the logo, the distance was hardly any closer than a three-pointer from there. Vogel, witnessing Wang Yi's intention to shoot, repeatedly shook his head, exclaiming, "Wang, don't be reckless." Commentator Flowell, shaking his gleaming head, remarked, "Does he dare to shoot?" Harper, with his brown hair, adjusted his checkered brown suit, stating, "If I were Vogel, I would bench this guy." Swish. The response came in the form of the crisp sound of the basketball swishing through the net. Flowell, rubbing his shiny forehead and adjusting his glasses, muttered. This guy Harper, who had been shaking his suit, ceased his movements, his brown eyes widening in disbelief. It went in? But that is not a proper way to play. Vogel, standing at the sidelines, abruptly halted mid-sentence, his smile becoming somewhat rigid. Was this fellow out of his mind? Wang Yi turned to glance at the inebriated companion on the sidelines, his eyes glinting with a predatory hunger. The 4 men felt a chill run down their spines. Exchanging glances. This guy was indeed going for another one. Yet, upon regaining their composure, one with small dreadlocks cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted to Wang Yi, "Hey, kid, if you've got guts, shoot another one." The other 3 joined in, cheering, "We don't even expect you to make it. Just daring to shoot makes you a real man. If you're too scared to shoot, then you're just a coward. Better go home to take care of the kids." Though these individuals were ruffians, they were not without sense. No player had ever come on the court and launched logo threes right off the bat, let alone 3 in a row. If this Eastern fellow dared to play like that and missed, he would likely find himself benched by the coach. Just imagine. What coach would allow such antics from their player? Thus, they were provoking Wang Yi. If you're capable, shoot another one. Moreover, they did not believe he could make a 3rd shot. If that went in as well, what would the others do? In another sequence, Doncic passed to Porzingis, who missed a 3-pointer. The Lakers advanced again. This time, Hardaway dared not allow Wang Yi to shoot. As a professional player, even if he believed Wang Yi would and Oppos' attempt 3 consecutive shots, his professionalism compelled him to stay close to Wang Yi. However, this time, James and Wang Yi executed a handoff pass. After receiving the ball, Wang Yi approached the logo. Hardaway quickly maneuvered past James to defend Wang Yi. Yet, at the moment he squeezed by James, Wang Yi suddenly leaped and shot. Hardaway, unable to halt in time, collided directly behind him, while Wang Yi had already released the ball before the impact. As Coach Vogel observed Wang Yi preparing to take his shot from the sidelines, he fervently waved his hands, exclaiming, No. The collective sentiment among all present was one of disbelief as Wang Yi released the ball. This man has gone mad. Absolutely insane. Commentator Flowell shook his head vigorously upon witnessing Wang Yi and Oppos' audacity, questioning, "Does this guy have a problem with his intellect?" Harper, shaking his faded hair, remarked, I can't believe he'll make this one. Swish. In response to their skepticism, the crisp sound of the ball kissing the net reverberated. Another three-pointer from the logo. And it was a 3-1. A profound silence enveloped the arena, where even a pin drop could be heard. Instead of seamlessly transitioning from a series of NOs to a yes as he had previously, Lakers head coach Vogel turned, cradling his head in disbelief. His once neatly styled hair now in disarray. He could hardly fathom witnessing such a display of basketball prowess in his lifetime. The most astonishing part? He made every shot. Mavericks head coach Kid's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. What kind of game is this? It's akin to something from a fervent manga. This is utterly outrageous. In a state of shock, he hastily called for a timeout. Within just 1 minute of play, Wang Yi alone had propelled the score to 9-3. Should he convert the free throw, it would be 10-3. But this was merely the beginning. The most significant impact was the 3 consecutive logo three-pointers that had severely shaken the Mavericks and Oppo's morale. Mavericks owner Cuban pounded his right fist against his chest, nearly succumbing to a heart attack from the intensity. How can one play like this? Luka Doncic, wearing his signature smile, shook his head repeatedly, acknowledging. This guy is truly a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Wang Yi suddenly turned, fixing his bloodthirsty gaze upon the 4 individuals in the stands, revealing no trace of restraint. The atmosphere was electric as Wang Yi commenced with 3 consecutive logo three-pointers, igniting the crowd into a fervor. Despite being the visiting team, nearly every spectator rose to their feet in disbelief. What kind of play was this? It was unprecedented. This individual was utterly mad, beyond reason. An elderly fan, seemingly in his 70s, shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, I've been watching basketball for over 50 years and have never witnessed such a style of play. The bald commentator, Flowell, was almost on the verge of losing his glasses in excitement, hastily adjusting them as he exclaimed, Oh, Harper, what did you just say? You, my friend, are undoubtedly a cursed oracle, a reverse oracle. You claimed Wood and Oppo's teammate 3 in a row. What is this? Harper, clad in a brown checkered suit, stared in disbelief, his brown eyes wide with astonishment. He clasped his head in his hands, mirroring the actions of Lakers coach Kohler. The mysterious power of the East. It must be an enigmatic force from the Orient. There is simply no other explanation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, fans in China, watching the live stream, reacted as if witnessing Jordan and Oppo's ultimate game winner. Some were in reverence, others leapt up, toppling their chairs, while a few, in the midst of class, suddenly shouted nice shot, only to have their phones confiscated. Wang Yixing leaned out of his dorm window, disregarding any semblance of decorum, shouting, Igu, my idol, Igu, I declare you. This proclamation was met with a chorus of mocking responses from the male dormitory across the way. You Don and Amp. Oppos, T deserve him. Li Fei was doubled over in laughter, unable to contain himself. Wang Yixing, does that sting? Back at the arena, after Wang Yi sank his 3rd logo three-pointer, he abruptly turned his gaze toward 4 inebriated spectators. The drunken companions felt a chill as they met the fierce intensity of his stare. If before it seemed he might annihilate them, now it felt as though he would consume them whole. Moments later, when Wang Yi finally averted his gaze, they collectively exhaled in relief. One of the individuals, sporting small dreadlocks, swallowed hard and awkwardly rose, intending to shout at Wang Yi once more. However, his 3 companions grasped him firmly, pleading, Do you really want him to make another one of those cursed logo three-pointers? The dreadlocked fellow hesitated, muttering, I Don and Oppos, T believe he would dare shoot like that. He's insane, shouted the blonde-haired African-American beside him. A madman cannot be predicted by conventional logic. What can't a madman do? Feeling a twinge of uncertainty, the dreadlocked individual conceded, Well then, let and Amp, Oppos, let's just leave him be for now. With that, he swiftly sat down. Meanwhile, outside the arena, over 40,000 spectators gathered, transfixed by the game. Yet at this moment, the gathering of over 40,000 individuals was enveloped in an eerie silence, reminiscent of an empty museum at 3 in the morning. These 40,000 souls may have hailed from all corners of the earth. Their ages, skin tones, and temperaments varied vastly. However, their actions were astonishingly synchronized. Every person was fixated on the colossal screen, mouths agape as if they had just swallowed an egg whole. Their eyes widened in disbelief, as if they were witnessing the most extraordinary spectacle imaginable. At the southeast entrance of the square, a bald black man approached, muttering curses under his breath. Is it just because I berated a few fools that they kicked me out? Trash. It's all a bunch of trash. I paid my dues. Why am I not allowed to watch the game? He was the same inebriated man who had been escorted out by security moments prior. After the commotion, the alcohol had faded somewhat, and he had no choice but to come to the square to watch the game. But suddenly, his steps faltered. The square, filled with over 40,000 people, was utterly silent. Everyone stood still, motionless, akin to a horde of zombies wandering a deserted street devoid of life. The scene was profoundly eerie, and the drunken man was startled into full sobriety. In the next instant, however, the crowd erupted with a tremendous roar. The sudden cacophony startled the inebriate, causing his legs to nearly give way. At that moment, the throng finally emitted sounds befitting of humanity. Oh, damn, God, is this guy insane? 3 logo threes in the first minute. Am I watching a game or an exhilarating basketball anime? The drunken man was taken aback by the astonishment. 3 logo threes in the opening minute. Who was this audacious player? In his surprise, he quickly turned to the massive screen. What he saw left him utterly bewildered. It was that man from Huaxia, the very same individual he had just insulted. Was he losing his mind? Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The most alarming detail was that with each successful shot, this man glanced at his 4 companions. When the camera zoomed in on him, the gaze in his dark eyes was filled with a bloodthirsty intensity, as if he were ready to kill, no, as if he desired to devour his 4 companions. If one were to describe the gaze of Jordan and LeBron as the eyes of death, what moniker could one assign to this Huaxia man's gaze? The eyes of bloodlust. The close-up of Wang Yi's bloodlust-filled eyes was magnified 1,000-fold on the square's large screen. As everyone witnessed this look, a chill crept into their hearts. This man seemed as though he was ready to commit murder. The drunken man felt an even deeper sense of dread enveloping him. He silently rejoiced. Fortunate to have been brought out in advance, otherwise, he would have had to endure that terrifying gaze personally. He also felt a quiet sympathy for his 4 companions. Would those fellows not soil themselves under such a scrutinizing stare? On site, commentator Flowell, upon catching a close-up of Wang Yi's expression, was momentarily taken aback. This gaze reminds me of Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, and LeBron James. Whenever they exhibit such an expression, it signifies their anger. They are about to. Harper, with his short brown hair, interjected, unleash a massacre. In the sidelines, Lakers head coach Vogel observed Wang Yi, noticing the absence of the usual smile on his face. His eyes were filled with an aura of menace. Concerned, he inquired, Wong, are you all right? LeBron James answered on Wang Yi's behalf. He is fine. He merely desires carnage. As a former top player in the league, he was all too familiar with this sensation. When a player endowed with formidable offensive prowess is incensed, a slaughter is inevitable. Vogel comprehended this as well, advising Wang Yi, I understand your feelings, but when you return to the court, refrain from such reckless abandon. Otherwise, your stamina will not last until the end of the second quarter. Wang Yi nodded impassively. Mavericks head coach Kidd shook his head repeatedly. Having battled in the league for many years as a point guard, he understood the implications of that gaze. Yet, he could not divulge this to the young players. He could only say, no matter how wild he becomes, we must remain unfazed and not be intimidated. Let and amp, oppos, as play as we have practiced. As the timeout concluded, Wang Yi successfully converted a free throw. Within the first minute of the game, the Lakers, propelled solely by Wang Yi, surged to a 10-3 lead. Such a performance is indeed astonishing. However, the Mavericks are far from being a pushover. Their sustained position as the 5th seed in the Western Conference speaks to their unique qualities. Should the Lakers triumph in this match, they would narrow the gap in victories to just 1. Otherwise, the difference would expand to 2. During the Mavericks' offensive play, Doncic dribbled past the halfway line. Faced with KCP, he executed a behind-the-back dribble followed by a spin. Well, he failed to bypass KCP. His speed is not particularly remarkable, making it challenging to outmaneuver well-defending opponents. Nevertheless, his dribbling forced KCP back towards the paint. He then performed a classic Dirk Nowitzki-style turnaround jump shot. Swish. The basketball effortlessly pierced through the hoop. On the next possession, Doncic again pressured KCP into the paint before faking a pass to Porzingis beyond the arc. As KCP momentarily lost focus, Doncic deftly flicked the ball over KCP's shoulder towards the backboard. Not only did he score, but he also drew a foul from KCP. This exemplifies Doncic's prowess. Although he may not exhibit remarkable speed or vertical leap, defenders can easily keep pace with him. Yet, he possesses an arsenal of deceptive maneuvers, capable of ensnaring even the most vigilant. Moreover, his shooting accuracy is commendable. In the subsequent 2 plays, Doncic sank a step-back three-pointer, compelling KCP to closely guard him. Consequently, Doncic unveiled yet another weapon, the standing long jump. He feigned a shot at the three-point line, and as KCP leaped to contest, Doncic jumped directly into him. The two collided mid-air, and the referee and Oppos' whistle blew. KCP was called for a 3-point foul, awarding Doncic 3 free throws. Truth be told, this style of play significantly diminishes the aesthetic appeal and fluidity of the game. While a similar tactic existed in the past, where a player would fake out a defender and wait until they fell into their path before shooting. Now, both Doncic and Trae Young leap into their opponents even when not being contacted. This has led to the playful moniker of standing long jump. Logically, one might argue this could easily be deemed an offensive foul. After all, when another player is descending, one should not leap into them. Yet, under current basketball regulations, it is indeed classified as a defensive foul. Doncic and Young are simply astutely exploiting the rules in play. On this note, it is essential to mention the bearded player who wakes at 4 in the morning to study the rules. He is, without a doubt, a master of drawing fouls. Although the art of drawing fouls was not originally his invention, he has perfected it to an extraordinary degree. During his peak seasons, he averaged approximately 10 free throws per game, a truly remarkable feat. Subsequently, fans, players, coaches, and various media outlets began to voice their discontent regarding this style of play, prompting the league to consciously alter its officiating rules in response. In anticipation of these changes, the crafty player adapted his approach, shifting away from relying solely on drawing fouls to emphasizing his offensive prowess and playmaking abilities. Meanwhile, Trae Young and Luka Doncic continued to champion their foul drawing techniques, inadvertently placing themselves in the crosshairs of the league's scrutiny. Thus, it was hardly surprising when they became the targets of widespread criticism. Under Doncic's influence, the point differential between the two teams was narrowed to 5 points. Noticing that Kentavious Caldwell-Pope struggled to contain Doncic in isolation, Coach Vogel called out to his Lakers players, "Double team. Force him to pass." At that moment, the Mavericks lineup, aside from Doncic as the primary offensive catalyst, included only Tim Hardaway Jr., whose offensive threat paled in comparison to Doncic's. Consequently, by neutralizing Doncic, the Mavericks' offensive output would significantly diminish. Some might argue that Kristaps Porzingis also serves as an offensive initiator. However, based on his performance in last year's playoffs, he hardly merits that distinction. As Doncic once again advanced the ball past half court, Wang Yi abandoned his defense on Hardaway and teamed up with Caldwell-Pope to double-team Doncic. Anticipating the impending double team, Doncic swiftly passed the ball to Hardaway, who sank a three-pointer. In the ensuing possessions, the Mavericks continued to double-team Doncic, resolutely denying him any shot attempts. During this stretch, Hardaway thrived, hitting 2 mid-range jumpers uncontested, his true specialty. This sequence reduced the deficit to 3 points. However, the Lakers found themselves in a precarious position. During a timeout, Vogel addressed his team, "Maintain this defensive strategy. Even if Hardaway performs exceptionally well, we cannot afford to let Doncic get going." Hardaway and Oppo's success is limited to his individual efforts, while Doncic and Oppo's brilliance can elevate the entire team. We would rather let Hardaway beat us single-handedly than allow Doncic to ignite his teammates. Moreover, Hardaway does not possess the capability to dismantle our entire squad on his own. Such is the defensive acumen of NBA coaches. The role players in the NBA are among the best basketball players in the world, exceeding 400 in number. When given the opportunity, they are likely to showcase their talents. What one can do is facilitate their display of skill, for in a situation where defensive focus is essential, allowing them to shine is far preferable to permitting their star players to dominate. Upon returning from the timeout, Hardaway continued to score. In the Lakers camp, James, in the first quarter, remained merely a robust dealer, distributing cards rather than taking charge. Davis found himself struggling against the towering Boban, who stands at an imposing 22 meters. Although the coach urged the team to increase their pace and push for speed, such momentum hinges upon solid defense and securing rebounds for counterattacks. However, with Hardaway and Oppo's remarkable shooting precision, hitting 5 out of 6 attempts in the first quarter, the Lakers found themselves bereft of defensive rebounds to claim. Furthermore, having a 22-meter Boban stationed in the paint made it exceedingly challenging for the Lakers to seize any rebounds. Consequently, with just 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the previously slender 3-point lead had evaporated. It was now time for a respite for Wang Yi and James. Coach Vogel hesitated momentarily but opted not to substitute Wang Yi. Instead, he replaced Davis, Drummond, and James with Caruso, Marc Gasol, and Harrell. Notably, he refrained from bringing in SC Charter as he had done in the past. The implication of this decision was unmistakable. Vogel's gaze fell upon Wang Yi, brimming with expectation. "Wang, within this lineup, you possess the freedom to unleash your offensive prowess. Let your talents flourish." Upon hearing this, Wang Yi felt a surge of excitement within. Previously, when he was merely categorized as a 3-and-D player, sharing the court with James had seemed the optimal scenario, as James would facilitate his shots while all he needed to do was defend and shoot from beyond the arc. Yet now, as he displayed a broader array of offensive skills, he sensed a certain awkwardness in his play. With James and Davis as the primary scoring options, both the team's leading and secondary scorers, Wang Yi felt constrained from taking reckless shots. Even when opportunities to attack presented themselves, he had to consider their presence, often opting to pass the ball. Vogel had recognized this dynamic, thus deciding to experiment with staggered playing times for Wang Yi James and Davis. 172 Unlimited Firepower. Part 1. Wang Yi had never anticipated that Vogel would grant him unlimited firepower. Although it was only for a brief moment while playing in the second unit, the experience thrilled him immensely. He could finally unleash his offensive prowess without restraint, even if only for a few fleeting minutes. Upon re-entering the game, Wang Yi attempted a three-pointer, yet it failed to find its mark. Meanwhile, Hardaway of the Mavericks remained on the court, pushing the fast break, as Wang Yi had already established his defensive position. Hardaway faced him and executed a jump shot that swished through the net. Before the first quarter concluded, he had already amassed 12 points. This surge of scoring invigorated Hardaway, who had long been starved of such opportunities. After sinking that shot, he brazenly lifted his chin towards Wang Yi, a clear provocation. Wang Yi and Oppos, eyes, filled with a predatory glint, ignited with competitive fervor. If that was the case, then let the challenge commence. Dribbling past half-court, Wang Yi faced Hardaway's tight defense. Positioned at the 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line, he pivoted on his right foot while his left foot danced in a classic probing step. As he feigned, his gaze fixated on Hardaway's upper body. Observing a slight shift in Hardaway's balance, Wang Yi suddenly lowered his center of gravity and executed a lightning-quick drive. In a single stride, he bypassed Hardaway. The latter felt a jolt of surprise. Although Wang Yi's overall speed appeared average, his initial burst was astonishingly swift. Hardaway quickly pivoted, attempting to catch up. However, after breezing past him, Wang Yi took a mid-range shot. The ball floated gracefully toward the hoop, whispering as it slipped through the net. Upon witnessing this, Hardaway remarked from behind Wang Yi, "Next possession, I want to let you score so easily." Wang Yi paid him no mind, retreating to defend. Hardaway, leveraging his teammate's screen, advanced to a mid-range position and scored. He had already made 7 of 8 attempts in the first quarter, igniting the arena into a frenzy. They even began chanting MVP in his honor, and Hardaway and Oppos' eyes glimmered with excitement, appearing almost feverish. He once again lifted his chin in defiance towards Wang Yi, who remained unfazed. Turning back, Hardaway dared not crowd Wang Yi too closely, wary of being surpassed again. At this moment, Wang Yi unleashed his deadly change of direction, slipping past Hardaway once more for another mid-range jumper. Swish. 2 points secured. Was it merely a matter of scoring a couple of points? Though not entirely familiar with the situation, he remained undaunted. Hardaway responded with another 2-pointer, achieving an impressive 8 of 9 shooting. This was indeed remarkable. Yet, Wang Yi immediately countered with a 2-pointer of his own. Turning back, Hardaway finally missed a 2-point attempt. Marc Gasol secured the rebound and passed to Wang Yi, who sprinted forward with fervor. Hardaway sprinted to the front court, attempting to block Wang Yi's layup. However, upon reaching the front court, Wang Yi did not attempt a layup. Instead, he halted at the free throw line and executed a jump shot. 2 points added. In the final 4 minutes, the game transformed into a fierce duel between Wang Yi and Hardaway, both showcasing their mid-range prowess. In an era where most players focus on scoring under the basket or shooting three-pointers, these two engaged in a remarkable display of long-range shooting, creating an extraordinary scene on the NBA court. With just 5 seconds remaining, Hardaway missed another jumper, muttering an expletive under his breath as he hurried back on defense. The Lakers secured the rebound with 3 seconds left. Caruso seized the ball and charged towards the front court. Yet, Wang Yi had anticipated this, positioning himself at the midcourt line with his arms outstretched, ready to receive the pass. Caruso quickly delivered the ball. Upon receiving it, Wang Yi faced Hardaway's defense, dribbled sideways, and stepped over the midcourt line to shoot. Almost simultaneously, the lights flashed and the buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the first quarter. Hardaway stared into Wang Yi's eyes, shaking his head in disbelief. "I can't believe you'll make another. It is already astonishing for a player to hit 1 logo three-pointer in a game, let alone 4 in a single quarter. Moreover, this last shot was taken in a hurried manner as time was running out." Just as he finished his thought, a resounding bang echoed in unison with the swoosh of the net. The basketball struck the backboard like a cannonball before bouncing directly into the hoop. "Oh no!" An orderly gasp arose from the crowd, as if rehearsed countless times. Subsequently, a fan shouted, "That must have been after the buzzer. The lights definitely went on when he shot." Many fans shared this sentiment. The referees immediately rushed to the scorers and Oppos' table to review the play. However, the replay clearly showed that the moment the ball left Wang Yi's fingertips, the lights lit up. The head referee turned, raised 3 fingers, and signaled that the three-pointer counted. Mavericks fans could only lament, "This guy is a demon. Surely, it must be Satan rising from hell, wearing a Lakers jersey number 1. Owner Mark Cuban stood up, shouting, "Oh, for heaven and Oppos' sake, I need to find a way to bring this guy over during the off-season. Commentator Floral sat in speechless disbelief, propping his arms on the table, hand resting on his forehead, shaking his head repeatedly. I'm done. I'm just done. Harper, meanwhile, continuously raked his brown hair with his hands, removed his glasses to rub his eyes, and then put them back on. This guy, he and Oppos, a lunatic, an alien, a freak. Lakers head coach Vogel could no longer bear to watch. He raised both hands to the sky, then spread them wide apart, shaking his head in disbelief. After granting this player unrestricted freedom, his outrageous performance was nothing short of astonishing. Mavericks coach Kid paced back and forth, his head bowed, while his right hand swiftly rubbed his bald scalp. Confronted with such a player, one truly feels utterly powerless. Hardaway and Oppos' expression froze in disbelief. He actually made it. His own impressive shooting of 8 out of 11 in the first quarter was remarkable. Yet this player not only achieved 8 out of 10, but also executed a terrifying 4 out of 4 from beyond the logo, amassing an astounding 21 points. This was simply absurd. After sinking that logo three-pointer, Wang Yi turned once more, his bloodthirsty gaze fixated intently on the 4 inebriated companions in the stands. Those 4 companions instinctively lowered their heads, hesitant to respond, unable to meet such a predatory stare. Most importantly, this player's logo three-pointers were utterly fearsome. They dreaded provoking him further, fearing he might unleash another barrage of logo threes, which would be truly terrifying. Wang Yi's bloodthirsty gaze was once again captured by the camera, broadcasted to the eyes of over 19,000 spectators in attendance. All the audience felt a chill run down their spines. This player was not here merely to play. He was here to dominate. Outside the arena, in the plaza, spectators were momentarily stunned by that fierce gaze, especially the inebriated man, who instinctively took a step back upon meeting Wang Yi's stare. His sense of dread was far deeper than that of the others, after all. He was the root of all this. It was akin to a rogue named Zhang Sen murdering the entire family of Li Si. While everyone perceived Li Si and Oppos' gazes filled with hatred, Zhang San and Oppos' feelings were undoubtedly more profound. Perhaps I should not have provoked him. The drunkard silently mused. In the first quarter, the Lakers amassed 34 points, with Wang single-handedly scoring 21 of them. Notably, his 4 logo three-pointers during that period were nothing short of a transcendent performance. While one may have witnessed LeBron James or Stephen Curry sinking multiple logo three-pointers, those instances typically occurred during practice or warm-ups. Throughout the annals of NBA history, and indeed the global basketball narrative, no player has ever achieved 4 logo three-pointers in a single quarter. This remarkable feat rapidly ignited discussions among fans in China during the break. For logo three-pointers in one quarter, Ego is invincible. The rain god unleashes a deluge of threes, and this time it's a torrential downpour. The rain god has acquired a new moniker, Madman. Ego and Oppos' 4 logo three-pointers left 0.77 in a daze, with only one quarter played. Various website editors were already busily typing away, eager to publish their reports. Xiaoku, too, did not wait for the game's conclusion to craft his video. In awe of Wang Yi's 4 three-pointers, he promptly began producing a short video titled The Rain God's Record of 4 logo three-pointers in one quarter. Each logo three-pointer was accompanied by an image of Wang Yi and Oppos' fierce gaze. He swiftly uploaded this video to Douyin, and shortly after, the likes began to surge rapidly, with numerous comments flooding in. This was no longer merely the rain god, this was the Dragon King. The rain of three-pointers had transformed into a torrential storm. Such a ferocious display rendered him an untouchable force. With such a formidable performance, this year's All-Star selection seemed assured. Simultaneously, during a timeout, the NBA's official Twitter account updated with a post titled, "For logo three-pointers in one quarter, this Chinese player has astounded the world." Around the years 2010, the NBA experienced a significant decline in viewership, despite the playoffs being exceptionally thrilling. The reasons behind this dramatic drop remained a mystery, stirring panic among the league and Oppos' executives. Eventually, it became apparent that many fans had shifted from watching games on television for over 2 hours to seeking information online. Consequently, the NBA established official accounts to provide real-time game updates, aiming to attract fans. However, prior to this moment, no Chinese player had ever prompted the NBA and Oppos' official Twitter to issue a dedicated tweet solely about them, especially with such an eye-catching title. The reason for this unprecedented attention was twofold. Wang Yi and Oppos' performance was indeed extraordinary, warranting the description of having astonished the world. And it also served as a gesture of goodwill from the NBA towards China, as they hoped to mend past grievances. After all, the Huaxia market is a colossal cake. Shortly after this official tweet was posted, the comments surged to over 700, rapidly approaching 1,000. This madman. This fellow is akin to Satan. I never expected the Huaxiao player to showcase such a stunning performance. I have resolved to follow his matches from this day forth. In the last game, I witnessed the Lakers as he racked up over 50 points, nearly achieving a triple-double, utterly overwhelming Zion. Now, he has scored 21 points in a single quarter. Does he aspire to surpass 50 again today? During the intermission, all Mavericks players turned their eyes toward the head coach. The coach had just advised them not to be intimidated by his 3 audacious logo three-pointers, urging them to maintain their own style and stick to their game plan. Yet, that Huaxiao player nearly single-handedly propelled his team to a 5-point lead by the end of the first quarter, even sinking a buzzer-beater logo three-pointer. This was indeed a grand spectacle. What should they do next? Kid scratched his shining bald head. To be frank, with over 30 years of experience in basketball, he knew that when a player is on fire, there is scarcely any way to contain him. All one could do was pray for him to miss. What other option was there? Surely, they couldn't and oppose double-team him before he even crossed half-court. That would leave the Mavericks players outnumbered. Facing off against the likes of LeBron and Davis, to play a numbers game would be sheer folly. With this thought, Kid irritably tossed aside the tactical board handed to him by an assistant coach. In the second quarter, they would stick to their strategy. Wong's stamina was a significant concern. Having played the entire first quarter, by the third, his energy levels would surely wane, leading to a decline in his shooting accuracy. Thus, he was not truly formidable. The Mavericks players could only nod in agreement, as no one else could conceive of an alternative strategy to contain Wang Yi. In the second quarter, Vogel adjusted LeBron and Apos' rotation, allowing him and Davis to enter the game first. LeBron had the manual for utilizing Davis. When he decided to drive, the effectiveness of their pick and roll was formidable. Davis possessed range, speed, leaping ability, and wingspan. After the pick, he could either retreat to the perimeter for a three-pointer or roll to the basket for a dunk. Despite the presence of Boban, the 7 and Amp, Apos, 3 giant in the Mavericks and Amp, Apos, paint, the duo continually penetrated the net. However, while the Mavericks struggled defensively, their offense was no slouch either. Doncic hit 2 consecutive three-pointers, then drew a foul from Davis with a long jump shot. He assisted Porzingis for a three-pointer and then set up Boban for a successful dunk. With 7 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the Lakers maintained a 4-point lead. At this moment, Wang Yi re-entered the game, while LeBron and Davis took a breather. In earlier times, it was imperative for either James or Davis to be present on the court. However, with the emergence of Wang Yi, both James and Davis have found a newfound liberation. As has Coach Vogel, Wang Yi has become an additional asset, one whose offensive prowess rivals that of James and Davis. Consequently, the Lakers now possess greater versatility in their offensive strategies and formations. In this lineup, Wang Yi retains unrestricted authority to initiate attacks. As the defender Hardaway observed Wang Yi with the ball, he instinctively rushed to apply tight defense. While this approach made it easier for Wang Yi to bypass Hardaway with a single step, it was far preferable to allowing him to unleash a long-range three-pointer from the logo. Indeed, Wang Yi deftly maneuvered past Hardaway, reaching the three-point line where he prepared to shoot. Hardaway, realizing the imminent threat, quickly pivoted to contest the shot. Wang Yi, however, skillfully retracted the ball, waiting calmly for Hardaway to soar past him before releasing his shot. The sound of the ball clanging against the rim echoed melodiously. Wang Yi shook his head slightly. His shooting touch from beyond the arc was not quite there tonight, though his long-range attempts from the logo were remarkably accurate. Turning back, Hardaway received a pass from Doncic and successfully executed a signature mid-range shot. After making the basket, he triumphantly raised his fist to the sky, exclaiming, "Yes." Subsequently, he glanced back at Wang Yi, though this time he refrained from provoking the volatile player. Instead, he merely wished to gauge Wang Yi and Apos' reaction following his successful shot. Yet, Wang Yi exhibited no response. His gaze remained as bloodthirsty as it had been in the first quarter, his expression unchanged, completely devoid of emotion. In contrast, Hardaway felt a chill run down his spine upon meeting Wang Yi's fierce glare. Could it be that this madman was preparing to strike again? In the midst of the game, Hardaway discerned the intensity in Wang Yi's gaze, causing his heart to skip a beat. Could this fellow be preparing to make another move? With this thought, he hastily positioned himself closely to Wang Yi. As Wang Yi advanced past half-court, yet to receive the ball, Doncic approached, ready to double-team him. This was a strategic decision by Kid. With the Lakers and Apos, bench players on the court, devoid of the formidable presence of Davis and James, it seemed plausible to attempt to trap Wang Yi, compelling him to pass the ball. However, Kid appeared to have overlooked one crucial detail: Wang Yi's exceptional ability to navigate screens. His constant movement around the picks made it exceedingly difficult to contain him. Marc Gasol orchestrated the play at the top of the arc, while Wang Yi, after weaving through the defenses, positioned himself at the left baseline for a mid-range catch. At this juncture, the double team had yet to materialize. Hardaway managed to keep pace, but as Wang Yi received the ball, he leaped effortlessly, drifting towards the baseline. Despite Hardaway and Oppo's outstretched arms, he was powerless to impede the shot. With a flick of his wrist, Wang Yi released the ball at an improbable angle, sending it on a high arc that grazed the upper left corner of the backboard before cascading into the net. Hardaway could only watch in disbelief as Wang Yi's unconventional shot found its mark. Determined to retaliate offensively, Hardaway attempted to regain his rhythm, yet he faltered, his mid-range shot clanging off the rim. When it was the Lakers and Oppo's turn to attack, Wang Yi adeptly maneuvered around screens, receiving a handoff from Gasol before swiftly releasing his shot. This type of play proved exceedingly difficult to defend. With Gasol positioned directly in front of him, Hardaway could not contest Wang Yi's shot from the front. He could only approach from the side. However, Wang Yi caught the ball and executed a sudden stop-and-shoot. If Hardaway pressed too closely, he risked a foul. Conversely, if he lagged too far behind, it would be futile. The basketball floated gently through the air, reminiscent of the first autumn leaf spiraling down to a tranquil pond. In the subsequent 3 attempts, Hardaway managed only 1 basket out of 3, while Wang Yi responded with a flawless 3-for-3 performance, extending the lead to 11 points. Kidd shook his head in disbelief. In truth, he had not underestimated Wang Yi's ability to shoot off screens. Rather, he based his strategy on the assistant coach's data, which indicated that Wang Yi and Oppo's shooting percentage off the catch was marginally lower than when he dribbled into his shot, though only by 2 percentage points. Thus, he opted for the less potent poison of the 2 options available. With such a player, one could only hope that fatigue would hinder his performance in the second half. Could observe the bloodthirsty glint in Wang Yi's eyes, which had not waned since the game's inception. He had never witnessed such a relentless version of Wang Yi before. At last, in the latter half of the second quarter, both LeBron and Davis took to the court, prompting Kidd to finally exhale. This was indeed absurd. In previous encounters, other coaches would breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing LeBron and Davis take a breather, but this time, Kidd felt a wave of relief as the 2 Titans returned to the game. The reason for this was that once LeBron and Davis were back, Wang Yi no longer had the liberty to unleash his full offensive prowess. While LeBron and Davis were undoubtedly formidable, they executed their plays methodically and with precision. In stark contrast, Wang Yi was utterly unpredictable, launching shots with reckless abandon and finding success, which was truly nerve-wracking. To illustrate, LeBron and Davis resembled martial arts masters in a cinematic universe. Although they were powerful, they subdued their opponents with deliberate technique. Conversely, Wang Yi embodied a street thug from reality, brandishing a machete and attacking without hesitation. The chaos ensued, leaving only the sight of blood and the sound of thuds, compelling one to yield. It was evident which scenario was more terrifying. This sentiment was not exclusive to Kidd. Every spectator in attendance shared the same apprehension. The commentator, Baldy Flowell, Kuden and Oppo's helped but exclaim, "LeBron, AD, please save the Mavericks." Meanwhile, the brown-haired Harper shook his head repeatedly, lamenting, "Only you two can reign in this madman." Such a situation inevitably recalled the days of the Thunder's dynamic duo, where only Westbrook could contain Durant. Of course, this was merely a self-deprecating jest born of frustration. After an exhausting barrage of shots, Wang Yi was indeed fatigued. Thus, when LeBron and Davis returned for the final 2 minutes, Wang Yi focused solely on defending Hardaway, leaving the offensive responsibilities to the duo. Their combined offensive firepower surpassed that of Doncic alone. However, in the final minute, Porzingis found his rhythm, sinking 2 mid-range jumpers and a 3-pointer, narrowing the deficit to single digits. With 8 seconds remaining, the Lakers swiftly executed a baseline inbounds play. Wang Yi had already sprinted to the front court. Davis passed the ball to LeBron, who executed a quarterback-style long pass, sending the ball into Wang Yi's hands just past the half-court line. As Wang Yi received the pass and prepared to make his move, he suddenly encountered an unforeseen obstacle, a patch of sweat on the floor, the origin of which was unknown. It is well known that basketball shoes grip wooden floors excellently, but they become perilously slick upon contact with moisture. As he attempted to pivot, his shoes slipped, causing him to stagger uncontrollably toward the out-of-bounds line. Simultaneously, Porzingis loomed defensively in his peripheral vision, and it appeared that Wang Yi was on the brink of a turnover, with the ball at risk of being intercepted. Yet, in that critical moment, Wang Yi deftly maneuvered his left hand, allowing the ball to slip through Porzingis and Oppo's legs. Wang Yi maneuvered around the sideline, bypassing the formidable Bosch, and re-entered the court. Upon seizing the ball, he pressed forward with determination, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. How on earth did he execute such a stunning display of ball control? They marveled, their admiration transcending the rivalry. After eluding Bosch, Wang Yi charged toward the basket. Yet he soon perceived the sound of footsteps closing in behind him. Donich had pursued him from a lateral position, casting a glance over his shoulder. Wang Yi recognized the unmistakable intensity in Donich's eyes. Despite his usually affable demeanor, Wang Yi was well aware of Donich's volatile temperament. He had witnessed the man tear his jersey in frustration after missing a shot. Thus, Wang Yi understood that Donich was prepared to foul him to prevent the score. Resolute in his decision, Wang Yi thought, if you wish to commit a foul, so be it. As he approached the basket, he refrained from taking his 3 steps. Instead, he executed a jump step, raising the ball as if to dunk. Donich leapt from behind, attempting to block the shot. However, although Wang Yi lifted the ball, he did not leap. He paused briefly, intending to wait for Donich to commit the foul before elevating. Typically, in such scenarios, Donich would be unable to halt his momentum and would collide with Wang Yi, allowing him to shoot after the impact, an opportunity for a potential 2-1. Gaining an extra point while drawing a foul from Donich. Yet, Wang Yi did not anticipate the ferocity of Donich and Appos as pursuit. He was unable to stop and, in midair, collided with Wang Yi, losing his balance and falling backward, almost landing on his back. A collective gasp arose from the 19,000 spectators in attendance, all rising to their feet in shock. Outside, the square was filled with over 40,000 fans who echoed the astonishment. Some timid female fans shielded their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Viewers watching the live broadcast were equally stunned. The commentator, the bald Flo, sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Oh no." Mark Cuban, too, leapt up, his heart sinking. Donich's mother, the renowned and beautiful Miriam Porter, could not help but rise from her seat, extending her hand as if she possessed the power to catch her son from 2 rows away. Her enchanting eyes, however, were filled with terror and despair. At that moment, an unexpected event unfolded, leaving everyone astounded. In a moment of intense competition, Luka Don-I found himself precariously off balance, perilously close to falling backwards onto the hardwood floor. The entire arena rose in unison, acutely aware of the potential severity of such a fall. At that critical juncture, Wang Yi, intending to shoot, instinctively relinquished the basketball and swiftly caught the descending Don-I in midair, thereby averting what could have been a catastrophic injury. Had Wang Yi not intervened, such a mishap might have jeopardized Don-I and Appos' entire career. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd as they recognized Wang Yi and Appos' heroic act. Many spectators, previously swayed by his fierce demeanor, now saw a different side of him, a compassionate individual rather than a merciless adversary. This was the essence of basketball, they thought. Don-I's mother, the supermodel Porter Ben, appeared visibly shaken, her face pale as she clutched her chest and slumped into her seat. Moments later, she managed to utter a heartfelt thank you to Wang Yi, though the cacophony of the crowd rendered her words inaudible. Nonetheless, her profound gratitude for the man who had just saved her son was unmistakable. The owner, Cuban, nodded appreciatively before erupting into applause, prompting many spectators to join in the ovation. He was a true aficionado of the sport, genuinely invested in the well-being of his players, cultivating friendships with each one of them. Wang Yi's act of valor naturally elicited sincere gratitude from him as well. Meanwhile, the bald commentator, exhaled a sigh of relief, asserting, "This man from China saved Don-I, and we ought to be thankful." He could have easily ignored Don-I and taken the shot, potentially resulting in a 2-1 play, but he chose to forego that opportunity to save our magician. Harper, donned in brown and adjusting his glasses, remarked, "Initially, I perceived his bloodthirsty gaze as indicative of a fierce persona off the court. Yet, look, he is, in fact, an exceptionally kind individual. All of us Mavericks fans should express our gratitude towards him." Farwell continued, "I urge certain fans to cast aside their misguided prejudices and discrimination. Consider this: how many players can surpass his prowess and character on the court?" At that moment, the video editor showcased a clip of Wang Yi from a previous game against the Trailblazers, where he had skillfully positioned himself to prevent injury to Damian Lillard while defending against a 3-point shot. The crowd responded in unison, acknowledging, "We should no longer vilify him. Such behavior is utterly foolish." While fiercely competing, he also strives to protect his opponents from injury. A player of his caliber, both in skill and character, deserves our utmost respect. A singular gesture from Wang Yi has endeared him to numerous fans. This is precisely what he has been endeavoring to achieve on his journey to conquer the NBA. He is acutely aware that for a person of Chinese descent, characterized by yellow skin and black eyes, merely possessing basketball skills is insufficient to win over the NBA and the global fan base. Indeed, while the majority tend to respect the strong, those who vanquish all NBA teams and claim the championship will earn their admiration. However, there exists a faction whose prejudice and discrimination are deeply ingrained in their very being. For them, mere proficiency in basketball will not earn respect. They will not honor Wang Yi or his heritage. Thus, One must strive for perfection in every aspect. He must showcase the traditional virtues of Chinese culture: kindness, respect for etiquette, reverence for the elderly, love for the young, and the joy of helping others to the world, coupled with elite basketball skills to triumph over all adversaries. This is the true path to conquering the NBA and winning the hearts of all fans, even if there remain some obstinate individuals harboring bias against the Chinese. Wang Yi could retort, "Is there even one aspect in which you surpass me? Pathetic." Leonard then patted Wang Yi on the back, saying, "Thank you, brother." Wang Yi feigned a look of disappointment, commenting, "I missed a point, alas." Donai responded with his signature warm smile. "I and Oppos, LL treat you to dinner after the game to express my gratitude." Wang Yi nodded, jokingly replying, "Go ahead, it is your duty, young man." Laughter ensued from Donai. Their amicable exchange was captured by the cameras present, becoming one of many moments in Wang Yi's legendary career where he conquered opponents not just with skill but with character. It is precisely these attributes beyond basketball that allowed him to comprehensively win over fans worldwide, even those who may not understand the sport, who would nonetheless be profoundly moved by his integrity. Yet, that is a matter for another time. Currently, on the court, character must yield to intensity. After successfully converting 2 free throws, he had already amassed 35 points in the first half. As the halftime whistle blew, his fierce gaze turned once more toward the 4 inebriated companions. At that moment, those 4 individuals averted their eyes, unable to withstand the terror of Wang Yi and Oppos' stare. The surrounding crowd began to denounce them. "You should never have provoked him. Did you truly wish to witness such a formidable opponent dominate our basket with relentless precision? Your despicable prejudice will spell doom for the Mavericks, for us all. You label him a coward, yet in my eyes, you are the true cowards." The 4 were left feeling utterly ashamed, with one girl rising to leave in disgrace. Surrounded by numerous critics and captured by the cameras, her face was indeed a portrait of humiliation. How could she ever hold her head high in front of her friends, classmates, and teachers after this? The remaining trio also found it increasingly unbearable to endure the disdain of those around them. Yet, instead of leaving, they opted to seek refuge in the restroom. After all, the tickets in the 3rd row were quite costly, even though those tickets had been gifted to them by the girl earlier. They were reluctant to abandon the experience so easily. As the Lakers made their way through the player tunnel, several children at the edge of the stands reached out their hands to exchange high fives with LeBron James. Generally speaking, such gestures are reserved for home players. During away games, the participants are adversaries, and it is rare for fans to extend their hands to greet visiting players. Among the entire Lakers team, only James could elicit such enthusiasm. Yet, at that moment, a curly-haired white boy, after exchanging a high five with James, shouted, "Hey, Wong, thank you," as he extended his palm towards Wang Yi. The other children nearby also eagerly reached out to Wang Yi. James patted Wang Yi on the shoulder and said, "Brother, you have earned their respect. This is what you deserve." Wang Yi nodded, reciprocating high fives with the children. Wang Yi aspires to achieve a remarkable feat of scoring over 50 points. The children, embodying pure innocence, are captivated by Wang Yi and Oppos' on-court performance and character. They eagerly approach him, offering high fives. A curly-haired young boy exclaims, "Wong, I admire your 3-point logo. Could you teach me?" Wang Yi chuckles, tousling the boy and Oppos' curly hair, and replies, "Come find me when you grow up." The boy nods enthusiastically, "Just don't forget." Another young girl, with a direct demeanor, boldly states, "Wong, I used to only like Donai, but starting today, you are my 2nd favorite player." Being referred to as a star player marks Wang Yi's inaugural experience in the NBA, and he finds it quite gratifying. Nonetheless, he humbly shakes his head, stating, "I am not a star yet, but please hold on to your admiration for me, as you will soon witness me evolve into a true star." His confidence is palpable. Yet he remains grounded. Even LeBron James nods in quiet approval. At that moment, a bald young man approaches, extending his hand for a high five while babbling, "Oh brother, do you know how much I adore Luka? Thank you for protecting him. If he were to get injured, I cannot express how heartbroken I would be. Thank you." He not only shares a high five with Wang Yi, but also embraces him across the barrier. Once in the players and Oppos' tunnel, LeBron inquires, "How does it feel to be appreciated and respected?" Wang Yi nods thoughtfully, "It feels quite good." LeBron continues, "As your performance improves, more people will respect and admire you. When playing away, you will notice fans donning your jersey. However, my friend, you must maintain your aggression on the court, show no mercy to their team. Only through stronger performances will you earn their respect and admiration. This league is a ruthless arena where the strong prevail. We are not merely playing. We are fighting for survival." Wang Yi comprehends the profound wisdom in LeBron's words. recognizing the importance of not letting the respect from a few fans cloud his judgment. "Thank you," he expresses to LeBron, who has imparted invaluable lessons during this time. As the team returns to the locker room, Coach Kidd remains silent, contemplating the 11-point deficit the Mavericks face. He must devise a strategy to narrow the gap in the third quarter, at the very least, prevent it from widening. First and foremost, he must ensure that the players and Oppos spirits remain unscathed. With this in mind, he encourages them that player from Huaxia is exceptionally accurate with his three-point shots and mid-range attempts. As a former assistant coach of the Lakers, I can confidently assert that, whether as a player or a coach, I have never encountered an individual with such remarkable precision in my professional career. Not even Paul can match his mid-range accuracy. As for his three-point shooting, I believe everyone has experienced that today. The Mavericks players could only shake their heads in resignation. Doncic smiled wryly, exclaiming, "That guy is just too accurate, absurdly so." Porzingis, with his slender arms outstretched, remarked, "For logo threes in a single quarter? I have never witnessed such a feat." Boban added, "If he were our teammate, we would undoubtedly cherish having him. Unfortunately, he is our adversary today." Head coach Kidd nodded in agreement, his eyes gleaming as he stated, "However, he possesses a significant weakness, a rather fatal one." At this point, the players perked up, intrigued. Coach Kidd continued, "His stamina is a concern, and a major one at that. He often depletes his energy in the fourth quarter, resulting in a considerable drop in shooting percentage. Statistics reveal that while he occasionally delivers clutch performances, over the last 15 games, his average scoring in the fourth quarter has been a mere 5.3 points. This indicates that his fourth quarter performance is more than half worse than that of the first three quarters. Today, with unlimited shooting privileges, the toll on his stamina will be greater than ever before. Therefore, Hardaway, your task when you enter the game is not merely to defend him, but to continually pressure him, to engage him physically to exhaust his energy. I estimate that by the midway point of the third quarter, he will be significantly fatigued. Consequently, during the latter half of the third quarter and the early fourth quarter, when he leads the bench players onto the court, he will no longer exhibit such frenzied performances." His analysis was logical and well-founded, eliciting nods of agreement from the players. Kidd further remarked, "Boban, I need to adjust your playing time. Your role is to secure rebounds and protect the paint, but that guy shoots with such precision that rebounds will be scarce. He rarely ventures into the paint. His presence will greatly diminish your effectiveness. Moreover, the other Lakers players are not particularly adept at shooting threes. When he is absent, there will be ample opportunities for rebounds. Therefore, your playing time must be staggered with his." Boban nodded, "Understood, coach." Despite standing at an impressive 2.22 meters, Boban is exceedingly amiable and diligent. The coach often assigns him the grueling tasks on the court, yet he never utters a word of complaint, consistently executing the coach and Oppos' intentions and tactical demands flawlessly. Thus, both teammates and coaches hold this giant in high regard. Meanwhile, fans from Huaxia engaged in a lively discussion. Can the Rain God still score 50 points in this game? On the Hoopu forum, this post garnered over 100 comments within merely 20 minutes. Are you suggesting back-to-back 50 points? I believe that is implausible. The global consensus acknowledges that the primary concern regarding the Rain God lies in his stamina. He has already achieved over 50 points in the previous game, and expecting him to replicate that feat in this match seems rather unrealistic given his physical limitations. Nonetheless, I believe it remains a possibility. With 35 points already secured in the first half, he could feasibly accumulate another 15 points in the second half. Let us not forget that today, the Rain God possesses the liberty to shoot at will. The discourse surrounding this topic is fervent. However, most fans remain skeptical about Wang Yi and Oppos' ability to score over 50 points. This skepticism does not stem from a desire to criticize Wang Yi, but rather from the fact that throughout NBA history, only a select few players have managed to score 50 points in consecutive games. Consider the following illustrious names: Michael Jordan, Allen Iverson, Kobe Bryant, Antoine Jamison, and Bernard King. Except for Antoine Jamison, whose prowess may be slightly less formidable, each of these individuals is a master of offensive play and a Hall of Famer. Even the least illustrious among them, Antoine Jamison, was a monstrous player capable of achieving 33 points and 21 rebounds in a single game. Looking at current players, the only ones who have managed to score 50 points in consecutive games are James Harden and Devin Booker, both of whom are lethal offensive threats. It is undeniable that Wang Yi and Oppos' offensive capabilities are currently formidable. However, many rational fans believe he is yet to reach the caliber of Harden or Booker. Moreover, Wang Yi and Oppos' lack of stamina is a significant drawback. The previous game has already drained a considerable amount of his energy, and with the freedom to shoot at will in the first half of this game, it is improbable that he can maintain such intensity in the second half. But is this indeed the reality? 177 The power of the model monster Dallas, American Airlines Center. The match between the Lakers and the Mavericks is underway in the second half. The Lakers have maintained their starting lineup throughout the half. On the Mavericks side, they have substituted their starting center, Boban, with Porzingis temporarily taking his place. Currently, Porzingis weighs only 109 kilograms, resembling a slender mantis. In contrast, Zion and Oppo's weight of 129 kilograms clearly gives him an advantage in the center position. However, due to injuries among the Mavericks and Oppo's backup centers, Porzingis is left to fill in for the time being. Despite his lighter weight, his height of 2.21 meters provides him with certain advantages. As the Lakers initiate their offense, LeBron directly passes the ball to Davis in the paint. While Davis struggles against Boban, he finds it easy to dominate Porzingis, who, in terms of footwork, weight, and leaping ability, cannot compete. He is no longer the formidable Porzingis of the past. This exemplifies LeBron and Oppo's keen reading and assessment of the game. He swiftly identifies opponents and Oppo's weaknesses based on their lineup and individual characteristics, making necessary adjustments to the offense. During several possessions, Wang Yi primarily focuses on defense without contributing offensively. However, he is quietly absorbing LeBron and Oppo's tactical acumen and decision-making. With such a seasoned veteran who has thrived in the league for 19 years by his side, it would be a missed opportunity not to learn from him. Although Wang Yi has only played 3 minutes, he has managed to secure 3 defensive rebounds, utilizing his jumping ability and judgment of rebound trajectories. Furthermore, he successfully contained Hardaway, preventing him from scoring and forcing 2 turnovers. It must be noted that while his physical condition may not be exceptional, his defensive prowess remains commendable. The fans from Huaxia, seeing Wang Yi exit after just 3 minutes, are left puzzled by the coach and Oppo's intentions. They express their bewilderment. What's going on? Igu has been a starter recently. Why did he only play for 3 minutes? Is he injured? Please, let us hope he is not hurt. Has the coach lost his mind to pull him out after just 3 minutes? Wang Zhixing, witnessing Wang Yi and Oppo's departure, exclaims, "What on earth, Li Fei? How could Igu be taken out? This is absurd." Li Fei, equally confused, responds, "He had more playing time in the first half than usual. I thought today would be different. What is up with the coach?" Fans often react this way when they observe decisions on the court that they do not comprehend, frequently directing their frustration towards the coach. While it is true that coaches can occasionally have lapses in judgment, in 99.9 of cases, their strategies are grounded in reason. Although at times such arrangements may not yield the desired effects, the coach and Oppo's strategy is far from aimless. While Wang Yi remained seated on the sidelines, he was not idle. Unlike his teammates who engaged in casual chatter, he was intently observing the game. He meticulously analyzed the habitual movements of each player, their most comfortable shooting zones, and their passing timings, silently summarizing his observations. Concurrently, he noted which players excelled in specific aspects, contemplating how he might learn from their strengths. In this moment, Wang Yi resembled a sponge, continually absorbing the essence of the game. The head coach, Vogel, inadvertently noticed the focused expression on Wang Yi's face and felt a surge of surprise. This young man, even while seated, exhibited unwavering concentration. If circumstances permit, his future achievements are destined to surpass the expectations of many. On the Mavericks and Oppo's side, they swiftly replaced Wang Yi with Boban as he exited the court. This substitution yielded immediate results. With Wang Yi off the floor, the Lakers and Oppo's three-point shooting faltered. Boban began to dominate the boards, not only securing defensive rebounds, but also claiming offensive ones. Furthermore, with Boban on the court, Davis found himself facing considerable difficulty. Conversely, Doncic consistently fed the ball to Boban in the paint, leading to either easy 2-point conversions or drawing fouls from the Lakers' interior defense. Consequently, the point differential rapidly diminished, shrinking from 14 to 12, 11, and then 8. Vogel discerned the root of the issue. The solution was straightforward. He needed to send Wang Yi back onto the court. However, having expended substantial energy in the first half, Wang Yi was not yet ready, and Vogel intended to grant him an unrestricted green light upon his return. Thus, he refrained from reintroducing Wang Yi at that moment. Instead, he called a brief timeout to issue a simple directive: reduce 3-point attempts and increase mid-range shots. In an era where offensive strategies predominantly revolve around 3-point shooting and close-range finishes, advocating for more mid-range attempts seemed counterintuitive. Yet Vogel found himself at a loss. What could he do if they weren't making their threes? In the ensuing minutes, James succeeded with a mid-range jumper, followed by 2 from Davis. Schroeder, as expected, thrived in the mid-range game, sinking 3 shots. Observing this, Mavericks coach Kidd could not help but smile, signaling his team to tighten their defense against mid-range shots and the paint, while conceding the three-point attempts. This adjustment made it increasingly difficult for the Lakers to find opportunities in the mid-range, compounded by their inability to convert from beyond the arc. This was the Lakers' most significant shortcoming prior to Wang Yi's presence. Without three-point shooting, they lacked a potent weapon. How could they compete? In contrast, the Mavericks' offense was equally impressive. Doncic and Boban effectively executed pick-and-rolls, while Porzingis occasionally found success from three-point range, particularly with Hardaway. As Wang Yi left the court, Schroeder took over the defensive duties. Although Schroeder displayed commendable enthusiasm, his stature and weight posed limitations. Hardaway possessed the ability to penetrate, shoot threes, and execute mid-range shots. Consequently, the point differential between the two teams continued to diminish. With 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Wang Yi finally re-entered the game. By this time, the Lakers' lead had been eroded to a mere single point. On the Chinese side, Wang Yi's return ignited a flurry of discussions. His re-entry suggested that he was not significantly injured. However, why had he been sidelined for over 6 minutes? Was there perhaps a strategic plan from the coach? At that moment, a fan surmised that the coach intentionally staggered the playing time of the rain god to avoid overlapping with LeBron and Davis. This revelation awakened many fans to the unfolding strategy. Indeed, it made sense. No wonder Wang Yi had taken so many shots in the first half. It appeared the coach had been unjustly criticized. After all, how could the coach casually bench the rain god? Mavericks head coach Kidd, having been by Vogel and Oppo's side for so long, was well acquainted with his coaching style and understood his intentions. Yet, what could he do? He certainly could not relegate Hardaway to the bench to counter Wang Yi. He relied on Hardaway to alleviate some of Doncic and Oppo's offensive and defensive burdens. However, this deviation from his original plan proved problematic. He had anticipated Wang Yi would tire by the midpoint of the third quarter. But now Wang Yi was back in the game. This could complicate matters. Should Wang Yi come in and sink a few threes, reclaiming the lead would become increasingly challenging. But what choice did he have? In a lineup devoid of Hardaway and Oppo's defensive presence, Wang Yi was free to unleash his skills. The Mavericks were hesitant to leave him open for threes, allowing him to effortlessly drive into mid-range territory. He quickly scored 2 mid-range shots upon his return. Observing this, Kidd shook his head in resignation and yelled at his players, "Double-team him. As soon as he shows intent to receive the ball, immediately trap him." The offensive firepower of the Lakers and Oppo's bench was rather lackluster. Provided the Mavericks could effectively contain Wang Yi with 2 defenders, the sporadic contributions from others would pose little threat. However, Wang Yi soon proved one undeniable truth to him: breaking a double team was, indeed, quite simple.